Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare. Konoha Sandame's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a tired man. He had retaken the position of Hokage only a year ago, after his successor, now predecessor, Minato Namikaze, died after the disaster that was the Kyuubi attack. Hiruzen sighed as he gazed at the picture of the blonde man. Why did he die when he had so much to live for? He remembered the night clearly. He was sitting in his office writing in his journal while his wife, Biwako, Minato, and his wife Kushina, were in a secret location so Kushina could give birth. Kushina was a jinchuriki, a container of one of the 9 bijou of the Kyuubi. And when a female jinchuriki goes into labor, the energy holding their seal together weakens and the bijou has a chance to go free. Minato, being the expert seal master that he is, was in charge of holding the seal together while Kushina was giving birth. Everything was set up perfectly. However, something happened and the Kyuubi was freed. And it severely damaged the village, and killed countless civilians and shinobi alike. Minato was able to take the bijou out of the village, and seal it away, inside his own son no less. Hiruzen was forced to witness the sealing as Minato put up a barrier around him, Kushina, Kyuubi, and their son, Naruto. The Sandame was confused as to why Minato felt that he had to do the sealing. He knew how to perform the Reaper Death Seal. All Minato would have to do would be putting the 8 trigram seal, and he would be able to live with his family. But then again, he never did tell anyone that he could do the Reaper Death Seal now that he thinks about it. When the barrier was lifted, Minato was already dead. The Reaper Death Seal, which summoned the Shinigami, had taken his soul as payment for the sealing, but Kushina was still hanging on to what little life remained within her. The Kyuubi had pierced both her and Minato when it attempted to strike Naruto and prevent itself from being sealed. Both parents had sacrificed themselves to protect their child. Kushina was able to tell Hiruzen Naruto's name, and that both she and Minato wanted him to protect their child. Both of them were dead with a smile on their faces. Hiruzen knew that jinchuriki were treated harshly, but because Kushina's status as one was kept a tight secret, he didn't know how harshly. The meeting that followed changed everything, for both him and Naruto. Flashback Council Chambers 1 year ago. There will be order in this room. Hiruzen yelled as the chaotic sounds threatened to make everyone deaf. Especially from the civilian side. Everyone was silent at the Sandame's voice, not to mention the annoyed glare he was sending to people he knew would cause problems. A baby Naruto was in his arms as he, somehow, slept through the noise that was the council. Sandame-sama. How can you expect us to be calm at a time like this? We've only just survived a crisis, a civilian member pointed out. I understand that you are all still nervous, Hiruzen said. However, we will not be acting like children who were just let out for recess. Where is Minato-sama? Hayashi Hyuga asked, pointing out the absence of their yandame. Everyone else had noticed this as well and began asking where he was. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh and began, Minato has died sealing the Kyuubi. Sealing it where? Shikaku Nara asked. Hiruzen knew he was going to regret this, inside this little boy. Almost immediately, the entire civilian side of the council erupted into chaos. It's the demon. Kill it now before it's too late. The yandame turned it into a baby so we could have our revenge. Silence. Hiruzen yelled, using chakra to make his voice louder than necessary. The civilians quieted down, but sent intense glares towards the baby. Naruto was able to feel the glares and shifted uncomfortably in Hiruzen's arms, his face twitching with fear. Seeing this, Hiruzen slowly rocked his arms in an attempt to soothe the baby. Naruto stopped squirming, but was still looking afraid. Hiruzen called over an ANBU with a horse mask, and handed Naruto to him. This boy is Minato's legacy. He sealed the Kyuubi inside him so that he could use its power to defend Konoha. He is not the demon, Hiruzen said with a glare. Hayashi noticed something familiar about the boy, especially his blue eyes, and made a note to talk to the Sandaime later. Effective immediately, I shall be reinstated as the Hokage, and everything that has been said in this room about the Kyuubi is to be an S-rank secret punishable by death, the Sandaime declared with a heated glare. Dai Kyuubi. While everyone had their attention on the Sandaime's declaration, nobody noticed a civilian council member sneaking behind Horse and knocked him over, grabbed Naruto, and used the knife he had on him to attack Naruto. However, because of his shaking nerves, he cut Naruto from his right shoulder down to his hip, slicing the boy into 2 pieces. Hiruzen was instantly upon the boy, using what little healing knowledge he had to try and help him. Uma had his kunai piercing the councilman's throat, killing him instantly. All while Naruto was crying loudly from the pain and from the red aura that was surrounding him. Instantly, the civilians began to panic. The demon's going to kill us all. Finish it now, you old fool. The Sandaime began barking orders. Bird, get everyone out of here. Hayashi, Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi stay. Rabbit, get me an available medic Nin. Horse, make sure that we have no more attacks. Go. All 3 ANBU jumped into action. Bird shoved all of the uncooperative civilians out of the door while the clan heads went silently. Some of the civilians had to be threatened with the ANBU's tanto. Rabbit had jumped out of the window and raced towards the hospital, hoping that there was a medic available. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was desperately trying to slow down the bleeding with the Mystic Palm Jutsu. While he was able to use it to a decent degree, he was only able to slow down the bleeding to a small amount. What can we do? Choza Akimichi asked. Unless any of us knows a healing jutsu that is more powerful than what the Hokage's using, then there's nothing that can be done, Hayashi said. This is extremely troublesome, Shikaku said as he stood wide awake. I'm afraid that you're right, Inoichi Yamanaka sighed as he looked away from the crying baby. Inside the seal. The Kyuubi was growling in frustration as it pushed its chakra through the seal into his container's body. His 9 tails were waving around in a frenzied manner, showing his hidden nervousness. Human stupidity will never cease to amaze me, Kyuubi growled as one of its tails began to slowly shrink. That Hokage of theirs better come up with something soon. I don't know how long I will be able to do this, he muttered as he continued to push chakra through the cage. Council chamber. Hokage-sama, Rabbit said as he appeared back into the room. There is no available medic, they are all treating victims of the Kyuubi attack. The Hokage cursed as he continued working while sweat began to gather on his brow. He had used too much chakra during the attack and was starting to feel the strain. Horse, carry Naruto while I continue to heal him. Everyone, come with us into my office. Rabbit, head back out into the village and try to find any more survivors, the Hokage said while Horse carefully picked up the wailing boy. Rabbit bowed and vanished in a puff of smoke. And, please pick up his arm, he added. Inoichi decided to pick up the dismembered appendage since he's seen worse things in the minds of prisoners. The party of 7 slowly made their way to the Hokage's office. Choza opened the door and everyone entered. Hayashi, can you take over the healing while I get what may be able to save him? Horse, I want you to stand guard and make sure that nobody interrupts us. I don't care if it's the Rikudo Sennin himself. Nobody enters. Hiruzen asked. Hayashi nodded and activated his Byakugan while using the healing jutsu his wife had taught him. While Horse handed the crying Naruto to Choza before he exited the room. Let's be thankful that Hitomi taught you a couple of her healing jutsus, Shikaku said as he watched the healing. Hayashi just nodded as he kept concentrating. Hiruzen walked towards the picture of the shodaime, Hashirama Senju, and picked it off of the wall, revealing a small seal on the wall. He bit his thumb and made a few hand signs and smeared his blood on the wall. In a puff of smoke, came a medium-sized scroll. He placed the scroll on his desk and began to unravel it, searching through the scroll desperately. Here it is. Hiruzen shouted triumphantly while spreading more of the scroll out, revealing what appeared to be a sealing formula. What is it? Shikaku asked as he looked at the scroll. The only thing that may be able to save Naruto, Hiruzen said. Bring him over here. Choza and Hayashi slowly walked over and placed Naruto on the desk. Inoichi placed his dismembered arm next to him. What I'm going to need of all of you is that you channel U chakra through Naruto when I activate this, Hiruzen said as he beckoned everyone around the boy. Hayashi was still healing him, but the injury was starting to get worse. The clan heads and the Hokage placed their hands around the boy and began molding their chakra. Please forgive me, Minato, but if I don't do this, Naruto will die. Hiruzen apologized in his thoughts. The sandaime then made several hand sighs before ending on dragon and shouting, Kinjutsu, Jiongu transfer. The scroll began to glow, and hundreds of black tendrils erupted from the seal before they lunged towards Naruto and began to burrow their way inside his body. Everyone began to feel a drain on their chakra and saw that the tendrils were touching their hands while absorbing the chakra at a fast pace. Eventually, Hiruzen dropped down to one knee as he ran out of chakra to give. Following him was Shikaku, Inoichi, and Hayashi. Choza was able to hang on for a little while longer before he had to pull back, his face covered in sweat. Everyone was forced to watch as Naruto was enveloped in red chakra that the tendrils were also absorbing. They were slowly turning a crimson color as the chakra was absorbed. Inside the seal, even the Kyuubi was feeling the drain on its chakra as the tendrils began to nestline Naruto's body. All that he had left was 2 taels worth of chakra. This may be draining, but I can see the benefits that this will give the kit. Kyuubi noted as he observed the changes going through Naruto's body. It's done, but I'm going to have to sleep for a while because of this, the chakra beast mumbled as he laid his head on his paws and began to close his eyes. Before he closed his eyes, he thought, I'm interested in seeing how this will play out in the future. I've got my eye on you, kit. With that, the Kyuubi closed his eyes and entered a well-deserved rest. Outside, everyone was taking deep breaths as they tried to recover some of their chakra. They looked and saw that the tendrils had stopped moving through the boy's body, but several of them were still wiggling out of the space where he was dismembered. The tendrils shot out and grabbed his arm before pulling it towards him and stitching the arm back to his body. The arm began to move around as Naruto began to use it normally. He was still crying due to all that happened. What was that? Inoichi asked as he shakily got to his feet. Hiruzen used his desk to get up and said, a kinjutsu that the shodaime stole from Taki after they tried to assassinate him. What does it do? Shikaku asked as he observed the now sleeping blonde. It turns the person using it into a host for thread-like tendrils and gives them a wide range of abilities, the Hokage explained. What kind of abilities? Shikaku inquired. The sandaime took a deep breath before starting. It will allow Naruto to absorb the hearts of his enemies and gain their elemental affinity, plus the knowledge of whatever jutsu they might know. I'll have to look through the scroll for any more information. As if he didn't have enough of a burden already, Choza sighed as he pitied Naruto. It wasn't even 2 hours after his birth and already his life was being turned upside down. There is a question I have for you, Hokage-sama, Hayashi started. Yes? What is it, Hayashi? Hiruzen asked. Is this boy Minato and Kushina's child? Hayashi asked. Hiruzen's eyes widened along with Choza's and Inoichi's. Shikaku just closed his eyes and muttered, troublesome, under his breath. The sandaime reached under his desk and activated the privacy seals that closed off the room from anyone outside. How did you figure that out? Hiruzen asked. Two things stood out to me, Hayashi began. 1. I noticed that Naruto had very distinctive blonde color in his hair, and that his blue eyes were almost exactly like Minato's. And 2. I knew Minato since he was my teammate. He would never ask anyone to give up their child if he was unable to give up his own. Hiruzen sighed as he closed his eyes. Yes, Kushina told me that this was their son, just moments before she moved on. She asked me to protect him to the best of my ability. However, I can't do too much without making it look like favoritism. He could enter one of our clans. After all, we were all friends with Minato and we would want to make sure that his son would be taken care of, Choza suggested. Unfortunately, I can't allow that, the Sandaime said. Why not? Don't you want the best for Minato's son? Inoichi asked. The Sandaime sighed, feeling his age as the years began to weigh down on his body. I can't allow it because if I were to give one clan a Jinchuriki, it would cause a shift in power and create a civil war over who would own Naruto. As much as I hate to admit it, he's right. Even though we all want to help Naruto, we need to think about what would happen in the future, Shikaku stated. What about Kakashi? Shouldn't we tell him about who Naruto is? Hayashi asked. No, think about it, he's already in a depression because he lost both his sensei and Kushina. If he tell him now, he'll fight tooth and nail just to claim ownership of him and practically make him a target because all of the other villages will think that the copycat ninja is training an apprentice, Shikaku said. When will he be told? Choza asked. After he gets out of his depression, he'll be able to handle the situation better when he has a clear head, the Sandaime said. What can we do to help Naruto then? I don't want him to have to go through life without someone to properly help him. You know that those civilians won't keep quiet with the news that he's the Jinchuriki, Inoichi said. Hiruzen put his hand to his chin and said, You three have children, correct? The Ino Shikacho trio nodded, and your wife is expecting in 2 months, right? Hayashi nodded his head. Then you can push your children to become his friends. Kami knows that he'll need plenty of close friends throughout his life. All men nodded in agreement. Now I believe it's time we return for the night. Hayashi, could you send Hitomi to me tomorrow? I would like a woman's opinion on how Naruto should be cared for since I'll be taking care of him until the orphanage is repaired, Hiruzen said. Would you like me to tell her about what happened tonight? Hayashi asked. The Sandaime shook his head and said, I'll take on that task. You all need your rest if you want to lead your clans through this crisis. I trust that you all know not to speak about the events that happened in this office. The only reason I'm trusting you with this information is because you were all Minato's closest friends. No, Hokage-sama, all 4 men said. The Hokage then lifted the privacy seals and dismissed the men before he wrapped Naruto in a cloth and held him in his arms, slowly rocking him to sleep. Flashback end. The Sandaime shook his head to get out of his remembering. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost 2 o'clock. Time to see how he's doing, Hiruzen thought as he stood up. The date was October 10th, the Kyubi festival, or Naruto's birthday to those that cared. The Hokage left the Hokage Tower and walked towards the orphanage that Naruto was placed in. He and the 4 clan heads were planning to spend the day with Naruto while he played with their children. As Hiruzen walked into the orphanage, the caretaker immediately bowed to him. Hokage-sama. We weren't expecting you, the woman said. Hiruzen waved her off and said, It's fine, I was just stopping by to pick up someone. A Naruto Uzumaki? He didn't miss the flash of disgust that passed through the caretaker's face once his name was mentioned. She quickly put on a forced smile and led the Hokage to a room where a small crib was. Inside the crib was a tiny baby with blonde hair and blue eyes. Hiruzen noticed that he was unhealthily thin, and that there were faded bruises on his body. Why is he so thin? And covered in bruises? The Hokage asked, already knowing that the woman would lie. Hiruzen must have been a fortune teller, because the woman said, he refuses to eat most of the food we give him, and the bruises are because he keeps bumming into things when he crawls around. So you just let him crawl around unsupervised? Hiruzen asked, raising an eyebrow to make it look like he was believing the tall tale. Of course not, those are from when he gets out of his crib when he's supposed to be napping, the caretaker said as she believed that the Hokage believed her. Hiruzen knew just how to do two things, make Naruto happy and piss off the caretaker that was clearly doing her job to care for all children. Well, it looks like you're a little genius, aren't you Naruto-kun? Hiruzen said as he picked up Naruto. The small baby just looked at him with a small hint of fear on his face, something that didn't escape the aged Hokage's eyes. Well, we better get going, there are some people expecting us, Hiruzen said as he took Naruto in his arms and left the orphanage, leaving behind a fuming caretaker. She was hoping that the Hokage would get angry at the boy for the lies that she was telling him, but she didn't know that a shinobi was trained to detect lies. Only a trained shinobi could truly hide the truth from the lies. The Hokage then performed a shunshin and appeared at the Akimichi compound where Naruto was welcomed openly. He walked into a large, small in Akimichi standards, dining room where waiting for him was the Inoshikacho trio and their children, and Hayashi, Hitomi, and Hinata Hyuga were also present. All of the children were in a small play area surrounded by a fence. Like his father, Shikamaru Nara was sleeping in a pile of stuffed animals. Choji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka were playing with some building blocks, a small smile on their faces. Hinata was just sitting by herself while playing with a small stuffed fox and monkey. Hiruzen walked over to the children and placed Naruto in the play area, where he just nervously crawled over to the pile of stuffed animals and timidly picked up a stuffed from before hugging it gently. All of the adults watched as Naruto moved to a far corner and continued to hug the frog like it was a shield. Hiruzen saw how he would look at the other children with some fear in his eyes. Obviously there was more going on in the orphanage than he was aware of. I've failed all three of them, Hiruzen softly whispered. What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? Inoichi asked. Hiruzen sighed and said, it appears that Naruto has had poor treatment in the orphanage. When I picked him up, he was very thin and there were bruises that were slowly healing. How can you allow them to continue doing this to him? Hitomi demanded with a glare. Hiruzen cringed at the woman's glare and said, I've had all the civilians who attempted to assassinate him executed, but I can't do anything to the people who work in the orphanage because it's controlled by the civilian council. All we can do is make sure that he gets the bonds that he needs, Choza said. Hey, look at this, Shikaku said, lazily pointing at the play area. All the adults looked and saw what was happening. Hinata had crawled over to Naruto and held out the stuffed fox for him to play with. Naruto looked at the fox before gently taking it. He then held out the stuffed frog for her to take, but Hinata just shook her head and gave him a small smile. Naruto then gave a small smile of his own before he started to play with Hinata. Kawaii. Hitomi softly squealed at the cute sight. Hiruzen chuckled and turned towards Hayashi before asking, weren't you and Minato planning on a betrothal between your children? Yes, but we were planning on going over the details after Naruto's birth since he had no free time to spare beforehand, Hayashi said. Me and Kushina-chan supported it. Hitomi said. Did you think that they would like each other? Inoichi asked. Think? We knew that they would. Mother's intuition after all. Hitomi declared proudly. Shikaku sighed and said, troublesome, women just seem to know almost everything about their children. Well, they did give birth to them, Choza pointed out. Has there been any changes with his Jiongu? Hayashi asked. Hiruzen shook his head and said, the stitching is still there, and some of the threads will wiggle out of his skin every once in a while, but there has been nothing else. Why doesn't the stitching go away? Hitomi asked. It stays there because the Jiongu allows the user to extend their limbs where they are stitched together, Hiruzen explained. When do you plan on telling him about it? Or the Kyubi? Inoichi asked. I think I'll tell him about Jiongu when he's either 4 or 5. Of course, I'll have to come up with a cover story. He'll learn about the fox and the real reason he got Jiongu when he's a genin, Hiruzen said. That seems like a good idea, Shikaku said. Most clan children start training around that age, so he'll be just like them. And he'll probably be mature enough to handle the knowledge that he's a Jinchuriki when he's a Genin. But, what if someone tells him about the Kyuubi beforehand? We'll cross that bridge if it comes to that, Choza said. Choza's right, we shouldn't worry about that right now. We should be celebrating Naruto's birthday, Hiruzen said. You know, speaking of telling people things, what are we going to do about Kakashi? Inoichi asked. He's still in depression. And it seems like he's taken a part of his lost team and made them as his own hobbies, Hitomi told him. Obito's chronic lateness and Sharingan, Choza said. Rin's concern for teammates, Shikaku said. Though he's not as worrisome as she was. And Minato's love for Jiraiya's books, though he only reads the smut while Minato just read his adventure story, Hiruzen said. Inside he was crying, I can't believe I had to call his holy work smut. Inoichi sighed and muttered, at this rate, he'll never know about Naruto's heritage. Not unless we stick Naruto next to a picture of his father, Hitomi said. I believe it's time we bring out the food, Choza said as he clapped his hands. Several servants came out with dishes in their hands. They set the table for all of the adults and children. All of the adults picked up their children from the play area and placed them next to them. Naruto was sitting next to Hiruzen and stared at the food hungrily. I was right, Hiruzen muttered as he saw how hungry Naruto was. Grrrr. Choza. Inoichi scolded. It wasn't me, the Akimichi head protested. Hitomi began to giggle behind her hand while Hayashi was fighting a smirk that was forming on his face. Something you'd like to share, Hitomi? Shikaku asked. That was Hinata's stomach. Hitomi laughed. A few moments later, everyone was laughing at that little piece of information, though Hayashi was just chuckling. Now that I think about it, Inoichi began, it's a good thing Minato was your teammate Hayashi. How so? The Hyuga head asked. Back when we were in the academy, you were as cold as your father was. When you trained with Minato, you began to open up more, not to mention you were starting to smile instead of just giving everyone either a cold glare or an arrogant smirk, Inoichi explained. Hayashi sighed and said, I still have to act like a cold bastard with a stick up my arse around the Hyuga elders so they think I'm still the Hyuga image of perfection instead of how I am now. You must be an amazing actor then, Hiruzen said. Well, Jiraiya-sensei did make me the inside man when we would perform an infiltration mission, Hayashi explained. Minato-kun was a horrible actor, Hitomi remarked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hiruzen looked down at his plate and saw that Naruto was practically inhaling whatever food he could reach. Choza, I think there's someone who could eat more than an Akimichi, Hiruzen said. Choza looked over and saw that Naruto was eating at a fast pace. Oh hell no. I'm not losing my title of biggest eater to a baby of all things. With that, Choza began to eat whatever food he could grab. Hitomi had to smack his hand away when he tried to grab a portion of Hinata's. After several minutes of watching the two, Naruto was eventually defeated by the round man. The small blonde yawned before he fell asleep in his chair. Oh Kami, he's going to eat everyone out of house and home. Hitomi cried. Please, just wait until he's introduced to ramen, then we can worry, Shikaku pointed out. It's a cursed Uzumaki gene to love ramen, Hiruzen said. It also doesn't help that Minato was a ramen addict himself. So throughout the night, all of the adults talked about Minato and how they expected Naruto to be just like him. Inoichi pointed out that the Uzumaki personality would always be the dominant thing in his life, making them shiver at the pranks he would perform in the future. They just hoped that they wouldn't be targets of any of them, though Hayashi said he wouldn't mind if he targeted the Hyuga elders for any of them. Later into the evening, Hiruzen received a message from a small green frog with violet markings. Ah, news from Jiraiya, Hiruzen announced. He said that he's convinced Tsunade to come back to Konoha. But it will take them about 7 months because they are on the far side of Yuki and the boats are in need of repairs. Tsunade-sensei is coming back? Hitomi asked, surprised. How did you convince her? Shikaku asked. I had Jiraiya tell her about Naruto, and I decided to allow her idea of there being a medic nin on each team with her running the training program, Hiruzen said. When did you send Jiraiya after her? Choza asked. It was a month after Naruto was born. He had heard about the attack and raced all the way here from IWA. He made it here in 2 days. But it takes at least 2 months to get from IWA to Konoha. Inoichi yelled. Gamabunta, was all that Hiruzen said. Everyone nodded in understanding. They knew that the Toad Boss could cover great distances easily, especially if motivated with sake. Later into the night, all the children had fallen asleep, so the adults bid each other goodbye and left to their respective homes. Hiruzen dropped Naruto off back in the orphanage and signaled his personal ANBU guard. Hokage-sama, Cat and Tiger knelt down before their leader. Make sure that nothing happens to Naruto tonight. If anyone comes after him, bring him directly to me, Hiruzen commanded. Hi, Hokage-sama, both ANBU said before they jumped back into the shadows. Hiruzen let out a sigh as he adjusted the hat and began walking to the Sarutobi compound. His thoughts directed towards the future. Konoha 4 years after Kyuubi attack. Naruto Uzumaki didn't live a good life. He was ignored by most of the kids his age, and hated by most of the adults. The only ones that didn't hate him were the Hokage, and the Ichirakus who ran the ramen stand. He never understood what made him so unlikable to many people. He tried to be nice to others, but they still ignored him. He used to think that it was because of the strange stitches on his side, but then realized that it would be stupid to hate someone because of that. He learned that he would have to hide his sadness since he saw that people seemed to enjoy seeing him suffer. So he just gave everyone a big grin with closed eyes. He kept his eyes closed because he knew that no matter what he did, he couldn't hide the sadness that would show. Currently, Naruto was on his way back to the orphanage after spending the day at Ichiraku. He ate as much ramen as possible without spending all his money. He snuck back in through a hole in his room, before covering it back up with a small rug. Naruto sighed as he climbed back into his rickety bed and closed his eyes. However, before he could fall asleep, he was yanked out of bed by someone. He looked up and saw that it was the caretaker that was dragging him by his arm. Hey! Let me go! Naruto cried as he started to struggle, only to get punched in the head by the woman. Shut up, you little monster, the nasty woman growled as she opened the door to the orphanage. She then proceeded to throw Naruto into the cold winter night. You've overstayed your welcome here. Now leave and don't come back. With that, she slammed the door in Naruto's face. Naruto just sat there in shock, still processing what had just happened. When he realized that he was just kicked out of the orphanage, he stood up and began to walk into the dark streets of Konoha. The young Uzumaki kept to the alleyways since he knew that it would be a very bad idea to walk out in the open. He wanted to go to Ichiraku's but knew that they would be closed at this hour. He thought about going to the Hokage, however he decided that since he hasn't seen him in over a month that he was very busy. Naruto eventually found a small cardboard box that was under an awning. Naruto decided to make it his new home. So the young boy crawled inside and curled himself into a tiny ball before falling asleep. "To-san, Ka-chan, please help me," were the last thought Naruto had before succumbing to a dreamless sleep. Hokage's office. Curse this paperwork. Where does it keep coming from? How the hell did Minato get it done so fast? Hiruzen thought as he went through each paper, trying to finish up quickly so he could try to go and see Naruto. He and the clan heads weren't able to make another meeting after the one where Naruto was only 1 year old. Those council members on the civilian side are keeping me away from Naruto too much, Hiruzen growled as he finished what he considered the last paper for the evening. He sighed as he leaned back into his chair, thinking about how lonely Naruto might have been. He took out his crystal ball and used it to try and find Naruto. First he looked at his room in the orphanage, but it was surprisingly bare of everything. What? Hiruzen screamed as he shifted the view around the orphanage until he saw the caretaker throwing all of Naruto's stuff into a bonfire. Hiruzen growled as he desperately searched with his crystal ball for Naruto. The image kept changing to different places in Konoha, but couldn't find him. This is not good, the Sandaime said as he summoned an ANBU. Get me Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka, Hiruzen ordered. Hi, Hokage-sama, the ANBU said as he vanished in a puff of smoke. Several minutes later, the aforementioned men walked through the door and saw that their leader was in distress. You called for us, Hokage-sama? Shikaku asked. Hi, I wish it was on better terms, but I have some grave news, Hiruzen said as he sighed. What is it? Choza asked. Naruto's gone missing, Hiruzen said. That shocked all of the clan heads to the core. What happened? Hayashi growled. He had already lost his brother earlier in the year, and maybe the respect of his nephew. He wasn't going to lose the only connection with his best friend. I suspect that he was kicked out of the orphanage tonight, but I haven't been able to locate him at all, and I've been looking through the crystal ball for the past half hour, Hiruzen said. You know for a fact that Tsunade's going to thrash people for this when she gets back from that gambling fair, Choza said. Maybe we could blame it on Orochimaru, that'll take care of a problem for us, Shikaku muttered. They all shared a chuckle at that before turning serious again. Do you want us to go and try to find him? Choza asked. Hiruzen shook his head and said, you should just send out your most trusted clan members, or in Hayashi's case, most trusted branch members. It would look too suspicious if you were to go out and look yourselves. Yeah, but we're going to leave Tsunade to you, Inoichi said as he and the other clan heads rushed out of the room before Hiruzen could protest. I better start going over my will, the Sandaime thought as he reached into his desk and pulled out a scroll. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hereby leave my entire Ika Paradise collection to my son Asuma Sarutobi. 1 month later. Needless to say, Tsunade was royally pissed, and the Hokage didn't die. Though he was admitted to the hospital for a week after Tsunade put some strain on his old heart, and then making him completely better. Naruto was found at this time. Tsunade was on another search for him when she heard crying coming from an alleyway. Inside the alley was everyone's favorite blonde, besides me, crying in his sleep. Tsunade brought him to the Sandaime who, after managing to convince Naruto, got the young Uzumaki a small apartment. Tsunade wanted to adopt him, but that fell under the jurisdiction of the Civilian Council, who made it their life's mission to make Naruto's life a living hell. Currently, Naruto was in his bedroom asleep in his bed. His life had gotten somewhat better when the Hokage got him his apartment. It wasn't much, but it was more than he ever had. There were 3 rooms, his bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, all of them being something that he appreciated when he started living here. Naruto woke up to the sunlight managing to find its way to his closed eyes. The young blonde rubbed his eyes and slowly got out of bed. He made his way to the bathroom where he proceeded to splash his face with cold water to effectively wake him up. He then went back into his bedroom and changed into his black shirt with a red spiral on it, and some forest green shorts. Ah, I'm hungry, Naruto mumbled as he walked into the kitchen and pulled out a bowl, some cereal, and a gallon of milk. After having a filling breakfast, Naruto then went out to his balcony and took in the fresh air. What a nice day. I think I'm gonna go and see how Gigi's doing. Naruto said as he ran back inside and put on his sandals before running out and locking the door behind him. Naruto then proceeded to run towards the Hokage tower where he knew the Hokage would be, especially since it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. I wonder if I can get him teach me some jutsu today. Naruto wondered as he walked down the street. He continued on his way until he felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He started to look around and saw that the people were either ignoring his existence, or glaring at him with pure hatred. Naruto just put on a smile and continued walking down the street. Deep down, those glares did affect him, but he had no other idea of how else to deal with it. However, today was going to change Naruto's life. As soon as he passed an alleyway, he was grabbed and pulled inside. Before he could scream out, he felt a pain on the back of his neck before everything went dark. Sometime later, Naruto groggily opened his eyes and saw that he was in a forested area tied to a wooden post. He looked around frantically and tried to get free of his bonds. "So you're awake," a voice said. Naruto turned his head to see a young man with black hair and dark eyes. He was dressed in a regular Chunin's attire and had nothing standing out. What do you want?" Naruto asked, afraid of what this man wanted from him. "I want my revenge. You killed a lot of my friends and I'm gonna avenge them," the Chunin said as he stalked forward, kunai in hand. But I didn't kill anybody," Naruto protested as he struggled harder. "Yes you did, you demon," the Chunin shouted, losing all of his composure. "You crushed hundreds of people with your paws and ate the remains. You almost destroyed the village and its people. I'm going to make sure that you never get the chance to do it again." "No. Please. I'm sorry." Naruto cried as he struggled harder, starting to get extremely desperate. The Chunin wore a malicious grin on his face as he raised his kunai in the air, ready to stab Naruto with it. Naruto closed his eyes tightly and felt a strange sensation in his right shoulder. He felt it rip apart painlessly and felt like a part of him was darting forward. He heard a gasp of pain and surprise before he opened his eyes and saw something that shocked him to the core. The Chunin was standing over him with the kunai raised, but that wasn't what shocked him. Coming out of the Chunin's chest were several crimson tendrils that were squiggling around. Naruto looked and saw that they were coming from where his shoulder was ripped off. The stitching was missing and his shoulder was about a foot away from where the rest of his arm was. "Demon!" The Chunin gasped as the tendrils started to move within him. Naruto stared in shock as something wrapped in the tendrils came out of the Chunin's chest while it was still beating. The Chunin then fell to the floor dead, but Naruto didn't know that yet. The object was then pulled into Naruto where his arm came back to the rest of his body. "Ayaha!" Naruto screamed as the weight of what had happened finally settled into his mind. He let loose a chakra pulse that covered the whole village. Hokage's office. "You should really make some law about Jiraiya's peeping habits," a blonde-haired woman with a green coat and gray clothing said. She had her hair in two pigtails and had her arms crossed underneath her impressive bust. She gave an annoyed stare into the Sandame's eyes with her honey-colored ones. Would love to Tsunade, but Jiraiya's books make a lot of money. Money that he uses to supply his spy network and himself. He also sends whatever he can spare to Konoha to help with our economy," Hiruzen said as he sighed. Tsunade huffed and said, "Why couldn't he have just stick to writing adventure stories? That first one was good even if it wasn't a bestseller." Before Hiruzen could reply, the chakra pulse reached his office. Both his and Tsunade's eyes widened as they recognized who the chakra belonged to. "Weasel, Mantis." The Sandame called out. Two ANBU in the aforementioned masks appeared before their Hokage and waited for his orders. "Follow us and make sure that there are no interruptions," Hiruzen ordered as he jumped out of his seat and leapt out the window, Tsunade following him in a heartbeat. Both ANBU jumped after them and tried to keep up. When they reached the source of the chakra pulse, Hiruzen's eyes widened and Tsunade gasped. Before them was a crying Naruto, still tied up to the post, and a dead Chunin at his feet. "Mantis, make sure that we aren't interrupted." "Weasel, stay for a moment," the Sandame ordered. Mantis vanished into the treetops and kept an watchful eye on the surrounding area. Hiruzen then shunshined over to Naruto and cut the ropes holding him in place. Tsunade rushed over to him and hugged him tightly as he cried into her shoulder. Tsunade began whispering comforting words into his ear until he cried himself to sleep. "Weasel, do you know who this is?" Hiruzen asked as he turned over the body of the dead Chunin. "Daichi Uchiha, not a member who stands out, but not weak either," Weasel said after taking a good look at the Chunin. Hiruzen sighed and called Tsunade over, Naruto still clutching to her in his sleep. Can you see if he still has his heart? Tsunade used her free hand to run a diagnostic jutsu on the body before pulling away. No, his heart's not there. All of the VNs connecting to it have been cleanly severed. Now I want you to check Naruto. I think that his Jiongu has activated, Hiruzen said. Tsunade nodded and started to check Naruto. After a couple minutes, she stopped the jutsu and faced the Sandame. The threads are moving erratically, trying to move the stolen heart to an area in Naruto's body where it will cause little discomfort, Tsunade explained. The Sandame sighed and said, bring him back to my office. Weasel, you go and summon Hayashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka to my office. Mantis, the ANBU appeared before him. If anyone asks about what happened, tell them that a new way to dispel genjutsu was being tested out before it went out. Speak nothing about what really happened here, the ANBU nodded before they disappeared again. The remaining 2 conscious people then leapt for the Hokage's office. After 5 minutes of waiting, Hayashi and Inoichi walked in with Weasel behind them. Weasel shut the door just as Hiruzen activated the privacy seals. Upon seeing Naruto clutching to Tsunade, Hayashi asked, what happened? Daichi Uchiha attempted to kill Naruto after abducting him. Hiruzen started before both clan heads let out a blast of Ki. Where is the bastard? He'll be brain dead when I'm through with him. Inoichi yelled. Hiruzen shook his head and said, he's dead. Naruto's Jiongu activated and stole his still beating heart. Hayashi was confused. Wouldn't his Sharingan warn him of any attack? I suspect that he didn't have it activated. Daichi only used his Sharingan on foes who he considered worthy, Weasel explained. A stroke of luck then, Hayashi said. I suppose that Naruto is in shock because he saw the heart being stolen? Inoichi asked. Hiruzen nodded and said, yes, I want you to enter his mind and try to help him get over it. He should never have to go through this at such a young age. Inoichi nodded and made a few hand seals before placing his hand on Naruto's forehead and closing his eyes. Naruto's mindscape. Inoichi opened his eyes and saw that he was standing in what appeared to be a dimly lit sewer. This isn't as bad as I thought it would be, the Yamanaka head thought as he looked around. The appearance of Naruto's mind was a little disturbing to him though since it reflected how Naruto felt. His own mind was a nice and peaceful forest, and his daughter Ino's was a field of flowers. Naruto's mind only showed that he was lonely and depressed. Inoichi then decided to walk deeper into Naruto's mind in order to find him. After what felt like an eternity of walking, he reached a giant cage that had a piece of paper on it with the kanji 4 seal on it. Is this what I think it is? Inoichi thought as he peered inside. He was met with a giant red eye that lazily stared at him. You're not my jailer, a booming voice said as Inoichi realized what he was seeing. Keikyubi, Inoichi gasped as he saw the bijou fully illuminated behind the cage. The only thing that confused him was the fact that he only had 5 tails and what appeared to be the stump of a 6th. I know what you're wondering, what happened to my tails, right? Kyubi asked, to which Inoichi just dumbly nodded. Remember the night I attacked? When your Hokage used that kenjutsu to save the boy, it drew upon my chakra when you and your allies ran out. Let me tell you, I was left with 2 tails worth of chakra. Why are you being so civil with me? Inoichi asked. Kyubi snorted and said, because right now, you're the only one who can make sure that my jailer doesn't become a brain-dead idiot. If you want to find him, he's down that hallway. Kyubi pointed a claw in the direction Naruto's consciousness had retreated to. Thank you, Inoichi said as he began walking down the hallway. The Kyubi said nothing as he watched the Yamanaka go to help his Jinchuriki. Inoichi walked down the white hallway until he reached a door. Seeing that it was the only way to go, he opened the door and was blinded by a bright light. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was at one of the training grounds. This must be where Naruto was taken to before, Inoichi mused as he walked and saw the events that happened when Naruto was abducted. Inoichi was then blinded by a bright light before he saw that the events were repeating themselves over and over again. Having enough of this, the Yamanaka head walked towards Naruto and cut the ropes holding him in place, stopping the memory. Who are you? Naruto asked, shivering in fear. Inoichi, seeing how frightened he was, knelt down in front of him and gave him a friendly smile. My name is Inoichi Yamanaka, and I came into your mind to help you. And me? Naruto was confused. This stranger wanted to help him. Most strangers just hated him for no reason at all. Yes, I understand that you are feeling very scared right now, Inoichi said. I killed someone, Naruto said as he began shaking again. Inoichi sighed and said, yes you did, and you're never going to get over it. But you have to understand, if you didn't defend yourself, you would have been either seriously hurt or dead. Naruto stared at him in shock as he continued, people never get over their first kill, but you have to find a way to move on. People make hobbies to try and do it. A person I know is always late to any meeting, do you know why? Naruto shook his head. Because that's how he copes with his problems. I think I understand what you're saying, Naruto said. Inoichi smiled and said, good, now how about we go back to the real world? The Hokage's very worried about you. And I know you have some questions for him. Naruto nodded and Inoichi placed his hand on his forehead and both of them closed their eyes. Sandame's office. Both of the male blondes opened their eyes to see that they were back in the Hokage's office. Naruto looked and saw Hiruzen speaking with the blonde woman that found him when he was alone, a person with white eyes, and a teenager in a mask. We're gone for 5 minutes and you forget about us already? Inoichi asked as he gained the attention of everyone in the room. Naruto-kun. Hiruzen shouted as he appeared next to his surrogate grandson. Hi Gigi. Naruto said as he gave the old man a hug. He then released the Hokage and saw that the blonde woman before she scooped him up in a bone-crushing hug. You're alright, the woman cried as she continued to smother Naruto. Breathing. Naruto gasped out as his face turned blue. The woman realized that she was choking him and quickly let go. Naruto took a deep breath and got his breathing back under control. Hi pretty lady. I'm sorry I don't know your name, Naruto said. Tsunade chuckled and said, my name's Tsunade, don't you remember me? I was the one who found you when you were living in the alleyway. Naruto scrunched up his face in thought for a moment before saying, I think I remember you, you look familiar. Thank you for helping me get a home. Naruto, Hiruzen started, do you want to talk about what happened earlier? Hearing this, Naruto's face fell, yeah, what were those things coming out of my arm? Hiruzen sighed and said, to explain it clearly, I would have to talk about the day of your birth. We had just survived the Kyuubi attack and were recovering. We had discovered an enemy spy who was attempting to leave Konoha with the information that we were at our weakest. We had him on the run before he picked you up from one of my shinobi who was taking you to the hospital and used you as a hostage. We had confronted him and made a deal, you would be released and the ninja would go free. However, he had sliced you where your stitching was before dropping you and attempting to flee, but an ANBU was able to kill him. In order to save you, I was forced to use a kinjutsu that the Shodame stole from Takigakure Whe they attempted to assassinate him. What kind of jutsu? Naruto asked. It's known as Jiongu, it makes you the host of thread-like tendrils and gives you a wide range of powerful abilities, Hiruzen said. So when I become a ninja, I'll be a super ninja? Naruto asked, sparkles in his eyes. Everyone, except Weasel, chuckled at his statement. Hiruzen said, well, you'll be a strong ninja. Just think of yourself as someone who holds a unique Kekkei Genkai. So what can I do with Jin, whatever it's called? Naruto asked. It's called Jiongu. Jiongu. And you can do whatever you want with the tendril since they respond to either your will, or they can act automatically when you're in danger, Hiruzen said. Wow. Can it do anything else? Naruto was bouncing on his feet now. The Sandaime sighed and said, "There's one more thing that was listed in the scroll, but I don't know if you'll like it." "Why not? Is it really bad?" Naruto asked, getting a little scared now. "No, it's just that you might be disturbed by this," Hiruzen said before explaining the last part of Jiongu. "You can take the hearts of your enemies and steal all of their abilities and elemental nature. Like I did before?" Naruto whispered. "Yes, but this part of the ability has a positive effect for you," Hiruzen said. Naruto looked at him in confusion. What would be good about taking people's hearts? "By stealing people's hearts, you can become like a cat, meaning that you will have multiple lives," Hiruzen explained. "So, I could still live even if I die?" Naruto asked. "Yes, but you will have to sacrifice a heart in the process. So you will want to be careful and try not to lose all your hearts," Hiruzen said. Naruto then looked at him and smiled, "So can you teach me how to use it?" Hiruzen smiled at Naruto's attitude and said, "Of course, that was what I wanted to do after I told you about this. And these people in the room are going to help you today." Naruto turned and saw Hayashi observing him before he jumped behind Tsunade and screamed. "AHH! It's another man with scary white eyes." "Another?" was the thought that went through the heads of most of the room's occupants. "Naruto, when did you see someone with scary white eyes?" Hiruzen asked, sending an apologetic look at Hayashi who waved it off. "It was when I went to the park last week," Naruto started. "I am Nechan was sick so Ichiraku's was closed for the day. I turned the corner and bumped into a man with those eyes. He demanded that I apologize, and when I said that he was the one who bumped me, he poked me in the arm and I couldn't move it. I went to yell at him and his eyes grew big and he glared at me before I ran back home." "Well, it seems like Naruto didn't have a good first meeting with the Hyuga clan," Inoichi said. Hayashi sighed and knelt down to Naruto's level. "I hold no ill will against you, Uzumaki-san. I can understand that members of my clan can be difficult at times. I will take care of the issue when I find out who it was that attacked you." Naruto stared at Hayashi for a moment before saying, "Okay. But I have a question, how are you going to help me with my Jiongu? My clan possesses a Kekkai Genkai called the Byakugan. It allows us to see a person's chakra network and it lets us see far away and through objects," Hayashi explained. "What about him?" Naruto asked, pointing at Weasel. "You may remove your mask," the Sandaime said. Weasel reached up and took his mask off, revealing himself to the group. He had dark eyes like Daichi and had lines running down the bridge of his nose. "This is Itachi Uchiha, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan," Hiruzen said. "So he's going to use his Sharingan?" Tsunade asked. "What's that?" Naruto asked as he listened. Hiruzen turned to the young blonde and said, "The Sharingan, like the Byakugan, is a Kekkai Genkai that is associated with the eyes. It allows the user to see chakra, cast powerful genjutsus, and predict someone's movements. A more noticeable feature of the Sharingan is that it can copy any ninjutsu it sees, as long as it isn't associated with anyone else's Kekkai Genkai." "That sounds almost as cool as Jiongu," Naruto said. "Almost?" Itachi raised an eyebrow at this. "Well, if I took the heart of someone who had just that you can't copy, that would make me better than you, right?" Naruto asked. Everyone was shocked. He had figured out the one thing that he could do that the Sharingan couldn't. Itachi chuckled and said, "Yes, that would make you better than me. Now let's get started." "Naruto, come here," Hiruzen said, beckoning Naruto to him. Naruto jogged over and stood before the Hokage. "First, we're going to have you access your chakra." Hiruzen started as Hayashi and Itachi activated their Byakugan/Sharingan to observe the blonde Jinchuriki. "How do I do that?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen thought of the best way to word it for the boy. "Do you feel a warm feeling in your gut?" Naruto nodded. "You need to try to grab that feeling and pull it to the surface. Try to make it flow through you. It becomes easier if you put your hands into this seal. He showed Naruto the ram seal. After correcting his mistakes in making the seal, Naruto attempted to draw out his chakra. He felt that warm feeling like the Hokage said and tried to pull it to the surface. The problem was that because he was a Jinchuriki, he had far more chakra than a normal person his age, so it was like pulling a boulder out of a hole meant for a pebble. Come out already. Naruto growled as he pulled harder. Surprisingly, that thought somehow made Naruto able to drag his chakra to the surface. When he finally got it out, Hayashi and Itachi had to turn off their Dojutsu because they weren't expecting there to be so much chakra. What's wrong? Tsunade asked as she saw both males rub their eyes. Ugh, I wasn't expecting so much chakra. It merely disoriented me for a moment, Hayashi said. As am I, Itachi said as he blinked rapidly to get the spots out of his vision. Sorry? Naruto said, uncertain of what to do. There's no need for apologies, Naruto-san, Itachi said. Indeed, we just didn't expect you to have so much chakra, Hayashi put his 2 cents in. Is that a good thing? Naruto asked. It's a very good thing. A ninja who has more chakra is able to perform more jutsu, maybe more powerful ones, Hiruzen said. Ha! I knew I was awesome. Naruto cheered. It's Kushina with Minato's looks, were the thoughts of everyone except Itachi. Once Naruto calmed down, Hiruzen then tried to get him to do the next lesson. Now that you've got access to your chakra, we should try to get you to control your Jiongu to some degree, Hiruzen said. But I don't think that it would be a good idea to try it here. Why not? I'm ready to go, Naruto declared. Hiruzen chuckled at the blonde's enthusiasm and said, that's why we have training grounds. Tsunade, can you take over trying to get his Jiongu activated? I'm afraid I can't since I'm behind on my work. Hiruzen glared at the pile of paperwork that was mocking him with its height. Tsunade sighed and said, alright sensei, I'll tell you about our progress later. You men follow me to training ground 27. She then grabbed Naruto's shoulder and vanished in a shunshin. The rest of them followed, leaving Hiruzen alone. He then pulled out a little orange book and flipped it to a certain page before giggling pervertedly. Oh Kanoko-chan, you're so dirty. Training ground 27. Tsunade appeared in a puff of smoke with a stumbling Naruto. Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick, Naruto ran over to a bush where he proceeded to introduce the shrub to his eaten breakfast. Tsunade's sweat dropped and thought, maybe I should have just jumped here instead. You alright Gaki? Why yeah, that was just uncomfortable, Naruto said as he leaned on a tree for support. I remember when Jiraiya-sensei taught us the shunshin. Minato was the only one who was able to keep his lunch down the longest, Hayashi said as he and the other appeared behind Tsunade. So how am I gonna do this? Naruto said as he recovered. Well, Tsunade started as she pulled out a small scroll, opened it, and began to read from it. First you have to gain control of the tendrils that are in your body. So just close your eyes and try to feel them as they move throughout you. Naruto did as instructed and after a few minutes of concentrating, he opened his eyes and voiced his frustrations. I can't feel anything. It's just not there, Naruto complained. Try fluctuating your chakra, Itachi said as he activated his Sharingan. Naruto just gave him a funny look, not understanding what he wanted him to do. Itachi, realizing his mistake, said, what I want you to do is, make your chakra move around wildly to try and get a reaction out of the Jiongu. Naruto nodded his head and closed his eyes. This time he made his chakra move around in an erratic manner before he felt it start to move to his right forearm. His arm then felt a little numb and heard a few gasps. He opened his eyes to see that several tendrils were moving in and out of his forearm without leaving any sort of mark that they had emerged when they went back in. Awesome! Naruto shouted as he saw his progress. I didn't expect him to do it so quickly, Inoichi said. He's just like Minato, able to get the gist of any technique in only a few tries. Hayashi thought as he watched Naruto make his tendrils dance through the air, making shapes or animals. I think I've got the hang of this, Naruto said. Well, you can use what sensei wrote down as the basic control, Tsunade said as she read the scroll. When you have a better control over it and are a little older, you can start on some of the complicated stuff. Ah, I want to work on it now, Naruto whined. Yet, he's got Kushina's attitude. Always wanting to do the hard stuff right away, Hayashi thought, silently chuckling to himself. I think that you've done enough work for today, now how about I treat you to some ramen? Tsunade said the magic words. Ramen! Naruto yelled as he clung to Tsunade's leg. To Ichiraku's. Alright. Just get off. Tsunade yelled. Konoha 5 years after Kyuubi attack. Naruto sighed as he leaned against the tree he was using as a target. The bark was littered with slash marks and punctures, like a bunch of other trees that were in the area. He was working hard mastering his Jiongu and making new ways to fight with it. He had made a bunch of new attacks to use, especially with his new ability. He remembered when the Hokage helped him learn this new part of the Jiongu. Flashback 3 months ago. Ah, Naruto-kun, I was expecting you, Hiruzen said as he saw the blonde walk inside. You were? Naruto asked as he entered. Hiruzen smiled and said, yes, I was wondering if you would like to learn another ability of the Jiongu. Don't you know me by now, Gigi? Of course I want to learn a new ability. Naruto shouted as he practically bounced off the walls. Hiruzen chuckled and said, excellent, we'll leave for my personal training area in a few minutes. Why? Why don't we just go now? Naruto asked. I've been signing a lot of papers today and my hands are a little numb. I would like to have some feeling in them before we start training, Hiruzen said as he glared at the pile of finished paperwork. Okay, there was something I had to tell you anyway, Naruto said as he took a seat. What is it? Hiruzen asked. Naruto pulled back the sleeve of his right arm and showed the sandaime that there was stitching in the middle of his forearm. What happened? Hiruzen asked, thinking that Naruto was attacked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and explained, well, I was thinking about the abilities of my Jiongu and remembered that I could extend my limbs at the stitching. So I was thinking that it would be really cool if I could shoot my arm out at someone. When I tried to do it with my original stitching, it felt really uncomfortable. But then I felt my arm getting tingly and saw that this was happening. Incredible, I thought that you had to be cut for the process to happen, Hiruzen said. Can you make it go back to normal? I mean, can you make that arm normally attached without the stitching? Yeah, but it takes a lot of focus and makes me really tired when I do that, so I decided to leave it there and only take it away when I'm on vacation or something, Naruto said. It's probably his Uzumaki genes or the Kyuubi, the sandaime thought. The scroll didn't say anything about this sort of thing. Naruto, Hiruzen began, you never cease to amaze me. Let's go, this technique is something that I know you're gonna love. Hiruzen then led Naruto to the Hokage's personal training grounds, which was in a cave behind the tower underneath the Hokage monument. There was a waterfall inside the cave and an area filled with weaponry. Wow! Naruto shouted as he saw the training field. Indeed it is very impressive, Hiruzen said. The Shodaime and Nidaime created this training field for all Hokages and their personal apprentices to use. Does this mean that the Yondaime trained here? Naruto asked. The Yondaime was his idol, so he was excited to be in an area where the Yondaime trained. Hiruzen went to answer, but found himself at a loss for words. Now that I think about it, the Yondaime only trained here twice. Rumor was it that he had a secret training ground, but nobody knows where it is. Now, before we start on your Jiongu, I'm going to teach you a D-rank Katan Jutsu, Hiruzen said. You're going to teach me a jutsu? Naruto cried in disbelief. Yes, because you're going to need at least one jutsu for this new ability of the Jiongu, Hiruzen explained. Now this jutsu isn't really that big of an attack, but it's the only one I've got that you probably won't hurt yourself with. But if you do hurt yourself, it won't be too bad. So what's the jutsu? Naruto asked, paying close attention. Hiruzen then started to explain the jutsu. The hand seals are Uma, Inu, and Tora. He made the hand seals and took a deep breath before shouting, Katan, fire bullet jutsu. He shot out a small fireball the size of a tennis ball that impacted against the waterfall, making it steam a little. Wow! Naruto shouted in amazement. In order to do this jutsu correctly, you have to gather chakra in your lungs and mold it into the shape of the fire bullet. Then you take a deep breath and exhale the air after it mixes with your chakra. When you are exhaling, you have to change your chakra into fire, Hiruzen explained. Okay. Naruto cried as he made the hand seals and took in a deep breath. After mixing his chakra, he exhaled while shouting, Katan, fire bullet jutsu. But instead of a fireball coming out, he coughed out a cloud of smoke. Hiruzen just laughed as Naruto ran over to the small lake and began to take big gulps of water. After about 27 tries, Naruto was able to perform the jutsu correctly. The Sanday made him do it several more times so he could get used to the chakra flow. Now we're going to make an advancement with your Jiongu, Hiruzen said as he pulled out a sealing scroll. So what am I gonna learn? Naruto asked. Hiruzen chuckled at his enthusiasm and said, You're going to use the Jiongu to make your hearts fight for you. Huh? Naruto didn't understand what he was saying. The Sandaime sighed and said, You can make the threads come out and make a body for the heart you stole to fight alongside you. I still don't get it, Naruto said as he scratched the side of his head. Hiruzen then tried to explain it though another approach, pull off your arm and have a bunch of threads come out. Naruto did as instructed and a fair amount of threads came out and formed a sphere the size of the hat Hiruzen was wearing. Now, can you feel your second heart? Naruto nodded. Try to move it into that sphere. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt the heart within his body and willed the threads to move it. He could feel the heart as it went up his arm and towards where his arm detached. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the heart, still covered in crimson threads, as it was absorbed by the sphere. The sphere then shuddered as he began to detach from Naruto and it fell to the floor in a quivering mess. Did I do something wrong? Naruto asked as he started to worry. No, what you need to do now is place your hand on the threads and make the heart go into a mask after I place it on the threads, I'll explain afterwards, Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded and waited for the Hokage to pull out the mask. The Sandaime opened the scroll and pushed some chakra into it, making a mask pop out. It was a fox mask with red markings on it. The mask also had a movable jaw that was filled with sharp teeth. Hiruzen placed the mask on the mass of threads and Naruto placed his hand next to it. Naruto directed the heart to go into the mask, and removed his hand once he felt that the process was done. Now you should have the threads take the shape of whatever animal you want, Hiruzen said. Though, you should have it take the shape of a fox since that's the mask we put on it. Naruto nodded again and focused. The threads began to squirm around before they started to take shape. After a few moments, standing before them was a mass of crimson threads in the shape of a nine-tailed fox. It had rabbit-like ears that were curved, and the fox mask that was placed on it moments before. Wow! I didn't know I could do that. Naruto exclaimed as he watched the construct as it stood there like a statue. It's a special ability that the Jiongu is capable of, Hiruzen began. You can animate the threads that your stolen hearts reside in so they can assist you in battle. However, it can only use the element of the heart that is inside it. This just makes me even more awesome. Naruto shouted as he ran around his new construct. Though I have to ask, why make it look like the Kyuubi? Hiruzen asked, getting a little nervous. Simple, I want it to look scary. That way my enemies will be too busy being afraid and I'll be able to beat them up. Naruto told him. Hiruzen sighed, he should have known that that was the reason. End flashback. Naruto had learned to perform his jutsu though it was very hard to do. He failed at it many times until he was able to get the jutsu to work correctly. He currently had the mask stitched to his mask by a long line that went across the upper portion of his back towards his right shoulder. Of course, he was forced to go through a small wardrobe change because of his new additions. Thankfully, Hiruzen had his personal tailor make the clothes for the blonde. He was now wearing a specially made vest that left his back bare so his masked creature could get out faster. It was black with a red swirl on his chest and dark orange flames on the bottom of the vest. To cover up his mask and stitching, he wore a black trench coat that had a belt tied at the waist. He was wearing black ninja pants with ANBU shin guards attached to them. On his feet were his blue sandals. Naruto decided to take a walk through the forest and enjoy the relaxing breeze. As Naruto walked through the forest, he could see the shapes of some people that were in the distance. As he crept closer, he could hear what they were saying. "So you're a member of the Hyuga clan?" a male voice said. Naruto got closer and saw 3 boys about 2 years older than him surrounding a little girl that was his age. He couldn't get a good view of her, but she appeared to have dark blue hair and was dressed in some formal robes. "Why yes, I am," a soft, timid voice, probably the girl's, replied. "Oh, do you gonna think that we're not worthy of your attention?" a second male asked. No, I didn't say that." The girl trailed off. "Hey guys, let's show her that we're better than her stuck-up clan," the first male's voice suggested. "Yeah," the other 2 agreed. The next thing Naruto knew, they were pushing the small girl around. Stop it," the girl cried. But alas, her peas fell on deaf ears. "That's enough," Naruto said as he stepped into the clearing. The boys stopped harassing the girl and let her fall to the floor. She looked up to see her savior, but Naruto wasn't looking at her yet. He would do so when he was sure that these bullies were going to leave. "Hey, this is the kid my parents said to stay away from," the third bully said. "Yeah, mine said that he was a demon in disguise," the first one whispered. "Demon? But he looks like a regular person," the girl thought as she stared at Naruto. "If you have to pick on someone younger than you, then you are really pathetic," Naruto said. This angered the boys and the leader stepped forward. "Come on guys, there's one of him and 3 of us, we can take him." "Yeah. You're right." The 3 of them then charged Naruto. Naruto sighed and said, "Just because there's more of you, it doesn't mean that you'll win." Then he got to work cleaning up the garbage. He grabbed the fist of the first bully that came flying towards him and threw him over his shoulder. He sidestepped the second bully and tripped him before he ducked under the third one's punch and elbowed him in the gut, making him double over in pain. "You're outclassed, get out of here," Naruto said as he glared at them. "If I see you bullying anyone else again, then we're going to have problems." With that, the 3 bullies scrambled to their feet and ran away. Naruto then turned to the girl to see her watching him in awe. "You okay?" Naruto asked as the cold look faded from his eyes to be replaced with a caring blue. Now that he was sure that the bullies had left, he was able to get a good look at her. She was around his age with blue hair that was in a Heim-style cut that had 2 bangs framing her face. Her eyes were an attractive color of lavender that reminded Naruto of the moon. "Why yes," the girl squeaked as she got out of her stupor, blushing red. Naruto just raised an eyebrow at her antics before shaking his head and extending a hand. "Let me help you up," Naruto said. "Oh. Thank you," the girl said as she took his hand as he gently pulled her up. She dusted off her robes before bowing to Naruto. Thank you for saving me," she said. Naruto just waved her off and said, "It's no problem, I couldn't just let them push around someone. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, what's your name?" "My name is Hinata Hi Hyuga," Hinata said. "Hyuga? Where have I heard that name before?" Naruto wondered. "It's one of the most prestigious clans in Keikonoha," Hinata said. "Now I remember. I met that Hayashi guy in Gigi's office last year. Naruto realized. You met Tusama? Hinata asked. That was your dad? Wow, small world, Naruto said. I guess so, Hinata said. Hey, Naruto began, do you want to be my friend? Why yes, would love to be your FR friend Naruto-san, Hinata said with a small smile and blush. Don't call me san dash, it makes me feel old, Naruto said. Hinata looked down and said, I'm so sorry. Would you like me to call you Naruto-kun? Yeah. That sounds better. Naruto said with a grin. Hinata-sama. Get away from him. Naruto turned around just in time to get a open palm slap to the stomach, sending him flying. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was a young man with brown hair spiked backwards. He was wearing a black kimono and had the bulging eyes of the Byakugan. Seeing that he was out of his league, Naruto leapt to his feet and ran away. Ko-san. Why did you do that? He helped me when some BB bullies were bothering me. Hinata cried. Don't be fooled by its lies, Hinata-sama. That thing was trying to let you lower your guard so it could harm you, Ko said as he began to pull the young girl away, despite her protests. Hyuga compound. As soon as Hinata was brought home, she ran to the garden where she knew her mother would be. Her mother would know what to do, she was really smart about things like this. Inside the Hyuga garden, Hitomi was sitting on a bench rubbing her slightly bulged stomach. She was already 3 months pregnant with her second child. Keika-chan. Hinata cried as she ran towards her mother. Hinata-chan? Hitomi was surprised to see her daughter in such a state. The young girl leapt into her mother's lap and clung to her robes tightly. What's wrong, my dear? Was Keiko-san. He attacked a boy who saved me fr from some BB bullies, Hinata said as she clung even tighter. Ko did what? Hitomi screamed. Hayashi came running out a minute later, having heard his wife scream. What happened? Hayashi huffed. Our wonderful bodyguard for Hinata decided to save her from a harmless boy that had saved her from some ruffians, Hitomi said. Hinata, can you tell us about what happened? Hayashi asked. So Hinata told her the story of how she was rescued from some bullies by Naruto, only for him to be attacked by Ko when they were talking. Hayashi, having heard enough, got up and went to search for Ko. After a branch member brought Ko to his office, Hayashi looked him straight in the eye. Good evening, Ko, Hayashi greeted. Good evening, Hayashi-sama, Ko greeted back. How was your walk through the village with Hinata today? The Hyuga head asked. It was fine, I kept her away from all trouble, Ko told him. Hayashi quirked an eyebrow and said, Really? Because I heard a different story. He then sent Ko a harsh glare and said, She said that you both got separated and told me how she was assaulted by some ruffians when she was in the forest. And I defended her from the threat, Ko said. Did you now? Hayashi asked in a sarcastic tone. She told me that she was rescued from 3 boys 2 years older than her by a young boy. A young boy that you assaulted without warning. There wasn't a group there, just a boy that was harassing her, Ko said, spitting out the word boy like it was a poison. Hayashi just sent him a glare and said, So I should just disregard what my daughter told me and believe you instead, correct? That thing probably made an illusion to try and gain her trust before it Ko said. Enough. Hayashi yelled, I will not sit here and let you lie to my face. But I am not lying, Hayashi-sama. Ko protested. I have met the Uzumaki boy and have seen that he is a well-mannered boy when he meets his superiors unless they allow him to do otherwise, Hayashi said. I've seen that he has pure intentions for the village, a village that spits on the sacrifice the yondaime made. Before Ko could say anything, Hayashi said to him, Tomorrow you will accompany me, my wife, and Hinata to Uzumaki-san's apartment, where you will apologize for your behavior against him. Maybe if you spend some time with him you will see how wrong the village is when they speak about him. With that, Hayashi dismissed Ko. The younger Hyuga could only walk out of his office in mild shock. He was going to spend tomorrow with that thing. Tomorrow Naruto's apartment. Naruto sat at his table as he finished making his breakfast. A bowl of ninja flakes and a nice cold glass of fresh milk that he bought from the store. He was too lazy to change into his regular clothes right away, so he just sat there in his pajamas. I wonder if I'll see that Hinata girl again, Naruto thought as he ate another spoonful of cereal. He was shaken out of his thoughts by the sound of someone knocking at the door, making him narrow his eyes in suspicion. Only 3 people knew where he lived. The Hokage, Tsunade, and her apprentice Shizune, and they never visited him in the morning. So he slowly crept towards the door and had his threads out and formed them into a blade. "Who is it?" Naruto asked. He wanted to make sure if it was someone he knew. "And Naruto-kun?" It's me, Hinata," he heard. Naruto took a small peek outside through his door and saw that it was indeed the Hyuga girl from yesterday. But behind her were 3 people. He recognized Hayashi and the Hyuga that he had the pleasure of meeting yesterday, but he didn't know who the woman was. Naruto thought that it was Hinata's mother since she had the same hair color as the girl. "Give me a minute," Naruto called out as he rushed back towards his room and changed his clothes in record time. After adjusting his trenchcoat, he went back to the front and opened the door. "Oh, hello again Hinata-chan, Hayashi-sama, Hyuga team, ma'am," Naruto greeted with a smile. Ko was fuming at his new title, but it appeared that nobody else was bothered by it. "You deserve it," Hitomi thought while grinning internally. "Come on in, I was just about to have breakfast," Naruto said as he walked back inside, his guests following him in, though Ko was a bit reluctant, until Hayashi sent him a look. "Do you guys want anything?" "All I've got is ninja flakes and ramen," Naruto asked as he walked towards his refrigerator. "No thank you Naruto-san, we've already had breakfast," Hitomi said. "Oh, okay," Naruto said as he turned around and sat in his chair. "So why did you come over?" "I mean, I'm not the type of person to get so many visitors, especially in the morning. Ko here has something that he would like to say to you," Hayashi said as he gave Ko a look that said, "Be nice or we'll have problems." Ko took a deep breath. He couldn't believe that he was going to do this. "I am sorry for attacking you yesterday Uzumaki-san, I thought that you were attacking Hinata-sama, not helping her." Naruto shook his head and said, "It's fine, you were just doing your job like I was when I saw her being bothered by those jerks." "And what would your job be?" Hitomi asked. "If I'm gonna be Hokage one day, I have to make sure that there's no more bullying. It's not a nice thing to do, Dadabayo," Naruto said. "Why you want to be Hokage?" Hinata asked. "Yeah. The Hokage's the strongest person in the village, so that's a place for me," Naruto told her. Hayashi was in deep thought for a moment before suggesting, "Hinata, why don't you and Naruto go and walk through the village for the day?" "Are really Sama?" Hinata asked, shocked that he would allow this. Hayashi nodded and said, "You should take the time to get to know your new friend." Thank you Sama." Hinata stammered out as she went to the front to put her sandals on. Naruto stared at Hayashi for a while before asking, "Can you lock the door on your way out?" "Of course," Hayashi said. "Okay," Naruto said as he went to put his sandals on. He then rushed back into his room and placed Gamachan in his back pocket before he left with Hinata. "Ko," Hayashi started, "in order for you to get a better understanding of Naruto, you will tail them and will not interfere with anything unless they are being harmed by civilians or drunken shinobi." Ko looked appalled for a moment before nodding and rushing after the 2 children. "Are you sure that's a good idea Hayashi-kun?" Hitomi asked. "It's the best one I can think of at the moment," Hayashi said. Training Ground 27. Naruto had led the Hyuga heiress towards his personal training grounds. Ko had followed them and was wondering what Naruto was up to. "En Naruto-kun, why are we here?" Hinata asked. "This is my personal training grounds," Naruto stated as he waved his arms out. "Why we're here is because I want to show you something." What is it?" Hinata asked. "Can you keep it a secret?" Naruto asked. "Why yes, I can," Hinata said. "I'm gonna show you my special jutsu, it's something that I got after I was born," Naruto explained. What kind of J-jutsu?" Hinata asked. "A kinjutsu." Naruto then went and told her the same story the Sandaime told him when he first discovered the Jiongu. By the time he was finished, Hinata was at tears and hugged him saying that nobody had to go through that. Can I see it?" Hinata asked. "Sure." Naruto replied as he pulled back the sleeve of his right arm and revealed his detachable limb. He then pulled off his forearm and Hinata watched in amazement as the crimson threads came out and stayed connected to the limb. Hinata then reached out and took a small amount of threads into her hands. "It's so soft, like silk," Hinata said in amazement as she continued to observe the material. She then began to giggle as a stray thread danced past her ear, lightly grazing it. "What's up?" Naruto asked as he heard her giggle. Hinata blushed for a moment before saying, nothing, it just tickled me a little." Naruto then had a playful grin on his face as he thought of something fun to do. "So you're ticklish, huh?" "Why yes, I am terribly ticklish," Hinata said, not seeing his grin. "Why do you ask?" "Oh no reason, just thought that you might enjoy this." Naruto shouted as he sent his tendrils towards the smaller girl as they began running across her skin. Hinata's eyes went wide before she burst out laughing. "Naha Haruto ho ho. Ha ha ha. Please. It's too much. From what I can tell, you're enjoying this," Naruto said as he took off her sandals and began to scribble his fingers over his feet, making her voice go up another octave. "Ahahaha. Plihahahasi stahahop. I kahan tahahake at animahahor." Hinata laughed as she flailed her arms and legs in an attempt to get free. Thinking that she had enough, Naruto let her go and retracted his tendrils. Hinata laid there on the floor taking deep breaths, her face flushed a bright pink. "So, did you have fun?" Naruto asked. Fun?" Hinata asked. "Yeah, you looked like you needed to smile a bit more, so I discovered the perfect way to get you to do so," Naruto said as he gave her a fox-like grin. Hinata looked at him before giving him a small smile. "Why yes, I had a little fun." Naruto grinned and said, "Good, because I have another part of my Jiongu that I want to show you." What is it?" Hinata asked. Naruto said nothing as he undid the belt that was tied around his trench coat and shrugged it off, revealing the mask that was stitched to his back. Hinata put her hands to her mouth and gasped in shock. "Don't worry, this is part of it," Naruto then explained to her how he was able to use the hearts to make creatures to assist him in battle. "Let me show you." Naruto then put his hands in the Tora seal and said, "Jiongu, activate." The part on his back with the mask began to pulse before the stitching came undone and the mask leapt off with a mass of crimson tendrils attached to it. Once it hit the ground it took the shape of a nine-tailed fox. That's amazing," Hinata said as she watched the fox stand there. "Yeah. I can also make it use any fire jutsu I know," Naruto said. "Why only fire jutsu?" Hinata asked. "Because that's the elemental affinity this heart has," Naruto told her. Naruto then looked at the sky and saw that was around noon. That meant that it was lunchtime. Of course, it also didn't help that his stomach decided to voice its own opinion, making a large growling noise. Naruto blushed in embarrassment as Hinata giggled at him. "Does someone want to laugh some more?" Naruto asked with a mischievous grin as he waved his tendrils through the air. Hinata giggled a little as she stepped back. That's not any necessary," Hinata said. Naruto chuckled and said, let's go and get some lunch. Do you like ramen? I haven't had it before, Hinata said as she poked her fingers together. When she didn't hear Naruto say anything, she looked up at him to see that he had a shocked look on his face. You've never had ramen? Naruto asked. Hinata just meekly nodded and Naruto let out a scream of horror before he took her hand into his own and began racing towards Ichiraku's. After he got his fire heart back into his body. Eep, was all Hinata could say as she was forced to follow Naruto into the village. Ko was silently following them while trying to prevent himself from rushing the boy. After racing into the village, Naruto stopped in front of the ramen stand and yelled inside. Old man Ichiraku. We've got an emergency. Naruto yelled. Tucci ran out to see Naruto with a panting Hinata next to him. What is it? Did the Hokage limit you to only eating one bowl? Tucci asked in horror. Worse. Naruto cried. She has never had ramen in her life. Tucci looked at Hinata with some horror written on his face. We need a bowl of miso ramen now. With that, he rushed back into the kitchen, leaving the two kids alone at the booth. After 3 minutes of waiting, Tucci brought out a steaming bowl of ramen and placed it in front of Hinata. She picked up her chopsticks and took a small amount of the noodles into her mouth and swallowed. Her eyes lit up and she began to eat more of them at a faster pace. This is delicious. Hinata exclaimed softly. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and said, Thank Kami, you were suffering from a severe case of ramen deprivation. I don't think that's a real thing, Hinata said. Of course it is. Nobody can survive without ramen. Naruto said. But I haven't eaten ramen and I'm fine, Hinata pointed out. Naruto put on a thinking expression and said, but you can't live without a delicious food like ramen. See cinnamon BB buns are delicious to me, Hinata said. Everyone has weird tastes, Naruto said as he went back to devouring 2 bowls at once. After they had lunch, Naruto decided to take Hinata back home. She had to lead the way of course since he had no idea where she lived. Upon reaching the Hyuga compound, the Geds kept an eye on Naruto while he and Hinata said goodbye. Hey Hinata, Naruto began, are you going to join the academy next year? Why yes, I am going to train to become a ninja, the young Hyuga said. Great. Maybe we'll be in the same class, Naruto said. I would like that very much, Hinata said as she poked her fingers together. Well, see you around Hinata. Naruto said. The young Hyuga walked back into her compound and Naruto walked back to his apartment. Ko leapt down from the trees with a thoughtful expression on his face. He entered Hayashi's study where the man was waiting for him. I trust that there were no problems? Hayashi asked. Ko shook his head and said, No Hayashi-sama, Hinata-sama seemed to enjoy her time with Uzumaki-san. Hayashi nodded and asked, Have you seen how the rumors about Naruto-san aren't true? Yes, I even saw that he has a kenjutsu of his own, Ko said. You must never speak about it until Naruto-san makes it known to others, Hayashi said. There are people in this village who would do anything to get their hands on him if they knew. I understand Hayashi-sama, Ko said. Konoha 5 months later. A 6-year-old Naruto jumped out of bed earlier than usual with a big smile on his face. And why wouldn't he? Today was the day he starts attending the academy. A place where he could meet people his age, hopefully they wouldn't glare at him like all the adults would. While he was still friends with Hinata, he wanted to make more friends and expand his social life. Naruto inhaled his breakfast and put on his clothes in record time. He made extra sure that his trench coat would hide all his stitches so nobody would ask questions. Before he walked out the door, he remembered the conversation he had with the Hokage last week. Flashback Sandame's office. You wanted to see me, Gigi? Naruto asked as he sat down in the chair across from Hiruzen. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen confirmed. You're starting the academy next week, right? Yeah. And I'm gonna be the best ninja there. Naruto proclaimed. Hiruzen sighed and said, "That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about." "What's up?" Naruto asked. "I don't want you to be the best ninja in the academy," Hiruzen bluntly said. As predicted, Naruto exploded. "What? Why shouldn't I be the best? I want everyone to know how awesome I really am." Hiruzen sighed and told him, "That's the thing, if everyone knew how tough you really were, then you wouldn't be a real ninja." Naruto was surprised. "What are you talking about?" "A real ninja hides his skills from his enemies," Hiruzen explained. "A real ninja is deceptive and sneaky, always hiding in the shadows while hunting his prey. If you were to show everyone your abilities, then they might find ways to counter it." Naruto thought it over for a moment before saying, "So you want me to be weak so people will underestimate me?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "I didn't say that you should be the weak one. You should just be an average student. That way you won't be weak, and you won't attract attention to yourself." "Okay, GG. I'll make you proud," Naruto said as he got up and left the room. "Besides, if you showed everyone your abilities, I wouldn't be able to protect you." "Not until you become a ninja," Hiruzen thought as he lit his pipe for a smoke. Flashback end. Naruto shook his head and got back to reality as he looked at the clock. He saw that he had a little over an hour to get there. So he tightened the belt on his trench coat and grabbed his aviator goggles. They were a gift from Hinata as a thank you for saving her from the bullies all those months ago. After locking his front door, Naruto jumped down his stairs and leapt into the street before running towards the academy. As he ran, he could see the glares and looks of disgust on the civilians' faces. He just shrugged them off and continued running. After a half hour of running through the streets, Naruto arrived at the main gate of the academy. He looked up in awe of the large building, the place where he would learn to become a shinobi. He could feel his threads reacting to his excitement with all their wiggling. He calmed down and walked into the building, but couldn't keep the grin off of his face. Naruto walked to the front desk where a young woman was reading a magazine. "Hi. Can you tell me where the classroom for the new students is?" Naruto asked. "Down the hall and to your left, it's room 15, the woman said without looking up from her magazine. Naruto said thanks and jogged down the hallways. He arrived at the room and opened the door before walking inside. The room was fairly simple. There was a teacher's desk in the front, a blackboard behind it. The desks were arranged in a rising position where the teacher could see all the students. There were children his age inside the room already sitting down and chatting with each other. 8 of them stood out to him, however. 3 girls and 5 boys. The first boy was sitting towards the back of the was wearing a gray coat with a color that hit everything under the black shades he wore. He had spiky brown hair like his own. Naruto thought he spied a small beetle crawling across his hand, but shook it off. The next boy was a round boy with a bag of chips in his hands. He was wearing a green jacket with spiral markings on his cheeks. He had spiky brown hair on his head. The third boy was sleeping on his desk. As far as Naruto could see, he had his hair styled like a pineapple. He was wearing a gray shirt with a clan marking on it. Naruto thought that he was just tired from not getting enough sleep. After all, Naruto woke up every 3 hours because of his excitement last night. The fourth boy was wearing a gray hoodie with the hood down, revealing his shaggy brown hair. He had slitted pupils and red fang-like markings on his cheeks. Sitting on his head was a small white puppy. The final boy was sitting in the corner of the room with a bored expression on his face. He was wearing a blue shirt with a crest on the back of it that looked like a fan. He had hair that was spiked in the appearance of a duck's butt. Naruto had to stifle a laugh as he thought about that. Finally he looked at the girls that stood out. The first one was a pink-haired girl with a red bow in her hair. She was wearing a red shirt and black shorts and was staring dreamily at the boy with the duck butt hair. The second girl was on with platinum blonde hair. She was wearing a light purple shirt and pants that reached her knees and had a green clip in her hair. Naruto caught her staring at the girl with pink hair with a sign of depression before she turned back and staring at the same boy, but not as longingly as the first girl. The third girl was someone Naruto instantly recognized. It was Hinata. Naruto smiled as he jumped up the steps to his friend. Seeing that she was spaced out, Naruto poked her in the side to get her attention. Hinata was thinking about whether or not Naruto would be in her class. She hoped that he would. He was her only friend that was her own age after all. She was jolted out of her thoughts by a poke to her side. She practically jumped out of her seat while biting her lip to hold in her bubbling giggles. She turned her head and saw the person she was thinking about. "En Naruto-kun." Hinata softly cried. "Hi Hinata-chan." Naruto greeted. He then sat down in the chair next to her while giving her a large grin. "Are you excited about being here?" Naruto asked. I am a little nervous about this," Hinata admitted. "Don't worry about it. You're gonna do great," Naruto told her. Hinata blushed at the praise and just played with her fingers. It was then that the classroom door opened and two shinobi stepped inside. They were wearing a chunin's uniform and were carrying boxes full of books. One had his brown hair in a pineapple style with a scar across the bridge of his nose. The other one just had silvery blue hair that fell to his shoulders. "Hello everyone," the one with the scar said as he set the boxes on the desk and faced the class. "My name is Irika Yumino, one of your instructor for your classes at the academy," Irika said. "I'm Mizuki Tuji, another one of your instructors," the other man said. "Now before we start with getting you all settled in for your classes, why don't we all introduce ourselves? I'll call you in alphabetical order and you'll come to the front and tell us your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future," Irika explained. First up, Shino Aburame. The boy with the large coat walked to the front of the room and faced everyone. "My name is Shino Aburame. I like most types of insects. I dislike people who kill insects for no reason. I like to collect and observe different types of insects. My goal for the future is to one day become the Aburame clan head." "Thank you Shino," the Aburame heir walked back to his desk quietly. Next up, Choji Akimichi. The round boy walked up to the front of the room after he left his bag of chips on his desk and faced everyone with a nervous grin on his face. Hi. I'm Choji Akimichi. I like to eat different foods, and my friend Shikamaru. I dislike people who discriminate the Akimichi clan because of how we maintain our jutsu, and people who make fun of me for being big-boned. My hobbies are relaxing with Shikamaru and testing my Ka-chan's cooking. My dreams are to become the next head of the Akimichi clan. After Choji walked back to his seat, Irika looked at the attendance board and said who was next. Sakura Haruno. The girl with the pink hair walked to the front of the room and stood before the class with a look of superiority around her, like she was the boss of the classroom. "My name's Sakura Haruno. I like. My hobbies are. And my dreams for the future are." Every time she paused, she would look at the boy with the duck butt hair and squeal, making the boy groan and slam his head into his desk. "And your dislikes?" Irika asked, already crying on the inside because of the fact that this was a fangirl. "People who are stupid," Sakura roared. After she walked back to his desk, Irika called out the next name. Hinata Hyuga. After some words of encouragement from Naruto, Hinata walked to the front of the room and faced the class. Hello, I am Hinata Hyuga. I like SW sweet foods, and spending time with my friend and Naruto. I dislike people who look down on others and seafood. My hobbies are FL flower pressing and GG gardening. My dreams for the FF future is to see change the WA of the Hyuga C clan. After walking back to her seat quickly, the next name was called up. Kiba Inazuka. The boy with the dog raced down to the front and faced everyone with a feral grin. I'm Inazuka, and this is Akamaru. I like spending time with the dogs at my clan compound and my buddy here. I dislike cats and people who hate dogs. My hobbies are playing with Akamaru and training. My dream for the future is to become one of the best ninja in the village. Shikamaru Nara. When nobody came up, Irika looked around the room until he saw the sleeping boy. Shikamaru Nara. Irika yelled. He was about to yell again when he saw Choji raise his hand to stop him. Choji then turned to Shikamaru and said, "Shikamaru, your mother's here." As fast as lightning, Shikamaru jumped out of his seat while looking around fearfully. When he didn't see his mother, he looked at Choji with a bored expression. "Choji, that was cruel and heartless," Shikamaru told him. "Now that you're awake, maybe you would like to introduce yourself to the class?" Irika asked with a look on his face that just dared him to say no. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as he trudged to the front. "I'm Shikamaru Nara. I like relaxing and playing shogi. I dislike troublesome things like extra work. My hobbies are cloud watching and resting. I don't really have a goal for the future, it's too troublesome to think of one." Most of the class snickered at his introduction while Irika and Mizuki just sighed. They already knew to expect this from a Nara, but it was worse than they thought. Irika just shook his head and called out the next student. Sasuke Uchiha. The boy with the duck-butt hair walked to the front of the classroom and looked at them with an air of superiority around him. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha, a member of the great Uchiha clan. I like my family and Onigiri. I dislike those who are weak and pathetic. My hobbies are training to get stronger. My goal is to one day surpass my brother Itachi." Irika nodded as he watched Sasuke walk back to his seat. He looked down at the sheet and bit back a groan when he saw the next name. He considered skipping over it but decided that it wasn't worth the trouble. Naruto Uzumaki. Neither Naruto or Hinata missed the small hint of disgust when Irika called him out. After being Naruto's friend, Hinata was able to see all the looks of hatred and disgust that were thrown Naruto's way. She asked him why they did that, but Naruto truthfully told her that he doesn't know. The young Uzumaki jumped to the front of the room and faced the class with a big fox-like grin. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki, Dadabayo. I like ramen and spending time with my friend Hinata-chan. I dislike mean people and those who think they're better than others. My hobbies are training and hanging out with Hinata-chan. My goal for the future is to become Hokage. As if anyone would let you rule the village you tried to destroy," were the thoughts of the two academy instructors. Once he was back in his seat, Irika called up the last name of the list. Ino Yamanaka. The blonde-haired girl walked to the front of the room and faced the class. "I'm Ino Yamanaka. I like all types of flowers and spending time at my family's flower shop. I dislike mean people and idiots who think they're better than me just because I'm a girl. My hobbies are working at the flower shop and helping my parents. My dreams for the future are to win the affections of Sasuke-kun." Sasuke just banged his head into the desk again, making a nice indentation of his face on the wood. Irika could see that she was a fangirl, but wasn't lost to the forbidden side of the kunoichi just yet. A simple push in the right direction would help her. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope that you all achieve your goals and become strong shinobi who will work to make Konoha prosper," Irika said. "Now then, how many of you know a jutsu?" Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shikamaru raised their hands. "Okay then. Come up to the front of the room." The four kids did so and Irika continued. "Can you demonstrate them to the class please?" "I'll go first, that way it won't be too troublesome," Shikamaru said as he stepped forward and faced Naruto. He then held his hands in the seal and everyone watched as his shadow went and connected to Naruto. Shadow possession success, Shikamaru droned as he rested his hands at his side, making Naruto do the same. "Hey! What gives?" Naruto cried as he struggled to control his movements. Shikamaru then reached behind him, making Naruto reach behind him. He then made Naruto grab the ruler on the desk and use it to poke Sasuke. The Uchiha growled and ripped the ruler away from Naruto while giving him a glare. "Why are you glaring at me? He's the one making he do this," Naruto protested. Sasuke then went and glared at Shikamaru, who released the jutsu and stepped back. "Troublesome, I would have made him poke Hinata, but then she would have gotten mad at me, and an angry woman is more troublesome than you being angry," Shikamaru explained. "Okay, enough with that, now let's get on to seeing what the others have to show," Irika interjected. "I suggest that we go outside for my jutsu, it's big," Sasuke told him. Irika nodded and said to the class, "We're going outside to view the rest of the jutsu." The class cheered as they stampeded out the door, leaving behind a large dust cloud. After clearing away the dust, Irika and Mizuki saw that Naruto and Hinata were still inside. Naruto was patting Hinata's back since some of the dust got into her mouth. When she was done coughing, the two raced outside with the rest of the class. Irika and Mizuki just performed a shunshin to get there. "Okay Sasuke, perform your jutsu," Irika said once he was sure that everyone was outside. Sasuke nodded and performed several hand seals before taking in a deep breath and declaring, "Katan, Great Fireball Jutsu." A large fireball shot out of Sasuke's mouth and went into the sky where it evaporated into the clouds. "Impressive Sasuke," Irika said as he and most of the class cheered. The ones who didn't cheer were Shino, because it roasted a few insects in the sky, Shikamaru, because it was too troublesome, Hinata, because Hyugas don't like Uchihas, and Naruto, because he didn't feel like it. "Alright, Naruto, how about you go next?" Irika suggested. "Yosh! It's my turn." Naruto cheered as he ran to the front of the class and faced a row of practice targets. He made the correct hand seals and took in a deep breath before crying, "Katan, Fire Bullet Jutsu." Several fist-sized fireballs flew out of his mouth and impacted against the targets, burning them to pieces. "Don't use our equipment as firewood, you blockhead," Irika yelled as he whacked Naruto on the head with his clipboard. Naruto held his head in slight pain as the tendrils in his body wiggled around in anger. "Now Hinata, let's see what you can do," Irika said as he and the class faced the shy girl. She took a deep breath before walking to the front of the class and made a chain of hand seals. "Byakugan!" Hinata cried as the veins in her eyes bulged and her Byakugan activated. "Good. You can already activate your Dojutsu," Irika said as he made a mark on his clipboard. I can also perform the E8 trigrams, E8 palms," Hinata said. "Is that so? Use Naruto as an example of what it can do. Consider this punishment for ruining academy equipment," Mizuki said. Surprisingly, neither child had any argument about this. "Don't worry about it, Hinata. Just relax and you'll do fine," Naruto reassured her when he saw her apologetic look. Hinata took a deep breath and slipped into the juken. She then darted forward and began to hit Naruto with her pointer and middle fingers. 2 palms. 4 plams. 8 plams. When she was finished, she jumped back and watched as Naruto stumbled forward. She then ran towards him and caught him as he fell down a little. "Wow, you're getting better and better with your training," Naruto exclaimed. Hinata just blushed from the praise and opened up the closed tenketsu. "Now let's go back inside so we can go over what you'll be learning," Irika said. The class moved back inside, though Hinata had to help Naruto a little since he was still sore from her attack. Once they were back inside, Naruto was dying on the inside. Why? Because from what Irika and Mizuki were telling them was that most of their classes would consist of going over theories, mathematics, and history. What did theories have to do with becoming a ninja? He did lighten up when he heard that they would be doing some taijutsu sparring every 2 days, and that they would be doing chakra control exercises every day. Kami knows that he needs it desperately. They were let out for lunch an hour later and everyone went to their own corners. Naruto and Hinata sat under one of the trees that was littering the area to eat their lunch. Naruto had brought some of the sushi that Tsunade bought for him every once in a while. Hinata had a bento box that her mother had made for her. "So Hinata, when is your sister coming out of you, mother?" Naruto asked as he popped a sushi roll into his mouth. She said that it's supposed to be next month, Hinata told him as she chewed on some rice. "I wonder what it's like to have a little sister," Naruto said as he looked at the sky. "And maybe Hanabi will treat you like one if you come over often," Hinata suggested. Naruto nodded and chewed on some more sushi before he looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that Hinata looked down for some reason. Naruto hated to see his friend sad for any reason and would do anything to cheer her up. So he sent a small thread stealthily through the grass over to her feet before it slipped inside her sandal and began wiggling around. Hinata gasped as she felt the tickly feeling on her foot. She looked over to Naruto while biting her lip to see him looking away innocently, too innocently. "Na Haruto-kun, what are you do-ho-hoing?" Hinata whistled while her shoulders shook from her soft giggles. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Hinata-chan," Naruto replied while laughing on the inside. "Please thahap Naruto-kun," Hinata managed to giggle out. Naruto complied and retracted the thread, but not before it ran across her toes, causing Hinata to gasp out in surprise. "What's got you looking so down?" Naruto asked. I was just feeling a little sad for you," Hinata admitted, making Naruto confused. "Why me?" Naruto asked. "Because why you don't have a family like me," Hinata said. Naruto shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about me, it doesn't hurt as much as it used to." Hinata just nodded and continued eating with her friend. After everyone had lunch, they moved into the courtyard where there were fighting rings in the dirt. Irika and Mizuki were standing before the entire class waiting for everyone to gather around. "Okay everyone, we're going to hold taijutsu matches to see how skilled everyone is. When your name is called, step into the arena," Irika explained to them. "You will fight until one of you ends up outside the arena, one of you gives up, or I call the match. First pair up is Choji and Shikamaru," Mizuki announced as he read the names off of the clipboard. The two friends stepped into the arena, but Choji looked extremely nervous. "Irika-sensei, I don't want to hurt my friend," Choji said. Irika sighed and said, "It's just a taijutsu match, Choji, and I highly doubt anybody here can hurt somebody too much." Naruto just grinned on the inside, too bad nobody knew about his abilities. Shikamaru sighed and said, "I forfeit, it would be too troublesome to fight anyway." Irika sighed and gave the win to Choji. Mizuki just put some marks on his board and called out the next pair. Kiba and Renji. Kiba jumped into the field after he left Akamaru underneath a shady tree. His opponent was a civilian who had a smug look on his face. "Didn't want you weak little puppy getting hurt?" Renji sneered. Kiba just growled and glared at him. Irika, not wanting to see an angry Inuzuka get angrier, just started the match. Kiba leapt forward and dealt a punch to Renji's chest and sent him flying. He landed just short of the ring and leapt to his feet with a snarl. Renji ran towards Kiba and sent a sloppy punch at him. Kiba just scoffed at the attack and knocked the punch away before he tripped him and held a fist to Renji's face. "Forfeit." Kiba growled. "I give up." Renji cried as he looked at Kiba with fear. "Winner, Kiba," Irika declared. The Inuzuka got off of the civilian and walked back to where he left Akamaru and put him back on his head. Irika then decided to call out the next set of fighters. Sasuke and Naruto. Many of the female portion of the class cheered when they heard the Sasuke's name was called. Naruto walked into the after getting a good luck from Hinata, the only female that didn't cheer for Sasuke. "Are you two ready?" Irika asked. "Let's get started already," Naruto shouted as he settled into his stance. His knees were bent, the right side of his body was facing Sasuke, and his right arm was positioned in a horizontal angle across from his chest. His left arm was set in the same position, but it was behind his back. "HN," was all that Sasuke said as he slipped into the Uchiha's interceptor fist. "Begin." Iruka began the fight and stepped back, waiting to see what would happen. Neither of the two boys moved, each one was waiting for the other to start first. "Well? What are you waiting for?" Sasuke asked. Naruto smirked and said, "I'm not gonna make the first move, that would be stupid unless you are absolutely sure that you're going to win." "Then I guess I'll start us off," Sasuke said as he darted forward and aimed a punch at Naruto's chest. The blonde boy ducked under Sasuke's outstretched arm and hit Sasuke under his arm, knocking him off balance before Naruto shoved him backwards with a good shoulder to the stomach. "Had enough?" Naruto asked as he watched Sasuke get his bearings. Naruto was crying on the inside because his poor ears were being assaulted by the loud protests of Sasuke's fangirls. "Grr, take this!" Sasuke roared as he darted forward and tried to deliver one powerful punch after another. Naruto was able to block most of them, but a couple were able to hit him on his shoulders, and one grazed his cheek. The Uzumaki then fell backwards and used his feet to kick Sasuke in the chest, making him back off for a moment. Naruto took the time to massage his right shoulder while Sasuke was planning his next move. The two of them then darted towards each other again. "Wow! They're really going at it!" Kiba exclaimed. "Yeah, what do you think about this, Shikamaru?" Choji asked as he ate his chips. "Troublesome, I can see that they're really skilled fighters," Shikamaru said. "The only one who doesn't look surprised is Hinata." "Hey Hinata, doesn't Sasuke look amazing?" Sakura asked as she stared at the Uchiha with hearts in her eyes. I am just as surprised that he's able to keep up WW with Naruto Keikun," Hinata said. "What are you talking about? Sasuke's the best. There's no way he'll lose." Sakura protested, making the surrounding people lose their hearing for a moment. After she regained her hearing, Hinata said, "I've sparred W with Naruto-kun, he's SS stronger than how he's FF fighting right now." Sakura just huffed and went back to watching the fight, or more importantly, watching Sasuke while mentally undressing him. Sasuke was standing on one side of the arena while taking some deep breaths. On the other side, Naruto just stood there, not having even broken a sweat, courtesy of his ungodly stamina. Before either of them could make their next move, Iruka appeared between them. "That's enough. We've seen where each of you stand, now let's get to the other fights," Iruka said. "Wait a minute. Who's the winner?" Naruto asked. Iruka glared at him and said, "It's a draw, you were both evenly matched." Sasuke glared at Naruto, but the Uzumaki just ignored him. "Just wait, you nobody, I'll make sure that you know that your place is beneath me," Sasuke growled as he walked away to brood. "Mizuki, who's next?" Iruka asked. Sakura and Hinata," Mizuki said as he read the pair off of the board. The two girls had entered the ring and Hinata was taking deep breaths to calm her nerves. "Once I'm done with you, I'm going to beat that blonde baka for taking Sasuke-kun's win." Sakura growled. Something in Hinata snapped and she just wordlessly slipped into the juken and waited for Iruka to start the match. "What's the matter? Too scared to talk to me?" Sakura taunted. Naruto was about to yell at her to shut up when he saw the look on Hinata's face. Something told him that he should just watch. As soon as Iruka started the match, Sakura ran forward and sent a sloppy punch towards the Hyuga heiress. Hinata dodged the blow and flew at Sakura before she began to strike at her tenketsu. Once Hinata jumped back, Sakura fell to the floor in a heap, ending the match. "Don't you ever insult Naruto-kun again," Hinata said in a dark tone, without a single stutter. The winner is Hinata," Iruka stammered as he watched the short match. Hinata walked back to Naruto's side before she snapped out of trance she was in. As she looked around, she saw the pile of limbs that was formerly Sakura. Did I really do that? Hinata asked. After getting a confirming nod from Naruto, who felt like he couldn't trust his voice, Hinata fainted and fell into Naruto, who quickly caught her. I thought we finally got over the fainting, Naruto sighed as he went and propped Hinata up against the tree before sitting down next to her. While he was waiting for her to recover, the last few fights had occurred. The only one that was at least interesting was with the Ino girl. She was one of the few females that was able to fight like she had some skill. Of course, she wasn't as good as Hinata in Naruto's opinion, but he saw that she was a good person to be in second place for female fighters. While the teachers were going over the results of the spars, Naruto dared to wake up Hinata. But this time she seemed to be in a deep state of unconsciousness. Naruto had poked her and shook her but didn't get any results. Naruto then got a bright idea. He stood a good distance away and shouted, "Hinata, the last cinnamon roll is being sold right now." What? Hinata screamed as she shot straight up and grabbed the collar of Naruto's trenchcoat while giving him a crazed look. "Where is it?" she screamed as she shook him like a madman, madwoman. "Hey! You're awake!" Naruto exclaimed, completely ignoring the fact that Hinata was about to juken him for the location of the imaginary cinnamon roll. This seemed to jolt Hinata back to reality as she observed what was happening around her. Her hands were tightly gripping Naruto's coat, she was practically face to face with him, and the other students were staring at her with amused looks. "Eep!" was all Hinata could say before her face turned into a tomato and she fainted again. Naruto sighed as she fell forward into his arms. "Probably not my best idea," Naruto muttered as he set Hinata against the tree before facing the rest of the class. "Anyone got something smelly?" Naruto asked. Choji stepped forward and handed Naruto some smelling salts. Naruto thanked him and held the smelling salts under Hinata's nose. Hinata opened her eyes and shot up. She looked around and saw that everyone was staring at her, causing her to burn with embarrassment. "You're not going to faint again, are you?" Naruto asked. Hinata just shook her head, not trusting her voice at the moment. "Okay kids, we're going back into the classroom so you can get your textbooks," Iruka announced as he ushered everyone inside. Naruto sighed as he walked back inside. This was an eventful day. Konoha 10 years after Kyuubi attack. It was Naruto's 4th year in the academy and he was highly bored with it. He honestly thought that he just went to a regular school for civilians half the time with all of these boring subjects. It was killing him on the inside. Naruto sighed as he looked around the classroom and observed his classmates. He noted how they had all changed in their own way. Shino didn't really change all that much, except he had gotten taller. Naruto was able to become one of Shino's good friends after he had just brushed a bug off of his shoulder instead of squishing it like most of the other kids. This led to Shino approaching him and questioning his actions, where Naruto told him that the bug wasn't bothering him so there was no need to crush it. Shino also accepted the fact that Naruto hated wasps, a hatred they deeply shared. Naruto was able to become a good friend with Choji. He was able to connect with the Akimichi because of their love to eat. Currently, their ramen showdown had them tied at 18 bowls, and they were determined to outdo each other. Becoming Shikamaru's friend was fairly easy, all he had to do was spend a day with him and do some cloud watching. It also helped that they played a few shogi games every once in a while. Naruto always fumed when he couldn't beat Shikamaru, which was every time. Ino also became one of Naruto's friends after a certain incident. The young Yamanaka was being teased about her lack of taijutsu skill and was on the verge of tears. Naruto, hating to see anyone bullied, stepped in and defended her. After he drove the bullies away, the two blondes talked for a while. They found out that they each had a hobby in gardening. Naruto had decided on adding a few flowers in his apartment to make it seem more homey. Ino had offered to give him help once in a while and they become friends after a while. Kiba was difficult. Naruto had tried to become his friend, but the Inuzuka didn't want to because of his standing in the class. Naruto was in the middle, but Kiba was towards the bottom, close to the position of the dead last. His pride wouldn't let him accept it, and he tried to surpass Naruto every day, only to fail most of the time. At least Akamaru liked the Uzumaki. Sasuke was one of the people Naruto couldn't connect with. After the Uchiha massacre, where Itachi, Sasuke's brother, had killed the entire clan save for him, Sasuke fell into a state of being the lone wolf. He never wanted to associate with anyone, and belittled others for any small mistake. Naruto wanted to become his friend because he knew about what it felt like to be alone, but gave up trying after dealing with the emo's attitude for a while. Then there was Sakura Haruno, daughter of Mabuki Haruno of the Civilian Council. She had hated Naruto with a passion after the very first day they started the academy. Naruto believed that it was because he had tied with Sasuke after their first match, but knew that it was also because of all the lies her parents had told her. He had met the Harunos, and knew that they hated him with a passion. He knew because they threw everything they had at him when he walked in front of their house, even the kitchen sink. And finally, there was Hinata, Naruto's first friend. She had gotten better with her training with the Hyugas and with her confidence. Naruto had found it strange that she would blush and stutter a lot when he was around, more than usual, but couldn't figure it out for the life of him. He had remembered the day when her strange behavior had started so clearly. Flashback 2 years ago. Naruto and Hinata were let out of the academy for the day and were about to go to a dango shop to celebrate passing their test. The two kids hadn't even left the academy when trouble seemed to find them. "Why are you still in the academy, Hinata-sama?" a voice asked from behind them, laced with disgust. The two turned around to see Neji Hyuga, Hinata's cousin who Naruto had the pleasure of meeting when he went to the Hyuga compound once. Their first meeting was pleasant. "En Neji and I-san," Hinata said as he glared at her, making her flinch. Naruto then stepped in front of Hinata and gave Neji a glare of his own. "What do you want, team?" Naruto asked. "I'm just wondering why a weakling like her is still trying to be a ninja," Neji said as he crossed his arms. "There is no hope for someone as weak as her in this world. Fate has decreed it." Naruto scoffed and said, "Fate, smate, none of that destiny stuff is real." Neji glared at him and said, "Those are the words of a fool who doesn't know his place in life. Hinata-sama will always be weak and worthless." "It's because of her kindness, isn't it?" Naruto asked. Neji nodded and said, "Yes, her compassion for others will be her undoing." Naruto closed his eyes and said, "I don't believe so, Hinata-chan's kindness is her strength." Hinata looked up at Naruto with awe as he continued. "She is kind because she is a caring person. She wants to help all of the people she meets, even if it hurts her in the process. Hinata-chan cares for you, but you just don't want to realize it. So go, and play with your beliefs of fate and all that junk. But when your fate fails you, don't come crying to me." With that, Naruto took Hinata's hand in his own, making her blush, and left the academy, leaving a fuming Neji behind them. "Naruto-kun," Hinata thought, "you are so kind to me, so helpful. You're someone I would want to spend my life with. You make me feel so calm and happy all the time. Maybe I should talk to Ka-chan about this." Hinata just blushed and had a small smile on her face as she and Naruto made their way to the dango shop. Flashback end. Naruto was jolted out of his thoughts when Irika and Mizuki walked inside the classroom. Each one was sporting a few faded bruises and a couple of shallow cuts. "Irika-sensei, what happened to you guys?" Naruto asked. Irika smiled and rubbed the back of his head. "Well, me and Mizuki had a little spar yesterday. And we kinda went overboard with all the fighting." Over the years, Irika had his opinion of Naruto changed after the Sandaime made him spend the day with the little Uzumaki. He had become nicer to him, except for when he was left to pay the bill at Ichiraku's whenever Irika took Naruto there. While he was appalled at how much ramen Naruto could stuff into himself, his world was broken when he saw that Hinata could eat more ramen than Naruto. "What's this weeb business? You were the one who was throwing 20 kunai at me." Mizuki protested. Which one of us threw two Fuma shuriken at the same time? Irika shot back. Mizuki just blushed and turned around while whistling innocently. Everyone began to snicker at their sensei's argument. Irika then decided to get on with today's lesson. Okay class, we're going to be going over our history of the shodaime. This had caught Naruto's attention. He always wanted to learn more about the shodaime since he was the only Konoha shinobi that had seen the Jiongu in action. He was currently fighting for second place of his list of favorite Hokages. First place going to his idol the Yondaime for saving the village from the Kyubi. His Jiji was fighting the shodaime for second place. He was the one who had given him his special gift. Can anyone tell me what noticeable events happened with the shodaime besides him founding the village? Irika asked. Sasuke raised his hand so Irika picked him. The shodaime battled Madara Uchiha in the Valley of the End where he defeated Madara, even after he summoned the Kyubi no Kitsune, Sasuke said. All of his fangirls just gushed over everything he said. Correct, now can anyone tell me what else the shodaime did? Irika asked. This time, Naruto raised his hand. He was able to drive off an S-rank ninja from Takigakure when they tried to assassinate him, Naruto said. Where did you hear that? That's not in the textbooks, Irika said. Naruto Baka probably made it up, Sakura huffed, causing everyone, even Sasuke, to stiffen before they sent glances to Hinata. Naruto was ready to restrain Hinata before she turned Sakura into paste. However, Irika spoke up and drew everyone's attention to him. Naruto, can you tell us where you heard about that particular story? I haven't heard of it so I'm a little curious, Irika said. Jiji told me, Naruto began, he was talking about the shodaime one day and mentioned that he was targeted by many nations. The most noticeable one being an S-rank ninja from Taki. He never told me the ninja's name though. Okay class, I'll go and ask the Hokage about it and tell you all tomorrow, Irika informed them. Hyuga compound later. The academy had let out for the day and Naruto and Hinata were walking to the Hyuga compound. Hinata's family had invited Naruto over for dinner, and even though he refused, Hitomi wouldn't take no for an answer. Both kids had entered the compound, and after greeting the guards, headed for garden where they knew Hitomi would be. True to their thoughts, Hitomi was relaxing in the garden with a baby Hanabi in her lap. There was a big scare when Hanabi was born. Hitomi was starting to lose too much blood and was on the verge of death. But thanks to the efforts of Tsunade, she was able to pull through. She had to take it easy for a while, but is currently in good health. Hello Ka-chan, Hanabi-chan, Hinata greeted. Hina. Nato. Hanabi said as she waved to the two. Naruto just sighed, he would never be able to get her to learn to correctly pronounce his name. Hello Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun, Hitomi said as she stood up. Learn my name. Naruto yelled at Hanabi. The 4-year-old just giggled in response. Nato. She giggled, causing Hinata and Hitomi to do the same. Naruto just hung his head as a cloud of depression began to rain on him. Come on Nato-kun, why don't you tell us about your day? Hitomi teased. Naruto looked at her in horror while Hinata just fell to the floor laughing. Would you like to be called Nato-kun, or Fifishcake-kun? Hinata asked while holding in her laughter. Not you too Hinata-chan. Naruto wailed. None of the women could take it anymore and they fell to the ground laughing. Something amusing happen? Hayashi asked as he was drawn outside by the laughter. Tell them to stop making fun of me. Naruto pleaded. Hayashi just smirked and said, now ladies, it's not nice to make fun of Naruto-san's name. All of the women just stared at him while Naruto grinned in triumph. Without inviting me to witness it happening, Hayashi finished. Naruto just stared at him in shock while the females just fell back into a laughing mess. After everyone recovered, they looked around to see Naruto found him over by a shrub wallowing in depression. Sorry Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she saw the depressed blonde. It's fine, Hinata-chan, Naruto told her as he stood up. I was just playing around with you all. Hayashi sighed and said, should have known, that prankster side of yours is getting more mischievous each day. What can I say? Pranking is fun. Naruto exclaimed with a large grin. As long as you don't prank my family, meaning me, my wife, and daughters, then I give you free rein, Hayashi said. Naruto just gave him a smile while there was a mischievous glint in his eye. Next day, Naruto slid into his desk with Hinata on his right, Shikamaru and Choji behind him, and Shino and Ino in front of him. He was able to get Shino to become a little bit social with the group. It wasn't much, but progress is progress. He also managed to get Ino over her little bit of fear for the Aburame. She was fine as long as his bugs didn't crawl onto her without her permission. So Irika-sensei, did Jiji tell you about the Taki shinobi? Naruto asked when Irika and Mizuki walked inside. Yes, he did, Irika said. I must say, you helped me get a good history lesson, Naruto. Irika smiled at the blonde, who pumped his fist into the air in triumph. What did Hokage-sama tell you about that guy anyway? Choji asked while munching on a bag of chips. Irika took a deep breath and began, Hokage-sama told me as much as he could remember since the incident happened when he was only a little older than you guys. Taki Geikure had sent an S-rank ninja to assassinate the Shodame, one who was able to use the 5 basic elements of ninjutsu tirelessly. The Shodame defeated him easily and demanded compensation from Taki. Wow, who knew that the Shodame was such a popular guy, Ino commented. Well, he did create the first hidden village and help make the basics for the shinobi system, Shikamaru pointed out. Irika nodded and said, very good, Shikamaru, seems like you've been studying really well. Not really, I just remember that particular sentence from one of your boring lectures, Shikamaru said, earning a few laughs from the class. Okay, all of you be quiet, Mizuki ordered, getting everyone to shut up. Now let's get started on today's lesson. What did we have planned again? We're supposed to go over the history of the Senju clan, Irika said as he dug through his desk and pulled out a textbook. Isn't that the clan where the first 2 Hokages come from? Naruto asked. Irika nodded and said, yes, the Senju clan, which was one of the 2 clans that helped create the village along with the Uchiha clan. So the class went over their Konoha history for the rest of the day before they had a break for lunch and did shuriken training. Training Ground 27. Naruto had just gotten out of the academy and was currently entering his private training area. He would have gone with Hinata again, but this was one of 3 days that he had dedicated to training with the Jiongu. As he entered the training area, he saw that there was someone else there. Irika-sensei? What are you doing here? Naruto asked. His teacher was leaning against one of the trees as he observed the many cuts in another one. Well, Hokage-sama told me that you should clue me in on something since you seem to trust me so much, Irika said. I have no idea what you're talking about, Naruto said, lying through his teeth. Actually, Naruto-kun, I think that you can let Irika know, Hiruzen said as he entered the clearing. Are you sure, Jiji? I mean, he never liked me in the beginning, Naruto said, making Irika guilty at the way he treated Naruto. Don't worry about it, if I hear the villagers talking about your abilities, then we both will know that Irika is to blame, Hiruzen said. Naruto sighed and said, okay, Irika-sensei, whatever you see here, you are not to tell anyone. Got it? Irika, surprised by Naruto's seriousness of the moment, agreed. Naruto sighed and shrugged off his trenchcoat and showed Irika the stitches on both of his forearms and the one that ran down his arm. Irika was shocked to say the least, and even more so when he saw the mask attached to Naruto's back. What happened to you? Irika cried. Nothing, Naruto said, this is something that I've had since I was born. So Naruto told Irika the story that the Sandame told him, causing the academy teacher to look at the Hokage in confusion. The aged leader just sent Irika a look that he'll explain it later. So what is this? Irika asked as he motioned to the stitches. Naruto just grinned and held out his arm. Iruka watched in amazement as crimson threads come out of Naruto's skin and began to wiggle around in the air. Naruto then launched his arm at the tree and pulled off an apple that was hanging on the branch. "Remember the Taki ninja that attacked the Shodame?" Naruto asked. Iruka nodded, so he continued. "This was the special ability that he had. But Hokage-sama told me that he was only able to use all 5 elements," Iruka pointed out. "I did, but that was one of the abilities that was granted to him by this special power," Hiruzen said. "What do you mean?" Iruka asked. "I can take the hearts of my enemies and use their elemental affinities," Naruto said. "But I can only use their primary affinity according to the scroll." "That's a little creepy," Iruka said. Hiruzen chuckled and said, "Just wait for the next part. You'll probably be in shock." Iruka just looked at the Sandame before looking back at Naruto. The boy had placed his hands in the Torah seal and began to concentrate. "Jiongu, activate!" Naruto cried as the mask on his back began to jump, pulling the skin with it. The stitching along Naruto's back opened up and his fire heart jumped out after morphing into its 9-tailed fox form. Iruka was about to panic, but a quick reassuring glacé from Hiruzen was all he needed to keep calm. "Is this another ability of the Jiongu?" Iruka asked. "Yup. I can make bodies for the hearts I get with my threads, isn't that awesome?" "Databao!" Naruto cried as he grinned. "This is a really interesting ability. But can it help you with making a bunshin?" Iruka asked with a smirk. Naruto just dropped his head in shame as he remembered that was his worst jutsu. "What's this about the bunshin no jutsu?" Hiruzen asked. "It's my worst jutsu. Every time I try it, it fails." Naruto wailed. "I keep telling you to put more chakra into it." Iruka yelled. "I put as much chakra into it as possible." Naruto yelled back. Before the two could continue yelling, the sound of someone face-palming could be heard. The two looked over to see the Hokage with a red handprint on his face as he looked at the two with annoyance. "Naruto, instead of trying to put all your chakra into just one clone, try to make many clones," Hiruzen said. "Try to make at least 20. Naruto looked at the old man with confusion but complied. He began to focus his chakra in the way he was supposed to when making clones, but instead of trying to make just one illusion, he focused on making at least 20 clones. "Bunshin no jutsu!" Naruto cried as the small clearing they were in was enveloped in a large cloud of white smoke. After a lot of coughing and hacking from everyone who had inhaled some of it, they opened their eyes and the two younger males dropped their jaws in shock. The field was filled to the brim with Naruto bunshins. There were bunshins in the trees, hanging off of tree branches, and there were even bunshins that were standing on top of one another. "As I thought," Hiruzen muttered. "But, how? He can't even make one." Iruka cried. Hiruzen sighed and said, "The answer's simple, Naruto has more chakra than half the village. So when you kept telling him to put more chakra in the jutsu, you were unintentionally making him overload the jutsu." "Ha! I knew I was awesome." Naruto cried as he ran around the field cheering. Iruka put his head down in shame and said, "Maybe we should check the chakra levels of students in the year we start going over chakra. I'll be sure to mention that in the next council meeting," Hiruzen said as he watched Naruto cheer with amusement. "Naruto-kun, come here for a moment," Hiruzen said. Naruto jogged over to the Sandame after he dispelled the bunshin and cleared the field of them. "What's up, Gigi?" Naruto asked as he grinned at him. The Hokage smiled and said, "Since you seem to have an abundance of chakra, I think I'll teach you a new jutsu." He held up a hand to stop the boy from celebrating. "However, I'll only teach you this jutsu if you can make at least 7 bunshin." Naruto grinned and said, "Get ready to teach me a new jutsu, Gigi." "I'll be waiting, it'll be a nice break from all the paperwork that I have to do," Hiruzen said with a chuckle. "Now then, I believe it's time I got back to my office," the Hokage said, preparing to do a shunshin. Wait, Gigi. Naruto said, preventing him from leaving. Is something wrong? Irika asked as he watched the blonde with worry in his eyes. Yeah, I seem to know a jutsu, but I've never known about it before, Naruto said. Maybe you're starting to activate another part of the Jiongu, Hiruzen told him. When Naruto looked at him in confusion, he continued. You are able to learn the jutsu that the person whose heart you took knows. My thoughts are that since you've matured some more mentally, you are starting to discover them. So I should start to know more jutsu now? Naruto asked. Yes, you will be discovering that you know jutsu that you originally didn't know, Hiruzen explained. Promise me that you will be careful with any new jutsu, proper practice with them will help you to use them better. Don't worry, Gigi, I promise, Naruto said as he gave the Sandaime a reassuring grin. The Hokage then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving just Naruto and Irika in the clearing. Hey, Irika-sensei, Naruto began, does this mean that if I want to make just one clone, I just try to put in as little chakra as possible? Irika nodded and said, yes, and I'm sorry, if I had realized that you had more chakra than normal, I would have been able to properly help you. Naruto waved him off and told him, it's fine. The important thing is that we know the problem now. You know something, Naruto, Irika started, I envy you. You envy me? Naruto asked. Why would you be jealous of me? Irika smiled at him and said, because you're able to look on the bright side of everything. So how about I treat you to some ramen as a form of apology? Now Naruto wouldn't accept any type of apology unless it was an oral one, but when it came to apology ramen, all his morals went out the window, especially if he was the one that didn't have to pay for any of it. Yay! Ramen, let's go get some ramen. Naruto sang as he began to skip towards Ichiraku's. Irika followed him, already feeling his wallet getting lighter. He would have to hold another funeral for it tonight. Konoha 12 years after Kyuubi attack. For once in his life, Naruto Uzumaki woke up before his alarm clock. Something that has been prophesied to bring about the end of the world. Besides him not eating ramen. Of course, it may have to do with the fact that he was going to graduate from the academy today and earn his headband alongside the rest of his classmates. Naruto, getting more and more excited, jumped out of bed and ran out to his balcony where he held out his arms and felt the cool breeze touch over his skin. After observing the rising sun illuminate Konoha some more, he walked back in to see that his breakfast was already made, and Fox sitting next to the table. Naruto grinned as he looked at Fox. He had finally found a way to make his heart have a little bit of a personality. It was difficult, but being Naruto, he didn't give up until he got something. Thankfully, it was something positive. All it took was installing a bunch of commands into the threads that were connected to the heart. It was a long and tiring process, mostly due to the fact that he wanted Fox to act like a fox and have a little human qualities, like cleaning and such. After eating his cereal, he called Fox back into his body. He had decided to sleep with his heart out, mostly because it was very uncomfortable when he went on his back. Naruto then put on his trench coat and walked out the door. He then made his way to the Hyuga compound. Hyuga compound. Aren't you early, Naruto-san? One of the guards asked as he and his partner watched the young Uzumaki approach. Yeah, I'm just a little excited today, Naruto told them. Today's the day I become a ninja. Good luck then, we hope that you make it, the other guard said as he gave the blonde a small smile. After walking past the gate guards, he was waiting by the front porch of the house that Hinata's family stayed. He dozed off after a while of waiting as he sat on a small bench. He groggily awoke sometime later to an anpine tapping on his shoulder. After getting up and rubbing away the sleep from his eyes, he looked around to see that nobody was within his sight. Boo! A small white sheet with eye holes yelled as it popped up in front of Naruto. Ghost! Naruto screamed as he jumped into the air and grabbed onto the roof of the porch, digging a few tendrils into it to keep him up there. Suddenly, the sheet began to giggle before it was pulled up to reveal a smiling Hanabi. Got you Nato nii-san, Hanabi said while giggling. Naruto groaned while he separated himself from the roof and landed in front of the giggling girl while sporting an evil smile. So little Hanabi-chan likes to laugh, Naruto thought out loud as he took small steps towards the young Hyuga. Hanabi's eyes went wide as she started to back up, realizing what Naruto was about to do. However, she found that she couldn't move and looked down to see that Naruto had sent some threads to wrap around her legs while she was distracted. En Nato nii-san, I'll be a good girl, Hanabi said as she felt some more threads wrap around her arms and hold them up while some others wiggled slowly down her arms and into her shirt. Naruto-kun, as much as I would hate tea to ruin your and Hanabi-chan's fun, we really need tea to go to the A Academy, Hinata said as she stepped out onto the porch while slightly hiding behind the door. Naruto sighed and retracted the threads, letting Hanabi go as she ran up to her sister and hugged her. Thank you Nei-chan. Nato nii-san was going to make me too tired for training again. Hanabi said. Maybe you should remember that it's not nice to play with people's fears, Hayashi said as he appeared behind the sisters. Unless it's someone you don't like. Naruto then put on a triumphant grin and said, yeah. Maybe I'll put on an octopus costume and wait for you to wake up. If you did that, you'll probably end up with a juken palm strike to the stomach, Hayashi pointed out. Hanabi is one of those people who attack when scared. Unlike you who decides to go and inspect roofs. Naruto just gave Hayashi a small glare before he huffed and turned around. Hayashi just chuckled and ushered both him and Hinata out to the academy and sent Hanabi inside. You know you want a son, Hitomi said as she gave him a small smile. I did, after Hinata, but I'm happy with my daughters, Hayashi told her. Besides, it's entertaining to mess with Naruto once in a while. It's like watching Kushina all over again. Hitomi giggled and said, except there's no pile of boys who can't keep their mouths closed every 2 blocks. Hayashi groaned and said, don't remind me, I was in one of those piles at least 3 times a week. Hisashi was the smarter of you two, Hitomi said. I remember the amusement on his face when he would have to drag you home after running into Kushi-chan. The elders kept belittling me for being beaten by a witless nobody every time it happened, the Hyuga head muttered. Remind me why they're still here? Hitomi asked. Because the stick that they all have seems to grant them with extended life, Hayashi told her. Academy. Naruto and Hinata entered the classroom to see that they were still a little early. The only people there were Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and a few other kids who were unimportant. The duo took their seats in front of Shikamaru and Choji. As usual, the Nara was sleeping and the Akimichi was chomping on a bag of chips. Hey guys, what's up? Naruto greeted as he sat down. Hi Naruto, Hinata, everything's fine, I'm just a little nervous about this exam, Choji said, I mean, what if I fail? Troublesome, you're not going to fail Choji, Shikamaru said as he laid his head on his arms and looked at his round friend. All you need to do is stay calm and do your best. Yeah. What Shikamaru said, Databayo. Naruto agreed. Why you'll do fine Choji-kun, Hinata reassured the Akimichi. Choji visibly relaxed and said, thanks guys, I really needed that. While the 3 friends were talking, several more people walked into the room after them. Including Sasuke and Kiba, though the latter was sporting a small bruise on his cheek. Whoa, what happened to you man? Naruto asked. I got into an argument with one of my clan members, and it kinda got to the point where we were throwing punches, Kiba explained as he rubbed the back of his head, making sure not to knock Akamaru off of his spot. Naruto was able to get Kiba to warm up to him and got the dog lover to join him and his friends whenever they hung out. What were you guys arguing about? Choji asked. Kiba sighed at Zaid, which dog food would be better for our partners. Really? Fighting over something like that is so troublesome, Shikamaru said as he readjusted his head so it was facing Kiba, but still laying down. It was at that moment that the whole building began to shake, causing everyone to grab onto something to keep steady. What is this? An earthquake! Kiba cried as he held onto the desk for dear life. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like a normal one. Choji yelled as he tried to keep himself steady. How would you know what a real earthquake is and what isn't? Naruto cried. I'll tell you later. Choji yelled as he grabbed a flying bag of chips with his teeth. Hinata had then lost her grip on the desk after another violent shake and was about to hit her head on the floor when Naruto reached out and grabbed her by her midriff and held her tightly against his body. If she wasn't so frightened at the moment, she might have fainted with happy thoughts. First. Suddenly, the door flew open and the shaking stopped. Everyone looked over to see that Ino and Sakura were arguing about who got to the academy first, the winner getting the right to sit next to Sasuke. Everyone sighed, relieved that it wasn't a real earthquake, and annoyed that the two females had practically gave them some heart attacks. I almost had a heart attack, Naruto sighed. He then realized that he was holding Hinata next to him, who had fainted when she realized her position. Naruto placed her back into her seat, but if one looked closely, they would have seen a small blush on his cheeks. Wow, she's so soft and no. Bad thoughts. Naruto shook his head to get his head clear. Shikamaru sighed and sank back into his seat. I can't believe they made me do something as troublesome as preparing for an earthquake. Yeah, saving your own life is so troublesome, Kiba told him while rolling his eyes, getting some of the people nearby to chuckle. Shikamaru just shrugged it off and went back to sleep with a snore. Naruto, deciding to wake Hinata up, took out one of the emergency cinnamon buns and waved it underneath Hinata's nose. Her eyes popped open and, quick as lightning, snatched the item out of Naruto's hand before devouring it. Welcome back to the land of the living, Choji joked as he watched the ordeal. He would have tried to take the cinnamon bun before Naruto waved it under the Hyuga's nose, but remembered the last time he tried that. The jukin is something that's very painful. Everyone sit down and shut up. Iruka yelled as he walked into the room and used his big head jutsus to get everyone's attention. After everyone sat down, Iruka took his place in the front of the room and addressed the class. Today we're going to be holding the graduation exams to see who is able to become a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. The exam will be conducted in 4 parts, a written test, kunai and shuriken, a taijutsu endurance test, and performing the 3 basic jutsu that all shinobi know how to use. We'll begin once Mizuki decides to get here with the written test. Naruto was only a little scared. Written tests weren't his forte, nor were they his worst. It was just that he preferred to do active works instead of writing things down. A few minutes later, Mizuki came into the classroom with a small box in his arms. Sorry I'm late, Iruka, I had misplaced the box so I tore up the room looking for it, Mizuki said as he rubbed his head sheepishly. Iruka waved him off and said, just hand me the box so I can pass them out. Mizuki nodded and handed the box to Iruka while cursing on the inside. He was supposed to pass them out so he could place a genjutsu on the demon brat's test. After the written test was over, seriously, who cares about written tests? The only one that matters is the one in the Chunin exams. Everyone went outside to prepare for the next test. The one where they would throw kunai and shuriken at the target and try to earn as much points as possible. Okay, I'll call you guys up alphabetical order, so Shino's up first, Iruka said as he grabbed a clipboard to keep score. Shino walked up to the starting point and grabbed 10 kunai and shuriken. He first threw the kunai, half of them hitting a bullseye, and 2 of them hiding the target ring. He then moved on to the next target and threw his shuriken. 6 had hit their bullseye and 1 had hit the target. Good work, Shino. Next up is Choji, Iruka said as he marked down Shino's score. Choji walked up and grabbed his own set of kunai and shuriken. For the kunai, 3 of them hit the bullseye while 3 more hit the target. With the shuriken, 4 of them hit the bullseye and 2 more hit the target. Nice job. Next is Sakura, Iruka announced. Watch me Sasuke kun. The pink banzai mean Sakura screeched as she grabbed the weaponry and began to throw them. Everyone held their ears to prevent them from bleeding. Sakura prepared to throw the kunai and wait, why am I telling you guys about her? Who cares, she just passed with the bare minimum that was needed to pass. Now let's move on to the important people. Next is Hinata, Irika said, not really paying attention to Sakura. That was until she almost took off a chunk of his hair with a kunai. He was about ready to fail her for almost ruining his fashion, but was able to keep himself under control. Don't worry Hinata-chan, you'll do great. Naruto reassured the timid heiress as she approached the throwing point. Hinata took a deep breath and grabbed her set of kunai and shuriken. For the kunai, all of them hit her target while 7 of them hit the bullseye. With the shuriken, only 8 of them hit the target, and all of them hit the bullseye. Great job Hinata. Irika praised. Hinata blushed under his praise and walked back to where her friends were. As she looked down to hide her blush, she bumped into someone, and looked up to see the smiling face of Naruto. That was great Hinata-chan. Naruto said. Hinata turned into a tomato and stuttered a thanks as she turned away and watched the others as they did their exam. Kiba, you're up next, Irika said as he watched the young Inuzuka race towards the starting point and grabbed a set of kunai and shuriken. Kiba did decently with the weapons, considering the fact that his clan likes to be up close and personal when fighting. He got 5 bullseyes with the kunai, and 3 hits in the target area. He got 4 bullseye with the shuriken and had 2 hits in the target area. Good job Kiba, next is Shikamaru. Troublesome, let's get this over with, Shikamaru muttered as he trudged forward. He grabbed the set and began to throw them. He got 3 bullseyes and 3 hits with the kunai, and 5 bullseyes and 2 hits with the shuriken. The only reason he put any effort into it was because he didn't want to have his score anywhere near Sakura's. Good work Shikamaru, Sasuke, you're next, Irika said as he marked down the Nara's score. Sasuke said as he walked forward and grabbed his set. He threw all of his weapons and got all bullseyes with each one. Excellent Sasuke. Irika praised, but he couldn't be heard over all of the screaming that all of Sasuke's fangirls did. Sasuke grunted as walked back to his corner to fantasize about killing Itachi. The only reason Sasuke won was because Itachi was sick and he didn't want to kill his little brother. Naruto, it's your turn, Irika said as he watched the young blonde step forward. Yash! I'm up, Dadabayo! Naruto cried as he grabbed his set of kunai and shuriken. For the junai, 8 of them hit the bullseye and the other 2 hit close to it. 9 of his shuriken hit the bullseye and the last one missed when it bounced off of another one, but it still hit the target. Great job Naruto! Irika said as he watched the blonde cheer. That was GG great Naruto-kun! Hinata softly exclaimed. It was, wasn't it? Naruto asked with a smile on his face. Yeah, but you didn't get the best score, Choji pointed out. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and said, so? As long as I pass, it's good enough for me. Last one up is Ino, Irika said. The young Yamanaka walked up and grabbed her set of kunai and shuriken. When she threw her kunai, she was able to get 5 bullseye and 2 hits in the target. For the shuriken, she got 5 bullseye and 3 hits. That's it for this part of the exam, Irika said. Now let's move on to the training area for the taijutsu portion of the exam. Everyone started to move towards the taijutsu field where Mizuki was finishing up some stretches. Alright, this exam is going to be fairly simple, Irika said as he stood in front of the group. You guys are going to have matches against Mizuki here. The goal is to last at least 2 minutes against him. Once the 2 minutes are up, you can quit. Now let's get started. Because I'm lazy, we're going to skip everyone and go straight to Naruto. Why? Because I'm the author and I say so. Okay Naruto, you're up, Irika said as he watched Sasuke stalk off of the field and go back into his little fantasy world where he stood on top of 20 Itachi corpses. Let's get started, Dadabayo. Naruto exclaimed as he jumped into the field and faced Mizuki. Mizuki smirked and said, "Well, aren't you confident? This is going to be easy. All I have to do is knock him out of the ring." Naruto grinned and got into his personal stance before he stared down Mizuki. Mizuki started off the match by dashing towards Naruto and aiming a ounce towards his head. Naruto ducked underneath it and threw a fist towards Mizuki's side. The academy teacher retreated to gain some distance, but Naruto raced forward to keep him from getting any room. Naruto threw a punch towards Mizuki's stomach, and the Chunin turned to the side to let Naruto's hit fly past him while he went to knee the student in the stomach. The hit sent Naruto back towards the edge of the ring. "Oi, Mizuki-sensei, that was a little hard," Naruto said as he hunched over a little. "Well, you can expect your enemies to hit you harder when you're out on a mission," Mizuki replied. Naruto smirked and said, "Then let's keep going, this little thing isn't going to stop me." Naruto raced forward and aimed a kick at Mizuki. The Chunin grabbed the outstretched leg and proceeded to throw Naruto away. The Uzumaki landed dangerously close to TE edge and almost fell out until he caught himself and regained his balance. Mizuki then charged towards Naruto and threw a punch towards him in an attempt to send him out of the ring. Naruto twisted his body and went to punch him out of the ring. "Time!" Irika yelled as his watch signaled 2 minutes. Naruto jumped back and wiped the small amount of sweat from his brow. "Phew! That was intense, Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said. Mizuki nodded his head, but was screaming in anger on the inside. Another chance was lost. Later, once everyone had finished with their taijutsu matches, Irika had moved everyone inside where they would finish up with the ninjutsu exam. They would wait in one room before being called into a separate room for testing. Naruto was standing in front of Irika and Mizuki where they sat at the desk with a small row of headbands with them. Despite his confidence, Naruto was slightly fidgeting with a little nervousness in the back of his head. "Okay, Naruto, you just need to perform the 3 basic ninjutsu," Irika began, meaning that you have to do a henge, kawarimi, and make at least 3 bunshin. "Got it? Yeah, let's do this," Naruto cried, making the 2 academy instructors chuckle. "If only we could grade him on his confidence," Mizuki muttered, keeping up his nice guy act. "First, henge into the sandame and act like him for a few seconds," Irika said. "Got it, henge." Naruto transformed into Hiruzen Sarutobi perfectly and stared down at the 2 instructors. "Irika," the transformed Naruto began in Hiruzen's voice, "you should really think about becoming a Jounin sensei one of these days." "You too, Mizuki." After that, Naruto poofed back into himself while sporting a wide grin. "Good job, Naruto," Mizuki said while straining his smile to make it look sincere. "Okay, next we'll do the kawarimi, ready?" Irika asked as he prepared to throw a blunted kunai at the blonde. "Yup, let me have it," Naruto said. Irika chucked the kunai at Naruto and it hit the blonde in the chest. Naruto's eyes went wide before white smoke erupted around him and revealed himself to be a wooden log. The real Naruto came out of the closet that was behind where he was standing. "Praise the log," Naruto said while holding his hands in a small prayer. "Amen," both Irika and Mizuki said as they did a small prayer as well. "Now I just have to do some bunshins, right?" Naruto asked. Irika nodded and said, "You just have to do at least 3. "Okay, here I go." "Databao!" Naruto exclaimed as he made the hand seal and a cloud of smoke blinded the room. "We really need to do something about how much smoke you use," Irika said as he waved the smoke out the window. Once the smoke was clear, Irika looked back to see 5 Narutos standing before him. "Excellent, Naruto. You're now an official ninja of Konoha," Irika praised as he handed Naruto his headband. "Huh! I did it, Databao!" Naruto cheered as he grabbed his headband and ran out the room. "Oh great, now I'm going to have to change my plan," Mizuki thought as he closed his eyes in frustration, Irika oblivious to his friend's thoughts. Naruto ran out of the room and raced out of the building to see all the people who had graduated and were showing off to their parents. As he walked over to where Hinata and her guard Ko would be waiting, he heard people whispering about him. I can't believe they let that thing graduate. How could they let it become more powerful? After all, he's dash. Quiet. You know it's forbidden to talk about it. Naruto just shrugged off the comments and walked over to where his blue-haired friend was. Hinata beamed upon seeing Naruto with a headband around his forehead. Naruto saw the headband that Hinata had around her neck, and in the back of his head, thought that she looked cute with it like that. I am so glad that you passed Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she gave him a soft smile. Hee, yeah, now we can go on missions and become awesome ninja, Naruto said. Naruto-san, Ko began, Hayashi-sama and Hitomi-sama have invited you to join them for dinner in celebration of your graduation. Really? That sounds great. Naruto said as he smiled brightly. Later that night, training ground 27. Naruto had left the Hyuga compound after a large, filling dinner and decided to visit his private training grounds for a small trip down memory lane. He remembered making all those slash marks and drilling holes in the trees and chuckled as he remembered every time he got frustrated when it wouldn't work. But now he was highly skilled with his Jiongu, and there was still so much to learn. He was broken out of his thoughts when he heard some fighting in the distance. Now being at one of Konoha's training grounds, this wasn't anything unusual, but it was strange for people to be out here at this time of the day. Naruto ran through the woods and crawled through some bushes when he saw who was there. In front of him was Mizuki and Irika. The former was twirling a giant shuriken in one hand while another one was strapped to his back. Irika was pinned to the tree by several shuriken, next to him was a large scroll. Why are you betraying us, Mizuki? Irika yelled. Naruto was shocked. One of his instructors was betraying the village he had sworn to serve. Because Irika, this village is falling to pieces, Mizuki began. The wise Hokage lets a monster run free in our village and then has the nerve to tell us that it's a human like us. You're delusional. Irika yelled. Maybe I am in your eyes, but your opinion won't matter when you're dead. Mizuki yelled as he threw the shuriken he was twirling towards Irika. Naruto jumped out of the bushes and caught the shuriken by the middle ring before throwing it away. And Naruto? Irika cried as he saw the blonde appear in front of him. Irika-sensei, are you alright? Naruto asked as he kept his eye on Mizuki, who appeared to be surprised by Naruto's interference as well. Mizuki got out of his shock and said, well, what do we have here? The demon brats decided to show up as well. Now I can blame you for Irika's death before I kill you and get rid of your filth. Naruto growled and said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, remember it, you team. Naruto, you have to get away from here. Irika yelled. I'm not going to leave you here, Irika-sensei, Naruto declared. Mizuki smirked and said, say Naruto, do you want to know why everyone hates you? Naruto froze and looked at Mizuki with curious eyes, making the traitor almost laugh at how innocent the demon tried to appear. Don't do it, Mizuki. Irika yelled. It's forbidden. You see, 12 years ago, the Kyubi no Kitsune attacked the village and was defeated by the Yondaime, who sacrificed himself in the process, Mizuki said. Naruto looked at him and asked, what does this have to do with anything? After the attack, a law was made. A law that everyone except you knows about, Mizuki said. What law? Naruto asked, almost afraid to find out. Mizuki, shut up. Irika yelled in vain. A law that hid the fact that you are the Kyubi reborn. Now die you. Fox. Mizuki cried as he threw his last giant shuriken. Naruto was frozen in shock at the revelation and didn't even register what Mizuki just did. He then heard the sound of flesh being ripped and some blood falling on his face. Naruto looked up to see the smiling face of Irika. Hey, Irika began while a small trail of blood trailed down his lips. You alright, Naruto? It was at this time that Naruto realized that his sensei had ripped himself free and used his body to shield the blonde. "Irika, sensei?" Naruto whispered as he shook in fear. Am I really the Kyuubi?" "No," Irika said as he shook his head, "you just contain it. I admit, I hate the Kyuubi, but I don't hate Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of Konoha." With that statement, Irika ripped out the shuriken that was in him and threw it to the side. Naruto was at tears at this point and a few had made their way down his cheeks. My, how touching," Mizuki mocked. "Now let's get to the part where I kill you both already." Mizuki then lunged forward, kunai in hand, and went to stab Irika in the back of the head. However, he found that he couldn't move as soon as he got within 5 feet of the Chunin. He looked towards his arm and saw crimson threads wrapped around him. He followed the trail of them and was shocked when he saw them disappearing into Naruto's skin. "If you ever attack my sensei again, I'll kill you," Naruto growled as his threads squirmed through the air. "D-Demon!" Mizuki yelled as he struggled to get away from the threads. Naruto threw the traitorous Chunin into a tree and began to stitch up the wound on Irika's back. Once he was satisfied with his work, he turned around and watched as Mizuki trembled while holding a kunai in his direction. "All traitors to Konoha must be killed," Naruto said in an emotionless voice as he took off his trench coat and handed it to Irika, who took it and watched Naruto as he slowly walked forward to Mizuki. "Jiongu, activate!" Naruto shouted as he put his hands into the Tora seal. Fox had come out of his back and slowly walked towards Mizuki along with Naruto. "Doton, Earth Flow Spears!" Mizuki yelled as he slammed his hands into the ground. A wave of rock-made spears shot out of the ground and made their way to Naruto and Fox. Both of the thread users jumped out of the way and landed in the trees where Naruto started to make several hand seals. "Katan, Fire Bullet Jutsu!" Naruto yelled as he and Fox began to shoot several small fireballs at Mizuki. The former academy instructor jumped away and looked around frantically for his opponents. He threw a kunai into the tree where he saw a flash of crimson, but only ended up hitting the tree. He backed up against a tree and grabbed one of his giant shuriken that was nearby. "Katan, Fireball Jutsu!" Naruto shouted as he and Fox simultaneously blew out fireballs that were about their size. Mizuki jumped into the trees and landed on a branch when Fox leapt at him and tried to slice him with its claws. The traitor jumped back, only to be sent flying forward by Naruto, who had kicked the traitor in the back. Naruto landed in front of Mizuki, and Fox landed behind him. "Stay away!" Mizuki yelled as he held the giant shuriken out in front of him like a shield. Naruto just ignored him and held out his arms as several tendrils shot towards him and wrapped him up. But Mizuki then fell apart into mud. "Iwa Bunshin," Naruto muttered as he looked around for Mizuki. "Doton, Earth Fist!" Mizuki yelled as he appeared behind Naruto and attempted to slam his rock-covered fist into the blonde's head. Naruto was hit and crumpled into the ground before he erupted into smoke. What? Kage Bunshin!" Mizuki exclaimed. He then jumped to the side as the real Naruto slammed his fist into the ground where he stood. Fox then blew out a fireball at Mizuki once Naruto was out of its range. "Doton, Dorihiki!" Mizuki slammed his hands on the ground and a wall of stone rose up and defended him from the fire. "Jiongu, Threading Needles!" Naruto cried as he shot threads towards Mizuki and wrapped him up in them. This time, it was the real one that was captured. "Let me go, Kyuubi!" Mizuki yelled. Naruto gave him a cold glare and said, "No, you're going to get what traitors deserve." "Well said, Naruto-kun." Everyone turned to see Hiruzen standing there along with Tsunade 6anbu with him. "How long have you been here, Jiji, Bachan?" Naruto asked. Tsunade put a hand to his chin and said, "About the same time the Mizuki clone fell to pieces." "Ah, you missed all of my cool jutsu," Naruto whined as he tightened his grip on Mizuki. He then looked back over to his prisoner and asked, do you need this guy for interrogation or anything? Hiruzen shook his head and said, no, he was foolish enough to write his plans out and failed to burn everything before he left his apartment. So we know who he was working for and that there was nobody else involved in this. He even wrote down the place that he was going to drop off the scroll at. Naruto's face lightly lit up and he asked, does that mean that I can take it? Yes, Mizuki is now useless to us when it comes to information, Hiruzen said. Naruto turned around and faced Mizuki with an unnerving smile on his face. Mizuki struggled harder to get away, but the threads were very tight. Naruto raised his free arm and aimed it at Mizuki, or more precisely, his chest. Several threads shot out and impacted against Mizuki's chest before they began to dig into him. Mizuki let out screams of pain, but only Naruto and Iruka were affected. Naruto because this was only the second time he did it, and Iruka because Mizuki used to be his friend. But now that Iruka thought about it, Mizuki rarely acted friendly in the past. Mizuki's screams stopped once the threads began to pull something out of him. First they ripped off his Chunin vest and part of his shirt before a moving object was hanging in the air. Once the threads disconnected from Mizuki, he dropped down to the ground, dead. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment as a pulse of blue chakra traveled up to the heart and engulfed it for a moment. He opened his eyes and said, it's a earth element. Iruka-sensei, can you throw me the scroll in my coat pocket? Iruka, still stunned by the event, just nodded dumbly and threw Naruto the scroll. The Uzumaki opened it up and pressed his hand on the kanji for earth and pushed some chakra into it. From the scroll came a squarish mask that had a slightly open mouth and yellow markings on it. Naruto placed the mask on the heart and everyone watched as more crimson threads began to wrap around the heart and began to take the shape of a humanoid figure. The mass of threads fell to the floor and became a tall figure, about 7 feet high, with thick arms that had 4-fingered hands. Thick legs came from the bottom and allowed the creature to stand on its own. The mask settled on the middle of the chest, right between its large shoulders. I really need some of you people to draw for me. As I said before, on my profile I am a horrible artist. Can someone please help me? Everyone, meet Titan. Naruto introduced the crimson construct as it took a bow. Very interesting, Naruto, Tsunade said as she inspected the creature. I assume that it's going to be a defense type for you? Naruto shrugged and said, more or less. Depends on the type of ninja I fight. Hiruzen was confused. What do you mean? He asked. Well, remember Iruka-sensei saying the water is weak to earth, so I'll fight water users with Titan since he'll be able to beat them easily. Iruka laughed and said, so you really do remember my boring lectures, you brat. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and said, well, you do repeat them about 3 times a year. Iruka blushed and looked away in embarrassment. The ANBU had taken Mizuki's body away for examination of any items on him, to see whether they had any connection to who he was originally working for. Good work, Naruto, you'll receive a B rank payment for this later. I'll give it to you when you come in to take your picture for your ID card, Hiruzen said. ANBU, take Iruka to the hospital for proper treatment. Tsunade, go with them, I'll take Naruto to get some ramen. It's about time for my break anyway. Yay! Ramen! Naruto cheered as he ran around the Hokage happily. Everyone, except the ANBU, chuckled at the Uzumaki's antics before they went about their business. Konoha Academy. For the second time in his life, Naruto was early to the academy, and for good reasons this time too. Today was the day that he would be assigned to a team to begin their careers as shinobi of Konoha. He hoped and prayed that he would be put on a team with his friends, and with a sensei that liked him. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see Hinata looking at him with concern in her eyes. Are you okay, and Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Naruto smiled and said, don't worry, Hinata-chan, I was just thinking about what teams we were going to be on. I really hope that we're on TT the same team, Hinata said with a blush on her face. Me too, I really hope that neither of us are paired with the team and Banshee, that would suck. I can hear you, you baka. Sakura screeched as she gave a glare at Naruto. And Sasuke-kun is not at the team. He's the most wonderful person in the world. Did you hear something, Hinata-chan? Kiba? Shikamaru? How about you, Choji? Or you, Shino? Naruto asked. You say something, Naruto? Kiba asked as he pulled out the earplugs that were in his and Akamaru's ears. Zzz, Shikamaru slept through the whole thing. Choji swallowed his chips and said, I didn't hear anything. I thought I heard something, Naruto-san, but I then realized that it was just hot air being blown through the room, Shino said. Everyone stopped what they were doing and started at Shino with wide eyes. Did Shino just make a joke? Kiba asked. Shino frowned and said, I am trying to become more social with all of my friends. Did I say something wrong? No. Naruto reassured. We were just shocked that you made a joke. You're usually a quiet person, so it was a shock to us. I see, perhaps I should become more social with everyone before I start creating jokes. That seems like the most logical thing to do, Shino said. Troublesome, there's just so many surprises today, Shikamaru sighed. Hinata then tapped Naruto on the shoulder, causing him to look over. I saw that there's another small bee bump on you coat. Did you get another H-heart? She whispered. Luckily, Kiba was in an argument with Ino and couldn't hear her. Yeah, I'll tell you all about it later, Naruto said. Hinata nodded and leaned back into her chair. Just then Irika walked in with the support of some crutches. Irika-sensei, what happened to you? Hinata asked. There was an incident in the village a few days ago and I got hurt in the process, Irika told her. But if there was a problem, why didn't they have Sasuke-kun help? Sakura asked, making most of the class roll their eyes at the Kunoichi hopeful's devotion to the Uchiha Scion. Irika sent her a glare and said, because Sakura, the Hokage, wanted all Chunin and above to be involved because of how serious it was. Sakura just blushed and looked away, but the rest of the class was laughing at the Pinkette's embarrassment. Now if you would all kindly shut up now, I'm going to be announcing the teams that have been made. Some of you may not like them, but that's how it's going to be, Irika said as he placed a clipboard on the podium and began to read off of it. Teams 1 to 6 are unimportant. Team 7 will be made up of Sasuke Uchiha, Irika began, making every girl go onto the edge of their seats in anticipation. Sakura Haruno dash. Yes. True love conquers all. Sakura yelled as she stood up on her seat and cheered. Sasuke was crying on the inside because he could already see how annoying this would be. Why does Forehead get to be with Sasuke-kun? It should be me. Ino yelled. Shut it, Ino pig. Sakura growled. Heh, I pity the guy who gets stuck with them, Kiba said as he leaned back into his chair. And Kiba Inuzuka. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake, Irika finished. What? Kiba yelled as he fell out of his chair in shock. Akamaru jumped from the falling boy and landed in Hinata's lap where she began to console the whining pooch. Naruto patted Kiba on the back and said, Good luck, man, I hope you survive. I'm doomed, Kiba wailed as he sunk to his knees. Akamaru let out a howl of despair alongside his partner. I really feel bad for Kiba, but I can't really do anything about it except pray to Kami that it all turns out well for him, Irika thought as he watched the whole ordeal. Team 8, Irika began, will be made up of Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga. Please let Naruto-kun/me be on my Hinata-chan's team, Hinata and Naruto thought simultaneously. And Naruto Uzumaki. Your sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi, Irika finished, silently thanking Kami for allowing those friends to stay together. Naruto grinned when he heard that he would be with his friends. He turned towards Hinata and gave her a fox-like grin while she just blushed, but had a small smile on her face. Yash! Let's become the best ninja team ever, Hinata-chan, Shino. Naruto declared. Both of them just nodded in agreement. Team 9 is still active from last year, so we're going to move on, Irika said. Team 10 will be made up of Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Your sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. Why am I stuck with these two lazy bums? Ino wailed as she slammed her head on the desk. Irika then looked at all the kids in his class and said, "You'll meet your Jounin senseis after lunch. So be sure to come back here later. It's been a pleasure teaching you all, and I hope to hear great things about you." With that said, he hobbled out of the room, leaving everyone else to their own devices. Jounin Lounge. Kurenai Yuhi was a newly promoted Jounin and was already being assigned a team. She was a young woman with light skin and a slender build. She had long black hair that reached her shoulders and was kept out of her face by her headband. She was wearing an outfit that seemed to be made of bandages while only her right arm was sleeved. Her hands and upper thighs were wrapped in bandages. She sighed as she remembered the events that had happened in the Hokage's office earlier that day. Flashback. Sandame's office. Hokage-sama, I believe that there is a problem with the team assignments, Kurenai said as she stood before the Hokage with another Jounin next to her. He was a relatively tall man with silver, spiky, gravity-defying hair. He was wearing the standard Jounin outfit, complete with the vest. The lower half of his face was covered by a mask and his forehead protector was covering his left eye. The right one was lazily reading a orange-covered book while he nodded in agreement. I have to agree with her, Hokage-sama, the Jounin said. Hiruzen sighed, he was expecting this. What seems to be the problem, Kakashi, Kurenai? I formally put in a request to receive a team made out of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Instead, I received Naruto Uzumaki instead of Kiba. I wanted the Uzumaki kid instead of the Inuzuka, Kakashi said. Hiruzen rubbed his temples and said, if you got the team you wanted, then both of your teams would have been highly unbalanced. Kurenai was confused. Can you please explain, Hokage-sama? She asked. If you had gotten Kiba instead of Naruto, your team would be greatly underpowered. I understand that the Inuzuka clan has a high skill in taijutsu, but with Naruto, he could last longer in a fight. And I'm sure that he would surprise you in one way or another. As for your team, Kakashi, you received Kiba because your team would need a tracker. With Naruto on it instead of Kiba, your team would never be able to track down a target through special means, such as the Inuzuka's relationship with their Nin-ken. But with Naruto on my team, he could form a healthy rivalry with Sasuke and form a bond with him that could keep him tied to the village, Kakashi argued. Hiruzen wanted to punch the man through the wall, but managed to calm himself. That would never work, Hiruzen said. Sasuke hates Naruto, Sakura hates Naruto, and Naruto hates them both. That team would collapse the moment you leave them unsupervised. Besides, I think Kiba would be able to give the Uchiha a nice challenge every once in a while. Kakashi just shrugged and turned the page in his book and said, if that is what you wish, Hokage-sama. He then vanished in a puff of smoke. I'm still unsure about this, Kurenai said. Hiruzen lit his pipe and said, just give it a try, I'm sure you'll like it. Kurenai then vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving the Hokage all alone. Flashback end. Kurenai then got up and walked out of the lounge and made her way to the academy. Might as well get this over with, she muttered. Academy noon. Naruto was sitting between Hinata and Shino as they waited for their sensei. Behind them were Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji. So when are they going to be here? Naruto asked. Possibly any moment now, Shino said as he watched a beetle crawl across his hand. I hope they get here soon, I'm almost out of chips, Choji said as he popped another one into his mouth. Team 10? A voice called out. Everyone looked to see a tall man wearing a standard Jounin uniform with his hands in his pockets. He had black hair that was connected to his slightly pointed beard. In his mouth was a cigarette that hung loosely. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino stood up, though Ino was reluctant, and began to walk out of the door. But before they left, Shikamaru looked over his shoulder. "I'd tell you to wish me luck, but that would be too troublesome," he said as he walked out the door. Choji laughed as he followed his friend. "I should have expected that from that lazy bum," Naruto said as he shook his head. Does anyone know anything about OOR-sensei?" Hinata asked. "I've never heard of her," Shino said. "I think she's a new jounin," Kiba said. "At least, that's what I heard from my sister when we were at dinner a few weeks ago." Naruto huffed and said, "I wanted someone who was world famous." Hinata giggled at his antics and Shino just rolled his eyes behind his shades. "Teammate?" a voice asked. The members of said team looked over to see Kurenai standing there waiting for them. "Please follow me." "See ya later, Kiba, good luck," Naruto said as he and the others ran out of the room. The newly christened teammate was meeting in a nearby dango shop. Of course, they were allowed entry after Kurenai had convinced the owner to let them in. Reason why they couldn't enter? Naruto. This made Shino confused because he couldn't see anything wrong with Naruto that would have been a reason to deny him entry. "So how about we get to know one another?" Kurenai asked as she sat across from her 3 students. "What do you want to know?" Shino asked. "Well, I want to know your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future," Kurenai said. "You know what, I'll start. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, I like genjutsu, my friends, and the village. I dislike perverts and people who think females can't make good kunoichi. My hobbies are gardening, and hanging out with my friend Anko. For the future, I want to become a highly skilled genjutsu user. Now how about you, young lady?" Hinata blushed and said, My name is Hinata H. Hyuga, I like my FA family, Naruto-kun, and sweet things. I dislike mean people, seafood, and the caged bee-bird seal. My hobbies are flower pressing, training, and spending time with Naruto-kun. I want to become the H. Hyuga head and abolish the seal. I also want to start a FF family 001 day. She finished that last part with a major blush and a discreet look at Naruto, but only Kurenai caught it. "Very interesting. Okay, next is Shino," Kurenai said. Shino pushed up his glasses and said, "My name is Shino Aburame. I like socializing with people who don't fear me, and insects. I dislike those who harm insects for no reason. My hobbies are practicing my social skills and examining insects. My goal for the future is to become the next Aburame clan head." Kurenai blinked and said, "Well, that was informative. Okay, Naruto, you finish up." Naruto grinned and began, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I like ramen, hanging out with my friends, especially Hinata-chan, Gigi, and Ba-chan. I dislike people who are mean to others for no reason at all, and ghosts. My hobbies are training, and practicing with Hinata-chan. My goal is to become the next Hokage. Databeo. I can see that you've got a lot of enthusiasm, that's good," Kurenai said. "Now I'm afraid to tell you all this, but you're not really genin yet." Naturally, Naruto was the first to react. "What do you mean?" he yelled. "What I mean is that those genin exams that you took the other day, were only there to weed out the weakest of the weak. All jounins who are assigned a squad must administer an additional test to see who can make the cut." "What is the test?" Shino asked. "This test will be given to you all tomorrow. Come to Training Ground 16 at 8 o'clock, and be prepared to work hard if you want to keep those headbands," Kurenai said as she put down some money and left the restaurant. "So," Naruto began, "who's nervous about this test we're getting?" I am a little nervous," Hinata said, "but I'm going to do my best." "I agree with Hinata-san, we should all put in our best effort if we want to become genin of the village," Shino told him. "Alright, let's work together and pass this stupid test," Naruto declared. Both clan heirs nodded in agreement and left the dango shop to go home. However, Naruto stopped Hinata from leaving when Shino was out of sight. "And Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. "I did promise to tell you about my new heart, right?" Naruto said. Hinata nodded and allowed the Uzumaki to lead her to the park where there was barely a soul there. "Hinata-chan, can you check to see if anyone's around?" Naruto asked. After sweeping the area with her Byakugan, Hinata confirmed that they were all alone. Naruto then took off his trench coat and showed Hinata his earth heart. "Where did you get it?" she asked. Naruto sighed and began to explain. "Well, I was hanging around training ground 27 after the party your family threw when I ran into Iruka-sensei and Mizuki fighting in the forest. Mizuki stole something from the Hokage and was running from the ninja when Iruka-sensei caught up to him. Right before he could kill Iruka-sensei, I jumped in and began to fight Mizuki. Luckily Iruka-sensei managed to tire him out before I fought him. I beat Mizuki and Jiji and Bachan jumped in and said that they got everything that tells them who Mizuki was working for. Then they allowed me to take the team's heart." "Oh Naruto-kun." Hinata cried as she hugged him tightly. Hey, Hinata-chan." Naruto exclaimed as he was stunned by his friend's actions. "I'm fine, there's nothing to be afraid of." Still, Hinata began, "I can't help but be worried about you." Naruto smiled gently and returned Hinata's embrace while saying, "Thank you Hinata-chan, you're a true friend." Tomorrow training ground 16. Naruto arrived at the training ground to see Hinata slumped against a tree taking a nap. The Uzumaki smirked as he watched her sleep with a smile. She was obviously having a good dream. "Good morning Naruto-san." Naruto jumped into the air and looked back to see Shino standing behind him. "You know, sneaking up on people isn't the best way to get friendly with them," Naruto said. "My apologies, I was unaware that it was something wrong to do," Shino said. Naruto just waved him off and went to sit next to Hinata. Shino went to sit on the other side of the Hyuga girl and closed his eyes as he felt a slight breeze flow through the area. "You know how much time is left before she gets here?" Naruto asked. Shino thought for a moment and said, "I believe that we have 5 minutes until Kurenai-sensei arrives." "More like 5 seconds, Kurenai said as she dropped down from a tree. "Hello everyone, are we ready to begin?" Naruto nodded and said, "Let me wake Hinata up first." But before Naruto could do anything, Shino grabbed his shoulder. "You're not going to shout out that there's a cinnamon bun being sold, are you?" he whispered. "No, of course not," Naruto said as he pulled out a small scroll with the kanji for emergency written on it. He opened it and unsealed a cinnamon bun. "I brought one," he finished as he put the cinnamon near Hinata. Her head turned in the direction of the sweet as he held it near her. He moved it side to side, and everyone, except Shino, had to hold in their laughter when Hinata's head moved with it. Then when Naruto blinked, the cinnamon bun was gone and there was a small stinging sensation on his fingers. "She bit me," he thought as he watched Hinata's eyes flutter open and she took in her surroundings. What is it?" Hinata asked as she slowly stood up. "Nothing," Naruto said quickly, a little too quickly. Hinata stared at him suspiciously but put it in the back of her mind as she stood up and faced her sensei along with her team. Shino pushed up his glasses and asked, "What do we have to do in this test?" Kurenai smiled and said, "It's very simple. The primary function of this team was to be a tracking team. So you're going to use your tracking skills to locate and subdue me before this timer runs out." She then pulled out a clock and set it down on a nearby post. "Seems simple enough, anything else we need to know?" Naruto asked as he adjusted the belt on his coat. "If you want to catch me, you guys are going to come after me with the intention of killing me," Kurenai said. "That means that you all need to use everything you know if you want to catch me." But what if YUG get hurt?" Hinata asked. "Don't worry about me," Kurenai said. "You need to work hard if you want to pass this test. So when do we start?" Naruto asked. Kurenai smirked and said, right now. She then vanished in a swirl of cherry blossoms. This was a genjutsu, Shino said. Naruto sighed, great, I hate genjutsu. Then I guess you'll dislike the fact that our sensei is known as the genjutsu mistress of Konoha, Shino told him. Naruto groaned in response. Where do we start looking? Hinata asked. Allow me, my insects can already detect a small trail of chakra that matches Kurenai-sensei, Shino said as he raised his arms. A small cloud of insects flew out and began to fly in one direction. The trio of genin quickly followed the bugs as they flew deeper into the forest. After a half-hour of running, the three friends reached a small clearing where the insects were just buzzing around, seemingly lost. Is she here? Naruto asked. This is where the trail ends, Shino said. So, logically, she must be in this area. I'll see if she's here, Hinata said as she stepped forward. She made several hand seals and said, Byakugan. Her vision expanded and she could see her teammates behind her and their chakra. Shino's was being drained into one section of his body at a slow rate, most likely where his insects were. Naruto's was bright and energetic, and she could see the two other sources of chakra on his back. She then looked elsewhere and noticed a faint amount of chakra in the trees above them, behind their current position. There. Hinata said as she pointed to where the chakra was and her teammates sprung into action. Shino sent a swarm of insects to where she was pointing and Naruto jumped into the trees as the bugs surrounded him like a shield. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto cried as he put his hands into the cross-shaped seal and created 10 clones that leapt into the bushes with him. Kurenai jumped out and clashed with the nearest Naruto, kunai in their hands. Another Naruto dropped down from above and attempted to slam his foot into the jounin. Kurenai threw the Naruto she was fighting with into the one that was attacking and watched as they both popped into smoke. Two more Kage Bunshin, accompanied by a swarm of insects, jumped out of the trees and attacked Kurenai. She dispelled them with 3 quick hits and ducked as Hinata came in with her palm outstretched and coated with chakra. Kurenai was then engaged in a taijutsu battle against the Hyuga and got 2 of her chakra points blocked in her left arm before she knocked Hinata away, only to have to dodge the last 5 of Naruto's Kage Bunshin as they all attacked at once. You guys are good, Kurenai said as she jumped back and threw a kunai at the feet of one of the Kage Bunshin. But you still need to improve. The kunai then exploded and dispelled the Bunshin as the real Naruto was knocked out of the tree by the explosion. She's getting away. Hinata yelled as she watched Kurenai run off. Shino lifted Naruto to his feet and the genin began to chase after her. Hinata-chan, can you see her? Naruto asked as he and his teammates jumped in the direction that their sensei fled. Hi. Follow me. Hinata said as she jumped forward and began to lead her friends through the forest. The trio followed the Hyuga for several minutes until they reached another clearing where Hinata stopped and began to look around. Did you lose her? Naruto asked. She was here and then she disappeared, Hinata said. There is something in the air that is disturbing my insects. I am of no use here, Shino said as he attempted to send out another swarm. Meanwhile, Kurenai was hiding in the trees while applying a special genjutsu that hid her from the Byakugan. Next to her was a small pile of leaves that released a scent that neutralized the insects used by the Aburame clan. I wonder what you're going to do to track me down, Naruto, Kurenai thought as she observed the genin from her hiding place. Maybe this part O of the test is F for you, Naruto-kun, Hinata suggested as she deactivated her Byakugan. I have to agree with her, Naruto, Shino said. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment before he opened them and said, alright, but I need you guys to be calm when I do this. Once he got the confirming nods, he walked forward before he stood in the middle of the clearing. Naruto then slammed both of his hands on the ground and hundreds of threads raced out in all directions. Shino was startled by this but didn't show it, and Hinata was used to it after seeing his threads so many times. In the trees, Kurenai was flabbergasted at Naruto's ability and didn't notice when the threads began to climb up the trees. Once she noticed, several of the threads bumped into her sandals. Naruto smirked when he felt his threads send him a message, one saying that they found his sensei. Naruto then sent another message to his threads and waited. Hinata and Shino watched in awe as all the threads stopped moving, before they all shot into a certain tree. Kurenai jumped out of the tree, wide-eyed and high on adrenaline. "What are you guys waiting for? Get her!" Naruto yelled as he coordinated his threads to try and wrap around the kunoichi jounin. This knocked Hinata and Shino out of their stupor and they jumped after their sensei while she was distracted by the threads. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata cried as she sent a condensed wave of air at Kurenai. The jounin was hit in the stomach and poofed into a wooden log, signaling that it was a kawarimi. "Behind you," Shino said as he saw their sensei appear behind the young girl. She quickly sent a kick into Hinata's side that sent her flying before she jumped away as crimson threads pierced the area she was in. Hinata was caught by a mass of threads and gently placed on a branch. "Katan, fire bullet jutsu." Naruto cried as he spat out several small fireballs that Kurenai dodged with ease. "Katan, fireball jutsu." Kurenai cried as she went on the offensive. Naruto quickly made a wall of threads that shielded him from the flames as the fireball impacted against it. Shino then leapt towards Kurenai and threw a punch, one that she dodged easily. But before she could counterattack, Hinata came down from above and attempted to drive her chakra-coated fingers into her sensei's shoulder. Kurenai then made several hand seals and said, "Megan, hell viewing technique." A whirlwind of leaves surrounded the trio of genin and they immediately felt a lightheadedness overcome them. Shino and Hinata easily overcame the genjutsu due to their clan abilities. But for Naruto, he was nearly caught in the genjutsu when he felt his chakra stop momentarily, jolting him back into reality. "I guess the Jiongu can break me out of genjutsu, good," Naruto thought as he smirked. Kurenai was shocked that he was able to break free of her genjutsu, considering that he had no ability like the Sharingan or Byakugan, he didn't even cause himself pain. It must be those threads, Kurenai thought. They probably disrupt his chakra to help him. "Naruto-kun, we can't catch her at this rate," Hinata said. "There's no need to worry, Hinata, I already have a plan in motion," Shino said. "We just need to keep her busy for a while." Naruto smirked and said, "I think I know what your plan is. Let's hope it works." Naruto then threw a fist at Kurenai, even though he was 20 feet away. Everyone, except Hinata, watched in shock as his forearm shot out towards Kurenai. The jounin moved just in time to watch the fist embed itself into the tree trunk. "Maybe they're taking the whole come at me with the intent to kill thing a little too far," Kurenai thought as she jumped away from a swarm of insects, only these were armed with stingers. "Jiongu, threading needles." Naruto cried as he shot a wave of threads at Kurenai. She attempted to dodge them, but one wrapped around her leg and threw her to the ground where several more threads wrapped her up until she was in a cocoon. Shino sent a swarm to surround the jounin and Hinata had 2 fingers aimed at where her shoulder would be. "Hehe, looks like we win, Kurenai-sensei," Naruto said as he put his hands behind his head. Kurenai sighed and said, "Yes, you guys pass. Now can you please let me go?" Naruto complied and retracted his threads while Shino and Hinata backed away to stand next to Naruto. How did we do, sensei?" Hinata asked. "You guys did better than I expected," Kurenai said as she stood before her team. "Your tracking skills were better than I expected and you guys fought with a fierceness that surprised me." "So are we officially a team?" Shino asked. Kurenai smiled and said, "Yes, you guys are now officially members of Team 8. After cheers of happiness, courtesy of Naruto, were thrown around, Kurenai then got her team's attention. "So Naruto, care to tell me what is this ability of yours?" Kurenai asked. Naruto bit his lip in nervousness and looked at Hinata, who nodded her head in confirmation. He sighed and explained the conditions of how he got his Jiongu. Hiruzen still hadn't told him the real story of how it happened though. Naruto, Shino said as he placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder, I want you to know that I can understand your situation and will support you however possible. Naruto smiled and said, thanks Shino, it's good to know. And here I was thinking that you were just a normal kid, Kurenai said as she rubbed her temples. There's nothing normal about ninjas, Naruto said with a fox-like grin. Kurenai chuckled for a moment before she looked at her team and said, come on, let's go get some lunch to celebrate. Team 8 then left the training grounds and began walking towards the village. Training Ground 16. Did I ever mention how much I hate genjutsu? Naruto asked as he crossed his arms and huffed. Every day since we started, Shino told him as he observed a beetle that landed on his finger. Naruto just gave him a look while Hinata giggled at his face. Kurenai chuckled at her students' antics while they took a short break from their training. It's not my fault I can't cast a single one, Naruto said. Well, it kinda is, Kurenai said. The genjutsu that I know don't require a lot of chakra, and it's because of your large reserves that you can't cast any of them. Why must I be cursed with such a hurtful gift? Naruto wailed as anime tears fell down his face. Kurenai's sweat dropped and considered sending Naruto to a psychiatrist before shaking the thought from her head. And Naruto-kun, it's not that bad, Hinata said as she tried to console her secret love. I know Hinata-chan, it's just very frustrating, Naruto said as he detached his arm and threw it up to grab an apple. He pulled back and handed the apple to Hinata, who blushed a bright red before she took the apple and ate it with a smile on her face. Alright, now let's dash. Kurenai was cut off when another person entered the training grounds. She had light brown eyes and purple hair that was done up in a spiky ponytail. She was wearing a mesh shirt that was practically see-through, reaching down to her thighs. An orange skirt was hanging from her hips, not even reaching her knees. She also had a tan trench coat that did nothing to hide her figure. What are you doing here, Anko? Kurenai asked. Hey Kure-chan, you're needed in the Hokage's office for a small mission, Anko said as she took out a dango stick and began to munch on it. But I'm training my team, Kurenai protested. What do you want me to do about it? I'm no teacher, Anko told her. Kurenai grinned and made a hand seal. Well now you are. She then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Anko and her 3 genin in the training grounds. Anko stood there with a blank look on her face before her brain processed the information. How could she leave me with these gakis? Anko wailed as she gripped her hair. Something tells me that we won't like this, Naruto said as he looked at the purple-haired ninja. Anko then stopped her wailing and turned to Team 8 with an unnerving smile on her face. Upon seeing the smile, Hinata went to hide behind Naruto, who had decided to hide behind Shino, who was glad that his jacket and shades were hiding his panicked expression. So, kiddies, let's start with some survival training, Anko said as her smile became more sadistic. She bit her thumb, made a few hand seals, and slammed her hand on the ground, resulting in a large cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Anko could be seen standing on top of a silver large snake with green markings running across its body. The snake hissed at the genin while looking at them hungrily with its yellow eyes. And Naruto-kun, I am scared, Hinata said as she trembled at the sight of the large snake. You susamon me mistress? The snake asked. Yes I did Anko said as she stroked the snake's scales on its head. Kure-chan left me to take care of her team while she was summoned to the Hokage's office. So we're going to give these gakis some survival training. Kurenai-sassen left you to help her team? Mai questioned. Anko grumbled, yeah, I can't believe it either. Now let the chase begin. The snake then lunged at Team 8, and the genin just barely managed to jump away as the reptile slammed into the ground and created a large dust cloud. When the smoke cleared, Mai and Anko were gone and a large hole was in the ground. Great, a snake that can dig, Naruto moaned as he tensed up, hearing a hiss behind him. Did anyone else hear that? He yelled as he whirled around, trying to find the snake. "You're being paranoid," Shino told him as he sent out bugs. Hinata was looking around with her Byakugan and trying to find out where Anko and Mai went. "Naruto-kun. Behind you." Hinata yelled as she saw the duo racing to hit the blonde from behind. Naruto jumped out of the way and the ground burst open as Mai flew upwards, trying to swallow the genin as he tried to get away, keyword being tried. The snake closed its jaws around Naruto, resulting in the snake's eyes widening before spitting Naruto out as it began to gag. "Are you made of ramen?" Mai screamed as she continued to spit in disgust. "Oi! You have a problem with ramen?" Naruto yelled back. Anko, Hinata, and Shino watched with sweat drops as the Jinchuriki and the snake summon argued back and forth about ramen. Mai declaring that it was disgusting while Naruto argued that it was the food of kami. "That Gaki really loves his ramen," Anko muttered as she jumped back onto Mai's head. "Can we get back to the training?" "Assess you wish," Mai said as she lunged towards Naruto as he jumped into the air while slamming his heel on the snake's snout. Mai recoiled in slight pain, and backed up into Shino's waiting bugs. The insects began to suck on the chakra that held the summon in this realm instantly. Mai was able to shake off the insects before they took too much chakra. Hinata then began to fire several air palms at the snake, distracting it long enough for Naruto to wrap up the snake with his threads. Mai dug into the ground, forcing Naruto to let go unless he wanted to be dragged along for the ride. "Not bad Gakis, but it's gonna take more than that to take down this snake," Anko said as she sat in a nearby tree and munched on some dango. "Anybody know where that snake went?" Naruto asked as he looked around. "I don't see her anywhere," Hinata replied. "She keeps changing locations before my insects can tell me where she is," Shino said with slight irritation. "Cover me, I'm going to try using my threads," Naruto said as he knelt down and planted his hands on the ground. Hundreds of threads shot out from his sleeves and burrowed into the ground where they began to spread out and search for the snake. Naruto then grinned and began to pull on his threads, but was immediately pulled back. Seeing his struggle, Hinata grabbed onto Naruto while Shino grabbed Hinata and the three genin began to pull hard on the threads. Anko watched in amusement as the trio tried to drag Mai out of the ground, but that amusement turned into shock as the ground the threads dug into began to break. Moments later, a silver tail wrapped up in threads was slowly dragged out of the ground as it wiggled furiously. "Let go of me!" Mai yelled as she was dragged out of the ground. "All wrapped up in threads. So do we pass Anko-san?" Naruto asked as he tightened his threads around the snake. Anko was flabbergasted at how her summon was so easily taken down by three genin. She was broken out of her stupor by the sound of Kurenai laughing as she landed beside her friend. "Kurenai-sensei!" Team 8 yelled at the sudden appearance of their teacher. "I thought you had a mission to go on?" Naruto asked. Kurenai laughed and said, "This was a little test my friend Anko wanted to give to you guys after I bragged about how well you've grown. So we created a little lie so you guys wouldn't think that I was in the area." "Very elaborate." "I never expected it," Shino said as he adjusted his shades. "That was very mean Kurenai-sensei," Hinata said. "Well, I guess I could have just told you guys straight off the bat instead," Kurenai said as she rubbed the back of her head. Naruto waved her off and said, "It's fine sensei, you were just doing what you thought was best." "It's amazing how forgiving this kid is," Anko thought as she watched the teacher and her students interact. She then sent Mai back to her own realm, freeing her from her bonds in the process. "So how come you never introduced us to your friend Kurenai-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Anko-chan's usually busy at the T&I department, she's one of their best interrogators," Kurenai explained. "So don't do anything bad or you might have to deal with me," Anko joyously said as she licked a kunai, making the three genin shiver. Kurenai smirked and addressed her team, "To celebrate your surviving of Anko's exercise, I'm going to take you guys to the Higurashi weapons shop to get some weapons, something I should have done a month ago." Are you going to be paying for us as sensei? Hinata asked. Hi, and don't worry Hinata, I already got Hayashi-sama's permission on you getting a weapon. Despite the Hyuga's tradition of only using kunai and shuriken, Kurenai told her only female student. Well, I'm gonna go and attend to the dango stick that's calling my name, Anko said as she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kurenai then lead her team back into the village and down to the market district. Higurashi Weapons Shop. Kurenai opened the door and let her genin inside the store. The shelves were filled with every weapon imaginable and makeable. Attending the counter was a girl who was only a year older than them. She was wearing a pink sleeveless vest with dark green pants. Her hair was done in 2 buns that made her look like a panda. She had a Konoha forehead protector placed on her head with several bangs falling on the side of it. Welcome to Higurashi Weapons Shop, the girl greeted with a small bow. Kurenai gave a bow of her own and said, Hello, I'm Kurenai Yuhi, leader of Team 8. I was wondering if you would be able to help my team get some weapons that suit them. The girl grinned and walked around the counter while saying, Of course I can. My name's Tenten Higurashi by the way. She then grabbed Hinata and dragged her forward, resulting in an beep coming from the Hyuga heiress. Tenten began to circle the younger girl like a prowling lion. You don't have a lot of muscle on your arms. Despite being a Hyuga, you appear to be a person who would prefer to not kill you enemies, Tenten noted as she observed Hinata. You can tell all that just by looking at a person? Naruto asked in disbelief. It's one of the skills that my Tusan taught me, Tenten declared proudly. She then went into one of the aisles and disappeared for a few minutes. When she came back, she had a bow and a quiver of arrows in her hands. These are special, Tenten began. The quiver has multiple storage seals inside so you can carry a larger number of arrows. You just reach back and the sensor seal will release an arrow into your grasp. There is a connection seal on the bow that lets you know when you have less than 20 arrows. The arrows are also special, you can infuse your chakra into it to shut down your opponent's tenketsu since you're a Hyuga. Thank you very much, Hinata said as she bowed. I'm shocked, after being Niji's teammate I expected every other Hyuga to be a cold and unimpressionable person, Tenten said. Wait, you're on a team with Niji? Naruto asked. Tenten nodded and Naruto immediately grabbed her hand while saying, I feel so sorry for you. You're stuck with that team every single day. Everyone, sans Hinata and Tenten, sweat dropped, thinking that Naruto was over-exaggerating. I can give you some lessons on using these sometime, Tenten offered. I can't accept that, Hinata declined. Tenten shook her head and, I'm free on every Thursday so there's no need to worry about wasting any of my time. Hinata accepted the training offer after the rest of her team encouraged her. Especially Naruto. Now for you, Tenten said as she turned her attention to Shino. She began to circle the aburame and make several notes about her findings. Like most aburame, you rely on you insects for long-range attacks. Your clan does not put too much of an importance on taijutsu so you could be considered the opposite of a Hyuga in that regard. I think I have something that you'll like, Tenten said as she retreated back into the store once more. This time, she came back with 2 katanas that seemed to have been cut down from their original size. Just plain katanas, Tenten-san? Shino questioned. Tenten shook her head and explained, these katanas are made of chakra metal, so you can conduct your chakra through them to give them an added effect depending on your chakra nature. They might be a little long for you, but I think you'll be able to handle it. I appreciate this very much, Shino said as he gave a grateful bow to the older girl. I believe I can get my cousin Shika to give me some lessons. She also uses a sword along with her insects, Shino said as he examined the blades. Tenten waved him off and approached her last customer. She took a longer time observing Naruto, resulting in him becoming slightly nervous from her close examination. Hinata had to remind herself that Tenten was just doing her job and not gazing at Naruto like he was a piece of meat. Like she does when nobody is looking. You're really unique, I'm having a hard time figuring out what weapon might suit you, Tenten said as she walked around the blonde. Your muscles say that you like to fight with your hands, but something tells me that you can extend your range with it. Naruto slightly flinched and continued to listen. You don't look like the sword type, but I think I have something that you'll really like. Tenten then retreated into the store once again and left the group alone for 5 minutes. After she returned, she came back with a box and set it down on the counter. These are something that Konoha's recently been making, and it just strikes me as something that fits you, Tenten explained as she tore off the tape and opened the box. Inside were 2 metal gauntlets that had pointed metal fingers. There was a larger area that surrounded the wrist section that held a spinning dial with 4 blank spots on it. It's the same thing the Demon Brothers wore, except with the following changes that will be said. Wow! These things look so cool! Naruto shouted as he picked one up and began to examine it. You didn't even hear about the features yet, Tenten said with a grin on her face. The fingers are made of a specialized metal that will allow you to perform hand seals without any problems. This spinning dial is here so you can write storage seals on the 4 blank spots, making it a good place to store anything you need to carry. It's also made of chakra metal. Who came up with this type of weapon? Kurenai asked. Tusan said that it was mentioned by one of the Shinobi Council members in a meeting and the Hokage wanted to see if it would make a good weapon for our ninja, Tenten explained, having remembered what her father told her. I really like these things, Naruto said as he tried both of them on. The gauntlets felt comfortable and fit him like a glove. True to Tenten's word, the fingers were very flexible, yet durable. He was able to make every single hand seal that he knew with little difficulty. Alright, how much do I have to pay? Kurenai asked, wanting to get to the bad news, for her at least. Tenten walked back to the register and pushed a few buttons before turning back to the Jounin and declaring in a cheerful tone, $40,000. Kurenai froze and promptly fainted when she heard the amount. Hinata ran towards her sensei and shook her shoulders to try and wake her up since she was familiar with fainting. Kurenai woke up a few minutes later and took out her wallet with shaky hands and pulled out a large amount of dollars. Tenten happily snatched up the money and put it in the register while Kurenai held a small funeral for her wallet. Wonderful, now I'm going to have to eat ration bars for at least a month. Kurenai wailed in her thoughts. Thanks for buying this stuff for us, Kurenai-sensei. Naruto called out as he and his friends ran off to test out their new weapons. Hyuga Complex. Hayashi was sitting in his office looking over some reports. A Hyuga Chunin was assaulted on a border patrol mission by a team from Kumo. She and her team were able to fight them off, but received a few injuries in the process, nothing threatening though. This disturbed Hayashi greatly. This was the 3rd attempt Kumo made for the Byakugan this month. He thought that they would stop after the event on Hinata's 3rd birthday, but he was unfortunately wrong. They started their attempts again only 2 years ago. Thankfully they only happened when any Hyuga was near the Konoha-Kumo border, but it still bothered him. Another thing that was bothering him was that he was starting to receive marriage proposals from suitors. Not only did it make him feel like they were aiming at his daughter like she was a prize, they suitors were practically close to his age. He would never even consider accepting a marriage proposal from any of them. Hayashi was a firm believer that people should just get into a relationship the old-fashioned way, meaning that 2 people should just start out with a date and see how it goes. After all, it worked out wonderfully for him and Hitomi. Tusama. Hayashi was shaken from his thoughts when Hanabi rushed into his office with a grin on her face. Yes, Hanabi? What is it? Hayashi asked as he put his files away. He could get back to them later. Or tomorrow. Hinata-ne-chan and Nato-ni-san came back, and they have some new things with them. So Kurenai-san finally took them to get weapons, Hayashi thought. I wonder what they got. Hayashi got up and followed his youngest daughter to where she left her older sister and her brother figure. Hanabi led him out to the gardens where Hinata and Naruto were showing their weapons to Hitomi, who was looking happy for the 2 genin. Hayashi walked up to the 3 and said, so I heard that you two finally got your weapons, care to show them? Hinata showed her bow and arrow to her father, who took them in his hands and examined them before handing them back to his daughter. I must say, this is a good weapon for you to use, Hayashi said. The material is a good chakra conductor and very durable. The seals are also good and don't look like they'll wear out anytime soon. How do you know about seals, Titu-sama? Hinata asked. My sensei was Jiraiya of the Sannin. He was considered an expert in fuinjutsu and passed a few lessons to us. Only one of my teammates was able to become better than him, Hayashi explained. Wanna check out my new weapons, Hayashi-sama? Naruto asked with a large grin. Hayashi looked and saw Naruto's gauntlets as they gleamed in the sun. They make you look somewhat threatening, Hayashi said. Naruto became irritated and sent the Hyuga head a small glare. What do you mean, somewhat threatening? Naruto asked as he tapped his foot. I think it's because of your whiskers, Nato and I-san, Hanabi said, they make you look cute. Isn't that right, Nachan? Hanabi nudged Hinata, who squeaked when she was put on the spotlight. Blushing, Naruto turned away and declared, they do not make me look cute. They make me look scary. Ah, but you looked so adorable back when you were only a little boy, Hitomi said, making the young Uzumaki turn into a tomato. Hokage's office, 1 month later. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed for what seemed to be the 100th time that day, and it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. He was beginning to think that there was a replicating seal on the bottom of his inbox, because this had to be the 4th time he rejected this form to kick Naruto out of Konoha. Will you stop sighing already? You're gonna make me go crazy, Tsunade said as she looked over her own share of papers. I have to agree with Tsunade-sama, Shizun put in her own 2 cents as she looked over a mission report. Hokage-sama, Team 8 is waiting for you to receive a mission, his secretary said over the intercom. Hiruzen pressed the talk button and said, send them in. Team 8, led by Kurenai, entered the office and stood before the Hokage's desk. Hi Gigi, Bachan, Shizune-chan. Naruto greeted. Naruto. Show the Hokage and Lady Tsunade some respect, Kurenai scolded. Hiruzen chuckled and said, it's fine Kurenai, we're all familiar with Naruto, there's no need to yell at him for something I allow him to do. My apologies Hokage-sama, Kurenai stuttered. She then whirled around and sent a glare at Naruto and Hinata, who were trying to stifle their giggles. The two clammed up, but couldn't keep their smiles off their faces. Kurenai sighed and turned back to the Hokage. I've decided that we're ready for a C-rank mission Hokage-sama. Yada. No more chasing that demonic cat. Naruto cheered. Hinata and Shino cheered as well, though silently. Kurenai decided not to reprimand her student, having done something similar when she was a genin. She shivered as she remembered Tora's special treatment whenever she had to pick up the cat. The other older shinobi also shivered as they remembered their experiences with the daimyo's wife's cats. Hiruzen shook his head and said, yesterday it was Kakashi and Team 7, now you and Team 8. I wonder if Asuma and his team are going to come in tomorrow? As predicted, Naruto exploded, what? You mean Sasuke team got a C-rank mission before me? Before anyone could respond, the office doors burst open and a small brown pug ran in with a small scroll on its back. The 4 hidden ANBU jumped into action and surrounded the pug with their tontos pointed at it. It's me Hokage-sama, the dog spoke. If you're really packin', you know what volume of Ika Paradise Kakashi loves more than the rest, Hiruzen stated as he observed the dog. Packin huffed and deadpanned, Kakashi loves Ika Paradise 3, which features his favorite female character Tsunabe Senya. It's packin', only a select few people know about that little fact, Hiruzen confirmed. The ANBU withdrew their swords and retreated back into the shadows. Why does that name sound familiar? Naruto asked himself. Tsunade was sweating bullets on the inside, only she and Shizun knew where Jiraiya got the inspiration for Tsunabe. Somehow, she had missed him when she was at the hot spring sometime in the past. Maybe I'm imagining it, I've never heard that name before, Naruto said. Tsunade mentally sighed in relief. While this was happening, Hiruzen was reading the scroll that Pakken delivered. When he put it down, he had a very troubled look on his face. Team 8, Hiruzen began, you are to travel to Nami to assist Team 7 in their protection mission. They have encountered two Chunin Nukenin who are known for their connections to Zabuza Momochi. Hokage-sama, wouldn't it be wiser to send in a more experienced team? Kurenai asked. Hiruzen sighed and said, the recent influx of missions from Kaze no Kuni has left us with less men than usual. You are the only team that can be ready to leave as soon as possible. After a minute of thinking, Kurenai said, Team 8 accepts this mission, Hokage-sama. She then turned to her team and said, head home and pack for a month-long trip, be at the southern gates in an hour at the most. Hi, the three genin said before they left the office and went to go prepare for their mission. Southern gates. Naruto and Shino were waiting patiently for Hinata and Kurenai so they could leave. Do you know anything about Nami, Shino? Naruto asked. All I know is that it's a small nation with a civilian village that relies on its sea trading to prosper, Shino told him. I also remember a story that Nami was protected by a hidden village that was destroyed by Kiri, Iwa, and Kyumo in the Second Shinobi War. Wow, it took 3 great villages to destroy just one? Naruto asked in amazement. And only 93% of the attackers died in the assault, Kurenai said as she walked up to the two. Naruto whistled and said, that village must have been really tough. Before anyone could say anything else, Hinata ran up to them and bent over in exhaustion, her face red and slightly sweaty from running so hard. I am sorry IW was late. The members of the Hyuga Sea Council wanted to hear about this mission B because it is higher T than a D rank, Hinata explained. Please tell me they didn't insult you while you were explaining it, Naruto pleaded. Hinata just looked down, confirming Naruto's suspicions. Why would they insult Hinata? Shino asked. Naruto scowled and told him, the Hyuga Council doesn't like the fact that Hinata-chan is kind and caring instead of being a cold jackass like the rest of them. Naruto. You shouldn't insult the elders of a clan like that. Kurenai scolded. Kurenai-sensei? Hinata began. And Naruto-kun is right T though. Naruto grinned in triumph while the older woman dropped her jaw seeing the disrespect that was being given. The Jounin-sensei shook her head and asked, do you guys have everything you'll need for our mission? Seeing all of them nod their heads, she turned to Naruto who was the only one without a pack. And where is your supplies? Naruto then pulled out a storage seal and showed Kurenai. She took the scroll and unsealed it, watching as a good amount of supplies poofed into existence. Naruto, how did you seal all of this stuff into the scroll? It shouldn't be able to hold all of this stuff, Kurenai asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, I've been studying Fuinjutsu for a year after Gigi gave me a book on it as a birthday gift. He said I have a real talent for it after he gave me a little test. I discovered that if you use a higher character for the seal you can seal larger items into it, or you could seal more items than normal. I'm no seal expert, but I can tell that these are really advanced, Kurenai said as she inspected the scroll. Naruto then sealed everything back into it and put the scroll back into his pocket. Okay team, let's go. Kurenai ordered. Team 8 then ran down the road, heading for Nami. Later in Nami, Team 7 had gotten off of a boat that had taken them to their destination. With them was their client, Tazuna the bridge builder. The group of 5 then traveled deeper into the forest, all of them on guard after their little run-in with the demon brothers. Kiba's advanced hearing alerted him to some rustling bushes beside the group. Get him Akamaru, Kiba commanded. The small dog ran into the bushes and came back moments later chasing a white rabbit. Kiba! Sakura yelled, sending a harsh glare. How could you try to kill such an adorable creature? If Hinata found out, she'd skin me alive. And then she'd make me eat my intestines. Kiba wailed. Little known fact about Hinata, she loves rabbits, especially when Naruto once compared her to one when they were little. She's been trying to get Hayashi to let her keep one in the compound, but he's been against it due to his fear about what the elders might do if they found out. That rabbit is white, yet we're in the wrong season for that kind of fur, Kakashi thought as he observed the animal with a lazy eye. That means that this rabbit was kept indoors, only to be used for one purpose, kawarimi. Suddenly, a whizzing sound came to his ears, causing the Jounin's eye to widen. Get down! Kakashi yelled as he tackled Tazuna to the ground. The genin jumped to the ground as a massive sword over their heads and embedded itself into a tree, where a figure landed on the handle of the blade. He was a tall muscular man with short spiky black hair. He had bandages wrapped around his face in the same manner as Kakashi's mask. He was shirtless, save for a belt that looked like where he would hold his sword, and camouflage-designed arm warmers. He had blue, baggy pants that were covered by leg warmers of the same design. On his head in a sideways manner was a headband that had the insignia for Kirigakure no Sato. Kakashi Hatake the copy ninja, the man began, I never would have expected to meet you here of all places. No wonder the demon brothers failed. Zabuza Momochi, the Kirigakure no Kijin. I assume that you are after the bridge builder as well? Kakashi asked. That's right, so why don't you leave him here while you take your brats back to Konoha? It might keep them alive for a little while longer, Zabuza told him. Kakashi-sensei, who is this guy? Sakura asked. His name is Zabuza Momochi, an A-rank nukenin from Kiri who fled after a failed assassination on the Mizukage, Kakashi informed her. He's on a whole other level from those other guys we faced. Stay here and protect the bridge builder, I'll handle Zabuza. Cute, Zabuza chuckled. These brats think that they're real ninja. Don't mock me, I'll show you the power of an elite, Sasuke said as he leveled a glare at Zabuza, who didn't even acknowledge him. The former Kiri ninja jumped off of his blade and dislodged it from the tree before landing on a lake only a few meters away from the Konoha team. In response, Kakashi placed his hand on his headband like he was preparing to lift it up. Oh, so I get to see the famous Sharingan already? Zabuza asked, shocking the genin. Sharingan? But Kakashi isn't an Uchiha. Is he? Sasuke thought as he turned his gaze to his teacher. What's he talking about? Who cares, he's probably just trying to mess with our heads. Cha. Sakura and inner Sakura thought. Isn't that the Kekii Genkai of the Uchiha clan? Did Kakashi-sensei steal one? Kiba thought. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Zabuza declared as the mist thickened and he vanished within it. Kakashi pulled up his headband and revealed a closed eye with a scar running through it, but when he opened it, it was a red eye with 3 black tomo surrounding the pupil. Sasuke looked like he was seeing a ghost when he saw Kakashi's hidden eye. All of a sudden, the air felt thick and heavy as a shadow of despair hung over the young teenagers. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which will be my point? Zabuza's voice whispered from everywhere, yet nowhere. Kakashi radiated his own Ki to counter Zabuza's own. This feeling, it's so intense it's making me shake, Sasuke thought as his hands slightly shook in fear. It makes me want to just end it here so I don't experience it anymore. He unconsciously brought his kunai closer to his neck. Sasuke. Kakashi called out, snapping the Uchiha from his trance. Don't worry, I'll protect you with my life. He turned and gave the genin a double-eye smile to calm him down. Will you now? Zabuza asked as he appeared between the 3 genin and Tazuna, his sword in a position where it would cleave them all in half. But before he could do anything, Kakashi rushed forward and buried his kunai into Zabuza's side, but when he pulled it out, water flowed freely from the wound. Mizu Bunshin? Kakashi questioned as Zabuza fell into water. Sensei. Behind you. Kiba yelled. Another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi before he could react and sliced him in half with his blade. Ha! You never should have expected it to be that easy, Kakashi. Zabuza gloated. However, Kakashi fell into water as well, and the real Konoha Jounin appeared behind the nuke nin with a kunai to the throat. You should follow your own advice, Kakashi said. His genin were relieved that their sensei was still alive. Zabuza snorted. So you were able to copy my Mizu Bunshin within the mist while you made your little speech. Impressive. This fight is over, you've lost, Kakashi declared as he put the kunai closer to Zabuza's neck. But to his surprise, Zabuza began to chuckle darkly, putting everyone on edge. You really think you've won? Zabuza asked. You actually think that I'll be defeated by a mere copycat like you? Think again, another Zabuza said as he appeared behind Kakashi. The Jounin cut the first Zabuza's throat to reveal that he was another clone. Aha! Another Bunshin. Sakura wailed. Zabuza then kicked Kakashi through the air, hard, and sending him into the lake. Zabuza then moved his sword to his back before running after him on top of the water. Why is this water so heavy? Kakashi asked himself as he struggled to get free. Zabuza flickered into existence behind him and made several hand seals. Suetun, Water Prison Jutsu. Zabuza then stuck his hand out as a sphere of water formed around his hand and Kakashi. You can't escape, this water is stronger than steel due to how dense this jutsu makes it. You're not going anywhere anytime soon, Zabuza informed him. He then created a Mizu Bunshin that turned its sights on the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna. What do we do? Kiba asked. Kakashi-sensei's been captured. Sasuke stepped forward and said. Isn't it obvious? We rescue him and beat this guy. No. Forget about me. Take the bridge builder and run to safety. You don't stand a chance against him. Kakashi yelled from within the prison. It doesn't matter what they do, Zabuza chuckled. What's to stop me from killing you right here and go take care of them myself? Face it, Kakashi, you've lost. I'm not quitting here. Let's go, Akamaru. Kiba shouted as he threw a soldier pill to the small dog. Akamaru ate the pill and his fur turned a menacing red as he growled at Zabuza. Beast Mimicry Jutsu. Kiba cried as his nails grew and he crouched down on all fours. Jujin Bunshin. Akamaru then turned into an exact copy of Kiba. The two then tensed up as they prepared to attack. Getsuga. Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru turned into twin tornadoes of claws. The duo then sped towards Zabuza. Worthless. Zabuza's clone then turned his sword sideways and bashed the two away. Akamaru turned back into a dog and impacted against a tree, and Kiba skidded along the dirt before he rested on the ground. Sasuke-kun, you need to save us. Sakura screamed. Sasuke said nothing, but knew that she was right. The last loyal Uchiha dashed forward and aimed a kick at the nuke nin, but Zabuza merely caught him by the foot and threw him to the side. It's too bad, I don't take pleasure in ending the lives of kid ninjas, Zabuza muttered. But it can't be helped sometimes. Not if we can help it. A metal claw burst out of the trees and dispelled the Zabuza clone. The real Zabuza hid his shock as four figures shot out of the trees. I thought Haku was supposed to warn me if anyone else came, Zabuza thought. Wait, now that I look at it, they came from his blind spot. Can't blame the kid for that. Kurenai. What are you doing here? Kakashi yelled from within the water prison. Hokage-sama sent us as your backup. There was nobody else available, Kurenai explained as she observed her surroundings. Kiba was holding onto an unconscious Akamaru, Sasuke was down on one knee, and Sakura was close to wetting herself as she stood by Tazuna, who somehow looked less scared than the pinkette. She then looked towards the lake where Kakashi was. He was still within the water prison along with Zabuza's arm. Standing on the shoreline were two Mizu Bunshin that stood there with their swords outstretched in a defensive manner. Shino, I want you to protect Kiba, Akamaru, Sakura, and the client. Naruto, Hinata, I want you two to assist me in freeing Kakashi. Sasuke, can you still fight? Kurenai asked. Sasuke grunted as he stood up. Kurenai took that as a yes and turned back to Zabuza. I want you two to stick with me and provide me backup as I take care of the clones, Kurenai ordered. Naruto, I want you to try and free Kakashi. Your long-range attacks will be very useful here. Try to force Zabuza's arm to release his hold on the water prison. Long-range attacks? I don't think your fire bullet will work here, that sword looks like it'll just brush them away, Sasuke said. Did you really think that was the only thing I know? Naruto asked. I've been training for a long time, I just decided not to show everything in the academy. Sasuke just grunted and crouched down as he prepared to dash forward. Great, more brats, Zabuza sighed. At least these look a little competent, Zabuza Bunshin 1 said. It doesn't matter, they're still brats in the end, Zabuza Bunshin 2 snapped. Will you two quit it? Zabuza growled. They're coming. Kurenai, Sasuke, and Hinata charged the clones while Naruto darted for the real Zabuza, but stopped when he reached the water. Kurenai was alternating between both clones, not wanting to leave either one alone with the genin. As she dashed away from one Sasuke was currently keeping on the defensive, she ran towards Hinata's opponent whose sword had a small dent in it, courtesy of a Juken palm strike. Since the Mizu Bunshin was weaker than the original, Kurenai was able to get behind it and drive her kunai into its side, dispelling the water construct, and allowing the two females to assist Sasuke. What's this brat gonna do? Zabuza thought as he stared at Naruto. He doesn't look like he knows the water walking technique, so he might either use some kunai and shuriken, or a jutsu. I should be able to block any of them with Kubikura Bocho. But Zabuza, and Kakashi, were surprised when Naruto just drew back his fist and punched the air in front of him, and sent his gauntlet-covered hand flying towards Zabuza. The Kirigakure no Kijin was able to position his sword just in time to deflect the arm and send it flying upwards and reveal that the arm was connected to Naruto by threads. Several more threads shot out of the connecting threads and aimed at Zabuza's arm that was holding the water prison. Deciding to keep his arm from getting any holes in them, Zabuza pulled his arm away, letting the water prison fall away. Little brat! Zabuza roared as he went to dash towards Naruto, but his arm was then grasped in a vice grip, courtesy of Kakashi. Now, you're dealing with me, Kakashi said as he glared at Zabuza with his Sharingan, the red eye making the Jounin look menacing. Everyone could feel the tension that was forming from the two high-level ninjas that were standing on the lake. Naruto quickly retracted his arm and jumped back to his sensei, who had already taken care of the clone with Hinata and Sasuke. Zabuza and Kakashi jumped back and Zabuza began to make hand seals. Ushi, Saru, Yu, N, I, Tori, Ushi, Uma, Tori, N, Tora, Mi, Ushi, Hitsuji, Mi, Hitsuji, Ne. Ushi, Saru, Yu, N, I, Tori, Ushi, Uma, Tori, N, Tora, Mi, Ushi, Hitsuji, Mi, Hitsuji, N. Kakashi started to make the same hand seals Zabuza made until he caught up to him. He then began to imitate Zabuza's every movement. Jin Saru, Tori, Tatsu, Tori, Ushi, Uma, Hitsuji, Tora, Mi, N, Saru, Yu, I, Tatsu, Hitsuji, N, Ushi, Saru, Tori, Jin N, I, Tori. Both Jounins finished their hand seals at the same time. The water they were standing on began to churn. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Behind both Jounin, a pillar of water rose into the air where they took the form of dragons with yellow eyes. The two dragons clashed and cancelled each other out, exploding into a shower of water that washed over everyone. Whoa! Is that a ninjutsu? Naruto asked. Yes, a very powerful one though, Kurenai answered as she looked around the clearing. Something was bothering her. Kakashi and Zabuza were clashing blade and kunai before they jumped away. Zabuza then ran around the water, Kakashi copying his every movement. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock as Kakashi even copied his Kirigakure no Jutsu stance. It's as if he knows what I'm going to do next. Kakashi finished Zabuza's thoughts, much to his shock. Is he reading my mind? Zabuza thought. He's looking at me with that freaky eye of his. Kakashi shocked Zabuza yet again. Zabuza growled, all you're going is copying me like a monkey. He then began to make some hand seals when he saw a shadow behind Kakashi. Zabuza froze when the shadow cleared up, revealing him behind the Konoha Jounin. Is that me? Is this a genjutsu? Zabuza thought as his mind tried to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Kakashi finished the same hand seals that Zabuza made and executed the jutsu he was about to perform. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Kakashi shouted as the water began to swirl around him. What? But I was just about to perform that jutsu. Zabuza cried out in disbelief. He was then swept up in a giant vortex that thrashed him around like a rag doll. The water vortex then tore through the forest, tearing down trees as they stood in the water's path. The Nukenin was then thrown against a tree, cracking the wood as he was pushed against it. Several kunai flew through the air and embedded themselves on various parts of Zabuza's upper body, just not hitting any vital spots. Zabuza cried out in agony as his flesh was pierced. Can you see the future? Zabuza asked as he looked up at Kakashi, who was standing on a tree branch. Yes, and your future is death, Kakashi declared as he raised up another kunai and prepared to strike it into the Nukenin's neck. But before Kakashi could do anything, two senbon needles flew through the air and stabbed Zabuza in the neck. Zabuza's eyes went wide in shock as he slumped over in death. Everyone looked up to see a young teenager in a white mask with red wavy designs that had the symbol for Kirigakure on the forehead. He had black hair gathered up in a white bun with two locks falling down each side of his mask. He wore a pinstriped outfit that stopped at his knees underneath a green haori with white edges and a brown sash wrapped around his waist. You were right, he is dead, the mysterious person said. Who's that? Hinata asked. He's a hunter ninja from Kirigakure no Sato, Kakashi answered as he kept his eye on him. Kurenai leapt towards Zabuza's body and placed her fingers on his neck for a momnet before pulling away. No pulse, he's dead, Kurenai said. I've been tracking Zabuza for a long time, waiting for an opportunity like this, the hunter said as he jumped down and landed on the ground. I was starting to think that I would never be able to carry out my assignment. Kurenai sighed and walked back to the genin and Tazuna. Kakashi still kept his eye on the hunter ninja as he picked up Zabuza's body, Kubikuribocho still attached to the dead man's back. I'll be sure to mention your help to Mizukichi-sama. You may get a part of the bounty if he's in a generous mood. The hunter ninja then vanished in a shunshin with Zabuza's body. No. Something's wrong. Kakashi thought as he made an attempt to move forward. But he slumped to the ground face first. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura screamed. I'm practically out of chakra, Kakashi mumbled as Kurenai picked him up and threw an arm over her shoulder to support him. Kurenai then took command since Kakashi was out of commission at the moment. Sasuke, assist Kiba. Sakura, I want you to carry Akamaru. Are you nuts? There's no way I'd touch that smelly dog. Sakura screeched. Kurenai aimed her ki at Sakura and said, I gave you an order genin and you will carry it out. Scared for her life, Sakura picked up Akamaru, who whimpered as he smelt Sakura's scent, but did nothing. Let it be known that Akamaru tried to stay away from Sakura due to the gallons of perfume that she would put on each day. Are you the client? Kurenai asked as she turned to Tazuna. Yes, my name is Tazuna, the bridge builder answered. Kurenai nodded and asked, how far are we from your home? We need to get these three to get some form of medical treatment. Tazuna nodded and said, yes of course, my house is about a half hour from here. Excellent, Shino, I want you in the center of the group and surround us with your bugs to detect any more enemies. Hinata, I want you to take point and activate your Byakugan every 5 minutes. Naruto, you're going to cover us from behind, Kurenai said as she began to follow Tazuna towards his home. Later Tazuna's house. Tsunami, I'm home. Tazuna shouted as he opened the door to his house. A young woman with long dark hair appeared in the doorway and hugged Tazuna. She was wearing a pink shirt with red trimmings and a blue dress. Tu-san. You're home. Tsunami exclaimed as she hugged her father. Oh. Who are these people? She asked when she saw the Konoha ninja behind Tazuna. These are the ninja that protected me on the way here, Tazuna said. Ma'am, can we please come inside? 3 of us need some medical attention, Kurenai asked. Oh. Yes, please come in, Tsunami ushered everyone inside the house. Just then, a little boy wearing green overalls and a fisherman's hat walked downstairs. Ka-chan, who are these people? He asked Tsunami. Tsunami smiled and said, these are the ninja that helped your Gigi get home safely. The boy glared at the Konoha shinobi and said, they should just leave, they're going to die. He then ran upstairs. Inari. Tsunami yelled. Who does that little brat think he is? Naruto growled, not liking Inari's attitude. Hinata put a hand on his shoulder and said, I'm sure that Inari-san didn't mean it. Naruto calmed down and sent a grateful smile at Hinata, who just blushed and began to poke her index fingers together. Do you have anywhere I can put him? Kurenai asked, gesturing to the comatose Kakashi. Tsumani nodded, yes, there's a guest room upstairs, let me show you. She then led Kurenai upstairs, leaving everyone else downstairs. Man, this was supposed to be a simple escort mission, Kiba said as Sasuke helped him sit on a nearby chair. Sakura handed Akamaru to his master who rubbed the dog's back soothingly. Naruto sighed and said, Irika-sensei always told us something like this would happen. Kiba looked at him with a confused expression and asked, when was that lesson? I believe it was when you were absent because of an Inazuka holiday, Shino answered. I think it was bee breeding day, Hinata said, blushing heavily at the thoughts that entered her head when she thought about the specifics of the day entered her mind. Only her thoughts involved her and a certain blonde person in place of dogs. She quickly turned away and wiped her nosebleed before anyone could notice. Oh right, every single clan member needs to be there to help control the dogs and make sure they're out of sight, Kiba explained. Is that why you were covered in scratches and bite marks when you came in the next day? Naruto asked. Kiba paled at the memory of what happened and just nodded in confirmation. Kurenai and Tsunami then came back downstairs and stood before the genin while Tazuna's daughter went to the kitchen counter. I think it's time we turned in for the night, Kurenai said. But, there's a problem with the rooming. There isn't enough space for everyone in either Tsunami-san's room, or the guest room, and Tazuna's room is too small for anyone else, so a boy and a girl will have to sleep in the living room. I nominate me and Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled. Once everyone regained their hearing, Kurenai turned to face Sakura and gave her another glare that made the pinkette shrink in fear. You two will not be paired together because you will let your personal feelings get out of hand and cause something bad for everyone, Kurenai told her. Plus, I don't want to have Sasuke be near a fangirl Amy more than he needs to be. He's already been traumatized by Itachi. Kiba then motioned for Kurenai to come closer so he could whisper something. Kurenai came closer and listened to what Kiba had to say, and a small mischievous grin came on her face before she pulled away. How about we draw kunai to decide? Kurenai suggested. She then pulled out several kunai and placed a genjutsu on one of them so that there was a red mark on one of the handles. She then closed her hand around the kunai so nobody could see that mark, and shuffled the kunai around a little before holding out her hand. The girls all grabbed one and it was Hinata who had the marked kunai. Looks like Hinata's sleeping in the living room, Kurenai said. The young Hyuga blushed when everyone's attention was on her. Kurenai then pulled out another kunai and added it to the group before shuffling them again. She better not get stuck with Sasuke-kun. Yeah. He's ours. Cha. Sakura and her inner self growled. The boys pulled their kunai and revealed that it was Naruto who had the marked kunai. I'll be sleeping in the same room as Naruto-kun. Hinata squealed in her head. Oh no. Hayashi-sama's gonna kill me if he finds out about this. But that's only if Hitomi Oba-chan doesn't get to me first. Naruto panicked. Kurenai quietly giggled when she saw Naruto's panicked face and Hinata's dreamy one. Later, when everyone was getting ready to go to sleep, Naruto was sitting on the pull-out bed that came from the sofa. He was wearing his black shirt and green shorts that had white stripes on them. Naruto swore that he had his sleeping cap in his bag, but he guessed he forgot it back in Konoha. Meanwhile, Hinata was in the bathroom looking herself over in the mirror. She had reread a chapter of How to Get Your Crush to Notice You, a book given to her by Hanabi a year ago. That particular chapter had talked about a situation similar to the one she was in. Hinata took a deep breath as she tried to calm herself. She then reached into her bag and pulled out the final piece of her pajamas that was sure to catch Naruto's attention. Naruto was laying down on the bed when he heard soft footsteps coming down the hallway. Naruto looked up, only for his jaw to introduce itself to the floor. Hinata was standing there while slightly blushing. She was wearing lavender shorts that just reached the top of her knees. She also wore a matching shirt that was cut off at the bottom, leaving a little of her stomach exposed. But the thing that really caught Naruto's eye was his sleeping cap that was resting on her head. Hello Naruto-kun. I hope you don't mind, but my head was a little cold, Hinata greeted as she turned her gaze over to the blonde while giving a small, cute smile. Naruto began to blush at how cute Hinata looked. So, how are we gonna sleep? Naruto asked. One of us could sleep on top of the covers, Hinata suggested. Naruto smiled at the idea and said, You're so smart Hinata-chan. I never would have thought about that. Hinata blushed under the praise. She then got underneath the covers and began to snuggle into the pillow. Naruto laid down and placed his hands behind his head before closing his eyes and falling asleep. Hinata gazed at Naruto as he slept, looking intently at his peaceful face. Deciding to fulfill a part of her curiosity, she reached over and lightly scratched one of his whisker marks. She pulled away instantly when Naruto let out a mix between a moan and a purr. Hinata began to giggle when she saw that Naruto had a happier look on his face. She closed her eyes and went to sleep with a smile on her face. Konoha. The Sandaime was doing one of his favorite pastimes when he was done being Hokage for the day, painting. He was painting a picture of the Hokage monument and had just finished making the Yondaime's face. He was contemplating whether to put Naruto's face in place of the Godaime, or to leave it blank. He decided to start making Naruto the Godaime, thinking that the painting would make a good birthday present for the Jinchuriki. Hokage-sama, an Anbu greeted as he shunshined into the room. Hiruzen sighed and put down his paintbrush before addressing the Anbu. Yes Hummingbird, what is it? Hummingbird was one of Hiruzen's personal Anbu members, and the leader of the route surveillance squad. Even though Danzo was one of Hiruzen's former teammates, he kept too many dark secrets that could harm Konoha. We found something that you will want to see, Hummingbird said as he pulled out a scroll and unsealed a folder before placing it on the desk. Hiruzen took the folder and opened it before reading one sentence and his eyes widened in complete and utter shock. Are you certain about this? Hiruzen asked as he stared at the information. Our mole is absolutely certain about this, he's seen it for himself, Hummingbird said. Hiruzen sighed, things were going to get really crazy around here. We need to assemble a team, we can't allow Danzo to get away with this. We also have to make it look like an escape so he doesn't suspect anything, Hiruzen said. I'll get on it right away. Do you want Tenzo on the team? the ANBU asked. Yes, we'll need his knowledge of the base layout in order to make this the perfect breakout, Hiruzen said. Hummingbird nodded and shunshined away, leaving the aged Hokage to his thoughts. Tazuna's house. Kurenai sat up in her bed as she tied her headband onto her forehead, ready to work for the day. Looking around, she saw that Sakura was still asleep and that Tsunami was also out of bed and downstairs making some breakfast. The female jounin walked downstairs and saw that Kiba was already awake along with Akamaru, with amused expression on his face. What's so funny? Kurenai asked. Kiba just smiled and jerked his head to the left. Kurenai looked over and saw something that caused her to almost burst out laughing. On the bed in the living room were a sleeping Naruto and Hinata, but that wasn't the funny part. What was funny to Kurenai was the fact that they shifted during the night and ended up in an amusing position, since neither of them would be caught dead like that. Hinata had her head resting on Naruto's chest and had her arms wrapped around his torso like a small child when they went to sleep with their favorite teddy bear, also pinning one of his arms against his body. Naruto had one arm draped over her back protectively. Not wanting to let this cute moment go to waste and be forgotten, Kurenai took out her camera and snapped a picture of the two. This would make great blackmail, Kurenai thought sinisterly. This is the only time I've ever seen Naruto not move in his sleep, Kiba said. Kurenai gave him a look and asked, do you watch him sleep? Kiba shook his head and told her, nah, it's just that whenever me, him, Shikamaru, Choji and sometimes Shino would have a sleepover, he would always move around in his sleep. Sometimes he kicked the person next to him. Kurenai giggled at the image in her head of a sleeping Naruto kicking Kiba in the head. She then went over to the bed and opened the blinds, letting the sunlight shine onto Naruto's closed eyes. Naruto groaned as the light shone on him and woke him up. He went to stretch his arms, only to find that one of them was pinned to his body. He opened his eyes to see something blue in his vision. As soon as his vision cleared, he saw that the blue thing was Hinata's head on his chest, causing him to blush furiously. Help! Naruto squeaked as he tried to squirm his way out, but Hinata just tightened her grip. He looked over and saw that Kiba and Kurenai were just standing there while holding in their laughter. Naruto poked Hinata in the side, causing her to slightly move, but nothing else happened. Seeing that her feet were bare, Naruto sent over a few threads and had them wiggle over her soles. The results were instantaneous. Hinata began to squirm while letting out soft giggles. She began to move around, but still held on to Naruto like he was a lifeline. He was able to slip his pinned arm out and then scribbled his fingers all over Hinata's sides. The young Hyuga woke up and burst out laughing and rolled off of Naruto to try and get away from him. Naruto retracted his threads and observed Hinata as she laid down on the bed, hugging her feet close to her while letting out a few more giggles. Naruto-kun, you're evil. Hinata huffed as she tried to catch her breath. Naruto just chuckled and got off of the bed before heading to the bathroom to change. Hinata looked up and saw that Kiba and Kurenai finally let out their laughter while Akamaru barked in amusement. What's so funny? Hinata asked, already blushing. Kiba grinned and said, oh nothing, just watching you two snuggle with happy grins on your faces. Hinata shook her head in denial, but stared with wide eyes when Kurenai pulled out the picture she took. You seemed very happy with your situation, Kurenai said with a grin. Hinata then fainted in embarrassment, causing the two to laugh. Naruto exited the bathroom, changed into his normal attire, and looked down at the fainted Hinata before seeing the two laughing shinobi. He then grew a evil grin. Kurenai-sensei. Don't eat the last cinnamon bun. Naruto yelled. Kurenai raised her eyebrow in confusion while Kiba paled and backed away from the older woman. The next thing Kurenai knew, she was flat on her back with a crazy Hinata grabbing the front of her dress with a crazed look in her eyes. Where is it? Hinata screamed. Kurenai stared at her student with shocked eyes while Naruto rolled around laughing in the background. His laughter knocked Hinata out of her crazed state and she looked around to see that she was pinning her sensei to the floor. Eep! Hinata jumped back in shock and grabbed her clothes before racing into the bathroom. Kurenai wondered if Hinata had somehow discovered the Hiration. What was that? Kurenai asked as she got up. Naruto got up while still smiling and said, Hinata-chan, thinking that you were going to eat a cinnamon bun. The same thing happened to Naruto on the first day of the academy, Kiba muttered. Akamaru barked in agreement. He then turned to Naruto and asked, so what's with the thread ability? You never showed that in the academy. Naruto contemplated whether or not to tell Kiba about the Jiongu when he remembered that he was one of his best friends in the academy. Can you keep a secret? Naruto asked. Kiba nodded and Naruto asked Kurenai to make sure that nobody else of Team 7 was around. To which she confirmed. Naruto had already told the rest of Team 8 after 2 months on the job, feeling that he could trust them. Naruto then went to explain his Jiongu and what it does to Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba whistled and said, that's a cool ability, makes you a badass ninja. Though the whole, make my extra hearts fight thing creeps me out a little. Yeah, it was a little disturbing at first, but I got used to it, Naruto said. There is something that I forgot to ask about your hearts, Kurenai began. How do you sleep with them on your back? Doesn't it bother you? Naruto grinned and snapped his fingers. Sneaking into the house through the front door was Fox and Titan. The two constructs then walked over to Naruto before reattaching themselves to his back underneath his coat. I let them out when I sleep, Naruto said. I found out on the first night I put the heart in the mask that it can be a little uncomfortable. Ha! Always count on Naruto to find a way out of a problem, Kiba said. Kurenai just shook her head and went to assist Tsunami in making breakfast. Hinata walked out of the bathroom, dressed and still sporting a blush on her face. Kiba grinned and asked, any reasons I'm smelling pheromones this morning? Hinata blushed a burning red and ran into the kitchen, leaving Kiba to fall out of the chair laughing. Later, everyone except Kakashi were in the kitchen eating breakfast. It wasn't anything special, just some steamed rice and grilled fish. So what are we going to do, Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked. The female jounin put down her chopsticks and said, well, there was something that I realized last night. Zabuza is alive. To say that the genin were shocked would be an understatement. Sakura paled in horror, Kiba and Hinata looked worried, Akamaru whimpered and hid himself in Kiba's jacket, Naruto and Shino showed no outward emotion, and Sasuke smirked at the chance to fight a strong opponent again. Why do you think that, sensei? Hinata asked. That hunter ninja, he used Senbon needles to take down Zabuza. Senbon are meant to incapacitate or help with acupuncture. But that hunter struck Zabuza in an area in the neck that will put someone in a death-like state. I must have missed the pulse when I was checking him, Kurenai said. So he was an accomplice, Shino told her. Kurenai nodded. Most likely. Hunter ninjas also destroy the body right away after taking the head. Taking anything other than the head or what the Kage wants from the Nukenin is considered treason. So we might have to fight both of them eventually, Naruto noted. Yes, but Zabuza's injuries will take at least a week to heal, so we have time to train and prepare, Kurenai said. She then got up and said, I'm going to check on Kakashi and see if he's up. Kurenai went upstairs and entered Kakashi's room to see the copycat sitting up and rubbing his normal eye. How are you feeling? Kurenai asked. Kakashi turned to her and said, feeling better. Thought I can't feel my legs too much, might have strained them a little. Take it easy then, Kurenai told him. Do you know that Zabuza's alive? Kakashi nodded. I was about to say something, but I collapsed and couldn't tell you or the kids. I was planning on taking your team to train with mine to help them prepare for whenever Zabuza comes back, Kurenai said. Kakashi nodded and laid back down again, closing his eye to relax. Kurenai went back downstairs and took the genin outside and into the nearby forest. She brought them to an area where there was a nearby lake and large thick trees. What are we doing here? Sasuke asked, annoyed by it being an area where he couldn't practice any of his katan jutsu. "We're going to work on your chakra control, but first, I need to know what Kakashi's been teaching you guys," Kurenai told him. "We've been working on teamwork exercises," Kiba told her. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. "And? That's it," Kiba said. Kurenai sighed and tossed a kunai to each member of Team 7 before having them face a tree. "Since Kakashi seems to look like he doesn't know how to be a proper teacher, you guys are going to learn how to climb trees." "But we learned how to do that in the academy," Sakura protested. Kurenai just sent her a sideways glance and walked up to a tree before walking up the tree. The members of Team 7 stared at her in awe at the female jounin. "How did you do that?" Kiba asked. "You gather chakra in the soles of your feet and use it to climb the tree. But be careful, if you use too much you'll go flying off, and using too little won't allow your feet to stick to the tree," Kurenai explained. "Use the kunai to mark your progress." "And what are they going to do?" Kiba asked, motioning to Team 8. "We already know this exercise, so we're going to learn the water walking technique," Hinata said. Sasuke glared at them with jealousy, seeing that they already knew something that he didn't. Kurenai popped in a soldier pill and made a Kage Bunshin to watch Team 7, and then took her team to the nearby lake. Now then, water walking is the same as tree walking, but instead of just letting out a set amount of chakra, you have to constantly change it because of the moving water, Kurenai explained. She then focused chakra into her feet and walked onto the lake, like how Kakashi and Zabuza did when they fought. "Hinata, I want you to use your Byakugan and tell me what you see," Kurenai said as she faced her students. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan before taking a close examination at Kurenai's feet as they expelled chakra. "You're sending out chakra at stronger P-points when the water shifts in order to keep your balance," Hinata said. Kurenai nodded and said, "Very good, now I want you guys to try this, but you should remove your jackets so you don't get a cold." Naruto nodded and took off his trenchcoat, revealing his masks to the world. He then released them and had Fox and Titan hide in the trees in case Sasuke or Sakura came by. Shino hesitated a moment before taking off his coat, revealing a black shirt with mesh armor underneath. Hinata had the hardest time as she was very nervous about taking off her jacket. She was self-conscious about her appearance and was afraid about getting any negative comments. Deciding to risk it, she took off her jacket, revealing her light blue blouse underneath that hugged her body somewhat. When Hinata looked up, she saw Naruto turned away with a large blush, Shino turned away with red ears, and Kurenai staring at her with small hints of jealousy. Is something wrong?" Hinata asked nervously. "I'm just jealous," Kurenai told her. "I never had a figure that good when I was a genin." Hinata just blushed and looked away, but on the inside. "Naruto-kun's blushing. That means he finds me attractive." Hinata squealed in her head, marking up her little victory. The three genin then started to practice. Naruto added too much chakra and was launched into the air, landing in a tree. Shino added too little and sunk into the water, only to come up later with an angry buzzing sound as his insects left his body to get away from the cold water. "I think my insects are angry with me," Shino said. "What tipped you off? The angry buzzing?" Naruto asked with some sarcasm. Hinata took a step on the lake and tested her technique. Once she was satisfied, she took several more steps. Eventually she was 10 feet away from the shore and sunk only to her ankles. "Very good, Hinata, looks like those Hyugas are good for their chakra control lessons," Kurenai said. Naruto was sunk up to his chest and gave Hinata a grin that made her lose her focus, sending her into the lake with a shriek. She came back up with a gasp and practically flashed to the shore where she began to shiver, but what she didn't know was that Naruto was staring at her with a large blush since her wet shirt hugged her body more, resulting in Naruto getting a slight nosebleed. It didn't help that the heated chakra of the Kyuubi prevented the cold water he was in from knocking him out of his trance. Kurenai noticed this and lightly giggled, seeing that Naruto was attracted to Hinata. Next day bridge. Naruto was watching Tazuna since it was his turn for the day. Kakashi was better and able to help his team, but was restricted to crutches for the time being. Naruto was sitting on a beam while keeping an eye on Tazuna and his workers. Not that there were a lot of them anyway. Tazuna was welding some metal together when one of the workers came up to him. "Yes, Gishi? What is it?" "I'm sorry Tazuna, but I can't keep doing this," Gishi said. "Gato's going to make everything worse if we keep doing this." "Gishi. You can't do this. If you leave, then it'll take longer to finish the bridge. Do you want this country to remain poor and dying?" Tazuna asked. Gishi shook his head and said, "I just can't keep risking my family's lives like this." Tazuna shook his head and continued to work. "Then go, I have no need for cowards on this construction crew." Gishi sighed and walked off of the bridge. Tazuna then turned to Naruto and said, "It's been like this for a while, people are starting to get scared of Gato and are leaving to try and stay out of this. So you need workers?" Naruto asked as he hopped off the beam and stood before the elderly man. "Then I've got you covered. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." At least 100 copies of Naruto appeared. "Just tell them what you need done." Tazuna stared at the large group in disbelief before he shook his head and said, "You're just the kind of person I need. Let's get to work." Meanwhile in town, Hinata and Kiba were accompanying Tsunami through town as she went to pick up groceries. Kiba was able to stay on the tree for 10 minutes and Akamaru was able to stay on for 7, allowing them to accompany Tsunami since Shino was to watch the house. "Man, it's so depressing here," Kiba said as he looked around. Buildings were falling apart and surrounded by junk, and the people were practically wearing rags that looked like they were stitched together. "It's all because of Gato that the town is like this. Before he came here it was a very lively and happy place," Tsunami explained. It's so sad," Hinata whispered. She felt a tug on the back of her jacket and whirled around to see a little girl who held up her hands and gave Hinata a smile. Realizing that the girl wanted food, Hinata dug into her pockets and pulled out a few pieces of candy and handed it to the girl. The girl's smile got bigger and she gave Hinata a quick hug before running off. Tsunami smiled at the scene and said, "We need more people like you around here." Kiba grinned and put in his 2 cents, "Yeah, Hinata's one of the kindest people in Konoha, and the only girl in our class with a brain." "Why do you say that?" Tsunami asked, raising an eyebrow. "All of the other girls have gone gaga over Sasuke, the guy with the duck hair," Kiba explained. "Why would they do that? He doesn't seem like anyone special," Tsunami said. Kiba couldn't help but grin and laugh, wondering how the Uchiha would take it if she said it to his face. Zabuza's hideout. The Kirigakure no Kijin was resting on his bed, the Kubikuribocho resting on the side of the bed. A small, ugly, fat man entered the room with 2 thugs and approached the sleeping Nuknin. "Ha! So much for the demon, you were beaten by a bunch of brats and their babysitters." Gato then went to reach for Zabuza's mouth bandages before his arm was gripped rather tightly by the fake hunter ninja. "Don't touch Zabuza-sama with your filthy hands," he growled. "Let go of my arm." Gato yelled as he struggled to get his arm free. The 2 thugs then popped their swords out of their scabbards and were about to attack until the fake hunter disappeared and reappeared with their swords at the thugs' throats. "Don't mess with me, I'm in a bad mood," he said. "Grr, you better kill that bridge builder or you'll never get paid." Gato yelled as he and his goons stormed out of the hideout. Zabuza, who was awake the whole time, turned to the hunter and said, "You didn't have to do that, Haku." Haku gave a small smile and said, "I know, but we need him around for a little while longer. It wouldn't be very beneficial to kill him until after we get paid." "That's if we get paid, he's been deducting from us for the tiniest problem," Zabuza groaned. Haku smirked and said, "Maybe we should raid his vault and leave when least expects it." "You are an evil genius," Zabuza praised. Several days later, Tazuna's house. It was dinner time at the bridge builder's house once again. Today Tsunami had found some crab in the market for a reasonable price to go with the tuna, which Hinata politely asked to be off of her plate. The large group was eating dinner quietly when Sakura noticed something. "I noticed that the picture on the wall's torn, does it mean anything?" she asked. The family froze when Sakura spoke and the mood instantly turned somber. "The person in that photo was a hero," Tazuna said. Inari immediately got up and stormed up to his room. "Inari. Tu-san. You know better than to talk about him like that in front of Inari." Tsunami scolded. Tazuna turned to her and said, "If he wants to deny the truth then let him, I still believe that Kaiza was a hero." Tazuna then began to explain to the Konoha ninja about Kaiza and how he helped Nami in the past. From saving Inari from drowning to helping to close the dam in the flood. He also told them about how Gato had Kaiza's arms taken off before he was executed for resisting him. "This just makes me want to get this Gato guy even more," Naruto said as he gripped the edge of the table tightly. "I have to agree with you there, Naruto. I don't have any particular love for this country, but it would leave a bad taste in my mouth if we just left the country like this," Kakashi said. "Why do you still try?" Inari yelled, coming from the staircase, having not gone to his room in order to listen. "Because we've got a job to protect your Gigi, and we don't back down from a mission," Naruto said. "It doesn't matter. None of you will live if you fight against Gato. He's too strong to beat," Inari yelled. Naruto shrugged. "How can he be strong? We're ninja and he's just a little man with money." The rest of the Konoha ninja nodded in agreement, except Sasuke and Sakura, because Sasuke wouldn't be caught dead agreeing with Naruto, and because Sasuke didn't agree with him. "Stop trying to be a hero. You don't even understand what we're going through because you all live comfortable lives. You don't understand what it means to suffer." The room temperature dropped several degrees, stopping Inari in his tracks and causing most of the occupants to start sweating. Everyone turned to see Naruto shaking with his hair shadowing his eyes. He then turned around and stormed out of the house, leaving most of the group to wonder what was his problem. "That was the wrong thing to say," Kakashi said. "What do you mean, sensei?" Kiba asked. Kakashi sighed and began. "Naruto's been alone for the first 4 years of his life and was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 4 years old. The only people who cared for him were the Hokage, the Ichiraku family, and Tsunade-sama. Even then, he still felt alone until he met his first friend, Hinata. The young girl couldn't believe that she had such an impact on Naruto's life. You say that Naruto doesn't understand suffering, while he goes home to an empty house every day while you still have your mother and grandfather. You say that I don't understand suffering? Well, let me tell you something. My mother died giving birth to me, my father killed himself after being scorned by the village for failing a mission, both of my best friends died right in front of my eyes, and my sensei who I thought of as a father sacrificed himself to save the village," Kakashi told the boy. "So you tell me, do I know suffering or not?" He then walked upstairs to his room. "My family was killed all in one night," Sasuke said as he walked off to brood. "Most of the village avoids my clan because of our special abilities," Shino said. "And most of my C-clan hates me because I want to change tea tradition," Hinata whispered. Inari just said nothing and ran off into his room and slammed the door behind him. Next morning, Naruto was asleep in the clearing, having worked off his rage by throwing himself into his training. Currently, he was surrounded by trees that were either burned, slashed, impaled, or smashed. Haku had entered the clearing with a basket while searching for some herbs to help head Zabuza. The fake hunter found Naruto and knelt down next to him, contemplating whether or not to kill him now. Haku sighed before deciding to shake Naruto awake. "I'm too soft," Haku thought, watching as Naruto opened his eyes. "Ugh, 5 more minutes, Bachan." Naruto mumbled as he rubbed his eyes. He opened them to see a pretty woman standing over him. Naruto jumped to his feet and began to introduce himself with a blush. "My name's Naruko Uzunako, I mean Naruto Uzumaki." She's almost as pretty as Hinata-chan. Wait, where did that come from? Nice to meet you, my name is Haku. What were you doing out here? Haku asked. Nothing much, just training, Naruto answered. Are you a ninja? Haku asked, setting down the basket. Naruto grinned and said, yeah, I'm aiming to be one of the best there is. Oh? But aren't you strong already? Haku asked, wanting to see Naruto's goals. Then Jinchuriki shook his head and told Haku, I need to be stronger, so that way I'll be able to help everyone who I care about. So you fight to protect your precious people, then that does make you strong, Haku told him. Naruto gave a confused look, so Haku continued, I believe that people can be truly strong when they are protecting a person who is precious to them. So do you have any precious people? Naruto asked. Yes, my father is the only person left in my life, Haku said. Must be nice to have him, Naruto muttered. What do you mean by that? Haku asked. I'm just wondering how nice it might feel to have parents, Naruto said. Haku raised an eyebrow and asked, don't you have parents? No, Naruto shook his head, I grew up as an orphan, nobody knows who they were, but I try not to think about since it doesn't matter anymore. I'm sorry, I can't even imagine what it might feel like to not know who your parents were, Haku said. Like I said, it doesn't matter, Naruto said. Well, it was nice speaking with you, but I should get back to my father in case he starts to worry, Haku said, standing up and grabbing the basket. Haku stopped before the edge of the forest and said, by the way, I'm a boy. Naruto stared there with his mouth on the floor. It's impossible for a guy to be almost as pretty as Hinata-chan. Gah! There it is again. Konoha. Hiruzen was sitting at his desk with a black eye, courtesy of Tsunade for not telling her about what Hummingbird found right away. But considering that he got the news late at night, she only gave him a light beating. He was very lucky when Tsunade understood that she couldn't be a part of the mission, since stealth was never her strong point. The Sandaime stared at a map of route headquarters that Tenzo had made from memory. He was marking areas that seemed like good places to enter while writing down notes about the base. Hokage-sama, everyone's ready, Hummingbird said as he entered the room. The Hokage nodded and got up before following the ANBU member into a separate room where 6 other ANBU members were. They were Tenzo, Falcon, Boar, Deer, Chameleon, and Wolf. All of them are top members of the Route Surveillance Squad. Hokage-sama, all the ANBU members stood up to address their leader. Please be seated, Hiruzen ordered. The ANBU complied and the Sandaime took his place at the head of the table. He opened the files that were at his end and said, I'm sure that you all know about the mission you're going on, but I'll repeat it in case anyone forgot. Our mole within Route has discovered that Danzo has been keeping 2 very important people captive in his base in the attempt to create the ultimate shinobi, and one of them is the result of that experiment, but is considered a failure due to not growing as fast as Danzo has hoped. So I need you to go into the base and break them out. Hokage-sama, wouldn't it be easier to just storm in and demand them like you did for me? Tenzo asked. Hiruzen shook his head and said, it only worked to get you because Kakashi already knew of your existence and informed me, and because I used the argument that your abilities would be able to subdue Naruto should he ever lose control in the village. Because nobody has made official contact with them, it would be practically impossible to get Danzo to hand them over. What are the chances of running into any Route? Wolf asked. Not that much, the prisoners are kept within an abandoned part of the facility where other failures are. So there isn't that much of a chance to encounter anybody, Hiruzen told them. Deer then asked, are we to make it look like a breakout to avoid any suspicion? If you can manage it, then do it. Any more questions? Hiruzen asked. Falcon then asked, do these 2 have any relation to, you know who? That question will be answered when Tsunade gets to look at them, until then we aren't absolutely sure. The Sandaime then got up and told the group, the mission will commence as when Hummingbird deems necessary. Tazuna's house. Shino had just closed the door to his room after laying Naruto on the bed. The blonde had worked himself to exhaustion in order to try and perfect a secret technique that he was working on. The bug user walked downstairs where everyone else was waiting. "He's in a bed," Shino said. Kurenai nodded and Kakashi said, "This is most likely when Zabuza and his accomplice will attack, so everyone's going to the bridge in order to help protect Tazuna. But I'm going to have to ask that you stay here, Kiba." "Why?" "I can help." The young Inazuka protested. "With Akamaru still hurt, your attacks are going to be less effective, and I have a feeling that Gato might send some of his thugs here to take Inari and or Tsunami hostages," Kakashi explained. Kiba sighed and said, "Alright, but you guys better kick some ass for me." "To be precise, we aren't going to be kicking anyone while we're fighting," Shino said. Everyone stared at Shino and Kiba placed a hand on the Aburame's shoulder and said, "Shino, my friend, it's an expression, not something I literally meant." "Then why did you not say something more accurate?" Shino asked. "Okay, we're going to work on your people's skills some more when we get back to Konoha," Kiba told him. "Can we get a move on?" Sasuke grunted as he patiently stood near the door while trying to get away from Sakura, who was trying to cling to his arm. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke might have been a prodigy, but failed to grasp what he has been trying to teach him and Sakura from day one. That fighting alongside his allies would be better for him, but the young Uchiha would rather use his teammates as meat shields. It didn't help that Sakura would rather help Sasuke instead of anyone else either. In fact, Kiba was the only reason that they passed his test since he was able to convince the two to work together. "Alright then, let's get moving," Kurenai said. Zabuza's hideout. The Kirigakure no Kijin crushed an apple with his hand and grinned under his bandages. He then stood up and swung his mighty sword over himself until it rested on the magnet attached to his belt. This time, he was wearing a shirt. "Once again, you've outdone ourself with your medicine, Haku," Zabuza praised as he fixed his mouth bandages. "It was nothing, Zabuza-sama. Are we going to attack the bridge builder today?" Haku asked. Zabuza nodded, and the door opened, revealing Gato, his two bodyguards, and another figure. He was about 26 years old and wearing a gray sleeveless vest and black pants with armored shins. He had black fingerless gloves and black shinobi sandals. The most noticeable part about him was his bandana that had the emblem for Kumogakure no Sato, only with a slash through it, signaling that this was a nuke nin. "Who's this?" Zabuza asked. "This is Ren Baruto, another criminal I hired to make sure that you two kill the bridge builder," Gato told him. "We don't need a babysitter," Zabuza said, glaring at the midget and his thugs. "Don't think of me as a babysitter, think of me as an acquaintance. Once this mission is over, we won't see each other unless we're after each other's bounties," Ren told him. Zabuza's danger meter rose when he heard these words, since nuke nin don't really talk about their bounties unless they were in a ceasefire zone, which this most definitely was not. Haku gave Zabuza a sideways glance through his mask, not trusting Ren at all. The name Baruto sounds somewhat familiar. Perhaps Zabuza-sama knows. Zabuza sighed and said, "Fine, but don't get in my way. Or you'll find out how painful it is to be bisected down the middle." Ren gulped and began to sweat a little. Later bridge. The Konoha ninja and Tazuna had arrived at the bridge to see that there was a thick fog covering the area. Further into the bridge, everyone saw that the workers were either knocked out or incapacitated. What happened?" Tazuna asked as he took a step back. "Everyone get ready, Zabuza is here," Kakashi said as he drew a kunai. "Perceptive aren't you, Kakashi?" Zabuza's voice rang out. Everyone tensed as they tried to pinpoint the Nukanin's location. 10 figures stepped out of the mist, revealing themselves to be Mizu Bunshins of Zabuza. "Decided to send your clones to take care of something you can't?" Kakashi asked as he lazily looked at the clones. The real Zabuza could be heard scoffing. "Yeah, right. But I've got one of your gakis shaking like a leaf." Sasuke was indeed shaking, but when he looked up, his eyes only showed determination. I'm shaking with excitement. Sasuke then vanished and reappeared next to Kakashi, and all of the Mizu Bunshin fell apart. Zabuza and his partners appeared on the opposite side of the bridge as the mist cleared up a little. Looks like you have a rival in speed, Haku, Zabuza informed his partner. Haku nodded. So it appears. Who's your new friend? Kurenai asked when she saw Ren. Zabuza bit back a groan and said, Ren Baruto, Gato wants the bridge builder out of his way, so he hired another Nukenin to assist me. I feel insulted that I have to work with a Kyumo ninja, Nukenin or not. Ah, that's right, before you left Kiri you had multiple run-ins with Kyumo ninja who were after your sword, Kakashi remembered, having heard about Zabuza's many battles with Kyumo shinobi. Hinata began to shiver when she heard the words, Kyumo ninja, leave Zabuza's mouth. Shino noticed and placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. She relaxed and gave Shino a small smile as a form of thanks. Why does the name Baruto sound familiar? Kurenai asked. I don't know, but we don't have time to think about it right now, Kakashi told her. Sasuke, I want you to take care of the fake hunter ninja, your speed should be able to match his. Sakura, stay with Tazuna, Kakashi ordered, to which his students nodded in confirmation. Hinata, Shino, I want you to attack that Kyumo Nukenin while Kakashi and I take care of Zabuza, Kurenai said. Hinata panicked a little, but managed to scrounge up some courage and nod her head along with her teammates. Sasuke and Haku vanished instantly, reappearing moments later clashing kunai against Senbon. Kakashi and Kurenai then charged at Zabuza, ducking under his sword as he swung it in a wide arc. Ren drew a kunai and threw it at the remaining members of Team 8, forcing them to dodge as he went after them. Sasuke and Haku. The Uchiha Scion and the fake hunter ninja were vanishing in blurs and reappearing with sparks being created between them. Sasuke then jumped back and threw a few shuriken at Haku, who just deflected them with his Senbon. I must admit, your speed is impressive, Haku said when they clashed once again. But I'm 2 steps ahead of you. 2? Sasuke asked. Yes, first is the fact that we're surrounded by water, and the second fact is that I have one of your hands occupied, Haku explained. He then brought up his other hand and began to make a chain of one-handed seals. One-handed seals? But that's impossible. Sasuke thought. He was broken out of his thoughts when Haku then slammed his foot on the ground, causing the water to rise up and surround them. Sensatsu Suisho. Haku declared as the water turned into 1,000 ice needles, all of them aimed at Sasuke. Before the needles hit, Haku jumped back and looked at ground zero, only to jump back as a shuriken flew at him. Haku looked up to see Sasuke coming down upon him, aiming with his kunai. Haku dodged the blow, but couldn't avoid the kick that came afterwards, sending him skidding across the ground. It appears I'll have to use that after all, Haku murmured. He then made a unique hand seal and began to focus his chakra as it came out of him and blew around like an icy wind. His chakra, Sasuke thought, it's so cold. He heard a cracking sound behind him and turned to see an ice mirror forming. He looked back at Haku, only to see that he was then surrounded by a dome of mirrors. 12 of them were ground level, 8 of them were above the first set and angled downwards, and the last one was above the dome, facing the ground. Haku then entered the mirror in front of him and his reflection was every mirror. Makio Hyosho. Haku declared. Moments later, Sasuke could be heard screaming in pain. Hinata, Shino, and Ren. The trio of fighters were at a standstill. Hinata and Shino were surrounded by the Aburame's bugs as they acted as a shield since it was the only thing keeping the Nukenin from attacking them. However, they couldn't land a hit on the former Kyumo ninja either since he had more experience and was able to avoid their attacks. These little pests are starting to annoy me, Ren growled as he avoided another small swarm of insects that Shino sent his way. Suetun, Teppadama. Ren opened his mouth and shot out several water bullets at the bug shield, drenching the insects and forcing them to retreat. Suetun, Water Whip. Ren then swept his hand across one of the puddles made by one of Zabuza's clones and formed a whip in his hand. Hinata, it appears that our opponent is skilled in water techniques instead of the lightning techniques from Kyumo, Shino said as he called upon more insects. Hi, we have to be more careful then since there's a lot of water around, Hinata told him. Shino nodded and sent another small swarm at the Nuke-nin, but Ren just swiped at them with his whip, dispersing them and knocking away the hidden shuriken within the swarm. You'll have to do better than that to beat me. Ren taunted as he charged forward and swung his water whip at the genin. Both of them dove to the side to avoid it, and Hinata raced forward to land a few hits on Ren's tenketsu on his right thigh. Ren growled and backhanded Hinata, sending her skidding across the bridge before she lightly hit a crate. Hinata quickly got up, only to duck as Ren came flying at her with a kick. She rolled out of the way and threw several shuriken at Ren, but the Nuke-nin just twisted his body so the projectiles flew past him and over the bridge. Shino then appeared next to Hinata while throwing a small swarm at Ren. The former Kyumo ninja just dispersed the bugs with his whip and threw a kunai at the genin, which was deflected by Shino's own kunai. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata threw an open palm at Ren as the force behind it sent a blast of air at her opponent. Ren received the full force of the attack and was sent backwards, slamming into the metal beam behind him. Heh, you're good for a couple of genin, Ren said as he stood up and flexed his water whip. But you won't be able to beat me. I think it's about time I took this seriously. He then threw his whip forward and it cracked against Shino's chest, sending him flying backwards. Shino-kun! Hinata yelled as she watched her teammate get hit. A second later, the water whip was wrapped around her wrist and dragged her forward till the Nuke-nin had grasped her by her wrists with his remaining hand. Now I recognize you. You're the Hyuga heiress that my brother tried to kidnap all those years ago. Ren exclaimed. Hinata looked at him in shock and fear as he continued. Yes, my brother Erasure Baruto attempted to kidnap you under the guise of being in Konoha to form a treaty. But your worthless clan killed him and sent us a fake body as an insult. But if I return to Kyumo with you, I'll be hailed as a hero for accomplishing one of our long-time goals. Hinata began to struggle greatly in the Nukenin's grip before she decided to take a page out of Naruto's book, do something completely unexpected. She reared back her leg and performed a skill only known to women. The kick in the balls jutsu was deadly when used by a woman that was either angry, insane, or scared. In this case, Hinata was of the latter category. Ren dropped Hinata and gripped his groin in pain. Hinata began to run to where Shino was when she felt a sharp pain on her side, causing her to scream and drop down to the floor in pain. She looked back and saw Ren with his water whip glaring at her with pure rage. He had struck the young girl with a shuriken that ripped open her jacket and sliced her porcelain skin. You bitch! If I didn't need you alive I'd kill you right now. Ren snarled as he brought up his whip and cracked it against Hinata's side, drawing out a scream of pain from her. But I don't think that Kyumo would need you untouched, Ren said as an evil grin took root on his face. If Hinata was scared before, she was absolutely terrified right now. But before Ren could do anything, something hard impacted against his chest and sent him flying. Hinata then looked up to see the blood-red eyes of her savior. If you touch her, I'll kill you. Earlier to Zuna's house. Naruto groggily opened his eyes to see the brown roof of the house. He realized that he was in Tazuna's house in the upstairs room. He felt strangely disappointed that he wasn't in his bed with Hinata, much to his confusion. He was broken out of his thoughts by a crash from downstairs and a loud barking. He quickly opened the window and held out his arm as Titan slithered out of his sleeve and landed on the ground before taking its original form. Naruto then ran downstairs to see Tsunami in the clutches of 2 thugs with swords, and Kiba and Akamaru standing in front of Inari while holding a kunai. Great, another brat, the first thug groaned. Why are you complaining? It's just another person we can cut up, the other thug told him with a sadistic grin on his face. Naruto, you got anything that can beat these guys? Anything I can do would hurt Tsunami-san, Kiba asked. Naruto nodded and said, I've got something in mind that will work. You'll only do something if you don't care about this pretty lady right here. But I know that your mission is to defend the bridge builder's family, so you won't, the first thug sneered. The next thing the thugs knew, there was an incredible pain in the back of their heads, knocking them out, releasing their grip on Tsunami in the process. Titan had snuck behind the two and clobbered their heads while they were distracted. You really are the most unpredictable ninja. Kiba laughed. Naruto laughed along with him. When they calmed down, Naruto asked him, so where did everyone else go? They went to the bridge. Kakashi-sensei thinks that today is when Zabuza attacks. He wanted me to tell you to head there when you woke up, Kiba said. Naruto nodded and reabsorbed Titan before saying, I'm heading there now, make sure that these two stay safe. Kiba nodded and Naruto ran out the door towards the bridge. How is he strong? Inari asked. Kiba turned to him and said, it's because he fights to protect his friends. Something that Kaiza did when he stood up against Gato. Inari looked at Kia in awe before he then ran for the door. Hey! Where you going? Kiba yelled. Inari turned back to him and shouted back, I'm going to get everyone to stand up to Gato. He then went and ran into town. Kiba smirked and began to set some traps in case some more thugs came for Tsunami. Unknown. On the outskirts of Konoha, the western forest to be more precise, a group of ANBU were crowded around a metal hatch that was disguised as a tree stump. They were the route surveillance squad assigned to infiltrate Danzo's facility. Bor, is it unlocked yet? All this waiting is troublesome, Deer asked. Almost, Bor replied. An audible click later, done. We're in. Alright everyone, let's proceed with caution, Hummingbird ordered. Falcon, take point. The bird-masked ANBU nodded and entered the hatch first, the rest of the team following him. The team made their way into the facility where it was dimly lit and seemingly run down. Do you detect anyone? Tenzo asked Falcon. Falcon shook his head. All I can see are a few rats and small closets that have cleaning supplies in them. Let's keep moving, they should be deeper within the base, Hummingbird said. The team continued moving through the poorly maintained facility until they came upon a heavily locked door. Is this where we have to go? Chameleon asked. Tenzo nodded. This is where Danzo kept most of his failed experiments. So this would be the best place to start looking. Alright, Bor, start unlocking this one, Tenzo, help him. The rest of us will provide cover in case any route members come by, Hummingbird ordered. The team got into their position while the two ANBU started to unlock the door. Hey, Tenzo, Bor started as he worked on the sealing matrix that was keeping the lock shut. Is it true that some of Danzo's experiments would be worse than the ones that would be found in Orochimaru's bases? Tenzo stopped for a moment before saying, when I was a member of Root, I always thought that those experiments were just like any other since I had no real common sense until I met Kakashi. But now that I'm able to determine right from wrong and understand what our morals are, I can say for certain that Danzo's experiments were worse than Orochimaru's at times. All the team members heard this and thought about how much of a monster the councilman was. Hokage-sama has a suspicion that Danzo turned Orochimaru into what he is today, Chameleon stated. What makes you think that? Falcon asked. Chameleon turned to him and said, Hokage-sama thinks that Danzo preyed upon Orochimaru's desire to understand the secrets of the world in order to make him do most of the atrocious experiments for Danzo's benefit. That way, none of it could be tied back to him. What would make Hokage-sama think that? Bor wondered as he removed the seal. Tenzo then stuck out his finger as a small piece of wood stuck out and he inserted it into the lock. It's because Dazno would often meet with Orochimaru a lot back when he was a Konoha ninja, Hummingbird explained. It's unlocked, Tenzo announced as he pushed the door open. Let's keep moving, Hummingbird ordered. Bridge. Naruto arrived at the bridge to see a dome made of mirrors crafted out of ice. On each mirror was the reflection of the fake hunter ninja facing the center of the dome. On his knees looking like a pincushion was Sasuke, glaring at the reflections with eyes that looked like they were starting to turn red. For some reason, Naruto's stomach felt a little hot when he saw Sasuke's eyes. There was also an irritating feeling in his eyes that quickly went away after a moment. He looked over and saw that Kakashi and Kurenai were engaged in a heated battle with Zabuza. The Jounin senseis were using their unique abilities to try and outwit the Nuke Nin. Kakashi tried to use his Sharingan, but Zabuza would have his eyes closed or not look at the eye directly. Kurenai wasn't a taijutsu or ninjutsu user, so she would try to capture him in a genjutsu, but it wasn't very easy. The young Uzumaki looked around, but couldn't see anyone else, so he considered that Sakura and the rest of his team were protecting Tazuna somewhere within the mist. So he decided to go and help Sasuke since he knew that he didn't stand a chance against a ninja of Zabuza's caliber. "Yo Sasuke, need any help?" Naruto asked as he ran towards the dome and stopped just before the edge. Sasuke turned to him and noted how much clearer Naruto looked. He would have answered Naruto, but was too focused on trying to figure out when the next volley of needles was gonna come. "Attack the dome from the outside, he can't hit you from there," Sasuke said as he ripped a senbon out of his arm, letting some feeling flow back into the limb. "You can try," Haku told them, "but my mirrors can't be broken or melted. Just surrender and I will spare your lives. Let's hit one mirror with a katan jutsu from both sides," Naruto suggested as he made several hand seals. Sasuke, seeing what he was doing, began to make the same set of seals. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu." Both genin shouted as they breathed out fireballs that both hit a mirror. Haku was lucky that he was in a different mirror at the moment as the mirror the two ninja attacked began to melt, making it deform and lose its perfect shape before the fire stopped and the two genin took deep breaths. "Impressive, no one has ever melted my mirrors to this degree before. But I'm afraid that your skills won't be able to help you here," Haku said. He appeared behind Naruto and kicked him into the dome before he could react, and crashed into Sasuke, sending both boys onto the ground. Haku then stepped back into the mirror as his reflection was shown everywhere once again. "So, team, what can he do in this place?" Naruto asked as he pushed himself onto his feet. "He can throw senbon from every mirror," Sasuke explained. Naruto was startled for a moment before he grinned and put his hands into a cross seal. 20 Kage Bunshin appeared surrounding the two. "What is this?" "These clones are solid," Sasuke thought as he looked at the 20 trenchcoat-clad blondes that surrounded him. "That won't help," Haku said. A second later all the clones exploded and both Sasuke and Naruto were being struck by countless senbon. Both of them screamed in pain as they tried to protect themselves, only to fail as most of their backs, arms, and legs were struck by the needles. Naruto was thankful that his threads were able to push out the needles, but it still hurt when they hit him. Sasuke was getting frustrated by how he was easily being hit while he couldn't hit the hunter ninja ever since he made the dome. "I've got to stay calm and focus. See everything about this jutsu, and act," Sasuke thought as he watched a reflection of Haku. Haku raised his arms and Sasuke's eyes widened before he jumped away as senbon stabbed into the area he was previously in. "What?" Haku was very confused, as was Naruto. Sasuke couldn't dodge the senbon before. When Sasuke looked up, both of them could see his red eyes. His right eye had one tomo while his left one had two. The Sharingan? He activated it? Naruto thought. With Sasuke's activated Kekkei Genkai, the battle would be easier. He also groaned as he realized that it would make him even more of an ass. Naruto might as well have been a psychic. "With these eyes, I can never be defeated," Sasuke gloated. Naruto proceeded to slam his face into a nearby mirror and groan. Haku stuck his head out above Naruto's and asked, "Is this his normal behavior?" Naruto looked up and told him, "No, it's worse now. Me and my friends have been dreading this day because this would happen." Haku patted his head sympathetically and went back into the mirror before throwing a senbon at Sasuke, breaking him out of another fantasy of killing Itachi. "Those eyes don't make you all-powerful, you know," Haku stated. "Shut up. You're powerless against an Uchiha with their Sharingan," Sasuke growled. Naruto went and slammed his head against the mirror once again, already feeling sorry for Kiba and Akamaru. He would have to send them a gift later. Behind the mask, Haku rolled his eyes. He threw several more senbon in areas that left Sasuke with no room to dodge, cutting him in several places. "If I was powerless, then how was I able to land several hits on you just now?" Haku taunted. Sasuke saw red and grabbed a kunai with an explosive tag on it and threw it at a random mirror. Before it could hit the mirror, Naruto raced forward, grabbed it out of the air, and threw it over the bridge hard where it exploded harmlessly over the water. "You baka! Are you trying to kill us all?" Naruto yelled. "Out of my way! I'm the only one that can beat him," Sasuke yelled back. Naruto growled, but before he could say anything, a senbon whizzed past their faces, forcing them apart. "Please surrender, I do not wish to hurt you," Haku told them. Sasuke saw this as an insult and performed another fireball jutsu, only for it to impact the mirrors and cause them to drip a little. Haku then threw a large volley of senbon that pierced Sasuke from all angles, causing him to scream out in pain. "Sasuke!" Naruto cried as he watched his fellow genin become a pincushion. Once the vicious barrage was over, the Uchiha fell to the ground unconscious from the pain. "You bastard! Jiongu, spiderweb!" Naruto roared as he threw out his threads to try and capture Haku. The fake hunter ninja was surprised at both his ability, and the amount of threads that were coming out of his body. Haku jumped from mirror to mirror, slicing threads and trying to hit Naruto with the senbon. With every move that Naruto made, he unknowingly channeled chakra into his eyes, making everything become clearer and start to move in slow motion, allowing him to set up a trap. Unfortunately, on Haku's latest jump, he tripped over a thread that Naruto cleverly placed, and missed the mirror, crashing into the ground where Naruto wrapped several threads around his legs and proceeded to slam him into the ground multiple times, leaving the fake hunter ninja dazed and weak. Naruto then brought his opponent closed and slammed a metal gauntlet into Haku's gut. With the injuries that he had received and the exhaustion of keeping the mirrors in existence finally catching up to him, Haku fell limp to the floor, finding no more energy to move. He could barely get any feeling into his limbs. Naruto stalked over and reached for Haku's mask and pulled it off, revealing his face. "Haku?" Naruto exclaimed. "Hello Naruto-san, I'm sorry you had to find out about this," Haku apologized. "But, why? Why work for someone like Zabuza?" Naruto questioned. Haku then proceeded to explain how Kekkei Genkai were heavily despised in Kiri and how his father killed his mother and proceeded to kill him, only to be impaled when Haku activated his Kekkei Genkai by accident. Haku then told him about how he met Zabuza and swore to become his perfect tool. "But now I am broken and have no use to Zabuza-sama," Haku said in a sad tone. "Please, kill me." Naruto shook his head. "I'm not going to kill you Haku, you're my friend." "But, I have no value anymore," Haku protested. "Bull!" Naruto exclaimed, sending the fallen ninja a small glare. "With your abilities, you're more than worthless. You're a powerful person with amazing abilities, so don't sell yourself short." Before Haku could respond, a scream pierced the air, a scream that Naruto recognized. "Hinata!" Naruto cried as he ran off into the mist towards where the scream originated. Haku, feeling all of the energy leave his body, closed his eyes and embraced the blissful silence of unconsciousness. Naruto ran deeper into the mist till he saw three figures, one taller than the other two. He recognized Hinata and Shino down on the floor, the latter looking like he was knocked out while Hinata was holding her side in pain. Ren was standing over her with a lecherous grin on his face, at least from Naruto's point of view. The blonde unknowingly called upon the Kyubi's chakra, deepening his whisker marks, elongating his canines, making his hair get more wild, and turning his eyes into crimson orbs with red slits. He raced forward at unimaginable speeds and slammed his gauntlet into Ren's chest, sending him flying. "If you touch her, I'll kill you." Naruto snarled as he glared at Ren, unleashing a large amount of Ki at the Kyumo nuke Nin. On the other side of the bridge, the three Jounin were engaged in combat when the malevolent aura swept over them. "This feeling, it's like that night," Kakashi realized. "Did the seal break?" Kurenai asked with worry. Zabuza was faring no better since this feeling reminded him of two people who could give off the same type of aura, only on a lower scale. "This is worse than either Yagura or Utakata. It has to be one higher than 6. Zabuza realized, a slight shiver crawling up his spine. Seeing that the mist lightened slightly due to Zabuza's distraction, Kakashi zoomed his Sharingan onto the source of the Ki. He was able to see the blurred image of Naruto standing over a wounded Hinata while facing off Ren, crimson-red chakra running through his veins. He then looked over to the other side to see Sasuke and Haku unconscious. But what really caught his attention was the large mass of small chakra that was on the unfinished side of the bridge. "Called for some more reinforcements, Zabuza?" Kakashi questioned, much to both of the other Jounin's confusion. "What are you talking about?" "It's only me, Haku, and Ren," Zabuza told him. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "Then explain the large group on the other side of the bridge." Zabuza raised an eyebrow and glanced over to where Kakashi was mentioning. Since he created the mist around them, he was able to see through the technique if he wanted to. And he was able to see a large amount of thugs gathering on the other side. "What's going on?" Zabuza questioned. "Looks like Gato is planning to betray you," Kakashi stated. Zabuza narrowed his eyes and let out a string of curses that made Kurenai blush. "I suggest we call a truce, but continue to fight in order to find out what's really happening," Kurenai suggested. The other two agreed and continued their fight, although not as intense as before. "You little brat!" Ren snarled as he got up. "I'll make you beg for me to kill you once I'm done maiming you." Naruto said nothing as he crouched down and flexed his clawed gauntlets, a low growl coming from him as he glared at Ren. He had sent out a thread that began to stitch up Hinata's wound that Ren had given her. While the red chakra Naruto was emitting looked threatening, Hinata found it quite soothing as the thread stitched her up as it also had the red chakra running through it. It made Hinata feel warm and safe. "Please Naruto-kun, please don't get hurt," Hinata thought as she watched Naruto with worry in her eyes. Naruto growled and darted forward at speeds that surprised Ren. The nuke Nin was caught off guard as Naruto slammed another fist into his chest. Ren was able to stay on his feet this time and ducked backwards as Naruto came sailing over him with the clawed gauntlet aiming to rip him apart. Ren raised a knee and struck Naruto in the gut, but recoiled as the red chakra burned him. "Are you?" Ren screamed as he created a water whip and tried to wrap it around Naruto's neck, only to watch as it fell apart and evaporated as soon as it touched his skin. He then narrowly dodged several threads that were aiming at his chest. Naruto brought out Fox and Titan, bringing the odds into his favor in terms of numbers. Fox ran forward and slashed at Ren with a claw, forcing him to jump backwards, only to have to jump into the air to avoid Titan's heavy fist as it soared to his head. "What is this brat? He's not human. Is he like that cat bitch back in Kyumo?" Ren thought as he tried to figure out what was with Naruto. The blonde had jumped into the air and shot a swarm of threads at Ren, who fished out a kunai and proceeded to hack away at the swarming threads. Unfortunately, Ren already had a few chakra points closed, courtesy of Hinata, so his stamina was at a low level, which resulted in him getting sloppy and make mistakes. One such mistake allowed a thread to pierce his left shoulder, lowering his guard and letting another thread pierce his right shoulder. With both arms hanging limply, Ren was helpless and at Naruto's non-existent mercy. "Stay away, stay away!" Ren screamed as he struggled to get free. Naruto stalked forward along with Fox and Titan, the Jinchuriki's red eyes boring holes into his prisoner while Fox snapped his mask in an attempt to look like snarling. Titan just settled for slamming his fists together. "You won't hurt anyone ever again," Naruto growled as several threads squirmed out of his back and reared back before shooting forward, digging into Ren's chest. Ren had no time to scream as the threads ripped out his heart, killing him instantly. "Water," Naruto muttered as he pulled out a scroll and unraveled it. He pushed chakra into the kanji for water and unsealed a mask. This one had blue markings, a small opening for a mouth, and 2 eye stalks. He placed the mask onto the mass of threads that held Ren's heart and watched as it began to morph. He wasn't the only one, as Hinata and a now-awake Shino observed as the threads began to take shape. It looked like a crab with a large shell, 10 legs, and 2 large claws. The creature itself reached up to Naruto's waist in terms of height, but only because its legs were crouched down. Naruto's new construct clicked its claws and walked around for a few moments before crawling back over to Naruto. The blonde's eyes were glazed over. The reason for this? He was doing something that some people might think that was long overdue. Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to see that he was in a dimly lit hallway that looked like a sewer. He was standing ankle deep in the water and decided to start walking down the sewer, wondering where he actually was. Several minutes of walking later, Naruto could see that he was standing before a cage that had a small ceiling tag on it. "So my jailer finally appears to talk to me," a deep voice stated as 2 red eyes with black slits opened and observed Naruto. "I guess the 3rd time really is the charm. Judging from the fact that you called me your jailer, I can only guess that you're the Kyuubi, correct?" Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. The shadows within the cage moved away to reveal a bright orange fox that towered over him. Rabbit-like ears adorned his head and 9 tails swished through the air behind him. "Interesting, I was expecting you to be either shaking like a leaf, or to be yelling at me, the Kyuubi must. But nonetheless, I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Pray tell, why aren't you angry with me?" "I want to be angry with you, honestly I really do," Naruto began. "But there's something in me that's telling me that it's not really your fault that you attacked Konoha." The Kyuubi raised an eyebrow and said, "I admit that I attacked Konoha all those years ago. But the exact details of that night are blurry. However, I believe that with time, I'll be able to remember everything. However, I do remember feeling like my actions were being forced." "You're very different from how the stories portrayed you," Naruto noted. "Well, no one ever wanted to get to know me, they just believed that I was a wild beast that did nothing but destroy," Kyuubi explained. "However, I did destroy villages for a good reason in the past." "How can destroying villages have a good reason?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi chuckled and explained, "Simple, those villages were harboring a great amount of evil within them. If that evil were to be left alone, it would have brought catastrophic events in the future." "Well, I guess that's kind of a reason," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. "But I can't really complain for something that's already been done." "Now you really interest me," the Kyuubi muttered as he laid down on his giant paws. "Why don't you hate me? I made your life a living hell." Naruto shook his head and told him, "It's not really your fault that the villagers can't tell the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed in. I just have to prove to them that I'm not you. Last time I checked, I look nothing like your furry ass." The Kyuubi's eye twitched as he remembered the same exact insult being given to him by a certain redhead with a fiery attitude. "They're so similar, it's scary," Kyuubi thought. "Then you must be angry with me for attacking your village." Naruto gave him a look and said, "Didn't you say it wasn't your fault? That you felt like you were being controlled?" Seeing the Kyuubi nod his head with a confused expression, Naruto grinned and said, "Then there's no need for me to be angry with you. You are very interesting, I've never seen anyone as forgiving as you since the days of the Rikudo Sennin," Kyuubi said. "I think you should go now, I can sense a large amount of people gathering on the bridge, and none of them seem to be on your side." "How can you tell?" "We've been in here for only a minute or two," Naruto asked. Apparently, that minute or two was long enough for someone to gather an army. From what I can tell, they're even aiming to betray those two that are still alive, Kyubi explained. Then I have to go and help everyone, Naruto said with determination. But before he left, he turned back to the Kyubi and asked, "Hey, what did you mean by third time's the charm?" The ancient Bijou chuckled and told him, "This is the third time I tried to talk to you. The first time was when you were a baby and had just gotten your Jiongu, the second was when you first killed. You ran right past the cage and retreated into your mind." Back on the bridge, Naruto opened his eyes to see that the mist had cleared up a lot, allowing the entire bridge to be seen. Sakura was crying over Sasuke's prone body with Tazuna nearby. Haku was still unconscious from the strain of the battle. Shino was nearby Hinata, using what little medical knowledge he had to try and help her with her injuries. The Jounin and Zabuza were at a standoff as they faced what was on the other side of the bridge. Naruto turned to see that there was a small army of thugs, and standing in front of them, in all of his midget glory, was Gato. "I'm very disappointed, Zabuza, you're being beaten by a scarecrow, a woman, and a bunch of brats," Gato said with a smirk on his face. "Gato, what's the meaning of this?" Zabuza asked as he looked at the mass of thugs. Gato's smirk got bigger and he said, "You see, Unuknin cost too much while these thugs will work for the minimum wage. So I'm going to kill you all and get some bounties if there are any. But I will spare the girls. I'm sure that there are some buyers in Kumo who would love to get their hands on that Hyuga girl." Everyone heard a snarl and looked over to Naruto and saw him standing in front of Hinata protectively along with his hearts. Kakashi's eyes widened as he saw the constructs, not knowing what they were, while Kurenai guessed that the new crab-like creature came from Zabuza's other associate, who was most likely dead. "Look at this, a little brat thinks that he can be a hero," Gato laughed. "Calm down, Naruto," Kurenai ordered while she eyed the thugs in front of her. "I've never seen anything like that before. What kind of jutsu is it?" Kakashi wondered as he watched Fox, Titan, and the newly created crab stand by Naruto. "If Naruto trusts you enough, he'll tell you. It's one of his most guarded secrets," Kurenai explained. Kakashi nodded and diverted his attention back to the thugs in front of him, but quickly turned back to Naruto once he noticed something. "Kurenai, look at Naruto's eyes," Kakashi told her. The other Jounin and Zabuza, whose curiosity got the better of him, turned to Naruto and looked at his eyes. Gone were the bright blue eyes that the blonde was known for, in their place were red eyes with black pupils. But what was orbiting the pupils was what shocked everyone. Two Tomo were surrounding his pupils. Naruto had the Sharingan. But, how? Kakashi softly cried, very thankful that Sasuke was unconscious at the moment so he couldn't see Naruto. Sasuke would have had a cow, and that's an understatement. "What's up with my eyes? Everything's clearer and there's a blue fire in everyone's belly," Naruto thought as he looked around. "You have the Sharingan kit," Kyubi explained. What? What do you mean? And how are you talking to me?" Naruto questioned. "First off, think of what you want to say to me. We don't want people thinking that you're crazy," Kyubi told him. "As for you having the Sharingan, I think it has something to do with that Uchiha's heart that you absorbed all those years ago. This battle probably helped you unlock it with all of the stress that you're going through, especially when you were defending the Hyuga girl. As for me being able to talk to you, I'm able to do that now because we've created a mental link when you came into your mind to speak with me. I never thought that the Jiongu would be able to take in bloodlines," Naruto thought. "It was probably because of my presence in your body," Kyubi said. "What makes you think that?" Naruto asked. "Because I'm able to speed up your healing and regeneration. My chakra probably put some changes in your Jiongu and body, allowing you to absorb that Sharingan. You could probably absorb other bloodlines as well," the fox explained. "That just makes me more awesome." Naruto was giddy on the inside, but was still radiating an aura of anger on the outside. "Naruto!" Hinata called, breaking him out of his trance. "Huh, He looked back to her, only to receive a hug from the indigo-haired girl. She wrapped her arms around his neck and boldly gave him a kiss on the cheek, albeit a brief one. But it made him blush at the contact. "Please be careful," Hinata whispered as she loosened her grip and fell to the floor, not quite healed yet. But Naruto caught her before she hit the ground and handed her to Shino, who took her and lightly scolded her for not taking it easy. Naruto turned back to the thugs to see that they were slowly advancing while Kakashi and the others were slowly backing up. Kakashi had an unconscious Sasuke and Sakura in his arms. He most likely had to knock out the Banshee in order for her to let go of the last Uchiha, while Zabuza had Haku over his shoulder. "Kit, I'm going to implant a jutsu into your mind, one that will take care of these weaklings," Kyubi said. Naruto felt a rush of information and immediately knew what Kyubi was talking about, although he felt his head throbbing at the rush of info. "I can't do this too often since the mental strain of putting information directly into one's mind is painful to you, unless you were a Yamanaka. Be warned, the chakra required for this jutsu will either knock you out after it's done, or make you exhausted," Kyubi told him. Naruto nodded and walked forward along with Fox until they were standing in front of the Jounin. "Naruto, what are you doing? We have to fall back," Kurenai shouted. "Please, leave this to me," Naruto said as he started to make hand seals. "Come on, let's just kill them and get our money," the lead thug yelled. All of the others responded with a unified cry and charged. "Ne, Inu, Tora," Naruto thought as he channeled chakra into Fox, who opened his mouth and a small fireball lit inside. "That jutsu," Kakashi thought as he recognized the way the chakra was being molded with his Sharingan. "Katan, Zukaku," Naruto shouted as the fireball in Fox's mouth shot forward and hit the ground. The second it hit the metallic surface of the bridge, the small fireball turned into a roaring inferno that raced towards the thugs and Gato and enveloped them in the flames. Once the fire cleared, only ashes remained as evidence that there was a small army there. Zabuza's eyes widened as he saw the blonde genin perform a high B-rank jutsu and not fall unconscious. However, Naruto did fall to his knees as sweat covered his body from the exertion of that technique. This was one of the few times that Naruto, the stamina freak, would become exhausted without it being due to a lack of sleep. He actually pulled that jutsu off. Kakashi muttered as both his students fell from his grip and fell to the floor face first. "Ugh, Zabuza-sama." Haku moaned as he tried to move. "Take it easy, Haku," Zabuza ordered as he laid the Hayaton user on the ground. "I'm sorry that I failed you," Haku said as he weakly looked up at the Nuke Nin. "It's fine," Zabuza sighed, "you can't win everything. Just look at me, I lost in my fight against Kakashi last time." Haku was stunned. He was sure that he was going to get some form of punishment for his failure. But this wasn't what he was expecting. "Though, I'm not sure about what we should do now," Zabuza sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. "How about you come to Konoha?" Naruto suggested, causing everyone who was conscious to look at him in surprise. "Naruto, you can't just offer asylum to a Nuke Nin," Kurenai told him. "I'm sure that Gigi would love to have someone as special as Haku in the village. He'd also like to have an expert swordsman like Zabuza who also has an awesome sword of his own," Naruto said. "Brat, why would I even consider going to Konoha with you?" Zabuza asked. "Aren't you tired of all the hunter ninjas chasing you everywhere you go?" Naruto asked. "He does make a good point," Haku agreed. Zabuza sighed. "Alright, I suppose that I am starting to get tired of all the running. I'm tired of living this kind of life. By the way, who's Gigi?" "That would be the Hokage," Kakashi informed him. Zabuza and Haku's eyes widened at this. "You telling me this blonde brat's the Hokage's grandson?" "Nope," Kurenai shook his head, "he's just his grandfather figure." Zabuza groaned and rubbed his temples. "I suggest we go now before I get an even bigger headache." Kakashi nodded and picked up his students once more. Zabuza helped Haku to his feet as he was starting to feel them again. Naruto picked up Hinata, much to her embarrassment, and Shino was being assisted by Kurenai. "I must admit, your partner is very well skilled in knowing where to aim with his Senbon. He brought down Sasuke with a well-placed strike," Kakashi said. "It didn't help that he was too busy boasting about how I would never be able to hit him ever since he activated his eyes," Haku said. Kakashi sighed and muttered, "So much for all those teamwork exercises." "Yeah, well, Haku was awesome with his ice mirrors. I barely knew what was happening," Naruto praised. "Naruto, I'm confused, why do you refer to Haku-san as a boy?" Shino asked. "Because he told me that when we were in the forest, but I never knew that he was working with Zabuza, or that he was a guy," Naruto answered. "But, my insects tell me that Haku is a female," Shino said, making the blonde stop in his tracks, along with everyone else who thought that Haku was male. "What?" Naruto yelled. Surprise?" Haku weakly said. Root base. It had been a while since the team had passed the locked door and entered the lower chambers of the facility. They had not run into any root agents, only seen labs that had either strange chemicals with animals in them, or dried blood on the floor. "Tenzo, are you sure this is the right way?" Bor asked. "I'm sure, we're almost at the holding cells. That's where Danzo would hold either the failures or people who were next on the experimentation list," Tenzo told him. Eventually, the team came upon another door, only this one wasn't locked and opened easily. "If you count it falling to the floor right off the hinges opening it. This just tells you how well they cared for this place," Chameleon remarked. "Let's keep moving, they should be close by," Hummingbird ordered. The ANBU squad dashed into the facility and raced past cells that had their lights turned off, not allowing the ANBU to see who was inside. "This should be it," Hummingbird said as he stopped in front of a door marked, "Project Super Soldier." Underneath the label was "Failure" written in red letters. Hummingbird pushed open the door to reveal a small lab with two figures tied to tables, one a woman, the other a young girl. Both of them were naked, barely awake, and half dead. Hummingbird and Deer dashed to the woman while Boar and Falcon went to the girl. Hummingbird brought out a flask of water and pressed it to her mouth, helping her swallow it while Deer removed her bindings and covered her with a spare cloak. The same thing was done to the young girl. "Commander, is she who I think she is?" Deer asked as he gazed at the comatose woman. "Yes, she is," Hummingbird answered as he lifted the woman into his arms, seeing that her long hair had turned a dirty brown from dried blood and other things that couldn't identified with a simple observation. He looked over and saw that Falcon had the little girl in his arms. She was crying, most likely from a nightmare by the way she was whimpering. "Let's go, we need to get these two to Tsunade-sama immediately," Hummingbird ordered. "Sir," the ANBU team raced out of the facility, intent on getting back to Konoha as fast as possible. Unknown to them, a weak chakra pulse shot out of the woman and spread out through the forest as soon as she felt that she was going to be safe. Tazuna's house. A tired Naruto was asleep on his bed as a slightly worried Hinata sat near him. It wasn't that she was worried if he was hurt, just worried about what he was going to think about what she had done before he did that powerful Katan Jutsu. Would he think that she was being weird and not want to be her friend anymore? Before she could think of any more depressing thoughts, she heard a moan coming from the bed. She looked and saw Naruto smile in his sleep and snuggle into the pillow even further, seeming like he was being comforted by something. Seeing that Naruto was happy made Hinata smile as she began to gently rub the stitch that was still in her side. It was barely noticeable, but was still there. It pulsed with a warming chakra that kept the Hyuga heiress feeling happy. Inside the seal, the Kyubi shot up with pure shock written on his face. Never in a million years would he have even imagined to feel that chakra again. One of his claws started to feel hot as a small feeling of guilt snaked its way into the fox's soul. Overcoming the impossible must run through your genes after all, Kyubi muttered as he laid back down on the water, a small, barely noticeable smile on his face. Gates to Konoha. "We're back." Naruto cheered when he saw the giant gates standing proudly before him. It had taken a week for everyone to recover from the whole ordeal in Nami, and 2 days for them to get to Konoha since there were no civilians slowing them down. "Shut up, Naruto Baka!" Sakura screeched, causing everyone in a 5-mile radius to go deaf for a few minutes. Once her hearing came back, Kurenai stormed up to Sakura and leveled her with a harsh glare powered by a genjutsu that made her eyes glow ominously. "Control your voice, you might have attracted some bandits of animals with your yelling," Kurenai ordered. Sakura nodded frantically as she tried to get away from the genjutsu mistress. Kiba and Akamaru cringed as a foul odor came from Sakura, and it wasn't the perfume she dunked herself in. "Got to admit, the place looks more welcoming than Kiri," Zabuza said as he looked at the gates. "Indeed," Haku nodded, "it also seems better without a small army standing guard." Zabuza quirked an eyebrow and asked, "Doesn't that make it easier for people to get in then if there aren't any large number of forces to discourage them from attacking?" "You forget, we have the Hyuga clan," Kakashi told him. "Their eyes allow them to see any incoming army and warn us ahead of time." Zabuza just nodded and they continued walking. Eventually, they came upon the gates and saw that the 2 gate guards, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane. Izumo was a young man who had a forehead protector styled like a bandana while part of his hair covered his right eye. Kotetsu was of the same age while he had spiky black hair and a bandage that went across his nose. Both of them wore standard Chunin uniforms and were lazing about at the gate. "Teams 7 and 8 reporting from a joint mission in Nami. With us are some guests who are interested in joining Konoha," Kakashi said as he approached the 2. The gate guards looked up to see Zabuza and Haku behind him. "Zabuza Momochi?" Kotetsu stuttered in disbelief. "Yeah, they have a proposition for Hokage-sama and want to join the village," Kakashi explained while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Izumo managed to get out of his stupor and check them into the village while his partner was still gaping like a fish. When the group walked away, Izumo smacked Kotetsu on the back of his head. "Something about this has Naruto written all over it," Izumo remarked. "Only that kid could convince a Nukenin to join the village," Kotetsu laughed. Once the group was closer to the village, Kakashi turned to address them. "Alright, we're going to the Hokage Tower to turn in our report and see about getting these 2, he jerked a thumb at Zabuza and Haku, "to join Konoha. Kiba, you're excused since you need to take Akamaru to see a vet about that injury. Let's go." "See you guys later," Kiba waved as he carried Akamaru to the Inuzuka compound. Team 8 waved back while Sasuke just grunted and Sakura gushed over him. Kurenai was contemplating whether or not to place the girl in a genjutsu just to get some peace and quiet. The group had arrived at the tower and entered it to see the Hokage's secretary swamped with paperwork, something very unusual since the Hokage was the one who was buried. Kakashi raised an eyebrow but approached the woman as she looked over a form. "Teams 7 and 8 reporting from a mission in Nami no Kuni," Kakashi said. The woman just glanced at him and pressed a button on her intercom. "Teams 7 and 8 are back from Nami no Kuni, Hokage-sama," the woman said. "Send them in," Hiruzen's voice replied. The group went inside and saw the Hokage looking over a small report with tired eyes. "Kakashi, Kurenai, why do you have 2 others with you, one of them being a Nukenin?" Hiruzen asked, not even looking up at see them. "Well, there's an excellent explanation for that, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said, slightly sweating from the tone Hiruzen had. He sounded stressed. Kakashi and Kurenai began to tell the Hokage about the mission to Nami, from Team 7 running into Zabuza, to the battle on the bridge. Of course, they withheld the information of Naruto using his Jiongu, getting the 3rd heart, using the Kyuubi's chakra, and how he killed Gato and his thugs with that powerful Katan jutsu. Hiruzen sighed and leaned back into his chair. "Naruto-kun, why can't you make life simple?" Naruto just shrugged while wearing a large grin. "Not my style, GG." Hiruzen sighed and asked, "Well, why should I allow a Nukenin and his partner a spot in Out Village?" "Hokage-sama," Zabuza began as he stepped forward, "I can offer my abilities as a kenjutsu master to U Village and train any ninja who is interested in becoming a kenjutsu user." Haku is the last known member of the Yuki clan and possesses the Hayatan ability. Hiruzen gave Naruto a look and asked, I stopped taking you to poker night and you bring me two powerful assets to the village? You are the opposite of Tsunade. Naruto just blushed and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Kurenai and Haku giggled at his embarrassment and Sasuke glared at the praise he was getting. Now then, I expect a detailed report on my desk in 3 days from you two at 5 o'clock, Hiruzen said. Kakashi and Kurenai nodded while the woman knew that the Hokage really meant for it to be handed in at 8 o'clock since Kakashi was 3 hours late for everything. Hiruzen then turned to the Nuke Nin and said, in order for you to join, you'll need to go to T&I for standard procedure to see if you will be loyal to the village. After that you will be on a 3-month probation restricted from leaving the village unless emergency situations arise. As for you, Hiruzen then turned to Haku, since you are an unknown ninja who isn't in the bingo book you'll be tested in several fields to help us see where you stand. Is this acceptable for the both of you? Yes, Hokage-sama, Zabuza and Haku answered. Good, you're all dismissed. Kurenai, I want you to take Zabuza to T&I, then take the rest of your team to the hospital for proper medical treatment. Naruto, I want you to stay, there are some things we need to discuss, Hiruzen said. Everyone bowed and left, except for Naruto and Kakashi. Is there something you need, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked. Just some questions that I really need an answer to, Kakashi said. He then held his hand up behind Naruto and held up 4 fingers, shocking Hiruzen with what he was implying, to which he nodded. Naruto, could you step outside for a moment? I realized that there was something that I needed to speak to Kakashi about real quick, Hiruzen asked. Naruto nodded and went to stand outside the office. Once the door closed, the aged Hokage activated the privacy seals, preventing them from getting any eavesdroppers. How did you figure it out? Hiruzen asked. Kakashi sighed and began, when I first saw him a long time ago, I thought that his appearance was a side effect of Minato-sensei performing the seal. But the more I thought about it, I began to realize something. Kushina was an Uzumaki, and Naruto acted just like her when she was a genin, according to sensei's stories. I also remembered that Kushina, the previous holder of the Kyuubi, was pregnant and due to give birth on the day that the beast broke free. I don't really care as to why I wasn't told he was sensei's son, but I want to help him now that you've confirmed it. Hiruzen sighed. I never told you because you were a wreck. Losing every member of your team sent you into a depression. It would have had disastrous effects if you were to take care of Naruto. I did what was the best decision at the time. Kakashi closed his eye and huffed. I guess that I can agree with that. I was kind of lost after Sensei died. I just threw myself into my duties as an ANBU, so I wasn't in the best mindset to care for a child. Hiruzen nodded and deactivated the privacy seals before going to the door and opened it, allowing Naruto back into the room. So what did you want to talk about, Gigi? Naruto asked. First, I want to know about what was left out of the mission report. I know that some things were left out of your initial report, Hiruzen said. Naruto sighed and took off his trench coat, revealing his new mask to the Hokage. I assume that the new heart is from Ren Boruto? He was going to hurt Hinata-chan. I wasn't going to let that happen, Naruto stated with cold eyes. He really is Sensei's son. He even has his glare whenever Sensei was angry, Kakashi thought. What else happened? Hiruzen asked. When I saw that Hinata-chan was hurt, I tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto said hesitantly. And when I took that bastard's heart, I was pulled into the seal and met the Kyuubi. Did he do anything? Hiruzen asked. They immediately think that I'm a bad person, Kyuubi muttered. Naruto shook his head. He's not as bad as everyone says, he's just misunderstood. Naruto, don't you think that the Kyuubi might be deceiving you? Kakashi asked. No, he said that he had no interest in attacking the village. He said that he remembered that he wasn't in control of himself when he attacked the village, Naruto explained. Thinking about what I have to tell you two later, that story might actually be true, Hiruzen said. Hokage-sama, are you sure it isn't a lie? Kakashi asked. No, I'm starting to believe it, the Sandaime repeated. Anything else? Yeah, this might give you a heart attack, Naruto chuckled. Naruto, Hiruzen sighed, I've lived a long time and seen many things, nothing you have can shock me at this point. You asked for it, Naruto grinned as he closed his eyes and channeled chakra into them. When he opened them, Hiruzen was staring at the two Tomo eyes of the Sharingan. The old man just blinked once before he fell back and fainted. Naruto just fell to the floor laughing while the copy ninja smirked under his mask. 5 minutes later, Hiruzen was revived and stared at Naruto as he looked at the Sandaime with his Sharingan. I had a suspicion that you would get the Sharingan after you absorbed Daichi Uchiha's heart, Hiruzen admitted. Kyubi says that his chakra helped the Jiongu integrate the DNA of the Sharingan into my own genetic code, Naruto explained. What is the Jiongu? Kakashi asked. Naruto turned to look at him and said, I need to trust you some more before I can tell you about it. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Now that that's done, I can get to what I wanted to tell you, Kakashi, you can stay since you'll like this news as well, Hiruzen told them. Naruto, I think that it's time I told you of the real way you got the Jiongu, Hiruzen suddenly said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I lied to you when you discovered that you had it, I didn't think that you were ready to know who hurt you and forced me to use the Kenjutsu, Hiruzen explained. It was right after the Kyubi attack, tensions were running high, and when I told the council that you were the Kyubi's holder, many people called for your death. And when I was trying to control the chaos, a now deceased council member snuck up on the ANBU who was holding you and gave you the injury that forced me to give you the Jiongu. Naruto was silent for a while, worrying Hiruzen and Kakashi. Then he looked up at the aged Hokage and said to him, It's fine Gigi, it's all in the past. Look on the bright side, I've become even more awesome than I was before. Hiruzen chuckled for a moment before he schooled his features. Indeed, but now, I have some good news for you Naruto, you as well Kakashi. What kind of good news? Naruto asked. Kakashi became interested as well, good news was always welcome. The ANBU came across a lab on the outskirts of the village. Inside the lab we found evidence of horrendous experiments being conducted. However, it was who was inside the facility that concerns all of us, Hiruzen said. Who was it? Naruto asked, starting to get nervous. Hiruzen took a deep breath and told him, Inside, we found, your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, and a young girl who can be considered your sister. Naruto's breath was caught in his throat and his eyes wide in shock. He couldn't believe it, his mother, someone who he wanted to at least know about, was alive. And with someone who was possibly his sister. He didn't know what to feel, should he be happy that his mother was alive? Worried that she wouldn't know about him? What is she, never wanted him? Then there was his sister, if she really was his sister. She probably never knew about him, what would she think of him? Would she accept him as a sibling? Or think of him as a complete stranger? Kakashi had mixed emotions. He was shocked and overjoyed that the person who treated him like a son was still alive, and that she had a daughter, no doubt a result of her captivity. He was worried about her reaction to discovering what had happened to Naruto when she was missing. And then he was scared, no absolutely terrified, that he was going to receive the Uzumaki woman's wrath. What was even more scary to him was that he knew that Kushina's teammate, Hitomi Hyuga, taught her a personal move she created, the 8 trigrams castration palm, 1 hit, and a man would never get up again. But you said that you didn't know them, Naruto accused. Hiruzen felt the guilt of lying to Naruto countless times fall onto his shoulders. He looked up and saw a younger Naruto with a sad look on his face. Naruto-kun, I am so sorry for lying to you, but it was for your own good at the time. Naruto looked at him in confusion and asked, What do you mean? Your parents had many enemies outside of the village. If people discovered who your parents were, then other villages would create armies just to make sure that you don't become a threat to them, Hiruzen explained. Naruto thought about it for a while before nodding. I suppose that I can't learn the identity about my Tusan yet? Naruto asked. Hiruzen shook his head. I'm afraid not, Naruto-kun. I want you to be able to defend yourself against his enemies before you are told. Naruto just sighed and looked at the floor. See, can I go see them? Naruto asked as he lightly shook in his seat. Of course, but they haven't woken up since we found them, Hiruzen explained. Naruto nodded and the Hokage then led both males to the hospital. Konoha Hospital. Kurenai had just dropped off Zabuza at T&I, Haku deciding to wait for her longtime partner/caretaker in their waiting room. She was now taking Shino and Hinata to the hospital to get them checked out. Hello, Kurenai. Shizun called out as she put down a clipboard on the counter and walked over to the trio. Hello, Shizun. Kurenai greeted. So how was your mission to Nami? Shizun asked. Kurenai shrugged. Just a run-in with the Kirigakure no Kijin, seeing the country under the control of a greedy pig, and said Nukenin joining Konoha with his partner, the usual, Kurenai told her with a joking tone. Shizun dropped her jaw when Kurenai finished. Sure, some C-rank missions might cause the team to run into bandits, but not Nukenin. Both teams should be paid for an A-rank mission. Careful, Shizun-sama, why you might catch a F-fly, Hinata giggled. Shizun quickly closed her jaw with an audible snap. Hinata, you just said a sentence while barely stuttering. Kurenai exclaimed. I did? Hinata asked, to which everyone nodded. So what did you guys need? Shizun asked. We need to get these two some checkups, especially Hinata since Naruto had to stitch up a wound she received, Kurenai explained. Shizun turned to the young girl and said, I see, we'll have to go see Tsunade-sama then, she has had more time examining Naruto's threads than me. Come on, I'll take you to her. The group of four then made their way up to the third floor of the hospital in the western wing. Shizun stopped in front of a door and it opened to reveal a slightly tired Tsunade. The small bags under her eyes made her seem like a certain psychotic redhead. Yes, Shizun? What is it? Tsunade asked with a small amount of annoyance. Tsunade-sama, Naruto stitched up Hinata with his threads, and I thought that you would be better examining them since I'm just barely understanding it myself, Shizun explained. Alright, Tsunade sighed, stepping out of the room and leading them to a vacant hospital room. She then turned to Hinata and said, show me where Naruto stitched you. Hinata nodded and took off her coat and threw it on the chair, then she lifted up the left side of her shirt, revealing the crimson thread that held together her wound. Tsunade made several hand seals and coated her hands in green chakra before placing them near the wound. Shizun, go and get me Hinata's medical records, Tsunade ordered. Shizun nodded and left the room. Is something wrong, Tsunade-sama? Hinata asked, starting to worry. No, nothing's wrong, I just want to compare something, Tsunade explained. Shizun came back with a folder moments later and handed it to the female Sannin. Tsunade took it and began to flip through the pages before stopping and reading it. Well, this is something, Tsunade remarked. What is it? Kurenai asked. Tsunade raised her head, which bore a smirk, and told her, it appears that Naruto's little medical job affected your chakra. What do you mean? Hinata asked. Originally, your chakra would emit itself as soft and shaky, but now your chakra seems to be firmer than before, and more stable. Tell me, did Naruto look unusual when he healed you? Tsunade asked. Why yes, he seemed very angry and was giving off a red aura, Hinata told her. I think his eyes were red too. I thought so, Tsunade sighed. Well, all I can say is that now your jutsu will be more powerful since your chakra is stronger. It also looks like it's doing wonders for your personality as well, you very different from the shy little girl Hitomi-chan would fuss over when it came to you having a temperature off by 1 degree. While Hinata blushed heavily and began to sputter some nonsense, Tsunade walked over to Shino and asked, so what's your problem? I only have some bruising from our battle, and I believe that I had strained a muscle on my left leg, Shino explained. Tsunade then performed the same diagnostic jutsu she used on Hinata and checked the Aburame's leg. It's nothing that's too concerning, just make sure that you don't push yourself when training for a few days so your leg can get better, Tsunade ordered. Shino nodded in agreement. Tsunade, are you in here? The door opened to reveal the Hokage, Naruto, and Kakashi. As soon as Tsunade saw Naruto, her mood seemed to change. I guess you told them already? Tsunade asked. Hiruzen nodded and asked, can you come with us when you're done? Tsunade nodded. Yes, but there's something I need to speak with you about, in private. Hiruzen nodded and stepped into the room while the rest of Team 8 stood outside with Naruto and Kakashi. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked when she saw his somber face. Oh, it's nothing, Hinata-chan, Naruto reassured her. Hinata frowned, she could see that something was bothering her secret love. Naruto-kun, I know that something's wrong. You've never been able to hide a lot of things from me, Hinata said. Naruto chuckled and said, you're right, Hinata-chan, I've always been a terrible liar when you were around. He then turned to Kakashi and asked, do you think I can tell them? Kakashi closed his eye in thought for a moment before saying, as long as they don't tell anyone else, I guess it's fine. Naruto nodded and said to his team, when we were in Nami, Gigi's ANBU found a lab where they found my mother and sister. That's great, Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed. But when she saw that his mood still didn't change, she asked, why aren't you happy? It's just. Naruto began, what if they don't want me? What if I'm just a total stranger to them? Naruto, Hinata started, I'm sure that your mother still wants you. And if not, why you know that my family accepts you. Thanks, Hinata-chan, you always know how to cheer me up, Naruto said as he began to smile. What is your mother's name? Shino asked. I think it was Kushina, Naruto answered. Kushina-sensei. Kurenai exclaimed. You knew her? Naruto asked. Kurenai nodded and said, she was my sensei when I was a genin. Small world. Naruto remarked, to which everyone nodded. Tsunade and Hiruzen exited the room and approached the group. I assume that you told the rest of your team? Hiruzen asked with an amused smirk. Naruto just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. As long as they could keep it a secret, I said it was okay, Kakashi said. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. So do you Gakis want to come and see if we can wake up Kushina? Tsunade asked. I'm sorry, but I have to go back to the compound so my hive can reproduce in a controlled environment. I lost a lot of insects during the battle with Ren as he drowned many of them, Shino apologized. It's fine, maybe you'll see her another day, Naruto said. Shino nodded and left the hallway, heading for the exit and to the Aburame compound. Naruto then turned to Tsunade. So, where are they? Tsunade gestured for everyone to follow her. She led everyone to a remote section of the hospital where there were no other patients in the area. Tsunade then placed her hand on a door and channeled her chakra inside, unlocking the door before she opened it for everyone to enter. Inside on the hospital beds were the two women who were rescued from Root, both were sleeping with the appearance of it being peaceful. The older one had fair skin, a feminine build, but appeared malnourished, but what really caught everyone's eyes was the red hair that fell down the head of the bed like a waterfall. The girl looked like the woman, but seemed to resemble Naruto on some way. She appeared to be 8 years old, and was rather short, not even needing half of the bed. She also had red hair that fell down to her shoulders, but appeared to be spiked a little at the top. But what caught Naruto's eye was the 6 whisker marks on her cheeks, 3 on each side, much like his own. The woman is Kushina, all of her DNA tests were a match with her hospital files, and the girl is her daughter, but we don't know her name, Tsunade told everyone. Naruto just walked over to his mother's bed and stood beside it, watching as she breathed. Naruto had a hard time seeing that this was his mother, but was able to see the tiny details that made him accept it. Oi, Kit, Kyubi called out. Yeah? What is it? Naruto replied. I think I have a way for you to wake her up, the elder Bijou stated, making Naruto's eyes widen. How? Tell me. Naruto practically demanded. Kyubi ignored his host's little demand, seeing that he was a little desperate, and explained, just send out a thread to her and I'll channel the healing properties of my chakra into her, effectively waking her up. Naruto said nothing and held out his hand as a thread snaked its way out and connected to Kushina's shoulder. Red chakra then began to travel down the thread and towards the comatose woman, but before it could make contact with her skin, Hiruzen grabbed the thread and pulled it away. What were you doing? Hiruzen asked with a stern look. I figured that if I used my special chakra, then it would wake her up. After all, Hinata-chan told me that the chakra had helped her heal when I stitched her up, Naruto explained. Hiruzen sighed. Did you forget that there's someone in the room who doesn't know about your other condition? Naruto's eyes widened and he looked over to Hinata, only to see her smile sadly at him. If it's about the Kyubi, then I already know, Hinata told them. Everyone's eyes widened at the information. How did you know? Kurenai asked, shocked that her student knew. It was during the final year of the academy, Hinata began. One of the Hyuga elders told me about the Kyubi in hopes that I would stay away from you and keep the clan pure. Well, looks like I can actually help Hayashi with his elder problem, Hiruzen with a small hint of sadism in his voice. Kakashi could faintly hear the aged leader mutter, there hasn't been a good execution in a while. This made Kakashi inch away from the Hokage. I am just as sorry I wasn't a better friend to you, Hinata whispered, dropping her head. She closed her eyes in sadness, only for them to shoot open when two arms wrapped around her and pulled her into a hug. It doesn't matter, you stayed my friend even though you knew what was wrong with me, thank you so much Hinata-chan, Naruto said. Hinata just smiled and returned the embrace as a few tears fell from her eyes. Much to Hinata's displeasure, Naruto ended the hug a moment later and went back to his mother, sticking out another thread and channeling the Kyubi's chakra through it. Once the chakra made contact with Kushina, her skin seemed to gain some color to it and her breathing became deeper. Kushina then let out a soft groan and she weakly opened her eyes to see a group of people surrounding her. She turned her head to the left to see a mop of yellow hair in front of her. She tried to speak, but all that came out was a weak croak. Tsunade moved forward and took a glass of water to Kushina's mouth and tipped the glass of refreshing liquid so that she was able to drink it. Kushina greedily drank the water and let out a soft sigh and turned to face Naruto and squinted her eyes. At first, she had mistaken the blonde for Minato, but realized that he was too short to be her beloved, and she only knew two people with whisker marks on their cheeks, considering that she gave birth to them. And Naruto-kun? Kushina managed to whisper with a hoarse throat. Seeing that she recognized him, despite not having met since his birth, tears began to gather at the corner of his eyes. He slowly nodded and Kushina's eyes widened before she began to cry. Naruto-kun, my Sochi. Kushina whispered. Naruto was openly crying now and moved to hug her. Kushina weakly raised her arms and wrapped her son in a motherly hug. Naruto practically fell to pieces after that. One of the many things he wished for, was to know the love of a mother. And he could feel the affection that his mother had for him. Keikawa-chan, Naruto sobbed, both mother and son were crying from being reunited after so many years of separation. Kakashi, are you crying? Kurenai asked with an incredulous expression. Of course not, the copycat smoothly lied, the room is a little dusty and something got caught in my eye. Hiruzen just smirked, knowing that Kakashi was tearing up from the touching moment, as was Hinata, though her tears went down her face freely. Let me get a good look at you, Kushina said as she pushed Naruto back and held him by his shoulders. She looked at her son, noting the unique attire he had and the two sealing scrolls at his waist that held his gauntlets. You look so handsome, I bet you have to beat the girls off with a stick. Kushina gushed. Hinata blushed, agreeing that Naruto was handsome, and everyone except the Uzumakis chuckled. Kushina then looked past Naruto and shouted in surprise, "Tsunade-sensei! Kurenai-chan! Kakashi! Hokage Gigi! Hello Kushina, how are you feeling?" Tsunade asked. "Tired, and I can't move my legs," the redhead answered. Tsunade performed her diagnostic jutsu on Kushina and moved her hands over her covered legs. "Your muscles are very weak, it'll take a while till you're able to move around again, even then you'll need assistance for some time," Tsunade explained. "Please, with my Uzumaki genes, I'll be able to walk in 2 weeks at the least," Kushina boasted. "Uzumaki genes?" Naruto questioned. The elder Uzumaki gave Naruto a curious look. She then looked at Hiruzen and saw him shift nervously before it finally clicked. "Why doesn't my Sochi know about our clan?" Kushina questioned. "Clan?" Naruto shouted, eyes wide. Hinata looked at Naruto and Kushina in shock since she never heard of the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen. The aged Hokage froze when he heard that tone. He turned around slowly and began to sweat when he saw Kushina giving him a blank look while an image of the Shinigami appeared behind her. The strange thing was that he was the only one who saw it. Kushina, I can explain," Hiruzen pleaded. When Kushina didn't make any move, he continued. "It was the council, they deemed that since the Uzumakis were nearly extinct it was all useless information. It wouldn't have been passed if the Uchiha didn't agree to it. Get me Mikoto then, I'm going to have her arrange a meeting with her idiot of a husband," Kushina demanded. "That's gonna be a problem," Tsunade said. "Why?" Kushina asked. "The Uchiha clan has been reduced to 1 member," Hinata said. Kushina just sat there in shock. She slowly laid back down and brought a hand back to her head. "Please tell me that Hitomi is still alive," she pleaded. She then let out a sigh of relief when Tsunade and Hinata nodded. "Naruto-kun, please help me up," Kushina asked. Naruto nodded and moved closer to his mother as she wrapped her arms around his neck and helped him pull her up. Right before she let go she felt a bump on Naruto's back. She would have ignored it if it didn't seem big. "Naruto-kun, what's on your back?" Kushina questioned. Hiruzen panicked. This was the part of meeting that he was dreading. He would have made an escape, but Tsunade was at the door, having read his mind. Naruto nervously undid the belt on his trench coat and shrugged it off, and turned around. Kushina gasped when she saw the 3 masks stitched to his back. She was even more shocked when she saw all of the stitching that went across his back, and around his arms. "What happened to you?" Kushina asked, starting to tear up. "This is the result of a kenjutsu that was used to save my life," Naruto told her. Hyuga compound. Hayashi was training Hanabi in the family dojo, working on her stances. Hitomi was sitting nearby with a few cups of tea waiting for them. "Good, your stance is perfect, all we need to do now is work on your speed," Hayashi praised. Hanabi grinned and dropped out of her stance. Before Hayashi could say anything, a massive amount of Ki flooded the village, making the aura of the Kyubi feel minuscule. It also didn't help that Hayashi recognized that aura instantly. "Is that Kushi-chan?" Hitomi wondered in disbelief. When she looked at Hayashi, she saw that he wasn't there. She looked around and saw him in the corner of the room, building a small fort out of anything that wasn't bolted to the floor or walls. "What are you doing?" Hitomi asked. "Protecting us," Hayashi shouted as he grabbed Hanabi and dived behind the fort. "I recognize that Ki anywhere." The Red Death had returned. Hospital room. Naruto and Hinata were close to fainting, Kurenai had fallen to her knees, and Kakashi was holding onto the door handle for support. Only Tsunade and Hiruzen were able to remain standing. Inside the seal, Kyubi slightly shivered, remembering how angry Kushina could get. Kushina was radiating a menacing aura that made the entire village stop in its tracks. Her face was shadowed, eyes became glowing, white circles, and her hair rose up and split into 9 tails as they waved around in the air. Kushina-sensei, please calm down, Kurenai managed to get out. Kushina lowered the ki, but was still leveling a glare at Hiruzen. Eventually that glare lowered until Kushina was sobbing into her hands. I am so sorry Sochi, Kushina sobbed, if Minato didn't seal Kyubi into you, then you wouldn't. She couldn't finish due to the sobs that racked her body. Naruto got up and went to hug her as she clung to Naruto while crying. Naruto held his mother until she stopped crying. It's alright Ka-chan, it hasn't been so bad, Naruto reassured her. In fact, I was able to become strong because of this. It doesn't bother me at all. You'll have to tell me all about it later, Kushina said. Kushina, Hiruzen began, what's the last thing you remember? Kushina closed her eyes in thought and told him, I remember telling you Naruto-kun's name and I blacked out afterwards. When I woke up, I was strapped to a table and had tubes running through my body, and the hole in my stomach was all healed up. A lot of scientists were around me performing experiments, and I think they injected me with some kind of drugs. A few years later, they put something in me and I became pregnant, with Natsumi. Kushina screamed, shooting up and looking around. She visibly relaxed when she saw the little girl on the bed across the room. 1. Thank Kami, oh thank Kami, she whispered, sinking back into her bed. Why was there a hole in your stomach? Naruto asked, already dreading the answer. Kushina looked at him and said, that was where the Kyubi pierced me when I was protecting you. You did what? Naruto shouted at the massive beast. I wasn't in control. Kyubi shouted, making Naruto calm down, a little. Sensei. Tsunade yelled. You and me are going to dig up Kushina's grave, because I know you buried a body when she died. That's what confuses me. What did we bury? Hiruzen asked. Does it matter? I have my Ka-chan and my Immortal with me now, Naruto declared. Do you know when she'll wake up? Sometime this week, she's been recovering nicely, Tsunade explained. By the way, Kushina interjected, who are you? She pointed a finger at Hinata, who blushed under the attention. I'm Hinata Hyuga, you said that why you knew my mother, Hinata said. I should have recognized you, you have the same stutter that Hitomi-chan had when we were genin. And the same blush too. Kushina said. She's on my team along with Shino Aburame. And Kurenai is our sensei. Naruto told her. Kushina's eyes widened. Isn't this wonderful Kurenai-chan, now you can give them the training regimen I gave you Asuma and Hei ate, she said in pure happiness. Kurenai gulped, remembering the Torah, training, that she and her team had to go through. Most people would choose Enko's type of training over Kushina's. However, that list doesn't include a man who wears green spandex. So who was this Minato you were talking about before? Naruto asked. Kushina sent him a questioning look before she saw Hiruzen holding up a sign that said, he's not ready to know yet. I want to wait till he's a chunin, and she subtly nodded in understanding. Minato was the name of the yondaime, I knew him from the academy, Kushina explained. Sugoi. My Ka-chan was friends with my idol Hinata-chan. Naruto gushed. We should go and start investigating the coffin, Hiruzen said. Tsunade nodded and said goodbye to everyone before she left with her sensei. I should probably go and see my team, no doubt the two brats are complaining that I'm not there yet, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Oh? Who's on your team Kakashi? Kushina asked. Tsum-sama's son Kiba and his dog Akamaru, Sakura Haruno, daughter of councilwoman Mabuki, and Sasuke Uchiha, son of your deceased friend Mikoto, Kakashi told her. So who is the other brat? I already know that the Haruno girl is one of them due to how her mother was, Kushina asked. Sasuke team is, Naruto answered. Impossible. Mikoto's son would never act like a brat. Itachi was so well-mannered it made him look like a gentleman. Kushina exclaimed. It doesn't help that practically all of the village treats him like he's kami, not to mention he's always saying that only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha every time someone fights him, Kurenai snorted. Kushina sighed and muttered something about catching the Uchiha superiority virus. I'll see you tomorrow then, Kakashi said as he whipped out his little orange book and poofed away. Me too, Kushina-sensei, I have to go and write up a mission report, Kurenai told her as she walked out of the door, leaving Kushina with Naruto and Hinata. I'd like to thank you, Hinata-san, for being a good friend for my Sochi, Kushina said as she bowed her head. Please, call me Hinata-chan, there's no need to be so formal, Hinata told her. Alright, now I want you two to tell me about your latest mission, but before that, there's something serious I have to ask you, Hinata. Kushina then turned serious and gave the young Hyuga a long hard stare. What is it? Hinata asked, slightly nervous. Kushina stared at her intently and asked, how many bowls of ramen can you eat? Naruto face faulted and Hinata blushed a little before answering, 34. And what's your record, Naruto-kun? Kushina asked. 28, Naruto told her. Kushina grinned and said, she is perfect girlfriend material. Ka-chan. Naruto shouted, blushing furiously while Hinata fainted. Kushina just laughed at their reactions, clearly amused. Training Ground 8. Naruto was sitting in a tree while he waited for the rest of his team to show up. It had been a month since he was reunited with his mother and sister and couldn't be happier, not even the special Sharingan training with Kakashi was that exciting. What was even better was the fact that Tsunade was right and that Natsumi woke up the same week that Kushina did. However, the meeting didn't go as he thought it would. Flashback Konoha Hospital. Naruto was visiting his mother again. She was telling him about her being the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, much to his shock. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto asked the ancient beast inside of him. I never did pay attention to what you looked like when you were born. So I never knew, Kyuubi explained. Hey, did the old fuzzball ever give you the summoning contracts? Kushina asked. Naruto tilted his head in confusion and asked, what contracts? Hey fuzz butt! Kushina yelled. Hurry up and offer my Sochi the summoning contracts already. Disrespectful woman. Naruto heard the Kyuubi roar, get in here kid so she can stop yelling. The next thing Naruto knew, he was standing in the ankle-deep water of his mindscape, staring up at the towering figure of the Kyuubi. In the bijuu's paw were two large scrolls. The first one looked like any other scroll, but the other one was made out of a golden paper of some sort, and adorned with numerous crystals that all shone in different colors. I thought that I was only getting one contract. Naruto wondered. You are, this other one is just something that I want to see. I'll explain more of it if you can open it all the way, Kyuubi explained. Now take the first one and sign it, it's the Kitsune summoning contract. Naruto eagerly grabbed the normal contract from the Kyuubi's paw and opened it, seeing that not a lot of people signed it, only a few names were there. Naruto bit his thumb and wrote his name on the contract before pressing his handprint underneath his name. Congratulations, you are now an official Kitsune summoner. I'm sure that my second family will be very happy to help you, Kyuubi said. Just ask Kushina to help you with the Kuchios no Jutsu. You're the leader of these summons? Naruto asked. Yes I am, Kyuubi confirmed. All of the Bijuu have a summoning clan of their own and are the boss summons of them. However, some summons broke away from the original families. The who split apart are the cats, turtles, monkeys, and slugs. So what's the other one? Naruto asked, looking at the other scroll. This is a legendary summoning contract, Kyuubi explained. Long ago when the Rikudo Sennin created the Mi and the rest of the Bijuu, he gave each of us a copy of his personal summoning contract. He wanted us to find the one who would be, and I quote, the one who will succeed where I failed. This scroll is designed to only open for that specific person. 1. And you think I might be this person? Naruto asked. I have a feeling, Kyubi said. It almost opened for your mother, so I want to see if you might have a better chance. Naruto nodded and took the scroll from the Kyubi and placed it on the ground, where the water instantly moved away, like there was a barrier that surrounded Naruto and the scroll. He took a deep breath and placed his hands on the scroll before popping off the lock. He then took hold of the loose part of the scroll and pulled. The scroll opened and spread out along the ground as the water moved away. The Kyubi's eyes widened as the golden paper spread out and revealed the ancient writing on the parchment. Naruto couldn't understand anything on the paper except for one name. Hagoromo Otsutsuki. You opened it. Kyubi gasped. He never would have expected his newest Jinchuriki to be the one that his father would have been talking about. So, do I sign it now? Naruto asked, getting over the shock that he was able to open it. However, before he could move his hand to bite his thumb once again, Kyubi swept up the contract with one of his tails. Hell no! Kyubi protested. Do you have any idea how much chakra is needed to summon one of these creatures? You would be completely drained, even if I was giving you a small boost. Naruto's jaw dropped and he stared at the summoning scroll like it was a live explosive tag. Then when can I sign it? Naruto asked, very eager to see the creatures that were linked to the contract. Kyubi closed his eyes for a moment, examining Naruto's chakra levels thoroughly. I'll allow you to sign it in a month's time. Your chakra reserve should be large enough by then so you won't faint instantly. Say, wouldn't you be able to give me some of your chakra when I start to run out? Naruto wondered. Yes, but the seal is too tight for me to give you a good amount of chakra. If I tried to force more chakra through the seal, it would either rupture and kill us both. Or cut me off and mess up your coils from the sudden lack of extra chakra, Kyubi explained while yawning. Naruto just blanched and decided to leave the seal and return to his mother. Naruto blinked and saw that he was back in the hospital with his mother. She was sitting back on her bed while reading a small book titled, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja. Oh, you're back, Kushina said as she noticed her son moving. Yeah, Kyubi said that you should know how to do the Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto asked. Kushina nodded. Yeah, I've seen Tsunade-sensei do it several times so I remember the hand seals. But why didn't you sign the Kitsune contract? Naruto asked. I never really wanted to sign a contract. I never used a lot of ninjutsu anyway, always preferring my kenjutsu over the other arts, Kushina explained. She then proceeded to show Naruto the hand seals needed to perform the technique. After making the hand seals several times to get a good grasp on the order, Naruto performed the technique with the blood sacrifice and slammed his hands down on the ground, causing a poof of smoke to erupt. After coughing and waving the smoke away, Naruto and Kushina looked down to see a small fox with 2 tails and red fur staring up at them. So which one of you is our new summoner? The Kitsune asked. Naruto raised his hand, still shocked that he was able to summon something on his first try. The fox then walked over to Naruto and sniffed him. Why do you have Kyubi-sama's scent on you? Well, he's sealed inside me, Naruto explained while rubbing the back of his head. The Kitsune frowned a little before asking, I see, well may I have the name of the Kitsune clan's newest summoner and his, sniff mother? Ah right. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Uzumaki? Very interesting, I'm sure that we'll have a wonderful partnership Naruto-san, my name is Hijitsun. 2. Kid ask him who's been in charge since my absence, Kyubi asked. The Kyubi wants to know who's been in charge since he's been sealed, Naruto said. Hijitsun chuckled and told him, his mate Yugana, 3, has had the entire skulk searching for you since you vanished. Eventually she decided to wait for you to come back on your own. Said something about you sleeping outside the den for making her wait too long. The Kyubi gulped and began to sweat nervously, remembering the last time he had to sleep outside. He was soaked to the bone due to the rain. Naruto just laughed as he felt the Biju's fear. If that is all, then I shall be going, Hijitsun said as he vanished in a puff of smoke. Then there was a knock on the door and Kushina yelled for them to come in, and the door opened to reveal Hitomi and her daughters. Kushina-chan. It really is you. Hitomi squealed in joy. She then looked to her left and ordered, "Get in here, you coward. She's not going to hurt you. She'll kill me once she finds out what happened." Hayashi's voice protested. Even though he was elated at the Hokage's news about what the elders told Hinata, he was still scared about seeing Kushina. Hitomi growled and reached over and yanked Hayashi into the room. "Hello Hayashi," Kushina greeted in a calm tone. Seeing how her father was nervous of this woman, Hanabi couldn't help but ask, "Tu-san, is this the woman you were afraid of and made a fort to protect yourself?" Kushina just gave him a blank look and asked, "Really Hayashi? I always knew that Hizashi-kun was braver than you. Speaking of him, where is that softy anyway?" The mood seemed to darken after Kushina spoke and Hitomi told her, "Kushina, Hizashi died years ago." Kushina's eyes widened and she began to shake. "How?" was all she asked. Hayashi sighed and told her about Hinata being kidnapped and Hizashi dying in Hayashi's place. Needless to say, Kushina was in tears at the end. 2 of her best friends were dead in the time she was missing. Eventually she was able to calm down. "Hey Hitomi, can you come here for a moment?" Kushina asked. Hitomi got closer and Kushina whispered into her ear, and she nodded. "Girls, can you give me a hand here? Kushina-chan needs some female assistance," Hitomi asked. Both her daughters nodded and went to the bed while Hitomi closed the curtains, leaving Naruto and Hayashi alone with the still comatose Natsumi. Naruto went over to his sister and held onto her hand gently, rubbing the top of it with his thumb. "Mommy." He heard her mumble. Naruto stopped what he was doing and looked at Natsumi in shock. Hayashi looked over as well, having heard with his advanced shinobi hearing. "Is she waking up?" Naruto thought hopefully. His answer came when the girl began to slightly stir. Natsumi then slowly opened her eyes, revealing the emerald green orbs within. She then began to look around frantically with a panicked look in her eyes. "Mommy! Mommy!" Natsumi cried frantically. It didn't take a Nara to figure out what happened next. "Kushina!" Hitomi cried as a crash was heard. "Natsumi!" Kushina cried as she practically dragged herself out of her bed and to the panicking girl. Hayashi helped Kushina up as she forced herself to the girl and wrapping her up in a tight hug as she began to sob into her mother's embrace. "Mommy, are these any of the mean people?" Natsumi asked as she nervously looked at everyone. "Shoo, no my little angel, these are good people," Kushina said. "And this boy right here is your older brother that I've been telling you about." Natsumi looked to where Kushina was gesturing, and saw Naruto. "Are you Naruto Nai-san?" she asked. He nodded and she slowly reached out to him, and he held out his hand. She wrapped her hand around 2 of his fingers and lightly squeezed. Naruto smiled and gently squeezed her and in a reassuring manner. "Mommy, who are they?" Natsumi asked when she saw the Hyuga family. Kushina smiled and said, "These are some of my friends and their children. Don't worry, they won't hurt you or me." Natsumi nervously looked at the Hyugas before she lightly nodded and clung to Kushina tightly. Flashback end. Eventually, she came to trust everyone, even Tsunade and Shizune when they had come in to check up on the female Uzumakis. However, she was nervous whenever Hiruzen came around for some reason. Tsunade had taken the 2 Uzumakis into her own home in the Senju compound, and she forced Naruto to go with them. Especially since Kushina would blow a gasket if he refused. The young blonde was shaken from his thoughts when Hinata and Kurenai entered the clearing. "Hi Hinata-chan." Naruto cried as he jumped down in front of her. "Eep!" Hinata shrieked as she sent a chakra-powered palm strike into Naruto's gut, launching him through a tree and into another. Once Hinata realized what she had done, she began to sputter some form of an apology while Kurenai laughed her head off. "Naruto-kun!" Hinata cried as she raced over to him and him out of the tree. "Are you okay? Speak to me!" She cried frantically while shaking him, causing the poor Jinchuriki to foam at the mouth. During the month, Hinata had gained more confidence from not only the change in her chakra, but also from Kushina. The red-headed woman seemed to have some skill in getting people over their shyness, considering that she helped Hitomi when they were genin. At least Hinata stopped stuttering, but the fainting was another thing entirely. As a result of her newfound confidence, Hinata had changed her attire somewhat. She swapped out her bulky jacket for a more lighter one that hugged her maturing body in several places. The jacket was lavender in color with the Hyuga emblem on the back of it. "Please, Naruto-kun. Wake up!" Hinata cried. "He won't wake up if you keep shaking him like that." "Eep!" Hinata shrieked again, whirling around to see Shino standing a few feet away. Confused by his words, she looked down to see an unconscious Naruto beneath her. She jumped away and began to blush deeply due to the close proximity she was in with Naruto. At least she didn't faint this time. Kurenai, who had finally stopped laughing, walked over and said with a mischievous grin, "Hinata, don't eat Naruto's ramen." The result was instantaneous. Naruto bolted to his feet and tackled Hinata, pinning her arms while looking around for the imaginary ramen. He heard a small squeak and looked down to see a red-faced Hinata staring up at him with big eyes. Naruto jumped back and began to sputter some form of nonsense while blushing like a tomato. Hinata just stared up at the sky, not responding. Kurenai was sent into another bout of laughter, and you could see the smirk on Shino's face. "Okay, can we please calm down now?" Kurenai giggled as she tried to compose herself. Everyone calmed down and stood before their sensei. Shino was in between his other team members. "What do you need, Kurenai-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Well, I've got some important news to tell you guys," Kurenai began. There was a meeting between the Jounin senseis and Hokage-sama about the upcoming Chunin exams. And I've nominated all of you to enter the exams next week. "Are you sure we're ready, sensei?" Hinata asked. "We're just rookies. If it makes you feel any better, Teams 7 and 10 are entering as well," Kurenai told them. "Oh no," Naruto moaned, "we have to deal with the Banshee and the team, again. In my experience, it would be better to just kill people who bother you," Zabuza said as he and Haku entered the clearing. The former Nuke-nin was given a Konoha headband after being cleared for duty a month ago. He was currently a month into his probation and only had 2 months to go. As for Haku, she was tested in every ninja field and was given the rank of Chunin because of her skill. She was now sporting a Konoha Chunin vest instead of the green Haori she wore in Wave, and had a loose-fitting brown shirt and tight black pants that reached the tops of her knees. "Zabuza-sama, what have we talked about when it came to doing things like that?" Haku asked with a sweet smile, making Zabuza unconsciously take a step back. To stop?" Zabuza suggested. Haku just smiled and turned around to see Naruto stifling his laughter. "Got something to say, brat?" Zabuza growled. Naruto just grinned and shook his head. "As much as most of the shinobi population would love for you to at least humiliate him, the rest of the village would go out of their way to make your life a living hell," Kurenai told him. "What about Pinky?" the swordsman asked. "Councilwoman's daughter," Kurenai said with a hint of disgust. "TSK. I'm guessing that it gives her some form of immunity?" Zabuza asked. Kurenai sadly nodded and let out a tired sigh. "The Banshee will just go and whine to her mother," Naruto said. "But nothing will happen if she doesn't know who pranked her or anything." Naruto finished with a large grin. Zabuza and Haku smirked and began to plot. "You guys better make it to the finals, I'm gonna be betting on you," Zabuza told them. Kurenai smirked and said, "Don't worry, my team's going to become Chunin with their skills." "Do you really have so much faith in us, Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata asked. From what I've seen, this team has grown the most since graduating from the academy, Kurenai told her. Asuma's told me that his team has good teamwork, but aren't motivated a lot. And you've already seen how Kakshi's team is. The only Konoha team you'll have to worry about is Team Guy. Hinata flinched when she heard the team that her cousin was on. She was worried that she would have to fight him during the exams. Naruto saw her dilemma and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and calmed her down. That being said, don't underestimate the other villages either, we don't know what they've been teaching their genin. So stay alert, Kurenai finished. We will go forth and compete to the best of our ability, Shino said as he pushed up his glasses. We'll do our best, Hinata told her with confidence. We're gonna become Chunin if it's the last thing we do. Naruto shouted. Kurenai smiled and told them where they needed to go next week. At the hospital. What did you need, Tsunade? Hiruzen asked as he walked into the Sanin's office. She had sent the aged Hokage a message saying that she needed him at the hospital. I've been going over Natsume's blood work and found something that might give you and Kushina some good news, Tsunade said. Hiruzen sighed and said, after the large headache we got due to digging up Kushina's grave, I'll need every bit of good news I can get. Flashback Konoha Graveyard Midnight. Hiruzen sighed as he and Tsunade watched several ANBU perform a Doton Jutsu and raised up a coffin from the earth below. The writing on the coffin said, Kushina Uzumaki, in bright gold letters. Alright, open it up, Tsunade, Hiruzen said as the Sannin walked forward and placed her hands on the top of the coffin and yanked it off. Everyone then crowded around the coffin and looked inside. The only thing inside was a kanji that said blood, written in blood. What is this, sensei? Tsundi asked. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said, that is the result of a kenjutsu. What kind of kenjutsu? Tsunade asked. It's known as the blood clone jutsu, Hiruzen explained. The user takes some of their blood and creates a clone from it. The only thing that's different is that it's like creating a true clone, one that needs to eat, drink, sleep, and other things that we need to do. They also work like Kage Bunshin with the memory transfer portion, but only if the user absorbs the clone back into their body. But I don't understand how we could have buried a clone. Wouldn't it have dispelled? Tsunade asks. A blood clone can stay dead for about a month before it dispels. After that, then it turns back into blood and the blood forms the kanji that we are seeing now, Hiruzen told her. So someone must have taken Kushina after you left, created a blood clone of her, and then took the real Kushina away, Tsunade realized. Hiruzen just nodded in agreement and ordered the ANBU to put the coffin back. Flashback end. I still can't figure out who created the blood clone, Hiruzen muttered. Bah, you know that it was Danzo, Tsunade said as she gave her sensei a glare. Hiruzen just sighed, the good news? Right, Tsunade said as she whirled around in her chair and picked up Natsume's file. So I took a look at her DNA, and found out who the father was. Please don't tell me it was Danzo, Hiruzen pleaded. Tsunade shivered at the thought and told him, first off, never put that thought in my head again. Second, it was Minato. But how? He's dead. His soul's in the Shinigami's stomach. Hiruzen shouted. I'm guessing that Danzo took some of Minato's stored semen and impregnated Kushina with it in hopes of having his own orange Hokage, Tsunade explained with a smirk. Hiruzen just shook his head with a small smile on his face, being thankful that Kushina would get some good news. Later at Ichiraku's, Naruto and Hinata were having another ramen eating contest while Ayame watched in amazement and slight disgust. Once again, Hinata beat Naruto's 32 bowls with her 44. All hail the queen of ramen, Naruto declared as he got onto his knees and began to bow at Hinata's feet. The young heiress just giggled at her teammates' antics and pulled him to his feet. Come on Naruto-kun, you're embarrassing me, Hinata said as she blushed with a smile on her face. Naruto just smiled at her, but before he could say anything, he noticed something to his left. He looked over and sweat dropped at what he saw. It was a square box with 2 eye holes on the front of it. He still hasn't gotten any better, has he? Naruto asked. Hinata looked over and said, no, he hasn't. Naruto just sighed and yelled, get out here Konohamaru. The box exploded in smoke and loud coughing could be heard from within the smoke. Udon. You used too much smoke, a female voice cried. Sorry, a congested boy's voice apologized. When the smoke cleared, 3 children could be seen trying to wave what was left of it away. The first boy was wearing a green outfit with a large scarf and had spiky brown hair. The second boy was wearing glasses and looked like he was sick. The lone girl was standing tall with her orange hair in 2 pigtails that stood straight into the air. He's multiplied. Naruto muttered. He and Hinata first met Konohamaru when they went to get their pictures taken for their ninja cards. He had attempted to assassinate the Sandaime and tripped on his scarf. After a heated argument with Naruto, he had taken to calling the older blonde boss and making him his rival to becoming Hokage. Who are your friends Konohamaru-kun? Hinata politely asks. I'm Udon, and I like math, the other boy said. I'm Moegi, the sassiest kunoichi in the academy, the girl said. I'm Konohamaru, the strongest ninja in the academy, the young Sarutobi proclaimed. And together we make the Konohamaru Corps. All 3 children finished as they made ridiculous poses. Naruto just face-palmed and Hinata giggled at their antics. Say boss, will you play ninja with us? Konohamaru asked. Naruto grinned and said, sure. It was getting a little boring around here anyway. What kind of ninja plays ninja with a bunch of brats? Sakura scoffed as came around the corner. Hinata rolled her eyes and said, one who has a life. I do have a life. Sakura protested. Sure, a life that revolves around trying to break into Sasuke team's house and rape him while he's asleep, Naruto said, causing Sakura to fume. Hey boss, is this your girlfriend? Konohamaru asked. No way in hell. Naruto roars. As if I would let him do something that's stupid. Hinata yells. Me and Naruto baka. Gross. Sakura screeches. Oh good, I just wanted to make sure, Konohamaru said with a grin. You would do much better with Hinata-ne-san, she's more prettier than that pink monkey. Hinata and Naruto blushed at that, imagining what Konohamaru was saying, while Sakura let out a scream of rage and began to chase the Konohamaru Corps down an alley, where Konohamaru cried out in pain. Hinata and Naruto then ran down the alley to see what had happened. Naruto and Hinata turned the corner to see Konohamaru being held off of the ground by a teenager wearing a full-body suit that had a cat-like appearance. He had purple paint on his face, and had a large bandaged bundle on his back. That hurt you brat, the teen growled as he tightened his grip on Konohamaru's shirt. Enough Kankuro, stop playing with the little kids, the female behind him said. She was wearing a violet outfit and had her dirty blonde hair tied into 4 pigtails. On her back was a giant metal bar of some kind. Both of them had Sunagakure headbands. Relax Temari, just let me teach this kid how to respect his betters, Kankuro told her with a smirk. Temari just rolled her eyes and watched out of boredom. Put me down you makeup-wearing freak. Konohamaru cried. You brat. Just for that, you're going to get a world of hurt. Kankuro growled as he pulled back his fist. But before he could punch the young boy, his fist was grabbed by a clawed gauntlet, as was his head. I suggest you put him down unless you would like to be executed for harming the Hokage's grandson, Naruto said in an eerily calm voice, putting pressure on Kankuro's head. Kankuro and Temari gulped after this realization. The older boy dropped Konohamaru, who scrambled over to Hinata and his 2 friends. Naruto then saw a flicker of movement to his left and shouted, Sasuke, get out of the tree. You're making a fool of yourself. Everyone turned and saw the last Uchiha standing on a tree branch glaring at everyone there. Besides, why don't you introduce us to your new friend? Naruto asked as he gestured to Sasuke's left. Everyone looked over to see a young redhead with pale skin upside down on the branch next to Sasuke. He had green eyes surrounded by black rings and a giant gourd on his back. What caught most people's attention was the red kanji for love on the left side of his forehead. Let's see, sniff sniff, blood, sand, gore, and a hint of madness, Kyubi mused. Smells like that. Tanuki. Who? Naruto asked. I'll tell you later, Kyubi waved him off. Jiegara, Kankuro gasped out when he saw the younger boy. Temari was also shaking at the sight of the redhead as he glared at them. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to the village, Gaara said as he glared at the older boy. But Gaara Kankuro was cut off when Gaara vanished in a sand shunshin and reappeared in front of him and Naruto. Shut up before I kill you, Gaara told him. Those eyes, he really would kill his own teammate, Naruto realized. He then let go of Kankuro and stepped back to Hinata and Sakura as they watched. What are Suna ninjas doing in the village? Sakura asked. Temari snorted and said, we're here for the Chunin exams. Pinky, Konoha's hosting them this year. Sakura turned red with anger, but before she could go and get destroyed by the Suna kunoichi. Sasuke dropped down onto the ground, making her go and gush over how cool he was. Who are you? Gaara asked. Sasuke smirked and said, I am Dash. Not you, the one with the gauntlets and the hyuga. Gaara cut him off without looking at Sasuke, making him fume. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, what's your name? I am Gaara Sabaku, I will enjoy killing you in the exams, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara said with a dark smirk on his face. Hinata shivered and gripped Naruto's arm as he glared at the murderous Suna nin. Temari, Kankuro, let's go, Gaara ordered as he walked away, the other two following him. I have no idea why he's interested in a loser like you anyway, I'll be the one to defeat him, Sasuke declared as he walked away, Sakura following him. Man, what a jerk. Moegi said. You said it. Konohamaru agreed. Naruto chuckled and told him, you would have turned out like that if me and Hinata-chan never met you. The Konohamaru core shivered at the thought before they said their goodbyes and left. So what do you think? A white-haired Kyumo ninja asked as he on his lollipop. He and his teammates were on the rooftops nearby and saw the confrontation. I don't know what to think, but that redhead looks like the one we were warned about, his redhead teammate said. She and the male had swords on their backs and had dark skin. Yeah, but that Konoha ninja looks interesting, their other teammate said. She was a blonde-haired girl tied in a ponytail with a purple outfit. She was also the only one who had light skin. Who? The Uchiha? He had that look in his eye, the male asked. The blonde shook her head. No, that Naruto guy, he had a certain air around him. One that just drew my attention, it feels familiar. Then we should keep an eye on him as well, the redhead said, the other two agreed before they left. An Uzumaki? I thought we wiped them all out ages ago, a Kirigakure genin commented as he and his team watched from the shadows. The one that spoke was wearing fishnet armor underneath samurai armor that was usually seen in the Tetsu no Kuni. He had black pants and a tanto strapped to his back. His brown hair covered the right side of his face. I don't think that he's an Uzumaki, Hamaguri, for they had red hair and pale skin, his teammates said. He was wearing a similar outfit except he had a kusarigama at his waist instead of a sword. His black hair was tied in a ponytail that reached the back of his neck. You have a point, Mekajiki. 5, how about you, Shujin? 6, what do you think? Hamaguri asked, sneering at the end. The final member of the group was wearing the least amount of clothing. He wore black pants that reached his knees and black sandals. Over his upper body was a blue robe that had a hood covering his head. The only thing that could be seen was the small braid of black hair with white mixed into it. He just sat there in silence while his teammates became frustrated. Answer me. Hamaguri yelled while holding up 2 fingers and expelling chakra. Shujin flinched for a moment before saying in a drone-like voice, I believe that he should be eliminated, even if he is not an Uzumaki. We have no way of knowing that he is, so it would become problematic if he turns out to be one. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? Hamaguri taunted while Mekajiki snickered in amusement. Shujin jerked his body again and took a deep breath of air. Naruto and Hinata were walking towards the Senju compound. Hitomi had forced Hayashi to agree to them visiting the compound once a day. The rest of the clan just thought that Hitomi wanted to see her old sensei and didn't question it. However, before they could get there, they heard the distinct sound of people arguing. The only reason we accepted you as a teammate was to get into these exams. It doesn't mean that we have to like you, you freak, a male voice yells. Oh yeah? Well, once I become a chunin, then I won't have to listen to you 2 jerks while you stay as pathetic genin, a female voice cried. The 2 members of Team 8 peeked around the corner to see a trio of Taki ninjas arguing, 2 males and 1 female. The 2 males didn't stand out too much, but the female caught their attention. She was about their age, and had mint green hair that reached down to the middle of her neck with an orange hair clip. She was wearing a white top that covered her chest and revealed her midriff with mesh armor underneath, and a white apron skirt over mesh shorts. She had white arm warmers and white shinobi sandals. She had a large red cylinder on her back, and had her Takigakure headband on her right arm. TSH, whatever, let's go, maybe sensei can give us some new jutsu, the other male said as his teammate left the girls grinding her teeth. Hey, are you alright? Naruto asked as he and Hinata walked over. The girl whirled around with her fist raised, but lowered it when she saw that it was people her age. Would you be alright when your entire team hates you? She asked. Try having most of the village wishing you were dead, Naruto said, making the girl widen her eyes. Kit, take a good sniff of the air for a moment, Kyubi said. Naruto did so and the Kyubi muttered, beetles, scale powder, and clean wind, smells like the Nanabai. She's like me? Naruto asked, to which the Kyubi nodded in confirmation. Wait, you're hated too? The girl asked. Naruto nodded and the girl got closer to them and whispered, are you a monster like me? Naruto frowned and Hinata looked sad. No, we are not monsters, we're just misunderstood, you and I, Naruto told her. Hinata nodded in agreement. What do you mean? I've been told that I'm a monster all my life, the girl said. Naruto shook his head and said, no, we just contain monsters, we're not the monsters themselves. I am no monster, Kyubi protested. Would you rather be known as a fairy or something like that? Naruto asked. I am a monster. Fear me. Kyubi roared, making Naruto's sweat drop. What are you talking about? The girl asked, feeling confused. Have people called you, insect or something similar? Naruto asked, having gotten the Nanabai's general appearance from the Kyubi. The girl nodded and Naruto told her, then you're like me, a Jinchuriki, someone who contains a bijou inside of them. What? The girl managed to choke out. But all my life, I've been told. The girl couldn't say any more as she was shocked by this revelation. It completely clashed with what she had been told all her life. When you molded chakra, have you ever seen a seal on your body? Naruto asked. The girl nodded told them that it was on her back. So Naruto explained to her what it meant and what was sealed inside her. After several minutes, the girl was able to pull herself back together. So what's your name? Hinata asked. The girl gave a small smile and said, I'm Fu, what about you two? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I am Hinata Hyuga. Well, pleased to meet you. So what bijou do you hold? Fu asked. Naruto held up 9 fingers, making the Taki girl widen her eyes in shock, seeing that his bijou was more powerful than hers. Well, it was nice to meet you guys, but I think I should head back before I get into trouble with my sensei. Fu spat out that last word with disgust. After she left, Hinata turned to Naruto, seeing him in deep thought. Something wrong? She asked. No, it's just, I knew that there were others like me, but I never would have thought that their lives were worse than mine, Naruto explained. I mean, it's really hard to imagine a life worse than your own. I think I know what you mean, Hinata said. If I never met you, I probably would have been an extremely shy girl who would never be able to get out of her shell. Naruto smiled and said to her, You don't give yourself enough credit, Hinata-chan. I mean, sure, you were shy in the beginning, but now you've got your own confidence. Hinata smiled at the praise and nodded in agreement. The two then began walking towards the Senju compound again. Kyubi thinks that Fu isn't the only Jinchuriki in the exams, Naruto suddenly said. What do you mean? Hinata asked, surprised by this revelation. That Gaara guy, Kyubi says that Shikaku the Ichibi is sealed in him, Naruto told her. He also smelled another bijou in the area, but couldn't tell who it was since the scent was too weak. That means that we'll have to be extra careful then, Hinata said. Naruto nodded in agreement. Next week, the members of Team 8 were standing outside of the academy, each one ready for the exams. Shino had changed his appearance during the week of training. He had unbuttoned the top part of his jacket, allowing people to see his face. He had strapped his twin swords to his waist on each side, ready to use them. Hinata had brought her bow and arrow, confident in her ability to use them. Just 3 days ago, Tenten had deemed Hinata ready to use them in real combat, impressed with the younger girl's ability. Naruto didn't change much except for the fact that he had created storage seals on his gauntlets. One seal contained shuriken, another had kunai, and the other two contained exploding tags and fuma shuriken. He also had brought with him some extra masks in case he got more hearts. You two ready? Naruto asked. I am prepared, Shino told him. Let's go, Hinata said with determination. Naruto grinned and pushed the doors to the academy open. Team 8 had entered the Chunin exams. Academy. So where do we have to go again? Naruto asked as he and his team walked into the academy. To room 301, that's where Kurenai-sensei said the first part of the exams were, Hinata told him as she opened the door of the building. The team walked in and went up the flight of stairs and saw a crowd of people gathered around a door that said 301. 2 genin were guarding the door. They had knocked down another genin who was wearing a green spandex suit with orange leg warmers. What caught Naruto's attention was the shiny bowl of hair on his head, and the thick eyebrows. Naruto swore that they moved on their own. Please let us pass, the genin cried as his teammate, who Team 8 recognized as Tenten, helped him up. We're helping you, genin. These exams are tougher than you think, one of the older genin said. Yeah, if you can't beat us, then you have no chance passing the first stage, his partner said. Aren't we on the second floor? Naruto whispered. Yes, there's a genjutsu over the door, Hinata whispered back. The team then inched their way to the next flight of stairs to avoid detection. Drop the genjutsu, a snobby voice demanded. Team 8 looked back and groaned when they saw Sasuke standing there with a superior smirk. The sign on the door changed from 301 to 201. Great, that idiot messed up everything. Now we're going to have more competition, Kiba complained as he walked in with Sakura, who bashed him in the head for what he said. Sasuke then went to attack the older genin when the boy in spandex leapt up and blocked all of them. Lee! I thought you wanted to hide your skills from everyone. Tenten yelled. My apologies, Tenten, but I could not allow this unyouthful conduct continue. Lee shouted as he stood up again. Fast. I barely saw him move. Naruto thought. And I can see that he wasn't even putting any effort into that, Kyubi said, slightly impressed. Naruto's eyebrows shot up at that. This guy was someone to be careful around. TCH, how foolish, the third teammate, Niji, said as he looked at Lee with disgust in his eyes. He then turned to Sasuke and narrowed his eyes. Uchiha. Hyuga. The two stared at each other for what seemed like a while before they huffed and turned away. Meanwhile, Lee was staring intently at Sakura with hearts in his eyes, creeping her out. "Are you Sakura Haruno?" Lee asked. "Yes, why?" the pinkette asked as she stared at Lee curiously. "I am Rock Lee, please be my girlfriend," Lee asked as he smiled at her, teeth shining, and there was a small ping that sounded when the light reflected off of them. Why would anyone want to date her of all females? Kiba thought. I'm guessing that he never heard about how annoying she was, Shino thought. Lee, what is wrong with you? Tenten asked her herself. I remember the times Hinata-sama would complain about this classmate. I suppose Lee never heard those stories, Niji realized. Lee, run away while you can, Hinata pleaded. Oh boy, this won't end well, Naruto thought. The Kyuubi nodding in agreement. No way. You're a freak. Sakura screeched. Lee was stunned for a moment before he smiled again. I see that your heart is already won over by another, no matter. I shall prove that I am superior to this competitor for your heart. Lee declared. Oh boy, was the collective thought of most of the Konoha group. Team 8 then fled for the stairs and went upstairs. Naruto told them to wait and went to get a quick drink of water. Hearing some people on the area below them, they looked down to see Team 7 walking. Please wait up. Lee shouted as he ran forward towards the three genin. What do you want? Sasuke demanded. You are Sasuke Uchiha, correct? Lee asked. That's right, he confirmed. Then I challenge you to a battle here and now, Lee declared. Now this I gotta see, Naruto said as he and his team stood on the upper level and stared down at the four. So you know who I am, yet you're still challenging me to a fight? You must be confident, Sasuke smirked. But Sasuke-kun, we have to go to the examination room before it, too late. Sakura tried to tell him. Lee narrowed his eyes for a moment and said, I see, so you are the one who had captured the heart of the lovely Sakura. No matter. I shall defeat you and win her heart. He then winked at her and somehow shot a heart at her. Sakura screamed in terror and hastily dodged the heart as it hit the wall behind her. Lee shot out more hearts and Sakura dodged them like they were poisoned kunai. Naruto and Kiba rolling on the floor laughter, Hinata was giggling at the sight, and Shino was quietly chuckling. Gah! What are you, crazy? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Sakura growled. Dangerous? Hee, yeah right, Naruto giggled. I often wonder if the academy lowered their standards when we were there, Shino muttered low enough so that his team could hear. Sasuke and Lee then crouched low and entered their own fighting stances. Sasuke with the Uchiha's interceptor fist, and Lee with the Goken. Sasuke rushed forward and threw a punch at Lee, who vanished instantly. Everyone's eyes widened and Naruto discreetly activated his Sharingan, thankful for Kakashi teaching him a genjutsu to hide it while he had it active. Konoha Senpu. Lee cried as he threw a kick at Sasuke, who dodged it. Lee then followed up with another kick while standing on his hand. Sasuke tried to block it, but was too slow and ended up getting kicked in the cheek. Sasuke-kun. Sakura cried as the Uchiha was sent flying, skidding across the ground. He's fast. Hinata whispered. Very, and my insects say that he isn't using any chakra in his attacks, Shino whispered back. Naruto just stood there, observing the clearly one-sided fight. Sasuke weakly got up and glared at Lee, activating his Sharingan. With these eyes, you don't stand a chance, Sasuke declared, smirking cockily. I see, so that is the famous Sharingan, Lee muttered. No matter, it won't help you here. Sasuke dashed forward once again and received a kick in the chin from Lee, sending him flying. Everyone was shocked, they never expected to see that Sasuke would be beaten that easily, even with the Sharingan at his aid. As you can see, my technique is purely taijutsu, there is no ninjutsu or genjutsu involved in this, Lee said as he and Sasuke rushed at each other once again, trading blows, all while Lee kept hitting Sasuke whenever his guard was down. After receiving a vicious hit to the gut, Sasuke backed away while glaring at Lee. He then rushed at him again, throwing punches while Lee merely dodged all of them before kicking him into the air. Lee appeared behind the airborne Sasuke. His bandages around his arms then unraveled and began to wrap around Sasuke. Suddenly, a pinwheel shot through the air and pierced the bandage against the wall, throwing Lee off course and separating him from Sasuke. Sasuke fell and Sakura caught him, much to the Uchiha's displeasure. Lee managed to right himself as he landed in front of a turtle? Yes, a giant turtle. One that was mainly red with yellow marking along its body, and a Konoha headband tied around its neck. Lee! You swore never to use that move against a fellow Konoha ninja, the turtle scolded. Is that a summon? Naruto asked. Well, they are the only species of animals that can talk, Hinata pointed out. It's time for your punishment, the turtle shouted as a cloud of smoke erupted from the turtle's back. When it cleared, an older version of Lee stood there, except this one was wearing a Jounin vest. Everyone was creeped out by their likeness, not to mention the weirdness that was oozing off of him. Lee, you fool, the man yelled. Lee cringed and bowed before the man. Please forgive me, Guy-sensei. Lee pleaded. Silence. Guy thundered. Prepare to take your punishment like a man. He then punched Lee and sent him flying, much to everyone's shock. Guy then approached Lee with tears running out of his eyes. Lee looked up at him with tears as well. Lee! Ji-sensei! Lee! Ji-sensei! The two then hugged as an image of the sunset appeared behind them. Thinking that it was a genjutsu, Team 8 desperately tried to dispel it. What is this? Naruto asked as he kept trying to dispel it. This is worse than the time the Rokubi had diarrhea. Kyubi cried as he closed his eyes tight. And Naruto-kun, please tell me it's over, Hinata whimpered. Never before has she seen anything so disturbing. Not even a living skeleton could frighten her over this. Shino then pulled the two away towards the stairs, where he led them towards the examination room. Why did you do that, Shino? Naruto asked. I had noticed that he was speaking with Team 7, so in an attempt to prevent that Jounin from approaching us, I dragged you two here, Shino explained. I see that you've met Guy, Kurenai said as she appeared before them. Kurenai-sensei. Why are you here? Hinata asked. To wish you three good luck, there are a lot of tough genin in there. But I have complete confidence in you guys, Kurenai said before she moved away, allowing Team 8 passage into the room. The trio nodded in agreement and walked into the room. Kurenai smiled and vanished in a puff of smoke. Team 8 entered the room, and were greeted with the hardened glares of multiple older genin, each from different villages, and some from their own. HMP. This is KI. Kit, I want you to release some of my KI and show them that they should be afraid of you, Kyubi said. Naruto smirked and let out a large amount of KI, flooding the room in the powerful bloodlust. Everyone turned away from Naruto except for several people. Gaara, who was grinning madly, a female Kyumo ninja, and Fu, who was smirking at Naruto's actions. Man Naruto, why do you have to be so troublesome? Shikamaru asked as he and the rest of his team walked up to them. Naruto grinned and replied, it's just a part of my nature. Choji chuckled and said, got that right. Hey guys, have you seen Sasuke-kun anywhere? Ino asked. Last time I saw him, he was getting his butt kicked around by an older genin, Hinata said. Whoa! Hinata, you didn't stutter. Choji exclaimed. Our last mission helped Hinata change, all we have to work on now is her fainting, Shino said. Just then, Team 7 walked in, and Sasuke had a nasty bruise on his cheek, courtesy of Lee's heavy hit. Sasuke-kun. Ino cried as she leapt onto his back. Get off of him, Ino pig. Sakura screeched. Ino just stuck her tongue out in response and continued to glomp the Uchiha. Shikamaru just sighed and muttered about how troublesome she was. After managing to get Ino off of Sasuke, Kiba said to everyone, "Have you guys heard? A bunch of people are calling us the Rookie Nine." "Why?" Choji asked. "It's because we're the only people in these exams who have been out of the academy the shortest," Kiba replied. "Makes sense," Shikamaru muttered. After he said that, a older Konoha ninja wearing a purple outfit approached them. He had silver hair and was wearing glasses. "Hey, you guys might want to keep it down, you're making yourselves targets with your attitude," he said. Naruto heard the Kyuubi growling in his mind. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. "Be wary of this one, he smells of snakes," Kyuubi growled, "and not the domestic kind." Naruto nodded and watched as that ninja introduced himself as Kabuto Yakushi. He then pulled out a deck of cards and explained that they were ninja info cards. "Give me info on Rock Lee of Konoha, Gaara Sabaku of Suna, and Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha," Sasuke demanded. The rest of the Rookie Nine, except the two fangirls, raised an eyebrow at that last selection. "You already know their names, that's no fun," Kabuto said as he pulled out 3 cards and channeled chakra into them. "First up we have Rock Lee, a genin of Konoha. He's on a team with Tenten Higurashi and Niji Hyuga, under the tutelage of Mato Gai. His ninjutsu and genjutsu are practically non-existent, but his taijutsu is off the charts. Next we have Gaara Sabaku, a genin of Suna. He's the youngest child of the Kazekage, and on a team with his older siblings, Temari and Kankuro, and taught by their sensei Baki. It's been said that he's completed several C-rank missions without even getting a scratch. Most likely the result of the Ichibi's Suna no Tate, he grants the protective ability to all of his hosts, Kyuubi explained. The only way to beat that is to either be faster than the sand, or to use an attack that can completely pierce through it. And finally, Naruto Uzumaki, also a genin of Konoha. He's on Team 8 with Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame, and taught by Kurenai Yuhi, a newly promoted jounin. His weapon of choice are 2 clawed gauntlets, and it's been rumored that he has a powerful jutsu. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing what he was talking about. He was shaken out of his thoughts when Sasuke stomped up to him and glared Naruto in the eye. "Teach me that jutsu," Sasuke demanded. Naruto glared back and said, "No, this jutsu isn't something for you anyway." Sasuke huffed and walked away from the Jinchuriki, clearly angry. "Even though there are a lot of people in these exams, you guys won't have to worry about the ones from Otogakure," Kabuto told them. "They're a new village and it's their first time in the exams, so they probably aren't all that tough." After he said that, 3 blurs flew through the crowd and aimed towards Kabuto, revealing themselves to be 3 Oto ninja. The first one had spiky black hair and a forehead protector styled after the Nidaime Hokage's own headband. The second one was female and had long black hair. But the last one was wrapped in bandages, save for his left eye, and was wearing a large furry coat. Each one had some form of snakeskin on their clothing. The mummy threw a punch at Kabuto, and he dodged it with a smirk on his face. Until his glasses broke and he vomited on the floor. Hinata and Ino ran over to see if he was okay while Naruto tried to get the ringing out of his ears. What was that? That frickin' hurt. Naruto thought. Sound waves were somehow created by that guy, Kyuubi explained while he was rubbing his ear. "You might have a hard time against that guy because of my enhanced hearing. Write this down in you cards, the Oto ninja are going to become Chunin," the one with spiky hair declared. A large puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the room, catching everyone's attention. There was a large man, large as in tall and muscular, there who wore a large black trench coat. He had a bandana on his head that served as his headband. There were 2 scars on his face, one going from right next to his left eye down to his chin, and another going from under the right eye to his neck. "Shut up, you maggots," the man bellowed. "You Oto ninja in the back. Do you want to get kicked out of these exams before they even begin?" "Hee, sorry, we're just a little jumpy," the mummy said. The Jounin glared at him before he turned to the rest of the examinees and said, "There will be no fighting in this portion of the exams. Now everyone hand in your forms and the proctors will show you where you will be sitting for the written portion of the Chunin exams." Everyone handed in their forms and were shown to their seats. Naruto sat down and looked to his left. There was a Kusa ninja with red hair and glasses that intrigued him somewhat. "Red hair, for some reason I feel a numbing sensation in the back of my head," Naruto thought. The Kyuubi laid down and began to think about what that was. He had a theory, but didn't want to jump to conclusions just yet. Naruto then looked to his right and smiled as he saw Hinata sitting next to him. She smiled back and they wished each other good luck. "I am Ibiki Marino, the head proctor of this exam. For this portion you will all be given a written test that contains 9 questions, the 10th one will be given at the end of the time limit. Now before we begin, there are several rules that need to be said." "Rules?" Kiba asked. "Yes, first off, everyone starts with 10 points. You will lose a point for every question you get wrong. So if you miss 2 questions, your final score will be 8, Ibiki explained. Rule number 2, teams will pass or fail based on the collective score of all 3 members. So if one team member fails, so does the rest of the team." "I'm screwed." Kiba wailed. He began to sweat as Sasuke and Sakura glared holes in the back of his head. Akamaru whimpered when he felt the glares his partner was receiving. Rule number 3, whenever a proctor sees you cheating, he will deduct 2 points from your score. Their eyes are extremely sharp, and if they catch you 5 times you and your team will be kicked out of these exams. So if you get caught cheating 5 times, you lose, Naruto pondered. Something about this doesn't make sense. Why would they make a rule like that? Wouldn't it be easier if they just kicked the people out if they caught them cheating? Unless, they want us to cheat. "I was wondering when you would get it," Kyuubi said. "I think I understand the whole point of this exam. They want us to cheat, but in a way that we won't get caught," Naruto realized. "Now begin," Ibiki shouted. Almost immediately, all of the examinees picked up their pencils and began to look at the test. Every one of them realized something the second they looked at the questions. These were highly advanced questions. Sasuke, Hinata, and Niji were using their Dijitsu to cheat. Sasuke was copying the hand movements of the person in front of him and to the left. Hinata and Niji used the Byakugan to look at the answers of others. Gaara had closed one eye and created a ball of sand that turned into an eyeball that was observing the papers from above. Kiba had Akamaru perched on his head and the tiny dog was looking around while softly barking answers to Kiba, who wrote them down eagerly. Tenten was manipulating a set of mirrors above her to reveal the answers to her. Lee adjusted his headband to allow him to see the mirrors as well. "Excuse me, Proctor, can I go to the bathroom?" Kankuro asked. A proctor handcuffed himself to the Suna Genin and lead him out of the room. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but couldn't find anything wrong with the event. Shikamaru was using his Cagemane to connect him and Choji while he wrote down the answers for both of them. Sakura was using her own knowledge to answer the questions, and Ino used her mind transfer jutsu to take over the pinkette and steal her answers. But before she went back to her own body, she messed up Sakura's test. She erased all of her answers and wrote down ridiculous ones, and changed the name on the top to forehead. When she left and Sakura came back, she looked down and looked like she was about to explode, but a glare from Ibiki silenced her. Fu and Shino were doing something similar, even though they didn't know it. Shino was using his family's insects to scout others' tests and get answers from them. Fu could always communicate with insects thanks to the nanabi, even though she never knew it was because of the bijou. She was able to use her own horned beetles to gather information. The Oto Genin were using the sounds of the pencils as they were being used to help them get the answers that they needed. Naruto was lost in how to cheat. Sure, he could use his Sharingan to copy someone, but that wouldn't be very original according to him. After a minute of thinking, he was struck with inspiration when he saw Gaara's sand eye. He slowly brought his hands together under the desk and formed a few hand seals. Suddenly, a kunai flew through the air and passed right by his head, making him freeze. The kunai impacted against the desk behind him. Number 47, you've been caught 5 times, you and your teammates 6, 5 and 18 are gone, a proctor stated as he stared at the Suna ninja. And what proof do you have that I was cheating? The genin demanded. A nearby proctor dashed forward and slammed the ninja onto the table while twisting his arm backwards. Don't question us. You were making it so obvious, an academy student could figure it out, the proctor growled as he forced the genin to his feet and dragged him out the room, his teammates following. Naruto calmed down and began to focus again. All the while, other examinees were being sent out of the room for being caught. Fox's mask slowly slid off of his back and trailed down his leg, out of sight from the proctors. Hinata saw what he was doing and focused her attention on Naruto since she had already finished her own test. Several threads dug a tunnel under his desk and the mask went into it as the threads continued digging a tunnel under the ground, up the wall, and across the ceiling. The threads carefully dug through the ceiling and picked away any part of it that would fall off before Fox popped through the hole they made. Naruto then closed his eye and focused his chakra carefully. Out of Fox's right eye hole, the ghostly image of an eye appeared and looked around. Naruto grinned as he focused in on Shikamaru's test, knowing that he was a genius in disguise, and began to write down his answers. Hinata was amazed at Naruto's actions, never thinking that he was able to do this. Pencils down. It's time for the final question, Ibiki announced, breaking the tension in the room. As he was talking, Naruto quickly had Fox come back into his body. However, before I give you all the question, there is another rule. Is he making these up as he goes along? Naruto asked Kyubi, who just shrugged. Just then, Kankuro and the proctor walked back in. Ah, just in time for the final question. I hope your trip was enlightening, Ibiki said as he watched the Suna genin. Crap. He knows about Crow. Kankuro panicked. As he walked by Temari, he subtly passed her a crumpled piece of paper. This rule is a hopeless rule, Ibiki said, much to everyone's confusion. What do you mean by that? Temari asked. Ibiki smirked and explained, what I mean is that you all have a choice to decide if you want to answer this question or not. What happens if we choose not to take it? Hamaguri asked. It's really simple, the special jounin began, I deduct your score to 0, failing you and your entire team. This made everyone gasp, barring the more stoic ones such as Niji and Gaara. Then of course we'll take it. Kiba yelled, Akamaru barking in agreement. Ibiki simply chuckled darkly, much to everyone's confusion. You'll say that right now, but when I tell you the other rule, you might think again, Ibiki told him. If you decide to take this question, but fail to answer it correctly, then you will be forbidden from taking the Chunin exams ever again. Much to his expectation, there were a lot of protests. That is a most unyouthful rule. Lee cried out. What kind of rule is that? The redhead next to Naruto yelled. Now that he looked at her more closely, she kind of resembled Kushina, in the temper department at least. There were many other protests as well. You guys are unlucky this year, Ibiki coldly said. This year, I'm in charge of the first exam, so I make the rules. If you don't have the guts to take this question, then I'll be a nice guy and allow you to leave. But remember this, the choice is yours to make. If you want to leave, then simply raise your hand. I want to become a Chunin and make my family proud, but if I fail then I'll stay a genin, Hinata thought. But if I quit now, I'll be ruining the exams for Shino-kun and Naruto-kun. I don't know what to do. She looked around and saw that Shino was sitting straighter than usual, a sign she learned that he was slightly nervous. She looked at Naruto and saw him sitting there silently as his hair covered his eyes. "I can't do it. I'm sorry guys," a genin said as he slowly stood up. Number 54 fails, numbers 62 and 103 fail as well, a proctor stated as the genin left the room. Soon after, other genin began to give up as well, slowly clearing out the room. Naruto looked over and saw Hinata struggling with herself. Even though Hinata had gained a boost in confidence, situations like these would always make her conflict with her old nervous personality. "What's the matter?" Ibiki asked with false sincerity as he looked at Naruto. "You seem nervous." "Don't be, just tell me if you're going to quit or not, unless you want to risk being banned from these exams. Can you take the shame of all that and stay a genin while everyone else could be promoted to chunin?" Naruto glared at him and raised up his hand before balling it into a fist and slamming it against the table with so much force there was a spiderweb crack in the wood. "I don't care if I'll be banned from taking these exams anymore," Naruto began. "If I give up here and now then it goes against everything I live for. Even if I fail here, I'll just work harder so that the Hokage had no choice but to give me a field promotion. So go ahead, fail me, but know this, I'll never give up on accomplishing my goals." Naruto's speech seemed to install confidence into everyone as they seemed to lose their nervousness that they had. Hinata smiled and prepared to share Naruto's fate. She reached under the table and grabbed his hand. His eyes flicked over for a moment before a small, unnoticeable smile graced his lips. "Definitely an Uzumaki, only they have courage as great as that," Shujin thought with a small smile, one that seemed to contain hope for some reason. Inside the seal, the Kyuubi smirked at Naruto's actions. He expected this from Kushina's son, especially since they were so similar in personality. Ibiki then looked over the rest of the examinees. Incredible, he thought. He managed to erase everyone's doubt with one little speech. "Looks like nobody else is giving up, time to get this show on the road. If nobody else is going to leave then I have only one thing to say to all of you," Ibiki said. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, waiting for Ibiki to give them the last question. "Congratulations on passing the first exam." "What?" was the collective shout of everyone, sans Gaara who could care less. "What about the 10th question?" Sakura screeched, making everyone who was in close proximity to her lose their hearing for a moment. "There was no 10th question to begin with," Ibiki said with a grin. "You could say that the 10th question was your choice on deciding to take it or not." "Wait a minute," Temari shouted. "Then what was with the rest of the questions? Was it all pointless?" "No, they served their purpose," Ibiki told her. The original purpose of the test was to pressure everyone with the first rule, the rule about the total team score. It forced everyone not to mess up for their team. I'm sure that you all noticed that they were questions that no mere genin could answer. So I'm sure that you all came up with the same solution to pass. You would have to cheat to get them. The whole point of this test was to make you cheat. To make it easier for you to get points, we had 2 chunin among your group to give you the answers if you were able to cheat off of them. I assume that you are all wondering why the first exam was formatted like this. I will explain. In a chunin mission, you may have to gather information to help your team succeed. This exam was a sort of training exercise so you would prepare for those type of situations. Getting the wrong information, however, could lead to disastrous results that could cost you and your team your lives. The special Jounin then reached up and began to untie his bandana. Or worse. When the bandana came off, many people looked disgusted at the sight. Ibiki's head was bald and covered in many burn marks and screw holes. What the hell? Naruto thought. Hinata gripped his hand tightly, very uncomfortable with the sight. Ibiki then retied his bandana after he was sure that everyone got a good look at his head. This is what could happen if you gather the wrong info. Not only could you suffer wounds like these, but you could also be forced to reveal the secrets of your village because the pain may be too great. But the real purpose of the test was the final question. What do you mean? Hinata asked. The 10th question was a to take or don't take situation. If you choose not to take it, you will fail and take your team down with you. But on the other hand, if you did take the question, but answer incorrectly, then you would never be able to take another Chunin exam. The whole thing was a leap of faith. The trash who came in here decided to take the easy way out and leave, thinking that there would be another chance. In the real world, there are no second chances to every situation. The final question tested you on your resolve. Let's say that you were a Chunin and sent on a mission to gather information on the status of another village. You have no idea about the layout of the village, nor do you have the information about the shinobi there. You also have to suspect that there might be traps in the area. Do you simply reject the mission because it's too dangerous, or because your friends and teammates may get hurt? To put it selfishly, you're afraid of dying. Allow me to tell you something, there are missions with a high level of risk that you can't simply decline. It's understandable if these tasks can be emotionally challenging, but a Chunin must show courage when needed. What you did here today proved that you were able to make a decision that a Chunin would be able to make in a heartbeat. The first exam is officially over. I wish all of you good luck in the next part. Everyone, who expressed their emotions, were either smiling or smirking. Naruto and Hinata grinned at each other. 5, 4, Ibiki began. Suddenly, the window exploded as a large bundle flew through the air and unfurled as it was held in place by 4 kunai, holding up the banner. Team 8 then shivered as Anko came flying in. There's no time to be happy, she declared. I am the proctor of the second exam, Anko Mitarashi. She then punched her fist in the air. Everyone follow me. Naruto quickly made 2 clones and they scribbled something on paper before they lifted them up. 2 clones had written a 10 on the paper while the real one was holding up a 6. Why are you giving me a 26? Anko demanded. 10 for the entrance, one clone said. 10 for the small speech, the other one said. 6 because you got glass all over me. Naruto yelled. Anko just stuck her tongue out at him and pouted. You're early, Anko, take a look around, Ibiki said as he came around the banner. Anko then looked around the room and her eyes widened. 78 genin Ibiki? You let 26 teams pass. Are you getting soft in you old age? Anko questioned as she turned to the scarred man. Ibiki smirked and said, maybe we just have a talented bunch this year. Whatever, by the time I'm done with them, there will be less than half of them left. Anko declared while giving the group a predatory smirk that unnerved most of the genin. Now follow me to training ground 44. If you're late you'll be sorry. Anko yelled as she jumped out of the window. After a second or two to collect their thoughts, most of the genin ran out of the door while others grabbed their teammates and used a shunshin to take them to the next exam. Naruto grabbed Hinata and quickly jumped to Shino and grabbed his arm before he jumped again and dragged them out of the window, looking for a quicker way to the area. Ibiki sighed and began to collect some of the test papers. All the while, he would chuckle at some of the answers that were written down due to how ridiculous some of them looked. When he came upon another paper he picked it up and saw that there was a message written there. Dear Ibiki-san. I must say, the way you planned this test was brilliant in its own unique way. However, you need to work on your intimidation tactics. Anko did better than you when Kurenai-sensei had her test us a month or 2 ago. Perhaps you should use intimidating animals of your own, maybe a giant spider or something like that. Jokes aside, I would like you to keep an eye on Kabuto Yakushi, he seems very suspicious. My tenant says that he smells like wild snakes, ones that people wouldn't keep as pets. Not to mention he has information about me that only me, Hokage-sama, and a select few know about. He claims that he has heard rumors about it, but I've never used the secret information in public. Ever. Yours truly, Naruto Uzumaki. Ibiki's eyes widened and he stuffed the paper in his pocket before heading out of the room and making a beeline for the Hokage Tower. Training Ground 44. Isn't this the place your parents said to stay away from? I think so. I'm not really sure since they never said what it looked like. This is that place. I remember my father telling me to stay away from here. He even showed me this place personally so I would know. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino were standing with the other people who passed the first exam. They were all waiting just outside of the large fence that separated them from the location that their next exam was supposed to take place. It was a large forest that contained large trees that seemed to stretch towards the sky. There was a dark atmosphere that seemed to flow out from the forest that unnerved a lot of the people there. It didn't help that there were animals growling in hunger as they smelt the large group outside. There were quite a few legends about how the Forest of Death was created. A popular one was that Hashirama Senju became so angry at Madara Uchiha's desertion of the village, that his chakra went wild and created the forest. However, the chakra used was very dark in nature and the forest became how it was today, and all the animals that lived in there were affected by the chakra, changing them into more feral creatures. Alright maggots, listen up. Enko shouted as she stood at the head of the group with a dangerous smirk on her face. This here is Training Ground 44, also known around here as the Forest of Death. In here is where you will all be taking the second part of the exam. This doesn't seem all that bad, Kiba said. Enko heard this and pulled out a kunai before launching it at the Inuzuka faster than most people could see. The kunai grazed Kiba's cheek and drew a small line of blood as Enko reappeared behind him with an arm wrapped around his shoulders. It's usually you loud ones who die first, Enko whispered as she stuck out her tongue and licked the blood, making Kiba shiver and Akamaru whimper. Sensing movement behind her, Enko quickly drew another kunai and turned around as a Kusa ninja appeared behind her. Now the weird part about this was that she was holding a kunai, with her freakishly long tongue. Your kunai Proctor-san, the Kusa genin said. She was somehow able to talk normally even though her tongue was out. Why thank you, Enko said, however you should be more careful on who you sneak up on, I might just kill you next time. My apologies, it's just that the sight of blood always makes me jumpy, not to mention you cut my hair with your kunai as well, the Kusa genin said as she handed Enko the knife and backed away. Kit, stay away from that one, her chakra is very disgusting. Not to mention she seems to have the reserves of one of your elite jounin, Kyubi said. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Well, it looks like we have some bloodthirsty ones this year, Enko commented as she jumped back to her previous spot. Now then, for this part of the exam each team is going to receive either an Earth Scroll or a Heaven Scroll. You will need to collect both scrolls and reach the tower that is in the middle of the forest in order to pass. So half of the teams here will be passing then? Naruto asked. That would be on a good day, Enko said. Normally, less than half of the teams here pass this part because of either the conditions in the forest, or if they just have bad luck. Now an important rule is that nobody should open the scrolls before they reach the tower. What happens if we do? Ino asked. Enko grinned and said, now that would be telling. You're going to be in this forest for 5 days. 5 days. What about food? Choji wailed. Enko shot him a short glare interrupting her and said, there are lots of animals and plants in the forest, just make sure that none of them try to eat you. Now then, once the 5 days are over, anyone still inside the forest will be retrieved by a group of jounin that will be on standby. If you're still alive, that is. Oh yes. I almost forgot, each one of you needs to sign these forms. Enko then held up a small stack of papers as her fellow proctors began to pass them out to the crowd of genin. What are these? Fu asked. These are waivers that prevent Konoha from being responsible for your deaths, cause some of you are going to die in this portion, Enko explained. You need to pass in all 3 in order for your team to retrieve their scroll. Team 8 had signed their forms and went into the tent to receive their scroll. They were handed a Heaven Scroll and were about to leave when Enko appeared in front of them with a grin on her face. Is there anything you need, Enko-san? Shino asked. Just wanted to wish my favorite trio of brats good luck before they went in, Enko said. She then leaned in closer and said, be careful in there, there's a lot of tough competition this year. Don't worry Anko-san, we'll be alright, Hinata reassured her. Anko nodded and let the team pass. Those kids have grown on me, Anko thought. Maybe I'm turning soft. Anko shook her head and walked back to the small booth that contained the intercom system. She sat down as she waited for the word that all the teams were ready. How are we going to find the Uzumaki? Hamaguri asked. I say we just follow the smell of ramen. The Uzumaki were popular in ramen stands around the world, Mekajiki replied, earning him a smack in the head from his teammate. Last time I checked, neither one of us has the superior sense of smell and Inazuka possesses, Hamaguri informed him. Mekajiki snorted and said, then we'll just look for where the bugs gather. I think that one of his teammates is an Aburame. Good idea, and after we find him we'll just use our weapon to finish them off, Hamaguri added. Shujin looked at his teammates with a form of despair in his eyes. Uzumaki-san, I hope you are able to defeat me, he thought. So do we have a plan? The dark-skinned Kyumo male asked. Yeah. Find any team we come across and beat them to a pulp, the redhead shouted. But what if one of those teams contains the heir of a famous clan and we kill them? Then that clan may declare war on Kyumo after receiving the backing of their village. And if that happens then we may accidentally start the fourth great ninja war, the boy muttered. Shut up Omoi, the redhead yelled as she slammed her fist into Omoi's head, making him fall to the floor in a heap. The blonde sighed at her team's antics and began to think if being born in Kyumo was a curse. Do you remember our mission? The mummified Oto ninja asked his teammates. The spiky-haired one grinned and said, yep, go in there and kill the Uchiha. Just make sure that you don't mess up Yubaka, the female said as she cleaned her nails with a sunban. What did you say, bitch? The boy snarled as he took a step forward. That's enough, the mummy ordered as he grabbed his teammate's arm. Killing each other will only cause us to fail the mission. The boy and girl glared at each other before huffing and turning away. You two know what to do, right? The Kusa genin with the long tongue asked her teammates. Yes, her teammates replied. Man, I hope we only run into one team, Shikamaru sighed. Fighting two of them would be so troublesome. Quit being a lazy ass. Ino scolded. I just hope we run into Sasuke-kun's team so I can show him that I'm stronger than Billboard Brow. Is that Uchiha the only thing on your mind? Shikamaru asked as he shook his head. Ino, are you sure that getting Sasuke's attention is worth it? Choji asked. Don't you remember how he acted in the academy? Ino huffed and said, he was going through a tough time, with his brother killing his clan and everything. Naruto goes through a tough time too, Shikamaru said. Sure, he may have people who cares about him, but I once watched him as he went home and saw how his mood darkened when he went into his empty apartment. Why were you watching him? Choji asked. He seemed a little off that day, so I decided to follow him, Shikamaru explained. It was when I got home that I realized something. It was Mother's Day. One of the many holidays that Naruto never celebrates. Ino and Choji were silent at that, not knowing what to say. I hope we run into a youthful opponent inside this forest. Lee said as he performed one-handed push-ups while waiting for the exam to begin. I just hope that whoever we run into just gives us the scroll, Tenten muttered as she sharpened a kunai on a nearby rock. But Tenten, then we would not be able to show of our youthfulness. Lee complained. Niji huffed and turned away. It doesn't matter who we face, fate will decree us as the winners. Tenten just sighed in exasperation. Why couldn't she have been placed on a normal team? Think we're gonna run into anybody tough in there, boy? Kiba asked Akamaru. The white dog just barked his answer. Cha. Nobody's stronger than Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled. Kiba just rolled his eyes and asked, then what about Kakashi-sensei, or the Hokage? Or how about your not-so-secret admirer who has a love of green? Never mention that creep in my presence again. Sakura growled. Just make sure you two losers stay out of my way, Sasuke ordered. Hey! Who died and made you dictator? Kiba shouted. Shut up, dog breath. Don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that. Sakura screeched as she went to smash her fist into Kiba's head. In another universe where Kiba was replaced by Naruto who wasn't smart, she may have landed that hit. But because it wasn't that universe, Kiba just moved out of the way as the fist passed him completely. Whatever, just don't lead us into fighting that Gaara guy, Kiba snorted as he turned away. What are the odds we'll run into a giant snake? Kankuro asked. Get real, the only one who can summon giant snakes is Orochimaru of the Sannin, Temari informed him, and he's over in his new village of Otogakure. Well, haven't you heard the story of how this forest was made? Kankuro asked. They said that the negative energy the Shodaime Hokage used changed the animals inside. I'm just guessing as to how they changed. It doesn't matter who or what we encounter, Gaara said. I will prove my existence inside this place. His siblings just paled slightly and kept to a safe distance from their younger brother. I wonder what kind of heart I'll get next. Naruto wondered. If you are looking for a new one, you would most likely capture a lightning one due to wind elements being a rarity, Shino told him. Naruto grinned and said, that sounds good, I want to get a lightning heart so I could get Kakashi-sensei to teach me that lightning jutsu I saw him use one time. He said that you would need the Sharingan to properly use it. Why would it require the Sharingan? Hinata asked. I think he said something about tunnel vision or something like that, Naruto told her. I didn't really understand it. Maybe he'll explain it once you get a lightning heart, Hinata suggested. Naruto nodded and faced the gate as he awaited it to open. What do we do if we run into that strange Kusa ninja? My insects would not even go near her because of how dark her chakra is, Shino asked. We should stay away from her, I checked her out with my eyes and couldn't stand the sight of her chakra, Naruto said. Her chakra looked so cold. Error. I believe that it is good fortune that her team is on the other side of the forest, Shino said, Hinata nodding in agreement. Alright maggots and maggots, Enko's voice crackled over the loudspeaker, it's time to get the second exam underway. But before we begin, I have one last piece of advice for all of you. Beep. 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 Don't die. The gates opened and every single team raced into the forest. Enko grinned and sat down while pulling out a large box of dango. She popped one into her mouth and kept her ears open for any screams of terror or pain. Inside the forest, Naruto, Hinata, and Shino raced forward and landed on a tree branch. Hold on a minute, Naruto said. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto slammed his hand down and summoned a small fox with one tail and green markings over her orange fur. Greetings Naruto-sama, I am Sasha, a hunter fox, is there anything you need? Sasha asked. Yeah, I need you to keep an eye out for the original owner of this card, Naruto said as he pulled out one of Kabuto's ninja cards that he swiped when nobody was looking. He's a teenager wearing a purple outfit and has glasses. Oh, and he has a Konoha headband on him too. Of course, anything else? Sasha asked as she took a good whiff of the scent on the card. Yeah, meet us at the tower in the middle of the forest, that's where everyone who passes this exam will be at, Naruto told her. Sasha nodded and raced off into the foliage. Why are you concerned about Kabuto-san, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. He knew about my Jiongu, nobody is supposed to know about it, Naruto said. Bachan has never put it on my medical records either. No offense Hinata, but perhaps Hanabi-san talked about it outside of your compound, Shino suggested. Hinata shook her head. Not possible, she made a pinky promise, and Hanabi-chan has never broken a pinky promise, Hinata told him. I see, then we should be extra wary of him, Shino said. Yeah, now let's go and see if we can find a team, Naruto said as he prepared to jump. But the minute he crouched down, Hinata grabbed his arm. Naruto-kun, did you forget about something? Hinata asked. No. Why? He asked. Shino just shook his head and pointed at Hinata's eyes. A light bulb lit up in the blonde's head. Ah! My eyes! Kyubi cried as the light blinded him. Oh yeah. Hinata-chan can just use her Byakugan to see if there are any teams nearby. Naruto realized. Hinata then activated her Dojutsu and took a good look around. At the edge of her vision she could see a team of Kyomo ninjas stalking a team from Suna that didn't have Gaara. On the other side of her vision she could see a team of AIM ninjas that were heading in their direction. There's a team from AIM coming this way, Hinata told her team. This is the perfect place to set up a trap, Shino said as he sent out a few bugs. What makes you so sure? Naruto asked. Shino just pointed upwards and his friends directed their gazes there as well, their eyes widening when they saw what was above them. Are those what I think they are? Naruto asked. Shino nodded, making the blonde genin grin while he pulled his teammates in close to make a plan. A few minutes later, the three AIM genin appeared in the clearing. Where are they? One of them asked. I thought you said that they were here. They are here, I can sense their chakra in this area, the other one said. The next thing they knew, large leeches dropped down from the canopy above and began to suck on their chakra. The three AIM genin cried out and struggled to get them off, but couldn't get them off. Eventually they fell unconscious and the leech slowly inched their way off. That was quick, Naruto commented as he and his teammates walked out of the foliage. These leeches absorb most of the chakra of their victims, only leaving a minuscule amount left before they detach and search for their next meal, Shino explained as he began to search the AIM ninja for their scroll. It's another heaven scroll, Hinata sighed as she pulled out a scroll from the one she searched. Let's take it in case we have to bargain for our freedom if we are captured, Shino suggested. Naruto and Hinata nodded and she pocketed the scroll before they started leaping from branch to branch again. Outside. Enko was doing two of her favorite pastimes, eating dango and listening to screams of pain and terror. As she was relishing in the screams of another group of genin that had fallen prey to something, a chunin dropped down next to her. Excuse me Enko-san, but there's something that you should see, the chunin said. Enko sighed and pocketed her dango. Alright, let's go. The chunin then lead Enko a half-mile out to a small gathering of chunin and jounin. What's up? Enko said as she dropped down. We found 3 bodies here, all of them were Kusa genin, a jounin told her. And? That's not much to make a fuss about, Enko said in an uncaring attitude. All we have to do is claim that they were inside the forest when they died. That would work, if this wasn't wrong with them, the jounin said as he stepped away so Enko could get a look at the bodies. Enko gasped when she saw that they were all missing their faces, like someone just ripped them off. There's no mistake, Enko thought as she gripped her left shoulder, this is his jutsu. Enko then whirled around and said to the chunin and jounin, go to the Hokage and tell him that the snake stalks the bird's nest. Once they all left, Enko then leapt towards the forest of death, thoughts of rage circling through her mind. With Team 8. Our favorite trio of genin dashed through the forest cautiously, not wanting to fall into another team's trap. Man, it's been an hour and we haven't seen anyone. Naruto whined. The next thing he knew, Hinata had bashed him on the head with her bow. Do you want everyone to know where we are? Hinata asked as she gave him a small glare. No ma'am, Naruto mumbled as he hung his head. Inside his cage, the Kyubi was rolling on the floor in laughter. WHTSSH, Kyubi made a whipping motion with his tail while shaking with laughter. Shut up. We're not even dating. Naruto yelled. Even though you're hoping to do so, Kyubi pointed out with a large grin on his face. I have no idea what you're talking about. Naruto stuttered. The next thing he knew, his head was filled with images of him and Hinata dating, kissing, and dancing, along with them doing other things. Gah! Naruto was distracted so much that he missed the next branch and landed headfirst onto the ground. Naruto-kun. Hinata cried as she and Shino leapt down to him. Are you okay? What happened? Nothing, I just missed the branch, Naruto lied, not being able to look at Hinata without blushing heavily. Hinata raised an eyebrow at his actions but shook her head. Suddenly, a loud scream reached their ears, and the trio of friends realized that it came from close by. We should go check it out, Naruto said as he leapt to his feet. But what if it's a trap? Shino asked. Hold on a minute, let me check, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan. Her vision became more pronounced and changed into 360-degree vision. Pushing some more chakra into her eyes, Hinata was able to see farther than normal. The farthest she could see was about 50 meters, but she was able to see a little farther every day she trained. Looking around, she could see a female Kusa genin that was being attacked by a wild boar. The only problem was that the genin seemed to be out of weapons and had a sprained ankle. Another thing that Hinata noted was that she had red hair that was similar to Kushina and Natsumi. There's a Kusa genin about 20 meters from here and is being attacked by a wild boar. She's injured and it doesn't look like her teammates are around, Hinata said. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go help, Naruto said. Is it wise? For all we know it could be a trap, Shino said. Hinata shook her head and told him that there was nothing suspicious in the area. So without further arguments, the trio leapt into the trees. They came upon the Kusa Kunoichi and saw that she was backed against a tree while clutching a scroll as a large boar stalked towards her. Having seen enough, Naruto leapt into the air and shot out his threads, stabbing the boar through its body and pinning it to the ground. As soon as he landed, Hinata fired an arrow and pierced the boar through its forehead, killing it instantly. Yo, Naruto greeted as he turned around and faced the redhead, Hinata and Shino jumping down next to him. Take the scroll. Just don't hurt me, the girl cried as she thrusted her scroll forward. Seeing the scroll, Shino sighed. We have no need of your scroll, even if we did, it wouldn't help us. Why do we keep finding heaven scrolls? Naruto yelled, causing a flock of birds to fly away from the forest. He then took a deep breath to calm himself. Sorry about that, I'm just a little frustrated. That's putting it lightly, Kyubi muttered. Naruto just ignored him and turned his attention back to the girl. So what's your name? Naruto asked. I'm Karen, she answered. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. My name's Hinata Hyuga. Shino Aburame. You Uzumaki? But I thought that they were all dead. Karen wondered. Nope, there's a small number of us here in Konoha, Naruto told her. Then, I'm not alone? Karen asked. What do you mean? Hinata asked. Well, my Ka-chan told me that we came from a powerful clan, Karen began, one that came from an area between Konoha and Kiri. I lived with her and my Nei-chan in Kusa before we were separated. All I know is that Ka-chan died and that my sister is somewhere. I knew it. Kyubi cried in triumph. Are you talking about? Naruto roared back. This girl is an Uzumaki. The red hair is proof. Kyubi told him. Just because she has red hair doesn't mean that she's an Uzumaki, Naruto told him. True, but she has this particular shade of red that all Uzumaki possess. Nobody else has it, the bijou informed him. Naruto then took a good look at Karen's hair and realized that it was the exact same type of red that Kushina and Natsumi had. You are an Uzumaki, Naruto stated. How can you tell? Shino asked. Ka-chan told me that the Uzumaki clan possess a certain type of red hair, Naruto began. I'm not a redhead because my father's genes are apparently stronger than hers. But back to the main topic, Karen here has the Uzumaki shade of red hair. Too bad it doesn't help me back in Kusa, Karen muttered as she rubbed her ankle. Seeing their confusion, she elaborated. I'm not really liked in Kusa, people don't really like me and they treat me like a tool because of my advanced sensory abilities. How about you join Konoha? Naruto suggested. I'll become a nuke nin then. Karen shouted. Not really, Shino said, you're inside the forest of death in a survival test. Kusa will most likely think that you and your team perished inside here and they will eventually forget about you, allowing you to live a life here without fear of being discovered. That actually sounds like a good idea. Naruto said with a large grin. Wait a minute. Hinata shouted. What about your team? Those bastards died against some Tsunagai, Karen said. I told them that he was too strong for them. So they ran into Gaara. Naruto muttered. You know that guy? Karen screamed. We met before the exams started, Naruto explained. He said that mother would enjoy my blood, whatever that means. We should move out now, we're still in need of a scroll, Shino said. Right, so you ready to go? Naruto asked his relative. Karen sent him a glare and said, in case you haven't noticed, my ankle's sprained. Naruto shrunk under her glare and Hinata went to healing Karen. She activated her Byakugan and struck several points on the ankle to help heal it. What are you doing? Karen asked. There are tenketsu on the body that speed up the healing process, Hinata explained. I'm striking those tenketsu so that your ankle will heal faster. 1. After a few minutes, Karen's ankle was better, a little sore, but now she was able to travel without any problems. Okay, let's go, Naruto said as he and his friends jumped into the trees. They were traveling for about 10 minutes when an ominous aura covered the forest. What is that? Hinata asked, shivering a bit. I don't know, but it's making my insects very uncomfortable, Shino said. It was true, his insects were buzzing at an alarming rate. Let me check it out, Karen said as she made a few hand seals and closed her eyes. They then shot open and had a panicked look in them. There's a large amount of chakra being released, and there's a dark look to it. It's the Kusa ninja, Kyubi said. Naruto mentally nodded and said, alright, let's head away from there and try to find another team. But before he could say anything else, Naruto was forced to dodge as a blast of water impacted where he once was. I missed, Mekajiki cursed as he and his team appeared. I told you should have aimed it more to the left, Hamaguri reprimanded him. I'm guessing that you're here for our scroll? Shino asked as he stared at the two Kiri ninja. Hamaguri smirked and said, the scroll's just the bonus, what we're here for is the death of the Uzumaki. Team 8's eyes widened at this revelation and they immediately took a defensive formation, Karen taking her own form of combat. We're going to finish what our ancestors couldn't finish all those years ago. Mekajiki shouted. Just try, you'll be dead before you even realize it, Naruto said as his eyes hardened. Hamaguri then took a good look at Naruto before something clicked in his head. Hey, doesn't he look like the Yondaime Hokage? Mejikiki tilted his head a little and said, you're right. Take away those scars on his face and he would look just like him. Naturally, this little tidbit of information sent Team 8's heads for a spin. I should have known. Kyubi roared as he banged his head against the steel bars of the cage. Now that they mention it, Naruto does resemble the Yondaime in some way, Shino thought. Could it be possible that he's his son? I never really noticed, but it could be possible that Naruto-kun's related to the Yondaime in some way, Hinata thought. The Yondaime never had a son, didn't he and his family die during the Kyubi attack? Karen said to herself. See, could it be possible? Is my dad really the Yondaime? Naruto thought. But, why would he do this to me? Are you regretting me being here already? Kyubi asked, a small pang of hurt in his voice. No, I'm just shocked at this, Naruto thought. I'll have to talk to Ka-chan and Gigi when this is over. Hey, we could send his head to IWA and get a ton of money for this. Mekajiki realized. Hamaguri grinned and began to imagine himself swimming in a large pool of money. And we could sell the Hyuga girl to Kumo, then we'll be set for life. Hamaguri said with a large smirk. Shujin was quiet the whole time. If he's really related to the yondaime, then he would have a great knowledge of seals. Maybe I can truly be free. But it looks like he doesn't even know, so it looks my hopes haven't been answered. He then looked up and sent a silent prayer. Dear Kami, I only ask you one thing. If I die here, make sure that my Otuto is able to live in a place where he will find happiness. Enough talk. Let's kill them and get rich. Hamaguri shouted as he jumped forward and pulled out his tanto, aiming it at Naruto's head. Naruto quickly raised his claw and caught the blade before he was pushed back when Hamaguri kicked him in the chest. Team 8 and jumped back, with Karen jumping after Hinata. I'll go after the Aburame, Mekajiki said as he jumped down. I'll take the Kunoichi, Hamaguri said with a lust-filled grin on his face. Mekajiki groaned and said, make sure you think with your upper head this time. Don't worry, I'll save one for you, his teammate said as he laughed. And you, worthless scum, will be taking the Uzumaki. Shuji nodded and the Kiri Genin leapt after their targets. Shino vs Mekajiki. Shino cursed as he landed. He was forced away from his teammates and had no idea where they were. What was worse was that he had no idea what these Kiri Genin were capable of aside from their weapons. Mekajiki suddenly landed across from him with a smirk on his face. He took out his Kuzurigama and began to twirl the chain that had the weight on the end. An Aburame, and the air no less. This should be interesting, the Kiri Genin said as he took a step forward. He then jumped back as a small swarm of insects shot towards him. He freed his hands and began to make seals. Suetun, Teppadama. Mekajiki cried as he shot small spheres of water at the insects, forcing them to scatter, lest they be drowned. Shino frowned and pulled out his swords before he rushed the Kiri Genin and slashing at him with one of the blades. Mekajiki blocked the strike with the chain before he jumped back to avoid Shino's second strike. Shino then thrusted a sword forward and scratched Mekajiki's side. Interesting, I've always heard that the Aburame were ones who fight from afar, Mekajiki commented as he sent the weight at Shino. I decided to become unique and try something that only a small few in my clan have done, Shino explained as he dodged the attack and went to slash his opponent's chest. The Kiri ninja jumped back, but still received a small cut on his clothes. Mekajiki swung his Kuzurigama like a lasso and sent it flying towards Shino. He ducked underneath it and rolled to the side when his opponent pulled on the chain, forcing the blade to come back to him. Shino then raced forward and threw a punch at his opponent, who blocked it with his forearm. Mekajiki jumped back while firing a Teppadama at Shino, preventing him from following. Well, I suppose it's time to end this, Mekajiki said as he prepared to throw the weight towards Shino. You're right, Shino said as he sheathed his katanas, this battle's over. Giving up ALR-, Mekajiki was cut off as he suddenly felt tired. Sensing an itching sensation on his legs, he looked down and saw that his legs were covered by insects. How? Mekajiki gasped as he struggled to stay on his feet. When you blocked my punch before, I planted a female insect on you, Shino explained. She released a scent that only her male counterparts could detect. I had them burrow through the ground and crawl up your legs to drain your chakra when you jumped back. To think that I've been bested by a bloodline scum. Mekajiki groaned as he fell to the floor in a heap. Shino let out a sigh of relief and jumped away to find his friends. Hinata and Karen vs Hamaguri. The unnaturally haired girls jumped back at their opponent slammed onto the ground where they were, his sword stuck into the ground. He, I get two lovely ladies all to myself, Hamaguri chuckled as his eyes roamed over the two females' bodies. He picked up his sword and ran his hand along the metal. Hinata repressed the urge to shiver as she saw his eyes land on her developed chest. Only one person was able to stare at her like that, even if he didn't, as far as she knew. She dashed forward and went for the traditional juken strike to the chest. Hamaguri dodged it and went to slash at her with his sword. Hinata jumped back, but part of her jacket was cut, revealing the deep purple shirt underneath. A shame that you've got a bloodline. You would have actually been someone I would consider having my way with, Hamaguri sighed as he made several hand seals. Suetun, Hahanryu. Hamaguri spat out a sphere of water into his hand and threw it at Hinata and Karen. They jumped away as it shot through the trees behind them. Hak Kushu. Hinata shouted as she sent a blast of condensed air at Hamaguri, who was caught off guard and sent back into the trees. Hinata prepared to activate her Byakugan when Karen stopped her. Save your chakra, my sensing abilities will find him, she said. Hinata nodded and loaded an arrow into her bow before waiting for Karen to find the Kiri Genin. There. Karen pointed in the foliage. Hinata quickly aimed and let the arrow fly through the air and hit Hamaguri, who let out a cry of pain. Hinata then jumped into the air and let loose another arrow. Hamaguri jumped out of the tree, revealing that he had an arrow embedded in his shoulder. Bloodline whore. Hamaguri snarled as he slashed at her with his sword. Hinata dodged the slashes and tried to find an opening. On one particular swing, Hamaguri threw too much of his weight forward and lost his balance. Hinata capitalized on this and landed several strikes on him, closing several of his tenketsu before he jumped back and tried to get back some feeling in his arm. You're lucky we want some money from Kumo. If I had any say in this you would be dead after I break you. Hamaguri growled as he got a crazed look in his eyes. He then had to jump back to avoid the kunai thrown by Karen. Suetun, Mizurappa. Hamaguri roared as he let a large blast of water loose. Hinata grabbed Karen and jumped away. Hinata then let another arrow fly and watched as it impacted against Hamaguri's thigh. He howled in pain, especially since this one was charged with chakra and closed the surrounding tentetsu. Hamaguri stumbled to the Gru-D and Hinata dashed forward, closing the tenketsu on his legs and arms. The two girls watched as Hamaguri fell onto the floor in a crumpled heap. Come on, we have to help Naruto-kun and Shino-kun, Hinata said. Karen nodded and prepared to leave. Suetun, water binding jutsu. Hamaguri shouted as he slammed his working hand onto the ground. 2. The next thing the girls knew, their legs were entrapped by water, preventing them from moving. Hinata couldn't turn around to fire a Hak Kushu at him, unless she could turn her upper body completely around. Don't think that you've won just yet, you freak, Hamaguri said as he weakly pulled himself to his feet. He then picked up his sword and slowly walked towards Hinata. I'll take care of you first, then I'll be able to have fun with the attractive one. 3. Hamaguri said as he prepared to drive his tanto into Hinata's right arm. Naruto Kun. Hinata screamed, hoping that her love could save her. Naruto vs. Shujin. Naruto landed on the ground in a crouch and let out a snarl of frustration. He was being targeted again, except this time it wasn't for him being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He looked up as the cloaked Kiri Genin landed on a branch above him. I'm sorry, Shujin said as he kept his head down. Naturally, this confused Naruto. For what? He asked. For having to fight you. If I had a will of my own, would have never been here, Shujin answered. What do you mean if you had a will of your own? Naruto asked. Kyuubi listened in, slightly interested in what was happening. Have you heard about the bloodline purges in Kiri? Shujin asked. I'm one who possesses a bloodline, and they decided to test out a seal on me that would make me their weapon. It makes me a prisoner of my own body. Naruto growled, angry that anyone could be treated like that. Can the seal be removed? Naruto asked. Shujin shook his head. Not unless you are a true master of Fuinjutsu. It's so intertwined with my body that any attempt to remove it would literally rip me apart. I heard the sealers say that it was based on the little knowledge they had of the Hyuga's caged bird seal. This made Naruto scowl, seeing that the Hyuga's seal was causing even more pain, even if they didn't know it. Before we fight, I would like to know your name, Naruto said as he crouched down low and held his claws out. Shujin reached up and pulled back his hood, revealing his slightly pale skin and black hair that had a little white in it. He had dark green eyes and 2 red dots on his forehead. My true name has been forgotten, all I have is the name my enslavers gave me. I am Shujin Kagaya. Shujin then pulled off his robe as it hung around his waist. He reached up to his shoulder and gripped it tightly before he began to pull on it. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched his opponent pull out a bone that was shaped like a sword. But what really caught his attention was the seal on the middle of his chest where it had the kanji for control in a sickly yellow color. This is the Kekei Genkai of the Kagaya clan, the Shikatsu Myaku, Shujin said as he leapt forward and aimed his sword at Naruto. The young blonde shook himself back to reality and moved to the side. Shujin's sword stuck itself into the ground, but he used it as a handstand to send a kick that landed on Naruto's chest. Naruto flipped in the air and landed on his feet. He looked up to see Shujin right on top of him with his sword ready to stab him in the gut. Naruto quickly spun around and the sword passed right by him while he backhanded him away. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto shouted as he breathed out a large fireball at the Kiri Genin. Shujin jumped over the flames and threw his sword at Naruto. He caught it with his gauntlet and jumped back as Shujin landed where he was with several bones popping out of his fist. You're good, Naruto said as he undid the belt of his coat and activated his Sharingan, keeping it under a small genjutsu. Thank you, it has been a long time since I've been complimented for my prowess in battle, Shujin told him as he pulled out 2 bones from his shoulder. He then dashed forward and went for an X-slash. Naruto jumped back and expertly threw his trenchcoat off where it landed on a branch. One of Crab's claws shot out of Naruto's back and gripped Shujin's arm. Naruto then whirled around and had the claw release Shujin as it threw him into a tree. Shujin got up and raced to Naruto as curved bones sprouted from his arms. He began to twirl around like a top and Naruto made some quick seals and slammed his hands on the ground, bringing up an wall of earth to try and block him. Shujin was momentarily stopped by the wall before he vaulted over it and made a downward slash against Naruto. The blonde Jinchuriki backflipped away while Crab's mask opened its mouth and fired a blast of water. Shujin dove to the side and avoided the attack. I must say, your powers are very interesting, Shujin said. I have never seen anything like it. As far as I know, I'm the second one with this, the other one having it during the time of the Shodame Hokage, Naruto told him. He then put his hands into the Tora seal. Jiongu, activate. All 3 of his masks shot out of his back and landed around him. Shujin was surprised and couldn't avoid Titan as he landed a rock-hard fist into Shujin's gut, sending him into a tree. The Kagaya pulled himself out and got back to his feet. Go! Naruto commanded as Fox dashed forward and head-butted Shujin back into the tree. Titan then jumped into the air and dove down to slam his fist into the Kagaya, who managed to get out of the way. But before he could do anything, he was forced to duck down as Crab shot out a barrage of tepadamas from his claws. Shujin danced through the watery bullets and was about to attack the water heart when he had to jump away from the fire bullets that impacted the area he was previously occupying. Amazing, I've never had this much fun when I was sparring back in Kiri, Shujin said as he watched Naruto and his hearts. Naruto Kun. Hinata's scream rang out through the surrounding area. Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly turned to see Hinata about to lose her arm to Hamaguri. In a burst of speed, Naruto channeled the Kyuubi's chakra and raced over there. Hinata closed her eyes in fear, but then she felt herself being roughly shoved to the side. She looked over and saw Naruto standing where she was trapped. She looked on in horror and couldn't utter a word as she saw the sword descend. Naruto looked at Hinata, thankful that his best friend was safe. He then looked at the sword as it descended. It didn't help that his Sharingan showed that it would probably kill him. He knew that he wouldn't really die, just lose a heart and get revived, but the thought of dying installed a good amount of fear into his mind. Unconsciously, he channeled more chakra into his Sharingan, and his vision became extremely clear and he unconsciously did something that made his whole body feel funny. He also felt himself shout out the name of whatever he was doing. Kamui. Forest of Death. Kamui. Everyone watched in amazement as Hamaguri's sword practically went through Naruto like he was a ghost. Naruto landed on the ground with a small bounce while Hamaguri stumbled as he looked at Naruto with fear in his eyes. Are you? Hamaguri cried as he tried to back away. Naruto was still in shock himself, not really understanding what had happened either. All he knew was that he sent a large burst of chakra to his eyes and turned into a ghost. Naruto-kun, what was that? Hinata asked as she knelt beside him. I don't know, Naruto said as he fished through his pockets for a kunai. All I know is that I sent a huge amount of chakra to my eyes. He then whirled around and shoved Hinata behind him when he heard Hamaguri let out a battle cry and race forward with his sword out in front of him. Daiyu bloodline Frigurk. Hamaguri was stopped and looked down where a bone drenched in his blood was sticking out of his chest. He weakly turned around and saw that Shujin was behind him with an enraged expression. Die, so I may be free, Shujin whispered as he roughly jerked the bone out of Hamaguri's chest. You should have died with the rest of your family of freaks. Hamaguri gasped as he fell to the floor dead. Naruto's 3 masks shot out of the bushes and were about to rush the Kaguya until Naruto stilled them with a wave of his hand. Why would he do that to his own teammate? Shino asked as he stepped out of the bushes. They were treating him like a slave because of his bloodline, Naruto explained. Yes, they would use the seal that was on my body whenever they wanted to control me, Shujin explained. Only a highly advanced seal master can have a chance of removing it. Maybe my Ka-chan could help, she's really good with seals, Naruto said. Shujin seemed hopeful at the prospect of having his seal removed. Naruto, Shino sighed, do you just like picking up people to take home? Naruto just blushed and rubbed the back of his head. He then pulled out the kunai with his other hand and looked at his eyes, widening them with what he saw. His Sharingan had completely changed. It now looked like an X that was reaching to the edges of his eye, but the ends were curved till they were touching extension of the X to its right. The colors were inverted also, making it a red X on a black eye with a black dot in the middle of the X. 1. What is this? Naruto asked. The Manjikyu Sharingan, Kyubi told him. An advanced form of the Sharingan. I'll explain more of it once you're asleep for the night. It looks like another evolution of the Sharingan, Hinata noted. I've never seen anything like it. I've heard legends of it in Kiri, Shujin said. They say it's called the Manjikyu Sharingan, and that it has unbelievable abilities, able to do things that others would only be able to perform weak imitations of. Such as that ability of intangibility. It's called Kamui, at least, that's the name I shouted out, Naruto said. I still have no idea how I did it. So what scroll did your team have? Karen asked. Shujin walked over to Hamaguri's corpse and fished through his pockets till he pulled out an earth scroll before tossing it into Naruto's hands, who happily pocketed the scroll. Now shall we go to the HHH? Shujin fell to the floor as his seal began to glow orange. He withered around in pain while Hinata and Karen tried to help him. I knew you would betray us, Mekajiki said as he stepped out of the bushes, his hand held in a half-Tora seal. Let him go. Naruto roared, his newly acquired Manjikyu spinning wildly. Mekajiki chuckled before pressing more chakra into the seal, making Shujin's cries become louder. Hinata tried to find a way to stop the seal with her Byakugan while Karen used what little healing jutsu she had learned, but nothing seemed to work. The maniacal Kiri Genin reached into his pocket and pulled out a soldier pill before popping it into his mouth, making his chakra levels skyrocket. That must be how he was able to move after I left him, he must have taken one after he was sure that I was gone, Shino thought. First I'm going to make you suffer, then I'm going to take you back to Kiri where you'll be given another seal. And that one will make sure that you never have free will ever again. Mekajiki shouted. You talk too much, Naruto said as he sent a mental command. Crab's claw burst through the Kiri Genin's chest with his heart in its clutches. Crab ripped the heart out and everyone watched as Mekajiki fell to the floor as his tormenting of Shujin ended. Naruto-kun, Hinata said as tears filled her eyes, I don't think he's going to make it. What? Naruto cried as he raced towards Shujin's side. The seal damaged his internal organs, just like how the brain would be damaged when someone would use the caged bird seal on a branch member, Hinata explained. That Kiri Genin had it activated for too long. It doesn't help that this seal is stronger than the caged bird seal. Not even my healing jutsus helped, Karen said as she lowered her head. 2. It. Naruto swore as he slammed his hand into the ground. Naruto-san, Shujin said. Come closer. Naruto knelt beside the dying Kaguya and listened. You gave me hope that I would be free, and in a sense, I am. Now I have only 2 things to ask of you. What do you need? Naruto asked, ready to fulfill the Kaguya's last wishes. First, tell me, can your abilities take the powers of others? Shujin asked. Yes, but only if I take their hearts, Naruto told him. Good, take my heart, it won't help me where I'm going anyway, Shujin asked. Naruto looked at Hinata who activated her Byakugan. His heart is fine, it wasn't damaged as bad as the others thanks to Karen's help, Hinata told him. Okay, what's the other thing? Naruto asked. There is one more Kaguya out there, he will be the last one after I die, Shujin said. I want you to find him and keep him safe. The Uzumaki clan were allies of the Kaguya and 2 others in the past, so I trust you. What is his name? Naruto asked as he brought out his threads. Shujin smiled and said, his name is Kimimaro Kaguya, my little brother. Please find him and keep him safe. That is all I ask of you. I will find him and help him become strong so that he can fight in your name, Naruto said with determination. Before I take your heart, I have one thing to say. Your name means prisoner, but that is not what you are right now, Naruto said as he moved his tread so they went into the Kaguya's body painlessly. I'm going to give you a new name, one that defines who you are. Your name is Jiyu. 3. Yes, that fits nicely, thank you, Naruto, I'll be sure to treasure this wonderful gift you've given me. The gift of freedom, the newly named Jiyu said as he closed his eyes and accepted death with a smile on his face. Naruto pulled out his heart and watched the mass of strings as it held Jiyu's heart. Hinata and Karen were openly crying at Jiyu's death, and Shino bowed his head as several tears fell down his cheeks. Naruto was crying as well but stayed strong. He took his trenchcoat from Fox and pulled out 3 scrolls. He stored Mekajiki's heart into one of them and pulled out a mask from the other. It was styled like Haku's but lacked the Kiri symbol and wave design, replacing it with red lines that were similar to Tenzo's mask, but there were no green markings. There was an area that had large pointy teeth where the mouth would be that opened up. He placed the mask on the threads that had Jiyu's heart and watched as the mask transformed. It had a spherical body with 2 strong legs sticking out of the bottom and a tail hanging from the back. It had long arms with small orbs on the end. The mask was sitting in the middle of the main body, staring at the group. 4. Naruto then walked over to Jiyu's body and opened the last scroll. He placed it next to Jiyu and slammed his hand on the sealing matrix that had the kanji for preserve written in the middle. In a puff of smoke, Jiyu's body was sealed inside the scroll, safely preserved until Naruto decided to release him. Let's go and set up camp, I feel really tired, Naruto said. Everyone nodded and leapt through the trees for a while until they came upon a small cave. Later, Naruto sighed as he sat on the rock by the entrance. He was concealed by the shadows and had a good view of the forest. He was still troubled over the day's events and was still feeling down about it. Are you okay? Naruto turned around and saw that Hinata was standing behind him. It amazed him how stealthy she could be. If she wanted to, she could have knocked him out and he would be none the wiser as to who did it. Yeah, I still feel like I should have done something, Naruto said. Hinata placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "It's not your fault, none of us knew what would happen to Jiyu. We didn't know what his seal was capable of, so we couldn't have done anything." "I know that, but still." Naruto trailed off. "Shino-kun's already beating himself up for not making sure that the Kiri Genin was knocked out," Hinata told him. "You can't save everyone right now, Naruto-kun, but that doesn't mean that you can't do it when you're stronger." Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you, Hinata-chan, you always make me feel better." He reached over and wrapped her up in a hug, which she gladly returned, with a tomato-red face. "Now go and get some sleep, it's my turn to be the guard," Hinata said. Naruto nodded and went back into the cave before crawling into his sleeping bag. He closed his eyes and let his mind wander. He opened them again and saw that he was inside his mindscape, except he was in the hallway instead of being in front of the Kyuubi's cage. "Why am I here? I thought I would be at the cage?" Naruto wondered. He heard water being moved around and turned to see someone he never expected in his mindscape. "Oh, hello Tenshi-san, are you here to take me to where I will spend all of eternity?" Jiyu asked. "And why have you taken the form of my friend Naruto?" Jiyu, this is my mindscape, the question I want to ask is, how the hell are you here?" Naruto shouted. Jiyu's eyes widened and he began to sputter. But I died. Shouldn't I be in heaven or hell?" "I can answer that." Naruto and Jiyu looked to the side and saw a hallway where there was a red glow. "What did you do, Kyuubi?" Naruto shouted as he ran down the hallway, dragging Jiyu with him. Naruto skidded to a stop in front of the cage as Jiyu stumbled around to get his bearings. As soon as he cleared his head, he looked up and saw the towering bijou inside of the cage. "I see, so that is why you seemed familiar," Jiyu said quietly. "You're a Jinchuriki like Yagura and Utakata-senpai." "Who are they?" Naruto asked. "Yagura is the Yondaime Mizukage and Jinchuriki of the Sanbai, and Utakata-senpai is the Jinchuriki of the Rokubi," Jiyu explained. Naruto nodded and turned back to his fluffy partner. "I decided to bring in his spirit to your body while you were busy speaking with him," Kyuubi said. 5. "I know what it's like to be trapped by a seal, and decided to do something nice for your Kagaya friend. Besides, what kind of extremely distant cousin would I be if I didn't help a fellow family member?" "What do you mean by that?" Jiyu asked. "Sit down because this is a long story. You already know that the Rikudo Sennin had the two sons who would eventually create the Senju and Uchiha clans, but what you don't know is that his brother Hamura Otsutsuki created his own descendants, the progenitors of the Hyuga and Kagaya clans. Hiro and Shirudo were his sons. However, the brothers then decided to try and create a clan together. The result of this was a fiery redhead known as Ikari Uzumaki, firstborn of the Uzumaki clan, and your ancestor." "Wow, that's amazing," Naruto said. "Indeed, I know that it sounds skeptical, but you can't doubt the words of the ones who truly knew the great sage," Jiyu replied. "Now what about my Manjikyu?" Naruto asked, activating his new eyes and looking at his reflection. "This is going to be an even longer explanation," Kyuubi sighed as he got himself comfortable. "The Manjikyu Sharingan is the highest form of the Uchiha clan's Jujutsu. It possesses a wide range of abilities and is unlocked through 3 ways. I suppose that our distant relative can listen since he's going to be here. The first way, which is more widely known throughout the Uchiha, is unlocking it through great grief. It was discovered to be unlocked through the killing of the ones closest to you. Brothers would try to kill each other just to get these eyes. The downside of unlocking it through this way is that the eyes would slowly deteriorate through each use until they were blind. The only way to fix this would be done by taking the Manjikyu of your closest relative, usually your brother or parents. By taking their eyes and inserting them into their own sockets, it combined both Manjikyu and turned them into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. "That's horrible!" Naruto cried. "Indeed, but back then, people would do anything for power. Now the second way to unlock the Manjikyu is more simple, yet not as greatly known throughout the clan, is by straining their Sharingan. By straining it I mean that they have to keep it active for a very long time and pushing their eyes to the limit. By unlocking it this way the user had a 50% chance of keeping their eyesight and not needing to take another set of Manjikyu Sharingan. That seems so much more simpler than the first way, Jiyu said. Indeed, but it is a long process and there were only a few Uchiha who would try to unlock the Manjikyu this way, Kyubi said. So they would just take the easy way out and kill one of their precious people? Naruto questioned. Kyubi nodded and continued, now the third and final way to unlocking the Manjikyu Sharingan, is what I call, the pure way. It is unlocked by neither great grief or great stress, but through sacrifice. But I didn't sacrifice myself, Naruto stated. But you were about to. When you shoved you little vixen out of harm's way, you did not even stop to think about what you were doing. You just acted because you wanted to protect her. When you attempted to sacrifice yourself, you activated the Manjikyu through pure intentions alone, not by being greedy and killing a loved one, but by being protective and saving one of your precious people. Unlocking the Manjikyu Sharingan this way prevents make you lose your sight, and can give you the potential to have eyes stronger than the eternal Manjikyu. Wow, so what can this Manjikyu do? Naruto asked. I don't really know, but I can direct you to the Uchiha clan's shrine where they have Jiji's tablet. It's a record of what had happened during his lifetime and the things he did. He also put in a listing of what the Manjikyu can do after having his Uchiha son perform them. Me and my siblings helped him create it, using our powers so that it would never be destroyed. Now it's time you woke up, morning has come, Kyubi said as he took a big breath and blew Naruto back into his real body. Morning. Naruto groggily opened his eyes and sat up, stretching and popping his stiff joints. He looked around and saw that Shino was awake and checking his supplies. Karen just walked in as it was her who had the last shift for the night. He looked to his left and saw Hinata wrapped up in her sleeping bag like a mummy, causing him to snicker at her. Deciding to lighten the mood, he unsealed a cinnamon bun and blew on it, pushing its scent towards Hinata. She quickly unraveled herself and leapt towards Naruto, who dropped the cinnamon bun and dove towards safety. Hinata quickly snatched up the snack and devoured it. She had a dreamy look in her eyes when she realized where she was. I did it again, didn't I? Hinata asked as she tried to hide her red face. Naruto just nodded with a large grin on his face while Hinata tried to become a turtle. As amusing as this is, we still need to get to the tower, Shino said. Bug Boy's right, I don't feel like having another run-in with another team of psychos, Karen pointed out. Naruto just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. He then picked up a scroll out of his pocket and unsealed the mask that had Jiyu's heart. He looked at it in deep thought. How do you work your Kekkai Genkai? Naruto asked. You focus your chakra into your bones and control its growth, Jiyu informed him. You can alter its shape and density to however you wish. Naruto closed his eyes and did as Jiyu said. After sending the chakra through to his new heart, he opened his eyes and watched the changes happen. 2 large curved bones sprouted from each shoulder, acting like shields. 3 rows of spines popped out of the back, converging into 1 row as it went down the tail. 4 sharp claws came out of orbs and curved themselves. 3 talons crawled out of its feet while another bone slowly made its way out of the heel of the foot. I'll name you, Shredder, Naruto said, thinking that it was the appropriate name for a creature with a lot of sharp weapons. Fitting name, Shino noted. Hinata and Karen just nodded in agreement and Naruto sealed up Shredder once more and changed the kanji on the seal so it now said its name on the scroll. I can't wait to try this guy out on someone, Naruto said giddily. Shino shivered at the thought and tried to focus on something else. 5 minutes later, Team 8 and Karen was jumping through the forest towards the tower when Naruto stopped them. What's wrong? Karen asked. I get the feeling that we're being watched, Naruto said. Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked around. I see a blob on chakra in the tree line above us, but I can't tell what it is, she said. Suetun, Teppadama. Naruto fired a water bullet at the area Hinata pointed him to, and punctured a hole through the tree. Strange, now it's gone, Hinata told him as she looked around. My insects can't tell what it was, but they say that the chakra was familiar, Shino informed them. Must have been a Konoha ninja, Naruto said. Hang on, I'm sensing about 12 chakra signatures converging in one place, Karen said. We should go and check it out, Shino said. Some of our former classmates might be there. $20 says that Sasuke team dragged his team into something they couldn't handle, Naruto said. Hoping that someone would take that bet. Naruto-kun, nobody would bet against you, especially since you're the opposite of Tsunade-sama, Hinata pointed out. Naruto just laughed and motioned for Karen to lead her new friends towards where she sensed the chakra signatures. With Team 7 and Team Dosu. Kiba swore as he and Akamaru knelt down on the floor in pain. That mummy Oto shinobi, Dosu if he remembered, had used a device on his arm to emit sound waves to incapacitate his enemies. And with Kiba being an Inuzuka, the attack hurt him even worse along with Akamaru. He looked over to where Lee lied on the floor, having been the original target of the attack. The green-clad genin had jumped in to help them after they were resting from their encounter with Orochimaru. The traitorous snake had bit Sasuke on the neck and gave him a gift, as he called it, and told the Uchiha to seek him out for power before vanishing. After that Kiba had lifted Sasuke and escaped while Sakura screeched about how her Sasuke-kun was hurt and needed her help. Sometimes, Kiba wondered how she even passed the graduation test in the academy. They had taken refuge in a hollowed tree where Sakura used her medical skills to help Sasuke. Kiba was surprised that she even knew some, considering the fact that she would stalk the Uchiha Scion every day. Now they were being attacked by the Sound Trio who had assaulted Kabuto in the beginning of the exams. They claimed that it was their mission to kill Sasuke, not surprising to Kiba considering that he was the last loyal Uchiha in Konoha. Even though he wanted to let them at the Downed Avenger, there were 3 things that would cause him trouble if that happened. 1. Sasuke was part of his team, which was by proxy, his pack. All Inuzuka were taught at a young age to defend the pack. So even though he was a prick, Sasuke was still a member of the pack. 2. His mother would definitely find out and rip him 3 new ones. Especially since she taught him all about being a part of a pack. 3. Sakura would wail and moan at the top of her voice until everyone in the world went deaf. Kiba shuddered at the last one. He had a sinking feeling he would still be able to hear her even if his ears were ripped off. Ha! These Konoha ninjas aren't so tough. The Otonin with the spiky black hair, Zaku gloated as he looked at Kiba. Their kunoichi are even worse, the Oto kunoichi, Kin sneered as she held Sakura by her hair. Just look at this one, probably spends her time putting on makeup just to impress her Prince Charming. Just shows how superior Otogakure is, the leader, Dosu said. Kiba growled and took a step forward. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Kin said as she pulled harder on Sakura's hair, making the girl cry out in pain as the Oto kunoichi tried to pull the hair out of her scalp. Unless you want this wannabe kunoichi to see why she should just leave the fighting to the experts. Don't mock me. Sakura cried as she pulled out a kunai and sliced off her hair, making Kin jump back since she lost her grip on her prisoner. I'll fix this, Zaku said as he raised his hands, the tubes on his palms facing Sakura. But before he could fire, he suddenly stopped and struggled to raise his arms as they were forced down to his sides. Man, you just had to be in a troublesome situation, didn't you, Kiba? Shikamaru said as he walked out of the bushes with his shadow connected to Zaku, making the Otonin walk towards him as well. Kin! Get this guy! Zaku yelled. Kin raised a fist full of Sanbon and prepared to throw them at Zaku when she froze and instead threw them at Dosu, forcing him to jump away. What are you doing? Dosu roared. Sorry, but your friend's not here right now, can I take a message? Kin said as she smirked. Kiba looked over and saw, out of the corner of his eye, Choji holding a limp Ino. Ino must have switched minds with her, Kiba realized. All that was left was to deal with Dosu. The remaining Oto ninja just threw a kunai at Kin. Ino quickly turned her prisoner's body just enough so that the weapon just grazed her cheek, leaving a thin cut. A similar cut appeared on Ino's cheek. This guy won't hesitate to attack his own teammates, meaning that our plan is useless. Shikamaru thought. Ino, get out of there. This guy will kill her just to kill you. Ino quickly released her hold over Kin and retreated back to her own body as the Oto Kunoichi snapped back into reality. Just happened? Kin questioned as she looked around. That blonde bimbo took over your body before we forced her to release her jutsu, Zaku said. Now get this guy's shadow off of me. Kin nodded and threw several senbon at Shikamaru, who jumped back and brought Zaku close to getting hit by his own teammate. Dosu moved closer to the comatose Lee in an attempt to take him out when he was forced to dodge because of the barrage of kunai and shuriken that flew at him from the trees. In a quick second, Niji and Tenten dropped down between Dosu and Lee. They're like cockroaches, Dosu growled as he stepped back and prepared his melody arm. I should end you here and now, Niji said as he entered the Juken stance. Even though he may be annoying, Lee is still my teammate. However, before he could make a move, his Byakugan caught something from behind him. No, fate says that another will defeat you. At this time, Team 8 and Karen landed in the clearing. Looks like there's a party going on, Naruto said as he looked around. Indeed there does, Hinata said as she pulled out her bow and loaded it with an arrow. Just then there was an explosion of dark chakra from the small cave where Sasuke was as a black mist flowed out. Inside his mind, Kyubi growled as he sensed the dark chakra being emitted. Everyone looked as Sasuke stepped out of the cave with black markings on his skin. Sakura, who did this to you? Sasuke asked in an eerily calm voice. Sasuke-kun, Sakura managed to get out as she observed her not-so-secret love. Answer me. Sasuke demanded. I did. Zaku gloated. What are you gonna do about it? Zaku. Wait. Dosu cried out as he saw the markings on Sasuke's body. Don't worry Dosu, I'll take care of him. Zankukyakua. Zaku fired a massive gust of wind from the holes in his palms that leveled everything in front of him. When the dust settled, the area was blown to bits and Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Was that supposed to do something? Sasuke asked as he stood behind Zaku. Before he could react, the Uchiha had kicked the Oto ninja to the ground and grabbed his arms. You seem pretty proud of these arms, I wonder what would happen if I took them away. Then Sasuke placed his foot on Zaku's back and began to pull on his arms. For some reason, that brat's become even more bloodthirsty than before, Kyubi said. There's something on him that's enhancing his desire for pain and suffering. Zaku fell unconscious as the pain of having his arms broken was too much for him. Sasuke grinned evilly and looked over and saw Naruto. Uzumaki. Fight me right now so I can show everyone my superiority. Sasuke demanded. But due to his crazed state, he never noticed Kiba as he snuck behind him and struck him in the back of the neck, effectively knocking him out. What did you do to Sasuke-kun? Sakura screeched. Ino would have shouted something as well, but was too busy holding her aching head after Sakura's yell. After shaking the ringing from his ears away, Kiba turned to Sakura and said, I was making sure that he didn't do anything stupid. In case you haven't noticed, we're surrounded by enemies. He then turned to Dosu and said, leave your scroll and I'll let you leave with your teammates. Dosu weighed his options for a second before pulling out his scroll and setting it on the ground before collecting Zaku and Kin and leaving. While this was going on, Niji had turned his attention to Hinata and said, Hinata-sama, must you embarrass the Hyuga clan by using something as useless as a weapon? In another dimension where Naruto never got the Jiongu and never became friends with Hinata early on, she might have faltered and stuttered some form of an apology. But this isn't that dimension, so Hinata looked at Niji directly in the eyes and asked. Niji and Ai-san, are you jealous about the fact that I'm allowed to use a weapon and you're not? Do you see this as another main family privilege? Niji saw red and was about to take a step forward when Tenten grabbed his arm and said, "We don't have time for this, we need to get to the get out of here so Lee can get some proper medical attention." Hinata noted that Niji seemed to calm down a little when Tenten spoke. She filed that away as teasing material if her suspicions were right. Niji nodded and picked up Lee while he and his teammate fled the scene. "You know, we could just take your scroll since you guys are already down," Shikamaru said to the conscious members of Team 7. Kiba tensed up and Sakura looked nervous. "What do you need?" Naruto asked. "Heaven," Shikamaru said while raising an eyebrow. He quickly caught the scroll that Naruto threw at him and asked, "You're just giving it to us?" "We've got extras," Shino said as he pushed up his glasses. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything as he and his team left the area. "Hey!" Kiba shouted as Team 8 prepared to leave. "You wouldn't happen to have another extra, would you? Ours was kinda destroyed when Sasuke tried to trade it for his life." "Don't say bad things about Sasuke Kun," Sakura yelled. After regaining her hearing, Karen reached into her pouch and tossed Kiba the other heaven scroll they had. Kiba caught it and raised an eyebrow at the fact that Akusa Genin was with them. He was a little wary due to their last encounter with one, but Karen didn't smell like snakes so he wasn't worried that much. "See ya at the tower," Naruto said as he and his friends jumped away. 2 hours later, the tower. "So what are we supposed to do now?" Hinata asked. "I think we have to open the scrolls," Naruto said. "But the proctor said that we shouldn't open the scrolls," Karen said. Naruto shook his head and told her, "She said not to open the scrolls until we reach the tower." "I believe that Naruto is right," Shino said. "But first I would like to know something. Hinata, can you use your Byakugan to see what is in the scrolls?" Hinata nodded and took a good look at the scrolls before saying, "They look like the kanji that appears when Naruto-kun performs a summoning. Maybe we need to overlap them when they open?" "Worth a shot," Naruto said as he made 2 Kage Bunshin. The clones took the scrolls and quickly opened them up while the rest of Team 8 stood back. In a puff of smoke, Irika Yumino stood before them. "Irika-sensei!" Naruto shouted in surprise. Irika gave a large grin and said, "Wow, you guys were the 4th team to arrive, and the first team from Konoha as well. And it's only the 2nd day. Ha! I knew we were awesome." Naruto shouted as he pulled Shino and Hinata into a group hug, with the Aburame trying to escape. "So who's your new friend?" Irika asked as he looked at Karen. "Oh yeah," Naruto realized as he remembered his new cousin. "This is Karen. I think that she may be an Uzumaki. I want to go and see Gigi to make sure." "Excuse me, Irika-sensei," Shino interrupted, "but who arrived before us?" Irika thought. First it was a team from Suna with a redhead carrying a gourd. Second was a team from Kyumo, third was a group from Taki with a green-haired girl, and I thought Sakura was the only one to have weird hair. "That's Fu, our new friend," Hinata said. "How'd you manage to befriend a foreign shinobi?" Irika asked. "What can I say? My charm just wins people over," Naruto said with a large grin, causing Hinata to giggle in amusement. Karen snorted, in a good-natured way, and Shino rolled his eyes behind his glasses. "Alright Romeo, let's go before your ego takes you away," Irika teased as he led everyone inside of the tower. He showed them where their rooms were and that there was a training area, kitchen, and a hot springs area for relaxation. He told them that they had 3 days left till it was time for the 3rd exam, and that they couldn't fight against another team, but was allowed to spar with each other. After Irika had left, Naruto and his team went to where the Sandaime was residing in the tower for the entire 2nd exam. After being let in, he was greeted by the sight of Hiruzen, Kakashi, and a female ANBU member wearing a fox mask. But what really got Naruto's attention was the bright red hair that was in a ponytail that reached her lower back. "Ka-chan? What are you doing?" Naruto asked. He was sure that Kushina wouldn't be able to move for another month at least. "Why, I'm being Hokage-sama's assistant," Kushina said as she took off her mask to show her smirking face. "What? Didn't think that I would be up and about by now?" "Honestly? Yeah, I kinda did," Naruto told her. "Bachan told me that you would be up in a month." Kushina grinned and said, "I told her to say that to you so I could give you a surprise. The damage to my muscles wasn't as bad as we thought and all it took was a few weeks of physical therapy. Of course, I can't push myself as hard as I used to for a couple of weeks, but I'll be back in tip-top shape after that." "That's great, Kushina-san," Hinata said. "So who's the redhead with you?" Kakashi asked. Naruto pushed Karen forward and she said, "My name is Karen. I believe that I am an Uzumaki." Kushina's eyes widened and she stepped forward towards the girl. "She has the hair and the skin tone, but I think that Tsunade-sensei should do some blood tests to see if you really are one." "But what about Kusa? Surely they wouldn't like us taking one of their shinobi?" "Karen-san is the only survivor of her team, with them being dead, Kusa will believe that Karen-san is also dead," Shino explained. "So if she is kept hidden for a small amount of time, then Kusa will forget about her." "An excellent idea," Hiruzen agreed. "But has she agreed?" "I don't care about Kusa, they treated me like dirt anyway," Karen huffed. Hiruzen just chuckled. This girl was almost similar to a younger Kushina. Now if only her hair was much longer she would have almost passed as her. "So what else happened in there?" Kakashi asked as his fingers twitched towards his back pouch where his little orange book was. He would have read it, but Kushina threatened to neuter him with a rusty sanbon if he was reading it in her presence. The only good news was that he was safe if she either ran into him while he was reading, or she arrived at his location unannounced. "Well, I can't really say it with Karen in here," Naruto said. "Why not?" Karen asked. Hiruzen caught on and told her, "There are some things that can't be said with you present since you're just joining the village. In time when we are more relaxed with your presence, you can be in on conversations like this one, but until then I have to ask you to stay outside the room for a minute." Karen saw the logic in that statement and walked outside. Once the door was shut, Hiruzen activated the privacy seals that were under his desk. "So what's up?" Kushina asked. "Well, I have another tenant," Naruto said bluntly, shocking everyone in the room. Shino had been trusted with the information of the Kyuubi in Naruto and held no ill will against him. He felt a stronger connection with the blonde due to his family being feared of because of their insects. "How did you get another tenant?" Hinata asked. "It all started when I took Jiyu's heart," Naruto began. And so he told them about what had happened in his mind with the Kyuubi, showing them his Manjikyu Sharingan. When he had activated his new eyes, Hiruzen fell over foaming at the mouth, much to Naruto's amusement as he remembered what had happened when he showed the aged Hokage his normal Sharingan. After a quick recovery and explanation as to what had happened, Hiruzen dismissed the team and retreated to their room for the night. Next day, Naruto and Hinata were up and about and on their way to the kitchen. Shino was still sleeping and they didn't want to wake him up. Naruto remembered the last time he had woken the Aburame heir up. Let's just say that it involved a lot of bug bites in uncomfortable places. Upon entering the kitchen they saw that only two people were in there. A blonde Kyumo genin was drinking a glass of milk at one end of the table and, strangely, playing with a ball of yarn. On the other end was their green-haired friend Fu eating a slice of toast while looking at a magazine. Upon seeing the Kyumo genin, Hinata shook a little before she steeled her nerves. Naruto smiled seeing his best friend starting to get over her fear of Kyumo ninja. "Yo Fu!" Naruto called out. The Taki Kunoichi looked up and smiled seeing her friends. "Hey guys, I'm glad that you got here, I was afraid that I was gonna go crazy without some more friends," Fu told them. "More? Did you make some more friends, Fu?" Hinata asked. Yup, over there is Yujito ni. She helped me against a team of AIM when my teammates left me there to distract them, Fu explained as she scowled at the mention of her team. Yujito got up and walked over to the trio while eyeing Naruto curiously. Nice to meet you, Nine, Yujito said as she extended her hand. Naruto looked at her with a look of shock on his face until he heard Kyubi in his head. Sniff sniff, smells like hairballs, soot, and kitty litter, Kyubi said. Oh. I also smell raging hormones, looks like Nibby's getting horny again. 6. Nice to see you as well, Miss 2, Naruto greeted as he shook her hand. Hinata caught the hidden meaning between the words and her eyes widened. There's another Jinchuriki here? Hinata asked. I thought that it was only you, Gaara, and Fu. Kyubi said that he thought that he smelled another but wasn't really sure until now, Naruto explained. You know about his tenant and are okay with it? Yujito asked. I know the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed in, Hinata deadpanned. Yujito just smiled sheepishly and looked away. So I'm guessing that you're treated badly in Kyomo? Naruto asked. It's bearable, but yeah, I'm not exactly village favorite, Yujito said. That would be my sensei Killer Bee, I'm sure he'd like to meet you. What makes you say that? Naruto asked. I'll leave that for him to explain, she told him. Well, I've gotta go, my team's doing some training in a few minutes. She waved bye as she left the kitchen and walked off to the training area. So how have you been doing, Fu? Hinata asked. Fu sighed and said, I've been managing, but those bastards I'm stuck with are driving me up the wall. Have you tried being friendly with them? Hinata asked. Yes, but they just ignore me and try to attack me while making it look like an accident, Fu told her. I'm honestly thinking of leaving the village. I highly doubt that they would miss me, but would think it's the end of the world if they lose the Nanabi, their only weapon that doesn't kill them. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? He asked. Well, I can't say too much, but there's something in Taki that allows people to get a major boost of chakra, but can kill them if they use too much, Fu explained while trying not to say much. I think I understand, Hinata says. I don't get it, Naruto admits. Hinata sighs and explains, it's like in jutsu, if you're not careful with how you execute it, you could use up all of your chakra and kill yourself. Ah, I get it now, Naruto says with an embarrassed grin on his face. Well, you shouldn't leave the village, you might be able to make the villagers like you if you work hard enough, Naruto tells her. Hey, you might even get a fan club, of course that means you'll have to run away from the fanboys. Fu blushed a little under that praise and felt really happy at Naruto's encouragement. It left a funny feeling in her that she couldn't identify. Hinata saw this and gave a small, unnoticeable glare. She knew what was happening with Fu and knew that Naruto had unintentionally started to woo her. However, she squashed that dark part of her mind as she thought about Fu's life. She knew that the greenette didn't understand what love felt like and honestly wanted to try to help. The only problem was that she didn't know how. Thanks Naruto, nobody's ever made me feel this happy before, Fu told him while surprising him with a small hug. The young Uzumaki was stunned for a moment before he nervously returned the hug. Ah, you're welcome, was Naruto's intelligent reply. Fu released him and smiled as she walked away, a small happy skip in her step. Naruto turned around and saw Hinata with a small pout on her face, making him slightly nervous. Why don't I get a hug? Hinata whined, mentally laughing at the panicked look on his face. Naruto panicked for a second before he wrapped Hinata in his arms in a fierce hug that made both of their faces glow. Cough, whipped, cough dash, Kyubi muttered, making Jiu snicker. Naruto and Hinata released each other and looked away while blushing. Gah, why did I feel like that with Fu? Naruto thought. It almost felt like what I feel like with Hinata. Is it possible that I like her too? Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Wonder how the kit's going to handle this. Kyubi thought. Chunin Exams Tower. It had been several days since Naruto and his friends had arrived at the tower, and the second exam would be closed in only a half hour. Team 8 was currently in a small arena waiting for all the other teams that would pass the exam. There were 3 balconies that wrapped around most of the room, all connected. At the far end was a large statue of a pair of hands in the Hitsuji seal. Gathered in the same room was Team 9, Team 10, the Kyumo team, the Taki team, the Odo team and the Suna team. Standing on the balconies were the Hokage, Enko, Ibiki, the Jounin senseis for the teams, Tsunade, and Shizun. Standing next to Hiruzen was a familiar fox masked Anbu. So what are we waiting for? Choji asked. For the second exam to be finished, Naruto answered. We've got about 30 minutes or so if I'm right. I hope Kiba's team makes it, Hinata said. That might better not cause Sasuke-kun to fail. Ino growled. Shikamaru sighed and muttered something about troublesome blondes under his breath. Several minutes later, Kabuto's team entered the area with small scratches and bruises on their visible skin. Looking over, Naruto saw Sasha hiding in the shadows of the exit corridor. Naruto signaled her to wait until he could come over. Enko leaned over to Hiruzen and whispered, I just got word that the Uchiha's team entered the tower. We can't allow him to compete with that curse mark on him. Hiruzen turned to her and whispered back, we can't do that, Enko-chan. If we deny Sasuke the chance to fight, it might make him believe that we're holding him back. If that happens, then he'll listen to Orochimaru's whispers of power and run to him. Kakashi has a seal that will lock away his curse mark. I still don't like it, but I'll go along with it for now, Enko grumbled. Hiruzen chuckled and said, don't worry, first sign the seal's taking over, we're pulling him out. 20 minutes later, a ragged and tired Team 7 ran through the corridor. Kiba seemed to be glaring daggers at both of his teammates while Akamaru slept soundly in his hood. What happened to you? Naruto asked as he eyed Kiba's injuries. I'll tell you later, Kiba replied. After I catch my breath. Enko stepped forward and said, well now, since nobody else is going to come, I can officially announce that the second exam is over. Congratulations to all of you who managed to make it. Hiruzen then stepped forward and began, yes, congratulations to all of you, you've made your villages proud by surviving the forest of death. However, I think I should explain the true meaning of the Chunin exams. And Hiruzen then explained to all of the Chunin hopefuls about how the Chunin exams were created and how they were a substitute for war. He told them that by putting their lives on the line, they would bring pride to their villages. Enough of this, let's get on with the fighting, Gaara said. Before Hiruzen could say anything, the fox-masked Anbu jumped down. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, Kitsune said, but allow me to explain the next part. Hiruzen nodded and stepped back while Kitsune moved forward. Alright boys and girls, you may refer to me as Kitsune, and I'm going to be in charge of this part of the exam, Kitsune said. Unfortunately, there are too many of you and we need to hold a preliminary round. What? Why do you need that? Ino yelled. Kitsune sighed and explained, there are too many of you and the final round of the exams is the really important part. There will be a lot of important clientele coming to observe whoever makes it. If we had every one of you fight, then the matches would take too long, especially if 2 geniuses were to fight, or worse yet, 2 stamina freaks. Naruto, Temari, Lee, Guy, and Shikamaru sneezed simultaneously, prompting those who knew them to chuckle. Now then, if there's anyone who would like to drop out now, please raise your hand and you'll be escorted out of the tower, Kitsune announced. Kabuto promptly raised his hand. You're leaving, Kabuto-senpai? Sakura asked. Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing out of my left ear after that scuffle with the Odo Nin's back before the written exam, Kabuto said as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. And I got hit hard on my leg, so I can't fight all that well. He's lying, Hinata noted as she observed him with her Byakugan. Kabuto was a good liar, she almost missed the extremely small twitch in his muscles that signaled he was lying. It didn't help that his leg wasn't injured, but he did make the limp look real as he left. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Naruto signal Sasha to follow the silver-haired teen. Since nobody else is leaving, Kitsune said, jolting Hinata from her thoughts, we'll get on with this. Please look behind me at the screen to see who's fighting. A large screen lowered from the ceiling and everyone turned their attention to it. The first pair of names that flashed on screen were Sasuke Uchiha vs Yorio Akado. Alright, everyone who isn't fighting will go up to the balconies and wait your turn, Kitsune said. Soon it was only her, Sasuke, and Yoroi still in the arena. Everyone listen up cause I'm only going to say this once. Kitsune shouted, getting everyone's attention. I am the proctor of these matches, so my word is law. Both combatants will fight until one of you gives up, is knocked out, or dies. If I decide that a match is over, then I will step in and declare who I see as the winner. If you refuse to comply and continue to attack your opponent, I will interfere and may cause you to lose consciousness, or decide to take off one of your limbs, Kitsune said with an eerily cheerful tone. Oh Kushina! Hiruzen groaned. Ah, brings back memories, Tsunade sighed as she remembered all those adventures with her genin team. That's Kushina alright, Kakashi thought with a sweat drop. I think we could be best friends. Enko thought cheerily. Sensei's still got it, Kurenai thought with a proud smirk. Why do I get the feeling I would wish I was dead if I ever fight her when she's angry? Orochimaru, disguised as the Oto Jounin, thought as he suppressed a shudder. The loss of a limb? How unyouthful, do I even need to say who this is? Naruto-san's mother is unique, Jiyu said. Kyubi snorted and said, unique doesn't even begin to describe that woman. Trust me. I've been in her a long time. So, are both fighters ready? Kitsune asked. Both Sasuke and Yoroi grunted in confirmation. I asked a question and I expect an answer, Kushina said with a dangerous tone. I'm ready, Yoroi said. A little scared by the tone Kushina had. Whatever, Sasuke grunted. Behind her mask, Kushina's eye began to twitch. Then let the match begin. Kushina declared as she leapt back, out of the way. Yoroi and Sasuke threw shuriken at each other and moved to the left. Sasuke's curse mark flared up and caused him to lose his balance. Yoroi saw this and raced forward and grabbed Sasuke by the shirt and pinned him down as his hand began to glow blue. Sasuke felt his strength being taken and quickly hit Yoroi in the arm, forcing the older shinobi to release him. You're stealing my chakra, Sasuke stated as he panted. So, you figured it out? Yoroi asked in amusement. Yoroi's special ability allows him to drain his opponents of their chakra whenever he makes contact with them, Orochimaru thought to himself, now you'll have no choice but to rely on the seal. Go ahead Sasuke-kun, release its power. Yoroi took the opportunity to dash at Sasuke and extended his glowing palm. The Uchiha Scion bent backwards and kicked Yoroi into the air. Lee, his team, and teammate recognized this as the beginning of the attack Lee was going to use on Sasuke all those days ago. Dancing Shadow Leaf? Yoroi asked as Sasuke appeared behind him. From here on out, it's all original, Sasuke declared as he prepared to attack, but his curse mark flared up and covered the left side of his face in burning red marks. Every Konoha Jounin who was aware of the curse mark prepared to take action. Yes. Orochimaru hissed as he licked his lips. However, to everyone's surprise, the curse seal retraced back into its dormant state. Without being hindered by the pain, Sasuke completed his attack, which composed of a series of kicks that finished with a large kick to the stomach as Yoroi hit the ground. Shusha Rendan. Sasuke cried as he leapt back and dropped down to his knees. Sasuke Uchiha wins the match, Kushina declared. Kakashi appeared next to Sasuke and put a hand on his shoulder as he shined them away. Naruto sighed and rested his head on his arms as they rested on the railing. Man, who knew that team would steal someone else's techniques, he asked. Well, He does think that he should get whatever he wants, so I'm not all that surprised, Hinata said. What about you, Naruto? Would you steal others' techniques? Shino asked. Only if they say I can. I don't want to be known as a thief, the blonde Uzumaki replied. You kind of are a thief already, Kurenai stated. Naruto turned to his sensei and said, the Uchiha was going to kill me, Mizuki was going to kill Irika-sensei, that guy on the bridge hurt Hinata-chan, and you already know about my latest ones. Will the next fighters please come down? Kushina asked. Everyone turned their attention to the screen and saw the next pair of fighters. Shino Aburame vs Jiro of Taki. Looks like I'm up, Shino said as he made his way downstairs. Hey Shino. Naruto called out. The Aburame heir turned back to his teammate. You better not lose. The bug user smirked and nodded his head as he made his way down into the arena. He stood across from the Taki ninja that was cracking his knuckles and slipped on some spiked gloves. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp and show everyone that Taki is superior. Jiro declared. Alright, are both fighters ready? Kushina asked. Yeah, Jiro told her. Shino just nodded silently. Then let the match begin. Kushina shouted as she jumped back again. Jiro raced forward and threw several punches at Shino, but the young Aburame just dodged all the hits without much effort. Stand still and let me hit you. Jiro roared. That would be illogical. Why? Because allowing you to hit me would be counterproductive to getting me victory, Shino said in a monotone voice that angered the Taki genin. Man, Shino's going to make him do something stupid, Shikamaru noted as he watched the fight lazily. Of course that idiot's going to do something stupid, Fu said as she walked over to Konoha's side of the balconies. What are you doing over here? Choji asked. I figured it would be much better to hang out with people who don't hate my guts, Fu said. Well then, welcome. Naruto greeted as he flashed her a smile. Shikamaru wanted to question Fu about her words, but decided to hold off on that for now. Back in the arena, Shino had started his counter-attack after Jiro had tired himself out. The Aburame was holding one of his swords and using it to attack Jiro. The Taki nin blocked most of the attacks with his gloves, but some had made their way through and gave him some shallow cuts. And here I was hoping for a challenge, Shino taunted. I'll show you a challenge. Jiro said as he jumped back and made several hand seals. Suetun, Teppadama no Jutsu. He opened his mouth to fire off the water bullet, but all that came out was a small trickle of water. What happened? Didn't he perform the jutsu correctly? Sakura asked. Naruto discreetly activated his Sharingan and looked at the arena, smirking at what he saw. That's clever, Naruto said in a low voice so that only Hinata, Kurenai, and Kiba, with his advanced hearing, could hear. What is it? Kiba asked quietly. Watch, Shino's going to explain it soon, was all that Naruto said. What did you do to me? Jiro asked as he dropped down to his knees in exhaustion. It's pretty simple, Shino began, in the beginning of the match, after your initial attack, when you made eye contact with me, I had placed a special genjutsu on you. It causes you to use up more chakra without realizing it. I was expecting you to use several jutsu in this match to help speed things up, but that wasn't needed since you were using chakra in your attacks. How did you know? Jiro asked. Tried to keep himself from falling unconscious. We Aburame are trained to have sharp eyesight, so we may spot even the tiniest of insects. I had noticed small wisps of chakra coming from your hands whenever you would attack. It also helped that I placed several insects on you during my attacks. He then held up his sword and said, you see, these swords were specially designed for me. I would have insects crawl in the handles and up the blade. There, they would exit the blade and latch onto my opponents, taking their chakra. Jiro finally fell down and Kushina said, the winner is Shino Aburame. Way to go Shino! Naruto cheered. Shino walked back up to the balcony as a small swarm of bugs escaped Jiro's body and flew back into Shino's coat. The medical team then picked up the comatose Jiro and carried him off. Next fighters, Kushina called out. Tenten Higurashi vs Shikamaru Nara. Well, at least I can get my match over with and get back to sleep, Shikamaru thought as he walked down the stairs. I wonder how Shika's going to handle this, Naruto thought out loud. Isn't he the laziest person in your class? Kurenai asked. Indeed, but Shikamaru-san is also a genius, Shino said. As far as I know, only his father has been able to beat him in a game of shogi. Kurenai just blinked and couldn't say anything. Yeah, that was my expression too, Asuma said as he chuckled at the female Jounen's expression. Go Tenten. Show everyone your flames of youth. Guy shouted. Tenten just groaned and tried to find a hole to hide in. Man, it must be troublesome to have to deal with a sensei like that, Shikamaru said as he lazily glanced at the spandex-wearing man as he hugged his mini-clone. You have no idea, the kunoichi grumbled. Are both fighters ready? Kushina asked. Both Konoha shinobi nodded and Kushina started the match as she jumped away. Tenten took out a scroll and unsealed a kusarigama, twirling its weighted ball as she waited to see what Shikamaru would do. Alright, she doesn't look like she's a taijutsu person, her build isn't that tough, Shikamaru thought as he observed Tenten. Judging by how she handles herself, she looks like a weapon user. She has that one hand that's holding the blade closer to her scrolls, ready to take out another if she wants it. Looks like this one's going to be a bit challenging. Tenten got tired of waiting and raced towards Shikamaru and swung the weight at him. The young Nara leaned back and watched as the metal object flew across his vision before he lashed out with a kick. Tenten twisted her body to the side and dodged it before sending the weight at him again. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered before he leaned back and grabbed the chain before yanking the weapon away from Tenten. She quickly took out a scroll and leaped into the air before whipping it open and sending several weapons at Shikamaru. The Nara jumped back and avoided most of the weapons, however he got a shallow cut on his leg from a stray tanto. You're good, Tenten said, I thought I might have had you with that one. You might have, but then it would have been a pain to lose, Shikamaru said. Especially to a girl, he mumbled quietly. Unfortunately, Tenten managed to pick up on that last part and glared at him. She then started to throw a large variety of weapons at him, forcing Shikamaru to put in a lot of effort in order to dodge. Suddenly, as Tenten took a short breather, her body froze. Finally, I thought that you would never stop, Shikamaru sighed as he stood up, Tenten being forced to do the same. What? But how? I know about the Nara's abilities, but your shadow isn't even extended. Tenten cried. How about you look closer, Shikamaru said as he tilted his head down. Tenten looked down as well and saw a small shadow connected to her weapons. Following the trail, she saw that Shikamaru had bounced his shadow off of her discarded weapons in order to reach her. So now what? Tenten asked. Shikamaru said nothing as he reached forward and grabbed air. Tenten did the same, but grabbed a nearby sword that was embedded in the ground. Shikamaru made Tenten pull out the sword and had her aim it at her hand. So, Shikamaru began, are we going to do this the easy way where you willingly surrender? Or am I going to have to make you hurt yourself until you do? Seeing no way out of this, Tenten sighed and said, I surrender. Shikamaru Nara is the winner, Kushina said. The Nara air made Tenten drop the sword on the ground before releasing her from his cage main. Don't worry Tenten. Your flames of youth are still burning brightly. Guy cheered. Kushina threw a kunai at him and sent a glare from behind her mask. Inside voice. Was all she said. Very unyouthful, Lee said. Kushina sighed and asked, will the next fighters please come down? Sakura Haruno vs Temari Sabaku. Well, looks like I won't have to put up much effort, Temari thought. Though I would have loved to fight a real kunoichi, like those Kyumo girls, or the Taki and Hyuga girls with strange hair? Yes. Now I can show Sasuke-kun how strong I am. The howler monkey, I mean Sakura, screeched, making everyone in close proximity go deaf. Temari was beginning to think that knocking her out would do everyone a favor. Knock her out, Kushina chanted, rooting for Temari and hoping that Sakura would be knocked out. Are both fighters ready? Yeah, Temari droned as she took a look at her nails. Cha! I'll pound you into dust, Sakura said as she sent a pitiful amount of ki at Temari. To the Suna Kunoichi, it felt like a fly was breathing on her. Begin. Kushina started the match and stayed where she was, not really concerned for her safety since she had already seen Sakura's skills, or rather, lack thereof. She knew that Temari wouldn't even have to pull out any big moves to even win. Shinaro! Sakura roared as she charged forward with a kunai. Temari just stared at her with a bored expression and brought up her folded fan to block it, with one hand. Wanting to end this pathetic match early, she quickly disarmed Sakura and slammed her fan into the Pinkette's gut, sending her into the wall and knocking her out. Everyone waited for the match to end, but Kushina didn't make the call. Everyone looked over and saw her sitting in a chair, and reading an issue of Konoha Weekly while sipping a drink as the straw went under her mask. 1. Fox! Hiruzen yelled. Kushina yelped and looked around, pocketing the magazine and throwing away the drink. Oh, is it over? Kushina asked while rubbing the back of her head. The winner is Temari. Now will the next fighters come down? Naruto Uzumaki vs Omoi of Kumo. Alright. I'm up. Naruto cheered as he vaulted onto the railing. Good luck, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he turned to Shino. I will not wish you good luck, Shino said. Was the intelligent reply of his teammates and sensei. Please let me finish, Shino started as he held up his hand. I will not wish you good luck for 2 reasons. One being that you have no need for luck. And 2? Naruto asked. I will instead wish you a good victory, Shino stated. Naruto grinned and gave him a salute before he jumped into the arena. He could feel his mother's proud look through her mask. Oh boy, this might be a problem. What if he's a very important person in the village and I give him a life-crippling injury? What if he's related to a royal clan and they want revenge for what I did? Omoi began to panic before Karui bashed his head in. Don't you start with that crap. Karui roared. If you start your little panic, think I'm going to beat you into the ER. Man, oh man, you two ain't fly, if you keep this up, you'll make me cry, their sensei rapped. 2. He was a large man with dark skin and wore a Kumo Jounin outfit. He had blonde hair and had a small goatee. He wore shades and had a tattoo of bull horns on his cheek. On his back were several small swords. But B-sensei, Omoi protested. But Karui had other ideas. She lifted Omoi up and threw him into the arena. Naruto was standing there with an amused grin on his face. Are both fighters ready? Kushina asked. Yeah, Naruto nodded. I guess so, Omoi replied. This guy makes Isabu look brave, Kyubi thought with a sweat drop. Begin. Kushina jumped back and Naruto raced forward with his gauntlets ready to slice and dice. Omoi quickly brought up his sword to block it. He then aimed a kick at Naruto's torso and sent the young Jinchuriki skidding back across the ground. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto blew out a large fireball at Omoi. The white-haired Kumo teen jumped to the side and avoided the flames as they impacted against the wall behind him. Suetun, Mizurappa. Omoi cried as he launched a large stream of water at Naruto. Doton, Doriahiki. Naruto made the necessary hand seals and stomped his foot on the ground. A large slab of earth sprung up from the ground and blocked the jet stream as it impacted against the earth, only loosening a few pebbles. Omoi jumped over the wall and aimed his sword down at where he thought Naruto would be. But when he cleared the wall, Naruto wasn't there. The next thing he knew, he was knocked down to the floor by a metal fist. Omoi looked back to see that Naruto had disguised himself as part of the wall and struck Omoi in the back. "You're a strange one," Omoi noted. "Not a lot of people ever use a trick like that." "Well, I consider myself to be very unpredictable," Naruto replied with a smirk on his face. Omoi said nothing and darted at Naruto while swinging his sword in attempts to get a good cut on the blonde. Responding to the attacks, Naruto either dodged them or parried with his gauntlets. Seeing an opening, Naruto swiped his claw at Omoi and the white-haired genin jumped back. Naruto then spun in place and punched at the air between him and Omoi, an action that confused everyone who didn't know what he could do before those looks were replaced with shock as the metal fist came flying at Omoi as it was connected to his arm by crimson threads. What the heck was that?" Ino shouted as she saw the threads. I don't know," was Asuma's only reply. He looked over and saw that the rest of Team 8 was unfazed. Looking further, he saw that neither Kakashi, who had returned, nor his only remaining member of Team 7 looked shocked either. They probably saw it when they were in Nami no Kuni, Asuma thought, having heard about the mission when he and Kurenai had met up for lunch one day. When both their teams coincidentally had a day off. Impossible, that looks like Kakuzu's technique, Orochimaru thought, having returned from his small encounter with Kakashi after he sealed Sasuke's curse mark. But he took their Kenjutsu from Taki after he was banished. So how does the Kyuubi brat have it? Shikamaru was silently observing his blonde-haired friend with a calculating gaze. No matter how hard he thought of it, he had no clue as to what Naruto had just done. Though, it may have something to do with that particularly long stitch mark I saw on him, the Narayer thought. Back in their academy days, on a hot summer afternoon, Naruto had used his shirt to wipe his sweating forehead and Shikamaru saw what appeared to be a stitch mark that ran along his side. Looks like everyone's paying attention now, Naruto thought. Indeed, I wonder how you'll handle this. Jiyu wondered as he leaned against the bars of the cage. Naruto tuned back into the battle and let his other arm fall off as he used both of them like flails, pounding away at Omoi from a distance. Suetun, Mizu Bunshin, Omoi created several clones from the water that was pooled on the other side of the earth wall and had them attack Naruto from behind. Naruto merely turned around and fired off several threads that pierced the clones and turned them back into puddles. Naruto quickly sent out a web of threads that quickly wrapped around Omoi and restrained him. Seeing that he couldn't break free or make any head seals with his arms restrained at his sides tightly, the Kyumo Genin had no choice but to surrender. "The winner is Naruto," Kushina said. Just barely able to keep the pride from her voice. Naruto grinned and jumped back onto the balcony where he was quickly congratulated by the Konoha ninjas, except for Kabuto's other teammate and Niji, and Fu. On the other side of the arena, Gaara stared at Naruto with a hungry look, one that possessed a hint of madness in it. He would enjoy killing this blonde boy and giving his blood to mother. "Next fighters please," Kushina announced. "Yujito ni vs Kiba Inuzuka." "Alright Akamaru. It's our turn." Kiba shouted as he and the small white dog raced down the steps. Kakashi wished his student good luck before he raced away. "Hey Yujito, you ready to go?" B asked. Yujito sighed, tired of her sensei's rapping, and said, "Yeah, I'm ready." B grinned and said, "Then get this show on the road." Wee hee. Yujito had an annoyed look on her face as she walked into the arena. Kiba took a whiff of the air and softly growled. He smelt the scent of a cat. "So, you ready?" Kiba asked as he put on a feral grin. Yujito grinned and got into her stance. Kushina took this as a sign that they were ready and started the match. Kiba and Yujito raced towards each other with Akamaru right at Kiba's side. Kiba threw a punch at Yujito, and she bent backwards as it flew over her face. She performed a handstand and kicked Kiba in the chest with her heel digging into the skin. Kiba flew backwards and Akamaru went and bit into Yujito's leg as she turned back upright. Yow! Yujito yelped as she shook her leg wildly to try and get Akamaru to let go. Kiba used this opportunity to kick her in the back, sending her flying as Akamaru let go. Yujito landed on her feet with the grace of a cat. She then made several hand seals and took a deep breath. Katan, Aogokakyu no Jutsu. Yujito breathed out a large blue fireball that scorched the ground beneath it as Kiba jumped out of the way. Blue fire? Is that a side effect of the Nibi? Naruto asked. The Nibi has the ability to use blue fire since she's practically made of it, Kyubi said. Though she also can use regular fire. Is blue fire hotter than regular fire? Jiyu asked. The Nibi's is, her flames are the second hottest type of fire in the world, only the Amaterasu can overpower it. Well, that was unexpected, Kiba said as he looked at his singed coat. What? Were you expecting me to use lightning? Yujito asked with a smirk. Nah, you looked more like a Suiton person, Kiba said. Yujito arched an eyebrow at this and wondered what about her appearance made her look like a Suiton user. Kiba saw that she was distracted and performed a Getsuga with Akamaru. The twin tornadoes flew through the air and hit her in the stomach, sending her flying into the wall. Again Akamaru. Kiba shouted as he and his partner made another Getsuga to hit Yujito. You mess with the cat, Yujito started, you get the claws. Her fingernails and toenails extended into sharp claws. When Kiba came close to her, she jumped into the air and slashed at the spinning tornado. Kiba fell to the floor with shallow cuts on his back cutting through his jacket. Akamaru ran over to Kiba and whimpered in worry. Don't worry boy, that demon cat the fire daimyo's wife has gives me cuts worse than this, Kiba reassured the small dog. Who am I kidding? Those things hurt. Kiba wailed mentally. So even Konoha has to catch a runaway animal for their daimyo's wife too, Yujito thought in amusement. Your human leaders can't keep a simple animal from running away? A voice purred in the back of her head. Must be some smart animals, Yujito thought. As smart as your friend who thinks of the worst-case scenarios? The voice asked. You know Omoi's just a bit paranoid, Yujito defended. Just a bit? The voice asked incredulously. Before Yujito could answer, she had to dodge a punch that came from Kiba as he engaged her in a fierce taijutsu match. Both of them traded blows as they tried to beat their opponents. Kiba overextended his punch and Yujito capitalized on that. She flipped her over her shoulder and pinned him to the ground as she had a claw aimed at his throat. Akamaru was prepared to charge at the cat-smelling lady, but stopped when she pinned Kiba, not wanting to provoke her to doing anything to his best friend. Give up, Yujito demanded. Kiba had no choice, especially with the sharp, pointy object aimed at his throat. Kushina declared Yujito the winner and she got off of Kiba, and extended a hand to help him up. Kiba grasped her hand and was pulled to his feet. Nice match, I haven't had a good fight in a while, Yujito complimented. Something tells me that you weren't going all out, were you? Kiba asked. I'm forbidden from going all out unless I'm in a life-or-death situation, Yujito answered. Kiba nodded and went back up to the balcony. Along the way, he sniffed his hand and unconsciously smiled. Smells nice, for a cat lady. Chunin exams tower. We will be having a short break to fix the damage in the arena, Kushina announced. She walked off to finish reading her magazine. Good match Kiba, Naruto said as the Inazuka heir walked over. I could have done better, Kiba sighed. Man, what's my mom gonna say about this? Just tell her that your opponent was very skilled, Shikamaru said as he leaned against the railing. It'll save you a lot of trouble. So what happened on your way to the tower? Naruto asked. Kiba sighed and began. We were on our way here after we had recovered from that little scuffle with the Odo guys. Sasuke took command and I was too tired to protest, not that it would have gotten me anywhere with how my team is. So he had lead us in the wrong direction and got us caught in this highly advanced genjutsu trap laid out by a team of AIM shinobi. We managed to get free, but it seriously cost us a lot of time due to the nature of the genjutsu. So we had to book it before we were disqualified. Wow, your team has a lot of bad luck, Hinata said. What do you mean? Ino asked. Our first C-rank mission turned into an A-rank one due to the appearance of Zabuza Momochi, Kiba told her. Isn't that the guy who joined the village about a month ago? Choji wondered. Yup, Naruto managed to convince them to join the village when his team came to back up ours, Kakashi informed him. What can I say? I have a way with words, Naruto said as he grinned. Careful Naruto-kun, or that ego of yours might cause your head to burst, Hinata giggled. Naruto just faked a pout that sent everyone into laughter. Across from them, Gaara stared at Naruto with interest. Both of his siblings and sensei were sharing nervous looks, afraid that he may lose control. Several minutes later. Alright everyone, we're going to start the matches again, so pay attention, Kushina said as she turned everyone's attention to the electronic board. The screen then began to roll through the available names before stopping on the next pair. Karui of Kumo vs Niji Hyuga. It seems fate has given me a chance to get revenge for my father, Niji grinned sadistically. Guy frowned at his student, especially when he heard the next part that was quietly whispered. A shame though that I can't get revenge on the main family though. Guy had a pretty good idea on how Niji would try to get revenge on the main family. Hey girly boy. Get down here so I can kick your ass already. Karui yelled. That attitude is like an Uzumaki's, Kushina thought. If she wasn't dark-skinned, would think that she was one. It has been known that an Uzumaki is either pale-skinned, or light-tanned. There has never been any Uzumaki that was dark-skinned. Just surrender, fate has already decreed me the winner, Niji said as he slid into the Juken stance. Karui just scoffed and gripped her sword that was on her back. Are both fighters ready? Kushina asked. Both nodded and the female Uzumaki started the match. Niji and Karui raced towards each other and attacked. Niji with a simple chakra-laced palm strike, and Karui with a slash of her sword. Both managed to dodge each other's strike and whirled around for another one. This time, Niji slid under her sword and managed to jab her in the leg. Karui jumped back and attempted to get the numbing sensation out of her leg. Niji capitalized on this and darted forward with another palm strike. Karui managed to knock his strike away and punched him in the chest. This did little to stop him however, as he had felt worse with Guy. But it served its purpose of stalling him for a moment so Karui could leap over him and kick him in the back. Is that the best you can do? Niji taunted. I've felt harder kicks from the dead last on my team. Idiot Hyuga, don't underestimate the power of Kumo, Karui scoffed. Oh yes, Niji began, let us not underestimate the power of Kumo. Their power to try and kidnap little children in order to boost their own power. Karui saw red and charged at Niji with a loud battle cry. Niji smirked and slid into another stance. I don't need to show my trump card here, I'll save that for later. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Niji then raced forward and began a series of jabs into Karui's tenketsu. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Karui crumpled into a heap at Niji's feet. The older Hyuga smirked and walked away as Karui's sensei jumped down and helped his student onto the stretcher of the medical team. Kushina announced Niji as the winner, but glared at him behind her mask. I didn't think that he would be this brutal towards a Kumo ninja, Naruto muttered. Hinata just looked down at her feet, feeling sad for her cousin. Naruto noticed this and squeezed her shoulder in a comforting manner. Don't worry about it, one day, one of us will knock some sense into him, he grinned. You're right, thank you Naruto-kun, Hinata smiled. Next fighters, Kushina announced. Zaku Abumi vs Ryu of Taki. The two fighters entered the arena, Zaku with his right arm in a sling, and Ryu with 2 containers filled with water on his waist. Are both fighters ready? Kushina asked. Let's get this over with, Ryu sneered. Bring it on, punk. Zaku yelled. The next thing they knew, they were rubbing their heads as they sported matching bumps. I asked you a question. Kushina roared as she expelled a large amount of Ki. Ino and Choji hugged each other out of fear. Kiba hugged Akamaru for dear life, Kankuro was on the floor foaming at the mouth while Temari was trying to breath, Baki was holding onto the railing, and Gaara was shivering out of fear. It didn't help that Shikaku was screaming in fear himself. Guy was down on his knees as he tried to stop shaking, Lee in a similar state, Tenten was on her back as she tried to breath, and Niji was holding onto the railing like it was a lifeline. Shikamaru was knocked out, and Asuma was up against the wall while trying to keep it together. Enko was just barely keeping herself from going down there and making Kushina her new best friend. In the seal, the Kyuubi was shivering while using his tails to cover his rear, remembering the time he had called Kushina fat when she was actually pregnant with Naruto. It was an experience he wouldn't even wish on Madara. Jiyu had fainted on top of his head. Dosu and Kin were knocked out by the pure rage and Orochimaru was down on his knees. Where have I felt this before? He roared in his head as he tried to get control of himself. Yujito was down in the fetal position while Omoi was passed out, and Killer Bee was shaking, especially since this Ki was worse than his brother's. Fu was shaking like a leaf and holding onto the railing for dear life. The only ones not affected were Hiruzen, Tsunade, Shizun, Team 8, and Kakashi. Because they were used to Kushina's anger. Though it didn't help the pain go away. Hyuga compound. Be a man. Hitomi yelled as she pounded on her bedroom door. I will not risk my health. Hayashi yelled back as he barricaded the door. Kushina's Ki was felt throughout the village, and Hayashi was currently barricading himself, Hanabi, and Natsumi in his and his wife's room until the Uzumaki matriarch was calm. He only left Hitomi outside because she was safe from Kushina's anger every time it erupted. She's in the forest of death. Hitomi yelled. That means nothing. Hayashi protested. Why is your Tusan acting funny? Natsumi asked her friend. I think it's because he can tell that your Ka-san is angry, Hanabi answered. Natsumi awed and continued watching Hayashi fortify the door. In the beginning, Natsumi was extremely shy and nervous around anybody who wasn't Kushina, though she wasn't as nervous around Naruto due to her feeling a connection to him. Eventually she managed to get comfortable around the Hyuga and Senju families and was able to enjoy her time with them. Hanabi even became her best friend, albeit, her only friend that is her age. Chunin exams tower. Tsunade managed to calm down Kushina and get the masked woman to continue the match. Her temper's worse than I remember, the slug Sannin thought as she made her way back up the steps. So, are you two ready? Kushina asked. Yes, the two fighters said, afraid for their lives if she got mad again. Kushina started the fight and jumped back. I'm gonna blow you away. Zaku declared as he lifted his good arm and aimed it at Ryu. Zankaha. A blast of compressed air at Ryu. The Taki ninja jumped out of the way and threw a kunai at Zaku, but it was blown away by another blast of air. Alright then, so it looks like you're using some fake futon jutsu, Ryu noted. What? Does that mean that you can't use any real jutsu? He taunted. That's it. 0% sound, 100% air. Zankaha. Zaku fired more blasts of air at Ryu. Some of them managed to clip the Taki genin. Time to end this. Suiton, water palms. Ryu opened the containers on his waist and used his chakra to control the water so that it would stick to his hands. Here he goes again, that one-trick phony, Fu muttered as she watched the match through half-closed eyes. Ryu dashed forward and clasped his hand around Zaku's good arm as he prepared another Zankaha while aiming his other hand to punch Zaku in the gut as the water formed some spikes on his fist. The Oto shinobi then whipped his other arm out of the sling, revealing that it was healed the whole time, and aimed it at Ryu's head. The Taki Genin quickly moved his hand to grab Zaku's other hand and the two were in a struggle. "Let go!" Zaku yelled as he tried to free his hands. "You first!" Ryu shot back. Up on the balcony, Dosu sighed. To think he's getting matched blow for blow by a shinobi from a minor village. Kin nodded in agreement while Orochimaru sighed, seeing that the upgrades he gave Zaku weren't helping him. "Fine then, Zenkaha!" Zaku yelled as he fired a blast of air at Ryu in hopes of blowing the Taki shinobi off of him. But things didn't go as planned. The blast of air made both shinobi shoot back and hit their heads against the wall, knocking them both out. "Both are unable to continue, this match ends in a draw, neither will advance," Kushina declared after taking a good look at the two. "Great, guess that means I'll have to win for Taki," Fu muttered. "Though it would be nice if I just fought for myself." "Maybe you'll get lucky and have to fight that person from Kabuto's team, he doesn't look that strong," Naruto said. "Naruto-kun. Be nice." Hinata chided as she slapped his arm. Naruto chuckled nervously and backed away. "Oh look, the next two are up," Naruto said as he deflected the attention to the screen. Dosu Kinyuta vs Misumi Tsurugi. "Don't take too long," Kin said as Dosu made his way to the stairs. The mummified boy just chuckled and continued walking. The purple-clothed Konoha Genin was already there and tapping his foot impatiently. "Are both fighters ready?" Kushina asked. "Yes," Dosu told her. Misumi just nodded. Kushina started the match and jumped back as Misumi dashed forward and attempted to grab Dosu. The Oto Genin just barely managed to jump away before he landed and attempted to use his melody arm on Misumi. But the Konoha shinobi made another attempt to grab Dosu again, this time grabbing him and wrapping his body around the mummified boy like a snake. "Surprised?" Misumi asked. "My special ability allows me to disconnect my joints and let me coil around you like a snake. This won't be able to hold me forever," Dosu stated, already working on his escape plan. "I don't have to, just give up before I decide to snap your neck," Misumi stated as he tightened his hold on the Oto shinobi to make his point. "How about, no?" Dosu asked. The next thing everyone saw was Misumi falling to the floor in agony as he tried to direct his arms to cover his ears. But his pain prevented him from properly molding his chakra. "I don't get it, what happened?" Tenten asked. "It most likely has something to do with that shuriken next to him," Niji pointed out. "Confused?" Dosu chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll explain it. You see, while you were rambling on about your little stretching ability, I managed to grab one of my hidden shuriken from my left sleeve and flick it into the air where it would land on my melody arm that you oh so graciously uncovered for me. The contact of metal on metal created sound waves that I directed into your inner ear." He then faced Kushina and said, "He'll be out of it for a while, though it looks like he's having a hard time pulling himself together as it is." "Dosu is the winner," Kushina declared, seeing that Misumi wouldn't be able to get up. Several stretchers were brought out to carry him out since he was stretched out to the max. "Whoa, that's a scary ability," Naruto said. "I guess those Oto guys take their village name seriously," Kakashi said. "I know that there are a few jutsu out there that involve screaming, roaring, and the like, but I never expected there to be jutsu that use sound waves." "Yeah, didn't you say that you encountered someone who could do some kind of shrieking attack?" Kurenai asked. Kakashi nodded and turned to Guy. "Hey Guy, remember that mission where we fought some IWA shinobi that were after a scroll we were delivering to Suna?" The spandex-wearing Jounin nodded and said, "Yes, that was an unyouthful group with a very unyouthful jutsu. I couldn't hear properly for a week." Kakashi chuckled and said, "I think Pakken had it worse." "Hey," Fu said, "check out who's next." Everyone looked up to see the next pair of fighters. Hinata Hyuga vs Kankuro Sabaku. "Alright Hinata-chan, you're up," Naruto shouted. "If you win, then all of Team 8 will be in the finals," Shino said. "And I'll be able to brag about this for a long time." Kurenai thought with glee. I'll do my best, the Hyuga heir said with determination. Kankuro smirked as he saw his opponent walk down the stairs. Looks like I get a weakling. Temari scoffed, it's an attitude like that makes you lose all the time. Kankuro rolled his eyes and said, please, all of the strong Konoha guys already fought, now we're left with the runts. Kankuro, Gaara said in a cold voice, if you keep talking like that, I'll kill you. Kankuro paled and raced down to the arena and stood across from Hinata. Are both of you ready? Kushina asked. Yes, Hinata replied. Yeah, Kankuro told her. Then begin. Kushina said as she jumped away. Hinata instantly activated her Byakugan and entered the Juken stance. Kankuro merely took the wrapped bundle off of his back and placed it next to him. He doesn't have any chakra. Hinata thought as she took a good look at Kankuro. She then noticed strings of chakra coming from his body and going into the bundle where it had a faint blue glow. A sign of chakra. She then used her Byakugan to look at the Kankuro standing before her. She was able to see right through the disguise and see a wooden puppet with 4 arms, shaggy hair, a tattered robe, and 3 eyes staring blankly back at her. So he's one of those puppet users I read about, Hinata thought. Judging from how the bundle has chakra coming out of it, I can guess that the real one is hiding inside. So if I dash towards the puppet first, I can take him by surprise. Hinata dashed forwards and Kankuro tensed as she came near. Right as he was about to throw a punch at her, Hinata turned on her heel and started to attack the bundle next to the fake Suna ninja. Ga, the real Kankuro cried out as Hinata started to target the available Tenketsu. The fake Kankuro fell to the ground as the real one jumped out of the wrappings to avoid any more damage. He already couldn't feel anything in his left arm as it took most of the hits. How did you know I was in there? Kankuro questioned as he glared at the heiress. My Byakugan saw that your puppet had no chakra system and that there were several strings of chakra attached to several joints on its body. I also saw that the strings were coming from the bundle that you had the puppet place next to it, Hinata explained. TCH, guess I actually get a good opponent, Kankuro muttered as he reached out with his right arm and sent out chakra strings to the puppet. Hinata noticed this and used her Juken to destroy the strings before she dashed towards Kankuro. Kankuro jumped back as Hinata started to attack. He would quickly move side to side in order to avoid her attacks. Every time he tried to send some chakra strings to the puppet, Hinata would destroy them. The older Suna shinobi was starting to get frustrated with this and decided to go on the attack. He threw a punch at Hinata, but the dead weight of his useless left arm made him stumble a little, and Hinata capitalized on that. She slid past the weak blow and began to deliver a number of strikes to Kankuro's Tenketsu. The Suna nin didn't stand a chance as Hinata closed off the chakra points in his remaining arm and legs. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Proctor, he won't be able to move, Hinata said as Kankuro stood there. To prove her point, she gently poked on him, and the small amount of force made him fall backwards onto the floor. Hinata is the winner, Kushina declared. Hinata walked back up the steps where she was congratulated by her fellow ninja. She was then wrapped up in a hug by an ecstatic Naruto who was very happy that she won. Kurenai was giggling to herself about how every member of her team made it into the finals. Congratulations Hinata-chan. Naruto cheered. Hinata giggled and returned the hug with a light blush on her cheeks. Well, at least one Konoha kunoichi made it, Kakashi said. Indeed, Hinata-san was very youthful. Guy bellowed. Did you say something? Kakashi asked as he flipped a page in his book. Gah. You and your hip and cool attitude. Guy wailed. Everyone just sweat-dropped as they watched the Jounin's antics. He's gotten weirder since I left, Orochimaru thought. Ino Yamanaka vs Kintsuchi. Yes. Now I can go into the finals with Sasuke-kun and show him how strong I am," Ino declared with a fire in her eyes. Shikamaru just looked over and muttered, "Troublesome," under his breath. Across the arena, Kin sighed. "Why do I have to fight a fangirl? Did I do something wrong to deserve this?" Dosu chuckled and said, "Look at it this way, you get an easy win." He chuckled even more when Kin gave him an annoyed look. "And I wonder why you're the only one I can stand?" Kin asked herself as she walked down to the arena. Ino was already there with a hand on her hip and tapping her foot in an impatient manner. "Geez, could you go any slower?" Ino asked. Kin rolled her eyes and said, "I could, but I decided to get down here quickly so I could end this pathetic fight." "Are both fighters ready?" Kushina asked. "I'm ready to go," Ino roared. "Let's go," Kin said. "Begin," Kushina said as she jumped back a small distance. Kin started off the fight by throwing a few senbon needles at Ino. The blonde was stunned for a moment before she jumped back, however, one needle managed to hit her in the thigh. "What's the matter? Can't handle a little needle?" Kin taunted as she pulled out a new set and held them between her closed fingers. "I'll show you," Ino yelled as she pulled out several shuriken and threw them at the Oto Kunoichi. Kin just jumped to the side before she placed her hands on her hips. "Wow, what a throw," Kin smirked. That was slightly better than an academy student who was just starting out. She then threw another batch of senbon at Ino, but the Yamanaka girl was able to avoid them as they stuck themselves into the wall behind her. She then turned her head back as she heard a small jingle of bells and saw that one of the senbon had a bell attached to it. "You're going to use that old trick?" Ino scoffed. "What trick is she talking about?" Kiba asked. "It's an old trick with senbon," Kakashi answered. People who would use senbon would sometimes tie a bell onto a few of them and throw them with regular senbon. They would use this tactic so that they could trick their opponents to dodging only the senbon that have the bells on them, because they would instinctively dodge the ones that make noise. Back at the arena floor, Kin smiled as she saw Ino reach into her pouch and pull out a kunai. "Oh? Are you going to throw some kunai at me now?" Ino responded by charging forward and stabbing her kunai at the Oto Kunoichi. Kin moved to the side and jabbed at Ino with a fistful of senbon. She scrapped the Yamanaka on the arm and jumped back as Ino flipped her kunai into a reverse grip and jabbed her hand backwards. Kin then threw her senbon at Ino and managed to hit her in the shoulder. "Ow! Was that?" Ino yelled as she pulled out the needle and rubbed her shoulder. "What happened?" Shino asked as he observed the fight. Naruto discreetly activated his Sharingan and narrowed his eyes. "Looks like she's charging her chakra into the senbon, and it looks like she's using lightning." "You're right," Kakashi said as he observed Kin with his Sharingan. "She's using lightning chakra and pumping it into her senbon. She's using them to deliver small bursts of electricity into Ino. Like a static shock," Hinata suggested. "Correct," Kakashi nodded, "but this hurts a bit more than that." Down below, Ino had dodged another set of senbon, a bell mixed into the group, and was glaring at her opponent. "So, this is your limit?" Kin taunted. "You're a disgrace to Kunoichi everywhere, just like your pink-haired friend. So far, only that blue-haired Hyuga and the one with her hair in buns have done Konoha Kunoichi and justice." "That's it!" Ino yelled as she raised her kunai and cut off her ponytail, holding the blonde locks in her free hand. Kin raised an eyebrow as she threw the hair in the space between them, effectively covering the arena floor. "Is this supposed to mean something?" Kin asked as she raised her hands to throw more senbon. "Chakra hair trap technique," Ino cried as she sent a pulse of chakra through the hair. Kin's eyes widened as she felt her whole body freeze up. "What?" Kin cried as she struggled to move, only being allowed to weakly twitch. Now for the main event, Ino said as she put her hands in a seal and used it like a scope to aim at Kin. What are you going to do? Kin asked as she struggled to move. Simple, Ino began, I'm going to take over your mind and make you forfeit the match. Wow! Ino's got this in the bag. Choji exclaimed. Asuma nodded behind him in agreement. Is that right? Kin asked with a devious smirk on her face. Well, how are you going to do that if you can't aim right? Huh? Was all Ino could get out before she heard a ringing noise from behind her. She looked back and saw the single bell on the senbon that was stuck in the wall behind her. She then felt a pain in her head and turned back to see that Kin had multiplied and that Ino herself was starting to lose control of her body. What did Yoyu do? Ino groaned as she struggled to get a hold of herself. Simple, all of the Kin said at once. What I noticed was that your little hair trap couldn't stop me completely, so I was able to twitch my hand, which had a wire connected to the bell behind you. With the sound waves that it's producing, I'm able to affect you with my genjutsu, preventing you from aiming at me. Ugh, that ringing's causing me pain even from up here, Kiba complained. Akamaru and Naruto nodding in agreement while holding their own ears. So go ahead and try to hit me with your little jutsu, if you can tell which one's the real me, that is, Kin taunted. Shikamaru sighed, I don't think Ino's gonna win this one. I might have beat her if I found the wire and connected my shadow with it to control her. Looks like Hinata's going to be the only Konoha Kunoichi going to the finals, Asuma sighed. Kurenai patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. If I hit the wrong one, I'll be out of it until my mind finds its way back to my body and I'll still lose. Ino thought. I forfeit, Ino said as she held her head in pain. The ringing stopped and Ino weakly got up. Ino Yamanaka forfeits, Kin Tsuchi is the winner, Kushina said. Better luck next time, Kin said as she collected her needles and went back up the balcony. Ino hung her head as she trudged up the stairs and walked over to her team. They tried to comfort her for her defeat, but were unable to. Just when it seemed that Ino would stay silent for the rest of the preliminaries, Hinata walked up to her and gave her a slap on the cheek. What was that for? Ino cried as she rubbed her red cheek. I'm sorry Ino-chan, Hinata started, but I needed to do that to snap you out of your little depression. You did really well out there, it doesn't matter that you lost, as long as you did your best, that's all that matters. Ino gave her a small smile and hugged the Hyuga heiress. Thanks Hinata-chan, I needed that. Ino released the younger girl and walked back to her team with a small smile on her face. How fitting, a failure helping another failure, Niji sneered. Hinata turned to him and gave him an uncharacteristic glare that made him take a step back. I don't care if you insult me Niji and I-san, but insult my friends and I won't hesitate to attack you, Hinata said in an eerily calm tone. Niji wisely shut up and turned back to his team. Hinata let out a breath and turned around to see the other rookie team staring at her with wide eyes. What? She asked as she tilted her head to the side. Rock Lee vs. Gaara Sabaku. WOSH. It is time to express my youth. Lee cheered. Lee, before you go down there, I have some good advice for you, Guy said as he knelt down to his student's level. There's something very suspicious about that gourd on his back, Guy said. Everyone's sweat dropped as they heard this. No, really? Was the collective thought of the entire room. I shall take your advice to heart, Guy-sensei. Lee said as he jumped down to the arena where Gaara was already waiting. As soon as he landed he put his arm in front of him as there was a popping noise. Lee opened his hand and dropped a cork. Everyone looked and saw that the cork from Gaara's gourd was missing. I see that you are very eager to start this match, Lee said. Attack before I start this match again and I'll lop off one of your limbs, Kushina threatened as she pushed up the blade of her katana from its sheath with her thumb. Gaara shivered before backing up a bit. Kushina sheathed her sword with a click and stood before the two genin. Are bot fighters ready? She asked. I am ready, Lee stated. Let's get this over with, Gaara grunted. Begin! Kushina shouted as she jumped back. Lee raced towards Gaara and began a series of kicks that were intercepted by a wall of sand that shot out of the gourd and fell around Gaara, leaving him in a circle. Gaara then started his counterattack and sent out a stream of sand to crush Lee. The spandex-wearing genin leapt back and landed in a crouch before moving again to avoid the sand. Lee leapt behind Gaara and threw several shuriken at the redhead, only for the sand to block them on its own. Gaara didn't even twitch. Why doesn't he use any ninjutsu or genjutsu? Fu asked. Hinata activated her Byakugan and took a good look at Lee's chakra system. His chakra pathways are underdeveloped. He can use chakra to use walk on trees and water, but I don't think he can do anything other than taijutsu. Correct, Guy said, his eyes never leaving the match. Lee cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu. So he has decided to become a wonderful shinobi just by using taijutsu. Down below, Lee was picking himself off of the floor after being knocked away by the sand. He looked back at Gaara with a fire burning in his eyes, showing how determined he was to win this fight. You are a wonderful opponent, Gaara-san, Lee said as he got back up. Gaara said nothing but looked back at him with an impassive stare. Lee frowned at Gaara's lack of words, but didn't let it deter him. He's not fast enough to get through the sand shield, Naruto said. If he were able to hit it hard enough, he could make the sand disperse long enough to hit him. Guy nodded at this and shouted to Lee, Lee, take them off. Lee looked up at his sensei in surprise. But Guy-sensei, you said to always keep them on. This time I'm making an exception, Guy told him as he flashed him a smile as his teeth pinged. Lee nodded and leapt into the air and landed on the stone hands. He reached down and removed his orange leg warmers to reveal weights on his legs. Weights? Ino asked. He's been wearing weights this whole time? Looks like he takes his training seriously. Wonder how much they weigh. Shino said. Alright, now I'm ready. Lee said as he stood up and held both sets of weights in his hands before he let them drop. A few weights aren't going to make a difference, Temari thought as she watched them fall. The weights hit the ground on either side of Kushina with a thundering crash and sent up a giant cloud of dust on both sides of the stone hands, making the elder Uzumaki shriek in surprise. Everyone's eyes widened and almost fell out of their heads. Guy, you are too much, Kakashi thought as he sighed. Lee vanished in a burst of speed and Gaara's sand flew up to block the Konoha genin, but the formation of the sand was destroyed as the force of the hit sent the grains flying and Lee's fist came within inches of Gaara's face. Gaara's eyes widened as he started to look around with shock in his eyes as the sand shield was being blown apart. Looks like this kid's going to actually break Shikaku's Suna no Tate, Kyubi said as he watched the match through Naruto's eyes. Gaara's defense was being blown apart by Lee's fast and strong attacks. He kept looking around as he tried to understand how his absolute defense was failing him. The next thing he knew, there was a force on his head that forced him to bend at the waist. Gaara's been hit. Temari cried. Baki was gapping at the sight while the Konoha shinobi cheered. Lee rushed at Gaara as the Suna genin sent a wave of sand to destroy Lee, but he vanished at the last second and began to attack Gaara's defense. Soon he kicked Gaara in the cheek and sent the Suna genin to the floor. I can just barely keep track of him. Naruto exclaimed as he watched the match with wide eyes. However, he was able to keep track of Lee with his Manjikyu as it was hidden under a genjutsu. Gaara got back up slowly, obviously never having been used to getting hit before if his grunts were any indication. Everyone saw that there was sand falling from his face as he held a crazed expression. There's another shield? Tenten cried. He's getting unstable, Temari whispered as she gripped the handrail tightly. She and Kankuro shared a look of worry as they watched the sand begin to collect on his body. Looks like that armor takes quite a bit of chakra, Kakashi said as he looked at the fighters with his Sharingan. Lee then began to unravel his bandages after seeing Guy give him a nod. Lee then vanished in a blur and began to circle Gaara as a whirlwind surrounded him. Lee then sped up and kicked Gaara in the chin, sending the redhead up into the air. Lee gave him more kicks, sending Gaara higher into the air as the sand reached up towards the two. Lee then cringed while Guy closed his eyes in prayer, before Lee wrapped his bandages around Gaara before he drove him into the ground head first. Omote Renge! Lee cried as the two hit the ground, creating a massive explosion of smoke and debris. Lee landed just outside the impact zone, breathing heavily, as everyone saw the motionless Gaara in the crater. He did it! Choji cried. Wrong, Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes. Kushina stepped forward to Gaara and looked down at him. Just then, Gaara turned to sand and fell apart. When did he do the Kawarimi? Guy cried. Kakashi turned to him and said, when you closed your eyes to pray. Lee cringed out of pain. That's when the switch happened. Gaara then appeared out of a sand cloud behind Lee with a crazed chuckle. Temari and Kankuro hugged each other out of fear when they heard him. Gaara made a single hand seal and the sand burst into action, attacking Lee as he tried to defend himself. Lee was battered around and eventually thrown into the wall as a large wave of sand smashed him. Lee was constantly bashed around as Gaara threw him around. Eventually, Lee regained his mobility and was able to dodge all of Gaara's attacks while having a smile on his face. How is he able to keep going? Hinata asked. Because, the Konoha lotus blooms twice, Guy told her proudly. Guy! Did you really teach a genin such a dangerous technique? Kakashi yelled. Guy's gaze never left the arena as he spoke to Kakashi. You heard me say it before, Kakashi, taijutsu is the only way for Lee to become a shinobi. He showed a great talent for it and is skilled with it. How many of the hashimen can he open? Kakashi asked. 5, Guy told him. Kakashi-sensei, what is he talking about? Kiba asked. Kakashi turned to his student and explained, what Guy is talking about is the hashimen, or the 8 inner gates, a series of tenketsu on the body that greatly increase chakra flow in the body. They are the Kaimon, Kyumon, Simon, Shomon, Tamon, Keimon, Kaiamon, and Shimon. Each gate grants you a burst of power, and by opening all of the hashimen you can gain a power far greater than any of the 5 Kage. I'm sensing a but in there, Shino interjected. Correct, the more gates you open, the more your body is strained. Prolonged use of the hashimen can lead to the tearing of your muscles. And once you open the final gate, you die. You shouldn't have done that, Guy. Are you trying to kill your own student? Kakashi shouted. You know nothing about Lee. Guy shouted back. He is determined to become a wonderful shinobi using only taijutsu, and I am going to help him reach it. The condition has been met, Lee thought as he crossed his arms. A burst of chakra exploded from him, drawing shocked looks from most of the room's occupants. Gaara remained as impassive as ever. The air around Lee shook as his body began to turn red and veins popped out of his skin. To defend my ninja way. Lee was exerting so much chakra, the ground around him began to crack. Kushina took a big step back as she was watching the whole event. Lee vanished in a large burst of speed and crashed into Gaara as he began to attack him. Lee's attacks created so much dust that it was blown all around the arena, effectively blinding all of the combatants. Except for Shino because of his shades. When the dust cleared, everyone looked and saw that the arena was empty. Where did they go? Naruto cried as everyone began to look around. Above. Fu cried as she spotted Gaara shooting out of the dust cloud. The sand on his skin began to crack and fall away as Gaara tried desperately to hold it together. Lee appeared above Gaara and began to kick him around in the air with devastating blows. His muscles are tearing themselves apart. Kakashi exclaimed as he saw Lee begin to struggle with his movements. That's gonna be a tough one to heal, Tsunade said as she watched the match with wide eyes. She had seen Guy open the hashimen before, but he was a jounin by then. Seeing Lee, a genin, open them was just shocking. Take a look at what I have in store for you, Niji. Lee cried in his thoughts as he approached Gaara for a final blow. Lee vanished in another burst of speed and sent Gaara to the ground with a punch to the gut. But Lee grabbed Gaara's strap and pulled him back to deliver a shattering punch to Gaara. "You're a renge!" Lee cried as he and Gaara crashed towards the ground. "I couldn't see a thing. Even with the Manjikyu." Naruto shouted in surprise. "Such incredible power. You wouldn't expect such skill from a genin." Kyubi exclaimed. Lee then pulled back as the pain in his arm became unbearable. Gaara's gourd then turned into sand and cushioned the impact. "Gaara!" Temari and Kankuro cried as they watched with wide eyes. The dust settled and everyone saw that Gaara laying on a cushion of sand. Lee was laying on his back a few feet away. Gaara raised his hand and directed the sand towards Lee. The sand moved towards Lee as he tried to move away, but the pain was too much and he was a sitting duck. The sand enveloped his left arm and leg. "Sabaku-kyu," Gaara whispered as he closed his hand. The sand crushed Lee's arm and leg and sent Lee skidding across the ground until he laid there motionless. "Now you die," Gaara said as he sent a wave of sand at Lee. But the wave exploded outwards and revealed Guy as he stood there defending his student. "Why save him?" Gaara asked as he clutched his head in pain. "Because he's my precious student," Guy answered. Gaara said nothing as he walked away, the gourd reforming as he walked. "The winner is Dash," Kushina began to say before she looked over. Everyone followed her gaze and saw that Lee was standing there, his limbs shaking, and blood dripping from his left arm and leg. Guy walked over to him and began to tell him that the match was over until he saw that Lee was unconscious. "He's out cold," Kakashi said as he slid his headband back over his Sharingan. "He's standing up due to willpower alone. The winner, due to knockout, is Gaara," Kushina said. "Tsunade-sama. Hurry. He needs immediate attention." Tsunade jumped down to the arena and began to help Lee. "His breathing is steady, no internal organs were damaged. He's got a lot muscle tears and fragmented bones, but I'll be able to fix them. He'll need some rehabilitation in order to use them properly. His left arm and leg are heavily damaged. I'll be able to heal him since the damage was only recent and his body hasn't tried to heal itself yet, but it'll be a long time before he could be able to use them properly." "Shizun!" Tsunade yelled. Her apprentice appeared before her instantly. "Head to the hospital and prepare a room for surgery. This boy needs medical attention ASAP." "Hi Tsunade-sama," Shizun said as she raced to the hospital. "You!" Tsunade shouted as she pointed to Guy. "Grab the other end of this stretcher, we're going to get your student to the hospital now." "Double time." "Hi Tsunade-sama," Guy shouted as they lifted the stretcher with Lee on it and raced out the door. "Why did she say it was due to a knockout?" Naruto asked. Technically, Lee was unconscious after his left side was crushed, so Guy only interfered after the match was unofficially over, Kurenai said. Plus, Asuma added, "I think she knows that Lee would rather have lost due to a knockout rather than having lost due to Guy's interference." "Poor Guy, I hope he gets better," Shikamaru said. "Alright then, will the last two fighters come down?" Kushina asked. Choji Akimichi vs Fu of Taki. "Of course they saved the best for last," Fu said as she leapt down into the arena. "Alright Choji, if you win this, I'll take you out for an all-you-can-eat buffet," Asuma said. "Bring on the barbecue." Choji roared as flames appeared in his eyes. He raced down the steps and stood across from Fu as she rotated her shoulder. "Are both fighters ready?" Kushina asked. "I'm ready," Choji said. "So am I," Fu said as she moved a lock of green hair out of the way. "Then begin." Kushina jumped away for the last time as the final match went underway. Baika no Jutsu. Choji pumped chakra through his body. His body expanded, making his girth grow quite a bit. "How is making yourself fatter going to help?" Fu asked herself. Unknown to her, this was the thoughts of all the other teams, except for Team 10. Now to win that barbecue. Choji exclaimed as his limbs and head retracted into his body. Chakra then came out of the retracted areas and propelled him forward until he was spinning like a giant boulder. Nikuden Sensha. Fu's eyes widened as the green human boulder came barreling towards her. She leapt out of the way, and Choji just turned to follow her. Fu took out a few kunai and threw them at the Konoha genin. They just bounced off of him as he was moving too fast. Guess this calls for some improvisation, Fu said as she made a few hand seals and took in a deep breath. Haiden, Renpungakure no Jutsu. Fu exhaled a large amount of dust that filled the majority of the arena. Kushina jumped up and landed on the stone hands as she waved the dust out of her masked face. Interesting, it looks like a version of the Kirigakure no Jutsu, Kakashi noted. Except that this version seems to reflect light, Naruto pointed out. Indeed, the dust was shining brightly as the light from the ceiling reflected on it. The reflective properties of the powder were effectively blinding, and messed up Choji's sense of direction, making him crash into a wall. Choji had to turn himself back to normal in order to pull himself out. What the heck is this? Choji asked himself. A special jutsu that only I can use, Fu's voice answered. She's right, Kyubi answered. She's using the Nanabi's scale powder as a hiding jutsu. That bug would use his scale powder to hide during a battle. Down in the arena, Choji was trying to look through the powder and find his opponent. The next thing he knew, he was hit in the back as Fu vanished into the dust again. The same thing happened multiple times and Choji was then knocked out of the cloud. Seeing that there was no more use for it since he was out, Fu dispelled the dust cloud. Choji weakly got up and saw that Fu stood above him with a kunai in her hands. Seeing no way out of it, Choji sighed and said, I surrender. The winner is Fu, Kushina said. Now will all the winners of the matches please come down. While everyone walked down to the arena floor, Fu pulled Choji to his feet. Hey, nice match. I didn't think that I would have to use my Rinpugakure no Jutsu, she said. This cheered Choji up a bit and he walked back to his team with a small smile on his face. Congratulations to all of you for your victories here today, Hiruzen said as he stood before the group. Now you will all have a month to train and develop new abilities before the finals. Why so long? Dosu asked. Because we need to give our important guests time to get here, and we will be sending invitations to your village leaders to come and see your all fight. Now please come up one at a time and take a number from this box. 6. Shikamaru told Anko as she was writing down the numbers. 3. Shino. 12. Kin. 1. Hinata. 5. Temari. 4. Dosu. 9. Naruto. He looked around and saw the snickering faces of the ones who realized the irony. The Kyubi was roaring in laughter at it. 8. Yujito. Killer Bee snickered seeing that she had his number. 7. Fu. She wondered if there was a higher power playing a joke on her. I am. 11. Gaara. 2. Niji. 10. Kakashi said as he drew for Sasuke, who was still recovering from the ceiling. Alright, Anko said as she sent the results to the board controllers. Everyone take a look at the screen for the results. Match 1, Hinata Hyuga vs Niji Hyuga. Match 2, Shino Aburame vs Dosu Kinyuta. Match 3, Temari Sabaku vs Shikamaru Nara. Match 4, Fu of Taki vs Yujito Ni. Match 5, Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha. Match 6, Gaara Sabaku vs Kin Tsuchi. Niji and I-san, Hinata thought sadly as she saw the pleased grin that Niji wore. He was grinning at the prospect of getting revenge on the main branch. This may be challenging, Shino and Dosu thought, each of them thinking of ways to counter the other's abilities. Troublesome, I have to fight another girl, Shikamura muttered. Unfortunately for him, Temari heard what he said and sent him a dark glare. Fu and Yujito looked at each other and grinned, excited at the prospect of testing their abilities against each other. Naruto grinned as he pictured himself giving Sasuke a good thrashing. Kakashi gulped as he shook a little in fear. Not fear for his student, but fear for Naruto when the whole village sees whatever he would do to Sasuke. Kin gulped rather loudly as she stole a glance at Gaara, who thankfully didn't turn her way. She'd have to come up with something clever if she wanted to live. Later, Hokage's office. Thank you again Kushina for proctoring the preliminaries, Hiruzen said. With Hiate's sickness getting treated by Tsunade, I didn't want to stress him and make all that work go to waste. It was nothing, Kushina said as she waved the sandaime off. I think that was a good call due to all the dust that was flying around from all that fighting. I must be a psychic if I could have a feeling like that, the Hokage chuckled. As Kushina prepared to leave, Naruto walked in and gave the two a look. One that said that there was some things that needed to be talked about. Hi Sochi, I was just about to head back to the compound to congratulate you on making it to the finals, Kushina said cheerfully. Can we put that on hold for right now Ka-chan? Naruto asked. Why? Kushina wondered. There are a few things that need to be talked about, Naruto said as he sat down in the other chair. Hokage's office. So what did you want to talk about Naruto? Hiruzen asked. First, can you put up a privacy seal? Naruto asked. Hiruzen made a hand motion and sent away his ANBU guards before activating the privacy seals under his desk. Behind the bookcase, there's an ANBU that didn't leave, Kyubi said. There's an ANBU behind the bookcase, Naruto said. Hiruzen's eyes widened and he vanished in a burst of speed and yanked the hidden ANBU out into the open and threw him to the ground. Root, Hiruzen muttered as he saw the mask. He called back his ANBU to have him taken away to Ibiki and Inoichi. You've grown stronger Naruto, I didn't even sense him, Hiruzen praised. Maybe your senses have dulled from sitting behind that chair all day, Kushina said. There's that too, the sandaime muttered as he cried anime tears. So what did you want to talk about Sochi? Kushina asked. Naruto took a deep breath and said, in the Forest of Death, when my team encountered that Kiri group, one of them made an interesting accusation. What kind of accusation? Hiruzen asked, already having an idea as to what it was. Naruto merely walked around the desk and stood underneath the picture of the yondaime. We have a very similar appearance, don't we? Naruto asked. Hiruzen sighed. So you found out, didn't you? It did help that Kyubi was bashing his head against the cage while shouting, and I quote, I should have known, over and over, Naruto said. You make it sound worse than it was. Kyubi muttered. I always thought that I had some kind of resemblance to the yondaime, Naruto said. After I found out that I was the Kyubi Jinchuriki, I thought that the ceiling might have changed my appearance. But now, I actually have an answer. Naruto, I wanted to tell you about your father, I really did, but you were already in so much danger that I didn't want to put an even bigger target on your back, Hiruzen said. I was planning on telling you after you became Chunin. I felt that you would be able to handle the responsibility. I figured as much. Kyubi and I talked about why it would have been hidden from me, and this was the reason he pointed out, Naruto informed them. Though, I can see why I wasn't told, it still hurts me a little. I thought that you knew of us at first, Kushina said. Minato had a Kage Bunshin leave a note to Sandaime-sama to tell him about who we were. What note? Hiruzen asked. I never found any note. Kushina raised an eyebrow. It's behind Minato-kun's picture. Hiruzen got up and moved the yondaime's picture, but didn't find anything. I looked here a couple days after the attack, but I never found anything, he said. And there still isn't anything here, not even a seal. But, I know Minato-kun left a note here, Kushina told him. Maybe it was taken, Naruto suggested. Most likely, though I don't have any idea as to who would take it, Hiruzen said. Anyway, I do have some good news for you, Naruto. I think that there's an excellent teacher for you in the village. Who is it? Naruto asked enthusiastically. One of my students, Jiraiya of the Sannin, Hiruzen said with a hint of pride in his voice. Jiraiya? You mean the Gama Sannin that Minato and I asked to be my Sochi's godfather but only saw him twice from what Hitomi-chan told me? Kushina asked with a sweet smile as an image of the Shinigami appeared behind her. Crap. I just killed Jiraiya. Hiruzen panicked. He just remembered how angry Kushina was when he had to tell her that Jiraiya hasn't stepped foot in the village ever since bringing Tsunade with him, as far as he knew. I have a godfather? Naruto asked. The Shinigami behind Kushina gave a sweet smile of its own as it cleaned the knife that was in its mouth as it heard the young Uzumaki's question. The Sandaime just paled and thanked Kami that Kushina wasn't going after him. Hyuga compound. Hinata sighed as she stood outside the council chambers. She had to listen to those old windbags tell her not to embarrass the Hyuga when she loses to Niji. She could tell that her father was just barely restraining himself from delivering a Juken strike to their heads and liquefying their brains. She was tired, exhausted, and frustrated. All Hinata wanted to do was go to the hot springs and wash away all the dirt, grime, and her worries. Maybe she would go with Hanabi or her mother. Company was always good to have. Just as she was starting to relax, Niji just had to cross paths with her as he was on his way to her father's office. Hinata-sama, Niji said with a clipped tone, just drop out of the exams now so you don't embarrass the Hyuga image. She had it. She was frustrated and she wasn't about to take any more of Niji's attitude. The only embarrassment here is you, Niji, Hinata said with a calm rage. Niji, detecting this anger, wisely took a step back. Now please leave me alone, I am tired, frustrated, and in need of a good soak in the hot springs. So if you wish to remain healthy for your meeting with Tusama, I suggest you go, now. Having never seen this side of Hinata before, Niji decided that it was in the best interest of his health to go away, while walking at a fast pace. Only moments after that event did Hinata realize what she did and was completely shocked. Looks like my little sunny place is standing up for herself. Hinata turned around to see Hitomi there with a proud smirk on her face. Ka-san, what did I just do? Hinata asked, wondering if she really said something like that to Niji of all people. You let out your frustration, Hitomi said in a manner like she was talking about the weather. Completely normal, especially with what you probably went through in the forest of death. I think I need to go and lie down, Hinata said. Or we could go to the hot springs, Hitomi suggested with a grin. Hinata smeed and went with her mother to collect Hanabi. Later with Kushina. The calm redhead was marching through the streets of Konoha in a henge that was enhanced by a seal on her shoulder. Her hair had changed to a brown color and was tied in a ponytail that reached to the middle of her back. Her skin was tanned a little and her eyes changed to a black color. The seal on her shoulder was designed to allow only certain people to see her normal appearance. Currently, Kushina was on a hunt of Jiraiya after she left Naruto with Hiruzen as the younger Uzumaki wanted to ask the oldest Hokage something. Where is he? Kushina growled. I've searched every brothel and whorehouse in the village. As if Kami was sending her a clue, a pair of teenage girls were walking past her while talking about how relaxing the hot springs were. And then Kushina remembered what Jiraiya's favorite hobby was, so she changed her direction and marched to the hot springs. 5 minutes later, Kushina arrived at the hot springs and entered the female side of the springs. It was mostly empty, the only exceptions being Hitomi, her daughters, and that Kumo Kunoichi Yujito. Kushina extended her senses, and found Jiraiya just outside the wall, peeking on the females. Hitomi was relaxing in the springs with her daughters and a Kumo Kunoichi. Of course she was at first very wary considering what had happened on Hinata's 3rd birthday, but the girl explained that it was a plot conceived by corrupt council members who wanted Kyomo to have every bloodline in the world. She explained that the Reikage has been unable to find every member of the guilty party, and that they've been bribing several Kyomo shinobi into trying to steal a Byakugan. Hitomi relaxed at this, but was still wary of the girl. In the corner of her vision, she saw a flash of red and discreetly looked over to see Kushina waving her over. "Hinata-chan," Hitomi said, "can you go inside and see if I brought my lavender perfume? I forgot that I was invited for dinner later." Hinata got up and wrapped herself in a towel before walking inside. She looked around for her mother's bag before she saw Kushina waving her over. "Kushina-san? What are you doing here?" Hinata asked. "I'm on the hunt for Naruto-kun's godfather. I just found out that he's in the village and is currently spying on you girls in there," Kushina explained. Hinata squeaked and tightened her gi on the towel covering her body. Seeing the girl's distress, Kushina placed her hands on Hinata's shoulders and said, "Don't worry, this just gives me another reason to beat his ass into a coma. Just tell Hitomi-chan that she accidentally brought her, what was that code word again? Oh, I got it. She brought her watchful toad perfume." Hinata nodded and took several deep breaths and tried to forget about the fact that there was a pervert spying on her, her sister, her mother, and a new friend. Hinata walked out and slowly made her way into the water, after removing her towel and placing it near her for emergency cover. "Ka-chan," Hinata said in a soft tone that signaled to Hitomi that something had embarrassed her. Thankfully, Hanabi and Yujito were too relaxed to notice. "You brought watchful toad perfume instead." Recognizing the code word that she, Kushina, and Mikoto made for whenever Jiraiya was peeping, Hitomi realized what was going to happen. And she didn't feel any sorrow for the pervert. Kushina silently crept along the outer wall of the hot springs as she made her way to Jiraiya. After a few minutes of searching, she saw him. Perched on top of a large toad, who looked like he was ashamed for being with his summoner, was a man with long spiky white hair. He was wearing a green kimono shirt and matching pants underneath a red haori. There was a large scroll on his back, and there were hand guards along with mesh armor on his arms and legs. He had red lines going down his cheeks from under his eyes, and a horned headband with the kanji for oil on it. Currently, the Sannin was giggling as he looked through the peephole that he had made. He was also writing things down in a little notebook. Kushina took a peek and saw that they were measurements, specifically of bust, waist, and butt sizes. The only good thing was that Jiraiya only seemed to be taking Hitomi's sizes. Well, one of his own peeping rules is 21 or older, Kushina thought. She then crept up behind him and started to release a small amount of Ki before slowly increasing it. Eventually the Ki became very intense and Jiraiya slowly turned around before his eyes went wide in fear. "Nice to see you again, Jiraiya." Several minutes earlier Jiraiya sighed. My, what wonderful curves," Jiraiya giggled as he looked through the peephole in the wall. "Hitomi's really grown since my last visit." "Well, it has been over a decade since you've last been here, Gamma," the toad Jiraiya was sitting on said as he gazed up at the Gamma Sannin with a bored expression. "True, very true," Jiraiya agreed. "Well, since I'm here now, I guess I can start teaching Naruto." "As in Minato-kun's and Kushina-chan's son? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Your godson? That Naruto?" Gamma asked with a scolding tone. All right, so I left the brat here in the village. Besides, he had Sensei and Tsunade to look after him, and I did support the brat whenever I could," Jiraiya pointed out. "Now let me go back to my research." Gamma just sighed as he stood still and let Jiraiya engage in his observation of the females inside. Gamma couldn't help but notice a familiar chakra in the area. Now if only he could put his tongue on it. Jiraiya watched as Hitomi's oldest daughter got out of the bath and walked into the changing room after wrapping herself in a towel. The perverted Sannin pulled away from the peephole as soon as she got up until he heard that she returned. He may be a pervert, but he had standards. When he was younger, then he would peep on girls that were his age also. As he got older he started to only check out the ones who were at least 21. Jiraiya was many things, but pedophile was not one of them. That title belonged to Orochimaru. As Jiraiya was observing the hot springs in case any more women entered, he felt a small amount of pressure behind him. He thought nothing of it because it was so small and barely noticeable. But as time went on, the pressure grew bigger until it was almost crushing him. It didn't help that he recognized this type of pressure. It can't be. She died on the Kyuubi attack. But it can't be an imposter, this is her Ki. Jiraiya thought frantically. He slowly turned around to face the threat. When he fully turned around, his eyes went wide with fear. There, standing behind him, was Kushina. Her red hair was split into 9 strands that weaved through the air ominously behind her. The top half of her head was shaded by her hair, and her eyes were a bright white as they glared at him with a great rage. "Nice to see you again, Jiraiya." Kushina growled as she reached forward to grab him by the collar of his shirt. Fearing for his life, the Sannin leapt away while Gamma poofed back home as he didn't want to get in the middle of this. Turning back around, Jiraiya screamed in fright as a chakra-enhanced fist rocketed towards him. He moved out of the way just in time as the punch destroyed the tree behind him. Back in the hot springs, Yujito, Hanabi, and Hinata jumped as the sound of Jiraiya's terror filled the air, as it was followed by the sound of the tree being destroyed. "Ah, the sweet sounds of a pervert meeting his doom," Hitomi sighed. Jiraiya was running for his life as Kushina raced after him. Golden chains shot out of her back as they tried to strike the Gamma Sennin as he was running away. "Sensei! Why didn't you say anything about her being alive?" Jiraiya wailed as he dodged yet another chain. The chase continued and they eventually reached a large field that gave Jiraiya an idea on what to do. "Kuchios no Jutsu!" Jiraiya cried as he slammed his hands on the ground. A large explosion of smoke erupted, and once it cleared, a very large toad with orange skin, a blue jacket, and a sword in a scabbard on his side. The toad also had a scar running down its left eye. "Jiraiya! Why have you summoned me?" the toad demanded. Instead of answering him, Jiraiya climbed up the toad and forced his mouth open. "No time to explain. Just save me." With that, Jiraiya climbed inside of the toad's mouth. Before the toad could comprehend what happened, he was thrown onto his back by a powerful fist into his gut. "Open up, Gamabunta." Jiraiya's had this coming for a long time, Kushina said as she cracked her knuckles. "K Kushina. But you died." Gamabunta cried out. "Long story, now let me have that pervert," Kushina demanded. Not wanting to get her angry with him, Gamabunta opened up and allowed Kushina to look inside. Hanging onto one of Gamabunta's tongue piercings was Jiraiya, who screamed again as he saw Kushina glaring at him. She shot out several chains and wrapped up Jiraiya before dragging him out. Jiraiya sent the toad boss a glare for relenting so easily. All the toad could do was poof back home. "Now that we're alone, I can dish out the anger I have for you practically abandoning Naruto for over a decade," Kushina growled. Kushina then took out a frying pan. 1. Apparently it was something that scared Jiraiya greatly as he cried out in fear and struggled to get away. Kushina just walked forward and held the frying pan tightly. The sounds of Jiraiya's screams and the banging of Kushina's frying pan filled the clearing. Hokage's office after Kushina left. Naruto had just said goodbye to Kushina as she went on the hunt for Jiraiya. "So what is it that you needed, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen asked. "I'm going to need some assistance as I go into the Uchiha compound," Naruto said plainly. "Why do you need to go in there?" Hiruzen asked. "Kyuubi can sense that the tablet the Rikudo Sennin left behind is in there," Naruto explained. "He told me that the tablet contains information on the Manjikyu Sharingan and can be very valuable in helping me train with it." "Well, I can't go with you myself because there's going to be a council meeting about who made it into the finals, but I think I have the perfect people to help you," Hiruzen said. "Cat! The purple-haired ANBU member appeared next to Naruto, kneeling before the Hokage. "You called Hokage-sama?" she asked. "Yes, tell Kakashi, Kurenai, and Tsunade to come to my office please," Hiruzen ordered. "Hi Hokage-sama," Kat said as she vanished in a swirl of leaves. "I really want to learn that move," Naruto said. Hiruzen chuckled. "Your father said the same thing the first time he saw a Shunshin." "Really?" Naruto asked. "Indeed, you do know what made your father famous, right?" he asked. "Yeah, his signature jutsu, the Hiraishin," Naruto replied. "He wanted to make a technique that surpassed the Shunshin. I often wondered how a fight between him and Shunshin no Shursui would turn out," Hiruzen admitted as he leaned back in his chair. "Unfortunately, we will never know." Several minutes later, the two of the three requested people arrived in the office. 3 hours later, the last on arrived. "I'm glad all of you could finally make it," Hiruzen said as he lit his pipe and glared at Kakashi. "I need all of you to assist Naruto here with something important." "Like what?" Kakashi asked, his fingers itching to hold his beloved book. "Unfortunately, that would result in a one-way trip to the hospital with Tsunade in the room. To put it simply, Naruto needs to get into the Uchiha compound and locate a tablet left behind by the Rikudo Sennin," Hiruzen said. "And I want all of you to make sure that he can get to the tablet without running into problems." "I highly doubt I can be of assistance here," Tsunade interjected. "You know, stealth has never been my strong suit." "I know that, but I figured that the last Senju should be given the chance to see something of her ancestry," the Sandaime told her. Tsunade nodded and stepped back. "But why does Naruto need to see the tablet?" Kurenai answered. "In the Forest of Death, when me and my team fought the 3 Kiri Genin, I had unlocked the Manjikyu Sharingan by substituting myself with Hinata-chan when she was going to be stabbed," Naruto explained as he activated his Sharingan and pushed it all the way to the Manjikyu. "But, that's impossible!" Tsunade shouted. "My grandfather told me that the only way to unlock the Manjikyu Sharingan was through extreme grief when you kill someone close to you. Actually, there are 3 ways to unlock it. Unlocking it through grief is what Kyuubi calls the cursed way since it leads to blindness," Naruto told her. "I unlocked it through sacrificing myself, then it granted me an ability to save myself." "I see, that actually makes sense," Tsunade said. "Now then, I would also like you to copy the tablet if you can. Such knowledge should not belong to a clan of one," Hiruzen stated. Later Uchiha compound. "Those cursed Uchiha placed the tablet deep within the compound. Turn to your left a little," Kyuubi said as he directed Naruto to where he could feel the energies of the tablet that was made from him and his siblings. "What if we run into Sasuke team?" Naruto asked. "Don't worry, I have a Kage Bunshin with him since I need to be watching him due to Orochimaru's curse mark," Kakashi replied. "You mean the hickey I saw on his neck in the preliminaries?" Naruto asked. Everyone struggled to hold in their laughter as they followed the blonde. Eventually they reached a small shrine that looked like one of the temples in the village. There was a torii gate that had the Uchiha symbol on it as it led the way to the temple. The group entered the temple and Naruto and Kakashi activated their Sharingan. "There's a small flicker of chakra over there on the far right," Kakashi said as he focused his eye. Kurenai removed the tatami mat and revealed a stone slab. "I can see a seal on the stone," Naruto said. "It looks like a Sharingan surrounded by a sealing formula. It's a barrier seal that's meant to grant access to those who know the password to it," Kyuubi said. "It's also been altered to only react to someone with Uchiha blood." "So he can't open it?" Jiyu asked. "Actually, he can," Kyuubi answered. "Because Naruto took the heart of an Uchiha, the seal will recognize him and grant him access. But I'm not that good with seals, I'm only just starting to learn how to make my own explosion tags," Naruto said. "Don't worry, when I was sealed inside Mito and Kushina, I was able to see their knowledge of seals. So just follow my instructions and we'll be able to get in." Naruto listened to the Kyuubi as he explained how to get in. He formed the Hebe seal and started to channel chakra into the stone slab. The fuinjutsu on the slab became visible as it levitated off of the floor and rested behind the space it once took. The slab was guarding a hidden entrance to an underground level. "The tablet's in there," Naruto said. "I'll stand guard in case anyone comes by," Kurenai told them. "Who knows who might be lurking about?" "Good call," Kakashi replied as he followed Naruto and Tsunade inside. Naruto was looking around the hidden room and saw a small area that held a stone tablet. Around the tablet were several images, most likely for decoration. "I can't understand a single word," Tsunade said as she took a look at the stone. According to Kyubi, the Sharingan and Manjikyu Sharingan can only decipher parts of it, only the Rinnegan can read all of it, Naruto told her. "The Rinnegan hasn't been seen since the time of the Rikudo Sennin," Tsunade pointed out. "You don't need those eyes, I can translate the tablet since I helped make it," Kyubi said. "Kyubi says that he can translate it," Naruto told her. He then leaned forward and took a good look at the tablet so Kyubi can see it as well. However, the following reaction was completely unexpected. "Is this?" Kyubi roared. "This thing has been tainted. Desecrated. It's been completely altered." "Shut up!" Naruto yelled as he held his head. "Naruto! What happened?" Kakashi yelled as he helped the young Uzumaki to his feet. "Ugh, Kyubi's yelling about the tablet being changed," Naruto answered as he shook his head. "An illusion!" Kyubi cried out again. "This must be a fake. There's no way he would say that the curse technique would be the salvation of the world. This is a mockery of what he stood for. Blasphemy. Heresy. I demand Asian on the desecrator." "Shut up!" Naruto yelled as he went into his mindscape and clocked Kyubi on the nose. Caught off guard, the giant fox stumbled backwards as he shook his head. "I needed that," Kyubi said as he took a look at his Jinchuriki, who was tending to a knocked-out Jiyu. Obviously the Biju's rampage knocked out the Kaguya. "Now will you please explain?" "You're talking about?" Naruto asked. "Someone completely altered the tablet, while some things like the information on the Manjikyu techniques are intact, the rest of it has been changed," the Biju explained. "Can it be changed back?" Naruto asked. "Possibly, it only looks like it's just a very powerful, yet subtle genjutsu placed over it, and the chakra that's supporting the genjutsu seems familiar somehow," Kyubi said. He then instructed Naruto to place his hand on the tablet while he used the Kyubi's chakra to break the genjutsu over it. After several minutes, Naruto fell down to his knees with a small amount of sweat on his forehead. "Okay, I've broken the genjutsu on the tablet, so it should be back to normal," Naruto said as he took a look at the tablet again. "Hey Bachan, I'm going to read the tablet, so try to copy what I say, okay? Just let me find my pen," Tsunade said as she pulled out a pen from her front pocket. Seeing that she was ready, Naruto took a deep breath and began. "I never imagined that my life would turn out the way it did. I always thought that I would grow up in a peaceful world, especially since my mother was the one who began the first era of peace ever. My name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki and this is my tale. Long before I was born, my people arrived in this land in search of a home. We stumbled across this war-torn place and found a tree that had a very blessed fruit at the top. My mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, wishing to see the fighting come to an end, climbed up the Shinju and ate the fruit. She was granted with an unimaginable power which would eventually be known as chakra. From what I was told, the fruit changed her eyes and allowed her to see long distances. It also gave her a third eye on her forehead, that eye often scared people, so she kept it closed a lot. Using her newfound power, my mother brought an end to the fighting and brought forth an era of peace. Eventually she settled down and gave birth to me and my brother Hamura. Unfortunately, this peace would not last. My mother began to lose her faith in humanity and the power began to change her. She fell into madness and created a horrific technique, the infinite Tsukimi. By using her third eye, she would create a vast amount of light. All who were caught by the light were then trapped within a dream world of their own desires after Kaguya used the roots of the Shinju to ensnare them. For some reason, me and my brother were unaffected by the technique. Most likely due to the fact that we inherited our mother's chakra. And also her eyes. Hamura inherited her white eyes while I received purple ringed eyes. I believe I shall call it the Rinnegan due to its abilities that I shall describe later. Enraged at this, Kaguya merged with the Shinju and became a monstrous creature known as the Jubi. The beast that was once my mother devastated the earth as it fought to reclaim its chakra. After a long and grueling battle, Hamura and I managed to subdue the creature. We stole its chakra and released the world from the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, many of the people who were trapped within the dream world were absorbed by the Shinju, and became shells of their former selves that cried out for Kaguya to be their mother. Hamura and I sealed the creatures within the Jubi's empty body and created a massive construct of stone to surround it before sending it up into the sky, where it eventually became known as the moon. I must also give thanks to a group of summons that assisted me in battle. If it weren't for them, I fear that me and Hamura might not have been able to win as we did. They are a family of powerful beings, each with control over a specific element. They have been asleep for a long time and Kaguya's usage of the Shinju to trap the world awoke them due to the disturbance in nature. Hamura and I eventually settled down and had families of our own. We each had 2 sons. For me it was Azura and Indra, for Hamura it was Hiro and Shiruto. Indra possessed eyes that allowed him to copy any technique that used chakra, or body movements, the Sharingan, while Ashura possessed a strong connection to nature. Hiro inherited Hamura's eyes, the Byakugan, and Shiruto received the ability to manipulate his own bones, the Shikatsu Myaku. After his 2 sons went to see the world and make families of their own, my dear brother went with the rest of the Otsutsuki clan to the moon in order to protect our mother's body in case there is no way to destroy it. I almost forgot, Hamura and I tried mixing our blood to create a greater descendant. With a head covered with bright red hair, Akari was born. She was a very energetic child who possessed a strong life force and healing abilities. She even had the ability to make chains made out of chakra, something neither me or my brother's family are able to do. Hiro was often jealous about the fact that he had something old, while all of the other children possessed a completely new ability. I traveled throughout the world, granting chakra to others in hopes that it would help humanity grow together in unity. I taught them all about Ninshu and its principles, helping people understand one another. I am very pleased to see that peace is beginning to replace the fear that they will be trapped by Kaguya once more. As I grow older, I am inspired by Azura's words that love will be the true key to peace. I decide to put the Jubi's chakra to use once more. I took the beast's chakra and used the Banbutsu Sozo, a technique that requires total control over yin and yang chakra. I created the Bijou. They are to be the guardians of this world, and I named each of them so show that they are individual beings, yet connected. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Sake, Chomei, Gyuki, and Kurama. Each of them are connected, and yet separate. They will become one again, however it will not be as the Jubi, but as something greater. As I awaited for the end of my life, I called forth my 2 sons. I was going to choose one of them as my successor, the one who would lead humanity to many eras of peace and tranquility. Indra believed that power would pave the road to peace, while Azura believed that love would do it in place of power. I chose Azura to be my successor as I believed that peace could be achieved through love and companionship. Indra was angered by this, and thus, the 2 brothers began to fight over who would accomplish my dream. It breaks my heart seeing that I had driven them to this. A fool I was for causing this. I should have realized that it required both love and power to create peace. I was the perfect mixture of the 2 elements, yet I was blind to that very fact. I can only pray that one day the descendants of my 2 sons will be able to put aside their differences and create a world of peace. Suddenly I come up with a wonderful idea. I send out Isabu, Kokuo, and Kurama to bring me my nephews and half-daughter. When they arrive, I ask them to keep an eye on my sons and their descendants and make sure that neither one of their legacies goes extinct. Eventually, I discover that each of them have created clans. Ajura created the Senju, Indra crafts the Uchiha, Hiro founded the Hyuga, Shirudo makes the Kagaya. I will never know why he decided to name his clan after his grandmother, and Akari creates the Uzumaki. I just know that each of them will become great. Hamura would have been proud of his children. Before I die, there are only a few things that need to be said. First is that even though my mother has been sealed away, I can still feel a small portion of her presence in the world. I fear that one day she would be revived. If that happens, that I only hope that there are people in the future who might be able to stop her. Second is that should you be reading this, then you either have the Rinnegan, or one of my beloved Bijou are allowing you to read this. If you have the Rinnegan, then you may accidentally summon the empty husk of the Jubi. If you do, I beg of you to find a way to destroy it. My brother Hamura had tried countless times to destroy it, yet could not. I only ask that you destroy it before any of the Bijou are sealed in it. If any of them are, then please free them. Finally, I shall use the Banbutsu Sozo one last time to leave knowledge of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. I only hope that you are able to put this knowledge to good use and better the world with this information. I hope that one day, the world will become just as I have envisioned it, a world of peace. Wow, that trumps any fairy tale story, Naruto said as he sat down. Yeah, that was some story, Tsunade said as she began to use the mystic palm to heal her hand that had started to cramp up halfway through. And we've still got to read over the Manjikyu abilities, Kakashi pointed out. He had to admit, the story of the Rikudo Sennin was more fascinating than any Ika Paradise book. So, your name's Kurama, huh? Naruto asked. Yup, I was going to tell you one day, when you had gotten stronger and got a bit more of my respect, but I suppose there's no harm in learning about my name now, Kurama replied. I knew that the Rikudo Sennin was strong, especially since he gave people chakra, but I never knew that he was that strong, Jiyu said. Let's get this over with so I can go and see if Ka-chan found my godfather, Naruto said. Oh, so the pervert's in town, Tsunade noted. The Manjikyu Sharingan is a higher level of the Sharingan. It is gained through one of three steps: great grief, great stress, or great sacrifice. Only through great sacrifice will the Manjikyu Sharingan keep its light. If those eyes are achieved through any of the other two ways, they will eventually go blind. Only by transplanting a Manjikyu of a close family member can one regain the light in their eyes and keep it. However, Indra has shown that the Manjikyu Sharingan can control the Bijou. I made him swear to never control them or else I would rip his eyes right out of his head. Enslavement is not something I want to see in this world as the infinite Tsukuyami's victims are a form of it. Now the abilities of the Manjikyu will be listed below. Amaterasu, the highest level of fire chakra. By focusing their vision on a target, one can summon the black flames to ignite on their target. The fire will burn for 7 days and 7 nights, even if the target is destroyed. These fires can even burn out other flames with ease. However, when Indra tested the fire against Akari's chakra chains, they were unable to burn it, so the fire cannot burn through chakra. Tsukuyami, one of the most powerful illusions in existence. While it shares a similar name to the infinite Tsukuyami, its workings are completely different. The user needs to make eye contact to be successful, and it requires a lot of chakra. Once trapped within the illusion, Indra was able to do anything to his opponents, not even the Byakugan could free Hiro from the technique. Time and space mean nothing to the user, as 3 seconds in the real world equaled 3 days in the illusion. However, this technique places a large amount of stress on the eyes due to the chakra usage. Only I was able to break the illusion due to my Rinnegan. Koto Amatsukami, another illusion technique, yet very different from the Tsukuyami. With this, the user is able to plant a very powerful, yet subtle mind-controlling illusion on the target. This makes them believe that they are doing things of their own free will due to the false experiences planted in their minds. A very frightening illusion. Indra swore never to use it as it even frightened him. Kamui, a powerful technique that allows one to teleport and become intangible. This technique is very complicated and requires complete understanding of its mechanics. The left eye possesses a long-range ability that allows warp a target that is a distance away into the other dimension that the Kamui gives access to. The right eye is short-ranged and requires physical contact in order to transfer someone to the other dimension. This eye also gives the user intangibility, allowing them to pass through objects by transferring a part of their body into the other dimension when it overlaps with another object. The intangibility can also be extended to anything the user is touching, considering that it within a reasonable size. When both eyes are used together, they allow the teleportation to work twice as fast. Susanoo, most arguably the strongest technique granted by the Manjikyu Sharingan. It is a guardian deity that protects the user from nearly all things. It is formed from the user's chakra, and its appearance is different due to its wielder. The user can freely move around in the Susanoo and can allow others to enter it if they wish. While the Susanoo can defend against external attacks, internal attacks can still damage the user, as seen when Azura used the ground under Indra to knock him out of the Susanoo, making the construct fall apart. The Susanoo will start off as a skeletal figure and gradually develop while gaining access to weapons that match the user themselves. The Susanoo will also develop up to 4 arms. Next, the Susanoo will develop a layer of armor that defends the user against stronger attacks. This form can also be granted legs, allowing the Susanoo to move around with ease. The final form is the perfect form. The Susanoo becomes gigantic, towering over the field, and transforming into the likeness of a samurai. This form is very powerful, as it can cleave the top of mountains with its sword. I am awesome! Naruto exclaimed as he finished reading all of the text. JGG had to deal with all of that? Tsunade mumbled as she slowly sat down. That just goes to show you that the Shodaime wasn't called the Shinobi no Kami for no reason, Kakashi said as he closed his Sharingan eye and replaced the headband. I don't think we need to read anything based on the Rinnegan, do we? Naruto asked. Tsunade shook her head. No, the Rinnegan hasn't been seen ever since the Rikudo Sennin died. Then let's go back. I want to give this back to Sensei and head home for a nice relaxing bath, Tsunade ordered. The trio left the secret room and Naruto replaced the stone slab before they met up with Kurenai. As they were leaving the Uchiha compound, Naruto spoke with Kurama. So do you think I'll be able to sign that contract now? Naruto asked. I think your chakra has grown enough, far more than I had thought. You might be able to fight alongside them, Kurama noted. Great. When should I sign it? Naruto asked. Tomorrow, that's when your training will most likely begin, the elder Bijou said. Hot springs. So, you left Naruto-kun alone just because he reminded you of Minato? Kushina asked as she glared at the Sannin. Jiraiya, who looked like he was put through the meat grinder, and that's putting it lightly, added, It just hurt me greatly. Whenever I looked at the kid, I saw you and Minato. I just couldn't bear it, so I left. I also left him alone to stop any rumors that he looked like Minato from existing and reaching IWA or Kumo. And I did help the kid. When I heard that he was kicked out of the orphanage, I sent Sensei a ton of money to pay for his new home. I even had a toad watching him and taking the names of anyone who plotted to hurt him. That still doesn't explain why he doesn't know about you. Kushina yelled. Jiraiya looked down and replied, I was worried that if he knew, he would accidentally tell someone. And if they knew that I was the godfather, they would know that Minato was his father. Everyone knows that Minato and I were close, so they would be able to connect the dots. No, they wouldn't, Kushina interrupted. Naruto-kun looks exactly like his father, if you take away the whisker marks. That's because their fear of the fox makes them blind to seeing it, Jiraiya told her. Fine, I'll let you off the hook for now, Kushina said as she released the Gamma Sennin. Now can you please explain as to how you're alive? Or am I going to have to assume that you're an imposter who somehow has Kushina's abilities? Jiraiya asked. And so Kushina told him of her tale, how she was kept alive the whole time and eventually gave birth to Natsumi. Jiraiya was so angry that he wanted to do nothing more than to slowly grind Danzo into mush with a Sage Mode enhanced Rasengan while boiling in a goemon. He eventually calmed down and listened to the rest of Kushina's tale. She even gave him proof of her being the real deal by saying that she loved the idea of naming Naruto after the character of his first book. Well, I have to say that I'm sorry I didn't believe you at first, but I wanted to make sure that you were really, well, you, Jiraiya apologized. Now I need to go speak with Sensei. I just got some news that he's really not gonna like. Does it have to do with a snake leaving a hickey on an Uchiha? Kushina asked. Jiraiya just blinked. It has to do with a snake, but I don't know anything about a hickey on an Uchiha. Looks like Sensei and I will be sharing stories. And after that, you'll be helping me figure out Naruto-kun's training schedule, Kushina stated with a tone that left no room for arguments. Jiraiya sighed as he saw that he probably wouldn't get any time to do any research anytime soon. Sandame's office. Truly fascinating. Hiruzen said as he read the copy of the Rikudo Senin's tale. I knew only the basic parts of the legend, but never knew about him having a brother or that he was a part of a clan. You think that's amazing? I'm related to the guy. Naruto exclaimed. He and Tsunade were in the Hokage's office, as Kurenai and Kakashi had to go and prepare for training their students. So am I, Gaki, Tsunade said. Though I have to wonder, why didn't you copy down anything about the Rinnegan? The Hokage asked. Naruto opened his mouth to reply, but couldn't form an answer. You know, he began, I actually didn't see any of it. That's because Gigi made it so that only someone with a Rinnegan could read it, not even I could translate it, Kurama explained. Kurama says that only someone with the Rinnegan can see it, there's no other way to see it, Naruto parroted. A shame, I really wanted to see what those legendary eyes could do, Hiruzen muttered. Just then, Jiraiya and Kushina entered the office through the window. Hiruzen blinked at the sudden intrusion and sighed as he saw Jiraiya's injuries. Tsundi was filled with pride seeing that her training with Kushina didn't go to waste during her 12 years in captivity. Sensei, you are a cruel person, Jiraiya stated. Why didn't you tell me Kushina was alive? Did you want me to be beaten to death? Honestly, I believe that you deserve it since you decided to stay away from Naruto for about a decade, Hiruzen said. By the way, he's right behind you. Jiraiya whirled around and saw the young Uzumaki giving him a once-over. Jiraiya puffed out his chest in an attempt to look tough and asked, impressed? Is this kook really my godfather? Naruto asked, deflating Jiraiya's ego. Hey! I'm no kook, I am a member of the legendary Sannin, the Gamma Sennin of Mt. Mayaboku. Women swoon in my presence, for I am the gallant Jiraiya, the Sannin declared while striking a ridiculous pose. Naruto just blinked and said, actually, I'm glad that this guy didn't take care of me. He might have tried to turn me into his clone. And Konoha can just barely handle Gai-sensei and Lee. Jiraiya just fell over in shock while Tsunade and Kushina fell over in laughter and Hiruzen just shook his head at his students' antics. After he recovered, Jiraiya stood up and glared at Naruto while saying, humph. Looks like you grew up to be a disrespectful little gaki. Tsunade, you've done a poor job of teaching this boy manners. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, she's done a better job than you, where have you been all my life? Making sure that Konoha, and by extension you, stay safe. I run a spy network that keeps me informed of any plots formed against the village or our allies, Jiraiya explained. Naruto then asked, was it too much trouble to come and visit? Or did you decide that family wasn't important to you? Jiraiya sighed, I did help you, when I heard that you were kicked out of the orphanage, I sent a ton of money to get you a home. It's true, while we were searching for you after you were evicted, Jiraiya sent me a large amount of money via Toad Messenger, the Sandame confirmed. Naruto turned to Jiraiya and sighed, I still don't forgive you for leaving me, but maybe you can make it up to me. Well, I was planning on training you for the finals, that is, if you made it, Jiraiya said. Oh, he made it alright, and you're not going to be the only one training him, Kushina cut in. I'm going to help him, and so is Kyubi. Kyubi. Have you forgotten what that beast did? Jiraiya shouted. Long story short, he was being controlled when he was ripped out of me, Kushina said. So anyway, Pervert here is going to teach you the Rasengan, one of your father's original jutsu. I'm going to teach you Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu, and Kyubi's going to help you with his chakra, your Jiongu, Sharingan, and Shikatsumiyaku. How much have I missed? Jiraiya asked as he sat down. And why does he know about his father? He should have been told when he was a chunin or 16 years old. He figured it out when some Kiri Genin mentioned the resemblance, Tsunade said. How do Kiri Genin figure it out when they never had any problems with Minato? Jiraiya asked. Because they were never focusing on his death like IWA did, Hiruzen pointed out. They were more concerned with their civil war. Kurama wanted me to sign the Rikudo Sennin summoning contract. He thinks that I'm ready to sign it, Naruto said. What? But you have to sign the Toad contract. Jiraiya protested. I don't think I can, Naruto stated. Why not? If you didn't sign that other contract then you can sign this one, Jiraiya told him. Well, for starters, he already signed the Kitsune contract, Kushina said, and I would rather him sign a summoning contract held by the Rikudo Sennin. But, he's Minato's legacy, Jiraiya said. As much as he is my idol, I don't want to become his clone, Naruto told the Sannin. I mean skill-wise, I already have his hair and eyes. Alright, I'll have to speak with the Great Toad Sage about this new development, but now I'm gonna need you to scram, the grown-ups have some important things to talk about, Jiraiya said as he shooed Naruto away. The young Jinchuriki gave the Gamma Sennin a look before leaving. A week later. True to Kushina's words, Naruto was being trained by 3 senseis. Jiraiya had him learning about the Rasengan, a jutsu that Minato made after seeing the Bijidama, a skill Kurama said that he was a long ways from learning, as it required him to handle the version 2 form. However, before that, he still needed to get used to just being in version 1. Back to the Rasengan, Jiraiya had him start off with trying to pop a water balloon with only his chakra. It took a while for him to get it, but Naruto was able to successfully do it. Now he had to pop a rubber ball. This step was difficult and had Naruto stuck on it for a while. When training with Kushina, the Fuinjutsu part of it just stuck with Naruto. He was able to understand a lot of seals and how to make some, a testament to his Uzumaki heritage. Currently, he was able to make his own explosion tags that held some more power in them than the regular tags. Kenjutsu was something completely different. It was very difficult for Naruto, especially considering he never took up a sword before. However, Kushina wouldn't hear any of it, deciding to make Naruto learn the art as he couldn't rely on taijutsu and his gauntlets forever. The Uzumaki sword style was very difficult as it involved movements that were like a whirlpool. The style was meant to confuse opponents while being able to giving them a lot of painful cuts. Jiraiya had mentioned that Killer Bee, the Hachibi Jinchuriki, developed his own sword style based off of the Uzumaki's own style. Currently, Naruto was training with Kurama as the Bijou instructed Naruto on how to control his chakra. He had red chakra oozing off of him as it evaporated into the air. The young Uzumaki was punching a training post lightly as he tried to get used to his enhanced strength and speed. Around the training field, Kage Bunshin were working on new techniques with the Jiongu, and were trying a special project that Jiraiya had suggested to Naruto. Excellent, at this rate you'll be able to move on to learning about version 1, Kurama praised. Why do I need to learn about this anyway? It's not like Sasuke's gonna force me to this, Naruto asked. You do remember who is fighting after you, right? Jiyu asked. Oh yeah, Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Alright then, now we're going to try learn the Kamui, since that's the only ability we know you have, Kurama told him. So, any idea on how it works? Naruto asked as he activated his Manjikyu. Kurama closed his eyes in thought for a moment. I think that the technique revolves around you first learning how to transport something to your inner dimension. And no, it won't be here because this is your mind. Try using the long-range transportation first. Naruto nodded and gazed at a fallen branch before closing his right eye. He focused chakra into it and tried to make it do something. Then, the branch was slowly twisted as it seemed to be. Into itself, the distortion of the branch surprised Naruto as he immediately let go of the technique, and the branch seemed to snap back into normalcy. Looks like you got the idea. Now all you have to do is move your chakra that you channel in your eye like a whirlpool, Kurama told him. Naruto nodded and tried again. This time the branch was absorbed into the distortion after about 40 seconds. Wow! Now how do I get it back? Naruto asked. Try moving your chakra in the opposite direction with your other eye, Jiyu suggested. Naruto nodded and focused on the ground in front of him. The distortion came back, only this time it was spiraling outwards instead of inwards. After about 30 seconds, the branch appeared on the ground. Why was that easier? Naruto wondered. I think I have an explanation, Kurama said. When you're bringing an object into your dimension, you are pulling it. When you're bringing it back out, you are pushing the object out. Now tell me what's easier, pushing or pulling? 1. Pushing, Naruto said. I guess it's easier because there's probably less matter in the other dimension. Most likely, you could probably keep an arsenal of weapons in there. It's like the perfect storage scroll that you don't have to carry. You could also carry allies in there to have less risk on an infiltration mission, the Bijou pointed out. Man, I'm awesome. Now let's get some more practice in. Naruto declared with gusto. With Hinata. Hinata had her own training for the finals. While she wasn't working on things that would put an average genin into the hospital like her crush, she was still doing some difficult training. Faster! Enko shouted as she threw another barrage of kunai. Hinata stood still while only moving her upper body to dodge the kunai. Kurenai and Hitomi looked on with proud smiles on their faces. Hinata was training to learn her mother's version of Juken since it would suit her body type. They had tested her chakra element and found that she was a wind and water type, not suitable for the Juken as it was molded for those with the earth element. 2. Thus, this new Juken would use Hinata's natural flexibility as the base for its fighting style while keeping its original purpose to block the chakra network. Hinata is going to be powerful. This style looks like it will be perfect for her, Hitomi said. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Yeah, she might be able to throw Niji around if she keeps up this level of progress. Maybe, she could even get him to let go of his hatred, Hitomi sighed. Kurenai gave her a sympathetic look, having known about Niji's problem with the main branch and the cause of it. Okay, Haim-chan, I can officially say that you're flexible enough for your new taijutsu, Enko declared proudly. Enko was there to help because she liked Hinata and the fact that she wasn't disturbed by her career in T&I. She also liked teasing her about Naruto, sometimes while using a henge to look like a sweaty version of the blonde Jinchuriki. Are you sure that this new style will help me beat Niji and Ai-san? Hinata asked. Hinata-chan, Hitomi began, with this new style, you will be able to dance around Niji and he won't be able to touch you. But Niji and Ai-san is powerful, I don't think that I'll be able to completely overpower him, Hinata protested. Enko draped an arm over Hinata's shoulders and told her, sure your cousin with the stick up his ass may get a couple of hits on you, but that's about all he'll be able to do. Are you sure? Hinata asked. Let's make a little bet to give you some incentive, Enko began. If you beat your cousin, I'll buy you as many cinnamon rolls as you want. But if you lose, you have to buy me all the dango I want. Hinata's mouth began to water at the image of a mountain of cinnamon rolls. Hitomi couldn't help but giggle at the face her eldest was making before she snapped out of her stupor and got right back to work. With Shino. The Aburama heir was on his knees panting as he trained with his father. Shibi just stared at his son as his swarm of insects hovered behind him. The Aburames were working on Shino's control over his insects as he tried to create a move that would help him win his fight against the Oto Genin. "Are you in need of a break?" Shibi asked. "I am fine," Shino said as he stood up. "Let us rest, we will continue after a short break," Shibi told his son as he recalled his insects. Shino nodded and went over to sides where he drank greedily from a bottle of water. Shibi sat down next to his son. "Your fight with Dosu-san will be difficult as his sound attacks can disrupt the movements of your insects," he said. "If I cannot catch him with my insects, then I shall do so with my blades," Shino declared. Shibi nodded. "Then you had better go and see Shirkai for more lessons. She is very happy to see another member of the clan who wants to learn how to perform close-range combat. Perhaps she can also help me with my newest weapon," Shino said. "And what weapon would that be?" Shibi asked. Shino merely took out a scroll and unsealed what was inside. "Oh, I believe that she can help you indeed. With Dosu and Kin. We are nothing but tools to him." Dosu snarled as he slammed his hand against the table. He and Kin were in their hotel room as they were finished with training for the day. "Calm down, I know it's frustrating, but we can't just fly off the handle here," Kin said as she tried to pacify the mummified genin. "I'll prove to Orochimaru that I am not a tool by taking out his precious secret weapon. After that, I'll kill the Uchiha brat like we were supposed to," Dosu declared. Kin growled. "Will you shut up and think for a moment? That Lee kid couldn't beat Gaara, and he went all out. If he went all out against us in the Forest of Death, we wouldn't have been able to make it to the tower." Dosu scoffed. "He wasn't as fast as the speed of sound." "You're right," Kin agreed. "He was faster," she yelled. "You might not have been able to see it, but I saw it perfectly. Rock Lee was faster than the speed of sound by only a tiny amount." Dosu then saw that going after Gaara might not have been a good idea. "Then I'll just kill the Uchiha. Am I the only one with brains here?" Kin sighed. "Konoha should know by now that he has the curse mark, that means that he'll be watched 24/7. So go ahead and try to kill the Uchiha while he's being guarded by either Jounins or Anbu." Dosu sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Perhaps I'm letting my anger cloud my judgment." "You think?" Kin roared. "Let's just train for the finals, Kami knows that I'm going to need it." "With Fu. Those stupid, arrogant, worthless, idiotic assholes." The Greenette screamed as she smashed her fists against a training post. "How dare they leave me here while they go back home just because they're sore losers?" Fu yelled. Her anger had taken a new level of intensity as she remembered the conversation with her team. Their Jounin sensei was very disappointed at the fact that Fu, the village pariah, was the only one from Taki who was able to make it to the finals. So while Fu stayed in Konoha to train, the rest of her team decided to go back to Taki just to stay away from her. "Don't worry, Fu-chan. I'm still here." Chomei, the Nanabai no Kabutomushi, proclaimed as he tried to cheer up his container. After meeting Naruto and Hinata for the first time, Fu subconsciously went into her mindscape the following night and met the giant bug. Contrary to popular belief, Chomei was the nicest of the Bijou, and the most outgoing as well. Fu formed a friendship with the Nanabai and was beginning to learn how to use the Bijou's chakra like Naruto was doing. "I know Komi-kun, but I'm still angry with them," Fu replied. "Who needs them? You've got me, and your friends you made here," Chomei pointed out. "Yeah, you're right, now how about showing me how to make those wings of yours?" Fu asked. "I thought you'd never ask." A week later with Naruto. "Excellent, you're doing great. At this rate you'll be able to master version 1 in no time," Kurama praised as he saw Naruto gain control of the initial Jinchuriki stage. "Yeah, that sounds like it'll be fun, hopefully it's easier than the Rasengan," Naruto said. "I still can't pop that stupid ball. You need to put more power into it, This jutsu is an A-rank technique. What you're doing is putting only enough chakra for a high B-rank jutsu, Kurama told him. Okay, I'm going to try again, Naruto said as he picked up the rubber ball again and began to channel chakra into it. He spun his chakra like a whirlpool as he did in the first step. He began to channel even more chakra into it until pop! The rubber ball popped and Naruto could see a shining ball of chakra in place of where the ball once was before it faded away. Yada! I did it! Naruto cheered. Great, now the next time you see that pervert, you can learn the last step, Kurama told him. Now what I want to do is have you sign the summoning contract. You really think I'm ready? Naruto asked. Kit, your chakra levels have grown greatly since the start of these exams. Right now you can summon one of the creatures, and be able to fight with only a little bit of exhaustion, the Bijou told him. Okay, Naruto said as he summoned the scroll and opened it. Underneath the Rikudo Sennin's name, Naruto wrote his name in blood before pressing his handprint underneath it. So now what? Naruto asked as he put away the scroll. Now, we wait, Kurama said as he hid a grin. Wait for poof. And then the field was empty. Later that night, Hayate Gecko was cursing his own luck. He just had to volunteer to spy on Kabuto Yakushi, the Konoha genin that had a very suspicious record. Now he was hiding behind a few crates of building materials as he listened to hear what Kabuto was doing. I was afraid that you would never show up, Kabuto said. I had to make sure that I wasn't followed, a new voice replied. That's the Jounin leader of the Suna team. Hayate realized. Heh, fair enough, Kabuto chuckled. So how are the preparations coming along? Smoothly, all of our shinobi are on their way while several others are defending the village, Baki told him. But what I'm concerned about is if your leader will be able to provide his own soldiers. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sama is providing an excellent number of shinobi with great skills, Kabuto reassured him. Now then, can you tell me about our secret weapon? I never got the chance to gather the proper data. Fair enough, Baki began. Gaara Sabaku is the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Tanuki. With the beast's power, he has the ultimate defense in the whole world. The only time he has even been hurt was during the preliminaries where that genin in the green suit fought him. Rock Lee, a student of Mado Guy, Kabuto told him. Despite his quirks, Guy is an excellent taijutsu master. And he is the only person alive who can open 7 of the 8 Hashimen and survive. So will B be a problem for the invasion? Baki asked. Hayate's eyes widened. He just had direct confirmation that Suna was planning to invade during the finals. Of course he will. But he's no match for a rampaging Bijou. Kabuto told him. Oh, I know that, I just wanted to make sure in case I run into him, Baki replied. Kabuto smirked. Now then, I think it's time I got rid of our little rat. Hayate's eyes widened as he realized that he was made. He quickly took to the rooftops as he tried to escape. He didn't get far as he was then caught by the Suna Jounin. You do know that I'll have to kill you now, Baki stated. Hayate just grimaced and pulled out his sword and steadied himself. Baki dashed forward and pulled out a kunai. Hayate met him and the two began a deadly dance that sent sparks flying. Hayate jumped back and made 2 bunshin. The 3 Hayats leapt up into the air and fell towards Baki. Mikazuki no Mai, they all shouted as they all converged on the Suna Jounin. However, Baki was able to catch the real Hayate's sword while the other 2 phased through him. Impressive, to have mastered such a skill at such a young age is nothing to laugh at, Baki praised. However, I'm afraid it ends here. How about a taste of my blade of wind? Baki then formed a sword made out of wind and raised it up. However, before he could attack Hayate and kill him, his eyes glazed over, a common sign of genjutsu. 3. Hurry. Run before he realizes what happened. Hayate looked down and saw a small orange fox with green markings. It was Sasha, the kitsune that Naruto summoned to watch Kabuto. Deciding that the fox wasn't going to harm him, Hayate freed his sword and quickly hid behind a nearby tower. Sasha quickly used a kitsune illusion and made a fake body of Hayate, only this one was dead and bloody. Sasha manipulated the genjutsu that Baki was in and then released it as she hid. Baki looked down at the body he killed before jumping away. The fake Hayate faded away and Sasha approached the hidden Konoha shinobi. "Thanks," Hayate said as he saw the small animal approach. "So why are you here?" "My summoner assigned me to watch that Kabuto fellow due to his suspicious actions in the exam," Sasha told him. "I think I have an idea as to who your summoner is," Hayate smirked. "Is it Naruto?" "How did you know?" Sasha asked. "With his condition, it's not that hard," Hayate informed her. Sasha giggled at that as she saw how obvious it was for the people who actually knew Naruto. "Now how about we go and tell Hokage-sama about what happened here? I think that he would just love to hear about this little invasion." Sasha nodded and the two leapt away as they raced to the Hokage tower. Next day with Sasuke and Kakashi. Sasuke scowled as he lit up another light bulb with his chakra. He was doing chakra exercises to gain control of his lightning chakra. He had to keep the bulb on for 30 minutes before Kakashi would teach him a lightning jutsu. He had already worked on his speed and taijutsu, though he still said that it was only for training against Gaara since Sasuke believed that he would plow right over Naruto. Kakashi sighed as he saw the thoughts running through his student's mind. No matter how hard he tried, Kakashi still couldn't get the Uchiha Scion to get rid of his Avenger attitude. He felt like he was failing his deceased friend Obito due to Sasuke's attitude. He wanted Sasuke to cherish his bonds in Konoha in order to rebuild the Uchiha clan. However, it looked like Sasuke would rather sever those bonds in order to kill Itachi. Maybe Naruto might be able to knock some sense into him, Kakashi thought as he looked up at a cloud that was lazily floating by. If he wasn't standing up, he might have been mistaken for Nara. 30 minutes later, Sasuke threw the light bulb at Kakashi, who caught it between two fingers. "So, you're finished?" Kakashi asked in his lazy tone. "Yes, now let's get to working on some Raiton jutsu," Sasuke demanded. Kakashi sighed and pocketed the light bulb. "Okay then, what we're going to do is teach you one of my own personal jutsu." Kakashi trailed off as he idly gazed over to a nearby boulder. "Come out." From behind the boulder, a small yellow chicken walked out while pecking the ground. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Kakashi and asked, "Has all that porn made your brain go to mush?" Well, at least he's joking, Kakashi thought as he sent Sasuke a small glare. He then walked over and picked up the chicken as it stared at Kakashi curiously. He then put the chicken down and quickly pulled down his mask to bite his thumb before resetting the mask and making several hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Kakashi slammed his hand on the ground and a seal matrix erupted from his hand before there was a puff of smoke and Pakken was sitting there. "Yo Kakashi, what do you need?" Pakken asked. "Hey Pakken, I was wondering if you knew who this guy was," Kakashi asked, motioning to the chicken. "I can sense chakra coming from it, but I've never seen a chicken like this." Pakken trotted over to the chicken and sniffed it. Startled, the chicken raced behind the boulder while Pakken chased it. "Wait. I just want to talk," Pakken said. "All this for just a chicken?" Sasuke asked himself. Kakashi smiled and told him, "A ninja can never be too careful." Pakken came back a minute later with the chicken following him. "It's just a normal chicken. Its feathers were probably painted or something." "Alright, thanks anyway," Kakashi said as he tossed the small pug a treat. Pakken happily accepted the treat before heading back home. "Okay then, let's get back to work," Kakashi said as he began to teach Sasuke. Neither of them noticed the chicken head back behind the boulder and smirking before it vanished in a puff of smoke. "With Niji." "Excellent, my new technique is perfected," Niji said with a smirk. Tenten, who was helping him train, panted as she asked, "Do you really need this?" It's only Hinata-chan you're fighting. Please, I won't need to try against that failure, Niji scoffed. I'm going to need these techniques on the other matches. Tenten sighed and said, I know that you don't like the main branch, but don't you think that taking it out on Hinata-chan is a little harsh? Niji glared at her and said, Fate has decreed her to be a worthless failure, I am merely going to remind her of her place. The bun-haired girl just shook her head at her teammates' lookout on life. She just hoped that Hinata would be able to knock some kind of sense into him during their match. If not, well, she could always borrow her dad's war hammer. With Yujito. Katan, mouse hairball. Yujito shouted as she blew out a small blue fireball that erupted into mini fireballs. The fireballs then impacted against a nearby boulder, leaving several large scorch marks. Excellent kitten, you're getting better every day, Matatabi praised. Yeah, I just hope that I'll be able to perform well in these exams, some of those competitors look tough, Yujito said. Don't worry, with my help, you'll be able to win this, Matatabi reassured her. Just so long as we don't face Kurama and Ai-san. Who? Yujito asked. Just the Kyubi, Matatabi informed her. Yo! Yujito. What you doin' out here? It's gonna be time for the show. Killer Bee rapped as he entered the clearing. Yujito sighed and asked. What do you need, Bee-sensei? I was wonderin' if you was noticin' that there were some bijou in the hood? Bee asked. Yes, there's you, me, the Nanabai, Ichibi, and Kyubi, Yujito answered, already knowing about her fellow bijou that were in Konoha. FO show. Bee cheered. There's gonna be a bijou smackdown soon. Wee. Yujito just sighed and wondered what she did to deserve having a sensei like this. 4 days later, Konoha Hospital. I never thought that an Akimichi would be able to eat themselves sick, Naruto commented as he and Shikamaru exited Choji's hospital room. Just goes to show you that there's a first time for everything, Shikamaru chuckled. Naruto laughed and put his hands behind his head. Yeah, but this is like a once-in-a-lifetime event. Nobody's ever going to believe this. Naruto said. Say, how about we go and see Lee? I heard that Tsunade-sama was able to save his shinobi career with some complicated surgery, but he still has to stay in the hospital for a month or two, Shikamaru suggested. Sure, I wanted to visit him the other day, but my training just went wild, Naruto told him. Knowing your definition of wild, I'm afraid to ask what happened, Shikamaru shuddered. Naruto grinned and asked, are you sure it wouldn't be too troublesome? Sorry, that word only works for Nara men, Shikamaru said as he grinned at the blonde Uzumaki. Naruto just laughed in response. Suddenly, they felt a large amount of ki coming from down the hall. Giving each other a glance, they raced down the hall, already knowing where it was coming from. Inside Lee's hospital room, the young genin was sleeping in order to let his body heal. Of course, the drugs that Tsunade put in his water to make sure he stayed asleep instead of sneaking away to train had nothing to do with it. Nope, not a thing. Back to the story, grains of sand were crawling towards Lee. They had just managed to crawl onto the bed sheets when the door opened and Naruto barged in with Shikamaru following. The Nara quickly trapped the invading Gaara in his cage main while Naruto quickly cleared the sand away by pulling off the bed sheets. Surprisingly, all of the sand was pulled off of the bed. Do you think you're doing? Naruto questioned as he rounded on Gaara. I was going to kill him, Gaara said as if he was talking about the weather. And why do you need to kill him? You won your match in the preliminaries, Shikamaru reminded him. Gaara glanced at the Nara out of the corner of his eye and said, I wanted to kill him because I felt like it. I need to kill to prove my existence. What kind of messed up crap is that? Naruto asked. And so Gaara told them of his life, and how he was turned into the being that he was today with his uncle's actions. He told them about how he needed to prove his existence by killing others and because his mother demanded blood. Tell Shikaku that his big brother's going to give him a pounding for his stupidity, Naruto growled out. He then walked up in front of Shikamaru and activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, giving the red-haired Jinchuriki a dark glare. Gaara gasped and clutched his head as he backed away to the window, Shikamaru letting him go, seeing that he wasn't going to do anything. You will definitely prove my existence. I will enjoy killing you, Naruto Uzumaki." With that, the Suna Genin left in a swirl of sand. Chunin Exam Stadium. The time had come. After an entire month of training, the Chunin exam finals were about to begin. Many people had gathered here today. Some to see which village they would be able to rely on, others to get promotions, others to because of an ulterior motive, some to prove their existences, and one because his mother made him. Any guesses as to who that last one was? Standing before all of the genin, was Genma Shiranui. The Senbon Chewing Jounin was analyzing each of them as they awaited for the finals to begin. He saw Naruto conversing with Shino, Hinata, and Shikamaru. Fu and Yujito were talking about how excited they were for their match. Dosu and Kin were just standing silently, as were Gaara and Temari. Though the Suna Kunoichi seemed nervous about something other than the fights in Genma's eyes. And Sasuke Uchiha was the only one missing. In the stands, Kushina sat with Natsumi, Shizune, Hitomi, Hayashi, and Hanabi. While the Hyuga family would normally sit with their clan, they decided to separate themselves from the elders so they could watch Hinata without having to listen to the Hyuga elders' dislike of her. "Are you nervous, Kushina-chan?" Hitomi asked as she looked at her friend. "Kinda, I'm just a little nervous about Naruto-kun facing Gaara," Kushina admitted. Hayashi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Shouldn't you be concerned with him facing the Uchiha? He's no pushover." The Uzumaki woman rolled her eyes and said, "Please. That spoiled brat won't be able to touch my Sochi. Not after the training he was put through." The Hyuga patriarch smirked and said, "I don't know who I should feel sorry for. Naruto for having to endure your training methods, or Sasuke because he's going to be Naruto's new punching bag. That's assuming he gets here," Shizune pointed out. Meanwhile, the two girls were chatting about how their siblings were going to crush the competition. The girls were sitting next to some signs that were placed on the seat by them, along with a rolled-up banner. "Neichan's going to beat Niji and then beat everyone else," Hanabi declared. "But what about Nisan? He's going to win the tournament," Natsumi asked. Hanabi thought for a moment and said, "I know. Let's cheer for both Neichan and Nato Nai-san. Maybe they can win the tournament together." Natsumi smiled at the idea. "Yeah. Then both of them can be happy." "So Kurinai," Asuma began as he sat with his fellow Jounins and the genin who didn't make it. "How do you think Hinata's going to do?" Kurinai flashed him a grin that would have made Guy proud and told him, "She's gonna give Niji the match of his life." "So you have that much confidence in her?" Asuma questioned. Enko swallowed a piece of dango and said, "Smokey, she's gonna be dancing circles around pretty boy." Up in the Kage booth, Hiruzen was sitting in his seat with Tsunade standing next to him. Looking to his left, he could see the muscular figure of the Raikage, followed by his right-hand man Darui. "Raikage Dano, it's good to see you," Hiruzen greeted as he stood up to shake the man's hand. "The feeling is mutual, Hokage Dano," said as he shook the Sandame's hand. "Tsunade, it's been a while." "That it has," Tsunade replied. "Oh? And when did you two meet?" Hiruzen asked. "It was a few years back when I was still running around. I think it was a while before Jiraiya convinced me to return. Anyway, I had helped the Raikage when he and some of his men were attacked. One of them had an exploding bug in his chest," Tsunade explained. "By the way, you haven't had any complaints about any eccentric rapping, have you?" A asked. "No, why do you ask?" Hiruzen asked. "I got the urge to race here and beat B several times on our trip," A answered. Just then, the Kazekage arrived with two of his guards. "I hope your trip through the desert wasn't difficult, Kazekage Dano," Hiruzen said as he greeted the masked man. "It was fine, Hokage Dano. I would be more worried if you had to make the trip in your age, the Kazekage replied. Shouldn't you be looking for a successor? Hiruzen laughed and told him, I plan on keeping this hat on my head for a couple more years. However, Hiruzen was thinking. Do you really think you could fool me, Orochimaru? It does not matter if you shed your skin 1,000 times, you still reek of snakes and death. Not to mention you act nothing like the Yondaime Kazekage. Well then, if we may take our seats, I'll begin the exam, Hiruzen said as he walked over to the railing while the other Kages took their seats. Welcome everyone to the Chunin exams finals. Hiruzen announced after using a voice amplification jutsu to get everyone's attention. We have a lot of talented genin this time and I am sure that they will perform greatly for your enjoyment. Down below, Genma faced the genin and addressed them, alright you guys, look sharp. There are a lot of important people here. So it wouldn't be a good idea to make yourselves look like fools. Because you're not just fighting for a promotion. You're fighting for your village's reputation. Now then, the first match will be between Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga. The rest of you will have to go up to the competitor's box and wait for your matches, Genma said. Everyone except for the two Hyuga left the field. Naruto quickly flashed Hinata a grin and wished her luck. Alright then, the rules are the same as the preliminaries, but I'll remind you what they were anyway, Genma said as he stood between the two. In this arena, my word is law, you will fight your opponent until one of you forfeits, is knocked out, or dies. Killing your opponent is frowned upon, but not against the rules. If I say that the match is over, then it's over, you will step away from your opponent or I will be forced to take drastic measures. Understood? Hi, both Hyugas said. Genma nodded and turned back to the crowd. The first match of the Chunin exams finals is between Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga. Two Hyugas, interesting matchup, said. You do know that there is still hostility between Kyomo and the Hyuga clan? Right? Hiruzen asked. Aside and rubbed his temples. It's the elders, they've been greedy for bloodlines ever since my father was in the office. They've gotten worse ever since. Back in the arena, Hinata and Niji had faced each other. Hinata-sama, Niji began, it would be in your best interests to forfeit this match right now before you embarrass the clan. Hinata took a deep breath and said, I told myself that I would face you here and now, and show you that there is no need to hold any hatred in your heart. Enough with your pathetic stalling, Proctor, start the match, Niji demanded as he slipped into the Juken stance. Hinata sighed and followed suit. The first match between Hinata and Niji Hyuga will now begin. Genma said as he raised his arm up. Hajime. Chunin Exam Stadium. Hajime. Genma jumped back and out of the way to avoid the two Hyugas as they charged forward, clashing palms as soon as they got within striking distance. Hinata and Niji continued to clash palms for a minute before jumping back. I'll admit, you've gotten stronger Hinata-sama, but a failure is still a failure, Niji said. Hinata just sighed and asked him, is it so hard to believe that someone could get stronger? Niji just scoffed and told her, it doesn't matter how hard you train, if fate decrees that you're a failure, then you're a failure. Nobody can change their destiny. I never believed in destiny. Hinata declared as she dashed towards Niji. The elder Hyuga just scowled and met her attack with his own. Hinata went for a palm strike to the chest, but Niji deflected it before countering with his own. Hinata bent backwards and watched as the palm flew over her face before she put her hands on the ground and pushed herself up, kicking Niji in the chest in the process before she leapt back and threw several shuriken. Seeing the shuriken coming for him, Niji used small bursts of chakra to deflect them with some Juken strikes. He then raced towards Hinata and began a barrage of Juken strikes, making her either dodge or deflect them. Unfortunately, Niji managed to land a palm strike on Hinata's shoulder, sending her skidding back. You see, nothing you do can change your fate, Niji declared with a smirk as he watched Hinata land on the ground. Up in the competitor's booth, Naruto gripped the handrail tightly. Shino saw his distress and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Have faith in her, she won't give up that easily," the young Aburame told his teammate. Naruto nodded and returned his attention to the match. "I do have faith in her, but I just can't help but worry," Naruto told him. Back down in the arena, Hinata pressed her palm to her shoulder and released some chakra, opening up the blocked tenketsu and releasing the stress. She faced her cousin and slipped back into the Juken stance. "Niji and I-san," Hinata began, "it wouldn't be wise to underestimate me. It may result in costing you this match." Niji scowled deeper and raced towards Hinata before he began to unleash another barrage of Juken strikes. Hinata took a deep breath and channeled her chakra through her body before she began to dodge all of Niji's strikes with fluid motions. Hayashi raised an eyebrow and turned to his wife. "You taught her your own fighting style?" Hitomi nodded and told him, "When we tested her chakra nature, she turned out to be a wind and water type. Since the regular Juken is made for those with earth nature chakra, it wouldn't work for her. So my style was perfect for her." "So it's not that she's not skilled in the Juken," Hayashi muttered. "It's more like she can't learn it like I couldn't," Hitomi confirmed. Hayashi sighed, "I was afraid that she was a bad student. But it's more like I'm a bad teacher for not checking her affinity." Hitomi placed her hand on top of his in a reassuring manner. "Jiongu-chan." Hanabi cheered while she waved a sign of Hinata standing over a defeated Niji. Now it would be accurate if Hinata hadn't drawn Hinata with waist-length hair and larger proportions, specifically in the chest area. Back down in the arena, Niji was growing frustrated at the fact that Hinata seemed to be dancing around him. Seeing that his current attack was getting him nowhere, Niji leapt back to gain some distance. "What's the matter, Niji and I-san? I thought that you were going to finish me off," Hinata asked in a taunting tone. "Oh, I will, fate has said that I will," Niji told her. "However, I'm going to break you apart just to show you how weak you really are, Ri." Hinata said nothing as she charged at Niji with a fire in her eyes. Niji sent a single two-finger strike at her, only for Hinata to twirl around it and send her own strike at her cousin. Niji quickly moved his arm out of the way, but Hinata lightly grazed him. Niji could already feel the foreign chakra in his arm as it caused him some pain. Hinata sent another strike at Niji, this time at his shoulder. Niji was unable to move out of the way and received a hard strike, closing the chakra points on his shoulder, and by extension his right arm. Niji grimaced as he felt the blow. The strange thing was that he could see the foreign chakra in his shoulder moving down his arm, like water flowing down a river. It was also blocking several tenketsu along the way. "I see that you've noticed," Hinata said as she backed away a few feet. "What have you done?" "This isn't a normal Juken strike," Niji asked. "Because my chakra natures are wind and water, I am unable to correctly perform the Juken to its full potential," Hinata explained. "As a result of that, Ka-chan decided to teach me her own form of the Juken that is made for those who have a flexible body." "So you've learned a bastardized version of our ultimate taijutsu," Niji sneered. Up in the stands, Hitomi, Kushina, and Shizune had to hold Hayashi back as he heard Niji insult his wife's graceful fighting style. Hizashi wanted him to protect his son, not throttle him. Hinata frowned as she heard her cousin insult her mother, though indirectly. "I do not see how it is bastardized, it closed the tenketsu like the regular Juken." "Enough of this, it appears that I'll have to punish you for tainting our invincible fighting style," Niji said as he charged at Hinata. He threw several fast strikes that forced Hinata to utilize Enko's evasion training to its fullest. Hinata quickly moved at fast speeds to try and avoid the. Niji managed to get a couple of hits on her left arm before thrusting a palm strike into her chest, sending her flying back. "You see now how powerless you are?" Niji asked. However, Hinata fell apart into a puddle of water, making Niji's eyes widen in shock before he dove to the side as a palm passed right by where his back would be. When did she learn the Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu? Shino wondered as he looked at his teammate. Naruto just shrugged as he stared at Hinata in wonder. No idea, maybe Kurenai-sensei or Anko taught her, the blonde suggested. Interesting, I've never seen a Hyuga use any non-juken technique besides Kawarimi or Shunshin, the Kazekage noted. Hinata's very different from the rest of her clan, Hiruzen explained. She's realized that while the juken is strong, it can't defeat everything. Like what? A asked, generally curious. Well, we don't know, she said that she would like to be prepared just in case her clan's teachings fail. I can tell that she'll go far in her shinobi career, A said. Disgusting, Niji scowled, you dare to learn a non-Hyuga technique? You bring shame upon our clan. I prefer the fact that I'm expanding my horizons, Hinata told him as they once more engaged in another taijutsu match. Only this time, they both pushed each other back as their palms met and chakra exploded from them. Hinata dashed forward and aimed several strikes at Niji's back. The Hyuga genius twisted out of the way and went to aim a palm strike at her face. Hinata ducked down low and kicked Niji's legs, making him stumble. Niji landed on his hands before pushing himself up into the air and landing on his feet. He looked up to see Hinata and several clones throwing shuriken at him. Two of them had taken out their bows and were firing arrows. Seeing that he had no choice, he pulled out one of his trump cards. Kaiten. Niji cried as he spun around and created a dome of chakra. The shuriken bounced off of the dome and returned to their senders. Hinata managed to dodge while her clones were turned back into water. How do you know that move? Hinata asked as Niji stopped spinning. I merely reverse-engineered it after watching several members of the main branch performing it, Niji informed her. You really are a genius, Hinata said. And you are nothing but a failure that was lucky enough to be born into the main branch, Niji sneered. This time, Kushina, Shizun, and Hayashi had to hold back Hitomi from going down there and killing Niji. Niji dashed forward and prepared to juken her right into the hospital. Hinata deflected his blow and aimed a kick at his side, however, Niji managed to catch her leg before he was forced to let go from another Mizu Bunshin that was firing arrows aimed at his shoulders. Niji jumped away and nailed the clone with a kunai before he landed away from Hinata. It's time to end this, Niji declared as he lowered himself into a particular stance, one that every Hyuga knew all too well. That's. Hayashi stood up with wide eyes. Hayashi, Hitomi began, how does he know that? Hayashi closed his eyes and said, he most likely reverse-engineered it after seeing it performed by one of the main branch as well. He is truly a prodigy. Do you think that Hinata will be alright? Shizun asked. Most likely, Hitomi told her. She should be able to avoid it. If not, well, she can always counter it. Hinata's eyes widened as she saw Niji's stance. She recognized it easily, having seen her father perform the same technique several times. In response, she slipped into her own stance that was similar to the one Niji was in. The only difference was that her limbs were slightly bent and it wasn't as stiff as Niji. Juken, Hack Rokujunyan Sho. Niji cried as he dashed towards Hinata. Juho, Hack Rokujunyan Sho. Hinata cried as she dashed towards Niji as well. Ni Sho. Both of them cried as they deflected each other's strikes. Yan Sho. Again their strikes were deflected. Hachi Sho. Now, Niji slipped up as Hinata had paused in her attack and danced around his strikes, making him stumble before she began to strike his tenketsu while he was unable to stop it. Ju Roku Sho. Sunju Ni Sho. Rokujunyan Sho. Hinata finished the technique with fluid movements and sent Niji flying back with a hard palm strike to the chest. Niji weakly groaned as he struggled to get up. He looked up and saw Hinata looking back at him with hints of sadness in her eyes. I hope that now you understand Niji and I-san, Hinata started. Understand that fate is never set in stone. How? Niji asked. How were you able to get strong? Hinata gave him a small smile and said, because I decided to become stronger so I could support my friends. Genma walked over to Niji and said, even a caged bird can be free if he picks at the lock long enough. Your cage is no different. The winner of the first match is Hinata Hyuga. Genma declared as the stadium erupted into cheers. Hinata looked and saw that her family was applauding her and her sister was hugging Natsumi out of joy. She looked over at the contestants' box and saw that Naruto was leaping up and down with happiness while Shino, Fu, Yujito, and Temari applauded her. As he walked past Niji who was sitting up, she knelt down and whispered, by the way Ni-san, just know that I could have ended the match with one move if you made me angry enough. Niji gulped and smiled nervously as he watched her leave. No way. Lee whispered. Niji lost. He was cleared to come to the arena to watch the matches, but he would have to go back afterwards. Wow, who knew that Hinata was that good? Ino asked. I mean, I knew that she was the best of the girls in taijutsu, but still. Obviously Kurenai-chan and Enko put her through some hard training, Asuma said. Oh, it wasn't just me and Enko-chan, Hitomi-sama helped as well, Kurenai told her fellow jounin. Your student is overflowing with the power of youth. Guy declared. Kurenai's sweat dropped and chuckled nervously as she tried to put Asuma between herself and the spandex-wearing jounin. Makes me wonder how the rest of your team will do, Asuma said. Kurenai just gave him a grin as she imagined herself winning the whole contest all of the jounin senseis made. Very interesting, it looks like she's developed her own version of the juken, A said. It looks like Hitomi decided to teach Hinata her own fighting style, Hiruzen said. The Kazekage raised an eyebrow and asked, what kind of fighting style? Hitomi had developed her own version of the juken, called the Juho. It performs the same function as the regular juken as it shuts down the chakra network. The only difference is that the Juho uses flowing movements while the juken is more of a straightforward attack. So it looks like some of the Hyuga are able to break away from traditions and all that crap, A muttered. Hiruzen's sweat dropped at the blunt statement. Tsunade just giggled at how the raikage was just as blunt as she is. So, I'd like to put in my vote for Hinata Hyuga to become a chunin. She displayed great abilities and was able to overcome a clan prodigy. She also showed that she was able to perform some kind of medical jutsu, as she opened the closed tenketsu in his shoulder with only minimal pain, Hiruzen said. I'll hold my vote for now, I'd like to see how she would do against whoever she fights next, the Kazekage said. Me as well, A told him. But what of the other one, Niji? He displayed great potential as he was able to perform a difficult technique. He may have the potential when it comes to strength, but I'd like him to grow a bit more in the mental department, Hiruzen explained. Perhaps next time he won't be so fixated on fate. 2. Great job Hinata-chan. Naruto congratulated as he gave the Hyuga heiress a giant megawatt grin. Said heiress just blushed under the praise as she walked over to her teammate. Thank you Naruto-kun, Hinata said. She took her place next to the blonde as they stood over the railings. Nice move, something new? Fu asked as she stood on the other side of Hinata. Oh, yes. It's something that Ka-chan taught me. Hinata then went on to explain how the juken wasn't right for her, so Hitomi decided to teach her daughter her own version of the juken. Wow, I never knew that Aunt Hitomi was that good, Naruto said in surprise. Wait, she's your aunt? Fu asked. Naruto waved her off. Nah, she just treats me like family, and since I'm an orphan, I decided to call her aunt. Not to mention she is practically family, especially since she's your godmother, Kurama reminded him. Over the month-long break, Naruto decided to ask Kushina if he had a godmother since he had a godfather. The elder Uzumaki informed him that Hitomi was asked to be his godmother, and that she accepted the job with joy. 1. Shino and Dosu had made their way down to the arena and faced each other. Neither one said anything as they were mostly silent types. The second match between Shino Aburame and Dosu Kinyuta will now begin. Hajime. Genma declared. The crowd cheered as both fighters faced off. Shino and Dosu began to circle each other, waiting to see who would make the first move as a gentle breeze blew through the area. Seeing it to be a signal, both combatants raced forward and threw a punch. Both fists hit each other and Shino promptly fell apart into a swarm of bugs that were moving around erratically due to the sound waves produced by Dosu's melody arm. Dosu turned around and saw that Shino was emerging from the nearby foliage since his clone was destroyed. "When did you create the clone?" Dosu asked. "During our walk down the stairs," Shino answered. "I wanted to sapidly see how well you've improved during the month. Apparently that plan isn't going to work." Dosu silently agreed and dashed forward with a kunai in his gauntletless hand. Shino drew one tanto and the two clashed blades. Shino made a jab towards Dosu's stomach and the mummified boy hopped back before swinging his melody arm forward and sending a sound wave at Shino. Shino pumped chakra into his feet and jumped high into the air as the sound waves impacted against the ground he once occupied. Shino sent a swarm of insects at Dosu. The Oto Genin jumped back while flipping a kunai into the air. Shino's eyes widened as he saw the explosion tag and quickly recalled his insects. Unfortunately, nearly half of the swarm he sent out was caught in the blast and incinerated. The Aburame heir cursed in his mind as he felt all of those connections fading away. He realized that he needed to be more careful as Dosu was full of surprises. Speaking of Dosu, the Oto Genin was charging towards him while pumping chakra into his gauntlet. Shino quickly threw several shuriken that caused Dosu to stumble and lose focus of his gathered chakra. "Wow! Shino's gotten stronger over this break," Naruto said as he watched Shino and Dosu trade blows as the two had once again clashed kunai and sword. Hinata nodded in agreement. "Still, I wonder what else Shino has. I ran into him over the month and we spoke. He said that he had a secret weapon that he was very eager to learn." Naruto shrugged and said, "Guess we'll just have to wait and see." Feeling a pair of eyes focused on him, Naruto turned to see Gaara with a hungry look in his eyes. "Stop giving me that look," Naruto demanded. "Mother will have your blood, Uzumaki," Gaara exclaimed insanely. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you're talking about your mother, give her this message from an old friend of hers. If I find out that you're causing problems, Tanuki, I'm gonna turn you to glass again." Inside Gaara's seal, Shikaku paled greatly and shivered as he remembered who turned him into glass countless times in the past. Over in Fu, Chomei gasped his shock as he also remembered who had turned Shikaku into glass. Is he the one? The one who would be able to sign the contract? It's possible that Kurama and Iisan told him what to say, but I'm really hoping for him to have the contract, Chomei thought. Matatabi had similar thoughts from within Yujito. Back in the arena, Shino ducked under Dosu's kunai before aiming to incapacitate him by slicing up his legs. Dosu jumped up before landing a kick against Shino's chest, sending the shades-wearing genin back a few feet. Shino mentally cursed in frustration. He wasn't able to get many insects onto Dosu as their buzzing alerted the Oto Genin with his ability to detect sounds. He was only able to get about a dozen of them, not enough to do even the minimal damage on a genin's chakra levels. "I'm afraid that you'll have to do better than that," Dosu said. "You may have a few insects on me, but I can tell that they're not affecting my chakra all that much. Your skill to detect the buzzing of my insects is making it difficult to get them on you," Shino told him. Dosu just smirked under his bandages before he pulled back his right arm and charged it with chakra. "I suggest that you surrender now. This next move might turn you into a deaf man," Dosu told him. "Giving up has never been an option to me," Shino said. "I'm going to win here." Dosu sighed. "I gotta learn to stop preaching to the Chier." He sent his fist forward as HTE melody arm began to let out sound waves. Shino quickly threw a kunai at the melody arm and listened to the loud clang that rang through the stadium as soon as the knife hit the device. "Arg!" Dosu screamed in pain as he clutched his head. Shino winced as the sound reached him, but it wasn't as bad as being at ground zero, like his adversary was. "What did you do?" Dosu yelled. "It's actually quite simple," Shino began. During the month we had to train, I took some time to experiment and see if there was any way to counter your sound attacks. I discovered that if I were to hit your gauntlet with another metal while you were making any of your sound attacks, the sound waves would be disrupted. And now I also see that it harms you as well, as the sound waves would go out of control and hurt you the most since you're at ground zero. He's a bright young boy, the Kazekage said. I can see that he'll have the intelligence to rival a young Nara in the future. Why only a young Nara? A asked. Hiruzen smirked and told him, because it's nearly impossible to outsmart an adult Nara. Only the Yondaime Hokage was able to do so at least twice during a shogi match between him and Shikaku Nara. I would have paid to see that, A chuckled as he shook his head. Though I am curious as to why he is wielding swords, I always thought that the Aburame preferred to fight from a distance, the Kazekage stated. Some of them have decided to try other fighting styles. Shino has been learning kenjutsu from a cousin of his who also practices with swords, the Sandaime explained. Dosu growled as the ringing in his ears faded away and he glared at Shino. Though the ringing had disappeared, he couldn't use his sound detection technique to listen for any of the Aburame's bugs. This might not end well for me, Dosu thought as he pulled out two kunai and held them in a reverse grip. Shino tightened his grip on his swords before he dashed forward. Dosu raised his kunai just in time to stop Shino from slicing his arms. Once again, the two had engaged in a heated match of blades. Sparks were seen as the metal clashed against each other. Shino jumped back as Dosu leapt forward while trying to land a winning hit on the bug user. Dosu overextended his swipe and tripped over his feet. Shino capitalized on this and moved in quickly. He zipped behind Dosu and pulled back on the mummy's large coat before placing a sword at his neck. Using his free arm, he grabbed Dosu's left arm while his insects flooded the melody arm. I suggest that you surrender now, Shino said. Dosu tried to think of a way out of this, but all of his options were eliminated. He couldn't throw a kunai or metal object at his melody arm to create any sound, and even if he could, he would just end up like Zaku after his match. The Oto Genin sighed, I concede. Genma stepped in and announced, the winner of the second match is Shino Aburame. The crowd cheered for another Konoha victory. Shino silently waved to the crowd before he pulled Dosu to his feet. Why are you helping me? The Oto Genin asked. You may have been my opponent, but that does not mean that I have to dismiss you as an inferior opponent, Shino told him. That would be poor sportsmanship on my part. Dosu just stared at him with a confused expression before Shino walked away. The medics asked if Dosu was in need of any assistance, but he just brushed them off as he would be fine. Konoha is very different than Oto, Dosu thought. But strangely, it seems to be a good kind of difference. As soon as Shino entered the competitor's box, he was pulled into a group hug by Naruto, who had already had his arm around Hinata. Yes. That A2 wins for Team 8. Naruto cheered. We're going to dominate these exams. Even though I am pleased with the fact that Team 8 has already won half of its matches, can you please let go so Hinata and I can breathe? Shino asked as he eyed the red-faced Hyuga. Even though she had stopped blushing, she couldn't help it this time since she was practically face to face with Naruto. Oops, sorry guys, Naruto said sheepishly as he let go of his teammates. Hinata took deep calming breaths in order to prevent herself from fainting. Off to the side, Fu and Yujito were talking amongst themselves. Man, I never thought that Team 8 would be so strong, Fu said. I mean, I knew that they were strong in the preliminaries, but now it's like they're completely different. Makes you wonder what training they were put through, Yujito muttered. So how did your training over the month go? Fu scowled and said, it would have been great if I actually had a caring human teacher. Komi-kun was the only one who could teach me anything since the rest of my team decided to go home. Yujito sighed as she was expecting something like this. Don't worry, one day they'll see just how important to the village you really are. You have no idea how right you are, Chomei thought. The more they keep Fu out of the village, the more they kill themselves. Well, that was an interesting match, Tsunade said. I didn't expect Shino to figure out how to disable Dosu's melody arm. So you knew about the device? The Kazekage asked the slug San-nin. Just the basics of it after seeing it in the preliminaries, Tsunade told him. After he explained its workings to his opponent, I absent-mindedly began to think about how to counter such a device and came up with the same solution that Shino did. I'll give Aburame-san my vote. I think that he has what it takes to be Chunin, told everyone. He was able to break away from his clan's preferred fighting style while keeping some of its basic elements. Plus his quick thinking and intelligence shows that he has the mindset for a Chunin. I agree, Hiruzen said. What about you, Kazekage Dano? The masked Kage nodded in agreement, and Hiruzen said, very well, Shino Aburame will be promoted to Chunin. That's 2 for 2, Kurenai, Asuma sighed as he looked at the Kunoichi's face-splitting grin. So far, Kurenai was winning the entire bet that the Jounin senseis made. The flames of youth burned brightly within Kurenai's team. Guy declared. Guy sensei. I must make my own flames of youth burn even brighter. Lee shouted. Lee. Ji sensei. Lee. Ji sensei. Kurenai quickly put a genjutsu over the two that prevented everyone from seeing the sunset image that would be seen. Asuma gave a sigh of relief as soon as the genjutsu was placed. What kind of training did you put them through, Kurenai-sensei? Choji asked. Kurenai glanced at the young Akimichi and said, the kind that they wanted. Hinata wants to be strong so she can become a strong clan head, Shino wants to lead his clan into new heights, and last I checked, none of our Hokages were pushovers. You really think that Naruto's gonna make it? Kiba asked. Who knows? If he does, then I can at least have the pleasure of saying that I trained a Hokage, Kurenai told him. You forgot another reason why Hinata wants to be strong, Ino told her. Kurenai raised an eyebrow and asked, what other reason? Ino grinned and said, so she can become strong for her Narukuen. Kurenai bit her lip hard to keep from bursting out in laughter. Asuma and the rest of the present genin, sans Lee and Tenten, the latter who had gone to see Niji, just laughed nice and hard. Where did you hear about a nickname like that? The only nickname that Naruto has is Nato Nii-san, since that's what Hanabi Hyuga's called him since she could talk, Kurenai asked. Me and Hinata had a sleepover during the academy and we were playing Truth or Dare, Ino explained. One time when she picked Truth I asked her what nicknames she would have for our friends. She told me nicknames for everyone, but when she reached Naruto, she clammed up. So then I decided to practice my interrogation skills until she told me that nickname for Naruto. I'm a little concerned as to what method of interrogation you used, Kurenai admitted. Oh relax, it was harmless, Ino said. All it did was leave her breathless for a few minutes. Let me guess, you saw Naruto and Hinata playing around one time during our recess back at the early days of the academy? Choji asked. Ino just grinned and nodded. The third match will be between Temari Sabaku and Shikamaru Nara. Genma announced. Temari jumped over the railing and flew down onto the arena on her giant fan. Ugh, maybe I should just forfeit, Shikamaru muttered. Nonsense. This girl isn't as troublesome as you think. Naruto told him. Unfortunately for the lazy Nara, Temari managed to hear Naruto's words. What did he say about me? The blonde Kunoichi roared. Shikamaru went wide-eyed and turned to the Uzumaki. Naruto. You dash. He was cut off as Naruto gave him a rather hard slap on the back that sent him over the railing and into the arena. Naruto turned around and saw Hinata holding onto the railing as she tried to contain her giggles. Shino just walked up to him and said, Naruto, that was cruel and heartless. And? Naruto asked with a grin. And I enjoyed the show very much. Shino admitted. Naruto-kun? Hinata began as she composed herself. Why did you throw Shikamaru over the railing if he didn't want to fight? 2 reasons, Naruto told her. One was that if he quit before it began, then he would probably get a beating from both his mother and Ino. And the other reason? Yujito asked as she listened in. To give the team more time to get here so I can kick his ass from here to Yuki no Kuni. Up in the Kage booth, Hiruzen couldn't contain his laughter as he watched the spectacle while Tsunade was giggling madly. A and Darui exchanged looks and the blonde Reikage said, I feel like I'm being left out of something here. Hiruzen managed to control himself before saying, I'm sorry about that, but Naruto just unknowingly recreated the way that Shikaku Nara met his wife Yoshino. Oh? Do elaborate, the Reikage asked, interested in the story. Well, Tsunade began, it was during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Shikaku was matched up against Yoshino, but he wouldn't go down, saying that the fight was too troublesome. Yoshino misheard him and thought that he called her troublesome, so she started yelling at him to get down there. Choza and Inoichi, having heard enough of this, pushed Shikaku over the railing and into the fight. The Reikage doubled over with laughter as he tried to compose himself. The Kazekage showed no outward emotions, but inside, Orochimaru was chuckling as he remembered the incident. Are you going to get up, or am I going to have to start the fight with you on the floor? Genma asked as he looked at Shikamaru. Said Nara sighed before he got up and took his place across from Temari, who was still sending Shikamaru a death glare that would make Gaara proud, if he was capable of it, that is. The third match between Temari Sabaku and Shikamaru Nara will now begin. Hajime. Genma leapt out of the way as the match started. Temari quickly opened up her fan and sent a blast of wind at Shikamaru. The lazy Nara quickly jumped out of the way and into the trees. A shadow quickly darted out of the forest and Temari jumped back to avoid it. The shadow then stopped at a certain distance and Temari then made a mark in the dirt with her fan. About 15 meters, Temari said as she judged the distance between her and Shikamaru. Looks like this is your limit. All I have to do is stay behind this line and bombard you with my jutsu until you either surrender, or get knocked unconscious. There goes my original plan, Shikamaru sighed. Looks like it won't be a quick victory for me this time. He quickly hid behind a tree as Temari began to pepper him with blasts of wind from her oversized fan. Why can't it be a cloud right now, he lamented. All they do is float around without a care in the world. Futon, Kamaitashi. Temari shouted as she sent a very large blast of razor-sharp wind blades at the tree line. Shikamaru quickly braced himself as the wind made the trees shake under the pressure. He quickly squatted down and made a unique hand seal. Shikamaru opened his eyes as he came up with a plan. Temari sighed as she swung her fan once more. She was starting to get tired of just blasting the trees and waiting for her opponent to do something. The shadow darted towards her again, and Temari sighed at the failed attempt. But what she didn't expect was for the shadow to pass the line. Temari quickly jumped back a few feet before the shadow stopped once again. I see, so as the shadows made by the wall grow, so does your range, Temari noted. If you had waited a little longer, you might have caught me with that. Suddenly she saw a small circular shadow on the floor. She looked up and saw that Shikamaru's jacket was floating in the air tied to a kunai. Quickly realizing something, she looked down and saw Shikamaru's shadow speeding towards her after it connected with the jacket's shadow. She quickly jumped back a great distance until the shadow stopped. You almost had me with that one too, Temari said as she landed. But you'll have to do better than that in order to beat me. Shikamaru sighed as he mentally marked that plan as a failure. He pulled out several kunai with explosion tags and threw them at Temari from behind the tree. The Suna Genin batted them away with the wind, but instead of there being any explosions, they released a large green smokescreen. Does he really think that some smoke is gonna stop me? Temari asked herself. All I have to do is dash. She was cut off as she felt a burning sensation in her eyes and throat. She tried to blink away the tears and cough out the fire in her mouth, but to no avail. He still had those? Naruto wondered. What is that? Fu asked. A special smoke bomb that I made during my days in the academy, Naruto answered. It has a mixture of items that irritate both the eyes and throat, perfect for when you want to get someone out of a building and into a trap. Particularly one that involves tar and feathers. How did you make it? Fu asked. Lots of patience, onions, and a heavy mixture of cinnamon and pepper. Word of warning, wear goggles and a gas mask when either making them or using them. Temari screeched as she ran out of the smoke, furiously wiping at her eyes and coughing a great deal. Shikamaru saw this as his chance and dashed out of the trees towards her in order to get within range. Kagemain no Jutsu. Shikamaru cried as he stopped and sent out his shadow. 1 second, Temari was trying to restore her vision, the next she was frozen in place. She blinked out the tears in her eyes and looked to see that Shikamaru had connected his shadow to hers. Looks like I got you, Shikamaru smirked as he forced Temari to stand upright. He saw that she had unintentionally dropped her fan in the smoke, so he couldn't threaten to bash her head with it. Shikamaru sighed and raised his hand in the air, making Temari do the same. He lazily glanced around before taking in a deep breath. Troublesome, I give up. What? Temari yelled. Shikamaru sighed and said, I'm practically out of chakra anyway, I can't really hold this for any longer. So I'm throwing in the towel here. Winner by forfeit, Temari Sabaku. Genma announced. The crowd booed and began to throw garbage at Shikamaru, who did nothing to deflect them as it was too troublesome. Why am I not surprised? Naruto sighed. We just know Shikamaru all that well, Shino told him. Yujito looked between the two. Was he supposed to do that? He's a Nara, I'm just surprised he didn't do it in the preliminaries, Naruto told her. As I expected, Hiruzen sighed. I'm just surprised that he didn't quit right away. I'm rather disappointed, A said. He had her right where he wanted her and he just quit. I was, however, surprised by his plan to distract her. What was that smoke bomb anyway? It was a special smoke bomb that was made by our resident prank master, Naruto Uzumaki, Hiruzen said with a grin. If I remember correctly, it was a mixture of onions, and a lot of pepper and cinnamon. I'm a little disappointed with how easily my daughter was defeated, the Kazekage muttered. I think that she did just fine, Hiruzen said. So I think that I'd like to vote for both of them to be promoted. They were both very calculating and strong in their own ways. I'm going to give my vote to the girl. I would like for the Nara to at least grow some more as it would benefit him in the long run, A said. Oh, don't worry, I'm planning on bringing all of the Konoha genin together in order to toughen them up, Tsunade said. Will you be having Jiraiya assist you? I heard from Yujito that he was in the village, A asked. Depends if I can get his perverted ass away from the hot springs long enough, Tsunade grumbled. If not, I'm sure that I can find a good replacement. I think I'll give them my vote as well. My daughter has a high talent for futon jutsu and is on her way to be one of the most skilled in Suna. Plus her strategic thinking is an excellent bonus, the Kazekage said. And the Nara shows promise as a future commander. Then both Temari and Shikamaru will be promoted to Chunin, Hiruzen said. You! Temari shouted as she raced up to the contestants' box and pointed at Naruto. Me, was all Naruto could ask before Temari was in his face. Shino wisely backed away from the red-faced Hinata who was glaring lasers into the back of Temari's head. You bribed him to forfeit, didn't you? Temari accused him. Now wait just a minute. Naruto said as he pushed Temari back. I threw him in there for both your benefit and my own. He was going to quit when he was up here. That would have prevented you from showing your skills to the judges, and given Uchiha team less time to get here. Temari blushed in embarrassment and backed away. Oh, sorry. Was all she said before retreating to the other side of the arena. Fu and Yujito had already made their way down to the arena and stood before each other. Both had confident grins on their faces as they awaited the start of their match. The fourth match will be between Fu of Taki and Yujito Ni of Kyumo, Genma announced. The crowd's cheers were not as loud as before, but that was to be expected since no Konoha genin were fighting. You ready? Fu asked as she lowered herself. I should be asking you that question, Yujito told her with a smirk. Hajime. Chunin Exam Stadium Medical Wing. Niji sighed as he tried to get some feeling back into his body. Hinata's last attack really did a number on him. He knew that the 64 palms was painful from what he had seen, but he didn't think that it was this painful. How could I have been so blind? Fate means nothing in a world where the impossible can become possible. Niji thought. I have been a fool and have shamed my father. He is probably rolling in wherever Kyumo placed him. There was a knock at the door. Who is it? Niji asked. It's me, Tenten's voice replied. Come in, Niji told her. The bun-haired girl walked in the room and approached Niji's bed and sent him a withering look. So, she began, have you finally come to your senses and abandoned all of that fate? Or do I have to do it myself now? Niji flinched a little under her gaze and said, no, I think that I finally understand what you, Lee, and Gai-sensei have been trying to tell me all this time. Good, because if you didn't. Tenten trailed off as she pulled out a scroll and unsealed a spiked mace. I would have been forced to use this in order to beat it out of you. Niji gulped audibly. While he would normally have been able to defend himself from any of Tenten's weapons, he was currently helpless and at Tenten's complete mercy. I would appreciate it if you didn't pound my nephew into paste please, a voice said. Tenten turned around and saw Hayashi standing there with a ghost of a smirk on his face. Eep! Tenten squeaked as she quickly put away the mace. Hayashi-sama. Please forgive me. It's quite alright Tenten-san, Niji needs someone to keep him in line when Hinata isn't around, Hayashi said. Now then, can you please step outside for a moment so I may speak with Niji privately? Hi Hayashi-sama, Tenten bowed as she went outside and closed the door. Hayashi turned around and faced his nephew. Niji, Hayashi began, do you know why I am here? Because you are going to punish me for what I have said in the arena, Niji said as he lowered his head. No, Hayashi said, surprising Niji, I came here because I now believe that your eyes have finally been opened. What do you mean? Niji asked. What I mean is that now you are no longer blinded by your belief in fate. As such, I think that it is time for you to see something that you should have been given long ago, Hayashi told him as he pulled out a scroll and handed it to Niji. Niji took the scroll and began to read it. Going to skip the letter because it's been written by others so many times now that I don't want to just repeat it. By the time Niji was finished reading, he had a few tears in his eyes. He looked up to see Hayashi kneeling on the floor and bowing so low that his forehead touched the floor. Niji, forgive me for being unable to take his place, Hayashi begged. No, please stand up Hayashi-sama, if anything, should be asking you to forgive me for all that I have done, Niji told him. But now I must go and beg Hinata-sama for forgiveness. Worry not Niji, Hinata will forgive you in a heartbeat, Hayashi reassured him. If anything, you should be asking Naruto to forgive you. All of those degrading comments towards Hinata while in his presence has never been good for anyone's health. But what could he do that would harm me? Niji asked. Come and sit in the stands, I think that you'll find out soon enough. Chunin Exam Stadium Arena Floor. Hajime. Yujito raced towards Fu while pulling out a kunai. She went for a quick jab at the verdette, but the Nanabai Jinchuriki was able to move out of the way before she threw a kick at the Kyumo Kunoichi. Yujito caught the kick and yanked Fu toward her, making her stumble as she lost her balance. Yujito went to punch Fu in the face, but Fu turned so that her head passed Yujito's fist as she placed her other foot on Yujito's chest and kicked off. You're good, Yujito said as Fu landed on her feet. I've practiced a lot over this month, Fu told her. Especially since I was with the only teacher I could rely on. I've got some moves to show you. Yujito smirked and made the bring it motion with her hand. Fu grinned and dashed forward as she pulled out 2 kunai and began to take slashes at Yujito. The blonde-haired Kyumo Kunoichi clashed her own kunai against one of Fu's before she caught Fu's other wrist as she brought the kunai down. The two were caught in a stalemate until Fu grinned and pulled back her free kunai. She then pulled on her captured wrist and made Yujito stumble while Fu brought her knee into the older girl's abdomen. Yujito gasped in shock before she regained her senses and shoved Fu away before she made several hand seals. Katan, Ao Gokakyu no Jutsu. Yujito blew out a large blue fireball that was quickly closing the distance between Yujito and Fu. Fu's eyes widened and she quickly dove to the side as the flames roared past her. Fu looked up and saw that Yujito had thrown several shuriken at her under the cover of the fireball. The Taki Kunoichi quickly rolled out of the way before she stood back up and faced her opponent. Very impressive, Hiruzen said as he watched the match below. Both of them show an impressive amount of skill. Yes, Yujito is very skilled for her age, her determination to be one of the best in Kyumo is very impressive, A told him. I heard that you had taken the girl in, correct? Hiruzen asked. Yes, I was close friends with her father and took her in when he died, A said solemnly. What about the mother? Tsunade asked. Died in childbirth, A informed her. Let's steer away from this bad mood, the Kazekage said. That Fu girl is skilled for being from a minor village, a shame that nobody from Taki came. I sent them the proper invitation, and the messenger said that they received it, Hiruzen told him. I guess that they decided not to come, much like those from Oto. Very disrespectful, they better have a good reason for this, A grumbled. Great. Futon, Detapa. Fu blew out a large blast of wind at Yujito after throwing several kunai. Yujito leapt to the side before she dashed towards Fu and threw a punch at her. The blow caught Fu by surprise and she was hit in the stomach and sent back a few feet. You need my help yet? Chomei asked. Yeah, let's take it to the sky, Fu grinned. Chomei pumped up an arm and began to channel some of his chakra into Fu. Fu smirked as she felt the bijuu's chakra flow through her body. She focused it towards her lower back and felt the familiar sensation of her body gaining some new appendages. Everyone was shocked when they saw 2 bright green wings erupt from her lower back. They were insect-like and looked like a dragonfly's wings. Fu's wings began to buzz as she lifted off of the ground and began to hover in the air. She can fly? Naruto exclaimed. Well, Chomei only has 1 tail, the other 6 are wings, Kurama explained. Can you make me fly? Naruto asked. What do I look like? The 9-winged fox? I can't fly, you idiot. Kurama yelled. Those wings look so pretty, Hinata muttered. Naruto grinned and asked, jealous? Hinata just blushed and tried to hide her face into her jacket while Naruto chuckled. Now this is something, Tsunade said as she watched Fu fly. Heh, looks like Inoki might have some competition in the flying department, Hiruzen chuckled. Not to mention the fact that she doesn't need to use a jutsu in order to fly, A pointed out. If I was from a civilian family, I would probably say that you were cheating, Yujito said as she watched Fu dart back and forth like a dragonfly. And then I would point out that ninja cheat all the time, Fu replied. Yujito couldn't help but laugh at the response. As soon as she got herself under control, she threw a swarm of shuriken at her target. Fu flitted around the projectiles and dive-bombed Yujito, who tried to backflip away, but was caught by her foot. Fu then proceeded to twirl Yujito around for a few seconds before throwing her towards the wall. Yujito rebounded off of the wall and landed on her feet in a cat-like manner. She quickly made several hand seals and took in a deep breath. Katan, mouse hairball. Yujito blew out a small blue fireball that had the image of a mouse inside of it. The fireball then split apart into several small fireballs that raced towards Fu. Oh! Fu cursed as she flew out of the way. But to everyone's surprise, the fireballs changed trajectory and chased Fu. She maneuvered through the air to try and escape from the jutsu. Quickly coming up with an idea, Fu flew straight down to the ground, and the fireballs followed her. At the last second, she flipped around and flew upwards, and the fireballs impacted against the ground as they couldn't turn in time. My turn, Fu grinned as she opened her mouth and expelled a large amount of scale powder that covered Yujito and a good part of the arena. Inside Yujito, the Nini's eyes widened as she realized what was going to happen. Get out of there, kitten. And don't use any katan jutsu. This stuff will blow you to kingdom come. Matatabi yelled. Fu whipped out 2 kunai and threw them into the cloud at an angle where they would hit each other. The kunai scraped against each other and created a spark that caused a large explosion. Rinpon Bakuhatsu, 1, Fu whispered as the smoke cleared. She landed on the ground and fell to a knee as that jutsu took a fair amount of chakra from her. Unfortunately, while her seal would allow a small amount of Komiai's chakra into her, it wasn't set at a level where her chakra coils would be constantly expanding like Naruto's. Right now, she had the chakra capacity of a mid-chunin level. 2. Fu froze as she felt cold steel on the back of her neck. She sighed as she knew that Yujito was behind her and had her in a bad position. The winner is Yujito Ni of Kyumo. Genma announced. Yujito pulled away the kunai and Fu got to her feet as the crowd cheered for the fighters. Fu turned around and saw that Yujito did not escape the blast unscathed. The right side of her clothes were blackened a bit, and her right hand had a couple of burns on them. You almost got me with that, Yujito said as she extended her hand. Fu grinned and shook Yujito's hand. The crowd cheered at the good sportsmanship that the 2 kunoichi were displaying. I thought that move would finish you, Fu said. My partner was yelling at me to get out of there, and to avoid using any katan jutsu, Yujito admitted. Fu chuckled, and now my partner is accusing yours of cheating. Genma approached the 2 and said, can you please move back up to the contestants box, Yujito-san? We need to get ready for the next match. Can I go back up there too? I've got nobody from Taki here, Fu admitted. Genma closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and signaling someone. Another Konoha Jounin shunshin down to him and the 2 whispered for a moment before the Jounin left. You can go, Genma said. Fu bowed in thanks and the 2 friends walked back up to the contestants box. A very impressive display, the Kazekage said as he watched the 2 shake hands. I can see that my daughter will have a worthy opponent to fight with. Yujito is the best kunoichi for her generation, A said proudly. I had no doubts that she would win this fight. Yes, both Yujito and Fu showed an impressive amount of skills in their match, Hiruzen said. I can see that they both would make fine chunin. It is a shame that we can't vote for Fu to become a chunin due to Taki not sending a representative. They weren't like Oto, where they sent a letter saying that they couldn't come due to internal problems, but said that we could vote for their genin as we saw fit. I find it insulting that they would just blow us off like this, Tsunade said. We'll deal with them eventually, for now, let us decide what will happen to Yujito, Hiruzen told her. Reikage Dano, what do you say? I vote for Yujito to become a chunin. She had shown a great ability in katan jutsu, where she was able to produce blue fire, a rarity indeed, A said. And she displayed a great intelligence level as she realized that all of that powder was combustible. I'm not sure as to how it is combustible, she only used it like the Kirigakure no Jutsu back in the preliminaries, Hiruzen told him. Nonetheless, I also vote for her to become a chunin. I would like to hold my vote, as I want to see how she would fare against Temari, the Kazekage explained. Alright, I'm up, Databeo. Naruto cheered. Good Luke, I mean, good victory Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she remembered the words Shino used in the preliminaries. Naruto gave her a large grin and said, thanks Hinata-chan, this is gonna be easy. Don't get too overconfident Naruto, Sasuke is the rookie of the year after all, Shino told him. Once he gets a look at these, Naruto began as his eyes flashed into the Sharingan for a second, he'll go crazy. Shino blinked for a second before chuckling, I honestly forgot about your hidden surprises for a moment. Still, I would like you to not be as overconfident as him, it does not suit you. Shino is right, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Please be careful. Naruto nodded and walked towards the exit. As he was walking down the hallway, he was stopped by two older men. Hey brat, one of them said. What do you want? Naruto demanded. Civilians weren't allowed into this part of the arena. He'd have to speak with the Hokage about this. We're just here to ensure that our bosses win their bets, the other one said. So we're just going to make sure that you don't show up. The two thugs chuckled as they cracked their knuckles and stepped forward. Naruto opened his eyes and the thugs froze in place as they made eye contact with red, slitted eyes. How about, no, Naruto said as he released enough Ki for the thugs to faint. He then pulled back Kurama's chakra and wrapped up the two in threads before dragging them out with him. Genma raised an eyebrow as he saw Naruto walking out with two older men wrapped up in a cocoon of threads. Naruto stopped right in front of him and cut the threads that he was holding. I'd like to know how two civilians got into an area that was designated for shinobi only, Naruto said as he looked at Genma with a bored expression. What were they doing there? Genma asked as he signaled for an ANBU squad to take them away. They claimed that they were going to try and make me late for my match so their bosses could win an easy bet, Naruto told him as an ANBU appeared in the arena to take the cockeyed idiots away. Up in the Kage booth, Darui, Tsunade, and the Kazekage were all nervously glancing at the Hokage as he emitted a murderous aura. When I find out who sent those idiots to do such a disrespectful thing, Hiruzen began, I'm going to do things to them that will make Madara, Uchiha and Orochimaru look like angels. And don't even get me started on what I'll do to the idiots who let them into that area. Now I see why he's called the Shinobi no Kami. This guy makes boss's temper look like a kid throwing a tantrum. Oh, looks like I'll need to break out the sake earlier than I thought, not that I'm complaining. This is worse than the time Jiraiya accidentally peeked on Buwako-san. Over in the stands, Natsumi was glaring angrily at the men that her brother had tied up while Hanabi pouted at how mean they were to Naruto. Shizune was using Tun-Tun as a shield in case she accidentally brought Kushina's wrath down on her. Speaking of the redhead, she had entered a demonic mode of her own as her hair split into 9 tails, her eyes turned into a hollow white, and she was emitting her own murderous aura. Kushina, please calm down, Hayashi said. You can deal with the idiots later, Hitomi said. Right now you need to support your son. Kushina sighed and calmed down, allowing everyone around her to breathe again. Niji was too shocked to notice that Kushina was Naruto's mother. This Gaki better win, I've placed a lot of money on him, Zabuza said as he kept his eyes trained on the arena. Don't worry Zabuza-sama, Naruto-kun's grown stanger, Haku told him. You can tell by his posture. Hi, he told me that his training's been intense over the month, Kurenai told them. Naruto is a genius of hard work like me, he shall defeat Sasuke and show everyone how powerful he is. Lee declared. Those are words that contain the power of youth. Guy exclaimed. Before the two could engage in another bout of youth, Tenten appeared between them and pointed 2 katanas at their chests. Just try it, I dare you, she whispered. Figures that he would be late, Naruto sighed as he waited for Sasuke to show up. You're forgetting that Kakashi is his sensei, Genma said. It appears that I'll have to disqualify Sasuke, Hiruzen sighed as he went to call over an ANBU. Wait Hokage Dano, we should postpone this match, the Kazekage said. Many people came to see the Uchiha member fight in the Chunin exams. It would be bad business for Konoha if they were not allowed to see this match. More like you just want to see how well your little test subject's been doing. Hiruzen growled. He should not be given special treatment just because he's the last of his clan, A said. Unfortunately, Kazekage Dano is right, Hiruzen said. I've seen that many of the nobles who came, only arrived to see if Sasuke would live up to his last name. We'll just skip to the next match, that should give him enough time to get here. A jounin shunshined into the arena and spoke quietly with Genma. The proctor nodded and faced the crowd while the jounin left. We shall move on to the next match as Sasuke Uchiha has not arrived yet. He will be given until the end of the next match to appear. If he does not appear by then, he shall be disqualified, Genma told them. Naruto walked off while grumbling about special treatment. Typical Uchiha, always late to everything, Kurama growled. The only one who was ever on time was Madara. That's one of the only two good things about him. What was the other one? Jiyu asked. He loved his family, Kurama told him. Will Gaara Sabaku and Kintsuchi please come down? Genma asked. Proctor, I forfeit. Kin shouted. I will not be able to fight my opponent, as his abilities are far beyond mine. The crowd booed at Kin's forfeit, but the Oto Kunoichi just sighed as she was able to live. Not that Gaara was even paying attention to her anyway. Ha! That's some bonus time the Uchiha got. The Raikage laughed. That girl. She was supposed to fight Gaara and maybe survive for a few minutes so Sasuke-kun could arrive. Orochimaru growled. After seeing what Gaara could do back in the preliminaries, it's understandable that Kin decided to forfeit, Hiruzen said. Naruto had turned on his heel and walked back into the arena. He sat down and plucked blades of grass from the ground as he waited for Sasuke to show up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 Genma paused in his countdown to Sasuke's automatic forfeit as there was a swirl of leaves in front of him, circling around two figures. Sorry we're late, Kakashi chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. You're cutting it close Kakashi, he was about to be disqualified, Genma told him. You can't prevent me from fighting, I'm an Uchiha, Sasuke arrogantly replied. Let's get this over with, Naruto said as he leapt to his feet. In a hurry to lose? Sasuke sneered. You wish, Naruto grinned. Kakashi had vanished from the arena and went over to the rest of the genin and his fellow jounins. Just so you know, the rules are the same as the preliminaries, Genma told Sasuke. The fifth match will be between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha will now begin. Hajime. Neither competitor moved a muscle. Naruto was settled into his personal stance while Sasuke just stood there with his arms crossed over his chest in a superior manner. Are you going to take this seriously? Naruto demanded. We're at the Chunin exams where we're displaying the power of our village to a bunch of clients. The least you could do is pretend to care. I don't have to take this seriously, only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha, Sasuke sneered. You're not worth anything to me because you're a clanless orphan. I'm still surprised that you even got past the preliminaries. In the stands, many of the foreign people were put off by the Uchiha's attitude, while many of the Konoha population was shouting for Sasuke to beat Naruto into the ground, and there were even some whispers from some who were hoping that Sasuke would kill him. Luckily, Kushina didn't hear any of those. Fine then, Naruto said as he crouched down, I'll just show you why I'll be worth the effort. Naruto exploded forward and shot a fist at Sasuke's face. The Uchiha's eyes widened and he moved to the side to avoid it, however, Naruto pivoted on his heel and sent a backwards kick at Sasuke. He caught the incoming foot and was sent back a few feet from the force of it. Sasuke threw Naruto's foot away and began a barrage of punches and kicks that Naruto managed to avoid as he responded with his own attacks. Sasuke performed a feint and went to trip Naruto by hooking his foot onto the back of his knee, but Naruto leapt over Sasuke's leg and landed a kick onto his stomach that sent him back a couple meters. The last Uchiha looked up in time to see two Narutos racing towards him. He made several hand seals and released a giant fireball that engulfed the two. When the fire passed, Sasuke saw that there was a hole in the ground. He quickly jumped back as Naruto emerged from it as he tried to uppercut the Uchiha. Taijutsu's getting boring, let's change it, Naruto said as he began to make several hand seals. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but was surprised to see that he couldn't copy them. What? I can't copy it? Sasuke thought. He watched as Naruto slammed his hand on the ground. Jiongu, Shirodoryu no Jutsu. 3. Naruto shouted as the ground behind him broke apart and a large crimson dragon shot out of the ground. The dragon had 3 horns on the back of its head and circled around Naruto protectively. Like my new jutsu? Naruto asked with a large grin. Sasuke just scowled and quickly formed hand seals. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. Sasuke jumped into the air and shot out several small fireballs that sped towards Naruto and his dragon. The dragon took a defensive position and blocked all of the fireballs. When the smoke cleared, the dragon was revealed to have lost the left side of its head. Looks like your jutsu isn't all that great, Sasuke taunted. Is that right? Naruto asked as he placed his hand on the other side of the dragon's head. Sasuke saw Naruto's chakra flow into the dragon as its head fixed itself. Once repaired, the crimson dragon roared at Sasuke before it flew at him. Threads? I've never seen a jutsu that uses threads before, Darui commented. I saw something similar during the Third War with some Suna shinobi, A said. Yes, we have some shinobi who use jutsu with a specially designed cloth that reacts only to the user, the Kazekage told him. The truth was that Orochimaru did some deep research into Suna to answer any questions that he might have been asked. But this kid seems like he can make the threads, A said. Naruto-kun's ability has always been a mystery, Hiruzen said. It wasn't a complete lie, the possibilities of what the Jiongu could do were growing every day. You sound close to him, A noted. He's a special boy who's able to bring out the best side of almost everyone around him, Hiruzen said. Plus, he cherishes all of the bonds he makes with everyone. I find that to be a very good trait of his. If I didn't know any better, I would think that it was the Kyuubi that gave him that ability, A said. Hiruzen began to sweat. Now why would you say something like that, Raikage Dano? A laughed and told him, you're forgetting that my brother is the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. He told me that he felt the chakra of the Ichibi, Nanabi, and Kyuubi in Konoha. He then leaned over to Hiruzen and whispered, plus, your civilians are a bunch of loud mouths. I can't tell you how many times I heard them talking about how Uchiha-sama will finally kill the Kyuubi brat. Hiruzen grumbled at that and began planning punishments for a number of people. There it is again. Choji shouted as he saw the dragon. That weird thread stuff. Just what kind of jutsu is it? Ino asked. Kurenai turned to her and said, just wait, I'm pretty sure that Naruto will explain everything when he reveals the one thing that will drive Sasuke crazy. Asuma raised an eyebrow and asked, and just what would drive Sasuke crazy? Kurenai gave him her own fox-like grin and said, oh, you'll see it. Please, there's nothing that will drive Sasuke-kun crazy, Sakura said deviantly. Ino would have agreed with her, but Sasuke's previous comment towards Naruto in the beginning really made her question a few things. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at his female student's belief. She would be eating her own words when Naruto revealed the Sharingan, and he didn't want to imagine what would happen if Sasuke saw the Manjikyu. What do you find amusing, my eternal rival? Guy asked. Did you say something? Kakashi asked as he lazily turned an eye towards the spandex wearing Jounin. Gah! Your hip and cool attitude strikes me again. How the hell do they make a guy like him a Jounin? Zabuza asked. Sasuke leapt up as the dragon flew under him. He landed on the dragon's back and raced towards Naruto. However, the threads that made up the dragon churned for a moment before a second dragon had erupted right in front of him and snapped its jaws in order to bite the Uchiha. The raven-haired teen jumped to the side and threw 2 kunai with explosive tags at the dragon heads, both aimed at the middle of its body. The kunai exploded and the dragon heads fell to the ground before falling apart. Unfortunately, that's the one weakness of this jutsu, Naruto thought. For some reason once the threads are separated, they fall apart. Most likely because they don't have any source of chakra running through them like my hearts. Naruto channeled chakra through the legs and dashed forward. He quickly released his gauntlets from their seals on his arms and aimed a metal fist at Sasuke's head. Sasuke ducked under the blow and dropped to his hands before performing a handstand and kicking Naruto in the gut. Naruto flew through the air and landed on his side before skidding to a stop by the wall. He quickly got up and saw that Sasuke had thrown a barrage of kunai at him. Quickly activating his Sharingan and hiding it under a genjutsu before quickly moving to avoid the lethal weapons. Crap! How the hell does he know how to do this? Did he take lessons with Tenten? Naruto asked. I highly doubt it. If you take a closer look, you can see that there's an empty scroll next to him. He probably bought some kind of specialized scroll that allows him to fire off those kunai with high speeds, Kurama told him. Oh. Naruto cursed as he saw that Sasuke had taken out 2 more of those specialized scrolls and fired them both at once. So Naruto tripled his efforts to dodge. He used his gauntlets to deflect as many kunai as he could. You know, this would have been much easier if you just finished that defensive jutsu, Kurama scolded. And who was the one who made me drop that training in order to gain control of using the one-tailed version 1 cloak? Naruto asked. Never mind. Getting back into reality, Naruto noticed that the barrage had lessened and that there was only a few kunai heading towards him. Naruto deflected all of the kunai and faced Sasuke, only to see another kunai heading towards him. Instinct took over as he moved his torso out of the way. Unfortunately, it managed to hit his trench coat and pin it to the stadium wall. Kyuso! Naruto cursed as he tried to reach around and pull the kunai off. He quickly looked at Sasuke and saw a roaring fireball heading towards him. No choice. He growled as he slipped out of the coat and supercharged his legs with chakra, allowing him to jump out of the way. I had a feeling that he would have to reveal his secret today, Shino told Hinata. The Hyuga heiress nodded and said, yes, but he said that the villagers' reactions wouldn't affect him because he only cares for the opinions of the people closest to him. Are those things on his back? Yujito yelled. Guys? I'm not the only one seeing this, right? Tenten asked. And no, you're not, Ino said as she watched the events unfold in the arena. Choji gulped and said, I have a feeling that I don't want to know about whatever those things are. Okay Kurenai, now I think you owe all of us an explanation, Asuma told her. The female jounin looked at the bearded jounin and said, Naruto's probably going to explain it anyway. Besides, he knows more about it than even I do. I'm a little disturbed by the sight of that, A admitted. No child should have that many stitches, especially a genin. Those are not ordinary stitches Reikage Dano, Hiruzen told him. They are a part of Naruto-kun's special abilities. I'm sure that he'll explain it to everyone soon. The Kazekage was silent, but on the inside, Orochimaru was in shock. Impossible. There's no possible way that Konoha has any knowledge of Kakuzu's Jiongu. I would have known about it. How dare that old monkey keep something valuable from me? Both Hanabi's and Natsume's eyes widened and they scrambled for the large banner. They hoisted it over the railing and let it drape down so that it revealed the picture inside. It was a childish drawing of Naruto surrounded by all of his masks, except for Shredder as they haven't seen him yet. Go and San, the 2 girls cheered. What is this? Niji asked. Hayashi turned to him and said, this is Naruto's power. The one he had since the day he was born. He never displayed anything like it before, Niji said. Naruto doesn't like to flaunt his power to the village like us and the Uchiha, Hayashi replied. He likes to keep his abilities a secret until the time comes to reveal them, and that time is today. While the crowd was whispering about Naruto's appearance, the aforementioned genin was staring at Sasuke with annoyance. Team. That was my favorite coat. Naruto yelled. Speaking of Sasuke, he was slowly backing away as he saw Naruto's revealed appearance. He had never seen the blonde without his coat off, so he was shocked by the sight of his stitching, and the masks on his back. Are you? Sasuke screamed. Oh, this? Naruto asked as he looked at his appearance. This is that little jutsu that Kabuto told everyone about back before the written test. You know, the one you demanded to give me. This is known as the Jiongu, a kenjutsu that allows me to become the host to an ever-expanding body of threads. I can use these threads at my will, and that's not all. These masks that are stitched onto my back. They are the hearts of my enemies. Hearts? Sasuke asked as he turned a little green. Yes, you see, the Jiongu allows me to take the hearts of my enemies, and by extension, their elemental affinity. So I have the ability to use all 5 elements, something that would take many others a lifetime. It doesn't matter, you still can't beat me, Sasuke said. Only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha. And yet, I remember tying you multiple times back in the academy, Naruto taunted. Sasuke scowled at that reminder before saying. That was before I got these blessed eyes. He swirled his Sharingan for effect and continued. Now that I have the ultimate Kekkai Genkai, I can never be defeated. Enough talking. Let's get this show on the road. Naruto shouted as he made the Tora seal. His back twitched for a moment before all 3 masks burst off and stood beside Naruto. Sasuke was slightly unnerved by this before he steeled himself and rushed at Naruto. Up in the stands, many of the civilians began to freak out at the sight of Fox, considering they knew who Naruto was. Many of the foreign clients were slightly disturbed by the explanation, but that feeling was overwhelmed by their shock. The blonde Jinchuriki grinned and snapped his fingers, prompting his masks to act. Crab opened his pincers and began to fire off several blasts of Suiton, Teppadama. Sasuke began to weave through the attacks with the help of his Sharingan, before he reached Crab and prepared to drive a kunai into the mask. However, he was forced to duck as a giant boulder flew right over him, courtesy of Titan. He then rolled out of the way as Crab went to grab him with a claw. Jiongu, Suridoryu no Jutsu. Naruto shouted as he remade the Crimson Dragon and sent it to attack Sasuke. Having no time to dodge, Sasuke crossed his arms in front of him and braced himself as the dragon hit him and sent him flying. Sasuke stood back up and saw that Titan was charging towards him with a fist encased in stone. The giant creature swung its fist at Sasuke, but the raven-haired boy just jumped away before he made several hand seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke blew out a larger fireball at Titan. The masked creature just stomped its foot on the ground and a large slab of rock popped up, protecting it from the flames. Sensing danger, Sasuke jumped away as Naruto crashed into the ground where he stood. The blonde kicked off of the ground and dashed towards Sasuke. The 2 genin engaged in another taijutsu match as they traded blows. However, this time, Sasuke was able to knock Naruto off balance for a moment before taking a kunai and slashing Naruto in the chest. Surprisingly, Naruto just grinned. Sorry, wrong one. With that, he poofed out of existence. Kage Bunshin? Sasuke muttered before he was knocked away. He turned and saw that another Naruto was on him, however, this one was matching him blow for blow. They continued for a while until they pushed each other back. How are you keeping up with me? Sasuke demanded. Do you really want to know? Naruto asked in a serious tone. Yes. Tell me so I may take that power for myself. Sasuke shouted. Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes. About 8 years ago, I was walking through Konoha when I was dragged into an alleyway and knocked out. When I awoke, I was tied to a post in the middle of a training field and there was a Chunin standing before me. I asked him what he wanted, only for him to not say anything. He walked towards me and raised a kunai to stab me. My Jiongu reacted to the danger and attacked, ripping out the man's heart, and making it my first one in the collection. What does that have to do with anything? Sasuke growled. I'm getting there. Since then, the heart has been slowly giving me all of that Chunin's fire jutsu. However, that wasn't the only thing I got. You see, that guy was a part of a clan, and then I got that member's Kekkai Genkai. Care to guess what kind of Kekkai Genkai it was? Sasuke thought about it, how Naruto was able to avoid his attacks like he was predicting them, how he seemed to predict where the kunai would land when he used those scrolls. It all pointed to one thing. No, Sasuke whispered. It's not possible. Then Naruto snapped open his eyes, revealing the 3 tomos of his Sharingan. I really need to thank you for having a clan full of idiots. Otherwise I wouldn't have these blessed eyes. What? The Kazekage shouted as he shot up into a standing position. Careful Orochimaru, you almost blew your disguise, Hiruzen thought. While the methods of the Kenjutsu are disturbing, I cannot deny how beneficial it is to the boy, A said. Being able to use all 5 elements. And being able to take Kekkei Genkai. I think I'll want staying on Konoha's good side as I would like Kumo's Kekkei Genkai to stay in Kumo. Perhaps we should discuss more of that subject after the exam, Hiruzen suggested. A nodded in agreement. Sharingan. Asuma shouted as he chalked on his cigarette. Guy was stunned into silence as he listened to the abilities that Naruto possessed. How long have you known about this? Asuma asked Kurenai. The Genjutsu mistress turned to him and said, ever since the true Genin test when he used it to find me. After that I was asked to keep it a secret as he didn't want all of the attention focused on him. The bearded Jounin then turned to Kakashi, who didn't seem surprised by this. And how long have you known? Ever since that mission to Nami where we picked up these 2, Kakashi told him as he jerked a thumb at Zabuza and Haku. Down with the Genin, each one was shocked by Naruto's abilities. He's got people's hearts in those masks? Ino asked. Sakura gulped and said, he could have taken my heart if I made him angry enough. Nah, he wouldn't do that to ya, Kiba said, not affected by the events as he knew about the Jiongu. You don't seem surprised by this, why? Choji asked. I knew about it from the mission to Nami, Kiba told him. And you never decided to tell me or Sasuke-kun? Sakura yelled at him. Kiba gave her a look and said, Naruto asked me to keep it a secret, and besides, I just wanted to see the look on the team's face when he saw that Naruto had his precious eyes. Kai! Sasuke shouted as he pulsed his chakra, thinking that it was an illusion. Kai! He released a larger burst of chakra that left him panting for a few moments. This is no illusion, I have the Sharingan, Naruto said with a hard tone. This is a disgrace to my clan. How dare you take our eyes? You don't deserve them. Sasuke's curse mark flared up and covered the left side of his body as his rage grew. The scara of his left eye turned black. He then charged towards Naruto with a crazed look in his eye. Naruto tensed up as he watched the enraged Genin charge towards him. He slammed both his hands on the ground and created 2 thread dragons that both charged at Sasuke. The Uchiha Scion leapt up and landed on the snout of one dragon as he used it to jump towards Naruto. Sloppy, Naruto muttered as he pulled back his fist and buried it in the Uchiha's gut. Normally, Sasuke would have avoided such a tactic, but he was blinded by his rage. Now Sasuke-chan, there's no need to get worked up just because I have some new eyes, Naruto taunted. Sasuke growled and went through several hand seals and gripped his left wrist as lightning chakra sparked from it and the sound of 1,000 birds filled the arena. You taught him the Chidori? Guy asked his rival. I wanted to try and make him use it as a tool to defend his comrades, Kakashi replied. Besides, it's not like he'll hurt Naruto anyway. If what Jiraiya-sama told me is true, then he'll be able to at least counter it. I wonder how a Rasengan would fare against that, Naruto thought as he held out his right hand and began to focus. Seconds later, everyone could hear a swirling sound as the bright blue sphere appeared in Naruto's hand. At an unseen signal, both Sasuke and Naruto raced towards each other and thrust their attacks at their opponent. Chidori. Rasengan. Both attacks clashed and the ground shook for a moment as the jutsu clashed. Moments later, both of them were propelled backwards. Sasuke skidded onto the ground while Naruto managed to land on his feet. Now that was intense. Naruto grinned. He turned and saw that Sasuke was getting up while his curse mark pulsed with dark chakra. Can we please end this already? It's not even fun anymore, Kurama asked. Sure, I'm getting bored anyway, Naruto replied as he slammed his hands on the ground. The ground shook violently before thousands of threads shot out of the ground and raced to Sasuke. The Uchiha had no time to react before he was caught in the threads and trapped. Sasuke looked up to see Titan standing over him while winding its arm up. Night night. Naruto shouted as Titan's fist slammed into Sasuke's face, knocking the emo into dreamland. Naruto recalled his threads and let Sasuke fall to the floor while he stood next to his hearts. Winner by one hell of a knockout, Naruto Uzumaki. Genma announced as he grinned. In the stands, many people cheered at the amazing fight. However, those who placed their bets on the Uchiha were slightly disappointed. Unfortunately, the villagers on Konoha were booing the blonde and shouting that he cheated and that Sasuke deserved to have the win. Having heard enough of this, the Hokage stood up in his chair and took in a deep breath. Silence, the Hokage bellowed, instantly shutting up everyone in the stadium. You are villagers of Konoha. Act like such or I shall have you thrown out of this arena regardless of your status in the village. Everyone, and I mean everyone, gulped at the display of power that the aged Kage had shown everyone. Having recovered from his shock, Naruto raced towards the contestants' box. Once inside he was tackled to the floor as he was hugged by Hinata. Naruto-kun. That was an amazing fight. Hinata shouted as she hugged the blonde even tighter. Naruto just blushed as he returned the hug. It was only a few seconds afterwards that Hinata realized what she was doing and quickly released the blonde, though she stayed near him this time instead of running to the other side of the room. You really are something else, aren't you? Fu asked as she walked over. What? Naruto grinned. Am I not allowed to have my own secrets? Fu sighed, your friend Shikamaru was right, some blondes are troublesome. So, any more surprises? Naruto grinned and said, you'll just have to wait and see. I'd take that as a yes, Yujito. No way, Sasuke-kun lost, Sakura mumbled as she watched the medics take Sasuke out of the arena. Yes. 3 for 3. Kurenai cheered. Let's hit the bar to celebrate Kurenai-chan's awesome teaching skills. Enko cried. Your first genin team and they're blowing the competition away, Asuma shook his head. Yes. I'm rich. Zabuza cried. Were the odds against Naruto that bad? Kiba asked. Kid, the odds were 20 to 1. Everyone came to see the Uchiha win, Zabuza told him. Man, why is that team so popular? Kiba grumbled. Tsunade-sama's the last of the Senju, but people aren't kissing the ground she walks on. It's because she doesn't have the Mokuton that her grandfather possessed, Kakashi told him. However, that doesn't mean that she's not worshipped. Many young kunoichi want to be a powerful kunoichi like her. And then there are the fangirls, Kakashi thought as he glanced at Sakura out of the corner of his eye. She's starting to improve, albeit slowly. But still, she's getting there. Yes. NSAN 1. Natsumi cheered as she hugged Hanabi. The youngest Hyuga returned the hug as she was happy that her adoptive brother won. Now do you see? Hayashi asked his nephew. Niji could only nod at the power that Naruto possessed. Hayashi-sama, tell me, would Naruto have taken my heart if I angered him enough? Niji asked. No, he would not have done so, Hayashi answered. But why? Niji asked. Because that would have made Hinata sad, Hitomi answered. If there's one thing Naruto-kun hates, it's having his precious people sad. That was an exciting match, wouldn't you agree? Hiruzen asked his fellow Kage. Yes, the Uzumaki boy showed great talent, and he was able to keep calm the entire fight, except for that little outburst about his coat, A said. I can understand that frustration though, as they were a gift, Hiruzen said. If there's one thing that Naruto likes, it's getting gifts. Understandable due to his condition as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the Kazekage said. Hey sensei, Tsunade began. You know about my luck, right? Hiruzen sighed, please tell me that you didn't put Konoha into debt. No. I had Shizen place a bet using money that she took from me. Do you think that it'll affect my luck? Tsunade asked. How should I know? Wait a minute, did you win? Hiruzen asked her with a horrified expression. Indirectly, Tsunade answered with a happy grin. Is there a problem, Hokage Dano? The Raikage asked. You know about Tsunade's lack of luck, right? The Raikage nodded. Well, what you probably don't know is that whenever Tsunade wins, something bad happens. And I have no idea what bad thing will happen. For all I know, the moon will fall from the sky. Let's not get dramatic here, the Kazekage interrupted. Tsunadeheim said that she had her apprentice place the bet, so maybe nothing bad will happen. Hiruzen sighed and asked, anyway, what are your thoughts on the match? I'm giving my vote to the blonde. As I said before, he shows a lot of talent and was able to keep a calm head during that match, I told him. Indeed, the boy showed impressive skills that he was able to use easily, the Kazekage agreed. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki will be promoted to Chunin, Hiruzen said. Minato, you would be so proud of him. What of Sasuke? Hiruzen asked. He doesn't deserve the Chunin rank, the Kazekage said. He may possess the strength required for it, but he lost his cool when his opponent made some revelations. Even though they may have been shocking, he still should have kept calm. If Sasuke-kun believes that the village is holding him back, it will push him into coming to me. Kukuku. I agree with Kazekage Dano, the Uchiha doesn't have the necessary mindset of a Chunin. Not to mention the fact that his attitude needs a lot of work. If you remember his words at the beginning, he dismissed his opponent due to the fact that he didn't come from a clan. A real Chunin is not an arrogant shinobi. Very well, Sasuke will not be promoted to Chunin, Hiruzen said. Chunin Exam Stadium. I'm so proud of him, Kushina said as she wiped the tears from her face. Hitomi placed a comforting hand on Kushina's shoulder and asked, I bet you're glad that you were found just in time for this, right? Kushina nodded and said, I only wish that Minato was here, he would have been so proud to have watched Naruto-kun grow up into the person he is today. Natsumi sensed her mother's slight depression and walked over to her. Don't cry, mommy, you still have to help me cheer for Nissan. Kushina smiled and picked up her daughter, placing her on her lap. You're right, sweetie, we don't want Naruto-kun to lose his next fight. Kushina-san. The elder Uzumaki turned to see Karen standing there. Karen-chan. What are you doing here? Well, I was allowed to come to the exam since nobody from Kusa came, Karen explained, and since you're the only person I know who's in the stands, I was wondering if I could sit here. There's no need to be so formal, dear, Kushina smiled. Of course you can sit here. Thank you, Karen said with a smile. And you know, Kushina whispered, you can call me auntie if you want to. I'd be more than happy to have you as a part of the family. Karen wiped away a small tear and said, thank you, Aunt Kushina. Looks like you two are up, Naruto said to his teammates. Hinata and Shino looked at each other and nodded. Let's have a good fight, Hinata, Shino said. Hi, let's do our best, Shino, Hinata agreed. The two teammates made their way down to the arena and stood across from each other. The seventh match between Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame will now begin. Genma announced. Hinata, Shino began, no matter what happens, let's do our best and show everyone how well we've grown. Yes, Hinata agreed with a smile as she slipped into her Juho stance and activated her Byakugan. Shino pulled out his katanas and prepared himself. Hajime! Genma yelled as he jumped back. Shino and Hinata dashed towards each other and swung katana and palm. Hinata's chakra-cloaked palm blocked Shino's blades and kept them in a stalemate. The two friends jumped back and sized each other up. Hack Kusho. Hinata cried as she began to fire bursts of air at the Aburame air. Shino channeled chakra into his swords and used them to block the air blasts. Unfortunately, he missed one and felt the massive pressure slamming into his chest, sending him back several feet. When he looked up, he saw Hinata dashing towards him while aiming a Juho strike at his shoulder. Shino twisted to the side and brought up his knee towards Hinata's gut. Hinata doubled over in pain before Shino quickly dropped his katanas and grabbed Hinata by her arm before throwing her away. Hinata righted herself in midair and landed several meters away. Shino sent out a swarm of insects at Hinata in order to subdue her. Suetun, Teppadama. Hinata yelled as she fired off several water bullets that hit the swarm, scattering the ones that didn't die from the water. Shino clicked his teeth in frustration and dashed towards her, bringing his katanas around in an arc to catch her off guard. Hinata narrowly avoided the blades as she felt the cold steel just leave a tiny cut on the shoulder of her jacket. The younger of the two quickly jabbed a finger into his right hip, and Shino could feel the tenketsu in that area shutting down. He slammed the hilt of his sword into Hinata's shoulder, causing her to wince in pain and back off while she applied a few strikes to herself in order to try and heal the damage. Doton, Earth Flow Spears. Shino made the necessary hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. The earth churned for a moment before a wave of stone spikes jetted towards Hinata. She quickly jumped out of the way and saw that Shino was right on top of her, his sword in full swing, the flat side of it heading to smack Hinata in the face. Wow! They're doing great! Naruto cheered as he watched his two friends. You're acting like this is the first time you've seen them fight, Temari said as she gave the fellow blonde a questioning look. Well, it has been a month since we've seen each other, and I already had expected how the first round would go, Naruto explained. So you knew that the lazy ass would forfeit? Temari asked. Yup, I just didn't think that it would take him that long to throw in the towel. They appear to be at a stalemate, the Kazekage noted. Well, they are teammates, so I expected something like this to happen if they were to fight each other, Hiruzen explained. Just watch, I have a feeling that the tide's about to shift into someone's favor, Tsunade said as she pointed at the arena. Hinata allowed herself to fall backwards and land on her hands before performing a backflip, kicking Shino in the chin in the process. The disorienting hit allowed Hinata to land several Juho strikes onto Shino's shoulders. The Aburame moved out of the way quickly, but he already lost feeling in his right arm. It appears that you have me at a disadvantage, Shino said. Yes, would have an advantage, if you were the real Shino, Hinata told him. The Shino in front of her fell apart into bugs. Hinata quickly stood up and looked around for Shino. Her eyes widened and she quickly jumped up as two hands shot out of the ground in an attempt to grab her. Hinata released a battle cry and drove her chakra-filled palm into the earth. A grunt of pain was heard as Shino emerged from the ground a couple meters away while holding onto his left shoulder tightly. He held his katana out in front of him and tried to get the feeling back into his dead arm. Hinata dashed towards Shino and prepared to end the fight without causing her teammate much pain. Shino smirked and jumped back while silently watching his next move unfold. Hinata stopped in her tracks and looked around her as a giant swarm of insects surrounded her, preventing any form of escape. How did you set this all up? Hinata asked. While I was hiding underground, I spread out my insects in order to trap you, Shino explained. Now you have two options, you can surrender, or you can have your chakra drained away from you. What will you do, Hinata? Hinata gave him a small smile and said, You already know what my nindo is, I'll never give up. Shino couldn't help but chuckle. Naruto was a good influence on his youngest teammate. The Aburame air made a hand seal and the insects began to close in on Hinata. The Hyuga heiress took in a deep breath before she slipped into a different stance. So she's going to use the other one now, Hitomi noted. What other one, Hitomi-sama? Niji asked. The Hyuga matriarch just smiled and said. Why, Hinata-chan's own version of the Kaiten, of course. Did you really think that we wouldn't make one during the month? I didn't think that there would be enough time for it, Hayashi interjected. Hinata-chan was very determined to get this move, Hitomi told him. Not only was this to increase her own jutsu library, but to try and impress Naruto-kun as well. Shugohaku Rokujian show. Hinata cried as she began to move her arms in an erratic manner, all while emitting a constant stream of chakra. From everyone's perspective, it looked like she was being surrounded by a giant dome of chakra wires. The insects were torn apart by the defensive jutsu and their many body parts fell to the ground. Shino's eyes widened as he gripped his head in pain. The feedback from all of those insects dying at once was too much for him. He called back what little of his insects he could save, and dropped to one knee in exhaustion while gripping his head tightly. I'm afraid that I can't go on anymore, Hinata, Shino panted. Do you surrender? Genma asked. Shino nodded and Genma announced. Shino Aburame has forfeited. The winner is Hinata Hyuga. The crowd cheered and Hinata walked over to Shino and helped him up. The cheering became louder at the sign of good sportsmanship. That was a very good fight, A said. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Indeed, they both showed impressive skills, even though they probably knew each other's moves due to being teammates. That last move surprised me though, A told him. It looked like the Hyuga's Kaiten, but it was more offensive. Indeed, Hiruzen replied. It must be a very impressive feat to create a jutsu that is both offensive and defensive at the same time. Yes, she will make a fine chunin, the Kazekage said. So does that mean that you are giving her your vote? A asked. The Kazekage nodded in agreement. Looks like Kurenai wins that bet, Tsunade cursed. Not that I'm complaining. You bet against them? Hiruzen asked the Sannin. Of course, an entire team of genin don't become chunin in their first exams, Tsunade told him. You, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru became chunin at your first exams, Hiruzen deadpanned. Tsunade just sputtered for a moment before huffing and turning around, doing her best to ignore A's roaring laughter. That was great, you guys. Naruto cheered as he pulled his teammates into a group hug. Shino had the breath knocked out of him again and Hinata turned a neon red. Naruto, as much as I appreciate your happiness for our performance, can you please allow me and Hinata to breathe? Shino asked. After releasing the duo, and waiting for Hinata to calm down, Naruto asked, so Shino, why did you forfeit? Hinata only got you a couple of times. It was during her last attack, Shino began, that I had to forfeit. You see, Aburames can feel the death of all of their insects. We're trained mentally to prevent that feeling from becoming too much. Unfortunately, I have not been trained to deal with the stress of having all those insects dying at once. It was beyond my limitations and my mind was close to shutting down due to the pressure. I'm sorry, Shino, I didn't mean for you to get hurt like that, Hinata apologized. Shino waved her off. It's fine, I should have told you two about it before, but I deemed that information unnecessary at the time. Will Temari Sabaku and Yujito ni please come down? Genma asked. The two kunoichi walked down to the arena, but no words were exchanged between them. They faced each other and waited for Genma to start the fight. The 8th match between Temari Sabaku and Yujito ni will now begin. Genma announced to the crowd. Many people began to cheer at the prospect of seeing two ninjas from two foreign main villages of different regions fighting. Some just wanted to see Kyumo pay for what they tried during a certain incident a decade ago. Cough, Hyuga clan, cough. Hajime. Genma yelled as he jumped back. Yujito dashed forward and went to stab Temari with a kunai. The Suna kunoichi whipped her fan around her, kicking up a large gust of wind. Katan, Aogokakyu no Jutsu. Yujito quickly blew out a large fireball that absorbed Temari's wind and enhanced the flames. Temari cursed and leapt out of the way as the inferno roared past her. She looked towards her opponent to see her dashing towards her with her claws. Temari got up and closed her fan as she held it like one would hold a bow staff. Temari blocked Yujito's claws and pushed her back before she jabbed at the Kyumo kunoichi. Yujito received the full force of the fan, and burst into lightning, the electricity traveling up the fan and into Temari. The Suna kunoichi just used a small amount of wind chakra to dispel the lightning, but that didn't stop her arms from feeling a little numb. Futon, Kamaitashi no Jutsu. Temari shouted as she swung her fan. Unfortunately, the numbness in her arms prevented her from creating a force as great as before, and Yujito took advantage of that. Katan, mouse hairball. Yujito spat out the small blue fireball that split apart into seeker fireballs. The wind from Temari's fan powered up the flames until they were each as large as one of Sasuke's Gokakyus. Temari's eyes widened and she quickly pumped chakra into her legs and jumped to the side as the fireballs impacted the ground where she once stood. Yujito clicked her teeth at that. She had hoped that the large flames would cause her to use her fan like a shield. That way the flames would heat the metal up to the point that Temari would have to let go of it, allowing Yujito to race in and end the fight quickly. Yujito quickly made 5 hand seals and sent her hands forward. Raitun, Jibashi. A wave of electricity raced towards Temari, and the Suna fighter had practically no time to dodge. She tried to roll out of the way, but the electricity reached her before she completed one roll. The lightning electrocuted her, and Temari let out a pained scream before she blacked out from the pain. The winner is Yujito ni. Genma announced as he checked the downed Suna ninja. Many people cheered for the blonde's victory, especially from the Kyumo section. The Hyuga clan cheered as well, though it was only to keep up a good appearance. That was a decent fight, A said. It may have been short, but it was good nonetheless. I'm just disappointed that Temari didn't last longer, the Kazekage sighed. Hiruzen turned to his fellow Kage and said, Now, it's only the second round, you should expect the fights to be shorter due to exhaustion and such. The Kazekage could only nod in agreement. Well, this fight should be longer then, especially since Gaara didn't fight, and the fact that Naruto's a stamina freak, Tsunade pointed out. Yes, I'm interested in seeing how this will go, A agreed. The two Jinchuriki faced each other on the field, both shooting each other glares. You could feel the tension between the two. Genma gulped as he felt like he was in the middle of 2 raging storms. The 9th match between Gaara Sabaku and Naruto Uzumaki will now begin. Genma announced as he steeled his nerves. There were no cheers from the crowds as even they could feel the tension in the air. Hajime! Genma shouted as he jumped back, but both shinobi didn't make a move. Suddenly, Gaara grabbed his head and grunted in pain. Yes, mother, he said, I'll make sure you get to drink his blood. And then I shall prove my existence. Gaara's arms then dropped to his sides and he stared at Naruto with a crazed grin on his face. Naruto tensed up and had some of his threads out to be ready. Without any warning, sand erupted from the ground and raced towards Naruto. The blonde Uzumaki jumped away and created several hand seals before shooting out a large fireball. The flames stopped the sand, but not the wave that was following it. The sand hit Naruto in the chest and slammed him into the ground. When the sand backed away, all that was left was a pile of threads. Where are you? Gaara growled. Hearing the sound of the ground breaking from behind him, the young Jinchuriki turned around and saw that one of Naruto's thread dragons was popping out of the ground and had its mouth wide open, allowing Naruto to walk out of it. What? Never seen a thread clone before? Naruto smirked. He then made the Tora seal and brought forth his masks, Fox and Titan on his right, and Crab on his left. The thread dragon coiled around the 4 and glared at Gaara. Gaara just raised his hands and summoned a large cloud of sand that hung over him ominously. The dragon let out a roar before it shot towards Gaara. The construct hit the sand and burst apart before all the threads shot around the cloud of sand and reformed into the dragon. Looking at his opponent, Gaara saw that Naruto had his hand on the dragon's body, pumping chakra into it. Gaara's sand held the creature at bay as it tried to take a bite out of Gaara. he sent sand into the creature and had it blow the head from its body, making both pieces fall to the ground harmlessly. Is that all? Gaara droned. Not even close, Naruto smirked as he raced forward, his hearts following him. What is he doing? Temari asked. Didn't he see what that other Konoha kid tried for rushing Gaara? Naruto-kun never does something without a reason, Hinata said. Temari scoffed, it doesn't matter what he does, Gaara can't be beaten. It's just not possible. Didn't Niji say something similar during your fight? Shino asked his teammate, to which she nodded. So what? He didn't have the ultimate defense, Temari defended. And Naruto has something better, Shino stated cryptically. Katan, Zukoku. Naruto shouted as he fell behind Fox as the thread construct launched the fireball. Gaara wrapped himself in a defensive cocoon as the flames washed over him. When the flames cleared, everyone could see that Gaara was trapped in a glass dome, much to his own confusion. And that, kids, is what happens when you superheat sand, Naruto said in a mocking tone. Gaara said nothing as he summoned a large amount of sand and broke the glass. He then sent several large spears of sand towards Naruto and Fox. The Jinchuriki made several hand seals and raised a stone wall between the spears and himself. The sand impacted against the wall and immediately broke apart. Suetun, Teppadama. Naruto had Crab open up its claws and begin to shoot water bullets at Gaara, who didn't even lift a finger as the sand came to his defense. The sand kept shielding Gaara from the assault that seemed to never let up. The sand started to become darker and heavy as it slowly sunk to the floor, making Gaara's eyes widen. He quickly added more sand to the shield, but it met the same fate. What is happening? Gaara growled. Oh, just a little experiment of mine, Naruto said. You see, I was wondering what would happen if your sand got wet. Would you still be able to control it, or not? Apparently you can't. The young redhead glared at the blonde, and sent a wave of sand at Naruto. Titan stepped forward and slammed its fist on the ground, bringing forth a wave of rocks that stopped the sand. Prove my existence. Gaara shouted as he brought his arms forward. His senses screaming, Naruto turned around to see a large fist made of sand racing towards him. Having no time to dodge, he brought his arms up in an X to block it, also making a shield out of his threads. The sand impacted against him and threw him back a few meters. Naruto muttered as he got up, that's some hard stuff. Sand bullets. Gaara launched multiple small spheres made of sand at Naruto. Quickly making hand seals, Naruto took in a deep breath. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. Naruto launched a stream of fire at Gaara. His opponent raised his sand shield again and watched as it turned to glass once more. You're almost out of sand. Fool, I am never without my sand, Gaara stated as it strangely began to rain sand. The hell? Naruto asked as he created a mask with his threads to keep the sand out of his mouth and eyes. I think that this deserves some kind of explanation, Hiruzen began, especially since Gaara doesn't seem like he's going to. We knew that Gaara would eventually go out of missions outside of the desert, so we created ways for him to create more sand, the Kazekage explained. And how does it work? A asked. Gaara sends sand into the ground and uses it to break apart the minerals underground, the Kazekage told him. Very interesting, A muttered. Man, these guys are just pumping out jutsu after jutsu. Choji exclaimed. How much chakra do they have? Ino wondered. Haku turned to her master and asked, Zabuza-sama, who do you think will win? The former Kiri ninja turned to her and said, Blondie will obviously. Naruto jumped to the side as another wave of sand came crashing towards him. So far, Gaara was attacking him relentlessly while keeping his hearts at bay. Not surprising, Kurama said. Shikaku can control the sand himself in order to defend his container. But there's something else that's defending the boy with the sand. Like a jutsu? Naruto asked. No, something else. I just can't see what it is, Kurama admitted. Well, I've got no time to worry about that, Naruto said. I need to find a way past his sand to get a good hit on him. I don't want to use Kamui just yet. I want to see if there's a way that I can do it without that jutsu. By the way, why aren't you using Shredder? Jiu asked. I don't think that it's be much help here, Naruto told him. He's more for taijutsu, and Gaara's sand wouldn't allow it to get close. Besides, I don't have much practice with him. Die! Gaara yelled as he sent forth another wave of sand. Naruto cursed as he created a wall of earth to protect him. The sand broke through the wall after several slams, but Naruto was already gone. Katan, Karyu Enden. Gaara turned around to see Fox with the fireball in its mouth. Behind it was Naruto being held by Titan like he was a ball. Jiongu, Suridoryu no Jutsu. The flames raced towards Gaara and glassified the sand that he used to defend himself, but before he could do anything, the dragon crashed into the glass, shattering it before it fell apart, revealing Naruto, who drove his gauntlet-covered fist into Gaara's gut, sending the crazed Jinchuriki back a good distance. Gaara groaned and opened his eyes to see a thread dragon rushing towards him. Gaara had no idea what to do as the sand was too far away to defend him, so he took the full force of the attack as it crashed into him. Naruto pulled his hands from the ground and looked to see if Gaara would get up. The sand was slowly crawling towards the small crater Gaara was in, like it was a child crawling towards its favorite toy. Naruto saw Gaara slowly stand up and face Naruto, wearing the same crazed look he had on for most of the match. Pieces of sand was falling from his body, showing that there were a few scratches in some places, but no blood. The only victory Naruto seemed to have, was that Gaara seemed to be holding his side, right where a rib was. Yes, yes. You will prove my existence, Uzumaki. Gaara shouted. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind Gaara and Naruto saw that there was a tidal wave of sand going to crush him. Ryusa Bakuryu. Gaara called out as the sand came crashing down on Naruto. All hands, into the ship. Naruto yelled. His hearts frantically scrambled back to the blonde and reattached themselves onto his back before the sand crushed him. The sand filled the arena, turning it into a mini desert. Gaara landed on the desert and slammed his hands into the sand. Sabaku Taiso. The sand shook for a moment before it compressed itself, crushing everything underneath it. Gaara grinned madly as he took several deep breaths. My existence has been validated. Gaara declared. Keep telling yourself that, Naruto's voice said. Everyone watched in shock as Naruto swirled into existence, the swirl seeming to come from his right eye. A few seconds later, Naruto landed on the sand and released his hearts once again. My turn, was all Naruto said before he raced forward and planted his fist into Gaara's chest. Naruto began to pound away at Gaara, despite the sand armor protecting him from most of the attacks. Naruto finished his combo and leapt back while weaving a few seals. Futon, Detapa. Naruto released a large blast of wind that sent Gaara flying backwards, straight into Titan, who grabbed the redhead and threw him into the ground before jumping back to Naruto's side. When the dust cleared, Naruto could see Gaara getting up again, but this time he was different. His right arm had changed into a mutated claw of sand with blue veins. There was a tail of sand behind him, and the right side of his face was covered in sand, the right eye looked like Shikaku's. Make me feel alive. Gaara yelled as he raced forward and brought his claw down on Naruto. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki raised a wall of stone to defend himself, but it was promptly destroyed by Gaara, who then proceeded to smack Naruto across the arena. Okay, that one's gonna hurt tomorrow, Naruto groaned as he got back up. He looked up and saw that Gaara was racing towards him like a wild animal. Naruto panicked for a moment before he weaved several hand seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto released a large fireball, but Gaara covered his normal body with the sand tail and kept charging. The flames washed over him, but didn't slow him down in the slightest. Naruto quickly activated the Kamui and stood still as Gaara passed through him. You might need to use that special thing that the Toad Sage suggested, Kurama said. It looks that way, Naruto admitted. He grabbed Fox and hurled him towards Titan. The two constructs crashed together and appeared to merge together. The new creature had the appearance of a centaur, only with it not being as tall due to having Fox's body as the lower half. Titan's upper body stood on the front and had both its mask, and Fox's mask side by side. The 9 tails waved through the air in a lazy manner. He's combined 2 of his hearts, I noted. What could he be planning? I honestly have no idea. Hiruzen stopped as he realized what was happening. No. It can't be that simple. Care to share your thoughts, Hokage Dano? The Kazekage asked. I think it would be better to watch, Hiruzen said as he stared at the arena. Here we go, Naruto thought. Just remember the temperature, and how much earth to use. He carefully made several hand seals and had the Titan Fox hybrid face Gaara. Yotan, Lava River Jutsu. The combined constructs shot out a stream of lava at Gaara. The Jinchuriki was in a state of shock, but was still able to get away while some of his sand melted away, including his morphed right arm and tail. What? That was the general response from the stadium. Everybody was surprised to see Naruto pull out a elemental Kekii Genkai out of nowhere. The only one who didn't seem surprised was Kushina as she saw what Jiraiya wanted Naruto to try. Naruto panted as he caught his breath. Phew. That always takes a lot out of me. You. Naruto looked to see Gaara getting up again while the sand swirled violently around him. You will suffer. The sand exploded and enveloped Gaara. When the dust cleared, everyone could see that there was a giant tanuki made out of sand in the stadium. There were blue markings all over its body, and had a tail that looked like it was made out of smaller tails. Its eyes were star-shaped with 4 dots in the corners. On the creature's forehead was the upper body of Gaara. I don't understand, why hasn't Orochimaru-sama given the signal? A disguised Kabuto thought as he waited in his position. The Ichibi Jinchuriki has transformed, what more could we be waiting for? Elsewhere, Baki and his other 2 students were having similar thoughts. They knew that this was supposed to be the moment when the invasion would commence, but nothing was happening. I probably should begin the plan, Orochimaru thought. But I want to see how Naruto-kun fares against an enemy of this caliber. Let's see if he can become a good specimen. Shouldn't we stop the match? A asked. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want a bijou running around in the stadium. I agree, Tsunade chimed in. The Kazekage was about to reply, when Hiruzen stopped him. Wait, he said. Naruto spoke to me about this. He told me he has a plan if Gaara were to transform. What if he can't handle it? Tsunade asked, feeling worried for her grandson figure. I have a team prepared just in case he can't, Hiruzen replied, that serious look never leaving his face. Big. Naruto muttered as he saw the towering visage of Shikaku the Ichibi. What did you expect? He's a bijou, Kurama said to him. By the way, I suggest moving. Huh? Oh. Naruto looked up and saw that a large claw was heading down towards him. He quickly raced to the side as the large limb crashed into the ground. I suggest using your new summons, Jiyu told him. I don't think that you have anything that can hurt him. Yeah, you're right, Naruto admitted. He quickly jumped away and landed a safe distance from Shikaku. He then began to weave the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. Kuchios no Jutsu, Lord of the Inferno. Naruto shouted as he slammed his hand on the ground. The eruption of smoke stopped Gaara in his tracks. Everyone was on edge as they wanted to know what Naruto had summoned. Suddenly, the air grew hot and the sun became brighter. Many people began to sweat as the grass in the arena seemed to die from the heat. Growling could be heard from within the smoke, making everyone nervous. But they were in a state of shock and panic as they saw the smoke clear. Mt. Myokabu. Gamamaru, the great toad sage, was resting in his seat while Fukasaku and Shima argued once again. He mentally sighed as he wished that they would stop arguing for one day. Suddenly, he gasped as he felt something he hadn't felt since the time of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Both Shima and Fukasaku stopped arguing and turned to the elder toad. "What's wrong?" Fukasaku asked. "I have felt a change in the wind," Gamamaru told them. "Something incredible has happened. Something that hasn't been done in nearly 1,000 years. The Ancient Ones have been summoned." Chunin Exam Stadium. The creature inside the smoke was tall. Certainly not as tall as Shikaku, maybe around the size of his foot, perhaps bigger. It was reptile-like, covered in scale-like armor. There were 4 horns on its back that had a red glow towards the top. Its tail swished back and forth as its body let off a calm steam. The creature had claws that appeared ready to tear its victim apart. There was a horn on each side of its head that were ached forward like a bull's after they bent down to be on both sides of the creature's face. Speaking of its face, the creature's face appeared like a demon's, causing panic among the civilians, and there were flames let off with each breath it took. "Come forth, mighty Ifrit!" Naruto shouted from behind the creature. Ifrit's eyes began to glow a bright red as he took in a deep breath, and let out a primal roar. Grayagurg. Rayagug. Done, I'm finally done. Like I said before, I'm really sorry about this being late. But I do have things that go on in my life, you know. I can't be writing 24/7. But I try my best. Now can you all please stop asking me to update in your reviews? It doesn't really help motivate me. All it does is frustrate me and make me lose focus. So please stop doing that. I am disappointed with how the Temari vs Yujito fight turned out, but that's the best I could come up with. I rewrote that fight about 10 times, and this was the best one I could come up with. So if you didn't like it, please accept my apologies. Yotan, now that's something I'm gonna get questions about. You see, back in the early days of this story, I was constantly asked about Naruto getting Haku's heart as some kind of memento if I followed canon. But then I realized something: the elemental Kekii Genkai are just combinations of the 5 elements. So I thought, if they're just combinations, then there's no reason I can't find a way to have Naruto do it. So I came up with the whole thing of combining the hearts. And before you start asking, why didn't Kakuzu figure this out? He's had the Jiongu way longer. Let me ask you this: what is Kakuzu mostly concerned with? Money and immortality. For him, as long as he's got beating hearts and suitcases full of money, nothing else matters. Yes. The primals from Final Fantasy XIV are Naruto's new summons. Now I know what you're thinking, why? Well, the answer's simple. I wanted to have the summons be something powerful, but never done before. And I can assure you, I have not seen anything that has Naruto and the primals together. Now not all the primals are going to be featured in this. Only the main ones that are connected to the elements. Plus 2 others. Doesn't take much to figure out who they are though. Don't worry about the foxes, they'll still be around. I'm sure I can write up perfect situations where they will be needed. Don't forget about the poll. Pick which Naruto story comes after this arc. Please review. Ciao. Chunin Exam Stadium. Everyone was in shock at seeing Naruto summon Ifrit, especially since they have never seen anything like it before. Hinata, Shino called out to his teammate. Can you take a look with your Byakugan? Hi, Hinata nodded as she activated her eyes and took a look at Ifrit before she gasped. It's chakra, it's so powerful. It's like I'm staring into a roaring inferno that can burn everything it touches. Shino nodded dumbly before he saw Fu and Yujito lightly rubbing their heads. Is something wrong? He asked. Ugh, the Nanabai is going crazy now that thing's here, Fu answered. He's shouting things about father successor or something like that. Same here, Yujito replied. Shino mused. Perhaps this creature has some kind of connection with the bijou. I suppose we'll have to wait in order to find out. What is that thing? Choji stuttered. Well, Kurenai began as she regained her composure, it looks like that's Naruto's new summons. And what kind of creature would that be? Asuma questioned as his hands inched towards his trench knives. A friendly one? Kurenai offered weakly. Let's look on the bright side, Kakashi began, at least it's not running wild and destroying everything in sight. Such a youthful examination, my rival. Guy praised. Kiba looked at the creature and said, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but that thing looks sort of dog-like. Kiba, just because it walks of 4 legs, doesn't mean that it's a dog, Ino deadpanned as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. No, seriously. Kiba argued. That thing's stance resembles a dog when they're about to jump forward into attack. You know, Sakura said, he's kind of right. Over with Zabuza and Haku, the latter was sweating heavily, especially due to her element being ice. You know, you can leave it, this heat's too much for you, Zabuza told her. As much as I would like to, Haku began, I need to stay here and assist the others when the invasion begins. Zabuza just nodded and turned his attention to the arena. Why have you summoned me, Naruto? Ifrit asked. Do you not see tall, tan, and ugly over there? Naruto asked. Ifrit looked over and saw Shikaku towering over him. Oh, Shikaku, Ifrit growled. He began to take several steps forward when he stopped. He began to sniff the air before he turned towards the crowd. He scanned the crowd and looked at each person among them. I smell you, Ifrit growled. You wear a stolen uniform. I smell your evil intentions, snake among the leaves. Come out, and perhaps I won't burn you too badly. He began to glare at each person, making them cringe with fear as his red orbs gazed upon them. Eventually, he stopped when he saw a figure in the shadows of the top row, wearing a dark cloak and a mask. Ifrit grinned darkly and pointed a claw at him. Kabuto was shocked that the new creature had found him, when even the ANBU couldn't tell who he really was. However, he wondered why he was just pointing at him. Suddenly, he moved away as a large lizard-like man slammed a large hammer where he was previously standing. Kabuto looked around and saw that he was surrounded by 4 lizard men. They had dark leathery skin and long head tails. 2 of them were carrying war hammers while the other 2 had halberds. The people who were by Kabuto turned around and saw the creatures before they began to panic. Deceiver! One of them cried. Surrender to us now! Another shouted. A small group of ANBU quickly flooded the scene. One of them quickly went to attack the beasts, but the captain stopped him. Wait, he said, that is not one of ours. Deciding to leave, Kabuto tried to get past the beasts, but was clipped in the leg by a halberd. Stumbling due to the sharp pain, Kabuto was quickly faced by a hammer-wielding creature that tried to crush his ribs. He rolled out of the way before pushing himself up and taking a small hop back. Unknown to him, Ifrit revealed a deadly grin before he lifted up his left arm and made a tight fist with his claw. As soon as Kabuto touched the floor, he was thrown forward by a small explosion. One of the creatures grabbed him and slammed him down onto the floor face first before kicking him over to the ANBU. The captain gives the creatures a nod before they vanish in a column of fire. You done? Naruto asked. Ifrit smirks and says, yes, now then, what to do about Shikaku? He begins to walk over to him. However, before he could take another step forward, Gaara shouted something from above. Playing possum jutsu. The fool. Ifrit cursed. Does he care so little for his own life? I don't get it, what's going on? Naruto asked. Shikaku can do more than control sand, Kurama began, he can also manipulate people through sleep. I have seen that if the seals containing him are weak, then Shikaku can control his Jinchuriki. Do you see how the boy has dark rings around his eyes? That's proof that he has probably never slept in his whole life. out of fear of Shikaku taking over. So now Shikaku's gonna come out, Naruto realized as the giant sand creature's eyes gained life. Fear not, Ifrit said, we shall still emerge victorious. Ah yeah. I'm back baby. Let's get ready to Ryumbli. First a bijou, and now some kind of demon, what's next? A asked. Is this that thing you were telling me about? Tsunade asked her sensei. Yes, Hiruzen said. This is what Naruto-kun had explained to me the other day, though I had no idea what he would be able to summon. He's kind of strange, Naruto sweat dropped. It matters not, Ifrit declared as he crouched down, for he will burn. With that, Ifrit leapt towards Shikaku and landed on his claw. What the? Get off me Ifrit. This time, I'm gonna kill ya. Shikaku shouted as he swung his claw around. However, Ifrit managed to hang on and let loose a stream of fire from his mouth that turned everything from Shikaku's elbow down to glass. Stop doing that. Shikaku shouted as he smashed his glass arm on the ground, shattering it and sending Ifrit away. The primal landed next to Naruto and shook his head before turning to the blonde. Climb on, we're going to wake up the Jinchuriki, Ifrit ordered. Naruto nodded and leapt onto Ifrit's back, grabbing onto one of the spines on his back. Alright, let do ha. Naruto looked around and saw that feathers were falling from the sky. Suddenly, the Kage booth erupted in smoke. Minutes ago. This isn't good, Orochimaru thought. At this rate, Konoha won't have a rampaging bijou destroying it, ruining most of the plan. It's time. Orochimaru quickly made a hand seal out of sight, signaling the start of the invasion. A good distance away, Kabuto grinned and began the genjutsu that would put most of the stadium to sleep. This is a fake. The ANBU captain shouted as he threw away the body of Kabuto. It tumbled across the ground to reveal a corpse that was weeks old, if the level of decomposition was anything to go by. Spread out. Find the enemy and protect the civilians, the captain ordered. The ANBU quickly fled the scene and began to engage Oto and Suna shinobi that revealed themselves. I'll handle this myself. Vulcan Buster. Ifrit growled as he lifted up his claw and slammed it on the ground, releasing a large force of heat and flames that pushed all the feathers away and woke up all the people who fell asleep or were beginning to nod off. What did you do? Naruto asked in amazement. I merely released a large pulse of my own fire, destroying the genjutsu while releasing those trapped within it, Ifrit told him. Let's go. We've got a bijou to take care of. Naruto said as he pointed at the rampaging Shikaku. Ifrit roared and sent a wave of fire at the Ichibi. Shikaku screamed as he felt the flames turn most of his lower body into glass. Shikaku smacked his lower body and broke the glass before filing it back with sand. Incinerate. Ifrit growled as he released a torrent of flames from his maw. Futon, Renkuden. Shikaku slammed his hand onto his stomach and released a large blast of wind that blew apart the fire. Ifrit leapt away as the blast slammed into the ground where he once stood. I thought that fire beat wind. Naruto shouted. If the wind is faster than the fire, then it will win instead, Ifrit explained. Shikaku's wind attacks are faster than my weaker ones, but he won't be able to handle my more advanced skills. Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted as she and Shino landed behind Ifrit. The primal glanced at them for a moment and committed their faces to memory before turning back to Shikaku. Guys! Do you know what's going on? Naruto asked. Kurenai-sensei informed us that Suna and Oto have been planning an invasion for quite a while, Shino explained. She wanted us to see if we could assist you in any way, and if not, head out into the village and help in the defense. You will not be of any help here, Ifrit told them. I am enough to handle Shikaku due to my fire. If I am forced to defend you, then the fight will take longer as a result of me having to divide my attention. If you feel the need to help, then take care of the two humans whom I am are fighting. Though his words may be harsh, he does have a point, Shino said. Oh okay, Hinata said worried. Naruto frowned seeing Hinata's nervousness, so he jumped down and wrapped her up in a hug, surprising the heiress. How about I give you a reason to survive? Naruto suggested. What kind of reason? Hinata asked as she tried to hide her blush. Naruto grinned, not his fox-like grin, but a kind and gentle one. When this is all over, how about we go on a date? Hinata froze in shock and Shino's eyebrows shot up. Kurama and Jiyu were stunned into silence, and Ifrit turned around and gave him a look that said, is this really the time for that? Die! Shikaku roared as he sent a wave of sand at them. Ifrit snarled and slammed his claws on the ground and raised a wall of fire to defend the group. Shut up. They're having a moment, you overgrown sand rat. Well, Hinata-chan? What do you say? Naruto asked. Yes. Hinata squeaked as she smiled happily. Shino just sighed, trust Naruto to do something completely unpredictable in a tense situation like this. Hinata, Naruto, Shino began, as much as I dislike interrupting, I am afraid that we are a little short on time. Naruto and Hinata nodded and separated. Hinata decided to be brave and planted a light kiss on Naruto's cheeks. And that's your reason to survive, Hinata told him with a small smile. Naruto just put on a goofy grin and saluted to the heiress before she and Shino jumped away to where Ifrit had mentioned before. I'm surprised you didn't faint, Shino told her. Hinata turned to him and gave him a sheepish grin. I was very close to doing so, but I managed to stop myself, she said. Back with Naruto and Ifrit, the primal was holding back Shikaku, and pushing him back as well, while Naruto finished up something. Oh man, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Naruto moaned. I don't even own any nice clothes. War now, date later you baka. Kurama yelled. Finish up with your little hearts and get back to helping Ifrit. Alright, Naruto grumbled as he finished creating 2 clones out of his threads. He then handed each of them a mask and said, you go and find a wind heart, and you find a lightning heart. Wind should be more common with the Suna shinobi, so look for them. Both clones nodded and raced towards the village. Naruto climbed back onto Ifrit's back and shouted, now let's go incinerate a bijou. What's going on? Kiba yelled as he watched Suna and Oto shinobi emerge from the crowd and begin to attack everyone. An invasion from Suna and Oto, Kakashi calmly told him as he cut down an attacking Oto shinobi. But isn't Suna our ally? Sakura asked. She shrieked as a Suna ninja was dashing towards her with a kunai. However, he was knocked back by Lee as he used his crutch to smash the enemy's face. Worry not, Sakura-chan, even though I am still injured, I will defend you. Lee declared. To answer your question, Sakura, Kakashi began as he slit his opponent's throat open. We've known that Suna would betray us for a month now. They've been in league with Otogakure, a new village which we suspect was created by Orochimaru. But why didn't we do anything? Kiba asked as he looked around the arena. We didn't want to force our enemy to attack when we weren't prepared, Kakashi explained. We used this month to plan our defense and counterattack. The only thing we didn't count on was Naruto taking care of the Ichibi. Yeah, who knew that he would pull out some kind of fire deity, Asuma chuckled. You think that thing's a kami? Sakura yelled. In a way, Zabuza cut in as he bisected a Suna shinobi. If you paid attention to his words from when he was summoning that thing, you would hear him say, Lord of the Inferno. If that thing's not some kind of fire kami, then I'm a kind Mizukage. Those are some very youthful words. Guy shouted. He then kicked away several ninja and turned to his rival. What do you say, Kakashi? Shall we have a youthful contest to see who eliminates more of the enemy? Did you say something, Guy? Kakashi asked as he cut down another shinobi. By the way, I'm at 7. Gah. Your hip and cool attitude has deceived me again. And it has caused me to fall behind. Guy yelled. How about you, Zabuza-san? Will you join in our contest? Yeah, sure, whatever. Zabuza yelled, not really paying attention as he swung his large zanbato around like a madman. Kakashi silently thanked the former Kiri shinobi for not paying attention. Kage Booth. What is the meaning of this, Sarutobi? Roared as he landed on the rooftop. He, Hiruzen, Tsunade, and the Kazekage were facing each other in a three-way deadlock. My apologies, Reikage Dano, but informing you of the invasion from Oto and Suna would have tipped them off if you started acting strangely, Hiruzen explained. He then looked around and saw that the Kazekage's 2 guards were actually 4 people in disguise. Ugh, finally. Do you know how bad it is to be close to you, fat ass? The redhead female glared at the large one with the orange mohawk. A lady should not use such language, he replied calmly. Piss off, the girl screamed. Oi oi, can't we just get along? A tanned youth with 6 arms asked. All of you shut up before I kill you, another male with pale blue hair demanded. The only strange thing about him was that there was a lump on his back. Activate the barrier. The 4 ninja leapt to one of the 4 corners of the roof and simultaneously made the same hand seals. Shishianjin. They shouted as a purple barrier rose up, trapping the Kages and Sannin inside. They then created a separate barrier that protected themselves from attack. Why Hokage Dano, how devious of you, the Kazekage mocked. Leaving an ally in the dark, TSK, you should be ashamed of yourself. Hiruzen turned to the Kazekage and leveled him with a hard glare. The only thing I regret right now is letting you live, Orochimaru. Ku, so you knew all along, Orochimaru chuckled as he peeled away his disguise, revealing his pale face to everyone on the roof. Of course I knew, you were always horrible when it came to stealth, even Tsunade was better than you, Hiruzen told him. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or an insult, Tsunade muttered. Orochimaru chuckled and asked, why worry about stealth when I am immortal? Hiruzen paled. You completed that atrocious jutsu, he roared. Orochimaru chuckled as he reached up to his face and pulled it away, revealing the face of an attractive woman underneath. Why are you so surprised? You did allow me to escape and finish my work, he explained in a feminine voice. Orochimaru then put his real face back on and smirked darkly at the 3 shinobi before him. So Reikage Dano, what is your answer? Will you help me destroy Konoha? I'm sure that you will get quite a few hyuga as a reward, Orochimaru said to him. Growled for a moment before turning to the barrier and shouting, Kumo, destroy the invaders. Hiruzen smiled and said, thank you Reikage Dano. Let's get something straight, Orochimaru, began. If I decided to work with you, I'm positive that all of my skilled shinobi would mysteriously disappear the next day. Such a shame, Orochimaru said in fake sadness. Oh well, I suppose I'll just have to even the odds. Now where are those 2? The barrier flickered for a moment and 2 Oto shinobi appeared behind the snake Sannin. Orochimaru-sama, we were unable to locate either Kin or Dosu, one of them explained. Orochimaru just smirked and said to them, don't worry, you've still completed your mission. We have, the other asked. Why yes, Orochimaru grinned as he waved his hand and a large seal appeared underneath them. You've just brought me 2 sacrifices. The 2 shinobi screamed in pain as they were then enveloped with ash and dust. Their appearances began to change drastically. One of them became a tall shinobi in red-plated armor. He had long black hair and a Konoha headband on his forehead. The other man was wearing the same kind of armor, only blue in color. He had white hair and a unique headband with sides going down his face. He had red lines on his cheeks and seemed to have a permanent scowl. Both of them had cracks running along their bodies and seemed to be in a comatose state before their eyes gained a light to them and they looked around in confusion. Hiruzen was both sad and happy to see the figures before him. You, how dare you? Ka-chan, what's going on? Natsumi asked with fear as she watched all of the fighting happen. She and Hanabi were being protected by Hitomi and Niji as Hayashi, Karen and Kushina defended them. Don't worry sweetie, Kushina reassured her. Mommy just has to take care of the bad guys, why don't you and Hanabi-chan watch Naruto-kun's fight? Natsumi weakly nodded and turned away with Hanabi to look at Naruto as he jumped onto the back of Ifrit as the beast released a torrent of flames, turning Shikaku's legs to glass and causing the bijou to stumble. Kushina sighed in relief and turned back to the enemy. She pulled out a scroll and unsealed a majestic katana before taking a kenjutsu stance. Hayashi glanced at the elder Uzumaki and asked, "Are you that angry?" "Very," Kushina said as she sliced off a Oto shinobi's arms before stabbing him in the throat, all while holding an angry expression on her face. "Pay attention Niji," Hitomi told her nephew, "you are about to witness Konoha's master of kenjutsu." Niji could only watch in amazement as Kushina took down enemy after enemy without so much as breaking a sweat. She blurred towards her targets and the only sign that she was there was her long red hair. The Red Death has returned. Konoha streets. Everyone head to the shelters. Come on, quickly. A jounin shouted as he directed the panicking civilians towards the shelters. The Oto and Suna shinobi have left the stadium and were now out in Konoha. Many buildings were destroyed and rubble filled the streets as explosions went off every now and then. Ibiki was standing on a roof coordinating all of the Konoha shinobi that came to him for orders. The Kyumo shinobi were rushing through the village assisting them when possible. "What's the status of the South Gate?" Ibiki asked a communicator shinobi. Communicator shinobi were specialized in short long-range communications. They were made up of Raiton users to transmit messages from one position to the next. They carried large radios on their backs to transmit their messages. Unlike the Yamanaka, who needed to remain still while transmitting messages, these shinobi were able to talk while moving. "They're holding out, but need backup now," he replied. "They say that there's a summoning circle just beyond their firing range, and that the enemy is almost done with whatever they're bringing out. Squad 12, head over there and give them the backup they need," Ibiki ordered. "Hi!" They jumped away and raced towards the wall, where the smoke began to rise into the air. Report from the stadium. "The Uzumaki kid is handling the Ichibi with that new summon of his," another communicator reported. "That fire creature we were told about, right?" Ibiki asked. He received a nod in confirmation. "Incoming report from the market district. Those lizard creatures are assisting us in defeating the invaders, Kyumo shinobi are doing so as well. Tell all of our men that they both are on our side. I don't want to hear the Hokage complain about deliberate friendly fire," Ibiki ordered. "Speaking of the Hokage, has there been any progress with taking down the barrier?" "Negative, he's still trapped in there." Ibiki let out a growl of frustration. "We're responding well to the threat, but we still need more support. The Ichibi is being taken care of, and Kyumo's giving us their support, along with those lizard creatures that came from the big one that Uzumaki summoned," Ibiki thought. "But now we're starting to spread ourselves thin. The invaders had obviously planned for this to happen, but didn't expect us to receive support. All we can do now is hold out until it's time to launch the counter-attack." Marketplace. Katan, mouse hairball. Yujito cried as she released the homing fireballs to rain down on the enemy. Oto and Suna shinobi alike screamed in pain as the flames roasted their skin. "You're mine!" A Suna shinobi shouted as he swung his katana at Yujito's neck from behind her, only to have it caught by another blade. "Raiton, lightning stream!" Omoi shouted as he channeled lightning chakra through his blade and into the opponents, who screamed as he was electrocuted. "Thanks Omoi," Yujito thanked as she got up. "You need to watch your back Yujito," Omoi told her. "You're leaving yourself open and that could be fatal, which could leave me to take the blame for your demise and Kyumo losing the Nibi. And what if Raikage-sama decides to punish me for my failing to protect you? He might use his iron claw and dash." "Oh Omoi. Yujito yelled, breaking the genin from his rambling. You're overthinking this again. Hey guys. Karui yelled as she clashed with an Oto shinobi. You wanna help out? Yujito flung some kunai at the enemy, who disengaged Karui to dodge the kunai, only to be run through by Omoi, who snuck up behind him thanks to the distraction. Let's move out to the next area. Yujito told them in a commanding tone. Hi, the other two nodded as the trio leapt away. Residential district. Fight harder, brethren. Repel these cowardly invaders. One of the Amaljae, a leader by the white markings on his skin, commanded as the rest of the beastmen fought on. Many of them had large spears or spiked knuckles for close combat, while others had bows and arrows, or large scepters. The ones with scepters were charging up, as one could tell by the fiery aura around them. Faraga. Several of the Amaljae shouted as they flung mighty fireballs at the Suna and Oto shinobi. The fireballs exploded into a mighty inferno that burned the invading shinobi. Excellent, Lord Ifrit will be pleased that the enemies of his summoner are being defeated, the Amaljae leader said. Excuse me. The Amaljae leader turned around with his scepter raised before he saw Shino and Hinata there. He spied the Konoha emblem on their headbands and lowered his weapon. Are you members of this village? He asked. Yes, your Lord Ifrit told us to assist you in battle, Shino explained. The leader nodded and said, very well, one of our warriors is engaged in battle with an enemy from the desert. Go there and search for Yalaj Ga, he will be the one you seek. Hinata and Shino nodded before they leapt in the direction that the Amaljae had pointed out for them. As they raced by, they saw bodies littering the street, both civilian and shinobi. This is horrible, Hinata whispered as she tried to hold in her tears. Don't worry, we'll get through this, Shino reassured her. Hinata nodded and the duo raced forward until they came upon a fight. Another Amaljae was facing off against Baki. The Amaljae was engaging in a dangerous dance of swordplay against the Suna Jounin. You're good, for a beast, Baki said as he lowered his blade. Your swordsmanship is atrocious, the Amaljae growled. I know that you originate from the desert, have the teachings of the mighty paladin sunk so low to this? Baki frowned and sheathed his sword before making several hand seals. I don't know who these paladins were, but there were never any in Sunagakure. The Amaljae growled and raised his blade. So the teaching of the Sultan Sworn has fallen to the ravages of time. A true shame, as they were mighty warriors. Have a taste of my blade of wind. Baki shouted as he darted forward with a sword made out of wind in his hands. The beast man raised his sword and blocked the attack. Impossible! Baki yelled. You call this a blade of wind? Pathetic. The Lady of the Vortex would kill you for this pathetic imitation. The Amaljae yelled as he shoved Baki back. The beast man then raised up his sword and held his free hand to it as it began to glow red. Now I believe that the proper name for this would be Blade of Fire. The Amaljae yelled as he swung his sword and sent out a wave of fire at Baki, blowing him off of THR roof. The warrior sethed his sword and began to walk away. I refuse to be defeated by some overgrown lizard. Baki shouted as he rushed at the beast man with a kunai ready to strike, and the Amaljae had no time to respond. Juho, Hak Sunju Ni Sho. Hinata shouted as she raced out of her hiding place and struck the tired Jounin with swift strikes, sending him to the floor unconscious. Are you Yalaj Ga? Shino asked. I am, and who are you? Based upon your headbands I can see that you are a part of this village, the beast man said. I am Shino Aburame. And I am Hinata Hyuga. Yalaj Ga blinked and said, so you are the ones who are close to my Lord Ifrit summoner. It is an honor to meet you. The honor should be ours, Shino said. You are, after all, a powerful warrior. The beast man was about to respond when he looked out to the distance. I am afraid that the pleasantries will have to wait. There is an invasion happening around us after all. Hinata nodded in agreement and said, "Hi, let's go and save our village." As the trio raced through the city, Shino took the time to speak to Yalaj Ga. "I am curious, how many of these primals are there? I have never heard of anything like them before." "It is not surprising," Yalaj Ga began, "as Lord Ifrit and his brethren were called to this world once, by a man you all know as the Rikudu Sennin. He called forth the primals to assist him in fighting a force known as the Jubi. To answer your first question, there are 12 primals, each with their own set of followers, save for 2. Each one has a unique power that cannot be imitated by any other means, unless they were taught." "Who is your leader?" Hinata asked. "I mean, who is the leader of the primals?" "I cannot speak who he is, but I can tell you that he is the most powerful of the primals, as he once tore the world asunder," the Amalja explained. "But now, he slumbers. Look!" Hinata shouted as she pointed ahead. The trio looked and saw that there was a large group of Oto and Suna shinobi charging through the streets. "Let's go," Shino said as he pushed himself to go faster. "Wait!" Yalaj Ga shouted. "That's where the ambush is." "What ambush?" Hinata asked as she and Shino turned around to face the beast-man. Suddenly, they heard cries of pain and looked to see that most of the shinobi were impaled by arrows. They looked and saw that there were Amalja dressed with blue leather as opposed to the normal red that they saw. "The Brotherhood of Ash, while they do not worship Lord Ifrit like those of us garbed in red, they will still work alongside us," Yalaj Ga explained. "Unlike how the relations of our ancient ancestors were long ago. But this is no time for that, we must fight." The Amalja roared as he leapt into the fray, with Shino and Hinata following him. Southern District. One of Naruto's Jiongu clones was stealthily moving through the street. Its eyes were constantly searching for a Suna shinobi that had futon as their main affinity, while its twin searched for Raiton among the Oto shinobi in another part of the village. "Quickly! We need to move it." The clone stopped and hid behind a dumpster, peeked around to see that a part of 3 Suna shinobi were regrouping behind building it was near. "You guys remember the plan?" the apparent leader asked. "Right, we plant explosion tags along the entire district and blow it sky high. That'll send these tree huggers into an even bigger panic," another one said. "You remember your part, Yuma?" the leader asked the only female. "Yes, my futon will slice up anyone who gets in our way," she said in a serious tone. The clone's eyes widened as it finally found the target. And just in time too, as it was running on just over 20% of chakra. The clone began to follow the 3 Suna shinobi as discreetly as possible, all while waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The 3 shinobi were quickly moving through the streets while placing explosion tags on several buildings throughout the whole area. "This is too easy," the cocky male shouted. "There's nobody here." "Shut up," the leader hissed. "Are you trying to attract attention to us?" "Hey guys," Yuma whispered. "We're not alone." She then turned around and launched a blast of wind at a pile of rubble, blowing it away. When the dust settled, the 3 Suna shinobi could see the Naruto clone down on one knee. "Just one piece of cake," the cocky one grinned as he rushed forward. "Wait, you idiot," the leader shouted. But cocky shinobi ignored him as he rushed the clone. The clone merely dodged the sloppy taijutsu and jumped back a safe distance before creating a spear of threads and thrusting it forward. The shinobi sidestepped the attack and thrusted his fist forward at the clone, who just let its head split apart and allow the fist to pass through. "Dot," the shinobi shouted as he jumped back. The clone then flung its arms forward, separating them from its body, and grabbed the shinobi by his shoulders before slamming him down on the ground. "Futon, air blade!" Yuma shouted as she blew out a blade of wind that sliced up the threads connecting one of the clone's arms to its body, allowing her partner to break free from the bindings. "What kind of freak is this?" the shinobi shouted. Suddenly, there was a crack of lightning and the trio moved as a lightning bolt struck down where they were. Everyone looked up to see a serpentine figure on top of the building. The figure sprouted wings and leapt off before landing next to the clone, creating a small dust cloud. When the dust cleared, the figure was revealed to be a crimson dragon with 2 claws that had 5 fingers. It had no hind legs and had an arrowhead tail that lazily swished back and forth. Its head had 2 horns on the top of its head pointing forward, and 2 horns on the bottom of its head, just behind its jaw, also pointing forward. On its back were large dragon wings with 1 thumbs that were folded back. Its mask had light blue markings in the designs of lightning bolts, and was in the shape of a dragon, complete with a movable jaw filled with sharp teeth. The Jiongu clone just glared at him, disappointed that it didn't get its heart first. The dragon just seemed to grin and make a laughing motion. "Who the hell are these freaks?" the cocky shinobi shouted. "It doesn't matter, just kill them," the leader shouted as he and his team raced forward. Lightning surged from the dragon's 4 horns and it reared its head back before shooting it forward and unleashing a lightning bolt that struck the ground in front of them, sending up a cloud of dust. The remaining Jiongu clone turned its remaining arm into a scythe and prepared for an attack. Sure enough, the cocky shinobi emerged from the dust cloud and raced towards the clone, who swung its scythe at its opponent, who managed to block it with a kunai. The clone then backed away, making the shinobi stumble before he was rammed by the dragon, 2 of its horns puncturing the flak jacket and causing him to bleed. Futon, Detapa. Yuma exhaled a great gust of wind that sent the 2 flying away. "Yuma! Take care of those 2. I'm going to get some medical attention for this idiot," the leader ordered as he picked up the wounded shinobi and escaped. The dragon made a motion with his head to go after them, but the clone shook its head, saying that the shinobi in front of them was more important. They then shot towards Yuma and began to relentlessly attack her. She was having a hard time fending off the scythe and claws as they were attacking non-stop. The lightning dragon then leapt back and shot off another bolt of lightning that forced Yuma to separate from the clone. The clone launched itself after her and swung its scythe arm at the kunoichi. Futon, wind burst. Yuma blew out a burst of air that sent her further back away from the clone. She landed on the floor, but let out a surprised gasp as the lightning dragon was upon her once more, unleashing a lightning blast. Yuma could only brace herself as she was slammed with hundreds of volts of electricity. She then let out another gasp, only this time it was of pain. She weakly looked down to see that the clone had stuck its scythe into her before violently ripping it out of her, taking her heart and spreading her life fluid across the street. The clone was staring at the beating heart that was contained within the scythe, already feeling the chakra replenishing it. The clone gave off a feral grin as it burst apart into a mass of squirming red tendrils, shaping itself into a figure that the real Naruto wished it to be. When it stopped, the new creature was revealed to be a dragon like its lightning counterpart. The only differences were that it had a crown, horns were sticking out from the back of its head in a half-sun fashion. Its wings looked heavier and had 3 thumbs. Its mask looked similar to its counterpart, only with the markings being green instead of light blue. The 2 beings stared at each other for a moment before nodding. They flapped their wings and took off, heading deeper into the city. South Gate. At this part, I just can't help but hear the music from the Steps of Faith playing. Quickly! Charge into the village! A commanding Oto-nin ordered as his subordinates marched forward alongside Suna shinobi. They charged through the destroyed gates as the 3-headed snake crushed everything in its path. Ibiki cursed as he watched the destruction from a nearby command post. "Do you require aid in this position?" Ibiki turned around to see an Amalja wearing a mask and carrying an important-looking staff. "Who are you?" Ibiki demanded. "I am Kamaj-ga, chieftain in charge of the Amalja forces who are defending your village. I am to coordinate the forces of my people while Lord Ifrit handles the Ichibi," the beastman explained. Just then, an enormous pillar of fire erupted from the arena. "Or to be more precise, handled." "You mean that the Uzumaki kid already took down the Ichibi," a jounin shouted. "With the assistance of Lord Ifrit, of course," Kamaj-ga reminded him. Now all that remains is to dispose of these invaders. Do you wish to have prisoners? Yes, we'd like to capture a good number of shinobi from each village, Ibiki said. But right now we need to focus on taking care of that snake. See Commander Ibiki. Look! A jounin shouted as he pointed towards a taller building. A familiar figure with white hair could be seen in a ridiculous pose. Is that Jiraiya-sama? Ibiki shouted incredulously. The toad Sannin leapt into the air above the snake and weaved several hand seals. Kuchi-os no Jutsu, Food Cart Destroyer. In a large poof of smoke, a large purple toad with a shield and Susumata came crashing down on top of the snake. Nice job, Ken. Jiraiya said to the toad. Thank you, but I believe I was too clumsy, the toad said as he vanished, leaving behind the corpse of the snake. I believe that takes care of your snake problem, the beast man said to Ibiki, who just shook his head and muttered something under his breath. Commander Ibiki. I have news you would want to hear, a chunin said as he appeared next to the famous interrogator. What is it? He asked. We detained the 2 Odo Genin who were in the matches today. Both of them surrendered willingly, and when questioned why they claimed that they discovered that they were going to be used as sacrifices, he explained. Knowing that snake, I wouldn't put it past him, Ibiki muttered. Keep a close eye on them, I don't want to take any chances. Yes sir, the chunin exclaimed as he vanished in a shunshin. Kamage Ga then turned to the scarred interrogator and asked, Is there anywhere you need my people to be? Are they good at making a charge? Ibiki asked. They will charge the enemy without fear, the chieftain proudly told him. Ibiki nodded and brought the beast man over to a map of the village. We need your people to push a large amount of the enemy into this ambush point. Once there, we can take them out easily. Kamage Ga nodded and held his staff in both hands as he chanted some strange words. 3 orbs that were glowing a bright red began to circle him before they vanished, and a small sphere of fire appeared before him. The sphere vanished, and in its place was a small version of Ifrit who was floating above the ground and was missing its lower body. Go and deliver the message to the rest of the warriors, make sure that they understand what the plan is, Kamage Ga told the small Ifrit, who nodded and floated away towards where the other Amaljae were. What was that thing? Ibiki asked. An Iji, a being that holds a small portion of the power of a primal. This was granted to me by Lord Ifrit. I use him as either a messenger or fighter. Suddenly, a tornado infused with lightning shot down from the sky and blew away a number of enemy shinobi. Everyone looked to the sky and saw Naruto's twin dragons shooting towards the battlefield. Ibiki couldn't help but laugh. I had a feeling that kid would try to finish getting the 5 elements for his little collection. Indeed, young Naruto has been taught to capitalize on an opportunity if it is presented to him, Kamage Ga said. Both leaders watched as a large group of Amaljae warriors charged from one side of the city. The invaders were slowly being overwhelmed by the might of the Amaljae, Konoha, and Kyumo forces, and were slowly being pushed into a large area full of destroyed buildings, all while the twin dragons sent lightning-charged tornadoes at them along the way. ANBU forces then appeared along the rooftops, surrounding the invaders, along with the Brotherhood of Ash, all of them bearing bows and arrows. Yalaj Ga, Hinata, and Shino appeared behind the blue-clad Amaljae. What's going on? Hinata asked. I suggest you two look away, Yalaj Ga told them. A trap is about to be sprung upon the invaders. And I do not think that you might be able to stomach the intensity of this event. The 2 members of Team 8 nodded and turned away. Hinata took extra precautions and covered her ears. Shino decided to follow her example. Is this? Odo Shinobi growled. Our counterattack, Ibiki said as he looked down on the invaders as he raised his right hand, Kamage Ga doing the same. Normally we would take you all in and interrogate you, Ibiki began. But I'm not in the mood right now, so you're all going to die. With that, the 2 leaders brought their hands down and their forces unleashed a storm of kunai, shuriken, and arrows upon the invaders. Their screams of agony echoing through the empty streets, until it was all over. Ibiki turned towards the ANBU behind him and ordered, "Search for any survivors and bring them in. Me and Enko are going to have some fun later." The ANBU operative silently nodded and went to inform the rest of his team. "Are our services required elsewhere?" Kamaj-ga asked. "I'd like you guys to stick around for a little while longer," Ibiki said. "We have no idea if another village will try to take advantage of the situation. You are allies of our Lord Summoner, it would disgrace us to leave you in your hour of need," Kamaj-ga proclaimed as he went to the other Amalja that were waiting for his command. "Commander, the barrier that Hokage-sama was trapped in has fallen," a jounin informed him. "Well, send in a team over there and find out." Happened. Ibiki practically screamed into his ear. "Why, yes sir." The jounin shakily replied before he gathered a team and began to head towards the arena. Over by Hinata and Shino, the two were looking over Naruto's recent additions to his collection. "These two look to be very powerful," Shino noted. "Especially due to the fact that they can attack from the air." "Indeed. But I think that each one of Naruto's hearts has their own strengths," Hinata told him. "It's all about the situation." "You are correct in that statement," Shino agreed. "Shall we go and check up on Naruto, and to make sure that he is going to be able to take you out on a date?" Shino. Hinata squeaked as she pulled her face into her jacket while the young Aburame smirked in amusement. The two Jiongu creations just looked at them before shrugging in confusion. Chunin Exam Stadium. Ifrit let out a low growl as he glared heated daggers at the bijou before him. The Lord of the Inferno's body was emitting large levels of heat, but none of it seemed to be affecting Naruto in any way as he stood of the primal's back. "I wonder if you'll push him to the point where he'll be desperate enough to use the Bijudama?" Kurama wondered. "I hope not," Naruto thought. "Take this, you oversized lizard." Shikaku laughed as he sent a wave of sand at the primal. Ifrit crouched down and leapt into the air as the sand passed underneath him. He landed on the ground and reared back as the fiery aura around him grew larger. Crimson Cyclone. Ifrit roared as he launched himself forward and tore a hole through Shikaku's torso. Naruto was holding on for dear life on one of Ifrit's spines. Once the primal landed on the ground, Naruto faced Shikaku and began to weave hand seals. Jiongu, Koshiryu no Jutsu. Naruto launched a thread dragon at Shikaku and had the construct clamp down on his arm. The young Jinchuriki then raced up the makeshift bridge in an attempt to get to Gaara, who was asleep on Shikaku's forehead. The large bijou noticed this and shook his arm, dislodging the dragon and sending Naruto plummeting to the ground. "Where do you think you're going, little insect? I surely do not think that you're trying to wake up my little puppet here. Because that would make me really angry." "A smart idea, though it was poorly executed," Ifrit told Naruto as he caught him. "The only way we can wake up the host is by destroying Shikaku's physical body long enough for the boy to be unprotected." "And how are we going to do that?" Naruto asked. "While we fight, I will be putting aside energy for me to use my ultimate attack. Due to my element being over fire itself, it will destroy his body of sand," Ifrit explained as he slammed his claw on the ground and raised a pillar of fire at Shikaku's feet, turning them into glass and letting out a fireball from his maw that impacted against the bijou's chest, sending him reeling back. In the stands, Kushina was nothing but a red blur of death. She sped through the Oto and Suna shinobi, cutting them down with her sword in a beautiful, yet deadly fashion. She stopped for a moment and looked over at the arena, seeing Ifrit turning Shikaku's feet to glass and launching the fireball before she turned back and raised her sword to block a blow from an incoming enemy, who she quickly decapitated. 31. Zabuza shouted as he cleaved an enemy in half with his giant sword. "Impressive, Zabuza-san." Guy praised, "But I am at 32, he shouted as he kicked a shinobi through the wall. "You're getting slow, Guy," Kakashi drawled as he threw a kunai into a Suna shinobi's throat. "I'm at 34 already." Asuma chuckled at the trio's antics as he turned to Kurenai. "Those three are cleaning house. At this rate, there won't be enough for our little contest." Perhaps you should pick up the pace then, Kurenai told him as she casually walked up to a shinobi she trapped in a genjutsu and slit her throat. I'm ahead of you by 2 now. At this rate, you'll have to pay for dinner. Asuma clicked his teeth in frustration and looked around for more shinobi. On the other side of the arena, Fu was busy dealing with her own opponents. Normally, she wouldn't be able to handle multiple opponents, but her scale powder was able to help her even the odds somewhat. Come out, little girl, we won't hurt you much, a vicious Odo shinobi chuckled darkly. Fu narrowed her eyes and flung a kunai at the offending shinobi, catching him in the shoulder. Ag! You bitch! You're gonna pay for this, the shinobi yelled as he ripped the kunai out of his shoulder and began to stalk through the powder for Fu. Don't mess her up too bad, then we can't have any fun later, his partner called out with a crazed chuckle. Fu couldn't help but shudder at the implications. Don't worry, Fu-chan. I'll protect you from these bad people. Chomei shouted. I'll ram my horn so far up their butts they'll never be able to sit down again. The young Jinchuriki giggled internally and thanked the insect-like bijou before she turned her attention back to her opponents and pulled out 2 kunai. She exited to the edge of the scale powder and smashed them against each other, creating the spark that sealed their fate. The powder erupted into an explosion that killed the Odo shinobi that were still inside. Fu grinned in triumph and quickly moved away to find some more enemies. Arena. Please tell me that making him angry isn't part of your plan. Naruto shouted as Ifrit jumped away from another wave of sand as he let out a stream of fire at Shikaku. His anger will make him reckless, allowing him to create mistakes that I shall capitalize upon, Ifrit explained as he turned Shikaku's claw into glass before shattering it with his horns. Naruto weaved some hand seals and Fox popped its head out and opened its mouth. Katan, Zukoku. A small fireball shot out and turned into a large wave of fire that managed to turn Shikaku's legs to glass again. Stop doing that. Shikaku roared as he created a large wave of sand that rushed towards the two. Ifrit slammed his claw onto the ground and several circles of fire appeared in front of them. Radiant plume. Ifrit roared as the circles erupted into large pillars of fire that protected them from the sand. Infernal howl, he then shot out a fireball that slammed into Shikaku's face, causing the bijou to reel back from the attack as his face reformed. We need to end this quickly before he decides to use the Bijudama. Naruto yelled as Ifrit jumped away from another one of Shikaku's attacks. I have nearly gained enough energy, we need only several minutes, Ifrit told him as he let loose another stream of fire. I hope that we can last that long, Naruto hoped as he fired off several streams of his own fire from Fox's mask. The flames caused small parts of Shikaku's body to harden and fall off before being replaced. Stands. Hayashi Hyuga had fought through the Third Great Ninja War. He had seen many horrors that would send any lesser men insane. So taking care of any invaders who came near him while watching Kushina decimate them was nothing to him. He slammed his palm into an enemy's chest and instantly stopped her heart, causing her to crumple to the ground in a lifeless heap. He quickly turned back and saw that his nephew was looking around, shock and horror etched into his features. He had expected this, as none of the new generation had experienced something akin to war. The only exception to that would be Naruto from when he had taken his first heart. At least Hitomi would be able to protect the girls and him if he didn't snap out of it. With that thought in mind, he turned around and leapt back into the fight. Wee-ee. Hayashi looked up in shock as Killer Bee dropped down from above and began to take out Oto and Suna Shinobi with his unique sword style. Don't fear me, I'm the rapping Killer Bee. I'm here to stay, so how about we play? Hayashi just blinked and shook his head as he continued to fight against the invaders. He noticed a Suna Shinobi going to stab him with his sword, and turned to intercept. But before he could fully turn, 2 of Killer Bee's swords impaled the ninja and killed him on the spot. Hey old man Hyuga. My bro wants me to help ya. Killer Bee rapped as he collected his swords and jumped onto an enemy ninja. Come on, I'm your bud, so don't be a stick in the mud. I'm going to need a drink after this, Hayashi muttered. You'll do no such thing. Hitomi yelled. The Hyuga patriarch grumbled under his breath before jumping back into the fray. Kushina blurred through 3 shinobi before flicking her sword to her side, causing them to fall apart into tiny pieces of flesh and bone. She then shot 3 of her chakra chains towards a small group of shinobi, piercing them like a shish kebab before she threw the bodies away, not caring where they landed at the time. These people will pay for interrupting my Sochi's match. Kushina raged as she sliced through many more shinobi. Arena. Burn. Ifrit roared as he incinerated Shikaku's arm once again. The Ichibi swung his other arm at the Lord of the Inferno, knocking him back onto the ground. Naruto was holding onto one of Ifrit's horns for dear life, as the primal decided to be more mobile in his fight with the Bijou. Ifrit growled and sent out 3 pulses of Vulcan bursts that sent Shikaku back before he released a wave of blue fire from his maw, creating a ring of fire around the Ichibi. The primal's eyes burned a bright red before he roared, "My flames shall consume thy body and soul both." He then let loose a stream of white-hot fire that caused Shikaku to cry out in pain. The Bijou pulled in a large amount of air before he released it in another Rankuden. Doton, Doria Hiki. Naruto cried as he created a large stone wall to defend him and Ifrit from the attack. The wall still crumbled from the Bijou's attack, but was able to defend the duo. Your control over the element of earth has improved, Ifrit noted. Well, when your teacher says that you either learn or get thrown off the platform, you tend to pay attention, Naruto chuckled nervously. Time to die. Shikaku screamed as he lunged forward to take a bite out of the primal and Jinchuriki. The Lord of the Inferno grabbed Naruto and leapt back to avoid Shikaku's massive jaws as they clamped down on where they were. How much longer? Naruto shouted as he dodged an incoming sand spear. None. Prepare yourself. Ifrit warned him. Naruto nodded and jumped off of the primal's back as a ring of flames orbited the Lord of the Inferno. Succumb to the Inferno. Ifrit roared as he slammed his claws on the ground, causing 10 orange lights to come from the floor. Shikaku looked on in fear as 10 orange constructs in the shape of nails emerged from the ground. Stands. Ka-chan. Hanabi screamed as she watched her mother fight off Asuna shinobi. Turn away, Hanabi. Hitomi shouted as she pushed him away before slamming her palm against his chest, causing him to crumple to the ground in a lifeless heap. Niji was having his own problems with his opponent, as he wasn't as skilled as Hitomi or Hayashi. He was just barely managing to hold off his opponent, who was highly skilled in taijutsu. Is this the ultimate taijutsu of the Hyuga clan? He mocked. You're out of your league, kid. Give up and I may give you a swift end. Niji grunted as he tried to push the shinobi back so he could try and attack, but he wasn't getting anywhere. Incoming. Both of them looked up and the shinobi received a pair of shoes to his face, causing him to stumble back and allowing Niji to shut down his arms and legs before knocking him unconscious. Niji looked up and saw that it was Fu who had assisted him. No need to thank me. Just doing me duty as your friendly neighborhood bug gal. Fu shouted before she flew off. Niji could only blink in bewilderment as he tried to comprehend what happened. 1. She was a bit funny, wasn't she? Natsumi giggled to her friend. Yeah. Hanabi agreed. Hitomi couldn't help but smile, seeing that the children weren't traumatized by the events happening around them. Hey! That big lizard guy is staring to glow. Hanabi shouted. Hitomi turned around and saw what her daughter was talking about as her eyes widened. Hayashi! Hitomi shouted, getting her husband's attention. The Hyuga patriarch turned to his wife and saw what she was pointing to, and his eyes widened in shock. Take cover. Hayashi shouted as he grabbed Niji and hid behind a pillar, while Hitomi grabbed the girls and followed his lead. All of the Konoha and Kyumo shinobi heard his warning and followed his lead, while the invaders weren't so lucky. The next thing they knew, the world erupted into fire. Arena. Naruto looked on in awe as Ifrit was surrounded by floating nails. Each of them was emitting enough heat to make them give off a large amount of steam that created a small cloud above them. Ifrit reared back his claws and threw them forward, sending the nail at Shikaku. No! Stay away! Shikaku cried out in terror as he tried to bat away the nails. They weaved through his strikes and impaled themselves into him. 2 on each arm, 2 on each leg. 1 in his chest, and 1 in his tail. Shikaku struggled madly to get them out as he was pinned to the ground, the nails seemingly taking away his mobility. Greya! Rag! Ifrit roared into the sky as flames danced around his body. He leapt up into the air and landed on Shikaku's chest, the heat emanating from him causing the sand to harden quickly. Thy soul shall burn for eternity. Ifrit growled as he leapt up and began to charge up energy. Naruto quickly surrounded himself with a dome of earth in preparation of what was to come. Hellfire! Ifrit roared as several spheres of fire appeared around him. They spheres exploded upwards as an enormous pillar of fire engulfed Shikaku and most of the arena, bathing the entire area in Ifrit's flames. When the flames died out, the entire floor of the arena was devoid of all plant life and charred by the flames. Naruto's dome fell away as he looked around in shock at the power of the attack, and when he looked at Shikaku, his jaw dropped. The bijou was turned into glass, no part of sand remained in view except for a small sphere in the bijou's forehead. Ifrit raised his claw and slammed it down on the glass bijou, which broke instantly. The sphere of sand fell to the floor and fell apart to reveal a sleeping Gaara. Ifrit grabbed the Jinchuriki and began to heat up his claw until Gaara woke up screaming. What have you done? Mother is in pain. Gaara yelled. Ifrit merely tossed him to the ground where he fell down in exhaustion. The primal then backed away as Naruto stepped forward. Stay away! Gaara screamed as he quickly backed away. It hurts, doesn't it? Naruto asked. The pain of loneliness, having everyone ignore your existence and wish you would disappear. At this point, Gaara had stopped and listened to his fellow Jinchuriki. The only difference between you and me is that I let people into my life while you pushed them away. Because I love my precious people and want to keep them safe, I can fight anyone and win. A blast of wind caused the Uzumaki to jump back, as Temari and Kankuro dropped down and stood in front of Gaara. Get back! Kankuro shouted as he brought out his puppet. Temari unfurled her fan and prepared to attack. Temari, Kankuro, Gaara began. His siblings looked back at him as he had his head down. No more, I've had enough. Gaara. Temari whispered as she looked to her youngest brother. Can you forgive me? Gaara asked. Temari just dropped her fan as she pulled her brother into a hug. Kankuro just smiled and returned his puppet back into place. Come on, let's get out of here, he said as he picked up Temari's fan. The Sand siblings then quickly left the arena. Are you sure it was wise to let them go? Kurama asked. There's no need to go after them, they're done fighting, Naruto told him. A wise choice, young one, I can tell that they have no more desire to be a part of this invasion, Ifrit told his summoner. Now come. I can sense a foul energy coming from high above us. GG. Naruto gasped as he remembered that the Hokage was fighting above them. He quickly climbed onto Ifrit's back, but faltered as he felt a moment of weakness come over him. You have expanded much chakra in this fight, not to mention you have not had much time to rest from your previous fights, Kurama told him. If the need arises, we may have to use that in order to assist your leader, Ifrit said. But I thought that you and the others said that I should be older before attempting to try that out. Naruto argued. Fear not, for I shall be the one in control, not you. You will not run the risk of losing yourself if we attempt it this way, Ifrit said to him. Naruto nodded and grabbed hold of Ifrit's spines as the Lord of the Inferno leapt up quickly. Hang on, GG. We're coming. Kage Booth. Hiruzen Sarutobi grit his teeth in rage as his fallen student performed the unspeakable act of using the Edo Tensei to bring back his two predecessors. Saru? Is that you? Hashirama Senju, the Shodame Hokage, asked as he squinted his eyes, trying to recognize his aged student. Yes, it's me Hashirama-sensei, Hiruzen answered as he tried to keep himself under control. So we've been brought back with the Edo Tensei, Tobarama Senju, Nidame Hokage, noted. And I assume that it was you who performed the summoning, he asked as he looked back at Orochimaru. Of course, he replied, after all, bringing you back will make killing Sensei so much easier and perhaps Tsunade as well. Hashirama perked up at the mention of his granddaughter. Tsunade, he then looked around before his eyes landed on the female Sannin. Tsuna-chan? Is that you? Tsunade took a shaky breath before answering, Hi, Gigi. It's been a long time since you died. Hashirama smiled fondly and said, Indeed, you've grown into a beautiful woman Tsuna-chan. And I can see that the village has grown as well. Saru, why are you Hokage at that age? You should have made a successor years ago, Tobarama admonished his student. My successor had died 13 years ago when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Hiruzen told him. The deceased Hokage raised an eyebrow and asked, why was it not properly contained? Was its Jinchuriki weak? Hiruzen gave off a nervous chuckle and said, to say that she was weak would be saying that you were horrible with Suiton. The seal broke during childbirth and the Yondaime died, sealing the Kyuubi away once again. Who's the blonde man over there? Tobarama asked. Yondaime Raikage, the Raikage answered. I hate to break up this little reunion, but we really must get this moving along. I do have a village to destroy, Orochimaru said as he produced two kunai with tags attached to them. Hiruzen's eyes widened upon seeing the tags and quickly shouted, Get the tags. A quickly activated his Raiton no Yoroi and flashed towards Orochimaru. He managed to knock the kunai away from Tobarama's head, but the Sannin managed to slip the kunai into Hashirama. The Shodame's eyes lost all emotion and the cracks on his skin and armor disappeared. His skin gained a healthy tone to it. Orochimaru didn't even look disappointed and said, I may not have both of them under my control, but having the Shinobi no Kami under my direct control will make this far more easier. You may have one of them under your complete control, but that won't assure you victory today. Hiruzen shouted as he weaved hand seals. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. The aged Hokage breathed out a swarm of fireballs at the three opponents. Hashirama scowled as his body moved on its own, having no control over anything other than his thoughts and voice. Tsunade, take care of your grandfather, Raikage Dano, please deal with Nidame-sama. I shall deal with my fallen student myself. Hiruzen told them as he jumped towards the snake Sannin. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation and met his former sensei, exchanging a kick that both of them blocked. Hiruzen aimed a punch at Orochimaru, but he was blocked as the Sannin put his arms in an X-guard. Why sensei? Your strikes aren't as hard as they used to be, Orochimaru taunted. Have you gotten too busy to train? You wish. Hiruzen yelled as he dropped down and swept his feet out to trip Orochimaru. The Rouge Sannin merely leapt over the outstretched legs, but Hiruzen was counting on this. He twisted his body around till he was on his hands before pushing himself up, slamming his feet into the still airborne Nuke Nin, sending him flying back. Hiruzen then flipped to his feet and began to weave more hand seals. Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu. A earthen dragon burst through the roof before firing off a barrage of mud balls at Orochimaru. Using his snake-like physique, he managed to slip through the balls while in midair before landing on the ground. Sanaijishu. Orochimaru hissed as a large group of snakes flew out of his sleeves and towards the Sandaime. The aged Hokage weaved several more hand seals and created a blade of wind that he used to slice the snakes to ribbons. He then dashed forward with surprising speed and managed to deliver a 1-2 combo to the fallen Sannin, breaking his ribs if the sound of cracking bones was anything to go by. He finished with a palm strike that sent Orochimaru into a wooden wall. The snake Sannin then opened his mouth wide, and proceeded to vomit another Orochimaru out, this one without any wounds on his body. Narrowing his eyes, Hiruzen bit his thumb and weaved hand seals before slamming his hand on the ground. In a puff of smoke, a large, white-furred monkey-dressed armor appeared. He looked around before narrowing his eyes at Orochimaru. "So you're finally going to kill him?" the monkey asked Hiruzen in a hard tone. "Indeed, Enma-san, it's time I fixed my mistake," Hiruzen told him. Enma nodded and clapped his hands together. "Henge, Kongonioi!" Enma cried as he vanished in a cloud of smoke and became a large staff that the Hokage grabbed before taking a stance. Orochimaru frowned slightly before opening his mouth, allowing a snake to emerge. The snake opened its mouth and regurgitated a sword. "The Kusanagi no Tsurugi," Enma said. "Even that blade will still be able to harm me in this form, be careful, Hiruzen." Hiruzen nodded before he and Orochimaru leapt at each other. "You must fight harder if you wish to defeat me," Tobirama shouted to A as he sent a barrage of water bullets at the Raikage. He batted them away with his lightning-covered arm before he appeared next to the revived Senju and delivered a heavy chop that managed to cut off his arm. "You need to use a powerful jutsu that will obliterate my body completely, or at least restrain me until an accomplished Fuinjutsu user can seal me away," Tobirama told him. A scowled. "Lightning straight," he shouted as he flashed forward and burst through the deceased Hokage, nearly obliterating him. "Watch out! My body has become explosion tags," Tobirama shouted. A managed to get away as the resulting explosion destroyed that part of the roof. The Raikage looked back and saw that his opponent was reforming once more. "If B was here, then we could take out this puppet with ease," A growled. Their AB combo would have been able to take out Tobirama, but if it didn't, then B would use his ink to seal him up. Alas, his brother was not here, so he had to deal with the revived Kage himself. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Tobirama created a water dragon out of thin air and sent it after A. The Yondaime Raikage quickly moved out of the way as the dragon crashed into the roof. He looked up and saw more dragons rushing towards him, causing him to quickly move if he wanted to avoid being crushed. Tobirama then weaved more hand seals and sent out a large vortex of water that managed to hit the Raikage, sending him tumbling across the roof. Lariat! A roared as he cloaked himself in lightning and rushed the Nidaime, slamming his arm into his chest and causing it to burst apart. He looked back and saw that Tobirama was regenerating at a slower pace, but still regenerating nonetheless. "Move!" Tobirama shouted as he weaved hand seals and fired off a barrage of water bullets. A dodged all of the attacks before he fired off a large lightning bolt that the Nidaime dodged. But A reappeared behind him and delivered a cross-chop to the back of Tobirama's head, obliterating it with the power he put into it. However, the deceased Hokage merely reformed several seconds later. "This is gonna take a while," A grumbled as he leapt at Tobirama once more. Tsunade grunted as she dodged the strike sent at her by her grandfather. Hashirama's face held no expression as he mercilessly attacked his own flesh and blood. Tsunade may have monstrous strength, but it was nothing compared to Hashirama's own power. Thankfully, Orochimaru was forced to seal away most of his strength in order to control him. Hashirama quickly formed hand seals and sent a barrage of wooden spears at Tsunade. The slug Sannin used her immense strength to shatter the wooden attack before ducking under her grandfather's punch. She grabbed his arm and heaved him over her shoulder, planting him head first into the roof. Tsunade then jumped away as a ring of spiked branches erupted from the ground in an attempt to impale her. She watched Hashirama emerge from the ground and clasp his hands together. The roof began to shake as several large roots emerged from underneath it, all of them heading towards Tsunade. Her eyes widened and she quickly moved out of the way as they crashed down where she was. Tsunade quickly pulled out a kunai with an explosion tag attached to it and flung it at Hashirama. The Shodaime created a wooden wall to block it, causing the explosion to create a large cloud of dust. Hashirama looked around trying to find his granddaughter. Apparently Orochimaru had also sealed away his sensory abilities as well. Tsutenkyaku. Tsunade dropped from the sky and delivered an axe kick to Hashirama's head, crushing him and the entire area beneath them. She jumped away and saw that the Hokage was slowly reforming. "How did that not take care of you?" she muttered as she prepared to attack once again. Hashirama said nothing, but if he were able to he would praise Tsunade for her immense strength. Instead, the deceased Hokage weaved more hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Spiked roots erupted from all sides around Tsunade and attempted to impale her. The female Sannin pushed chakra into her legs and leapt up as the roots skewered the ground she was standing on. Oof! Tsunade let out a grunt as something collided with her in midair. She looked back and saw that her former sensei was thrown into her when Orochimaru summoned a snake to knock Hiruzen into the air. "Feel like switching?" Tsunade suggested. Hiruzen looked at her and nodded. He positioned himself facing Hashirama while Tsunade aimed herself at Orochimaru. She placed her feet upon Enma and used her strength to propel both of them towards their new opponents. Hashirama received a staff through the chest before he threw him to the ground. Orochimaru scrambled away as Tsunade destroyed the ground beneath him. She darted forward and drove her fist into the Rouge Sannin's chest, breaking all of the bones in his chest and sending him tumbling away. Orochimaru once again vomited himself up, shedding his skin like the snake he was. He had a disappointed face and said, "Now why would you do that, Tsunade? Sensei and I were reconnecting." "Well, how about I reconnect my fist with your face?" Tsunade shouted as she exploded forward, intending to rearrange Orochimaru's face permanently. Was brimming with rage. None of his attacks were able to take down the revived Nidame, no matter how much power he put into them. The only positive part was that he was quick enough to avoid all of his attacks. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Tobirama created a large vortex of water and sent it towards the wreckage. He flashed away once again as the attack tore apart a good chunk of the roof. He appeared before Tobirama and grabbed him by the face. Iron Claw. Roared as he slammed the Hokage into the ground. He then lifted up his leg and slammed his supercharged foot into Tobirama's chest, driving him deeper into the tile. Jumped away and began to breath harder. His fight was beginning to take a toll on him. Fighting an opponent that was revived by the Edo Tensei was very taxing, especially due to the fact that they would just get back up again. Once again, Tobirama was getting up and reforming, causing A to let loose a string of curses that made the red-haired Odo ninja powering the barrier blush. "Reikage Dano!" Hiruzen shouted as he fought off Hashirama. "Try throwing him into the barrier. That should eliminate him and free his soul." Nodded and raced behind Tobirama and heaved him into the air before jumping after him. He gripped the deceased Hokage's legs and began to fall down like a meteor. Liger Bomb. Crashed down into the ground and slammed Tobirama underneath him before discharging a large surge of electricity. Suddenly, Tobirama exploded and sent a flying back. The Nidame had once again changed his body into explosive tags and detonated, this time at point-blank range. He reformed once more and began to weave more hand seals. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. More water dragons rose from the air and made a beeline towards the downed wreckage. A's eyes snapped open and rolled out of the way and managed to dodge most of them. But two impacted against his chest and threw him back some more, sending him tumbling until his back hit a stone wall that Hiruzen had raised to defend against Hashirama. Got up with a groan and looked to see Tobirama rushing towards him with water coiled around his arms like drills. He rolled out of the way as the drills pierced through the stone where his head had been. Delivered a hard punch that sent the Nidame flying and leapt after him. Hiruzen was hard-pressed against Hashirama. The Shodame was powerful, even with most of his power sealed away to keep him under Orochimaru's control. His Mokuton was still a deadly weapon, while his enhanced strength was as destructive as always. The Sandame jabbed his staff into Hashirama's gut, but the Shodame grabbed it and swung both the transformed summon and Hokage around before tossing them away. Hiruzen used Enma to land safely before he flung shuriken at the deceased Hokage and flashing through some hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the small group of shuriken instantly became hundreds. Hashirama flashed through his own hand seals and summoned a dome of wood that defended him from being shredded apart. Several roots suddenly shot out of the ground in an attempt to impale Hiruzen, but he managed to jump out of the way in time. He then used his staff to smash apart the roots when they came at him again. The Sandame flashed through more hand seals and released a stream of fire that burned the ground between the two opponents as they raced towards Hashirama. The flames vanished after a while and Hiruzen looked around for the Shodame. Feeling his sixth sense tingle, Hiruzen jumped away as Hashirama exploded from the ground beneath him. The chakra covering his fist showing that he had enough power in that to blow Hiruzen's head clean off. A root followed Hashirama, who used it to jump after his opponent, intent on making his fist connect with Hiruzen. "You should avoid that," Enma shouted to his summoner. "I know," Hiruzen yelled back as he dodged the attack. Seeing an opening, Hiruzen jabbed his staff into Hashirama's back, sending him flying towards the barrier. Unfortunately, a wall of roots managed to catch the deceased Shodame before he could make contact. Hiruzen cursed in frustration as he prepared to attack once more. Suddenly, the barrier began to flicker, causing all 6 combatants to cease movements. The Edo Tensei merely ceased as their auto-battling skills caused them to stop due to this unknown event, in preparation of anything to come. Outside the barrier, the ANBU that had gathered there looked on with a mixture of worry and frustration. Worry for their Hokage and loyal Sannin, and frustration for not being able to assist them in battling the snake Sannin and his puppets. They heard a large eruption behind them, and looked back to see a massive pillar of fire coming from the arena. "Should we investigate?" one of the ANBU asked his commander. "No, Uzumaki has handled the Ichibi," she replied. "And our duty is to be here when the barrier falls so we can assist Hokage-sama." They heard a loud crash behind them and saw Naruto and Ifrit on the roof. The Lord of the Inferno approached the barrier and inspected it closely. "A barrier of fire, how simple," he scoffed. "How can he just dismiss that thing like it's nothing? Not even we can break it open," an ANBU shouted. Ifrit turned to him and said, "All flames are mine to command, not even these can resist my will." Okay, enough with the boasting," Naruto said to him as he approached the primal. "So what are we gonna do?" "Stand before me," Ifrit ordered. Naruto complied and stood before him, his back towards the primal. "Clear thy mind, focus on my voice," Ifrit said. Naruto closed his eyes and did so. "Feel mine flames as they wash over thee, accept them as they enter thy soul. I shall guide thee, and prevent thou from succumbing to the inferno. Receive my flames and be reborn." Ifrit's eyes then widened and he released a roar as he crumbled to the ground. His form burst into red spheres of light before it entered Naruto's body. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he hunched over. A bright light emanating from his body, blinding the ANBU. His hearts quickly jumped out of him and raced to the side. When they looked again, the ANBU's eyes widened in shock. Naruto was hunched over, his body seeming more lean and tougher. There were small patches of red scales on various parts of his body, each emitting a small amount of heat. There were horns growing from the sides of his head, not unlike the ones Ifrit possessed. His hands had turned into claws and large spikes growing out of his elbows. From his back, ripping through his clothes, were 4 large spines, in the same arrangement of the primals. His eyes had turned into a burning orange, and his hair had taken on a reddish hue. "Mindscape! Get off me!" Kurama roared as his face was planted into the water underneath him. On his head was both Naruto and Ifrit. As soon as the Lord of the Inferno appeared, he had jumped up and landed on the Biju's head, causing his head to fall to the floor at the sudden weight. "You should sit on Shikaku." "Not me!" Kurama roared. Would you rather my brother sat here instead? Ifrit asked, already knowing the answer. Never mind, Kurama grumbled, not in the mood for a mountain to fall onto his back, again. Naruto snickered. You're scared? What happened to being the strongest Bijou who knew no fear? Kurama gave him a deadpan look and said, okay, you can get sat on by that walking mountain. Afterwards you can tell me how it feels. Naruto gulped at the thought and immediately turned around, not wanting to imagine himself becoming a pancake. Kurama gained a victorious smirk on his face as he let out a devilish chuckle. Allow me to take control, Ifrit told him. I shall regulate my energy and take down the enemies beyond the barrier. Okay, Naruto agreed as he backed up a bit, allowing the primal to take control of his body. Outside. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he released a primal roar that sent shivers down the Sound Four's spines. What the? Is this guy? The redhead yelled. Naruto stabbed his claws into the barrier, not getting incinerated to the surprise of everyone. He then proceeded to rip it open and step inside. The destabilizing of a part of the barrier caused it to waver. The Sound Four pumped a large amount of chakra to keep it together. Naruto then raced forward through the small forest created by Hashirama's attacks before he emerged on top of a stone wall. Naruto? What are you doing here? Hiruzen screamed, close to having a heart attack at seeing his surrogate grandson inside the war zone. Fear not, mortal, Ifrit's voice said from the reddish-blonde's mouth. My summoner is unharmed. He merely desired to save you, so I gave him this opportunity. However, I have taken control to make sure that he does not lose himself to this power. My, you're such an interesting child, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru purred as he licked his lips. You'll be such a joy to experiment on once I take you from here. Ifrit released a growl from Naruto's mouth and snarled, You disgust me, pathetic mortal. You reek of such taint, it is surprising that you are not a paragon. Such an existence must be purged from this world with extreme prejudice. Kukuku, Orochimaru chuckled. Kill me? I'm afraid that's not possible, now please stand there like a good boy while my puppets capture you. He then snapped his fingers and Tobirama broke away from A and darted towards Naruto. The Raikage stumbled and raced after the Nidaime, but was just too slow this time. Ifrit raised Naruto's arm and backhanded the space to his right. Tobirama appeared just in time to receive a hit that sent him flying, leaving everyone, sans Hashirama, with their jaws dropped. Speaking of the Shodaime, he sent out several routes to capture the Jinchuriki. Ifrit let loose a wave of fire that burned the wood and continued towards Hashirama. The Shodaime managed to escape mostly unscathed, while in possession of several burns, that were slowly being removed. Is that all? Ifrit asked in an uncaring tone, trying to rile up the fallen Sannin enough to force him to make a mistake he could capitalize on. True to his predictions. The Sannin growled in frustration and gripped the handle on his sword tightly. Hiruzen saw he was distracted, and slammed his staff into Orochimaru's chest, sending him flying and breaking his ribs, if the snapping sound was anything to go by. Orochimaru landed in a heap before he vomited himself up once more. And I thought that I had seen everything, Ifrit sighed. He then leapt up and slammed down onto the floor. Underneath the two deceased Hokage, pillars of fire erupted and almost burnt them to ashes. They managed to prevent themselves from being completely obliterated. Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, causing a large boulder to shoot up underneath her grandfather, sending him flying into the air. Ifrit then leapt up and slammed a flaming fist into Hashirama's gut, sending him into the ground. Tsundi then grabbed him by his legs and spun him around before sending him flying into the barrier. Unfortunately, a root caught him once more. Ifrit let out a growl of frustration before he slammed both claws into the ground, creating a ring of flaming circles that ended underneath the Shodaime once more. All of them erupted at once, burning the deceased Hokage badly. When the flames vanished, the Shodaime had lost half of his body, and the kunai that was embedded in his head on the ground, turned into a puddle of melted iron. Ah, Tsunade, you fought well today, Hashirama said with a smile on his face. GG. Tsunade mumbled. But now it's time I left, you should throw me into the barrier while I can't react, Hashirama told them. Tsunade slowly walked forward and grabbed her grandfather by the front of his armor before tossing him into the barrier, his body bursting into flames and vanishing, his soul returning to the pure world. To end one's own flesh and blood is not an easy feat, but know that he left this world once more in peace, Ifrit told her before he leapt away. Tsunade took a moment to compose herself before she turned around and raced back into the fray. Ifrit landed before Hiruzen and Orochimaru, both combatants engaged in a heated battle. The snake Sannin stabbed forward with his sword, intending on running his former sensei through. The aged Hokage turned to the side before he swept Orochimaru's feet out from under him and slamming his staff into his chest once more. Only this time, he kept slamming it repeatedly, trying to turn everything in his chest into paste. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and sent out a snake that surprised Hiruzen, allowing Orochimaru to slither away to regurgitate himself once more. Except this time, as soon as he exited his former skin's mouth, he was engulfed in a pillar of fire that burned him badly. Ifrit then appeared before the Sannin and shot his clawed fist into his gut, sending him back several feet before he unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed everything in front of him. Hiruzen had to shield his face from the extreme heat that the flames generated. When the flames dispersed, Orochimaru was badly burned, his hair was almost completely burnt off, his skin charred, and parts of him looked melted. He shed his skin again, but this time it took longer than before, a sign of his chakra getting lower. Orochimaru himself noticed this and scowled deeply as everything was falling apart. His entire army was no doubt destroyed, the Ichibi was subjugated, and his former sensei was still alive. Suddenly, A and Tsunade landed behind the group, a sign that Tobirama was already dealt with. You defeated Tobirama-sensei? Hiruzen asked. Yes, A replied, I managed to stun him long enough for Tsunade to throw him with enough force to break through the water barrier he made, and into the barrier that surrounds us. So you managed to defeat my puppets, Orochimaru stated. No matter, I'll merely bring them back one day and kill you then. I think not, Hiruzen stated as he stepped forward. Sensei no. Tsunade shouted. I know what you're planning to do. Don't do it. The aged Hokage turned back to his former student and smiled. Don't worry Tsunade, I believe it's time for the new generation to take a step forward, I'm just going to make the road a bit easier for them. There is no need to do so, Ifrit stated as he stepped in front of the Sandaime. I know what you are planning to do, and it is unnecessary. The world still has need for you to pass down your knowledge. I have a more effective way of dealing with this pest. Ifrit slammed his hand on the ground and created pillars of fire that prevented Orochimaru from being able to move away. He then reared his upper body back and let out a low roar, a green light beginning to form within his jaw. He snapped his body forward and released a stream of green fire at Orochimaru. Unable to dodge, he crossed his arms in front of him to defend himself. The Sannin screamed in pain as the flames washed over him, burning away at his arms. When Ifrit stopped the stream of fire, Orochimaru dropped down and clutched his arms as they began to take on a dead-like appearance. Not enough to turn them to stone, but enough to destroy the chakra network and almost obliterate the muscles, he shall never be able to perform another jutsu again, Ifrit stated, shocking everyone. Almost instantly, the barrier dropped and the Sound Four raced towards their fallen master. Get me out of here, now! Orochimaru roared, doing his best to resist the pain. The orange-haired one, and the one with a lump on his back lifted up their leader and leapt away, the ANBU racing after them. The one possessing multiple arms spat out a sticky web that trapped the ANBU long enough for them to escape. Hiruzen sighed and released the tension in his body, the others following suit. Ifrit began to glow before releasing a bright light, blinding everyone. When they opened their eyes again, the primal was back in its true form, with an unconscious Naruto in his claw. He is merely exhausted, Ifrit explained as he handed Naruto to Tsunade, who began to examine him. The day's events have taken their toll on him. It is a wonder he did not collapse after Shikaku's defeat. Who, or rather what, are you? Hiruzen asked. I am Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, and God to the Amalja, he explained. My kind have gone by many names, but we are commonly known as the Primals. You are one of the ancient ones. Enma realized as he transformed back into an ape. All of the summoned clans recognize you as gods among our kind. So you're telling me that this thing is a kami? A asked. The most powerful primal, their leader, has the power to tear the world apart with a single breath, Enma explained. I must now take my leave, there is much to tell my brethren. The world has changed greatly since the time of the sage, Ifrit said. There are still many questions I have, Hiruzen told him. Tell young Naruto that he may summon me when these questions need be answered, I shall answer what I can. For now I bid you farewell, Ifrit said before he vanished into a fiery light. Hiruzen looked around, seeing all of the damage that the village had suffered. He sighed seeing all of the dead bodies and the wounded being taken away. There is much to do, he sighed. He then walked away, heading out to assist in the recovery, Tsunade heading towards the hospital to assist those already hard at work with healing the wounded, after she had placed Naruto in his own room for a checkup. A walked off, heading to check on his own shinobi. They may be heading off in different directions, heading off to perform different duties, but they all had the same overall goal in mind. Recovery. Konoha Hokage Tower 1 week later. Hiruzen sighed as he read another report on the destruction done to the village. Thankfully, the assistance of Kyumo and the Amalja had prevented the damage from becoming too great. Speaking of the Kyumo shinobi, they had departed for home only 2 days ago, needing to return to their own village. I had promised to send some supplies for rebuilding, which Hiruzen was very grateful for. Jiraiya, Hiruzen began, catching the attention of his old student who was just entering the room, please tell me that there's some good news. Well, the Sannin began, several buildings have been rebuilt, and with a better structure than before. Whoever did them in the beginning did a half-assed job. I'm surprised that they didn't collapse years ago. The Sandaime grunted in frustration. Another thing I'm going to bring up in the council meeting tomorrow. I swear this invasion revealed more problems within our village than we ever knew about. Look at it this way, Jiraiya began in a jovial tone, now you can get rid of some idiots without having to give a false reason. Hiruzen shook his head and turned to face his former student. So, have the Toads said anything about that Ifrit character? When I went to the elder Toad sage, he gave me quite a story, Jiraiya began. He said that he is a god created by the desires of the beings who worshipped him, and that there are others like him, each one possessing different powers. What kind of powers? Hiruzen asked. One of them can create hurricanes with a flick of the wrist, another can make a tidal wave with a flick of the tail, and one can even cut down any opponent with a single slash of his sword, Jiraiya explained. These are not beings we should anger in any way, Hiruzen told him. Don't worry. Jiraiya said. Naruto can summon them, meaning that we're safe from getting maimed by them. Speaking of Naruto, Hiruzen began, has Tsunade made any guesses as to when he will awaken? Jiraiya nodded his head. She said that he should wake up either today or tomorrow. Kid really exhausted himself that day. Fighting the unstable Uchiha, taking on an insane Jinchuriki, summoning a deity that no doubt took a toll on his reserves, and merging with said deity to assist me in dealing with Orochimaru, Hiruzen noted. I'm amazed that he managed to last as long as he did. Kid's got an ungodly amount of stamina, Jiraiya reminded him. Hiruzen nodded in agreement as he continued to look through reports. Konoha General Hospital. The entire hospital was busier than normally, with all of the victims of the invasion having been brought in. Thankfully, with Tsunade around, healing the injured was a faster process than how it would be otherwise. The Amalja were a godsend as well, with their healers being able to instantly heal those who had cuts, bruises or other injuries on their skin. Unfortunately, their magic was unable to properly heal broken bones and other internal injuries, which was evident when Tsunade had to re-break a Chunin's bone and heal it a different way. While this was going on at the lower floors of the hospital, more important events were happening on the upper floors, specifically in one room. Naruto Uzumaki lay asleep in a hospital bed. His sister Natsumi lay asleep with her head resting on the side of the bed, tightly grasping her brother's hand. His hearts were released and at different parts of the room. The new hearts added to Naruto's arsenal were perched outside the window. Fox lay underneath the bed, Titan stood in the corner of the room, and Crab had scuttled his was onto the ceiling. Shredder was still sealed up in his scroll, as only Naruto could release him. The door opened and Kushina walked inside. She completely broke down when she first saw her firstborn in a hospital bed days ago, and while she had grown stronger emotionally, it still hurt her to see it. She looked towards her daughter and smiled warmly, seeing how much Natsumi cared for Naruto. She walked over to Natsumi and softly shook her shoulder. The young girl groggily woke up and rubbed her sleepy eyes as she looked around, her eyes settling on her mother. "Ka-chan?" Natsumi sleepily asked. "Natsumi, do you want something to eat?" Kushina asked softly. The youngest Uzumaki nodded and laid her head back down on the bed before grasping Naruto's hand again. Kushina walked over to the head of the bed and brushed back Naruto's hair before planting a soft kiss on his forehead. "Please wake up soon," she pleaded before leaving the room. "Mindscape." Kurama sighed once more as he glanced at his snout. Laying down in a lifeless heap was one Naruto Uzumaki. The young boy had fallen unconscious in his mind as well, and for good reason. The entire day had taken an absolute monster of a toll on his body, not to mention the sudden entrance and exit of Ifrit's essence straining his chakra. "When do you suppose he will wake up?" Jiyu asked. "It's been quite a while. So it could be either today or tomorrow," Kurama answered. "But based on his chakra activity, I'd say today." "Chakra activity?" Jiyu wondered. "Are you familiar with brain activity?" When Jiyu nodded, the Bijou continued. "It's similar to that, only it can be a sign of the person being awake or asleep. While your brain will be active either way, your chakra will settle down the less active you are. A good sensor can use this to avoid ploys by the opponent or enemy ambushes." "How do you know all this?" Jiyu asked. "I've been sealed inside of 3 hosts. I've had all the time in the world to observe the human body and how it works. You can see how bored I was." Kurama then returned his gaze to his snout and said, "Oh look, he's starting to wake up." And just like that, Naruto's body vanished from his mindscape. Kurama let out a sigh and said, "Of course he would wake up on the outside first." Outside. Naruto felt strange. He felt really tired, yet felt the need to wake up. How strange was that? Nevertheless, he pushed himself to wake up, his mind wading through the haze that enshrouded his conscious thoughts. Tired eyes slowly opened, looking up at a white ceiling. "I'm inside?" But inside where? He wondered as his eyes looked from side to side. He noted Crab on the ceiling, and Titan standing in the corner. He saw a crimson wing on one side of the window, much to his confusion as he knew of no bird like that native to Konoha. Absently noting that his hand felt warm, he looked over and saw his little sister asleep on the side of his bed, his right hand being grabbed by her own smaller one. He smiled to himself and rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. "Ni-chan." Natsumi mumbled as her grip got a little tighter. "I'm right here, Natsumi," Naruto said, causing the young girl to stir a little. She slowly cracked an eye open and saw Naruto smiling at her, causing her young mind to quickly process the information she was seeing. "Ni-chan." Natsumi cried as she shot awake. "Good morn wo." Naruto cried as he was suddenly grabbed into a tight hug. "Ni-chan. Ni-chan. You're awake." Natsumi cried out. Naruto noted that his hospital gown was getting wet, and he realized that she was crying. "I tried to wake you up, but you didn't. I thought that you would stay asleep forever." I didn't want to lose my Nichan. Wha? Naruto was both happy and guilty. He was happy that she was worried about him, as it showed how close the both of them had gotten, bringing him closer to his dream of having a family. The guilt obviously came from being the cause of her worry, and causing her to cry. So he did what any other big brother would do, he pulled her into a hug and let her cry out her tears of joy. Natsumi. I heard you crying, what's going on? Kushina shouted as she kicked the door out the window and burst into the room with her sword drawn. No, really, she literally kicked the door so hard that it flew off its hinges and out the window. Kushina looked around for any sort of threat, absently noting that Titan was still standing there and not responding to anything. She looked around again before her eyes landed on her now awake son who was holding his sister in a tight embrace. Ka-chan, Ka-chan. Nichan's awake. Natsumi cried as she tried to hold on to Naruto in a tighter hold. Kushina dropped her sword and raced to Naruto before grabbing both of them in a hug of her own. You baka. What were you thinking? Making me worry so much. Kushina scolded, trying to sound angry. But the tears falling from her eyes and the quiver in her voice ruined that effect. Naruto felt another wave of guilt wash over him as he saw his mother in such a state. He pulled both of them into a family hug as they let out tears of joy at his recovery. So the Uzumaki family spent the next hour in this state, not caring about anything else in the world. Later. Naruto-kun, Kushina began after she had composed herself, what was that creature you summoned a week ago? Naruto sighed, knowing that this question would come up many times from now on. His name is Ifrit, he's the lord of the inferno and god to the beast men known as the Amalja. So you summoned a kami? Kushina asked with wide eyes. Naruto shook his head. Not a kami, but a kind of lesser deity. Ifrit only has control over all kinds of fire, nothing more. There are other kinds like him, each having control over a specific power or element. I see, Kushina nodded. How many other deities are there then? They go by several names, but are commonly known as primals, Naruto informed her, and there are about 14 of them. Wow, Kushina gasped, not expecting there to be that much. Oh. You're awake. Everyone looked over to see Shizun at the doorway, or what was left of it anyway. Shizun Nichan. Look. Nichan's awake. Natsumi informed the apprentice of Tsunade. That's great, I'll go inform Tsunade-sama right away. Shizun said as she turned around. By the way, what happened to the door? And the window? Kushina's face turned red as she began to come up with some kind of excuse. Ka-chan kicked the door through the window when I cried that Nichan woke up. Isn't she super strong? Natsumi told Shizun with a smile on her face. Kushina turned to her with a betrayed look on her face, and Naruto had to use all of his willpower to not burst out laughing. Shizun nodded and produced a smile that gave Kushina some form of worry. Yes, she is strong, and I'm sure that she will also be able to pay for both a new door and window, right Kushina-san? Why yes, I'll be able to replace them, Kushina shakily answered. Who was he kidding, she was flat out broke. Wonderful. Shizun exclaimed before leaving. Kushina just sat in her chair and began to think of a way to produce the money necessary. Why does Ka-chan look like that? Natsumi asked. She's, thinking really hard right now. Naruto answered quickly. Okay. Natsumi replied before she went back to snuggling with her brother. Naruto just sighed and laid his head back. Later. Tsunade had come in and, after chewing out Kushina for breaking hospital property, gave Naruto a checkup. She had ordered him to not train for the next week in order for his body to completely recover. It would have been longer, but his Uzumaki genes had shortened his recovery time by a lot. So Gaki, Tsunade began, what's it feel like to summon a thing like that Ifrit guy? Exhausting, Naruto told her. Summoning him took out a chunk of my chakra, it didn't help that I had already fought Sasuke Team and Gaara before I summoned him. Look on the bright side, at least you didn't completely faint after bringing him out, Tsunade told him. Naruto nodded in agreement. If I'm that tired after summoning Ifrit, then I'll be even worse if I bring out any of the others, Naruto noted. Which is why I'm going to push you hard enough to raise your chakra levels to a high enough level that you'll be able to summon 2 of them. Everyone looked towards the window and saw Jiraiya kneeling on the windowsill. Tsunade scowled and threw an 4 stand at him, which he dodged. Baka! Use the door like a normal human being, she shouted at him. But I'm not a normal human being. Jiraiya argued. I am the glorious Jiraiya-sama. Great Toad summoner and wooer of all women. He then struck a ridiculous pose while summoning a toad to be his stand. Said toad looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Don't stand on that poor froggy Yumini. Natsumi yelled as she chucked an apple at Jiraiya, nailing him in the mouth and knocking him off of the toad, who gave Natsumi a grateful look before heading home. Jiraiya sat up and shook his head before yanking the apple out of his mouth. Kid's got a mean throwing arm, he mumbled before getting up. So Gaki, Jiraiya began, how are you feeling? I'm good, the young Uzumaki replied. Good enough to attend a council meeting if you have to? Jiraiya asked. Naruto just gave him a puzzling look. Why? He asked. Jiraiya said nothing and took out a folded piece of paper before handing it to Naruto. He took the paper and unfolded it to see that it was a note. Dear Naruto. If you are reading this then you are awake, which I am very happy for your recovery. I'd like to thank you for your assist in fending off Orochimaru and the reincarnated Hokage. That being said, I have a favor to ask of you. I'd like for you to attend the upcoming council meeting. Everyone will want answers as to who Ifrit is and what his followers are. And seeing how you are the only one who can summon him, you're the only one who can get him to appear to answer our questions. In case you're wondering, he already said that you can summon him to answer our questions. On another note, I will also be revealing Kushina and Natsumi's existence to the council. I believe that it is time to remind everyone of the Uzumaki clan and show that they are still alive. From, the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto put down the letter and let out a sigh. Well? Jiraiya asked. Might as well go and save the old man some grief, Naruto replied. Jiraiya grinned and shook his head at the exasperated response. So he's going to reveal us to the village? Kushina asked as she looked at the letter. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, he believes that the presence of the Uzumaki in the village will both raise morale and make enemies think twice about attacking us again. Everyone does remember how devastating the Uzumaki's last stand in Yuzu was. Will I be able to summon Ifrit if I have to? Naruto asked Tsunade. The Senju put her hand on her chin in thought and answered, yes, as long as Kushina donates the necessary chakra needed to help with the summoning. Doing it on your own in your state may knock you out again. I can do that, I've got a lot of chakra, Kushina pitched in. Okay, I'll go tell Sensei to make some space in the council chambers tomorrow, Jiraiya said as he leapt onto the windowsill. And to crank up the AC, he added as an afterthought before leaping away. Council chambers next day. Now that we're all here, we can begin, Hiruzen said as he took his seat at the head of the table. The table was a U-shaped table, with each side being used for either the shinobi side, or the civilian side. Hiruzen had this type of table made after receiving confirmation that Naruto would summon Ifrit. On Hiruzen's right was Shikaku Nara, as he was a Jounin commander of Konoha's forces. Following him was Hayashi Hyuga, who maintained the relations between their allies. Tsunade was next as both the Senju representative and head of the hospital. After her was both Inoichi Yamanaka and Ibiki Marino, the heads of the T&I department. Sum Inazuka and Choza Akimichi, the one in charge of the distribution of foods throughout the village, were the next ones, and Unkai Kurama, current head of the Kurama clan, sat at the end. Starting from his left was his advisors, Koharu Yutatane and Hamura Mitokado, his former teammates from his days before he was Hokage. Following them were various civilians who were in charge of different parts of the village, construction, business, and several other things. At the end of that section of the table was Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen's rival and head of Root. Not that many knew about that last part though. I'd like to start this meeting with the reports I've gotten on the rebuilding and recovery of the sections of the village that were damaged by the invasions, Hiruzen began as he pulled out a stack of papers. First and foremost, most of the debris has been cleared away, and the reconstruction of several buildings has begun, Hiruzen read off. Some buildings that were heavily damaged have been demolished, as they need to be rebuilt. I'd also like to note that investigations on several buildings have revealed that they were in need of being renovated long ago. Can you please explain this, Akiyama-san? The head of construction looked confused at the news and looked at the copy of the report he had gotten. Strange, I had received word that some of these buildings were already refurbished. Others I didn't even know required any repairs. Perhaps you have some lazy workers in your service, a fat merchant sneered. This is what happens when you hire former convicts instead of honest workers. Akiyama scowled and replied, most honest workers have never picked up a hammer in their life, while the former convicts have been made to work, meaning that they know their way around construction. Enough, Hiruzen spoke loudly, making the two cease their bickering. Akiyama-san, I will have this matter looked into eventually. Now let's move on. The second order of business is the prisoners of Suna and Oto. Inoichi, Ibiki, what do you have to report? Hiruzen asked. After having both myself and my clansmen scan the minds of the Suna shinobi, I can say that they received their orders from the Kazekage, Inoichi began. They were under the belief that by knocking us down a peg, they would be able to receive more missions and recover their money. Indeed, Ibiki added, records show that the Wind Daimyo has been sending us missions that should be going to Sunagakure, ruining their economy in the process. We've also received word from Suna that they've discovered the body of their own Kazekage, and that he had been dead for almost 2 months, Hiruzen decided to add. How do we know that they're not lying? Some asked. I had Jiraiya investigate for me, Hiruzen reassured her. His agents have confirmed that the information Suna sent us is indeed correct. What does it matter if they were deceived? Unkai sneered. They still attacked us, we should still demand some form of payment for what they did. And we shall, Hiruzen told him. However, the demand that we make should be lessened, as the blame solely rests on Orochimaru. Unkai grumbled, but said no more. The third piece that I would like to address is the Chunin exam candidates that the Raikage and myself have decided to become Chunin. Hokage-sama, Koharu said, gaining his attention, I believe that we should forego the promotions, as the exams were interrupted by the invasion. Hiruzen shook his head. I disagree, all of the candidates had fought their matches, so the Raikage and I managed to come decide upon who should be promoted to the rank of Chunin. Now then, starting from Kyumo, Yujito Ni has been promoted due to her high ability in Katan Jutsu, and on her overall skills in combat. Her endurance to the explosion that her opponent Fu made also impressed us, Hiruzen began. As for Fu of Taki, she has not been given permission from her village to receive a promotion, despite our attempts to communicate with them, so we were unable to give her any votes. At a later date, I would like to speak with Shikaku about this. Said Nara gave the Hokage a lazy nod. The Raikage and I are withholding our decision on what to do with Suna's candidates until a later date, Hiruzen began before he was interrupted. None of their shinobi should be promoted, the same fat merchant from before said. In fact, they should be made into our slaves as punishment for their invasion. Tetsuo-san, Hiruzen began in a hardened tone, need I remind you that the decision of promoting Genin to Chunin during the exams rests solely on the Kages? And on a further note, slavery is a barbaric thing that has been banned ever since the age when there were no hidden villages. To hear you speak of such a thing can cause bad things to happen. Make sure that I hear nothing more of it. Seeing that the merchant was properly cowed, Hiruzen continued. Now I shall announce the candidates who were promoted to Chunin from Konoha. First is Hinata Hyuga, who impressed both myself and the Reikage with her skill in her mother's unique version of the Juken. Her application of the style into traditional Hyuga techniques, turning them into a more unique and deadly version, shows how much she has grown, and her potential. Hayashi felt the pride within him swell at hearing that her daughter was strong. Yet it also brought forth a fear that he realized that she would now be sent on more dangerous missions, a fear he quickly squashed. What of Niji Hyuga, the prodigy of his clan? Hamura asked. He has not been granted a promotion, as he is obsessed with fate, something that can be harming on a mission, as he may believe that a mission was fated to fail, and abandon it without a second thought, Hiruzen explained. Next is Shino Aburame, who displayed a high degree of skill in both his clan's Kekii Genkai and Kenjutsu. He also showed that he possesses a high IQ, being able to notice a flaw in his opponent's weapon and exploiting it to his advantage. Also to mention is his endurance, as he was able to withstand the pain of losing so many Kikeichu during his last match. Next is Shikamaru Nara, Hiruzen began. Pardon me Hokage-sama, but I have something to say about that boy, Hamura started. I do not believe that he possesses the requirements to become a chunin. He may have an impressive amount of intelligence, as he seemed to plan out his entire match, but he has no will to do anything outside of sleeping. Such behavior is not becoming of a chunin. I understand your concerns, and I have already spoken to Shikaku about his son, Hiruzen told him. We decided that Shikamaru will be kept under watch to see how he performs his duties. Depending on his performance, he will either keep his rank, or be demoted back to genin. Moving on, we have our last candidate, Naruto Uzumaki. Once again, Hiruzen was interrupted, only this time it was from a complete outburst of stupidity. That demon doesn't deserve to be promoted. He almost crippled Sasuke-kun. He should surrender his powers to Sasuke, someone who would use it for the benefit of the village. Enough! Hiruzen roared as he slammed his hand into the table, creating a large crack in it. You are councilmen, act like it. We are not children on a playground. Looking around, he saw that the civilian side, with the exception of a very small number, including his former team, was effectively cowed into silence. He saw that the shinobi side had pleased looks on their faces as he got the civilians to shut up. Now then, as I was saying, Naruto Uzumaki has been granted the rank of chunin by both myself and the Reikage. We were both impressed by the abilities he showed in his matches, and how he was able to keep up with Gaara Sabaku, who was not only Suna's Jinchuriki but also their top genin. His Jiongu allows him to perform incredible feats that will prove to be valuable to the village in the future. He almost killed a fellow member of the village. An important one too. Someone shouted. If you're referring to the Rasengan that he used, then he only used it in response to Sasuke's Chidori, Hiruzen replied calmly. I would like to request that his sensei Kakashi be questioned for teaching a genin, a mentally unstable one at that, such a jutsu, Hayashi spoke up. You Hyuga! How dare you call our precious Uchiha-sama unstable? Mabuki Haruno screeched. I am merely stating a fact, is that not correct Hokage-sama? Hayashi asked, never losing his emotionless mask. Indeed, the Reikage and I decided not to grant Sasuke the rank of chunin due to his obsession with power and revenge, both of which are very unbecoming of a chunin. I would also point out that he willingly used the curse seal that was put on him by Orochimaru, despite warnings that he would be denied the rank of chunin if he did so, Hiruzen spoke. Only because the Uzumaki boy enraged him with the unveiling of his theft of the Uchiha clan's blessed eyes, Koharu butt in. Hayashi managed to control his irritation to the point where his eyebrows slightly twitched. A theft that was done in self-defense, the Sandaime began. I would like to inform you all that some years ago, an Uchiha had died inside the village, an Uchiha who had kidnapped Naruto and attempted to kill him. Naruto's Jiongu reacted on instinct and stole the Uchiha's heart in the process. Preposterous, there's no way a member of such a respected clan would do an act so vile, Hamura argued. I have a written report from both Tsunade, who examined the body, and Inoichi, who had looked into Naruto's mind to see what happened, Hiruzen told him. Everyone looked at Tsunade and Inoichi, who nodded in confirmation. Now then, with the Chunin exams out of the way, I'd like to move on to the next part of this meeting, Hiruzen began, a hidden smirk on his face. I am pleased to announce that there is a new member joining the Shinobi Council. Those who were left in the dark, meaning everyone but Hayashi and Tsunade, were confused as to who would become a part of the council. Allow me to welcome our new member, Kushina Uzumaki. Hiruzen announced. Much to everyone's shock, as the doors opened and the redhead entered the room. She was dressed in her jounin outfit, but let her hair loose. A chair was placed between Tsunade and Hiyase for Kushina, which she took after giving her fellow Shinobi Council members a respectful bow. Hiruzen. What is the meaning of this? Koharu shouted, causing the Hokage's eyebrow to twitch at the improper use of his name. Indeed, Kushina Uzumaki died in the Kyubi attack, Hamura pointed out. So this is obviously an impostor. If you would both shut up for a moment, he can tell you the truth of what happened, Kushina spoke up. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Koharu exclaimed. No, Kushina began, standing up, how dare you make demands of your Hokage and not give him a chance to explain anything? Silence. Hiruzen shouted, using chakra to enhance his voice, much to Tsum's pain. Koharu, Hamura, both of you be silent and listen. And Kushina, while I thank you for defending me, please allow me to handle such situations. Now then, as I was going to explain, I had lied to you all when I said that Kushina Uzumaki had died in the attack, Hiruzen began. There were wounds on her body when we found her, wounds that did not come from the Kyubi, but from a person. So I had her placed in the hospital in a secluded part, and made Jiraiya bring Tsunade back to take over her healing. Of course, this was not the true story. But Hiruzen was forced to improvise, as after the ANBU team that brought Kushina and Natsumi back to the village went back to the root facility, they had discovered that it had collapsed. So without any evidence, Danzo had managed to slip out of trouble this time. But Hiruzen would keep a very close eye on his former teammate, making sure to strike the moment Danzo slipped up. Injuries made from a person? Who was it? Choza asked. A man with a mask, he appeared and ripped the Kyubi out of me, Kushina answered. What do you mean, ripped the Kyubi out of you? Tsum asked. I was the Kyubi Jinchuriki before Naruto, Kushina answered as if she was talking about the weather. What, was the response from most of the people there. She's been tainted by the demon. Lock her away quickly. Demon whore. Kushina turned to the one who made that last comment and asked, so you're going to call Mito Uzumaki Senju a demon whore as well? What do you mean? Unkai demanded. What I mean is that Mito-sama was the Kyubi Jinchuriki before me, the first one at that, Kushina told him. If you're going to insult me, then you're insulting her by extension as she entrusted me with the duty of keeping him contained. The council was silent at this revelation, most of them remembering the stories of Mito. An Uzumaki who was highly skilled in Fuinjutsu, and the one who created the detection barrier that surrounds Konoha. Not to mention one of the most beautiful women of her time. What is your relation to the Kyubi Jinchuriki? Danzo spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. Kushina looked at Hiruzen, who only gave her a slight nod. He's my son, Kushina answered, much to the shock of most of the council. When a female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal holding the bijou weakens. The yondaime was in charge of keeping the seal secure while I gave birth in a secluded area. A masked man appeared and took Naruto hostage, forcing Minato to save him while the masked man took me away. He then proceeded to rip out the Kyubi from me and send it on a rampage through Konoha. It was decided that she wouldn't mention that the masked man had a Sharingan, as it would cause an uproar among the council. And with how secretive some of them could be, mainly the civilians, the entire village would know in a week, at the most. There was much confusion among the council, many finding the truth to be very shocking. And how could they not? They were just told that the Kyubi had been within their village for their entire lives, and that it was through the machinations of a madman that their village was ravaged. Now for the last piece of this meeting, I shall be calling upon Naruto Uzumaki to enter, Hiruzen said as he nodded to the two Anbu at the door. They opened the door and the young Jinchuriki entered. Following him was Kamage-ga, the chieftain of the Amalja. Kamage-ga, Ibiki spoke up as he recognized the leader. I'm surprised to see you here. For the events that will be following, it is only right that I be present for the proceedings that will follow. Who are you? Kohara demanded. I am Kamage-ga, chieftain of the Amalja, the Beastman replied. My people have been asked by both Lord Ifrit and Summoner Naruto to assist your village in its recovery. And I thank you for your assistance, it has made things go easier than I thought they would, Hiruzen bowed. There is no need for thanks, I have merely done what any other ally would do, the chieftain told him. Why have you brought this boy here, Hokage-sama? Hamura asked. Many of you have questions about the being that Naruto summoned to battle the Ichibi, Hiruzen began. I have asked Naruto to come here and summon that being so that we might put our curiosity and caution to rest. Kushina stood up and walked behind Naruto, who was standing in the center of the room, placing a hand on his shoulder and channeling chakra into him. Naruto weaved the necessary hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Kuchi-ose no Jutsu, Lord of the Inferno. Smoke erupted from the ground, and the heat in the room rose to a great amount, causing everyone to start sweating. The smoke cleared away to reveal the primal in the center of the room, his red eyes scanning over the room's occupants and a low growl reverberating from his throat. O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno and Champion of the Sun, thy humble servant is not blessed to be in your presence, Kamage-ga prayed as he kneeled on the floor. Arise, proud chieftain, your faith has blessed you, Ifrit said as he stretched a claw out to the kneeling beastman. He then turned to the Hokage and asked, I assume you have questions? Correct, Hiruzen nodded. The first question that I assume is on everyone's minds is, what are you? Ifrit nodded and began, I am a primal, a god created from the collection of both the faith of my followers and an abundance of ether. What is this ether you speak of? Shikaku asked. Ether is the life force of the world, Ifrit explained. It has changed throughout the times, but I can still taste it in the air around us. It has notably become much more abundant, blanketing the world. All of the primals are made from a collection of ether, much like how the bijou are collections of chakra. So you are a collection of nature energy, Hiruzen mused. It sounds like this ether and nature energy may be the same thing. I know not what nature energy is, so I cannot make any comparisons to them, Ifrit told him. Is ether what you used for that green flame you used on Orochimaru? Tsunade asked. Correct, I infused corrupted ether into the flames before unleashing them at the snake, Ifrit explained. The corrupted ether had entered his arms and destroyed the chakra pathways, preventing him from using any jutsu. And the ether has nearly destroyed his arms themselves. Why not just use the flames on his whole body? Tsunade asked. That would have just killed him. Unfortunately, I could not channel much corrupted ether through Naruto's body, or else I would have caused him damage. Thus, I had to channel a smaller quantity of corrupted ether, and aimed it at the snake's head, which he blocked with his arms. Why not leave Naruto's body and use the flames yourself? Hiruzen asked. He would have been a target, his unconscious state would have made him a liability. And I would not have had enough energy myself upon leaving his body. Why should we listen to the words of a demon? Especially one summoned by the demon brat, a stupid civilian sneered. Hiruzen sent a harsh glare towards the idiot, and Kushina slowly turned to him with a blank look on her face as her hair rose into 9 tails. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing done. Ifrit turned his body and faced the civilian, who was close to fainting at that point. He stalked forward and got his face close to the civilian. The heat coming off of the primal was causing his clothes to become covered in sweat. And it almost looked like he was going to burst into flames. Ignorant mortal. You know nothing of the workings of this world. If I were allowed, I would melt the flesh off your bones and banish your soul into the inferno for all of eternity." Ifrit roared. The council member let out a pathetic squeak before he fell into a dead faint. The Lord of the Inferno let out a pleased growl and backed off. "Anbu, please escort that man out of the chambers," Hiruzen commanded before a peculiar smell entered his nostrils. "And get some air freshener as well." After the councilman was taken away, Ifrit faced the Hokage once more. "You should keep a better counsel, such insolence is insulting. Were it one of the others, they would have killed him where he stood." "I apologize for that foolish man's outburst," Hiruzen apologized. "And I assure you that it won't happen again. Correct?" He finished with an angry glare at the civilian council, who nodded swiftly. "Now that that's been taken care of, I believe that we have more questions," Hiruzen began. At Ifrit's nod, he continued. "I would like to know about where you and your brethren come from." Ifrit gained a distant look in his eyes before beginning. This world was not always inhabited by humans. Eons ago, the world was known as Hydialan, and contained the continents of Mericidia, Othard, Ilsabard, and Eorzea. The land of Eorzea was where many events, both good and bad, occurred. Most primals were created in that land, with only one being known to be born from Mericidia. Eorzea was a land composed of the cities of Ul'dah, Limsa Lominsa, Gridania, Al-Amigo and Ishgard. Eorzea was inhabited by people known as adventurers. You could say that they were mercenaries, honorable mercenaries. Adventurers would learn a fighting art from a specific guild, whether they be gladiators, marauders, archers, or conjurers, they all sought out similar work. If they possessed a high amount of skill, then they would learn more ancient fighting styles, such as the warrior, the summoner, the dark knight, or the dragoon. As for us primals, we were sealed away beneath Silvertear Lake for the safety of the realm. Sealed away? Why? Shikaku asked. Primals feed upon ether, we gorged ourselves upon it, bringing a danger to the realm and bringing it closer to ruin. We were sealed away in order to sate our desire so that we may be a part of the world without endangering it. But I assume that you were released early? Hiruzen implied. Correct. When the Garlean Empire began their march upon Eorzea after claiming Al-Amigo, they sent a massive air fleet over Silvertear Lake to take the growing settlement of Mordona. However, they were met by a host of dragons, and at the heart flew the father of dragons, and king of kings, Midgardsormr. Dragons? What rubbish, Danzo sneered. This creature is playing us for fools with these lies. Believe what you will, for I speak only the truth, Ifrit told him. During the battle, Midgardsormr wrapped around the flagship and dragged it to the earth. However, the ship exploded and killed the Lord of Wyrms, and also destroying the seal on the lake, releasing us into the world for our beast-men worshippers to summon once more. What had become of your world? Hayashi asked. Gone, ruined to the ravages of time and catastrophe, Ifrit explained. It is apparent that only humans managed to survive, resulting in this world today. As for us primals, we were sealed away inside a separate realm along with most of our worshippers. We would have torn ourselves apart, had the Arbiter not forced us to make peace for our own survival. We made our prison into our new home, and eventually, were called upon to assist the Rikudu Sennin. That is quite a history. I'm having a hard time believing it myself, Hiruzen said. Everyone in the room, sans Naruto, agreed with that statement. But how do we know it is true? Some asked. I'm not doubting his word, but I'd like to see some proof. And what kind of proof do you think would be acceptable? Ifrit asked her. The teachings you spoke of, Danzo spoke up instantly. No, those are to be taught to the worthy, Ifrit told him. Konoha is worthy, Danzo pressed. Ifrit glared at him and growled, I have not deemed it so, and the decision is not mine alone. Danzo stared at the Lord of the Inferno for a second longer before backing off. Ifrit then turned to the rest of the council and said, I may not be able to provide proof, but there are other ways to convince you that my words are true. That, I can assure you. I thank you, Lord Ifrit, your tales of the distant past have been very entertaining, Hiruzen began. And your explanation of you and your kind has laid many of the questions in my mind to rest. Hiruzen bowed before the primal, and the shinobi council followed suit. The civilian council remained in their seats, but nobody really cared. I move forward the motion that Sasuke Uchiha be allowed to sign the summoning contract, Mabuki spoke up suddenly. Hiruzen groaned and wanted to do nothing more than bash his head into the table for the stupidity he heard. No, Ifrit said. What do you mean, no? He's a much more worthy summoner than that, boy, Mabuki spat as she glared at Naruto, who just gave her a bored look. There can only be one summoner, and Naruto has been chosen by myself and the other primals, even that high and mighty God King, Ifrit told her. That's only because you lot have not met Sasuke-kun, another councilman said. That is not the case, Ifrit said. The Rikudo Sennin said that there would only be one to open the summoning contract he created for us, one who possessed the right requirements. Requirements that Naruto possesses, meaning that your Uchiha is unworthy. How dare you claim our precious Sasuke-kun unworthy, you foul beast? We should have you killed for such heresy. Surrender to Sasuke-kun. Enough. Hiruzen roared as he slammed his fist into the table, pulverizing it. I have had enough of your foolishness. One more word out of any of you and I will have you executed on the spot. Do you understand? Most of the Civiline Council cowered in their seats. Hamura and Koharu were close to fainting, only their shinobi nerves were able to keep them conscious. Danzo frowned seeing that his rival had gained in strength. Impressive, such ferocity and strength would gain you the respect of two of my brethren, Ifrit remarked. Once again, I apologize for their insolence, Hiruzen said to the primal. And I thank you for answering our question, Lord Ifrit. Ifrit nodded and said, the next primal you meet shall not be me. I can see that the next time a primal is needed, I will not be ideal for the battle. With that, the primal vanished in a burst of flame. Hiruzen then stood up and cleared his throat. With that, I'd like to end this meeting, you may all return to your duties in the village, he told everyone. He then faced the civilian side and gave them a look that said, say something, I dare you. The civilian council practically raced out of the room, much to the shinobi's amusement. The other half of the council bowed respectively to the Hokage before calmly walking out of the room, leaving only Hiruzen, Naruto, and Kushina. So Gigi, what now? Naruto asked. I believe that you should go and see your team, let them know that you're awake, Hiruzen told him. Especially a certain Hyuga heiress who was visiting you almost every day. Naruto turned a little red before trying to exit quickly. But Kushina quickly grabbed him and began to squeeze the life out of him. Oh! My baby's growing up so fast. He's already going to have his first date. She squealed. How did you know? Naruto shouted nervously. I'm supposed to know things like this. Did you honestly think that I didn't notice what you were doing when the invasion began? Kushina asked him before squeezing even tighter. Kakayan. Naruto whined as he tried to get away. Hiruzen just burst out laughing at the family before him. Elsewhere. Arg. Orochimaru howled in pain as he gripped his arms in a desire to dull the pain, only making it worse. Them all, he roared. Kabuto sighed as he finished his diagnostic of his master's limbs, the constant moaning was starting to get on his nerves. It's no use, Orochimaru-sama. Your chakra pathways have been practically destroyed, and your arms themselves are almost dead, Kabuto told him. Well, find a way to fix it. Orochimaru ordered. I don't possess the medical skill required to do so, only your former teammate Tsunade does, and she's a part of Konoha again, Kabuto explained. The Rouge Sannin snarled with unrestrained fury as he looked down at his arms. The skin had turned into a disgusting mixture of a sickly green and purple, and the arms were beginning to look like they were deformed. And that was only the surface, the insides were probably much worse. Do we not have anything to fix this? Orochimaru demanded. Not that I know of, but I'll begin looking for a solution right away, Kabuto told his master before leaving, letting the Sannin suffer alone. Unknown. The time has come to begin our search, a figure who looked to be made of static stated. He was in a dark cave along with 8 other figures, only 2 of them looking normal. So, who's first? A figure with green eyes asked in a deep tone. We shall begin by observing our targets before we begin plans to capture them, the apparent leader declared. Hopefully they'll be with some fodder that I can slaughter, a figure with purple eyes and a scythe on his back gleefully shouted. You and your ridiculous religion, the green eyes figure sighed, gaining the ire of the other man. Enough, the leader ordered, stopping the argument before it could begin. You two can bicker on your own time, for now, focus. What is the status of Konoha? He asked, turning to the 2 solid figures. They're wounded, but still active, one of them said in a monotone voice. But they won't be able to detect us slip in. Then go and observe the Kyubi Jinchuriki, and if possible, capture him, the leader ordered. The 2 nodded and the figures faded from their view. So, looking forward to returning to your old home again, Itachi-san, the larger figure asked as he hefted a large object onto his back. I've never cared for the village Kisame, but I am interested in seeing how much things have changed, Itachi Uchiha told him as he opened his eyes, his 3-tomoed Sharingan spinning hypnotically as he walked forward and exited the cave. Konoha Uzumaki residence. Naruto let out a snort as he was roused from his slumber. He looked around and saw that he was in a completely different room. His mind woke up a moment later, and reminded him that this was his new room of his new home. Indeed, now that Kushina had been revealed to the public and had confirmed that Naruto was indeed her son, and by extension, an Uzumaki, she had publicly claimed ownership of the Uzumaki compound that had been placed under the Hokage's care after her supposed death. Hiruzen had kept the place in the best condition possible, wanting to give it to Naruto when he was older as the compound was his by blood. But now that Kushina was alive and well, he happily returned the ownership of the compound to her, relieved that Naruto would be able to share his home with family at such an early stage of his life. Naruto got out of bed and stretched his arms, listening to all of his bones pop. He made a beckoning motion with his hands and all of his hearts shot out of their hiding places and leapt back into his back. He dragged his feet towards the door and opened it up to walk downstairs. He passed by his sister's door and noted that she was still sleeping based on the light snores that he heard. He trudged down the steps and entered the living room. It was a simple living room with 3 couches around a coffee table. There was a small shrine in the back of the room that Kushina had made for Minato. It had several pictures of the 2 surrounding a portrait similar to the one in the Hokage's office, even one of them with Naruto still in the womb, the closest thing they had to a family picture. There were flowers around the shrine with seals on them to keep them fresh for a long time. Naruto walked into the kitchen, the smell of a delicious breakfast making his stomach rumble loudly. Kushina smiled and turned around to see the half-awake Naruto. Good morning Naruto-kun, Kushina greeted. Morning, Naruto mumbled as he trudged into his chair. He then proceeded to rest his head in his arms and fall back asleep. Kushina then grew an impish smile as she thought of an idea to keep him awake. Oh well, guess there'll be more ramen for me then, she sighed dramatically, looking at Naruto out of the corner of her eye. Just as she planned, Naruto sprung up quickly, wide awake. Ramen for breakfast? Where? Kushina then slid a plate of pancakes in front of him and told him, sorry, maybe next time. Her grin only got wider as Naruto sent her a tired glare. He mumbled something incoherently as he stuffed a piece of pancake in his mouth. Several minutes later, Natsumi sleepily walked downstairs towards the kitchen. She was rubbing her eye with one hand and held a strange stuffed animal in another. It was a strange white being with a large red nose, horizontal slants for eyes, and an antennae with a large red ball on it. Naruto smiled at the sight, seeing that she was enjoying the gift that he had given her. Technically, it was a gift from one of the races that served a primal, they had insisted that he take it after he mentioned his sister. And with an idea from Tsunade, he was able to make it more than a regular stuffed animal. Jiraiya had shuddered when he saw what happened to the person who tried to bully Natsumi. He was sure that he would have nightmares for weeks. Morning. Natsumi yawned as she sat in her chair, placing her stuffed animal in front of her. Kushina approached her with a plate of pancakes, causing her eyes to widen. Natuzumi swiftly moved her plush out of the way to make room for her breakfast. She instantly began to devour them with gusto, practically cleaning the plate in 5 minutes, much to the astonishment of Naruto and Kushina. She held up her plate and asked, "More please." She said this with an innocent smile on her face. Kushina just nodded, still in shock, and went to get more for the growing girl. Naruto was shaken out of his shock by the rumbling laughter from within his mind. He internally looked back and saw Kurama rolling on the floor in laughter. Bwahahahaha. And here I was thinking she would have a ramen addiction like the rest of her family. Gahahahaha. Kurama roared. Naruto just huffed and left his mindscape, returning to reality to see his little sister inhaling more pancakes. Well, at least the mornings will be interesting, Naruto thought as he went back to eating his own breakfast. 30 minutes later. So Sochi, are you ready for tonight? Kushina asked Naruto with a wide grin on her face. It took Naruto a moment to process what she asked before his face became red with embarrassment. Ka-chan. Naruto whined. I'm already getting enough of this from Gigi and Hitomi-sama, I don't need more. But Nichan, don't you want to go out with Hinata-san? Natsumi asked as she hugged her plushie. Naruto's mind then wandered back to the event that happened 2 days ago. Flashback, 2 days ago. Naruto walked out of Ichiraku with a full stomach and a large smile on his face. He had broken his record once again, and had a delicious lunch as a bonus. He looked around and saw that everyone was working hard to rebuild the village and make improvements to buildings that were very old. He was wondering if he would be given the Chunin rank at the end of the week, when the Hokage had announced that they would be ready with the equipment for those who were promoted. Naruto-kun. Said boy turned around just in time to see a blue-haired blur slam into him, nearly toppling him over. Oof. What the dash? Naruto paused as he looked down and saw that it was Hinata that slammed into him, her arms wrapped around him tightly. You're awake, she cried. When I didn't find you in your hospital room I was so worried. Sorry about that, Naruto apologized. I tried to find you after I got out, but I had no idea where you were, and Hanabi-chan had no idea either. Ka-chan took me out to an old Hyuga shrine for the past day, she wanted to show me something, Hinata answered. She then realized that she was hugging Naruto, in the middle of the street, for all the people to see. Eep! She squeaked as she leapt back, her face lighting up like a Christmas tree. Say Hinata, since we've got some time until Gigi announces who becomes a Chunin, and since we've got no work in the village right now. Naruto trailed off, his face growing a blush. Yes? Hinata asked. I was thinking about, Naruto mumbled. Could you repeat that? Hinata asked. Naruto took a deep breath, slapped his cheeks and said, I was thinking about taking you out on that date I promised you. Hinata gasped, shock and joy entering her mind. Shock and joy that Naruto was asking her out, the one thing she wanted for a very long time. Naruto asked me on a date. Naruto asked me on a date. Naruto asked me on a date. Naruto asked me an date. Naruto took this the wrong way and quickly said, if you don't want to that's okay, I'm not forcing you to come. What are you doing? Answer him before he changes his mind. I'd love to. Hinata blurted out, immediately clapping her hands over her mouth in embarrassment for how loud she was. I mean, I'd love to go on a D-date with you, Naruto-kun. Naruto's mood immediately lifted. Great. How about I take you out to dinner in 2 days? Why yes, that'd be wonderful. Hinata agreed. Okay, see you later. Naruto waved goodbye as he ran home. Hinata numbly waved back as her mind went on autopilot, taking her home, where she fainted the moment she entered her room, a large smile on her face. Flashback end. Naruto shook his head and told Natsumi, "Of course I want to, she's practically the only girl my age who's been kind to me from the beginning." "Then you should get ready, I've got an old Uzumaki kimono that I think will fit you perfectly," Kushina said. "Ka-chan, I'm picking her up at 6:30. Naruto reminded her. "You should still try on the kimono, just in case I need to make a few adjustments," Kushina told him. Naruto sighed and nodded in agreement, so Kushina took him by the arm and led him out of the kitchen, and upstairs to her room. Hyuga compound. Hinata was madly digging through her closet, tossing clothes to the side in search of something to wear for tonight. Hanabi was sitting on her bed, watching her make a mess in amusement. "Hinata-sama, Hayashi-sama has reeked ga." Niji was cut off as a jacket was thrown into his face as soon as he entered the doorway. "I'm busy," Hinata yelled, not paying attention to anything. Now Hinata-chan," Hitomi lightly scolded, though the grin on her face said she was amused. "You should go and see what your father wants, Hanabi, and I will find something for you to wear." "Hi Ka-chan," Hinata stuttered as she tried to calm herself down. She shakily walked out of her room and towards her father's office while Hitomi and Hanabi set to work finding something for her to wear. Hayashi was sitting in his office, patiently waiting for Hinata to arrive. Normally he would go through some more papers to kill time, but his mind was in another place. His firstborn was going on her first date, and he was trying to wrap his head around that fact. He was honestly surprised when Naruto arrived days ago to ask him for permission. Flashback, 3 days ago. "Enter," Hayashi told whoever was at his door. He had no planned meetings at this time, so he had no idea who it was. He wasn't going to use his Byakugan to check anyway, as it was looked down upon to use the Byakugan outside of a spar in the compound, but that did not mean that it wasn't done now and then. The Hyuga patriarch was surprised to see Naruto enter his office, having no idea what the young Uzumaki wanted. "Naruto, this is an unexpected surprise," Hayashi greeted him. "Greetings Hayashi-sama, I have come here today to make a request of you," Naruto greeted formally. Now Hiyasi's interest was piqued. It was very rare for Naruto to be formal. So this request he was making was obviously important to him. He idly wondered what it was, but could come up with only one thing. "And what is this request?" Naruto took a deep breath, obviously steeling himself, and told him, "I would like to take your daughter, Hinata, out on a date." Hayashi sighed internally. His suspicions confirmed. In all honesty, he knew that this day would come due to how close the two had gotten ever since they became friends all those years ago. Not to mention that his wife was constantly going on about how adorable they would look together. "And why should I allow this?" Hayashi asked him, leaning forward. "There are many other young men your age, some of them having more notability than you." "Because I know Hinata the best, as I've been her friend outside of your clan the longest," Naruto replied. "I know almost everything about her, what she likes, what she dislikes, and what her dreams are. And I'll work to make them come true." Impressive response. He's passed this first test, but let's see how he does with the next one, Hayashi thought, smirking internally. A very true point, but what about those who have more to offer than you? Hayashi asked again. "I want my daughter to have a bright future where she will be very happy. Like I told you before, I know Hinata better than anyone outside of your clan," Naruto stated once again. "That also means that I know that she doesn't care about money or fame. What she wants is to have is a caring family and make sure that her family is happy. You would be ruining her if you married her off to someone just because they're rich. But if you're really concerned about that, then the Uzumaki treasury will please you, as we have a large amount of funds that have grown large ever since Ka-chan died. In all honesty, the thing about money is complete nonsense, as I would assist her even if you were broke," Hayashi thought. Nonetheless, the fact that your clan is large on funds is relieving. Hayashi sat there for several minutes, his eyes staring into Naruto. He could see how much he wanted to take Hinata out on this date, and how much he cared for her. The amount of care that he held for her was great, impressing the Hyuga leader. He could also see an amount of fear that Naruto had of him, which pleased him greatly. I have decided, Hayashi began, that I will allow you to take Hinata out on your date. Your points were solid, and you passed my little tests to see how much you care for her. You already know that I care for her a lot. Naruto shouted. She's my best friend, my closest friend. I know that, Naruto, believe me, Hayashi told him. But you must understand that she is also my daughter, and it is a father's duty to make sure that their daughter will be happy throughout her life, even when I am not here anymore. But on the other hand, she is also the heiress of the clan, and that as the head of the clan, I need to make sure that our image is upheld throughout the village to keep all of our business running smoothly, and that clients stay with us. I will not lie to you, I would have hesitated to allow this if you had asked before the invasion, but now that your reputation is growing among the village, my fears are put at rest. Thank you Hayashi-sama, I'll make sure that Hinata is happy when we go out. Naruto thanked him as he bowed. Hayashi bowed as well. Oh, I know that, but there are several rules that I want you to be aware of, Hayashi told him as he stood up and walked to the back of the room, picking up a sword that was mounted on the wall. Naruto gulped as he grew nervous, making Hayashi gain a large grin that he quickly hid. First and foremost, I want my daughter to be returned to the compound at 9 o'clock. Any moment later will be met with appropriate punishment, Hayashi stated as he examined the sheathed sword in his hand. Naruto just stiffly nodded, keeping an eye on the older man's hands. Secondly, you are to treat her with the utmost respect, and defend her from any ruffians who attempt to do her harm, be they meaning to attack either you or the Hyuga clan. This time, Naruto's fear vanished as he gave Hayashi a determined nod that surprised the man momentarily. He then smirked to himself and continued to examine the sword, his hand now on its hilt. Thirdly, and most importantly, you are to refrain from any inappropriate actions with my daughter, otherwise. In a flash, Hayashi unsheathed the sword and aimed it at Naruto's nose. The young Jinchuriki yelped and froze up in fear. Even his threads were frozen stiff, not coming out to defend him. Do we have an understanding? Hayashi asked in an eerily calm tone. Naruto quickly nodded, trying to inch away from the sword. Excellent, I am pleased to see that, Hayashi told him. That is all, you may go now. Naruto didn't miss a beat and quickly activated his Manjikyu, using Kamui to quickly escape. Hayashi sheathed his sword and placed it back on the wall before continuing his work, a smug smirk on his face for the rest of the day. Flashback end. Hayashi grinned in amusement at the memory, scaring Naruto had been entertaining indeed. He wished he could do it again. Tusama, you called for me? Hinata asked as she entered his office. Yes, please take a seat, Hayashi requested. Hinata took a seat right in front of his desk. I understand that you are going on an outing with your teammate. Hinata gained a slight blush as she responded, why yes Tusama. I'm going out with Naruto-kun tonight. Indeed, he had come to me several days ago to ask for my permission, which I had obviously given, Hayashi stated. Now there are several things that I want you to be aware of when you go out. Yes? Hinata asked. First and foremost, you are a young woman, and while I trust Naruto with your well-being, I am also aware that he is a young man himself. So be mindful of him and make sure that he behaves himself, Hayashi stated. Tusama, Naruto-kun would never do something to harm me outside of a spar, please have some more faith in him, Hinata pleaded. Can you blame me for worrying over you? Hayashi asked. Secondly, you are the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Your actions will reflect on the clan, no matter what you do, so please make sure that both you and Naruto are on good behavior. Hinata nodded, already knowing this fact from when her mother spoke to her earlier. And finally, Hayashi began as he stood up and walked around his desk, he stood before Hinata and knelt down, placing his hands on her shoulders. Enjoy yourself. You can only have one first date. Hinata gave her father a smile and replied, I will too, Sama. She gave him a hug before exiting his office. Later that evening, Naruto fidgeted nervously as he stood in the main room of the Hyuga compound. Hayashi and Niji were in the same room giving him stone-cold stares that would have reduced a normal man into a blubbering mess. The young Uzumaki was wearing a dark blue kimono with a black sash around his waist. The Uzumaki clan emblem was on the back, and he was wearing traditional open-toed sandals. Kushina had dug out the old kimono and had made the proper adjustments to fix it up, and make it Naruto's size. Naruto gulped as the stares from the other two males intensified. The silence was broken by a giddy Kushina and a pleased Hitomi walking down the steps. Oh Naruto-kun, Kushina said in a happy tone, you're going to enjoy tonight, I just know it. The young Uzumaki boy looked behind them and froze. Walking down the steps was Hinata Hyuga. She was wearing a pure white kimono with autumn leaf designs on the left side, and a sunny yellow obi wrapped around her waist. She wasn't wearing any makeup, as both Kushina and her mother told her that her natural beauty made it unneeded. She nervously walked down the stairs, blushing as she was Naruto staring at her with awe in his eyes, making her feel happy. She took in his appearance and thought that he looked even more handsome than usual. Hinata-chan, you look amazing. Naruto blurted out. Hinata blushed furiously and hid her face behind her sleeves. Told you, Hanabi told Kushina from behind her sister. The elder Uzumaki grumbled before handing the grinning girl a handful of coins. Hitomi giggled at their banter, not bothering to hide her amusement. Shall we get going? Naruto asked as he offered his date a hand. Hinata nodded before reaching out to him, taking her hand in his. Hold it! Kushina shouted. We need a picture of this. In a flash, she repositioned both of the children so that they were picture-ready. Naruto had his arm around Hinata, and the Hyuga heiress had her hands clasped in front of her, while a blush adorned her cheeks. Smile. Kushina took several pictures with a camera she brought just for this occasion. Now get going. You're burning daylight. She practically shoved the both of them out of the door and slammed it behind them. Must you be so pushy? Hayashi asked as he deadpanned at the immature woman. I just don't want them to realize their feelings when it's too late, Kushina told the Hyuga head, reminding him of some of the tragedies of life. Konoha streets. The young couple walked through the brightly lit streets, gaining attention of several people, mostly females who gushed over how adorable they looked together. Hinata blushed at the praise and tried to hide behind Naruto, but he encouraged her to stay at his side and take praise in the compliments, to which he agreed with under his breath. Where are we going, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, having gained some more confidence along the way. Ka-chan helped me make a reservation at a nice restaurant yesterday, Naruto answered her, leading the way. They eventually came up upon a fancy-looking restaurant. In the windows they could see several couples enjoying their own outings. Hinata's eyes bulged the moment she saw the sign hanging above. The royal leaf? She gasped in shock. Naruto-kun, how were you able to get a reservation here? You have to request 1 month in advance. Plus it's really expensive. Naruto just gave her a grin and explained, well, back during the invasion, my newly acquired lightning and wind hearts rescued the owners of this place. Their daughter was at the stadium and told them about my Jiongu when they told her about their rescue. So when me and Ka-chan were looking for a restaurant, we ran into them and gave me this reservation as a way to say thank you. Though Ka-chan insisted on giving them money even though they offered it for free. Hinata just stared at him in shock before she shook herself back to reality. Naruto then led her inside the restaurant, where they were stopped by a maitre d' who had a small grin as he saw the blonde. Ah! The savior of the restaurant and his date. He greeted them warmly. I was told to expect you tonight, and I was not disappointed at all. Naruto just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. The maître d' then took the couple to their table and left them with their menus. Naruto, having been trained by Kushina on how to be a gentleman, pulled out Hinata's chair for her and pushed it back towards the table after she had taken her seat before sitting down himself. So, Naruto trailed off as he tried to think of a conversation starter. How's things going with your family? It's fine, Hinata replied shyly, still nervous. Toussaint managed to get things under control after the invasion. How's everything with your family? It's going great. Naruto beamed. It's really nice to live in a house with other people, especially family. Natsumi sometimes crawls into my bed at night for some reason, but Ka-chan told me that she just wants to grow closer with me. That's true, Hanabi-chan used to that too, especially whenever my parents were out on a date and would come home late, Hinata told him, her nervousness slowly evaporating. Good evening Hyuga-sama, Uzumaki-sama, a waiter greeted as he approached them. I shall be your waiter this evening, may I take your order? I'll have katsu with curry rice, Naruto said after taking a look at his menu. And you Hyuga-sama? No, I'll have the katsudon, Hinata replied. The waiter thanked them and took their menus. Outside. Come on Gaki, make a move already. Jiraiya whined as he spied on his godson from a building across the street. He was spying on Naruto's date for some writing ideas for his next book. The author of Ika had hit a block in his writing, and was searching for information. He's Minato's son, so he's obviously inherited Minato's skills with the ladies. Was Jiraiya's thoughts. Unfortunately for him, he didn't expect any interference tonight. And just what do you think you're doing? A voice asked behind him. Jiraiya froze, sweat pouring off of his head and his complexion turning pale. He shakily turned around and saw Kushina standing there with her arms crossed and her eyes narrowed. It didn't help that Tsunade was standing next to her, sending him a glare that just screamed at him to run. And then there was Hitomi who wore a cold stony glare that would make Hayashi cringe in fear. Jiraiya babbled as he tried to find an excuse. I was just keeping an eye on them. Making sure that nobody would try anything. Really? Tsunade asked with a sarcastic tone. Because I would believe you, if it wasn't for this. She held up his notebook, which was open to all of the notes that he had taken tonight, before it burst into flames in her hands. Now then, shall we commence with the proper punishment? Hitomi asked, her voice as cold as her expression. Wait. You can't do anything here. You'll attract all kinds of attention. Jiraiya shouted, hoping to stall them long enough to escape. Good thing I placed a privacy seal here, as well as a area binding seal to keep you from leaving, Kushina told him, shattering his hopes instantly. Jiraiya let out a girlish scream as the trio of women descended upon him. Unknown. An enormous figure paused as he raised his head, the plant life that was growing around his arms ceasing entirely. His red eyes narrowed as he tried to figure out what was happening. What is it? A figure asked as he appeared from the nearby forest, his pure white eyes observing the fellow giant as the neighing of a horse could be heard. For a fleeting moment, I believed that I heard the cries of a man that was doomed to the fury of 3 scorned women, and then I heard only silence, the first figure answered. 'Tis of no concern of thee, the second one answered. Our concern lies not with every mortal, only the ones associated with the young one. Now I must return, the shroud shall not guard itself. The second figure departed back into the forest, leaving the red-eyed being to continue to grow the plant life around him. The royal leaf. Naruto and Hinata had a wonderful dinner. They had exchanged interesting stories about their lives, and had a delicious meal as well. Everyone could tell how happy the young couple was, and that their positive mood was affecting everyone in the restaurant. Did he really do that? Hinata giggled as Naruto told her about Jiraiya's latest attempt at peeking at Tsunade while she was at the springs. Yup. Naruto confirmed. He got beat so bad that he was unconscious for 3 days. Both of the teens' laughter started anew at the ridiculous Toad-san. Pardon me for interrupting, the waiter spoke up as he approached them, "but we have your bill." "Thank you," Naruto replied as he took the bill and took a look at it. He then proceeded to take out his wallet. "Naruto-kun, you don't have to pay," Hinata spoke up. "You're right, I don't have to," Naruto replied, "but I want to." "Isn't it the man's job to pay for a date?" he asked her with a grin. Hinata just blushed and looked away. After they had left the restaurant, they had noticed that it was nearly 9 o'clock, nearly time for Naruto to take Hinata home as per the rules Hayashi laid out for him. He thought of what to do before then, and then he got an idea. "Hey Hinata," Naruto called out, getting the young girl's attention. "Hi?" Hinata asked. "Hold on tight," Naruto told her with an impish grin. "What are yo eep?" Hinata squeaked as Naruto lifted her up bridal style and leapt on top of a nearby building. Hinata quickly wrapped her arms around his neck as to not fall off. "Naruto!" Hinata screamed as the young Jinchuriki flew from building to building. "Just relax." Naruto laughed. "It's not gonna be long till we get there." True to his words, he arrived at his destination and set Hinata down. He took a look at her and burst out laughing at her bewildered face, along with her hair which was sticking up all over the place. Hinata pouted and started banging her fists against his chest. "It's not funny. You nearly scared me to death." Naruto backed away, wiping the tears from his eyes. "Sorry, but if I didn't do that, then we wouldn't get here on time." "Get where?" Hinata asked as she smoothed out her hair. Naruto merely pointed behind her. She turned around and gasped at the sight that she beheld. The entire village of Konoha was laid out before her, lit up by the night lights. The whole village looked like the stars above, bright and beautiful. It was then that she realized where she actually was. "We're on the Hokage monument." Hinata gasped. "Yup. I used to come up here when I just wanted to be away from it all," Naruto told her. "This is my special place, so I wanted to share it with you." "Naruto-kun, it's wonderful." Hinata exclaimed as she gave him a tight hug, which Naruto returned. When they let go, Naruto walked over to the yandame's head and sat down. "I always felt more comfortable when I was sitting on top of the yandame's head," Naruto explained to her with a touch of sadness in his voice. "Now I know why." Hinata slowly walked towards him and sat down gently. "I know it's probably hard knowing that your father was the Hokage, and that he was the one who sealed the kyubi in you. But he did that because he loved you and wanted you to live, and that he had faith that you could bear the burden." "I know, Ka-chan explained it to me when I asked her about it," Naruto told her. "I still wonder what it'd be like if he was alive too. Though I'm afraid of the thought, I'm afraid that I'd turn out like Sasuke." "I don't think so," Hinata disagreed. "I think you'd be the same way you are now, just without the Jiongu and maybe without the primals." "You really think so?" Naruto asked. "I know so," Hinata clarified. Naruto grinned and wrapped his arm around her. She blushed a bright red at the action, but snuggled close to him anyway. The two of them stayed there for a while, just watching the sight below them. "Naruto-kun," Hinata spoke. "Yes?" Naruto asked. "Thank you for being here with me, I had a lot of fun tonight," Hinata told him. "Me too, we should do something like this again," Naruto told her. "Yeah," Hinata agreed. And the two of them sat there as the night went on. Konoha Hokage Tower. "Are you sure of doing this now? I thought you wanted to wait until he was older and ready to learn about his heritage, right?" Hiruzen asked Jiraiya. "And to wait till he was stronger, but since Naruto already knows about his, and is stronger than we thought, it might be better to do it now rather than later," Jiraiya explained. Hiruzen sighed and took a long drag of his pipe. He wanted to think long and hard on all of this. Jiraiya was correct in saying that Naruto was stronger than they had predicted him to be, and he had known about his heritage earlier than he should have. "I can agree with your points, however, it still seems a bit risky to send him out now," Hiruzen told him. We're still recovering from the invasion, and I will need to announce who has become a Chunin soon. Can't you hold it off until we get back? Jiraiya asked. I've been putting it off for a while now, I can't put it off anymore, Hiruzen explained. Well, why not bring them here now and get it over with? It's not like it's a public event, Jiraiya told him. I suppose you're right, now would be a good time to inform the new Chunin of their position, Hiruzen agreed. It would also bring Naruto and Kushina here so you may gain her permission to take Naruto on your journey. Why would I need her permission? Jiraiya asked. You want to take Naruto to his homeland, where there's sure to be some form of danger along the way, without informing his mother? His mother, who is arguably one of the most powerful kunoichi alive? Hiruzen asked. Well, when you put it that way. Jiraiya gulped. Hiruzen shouted, summoning a small group of ANBU units that kneeled before him. Go and summon each of these shinobi to my office, he ordered, placing small name cards of each promoted genin on the front of his desk. The ANBU took the cards, and memorized the names on them before burning them with a small katan jutsu. Also, whoever is going to summon Naruto Uzumaki is to also summon Kushina Uzumaki as well, Hiruzen told them. The ANBU nodded before using the Shunshin to vanish from the office. 1 hour later. Hinata Hyuga politely knocked on the Hokage's door, waiting for permission to enter. She was wondering if the Hokage had a mission for her team. Enter! The Sandaime shouted from within. So she turned the handle and pushed open the door, seeing all of the occupants inside. Both of her teammates, Kushina and Shikamaru, in front of the Hokage's desk. Standing behind the Hokage was Jiraiya with his arms crossed, leaning against the window. Ah, thank you for coming, Hinata, Hiruzen greeted. Hi, Hinata-chan. Naruto greeted as he gave her a smile. Hello, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted in response. And hello to you as well, Shino-kun, Shikamaru-san. Greetings, Hinata-san, Shino greeted. Shikamaru merely grunted in response, as he looked like he would rather be sleeping than being here. Now that everyone is here, we can begin, Hiruzen began. Begin with what? Naruto asked. Why, with telling you that you've become Chunin, of course, Hiruzen told him with a smile on his face. Naruto exclaimed, voicing the shock that all of them probably felt. Shikamaru was probably feeling annoyance instead. I've been promoted? Hinata gasped. Indeed, you impressed both the Raikage and myself with your skills during the exams, Hiruzen told her. It took your mother quite a while to create her own version of the Juken, but you managed to learn the basics in a month's time from what I've been told. It's nothing really, Hinata told him. There's no need to be modest, you should be proud with how far you've come in such a short amount of time, Hiruzen told her, presenting her with a Chunin equipment set, which included a flak jacket, a manual on the responsibilities of a Chunin, and more kunai, shuriken, as well as some scrolls. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Hinata said as she took the equipment set and backed away, a proud smile on her face. Her teammates proudly clapped for her, and Shikamaru gave her a nod of acknowledgement. Shino Aburama, Hiruzen began as the other member of Team 8 stepped forth. Your skill with Kenjutsu was most impressive, as only a small number of Aburame have picked up another skill outside of their particular field. What was also impressive was how you managed to manipulate your Kikeichu in those unique ways to work in conjunction with your Kenjutsu, not to mention your mental fortitude when you lost a large number of them in your match with Hinata. Thus, the Raikage and I have agreed to grant you with the rank of Chunin. Hiruzen handed him the equipment set that he had already given Hinata. Shino bowed and stepped back, a small smile on his face. Shikamaru Nara, your promotion was a special case, Hiruzen began as the lazy Nara trudged up to him, a tired look on his face. Straighten up, kid, you're standing in front of your boss, Jiraiya said sternly, causing the young Nara to straighten up. While your intelligence and the skills that you possessed in making such plans were very impressive, your lack of motivation and disinterest had worked against you. You have been granted the rank of Chunin, but your father and I spoke after the fact and we decided that if you are performing poorly, your rank will be taken away and you shall become a genin once more. Troublesome, can't I just turn this down? Shikamaru grumbled. You could, though I believe that your mother will be very upset at your decision, not to mention that it could injure your chances at a future promotion, Hiruzen told him as he held out the equipment set. Shikamaru just sighed and took the equipment. And finally, Naruto Uzumaki, Hiruzen started with a small smile on his face. Naruto stepped forward with a large grin on his face. Kushina standing behind him with a proud look on her face. Quite frankly, you surprised both myself and the Raikage with everything you did. Your high amount of skill over your Jiongu and all of the jutsu that you've learned was very impressive. The coordination between your hearts and the combination that you made between Katan and Doton for making Yoton shocked everyone, I believe. Not me, I pitched him the idea. Jiraiya boasted. Yes, and I'm surprised that you were the first one to come up with that idea, Hiruzen told him. Is that an insult? Jiraiya asked in a deadpan tone. No, I just mean that I had expected myself to come up with it as I had done the same thing in the past, Hiruzen told him. Another thing that surprised everyone was your unique summons, though you did have the kitsune contract before, right? Yeah, but I can only summon small kitsune for stealth or sabotage missions, Naruto explained. I kinda have to earn the respect of the other kitsunes. Nevertheless, I am proud to award you the rank of Chunin, Hiruzen said as he handed the young Uzumaki his own equipment set. Naruto took it with a giant grin on his face before stepping back. Congratulations to all of you, make sure you continue to do good work for your village and its people, Hiruzen finished before dismissing them. Naruto, Kushina, if you could stay for a moment. Bye guys, see you later. Naruto shouted to his friends as they left. Hinata gave him a small wave while Shino nodded in his direction. Shikamaru merely grunted before trudging out. So what's up? Kushina asked. Hiruzen merely motioned for Jiraiya to begin. I want to take the Gaki with me to Uzushiogakure to dig up any secrets that the Uzumaki clan might have left behind, Jiraiya told her. Why? She asked, some concern filling her being. Originally, we were going to ask you if you would assist us in this mission, but then we learned that you were pregnant with your son at the time, Hiruzen told her. We then decided to wait until you had fully recovered from your pregnancy before asking. However, your assumed death caused us to wait until we believed Naruto was ready to learn of his heritage before asking him. And with him learning about it now, as well as gaining much more power than we thought he would, we decided to initiate this little plan of ours now. The reason for this is to make sure that none of our enemies can get their hands on anything that can be catastrophic for the village, Jiraiya explained. We were allies with the Uzumaki clan, and we failed them in their time of need. All we can do now is make sure that all of their seals, relics, and anything else that they have is recovered and kept out of our enemies' hands, specifically Iwa's. Still, why not ask me to go? I'm capable, Kushina argued. Truthfully, we feel that you still need to recover some more. Tsunade said that you're still not where you used to be, and that won't change for a while still, Hiruzen explained. Plus, there are still clan head duties that you need to go over, and that will still take a while to get through. Don't worry Ka-chan, I'll be fine, Naruto reassured her. Besides, I always wanted to see Uzushio after I learned about having a clan. Kushina bit her lip in thought, thinking hard about what to do. After a few minutes, she let out a sigh. Alright, you can go, Kushina said. However, I want you to make sure that he doesn't come home with any serious injury, she directed that last part at Jiraiya, who gulped under her glare. Come on Gaki, we're gonna be leaving in a couple hours, Jiraiya told Naruto before leaping out of the window. Can't he learn to use the door like a normal person? Kushina sighed before leaving herself, Naruto following her moments later. Hiruzen just sat back and took a drag from his pipe, a small smile on his face. 3 hours later Konoha Gates. He says to meet him here at this time, but he can't even be bothered to show up when he says to show up. Naruto grumbled as he waited impatiently by the gates. He had a small backpack with him, filled with necessities, and scrolls containing even more items just so he didn't run out. I'm sure that Jiraiya-sama had some important business that he needs to do, Hinata defended. She was there along with Kushina and Natsumi, preparing to see Naruto off. That is, if the Sannin that he was supposed to go with would show up. Hiya. Jiraiya greeted as he strolled up to them, a large grin on his face. Kushina scowled as the smell of booze and cheap perfume entered her nose, letting her know just exactly where Jiraiya was. You old pervert. You went and hung out at another brothel, didn't you? Kushina yelled, preparing to pull out her sword on the old Sannin. Jiraiya cringed and took a leap back, ready to run if he needed to. Hey! Do you want this trip to end up being longer than it needs to be? Jiraiya shouted. I don't want to spend too much time on the road, even if I do like traveling. Not enough pretty girls to research. He whispered that last part to himself. Kushina growled and made a threatening motion with her sword before putting it down. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief before walking up to the group. So Gaki, ready to head out? Jiraiya asked the young Uzumaki. Yeah, but Natsumi has something to say to you, Naruto told him, a devilish grin on his face that sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. He turned towards the little girl and bent down to her height. Yeah, what is it, kiddo? Jiraiya asked. You better take care of my big brother, or else me and Muguli are gonna get you, Natsumi said as she held up her little doll, making Jiraiya turn pale as a ghost before backing away in fright. You've made a monster with that thing. Jiraiya shouted at the snickering blonde who just shrugged in response. Naruto then turned to Hinata, who had a nervous look on her face, most likely from the thought of Naruto being away for a while. It was even worse as they had just become a couple too. Don't worry Hinata-chan, I'll be back before you know it, Naruto reassured her as he placed she hands over hers. Hinata took a deep breath to try and calm herself before she looked at Naruto with a smile on her face. Right, I'll be waiting for you. And I'll be stronger when you get back too. Naruto laughed and gave her a tight hug which she eagerly returned. After a minute, they released and Naruto went to Jiraiya. Ready? The Sannin asked, Naruto nodded and the Sannin turned and started down the road, Naruto following him. He turned and gave a final wave to his family and girlfriend which they eagerly returned before he turned back and continued after the Sannin. Hinata let out a sad sigh as Naruto disappeared in the trees. Kushina placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, Don't worry, he'll be alright, he's Minato's son after all. Hinata gave a firm nod before all three of them walked back into the village. Up in his office, Hiruzen was watching his surrogate grandson leave with his old student. He offered a silent prayer for them to have a safe journey before returning to his work. Unknown. In a dark area of a forest, there was a large round table with 13 symbols carved into it. There was a flame, a tornado, cracked earth, a water drop, a bolt of lightning, a snowflake, a strange circular symbol with a cross through it, 4 swords, a cloud, an eye, a tree, and a sun were on the outer edges of the table. In the center was the image of a burning moon, with the flames arced in a way that it was streaking towards something, almost like a meteor. 12 portals opened up on all of the outer symbols except for the sun emblem, and shadowed individuals came out of the portals. The only recognizable one was Ifrit, who stood at the flame symbol. For what reason have you called us here for, Arbiter? The figure at the symbol of the 4 swords asked the one over by the symbol of the bolt of lightning, his voice buzzing like an insect's. There has been an awakening, the figure replied, his voice carrying years of wisdom with it. Another one of us hath supped of the ether, and has become free of her fetters. Of whom do you speak of? Came the gentle voice of a young woman over at the symbol of the snowflake. He speaks of mine sister, another of the triad, spoke the large figure over by the symbol of the tree. What made him noticeable was she's 6 arms. With this, our number is now at 14. The one previously called Arbiter raised his staff, which had a twisted appearance at the top of it, and slammed it down. The table began to grow larger and another space appeared between the figures standing at the tree and eye symbols. Another symbol appeared, this one being scales in balance. The one standing at the eye symbol scoffed. Our number is truly at a count of 12 now, that accursed bird is never present, the metal titan still sleeps, and our Lord is still keeping himself broken and fragmented. The Lord of Rebirth has sworn to watch over our Lord and to mend his broken body. You have no right to admonish him for the oath he has taken, the figure at the strange circular symbol told the other figure. He appeared to be on a horse. As for the Lord of Time, we have not the ability to awaken him, for there is still a piece of his key missing, and the boy will have to be the one to infuse ether into his core. Speaking of the boy, the arbiter began as he turned to Ifrit, what are your thoughts on him? He is young, and has room for improvement, Ifrit said to them. However, he has courage and compassion for his friends in his heart. There is a light within him, a light I have not seen since the days of the warriors of light. We must be careful, we cannot allow the light to grow too much, lest we allow this world to suffer like the first nearly did, came the voice of the one on horseback. Agreed, it nearly brought ruin unto the already fragile balance, and we would have fallen into the ether, never to awaken, as our followers, and my children, would have perished, spoke the giant over by the symbol of cracked earth, his voice deep and gravelly. For the warriors of the first aimed to end the warrior of light, and without them, the paragons would have drowned the world in darkness, creating another void. This is a delicate matter indeed, we must tread carefully. We cannot waste the second chance we have been given, the serpent-like figure over by the water drop symbol spoke. We are in agreement then? The arbiter asked, seeing all of them nod their heads, he continued. Then this meeting is adjourned till the next matter arrives. I trust you shall see to it that your fellow triad member is informed of our situation? The six-armed figure nodded, and then the arbiter raised his staff and slammed it to the ground like a gavel, upon which all the figures returned to the portals that they came from, save two. Is there more you have to say, Ifrit? There is a human among the council our young summoner serves, one who holds a greed for power in him, Ifrit explained. I fear he may attempt something to force the boy to submitting to his demands. The figure appeared to be in though for a moment before replying, your concerns have been noted, and I shall speak to the rest about thy worries. Ifrit nodded and backed away into his own portal, and the arbiter did the same, leaving the forest empty once more. Outside the Konoha walls, two figures were walking down the path towards Konoha, both wearing similar outfits. They both had black cloaks with red clouds on them, and had straw hats with tassels covering their heads. One of them had a bandaged sword on his back. So this is Konoha, the one with the sword said as he took a deep breath. The fresh air is quite soothing, wouldn't you say? One of the village's finner features, his partner replied monotonously. Ma, aren't you excited to be back home, Itachi-san? The swordsman asked, the tassels parting to reveal a predatory grin on his face. His partner lifted his head a little as he gazed out onto the village, the tassels parting to reveal a red Sharingan eye that slowly spun around, etching the sight into his memory. Not in the slightest. Fire country on the road. So when are we getting to the next town, Erosenin? Naruto asked as he tossed an apple up and down before taking a bite out of it. We should be there in a few hours, Jiraiya replied as he took a quick look at his map. And I told you to stop calling me that. But then I wouldn't have a good nickname to call you, Naruto said. How about the wonderful, glorious, heartthrob Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya suggested, a smug grin on his face. Naruto looked like he was thinking about it for a moment before saying, nah, that's just a bunch of lies, and I was taught not to lie. Jiraiya glared at the blonde beside him. Gaki. He mumbled. Anyway, we're getting close to the next town. We're gonna rest up for the day before continuing on. Got it? Yeah, I got it, Naruto said as he took another bite out of his apple. Hey, so what are you looking for in Uzushio anyway? Sarutobi-sensei and I want to retrieve the sealing techniques that the Uzumaki locked away before they were overrun, Jiraiya explained. If anyone else were to get to them first, like say IWA, then they could use them against Konoha. And we wouldn't use them either? Naruto asked. Not unless we have to, which would most likely be to either strengthen the barrier surrounding the village, or as a deterrent for war. Konoha has no interest for starting a war, as we have nothing to gain from it, Jiraiya told him in a serious tone. Plus, all the dead bodies left behind at the end don't make the whole thing worth it. Sensei doesn't want to send any more people to their deaths, he's done enough of that for one lifetime. Yeah, I guess he has, Naruto muttered, remembering the fact that the Sandaime had to lead the village through the Third War. That's one of the things you need to be prepared for if you want to be Hokage Gaki. You gotta know that you may send some people to their deaths on some missions, especially if you're in a time of war, Jiraiya told him. But enough of that depressing stuff, onwards to the next village, there are things to be done. 50 Ryo says that he's gonna run to the nearest bathhouse or brothel when we get there, Naruto groaned in his head, all too aware of what was most likely on Jiraiya's mind. Konoha Markets. Kakashi walked down the street, whistling a small tune as he approached a small tea shop and saw Asuma and Kurenai outside as well. The two cloaked figures from earlier were inside as well. Well, don't you two look good together, out on a date? Kakashi teased his fellow jounin. Kurenai blushed and sent a glare at him while Asuma rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Idiot. I was picking up some sweets for Anko when I ran into this one when I decided to have some tea. So what are you doing here, Kakashi? Asuma asked. You picking up some stuff too? Not today, I'm meeting Sasuke here, Kakashi said, gaining the attention of one of the cloaked figures, which also alerted his partner. Speaking of the Uchiha, Sasuke arrived just that minute too. I'm surprised you're here before me, so what is it that you want, Kakashi? Sasuke asked, some slight irritation in his voice as his private training was interrupted. The cloaked figure immediately took a glance at the young Uchiha before he and his partner left the shop. Asuma and Kurenai leaving as well. Kakashi just gave Sasuke one of his eye smiles. Wait here, I have something to take care of real quick, Kakashi told him before disappearing as well. Sasuke scowled and immediately left the shop, intent on returning to his own training. Training Ground 22. The two cloaked figures walked alongside the river that ran through the training ground, trying to make their way out of sight. However, they stopped as Asuma and Kurenai appeared behind them, appearing tense and ready for combat. Why have you come back, Itachi Uchiha? Asuma questioned. The shorter of the two cloaked figures turned around and removed his hat, revealing the face of a young man with black hair slightly held up with a scratched-out Konoha headband. He had stress lines running down his face, and two Sharingan eyes gazing at the two jounin in front of him. So you already know Itachi, eh? Guess it would only be polite to introduce myself as well, the other figure said as he pulled off his hat, revealing a blue face with small beady eyes and gill-like markings on his face. He had spiky dark blue hair that resembled a shark fin. Kisame Hashigake at your service, he introduced himself while wearing a shark-like grin, showing off his sharp teeth. I've heard of you, Asuma said as he pulled out his trench knives. You're the monster of the hidden mist, a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I don't think your village likes me, Itachi, Kisame told his partner with a grin still on his face. You two are S-class criminals in the bingo book, Kurenai said. Pretty bold of you to come into a hidden village with reputations like that, especially you, Itachi. How dare you show your face here after that incident? Asuma, Kurenai, please do not interfere in my affairs, Itachi told them. Both of the Konoha shinobi before him said nothing as they slipped into a combat stance. Kisame responded by reaching for his sword and slamming it on the ground in an act of intimidation. Much to his surprise, they didn't flinch at his show of strength. Kisame, we don't have time to waste here, Itachi told his partner. Just make it so that they can't get back to the village to warn anyone until it's too late. Kisame grinned and sped towards Asuma, swinging his sword to smash against the jounin. Asuma blocked the attack with his knives, grunting as the weight of the weapon crashed against him, as well as Kisame's strength when swinging it. Kurenai flipped through several hand seals and vanished in a vapor-like fashion while the bandages on Kisame's sword began to unravel, revealing the sword to be made out of scales. Kisame's grin grew wider and he pulled his sword back, managing to wound Asuma on his shoulder. "My sword Samahata doesn't cut, it shaves," Kisame exclaimed as he attacked Asuma again, wounding his shoulder even further. Itachi and Kisame suddenly found themselves trapped in Kurenai's genjutsu. Both of the missing nin were wrapped up by a large tree as Kurenai seemed to melt out of the tree halfway, a kunai in her hand as she prepared to strike them. Suddenly, she found herself bound to the tree with Itachi over her, her kunai in the Uchiha's hand. A genjutsu reversal. Kurenai thought. A genjutsu of this level has no effect on me, not with these eyes, Itachi said as he drove the kunai towards her abdomen. Thinking quickly, Kurenai bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, breaking herself free and managing to dodge Itachi's attack. However, she was unable to dodge Itachi's kick that sent her into the river, causing Asuma to get distracted as he was facing Kisame. The former Kiri ninja took advantage of this and slammed his sword into his side, sending the jounin flying in Kurenai's direction. Thankfully he was hit with the bandaged part of the sword. Suetun, Water Shark Bomb Jutsu. Kisame shouted as he created a water shark and sent it at the shinobi, only for another water shark to intercept it and cancel both jutsus out. "That was my jutsu," Kisame exclaimed in disbelief. "Looks like you two could use some help," Kakashi said as he appeared in front of his fellow jounin. His headband up and Sharingan at the ready. "What took you so long?" Asuma asked as he got up. "Oh, had to take in the sights, the trees look lovely this time of year," Kakashi quipped as he gave the Sarutobi his patented eye smile. Kurenai just sighed at his antics, wanting to smack the silver-haired jounin. Well, looks like I can actually put some effort into this," Kisame remarked as he recognized Kakashi, getting into a more proper stance to get ready for the fight. "Remember why we are here, Kisame," Itachi told him as he appeared next to his partner's side. "Why are you here, Itachi?" Kakashi demanded as he pulled out a kunai. "We're looking for something," Itachi said. He then threw a volley of shuriken at the jounin. Kakashi was only able to block them thanks to his Sharingan being able to track their movements. Kakashi then created a water wall to block more shurikens, as well as another water shark that Kisame sent at him. Itachi then appeared behind Kakashi and stabbed him in the back, revealing Kakashi to be a water clone. "This Itachi is a clone too," Kurenai shouted as she saw the real Itachi further away. Kakashi then appeared and tackled Kurenai. "Get down," he shouted as the Itachi clone exploded. Both the jounin were thankfully unharmed, but Kakashi was starting to breathe heavily, the strain from his Sharingan beginning to affect him. Be careful, he became an ANBU member at the age of 13 for a reason. You can't be careless around a shinobi of his caliber. Any ideas? Asuma asked as he tightened his grip on his trench knives. "I'm surprised at the amount of skill you have with that Sharingan," Itachi began, "but it pales in comparison to one in the hands of an Uchiha. Still, that your body can hold out this long while using it is an impressive feat. Now let me show you the true power of the Sharingan." Itachi then began to slowly open his eyes. "Both of you close your eyes right now," Kakashi shouted to the two behind him. They didn't question him due to the slight panic in his voice. Kakashi closed his normal eye as well, only keeping his Sharingan on the duo in front of him. "Whatever you do, don't look at him in the eyes. All it will take is a single glance and you're finished. Only someone with another Sharingan can fight him now." "That is true, only another master of the Sharingan can face me without risk of falling into my genjutsu," Itachi said. "However, this Sharingan of mine has a special genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, which can only be beaten by someone with the same blood as me." "Sasuke!" Kakashi exclaimed as he realized what Itachi was talking about. The Rouge Uchiha's eyes then transformed into a three-pronged shuriken as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kakashi felt his world go dark. Tsukuyami. Unknown. Kakashi looked around as he found himself in a completely different world. It was a barren wasteland with a red sky above him, and it appeared that all the color in the world was inverted, almost like he was in a badly developed photograph. He then noticed that he was tied to a post with his arms stretched out to the sides, like he was on a cross. "Welcome to my world," Itachi said as he appeared before the silver-haired Jounin. "Here I control everything, time, space, what you feel, how long you feel it, everything is within my power here. Now let's begin." A sword then appeared in Itachi's hand and he proceeded to stab Kakashi with it, causing him to feel immense pain. "I have taken care to avoid any vital points as to allow you to fully grasp your situation." Impossible. Kakashi thought. A simple stab wound shouldn't hurt this much. "As I said, I control everything in this world, including how you feel things," Itachi answered, having heard Kakashi's thoughts. Then, much to Kakashi's horror, a horde of Itachi clones appeared, all of them holding swords. They all proceeded to stab at the Jounin, drawing out cries of pain as the swords pierced his flesh, each one of them causing immense pain as Itachi increased his senses to the weapons. The stabbings went on for what felt like an eternity to Kakashi, all of it just not stopping as each clone stepped up to him and drove its sword into the Konoha ninja. Finally, after what felt like forever, it all stopped. Kakashi weakly looked up to see Itachi standing before him, his clones behind him. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining, Itachi said in a monotonous voice as he slowly stepped forward, much to Kakashi's shock, which soon turned into pain as the torture began once more. Real world. Guh. Kakashi grunted as he fell to the ground, the pain in his mind having transferred to his real body. Itachi closed his eyes, feeling a sizable drain on his chakra. Kisame glanced over to his partner. "Careful Itachi, don't stress yourself too much on the small fry. You gotta save your strength for the main prize," he told him with a shark-like grin. "No need to concern yourself, I was merely making a point at the vast difference in power between us," Itachi calmly stated. Kisame just chuckled as he hefted his sword over his shoulder. Kakashi. Asuma and Kurenai cried as they watched the strongest Jounin in the village crumble to the ground. He weakly looked up at the two criminals before him, gaining a look of surprise from Kisame. "Heh, that jutsu of Itachi's usually breaks the minds of anyone he uses it on. The fact that you're not a vegetable is very impressive," Kisame stated. "You." Kakashi started, "You're here for, Sasuke?" "No," Itachi replied. "The Yondame's legacy." Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. "You're after, Kyubi," he breathed heavily. "You're members of Akatsuki, aren't you?" Kurenai and Asuma were surprised by the revelation. "Kisame, take them out," Itachi ordered calmly. "They know too much." Kisame's grin grew wider. "Heh, I've been waiting for you to say that." He raced forward, prepared to slam his sword into Kakashi before moving on to the other two. "Konoha Senpu," shouted Guy as he dashed from the tree line, throwing a strong kick to intercept Kisame. The swordsman raised his sword to block the kick. But force of the blow sent him flying back towards Itachi. "How many times are we going to get interrupted?" Kisame shouted in frustration, beginning to get annoyed with the interruptions. "Yash! Konoha's green beast, Mato Guy, has arrived." Guy exclaimed as he flashed a smile. When did Konoha start allowing clowns into its ninja force?" Kisame asked as he hefted his sword up again. Seeing Guy arrive, Kakashi finally succumbed to the mental torment and fell unconscious. "Guy! Don't look into Itachi's eyes!" Asuma shouted at his fellow Jounin. "Otherwise you'll end up like Kakashi." "I already know that," Guy told him. "Thanks to my many fights with Kakashi, I've developed a way to fight opponents with the Sharingan. Both of you open your eyes, it's alright as long as you don't look into his eyes. Merely look at his feet to fight him. There's only one problem with that, you're the only one who can fight like that, Kurenai explained. There's a method to it actually, but there's no time to learn it now, so you'll just have to get used to it now, Guy told them. Kurenai, get Kakashi out of here and to the hospital before he gets hurt anymore. Asuma, you and I shall fight these two. Come a little closer, let me rip you to shreds. Kisame exclaimed as he allowed his bloodthirst to show itself a little. Itachi raised a hand, stopping the former Kiri shinobi. Enough Kisame, we did not come to start a war. And I've learned that the Kyuubi isn't here, let us take our search elsewhere. Kisame grunted and placed his sword on his back again before the two Akatsuki members vanished, leaving the four Konoha Jounin alone. Unknown. Gah! A scream of pain was heard through a dark hallway, faintly lit by candles that were placed along the walls. The guards patrolling the area, Oto ninja by the state of their attire, shuddered as the screams echoed throughout the entire base. All of them knew the origin of the screams, and they all dreaded going near them, fearing that they may lose their lives. Orochimaru-sama, please. Kabuto cried as he rushed to his master's side, a tray of medicine in his hands. You must take your medicine. This worthless medicine isn't helping me. Orochimaru hissed as he smacked the tray out of Kabuto's hands, screaming in pain afterwards as the pain in his arms flared up. He grasped them in pain as the agony engulfed his very being. That creature! How dare it take away my arms! Orochimaru roared, cursing Ifrit. The corrupted ether that the primal pumped into the Sannin's arms practically ate away at the chakra network in them, rendering Orochimaru unable to perform any jutsu. Kabuto picked up the spilled medicine and placed it on the cart. It's a shame that Tsunade is back in Konoha. Were she still traveling, we might have been able to convince her to heal you. We don't need that wrench, Orochimaru growled. What I need is something more potent, something made in more hardened times that can heal me. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. Forgive me Orochimaru-sama, but I'm not understanding. The Rouge Sannin smirked darkly as he turned to his assistant. Prepare a squad of shinobi to accompany you Kabuto, and take some of the blood that we managed to get from the Uzumaki girl in Kusa. You're going to Uzushio. Shakuba town. Okay, let's stop here for the day, we've still got a ways to go before hitting Yuzu, Jiraiya said as he and Naruto entered the town. We'd be a lot closer if you weren't trying to hit on every woman who crossed our path, Naruto grumbled. Jiraiya just gave him a glare and kept walking, looking for a place to spend the rest of the day. There, we'll stay in that hotel for tonight, Jiraiya said, spotting a decent place on the corner of the street. As the two approached, a woman in a blue dress winked at Jiraiya and made a "come here" motion. Needless to say, Jiraiya dumped his chunk of money on Naruto and was instantly at the woman's side. Go and get us a decent room. I'll be back later tonight. Then he and the woman were walking down the road, leaving Naruto blinking at what happened. What just happened? Naruto asked. Kurama facebombed in disbelief. I can't believe it, there was actually a woman that wanted to spend the night with an old geezer like him. I guess she was just desperate. Naruto weakly suggested. Kurama just sighed and laid down, rubbing his temples. Just get the room, the bijou sighed. Naruto did as the bijou suggested and went and bought a room. He noticed that Jiraiya gave him a lot more money than needed, so he decided to take some for his own wallet, something that Kurama approved. So what can I expect to find at Yuzu? Naruto asked. Kurama raised an eyebrow. You're asking me? You do realize that I've been placed in a seal long before Yuzu was destroyed, right? Well, it's not like I can ask Jiraiya, Naruto told him. Well, you're right on that part, Kurama grumbled. I don't know, ruins, bodies, old headbands, secret vaults containing Uzumaki secrets, that kind of stuff. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Naruto raised an eyebrow, thinking that Jiraiya was gonna be back later like he said. Old Toad probably got hustled out of all his money, Kurama said. No way any sane woman would want him. Naruto jumped off the bed and walked to the door and opened it up. He was greeted by the red Sharingan of Itachi Uchiha staring at him, with Kisame standing to the side. Naruto Uzumaki, we need you to come with us. Shakuba Town. So let me get this straight, Naruto began as he stared at the two criminals in front of him. You want me to go with you, two notorious missing ninjas, right? Well, looks like he's a smart one, Kisame remarked with a large grin on his face. Yes, Itachi said as he locked his gaze with the young Chunin in front of him. Naruto put a hand on his chin. Yeah, let me think about the no, he said as he slammed the door in front of them. Kisame blinked owlishly at the door before turning to his partner. Did he just slam the door on us? Kisame asked. Itachi said nothing as he looked on stoically. Kisame pulled out his sword and got ready to bust down the door. Next to him, Itachi's eyes widened and he dove to the side. Kisame noticed a second later and dove to the side too, just as the door exploded and a torrent of fire flowed outward. Kisame shouted as he quickly got up. It, I missed, Naruto muttered as he peeked his head out, seeing that both shinobi were okay, with Kisame slightly singed for being slower to evade. Kisame lunged at him with his sword raised, ready to chop off an arm or leg. Naruto raised his arms in front of him, his threads quickly reacting and sliding out to block the sword. Kisame's eyes widened in surprise at seeing the same technique that another member of his organization possessed. He moved his head to the side as a tendril shot at him before ripping his sword away and trying to kick Naruto. He blocked it with his threads, but the force of it sent him back. Okay kid, looks like you'll be more troublesome than we thought, Kisame said as he tightened his grip on Samehada. He lunged forward and swung Samehada at the blonde, who managed to roll out of the way in time as the weapon took a rather large chunk out of the wall and floor. Kisame followed his momentum and planted his sword in the wall, using it as leverage as he threw a kick at Naruto that caught him in the chest, sending him flying down the hall, past Itachi, and into the wall. Okay, that hurt, Naruto groaned as he slowly got up. Kisame pulled his sword out of the wall and hefted it onto his shoulder. Come on kid, make this easy on yourself, he said as he walked towards the blonde. You're just causing yourself more trouble this way. Plus, I'm tired, give me a break will ya? Humph, cocky little bastard isn't he? Kurama remarked. Not that his pride is misplaced, his strength is far greater than yours, not to mention he has far more experience in battle than you. Your best bet is to try to last till that toad comes to his senses. I know, I'm just worried that it'll take him too long to realize what's happening, Naruto replied. Kurama grunted in frustration before an idea came to him. Gather up some of my chakra and send it out in a pulse. That should get his attention. Naruto did as the bijou said. And grasped a minuscule portion of his chakra, though considering how potent Kurama's chakra is, it was still a pretty large amount. Naruto placed his hand on the ground and sent out the chakra in a pulse, that he was sure reached all across the village. The young Chunin noticed how Kisame's eyes narrowed, and he was sure that the Akatsuki member knew what he just did. And if he knew, then Itachi probably knew as well. Kisame then dashed forward and swung his sword, aiming to bash Naruto into the wall, hard. The young Uzumaki crossed his arms quickly, forming a shield with his threads that stopped the majority of Kisame's force, but not enough as he was shoved back into the wall. The threads then shot out, aiming to impale the missing nin on the spot. But Kisame was able to weave through each one, appearing right in Naruto's face and stabbing Samehada forward. Naruto quickly rolled to the side, only getting clipped by the sword on his arm. Naruto exclaimed as he felt a drain on his chakra. Kurama narrowed his eyes, understanding what happened. It's the sword, it drained some of your chakra when it touched you. That makes it an effective tool to use against a Jinchuriki if it can handle my chakra. You want me to test it and find out? Naruto asked. No, Kurama told him, the risk outweighs the reward in this situation. If it can handle my chakra, it'll just make it stronger, lowering your chances of survival. Just try to play keep away as much as you can, there's no telling when the Uchiha will step in though. Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts as Kisame leaped up for a downward strike. He quickly backstepped, forming hand signs as he flew back. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto breathed out a fireball that filled the entire hallway and raced towards Kisame. I thought you would have learned after the first time my sword hit you, Kisame said as he hefted Samehada up. My sword eats chakra. He swung it towards the fireball, and the living blade ate the chakra that made up the jutsu, causing it to dissipate. Naruto barely ducked under the blade as it swung over his head, but could not dodge Kisame's foot as it slammed into him, sending him into the wall hard. Kisame then stabbed Samehada into the wall right next to the dazed Naruto. Now then, you gonna come along peacefully, kid? Kisame asked with a shark-like grin. Or am I gonna have to cut off a limb or two? Stop playing around, Kisame, we have work to do, Itachi said to his partner as his eyes drifted to the other end of the hallway, sensing a chakra signature approaching. You're no fun, Kisame deadpanned. Itachi. Kisame and Naruto turned to the yell, and saw Sasuke Uchiha at the other end of the hallway, Sharingan blazing and anger in his eyes. Well, what a sight this is, Kisame grinned. A second Sharingan user. You seem to have missed one during your little killing spree. I left him alive for a purpose, my brother will have something that I need, Itachi told his partner. Well, this will work in our favor, Kurama said. The brat will give the old pervert more time to get here. Now all he has to do is not die quickly. I'll make you pay for what you did. Sasuke roared as a Chidori flared to life in his hand and he raced towards his brother, tearing up the hallway as he did so. Kisame made a move to stop him, but a glance from Itachi stopped that, the elder Uchiha telling his partner not to interfere. Sasuke reached Itachi and stabbed his hand forward, aiming at his brother's heart. Itachi easily sidestepped Sasuke's charge and reached out quickly, grabbing Sasuke's wrist and stabbing the Chidori into the wall next to him, snapping his wrist for good measure. Sasuke cried out in pain as the chakra in his hand vanished, the Chidori vanishing in an instant. Such a poor amount of hatred, Itachi chastised him. How will you ever hope to defeat me like this? The younger Uchiha growled, his Sharingan spinning madly. Itachi slowly closed his eyes before snapping them open, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly as he locked eyes with Sasuke. Well, that fight looks like it's over, Kisame said as he observed the brothers. Kid was an idiot and looked right into Itachi-san's eyes. Doesn't help that Sasuke thinks his eyes are a gift from God himself, Naruto thought to himself. Kurama snorted in agreement. Sasuke screamed as his mental torture ended and he passed out, twitching slightly. Itachi calmly took out a tissue and wiped a small trail of blood from his eye before looking down at Sasuke with slight disappointment. Kisame, we're leaving, Itachi said as he turned an eye to his partner. Kisame nodded and grabbed Naruto by his throat and squeezed, intent on sending the young Uzumaki into unconsciousness. Naruto struggled to free himself as he slowly ran out of air. Leaving so soon? Why, I've only just got here. Kisame turned to the side and saw Jiraiya there in a combat stance. Kisame dropped Naruto to the ground, who gasped as he finally got some air, and gripped Samehada in both hands. You didn't think a little distraction like that would actually be able to keep me away, did you? Jiraiya questioned with a cocky grin. Considering it took you forever to get here, I'd say the distraction did its job for the most part, Naruto muttered as he leapt away from Kisame. The Rouge swordsman looked back towards his partner. What now, Itachi? Leave the Jinchuriki, we've gathered enough information, Itachi told him as a kunai slipped down from his sleeve into his hand. How cute, you think you'll be able to get away, Jiraiya said as he quickly formed hand seals. Kuchi-os no Jutsu, Gamaguchi Shirbari. The hallway quickly transformed, pink flesh growing everywhere until all four of them were standing in a giant organ. Oi! Is this? Kisame demanded as he looked at the flesh-covered hallway uneasily. He quickly leapt back as part of the flesh made a grab for him. Now that's just disturbing. Itachi wordlessly turned away and began to run towards the end of the hallway, Kisame quickly following him. Jiraiya smirked as the walls of flesh began to cover the rest of the hallway, racing past the 2S-rank shinobi and covering that end of the hallway. This is the stomach of a toad who's able to breathe extremely hot flames, so his stomach is very resilient to fire. Not even you will be able to burn your way out, Itachi, Jiraiya said as they turned the corner. A few seconds later, Jiraiya and Naruto held onto the wall for support as the whole building shook. The two Konoha shinobi raced to the corner and saw a hole in the wall, black flames dancing on the edge. Jiraiya as he looked at the hole in shock. That's impossible. Nobody's been able to get away from this. I doubt that this toad has ever faced the flames of Amaterasu, Kurama said. Neither the old pervert. So I can understand his disbelief. It's the flames of Amaterasu, Naruto told him. They're able to burn through anything. Jiraiya placed a hand on his chin. To think that Itachi has that in his arsenal. He then walked towards the flames and pulled out a scroll. He then sealed the flames inside the scroll before rolling it up and storing it, banishing the toad's stomach as soon as the flames disappeared. I didn't expect them to make a move so soon, Jiraiya grumbled as he rubbed his chin, looking out at where Kisame and Itachi fled. You know those two? Naruto asked as he walked up to the Sannin. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, they're part of a group that Dynamic entry. JK. Jiraiya was interrupted by a foot that planted itself in his cheek and sent him flying into the wall. Naruto quickly turned around to see Might Guy standing there, flashing him a sparkling smile and a thumbs up. Yash! I have arrived just in time to save you from that villainous character, Naruto-kun. Guy told him. Thanks? Naruto replied, dumbfounded by what just happened. It didn't help that Kurama was rolling around in laughter. You hit me, you moron! Jiraiya roared as he pulled himself out of the wall, nursing a bruise that started to form on his face. Guy looked at Jiraiya in shock. Jiraiya-sama. What happened to you? Did those villains manage to defeat you? Jiraiya just face-bombed and muttered under his breath. Naruto was sure that he heard him say something about bathing Guy in toad oil. He walked over to the comatose Sasuke and hefted him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes before walking back and handing him to Guy. Take this pain in the ass, Jiraiya instructed the Jonin. I don't know he figured out where Itachi was, or why he thought he could take him out, but he practically abandoned the village with his stupidity. Make sure Sensei knows about that. Tell Tsunda that he was hit by the Tsukuyomi, and inform Sensei that they are starting to become active. He'll know what I mean. Yash! Guy saluted Jiraiya. I shall accomplish this mission with the speed of a tiger. He took Sasuke over his shoulder and bolted out of the hole in the wall, making a beeline back to Konoha. Jiraiya sighed. We should probably head out soon before we get blamed for all of this mess. I hate getting blamed for someone else's mess. I had enough of that back in my genin days. With that he leapt out of the hole in the wall and landed on the nearest roof before hopping away. Naruto was about to question him when he heard a scream from around the corner. He peeked around and saw the hotel owner ranting and raving at the damages. Naruto decided to follow the guidance of his godfather and quickly left the hotel, chasing after the Sannin. After fleeing the town, Jiraiya and Naruto rested for a moment on a nearby hill. So, wanna tell me what that was all about? Naruto asked. Jiraiya sighed. Honestly, I wanted to keep this from you for a little while longer, Jiraiya told him. But, seeing as they've made their move, I guess I can't keep this from you. Jiraiya straightened up and gave Naruto a serious look. They're a terrorist organization known as the Akatsuki. I have no idea what their master plan is, but all I am aware of is that it involves collecting the bijou, not the jinjuriki, the bijou. That's worrying, Naruto gulped. That's not even the worst part, Jiraiya continued. Every member of the organization is at least an S-ranked criminal from all over the 5 nations, bar Kuma. So they have the power, it's just a matter of figuring out what they're waiting for. The only reason I know they even exist is because Orochimaru was a member of the organization before leaving in a very sloppy manner. Meaning? Naruto asked. He betrayed them, Jiraiya answered. He was with Itachi, probably on a mission, and tried to steal his eyes. He nearly lost his life trying to do so and barely escaped. So, do we have to worry about them right now? Naruto asked. No, all of my intelligence has said that the organization has no plans to actively move out to capture the Jinchuriki at this point, Jiraiya reassured him. Not for several years at least. Which is why you're going to need to step up your training for when they decide to actively move out, Jiraiya said. Do you really think I'll get that strong that quickly? Naruto asked. Who knows? Jiraiya shrugged. That part's up to you. Now come on, let's keep going to Yuzu. Back in Konoha. Kushina groaned as she flopped onto her couch, coming back home from a council meeting. Ms. Kushina? The Uzumaki matriarch looked up and saw a teenage redhead in the kitchen, helping herself to a glass of milk. Her eyes instantly lit up seeing her. Karen! Kushina exclaimed, instantly sitting up on the couch. You're finally cleared to be out in public? Karen nodded and began to explain. Well, the Hokage personally came down and apologized for asking me to stay hidden for a while. He said that his paranoia had gotten to him when the village really has nothing to fear from Kusa. Oh, that's wonderful, Kushina said as she walked over and embraced the girl. I can't wait for you to meet my daughter. It'll be nice to have another woman in the house. I'm excited to meet her and my fellow shinobi too, Karen said with a smile. Kushina raised an eyebrow. You're planning on staying a shinobi? Karen nodded. I want to give back to the Hokage for allowing me to defect. If he hadn't, I don't know what would have happened to me. Enough about that, Kushina said, placing her hands on Karen's shoulders. Leave those thoughts behind you, you have a better future to look forward to now. Ka-san. Who are you talking to? Natsumi asked as she walked down the stairs. Oh, you met Karen-chan, she said upon seeing the two. How did you get in anyway? Kushina asked as the thought came to her. Hokage-sama said you gave him a key, Karen replied. Oh yeah, I did, Kushina remembered. Anyway, come outside, I want to see what you've learned while in Kusa. Hokage's office. Tsunade let out a sigh as she leaned back in her seat. Come on sensei, she began, let's be reasonable here. There's no way I'd make a good Hokage. The only people I'm good at being a leader to is Shizune, and the doctors in the hospital that I've managed to whip into shape. Asking me to lead the village is just way out of my league. It's not as if you'd be alone in leading the village, Hiruzen countered. I will be here to help you get on your feet, and offer advice should you require it. So you would be leading over my shoulder, is that it? Tsunade deadpanned. Hiruzen shook his head in denial. I would only give you my own opinion on topics that I feel strongly about. The only time I would try to lead beside you is if, Kami forfend, we enter another war. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Aren't we technically already in a war with Orochimaru? If he was an actual village with shinobi that were properly trained, then yes, would consider us in a war, Hiruzen replied. All of his men are mediocre at the best, and his main strength is going to rely on himself, his elites, snake summons, and any successful experiments he sends at us. You have a point there, Tsunade agreed. Prodigy he may have been, but a terrible teacher he was. He was more effective at teaching one student at a time than 3, just look at Anko, Hiruzen pointed out. She was a very skilled shinobi under Orochimaru's tutelage before he betrayed her. But we're getting off track here. The fact of the matter is, I need to name a successor. Why not Jiraiya? He's stronger than me and has more tools at his disposal, Tsunade countered. He needs to run his spy network, especially with the recent development of the Akatsuki starting to make movements, Hiruzen explained. He needs to keep his focus on them. If their plan truly is to gather all of the bijou together, then that could spell a disaster on an immeasurable scale. Tsunade closed her eyes in thought and let out a sigh. She looked back at her former sensei. "I'll think about it, all right," she told him. "I won't make any promises, but I will think about it." "Take as long as you need," Hiruzen replied. Tsunade nodded and walked out of the office, and Hiruzen grabbed his pipe and began taking a smoke as he turned around in his chair, staring at the village below him. Several days later, the shores of Nami. "All set here," Naruto said as he loaded the small boat with supplies. "Be right there." Jiraiya called over before turning around to Tazuna. The duo had arrived in Nami yesterday and were going to stay the night before buying a boat and heading out to Yuzu. By mere chance, they happened upon Tazuna, who was in the marketplace, and offered them lodging at his house, and his spare boat to use when they set out. Naruto was thankful to Tazuna's generosity and convinced Jiraiya to accept as well. "Thank you again for your generosity last night, and for offering us your spare boat," Jiraiya said. Tazuna waved him off. "Please, it's the least I could do. Nami owes much and more to the kid for freeing us from Gato's grip." "I still haven't heard all the details of that mission," Jiraiya muttered. "Nonetheless, your help is greatly appreciated. We'll be sure to return the boat to you in one piece." Jiraiya bowed to the man once more before heading down to the boat. "Come on Gaki, we've got some rowing to do," he said as he began to push the boat into the water. Naruto quickly moved to help him before they both jumped into the boat as it hit the water. He waved to Tazuna one last time before helping Jiraiya in rowing the boat. "So is this the only way into Yuzu now?" Naruto asked after a while of rowing. "To put it bluntly, yes," Jiraiya replied. "There used to be a bridge linking it to the mainland. But the Uzumakis blew it up when Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa launched its invasion towards the end of the Third War. I've heard rumors that there was also some form of seal set up for teleportation to and from the island, but I've never been here to check it out, before today that is." "Why not?" Naruto asked. "Well, when the invasion force couldn't take the bridge to Yuzu, they either took boats, or water walked alongside the boats to go and invade. And I'm not talking small boats like this, I'm talking about huge boats, able to hold plenty of squads of shinobi. This was an old Kiri design, and they mobilized all of them to move the shinobi to Yuzu." Naruto's eyes widened at the thought. "Are these things still around?" Jiraiya shook his head. "No, all the designs were destroyed by a Konoha espionage team, and all the ships were destroyed when Yuzu sprung its trap." "Trap?" Naruto asked. "Yes, Yuzu's trap," Jiraiya confirmed. "When the invasion arrived on Yuzu's shores, the Yuzukage activated special seals on the sea floor that surrounded the island. They created powerful raging whirlpools that destroyed all the ships, and trapped everyone on the island. Even though all of the Uzumakis who were there were killed, the invaders had no way of leaving, so they were all killed off by starvation." "Wow, my ancestors were amazing," Naruto whispered. "Wait a minute, then how are we supposed to get there?" "As you know, I am the Toad Sage," Jiraiya started. "One of the benefits that provides me is that I can gain some amphibian traits and head underwater for a time. So I was able to observe the seals that are generating the whirlpools, and managed to find what I assume is the only way to get past them. From what I was able to tell, the seals will deactivate when an Uzumaki approaches them, and reactivate when they're past a certain distance." "You're sure that's how it works?" Naruto asked skeptically. "Kid, I've been studying seals for many years now," Jiraiya pointed out. "I taught your father the majority of what he knew, and he taught me things he discovered. Not to mention your mother did allow me to study a few basic Uzumaki seals back when she was pregnant with you. So I'd like to think I know enough about Uzumaki seals to say with certainty that's how these whirlpool seals work." Naruto said nothing as they continued to row. They kept going for a few more minutes before Naruto thought he heard the sound of rushing water. "We're here," Jiraiya said as he stopped rowing, and placed a hand on Naruto's arm to stop him. Naruto looked behind him and saw a massive whirlpool a fair distance away from their boat. Looking to the sides of it, Naruto could see more whirlpools as well, all of them almost touching with how close they are. "What now?" Naruto asked. "Well, there's a few ideas I want to try first before we just row forward," Jiraiya answered. "First, leap out and water walk, see if you being on the water and channeling chakra causes the seal to react." Naruto took a deep breath to steady himself before jumping onto the water, while also hanging onto the boat. Naruto stood there, tense, for a good minute, with the whirlpool not reacting. "Try a drop of blood," Jiraiya suggested as he handed him a kunai. "Maybe it's a blood seal." Naruto nodded and took the kunai, and nicked his finger before letting a few drops of blood fall into the water. Once more, there was no reaction, so Naruto climbed back inside. "Death it is," Naruto gulped. Jiraiya said nothing as he slowly rowed the boat forward. Naruto gulped and gripped the edge of the boat tighter, as it was slowly pulled into the whirlpool's current. Suddenly, the whirlpool began to shudder before it vanished. Jiraiya's eyes widened and a mad grin formed on his face as he rowed faster, eager to get past the barrier. "Ahahaha!" Jiraiya laughed madly. "I knew it. Less gloating, more rowing," Naruto yelled. Jiraiya complied, but didn't get rid of the eating grin on his face. Naruto looked behind Jiraiya to see that they were far enough that the seal couldn't detect him anymore, causing the whirlpool to form once again. "There it is," Jiraiya said as he slowed down. Naruto turned around once more to see they had reached a beach. Up on a hill was a torii gate with the symbol of the Uzumaki hanging from it. "Welcome to Uzushio Gakure." The end this story.